Heading home for college break. You gritted your teeth and bought a high-speed train soft sleeper ticket. Never expected to encounter the campus ice queen Lin Mushi. What's even more unexpected is, she was actually in the same compartment as you. Moreover, there are only 2 beds in each compartment. You froze instantly. The campus ice queen was actually in the same train compartment as me. Is the world this mysterious now? High-speed train sleeper compartments actually allow mixed-gender accommodation. This doesn't make sense. At this moment, Lin Mushi, when she realized it was just the 2 of you left, a flicker of astonishment flashed across her cold face. Then he turned away again. Seeing this scene, you awkwardly rubbed your own head. Is this what they call fate? You stood in the corridor in silence for a long time. You hesitated, wondering whether to say something. So I decided to start with a simple self-introduction. Hello Junior, my name is Chun Chen. You might not know me, but at Jiangcheng University, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know you. Although when facing his dorm roommates, you can speak eloquently. But when it comes to girls, I really don't know what to say. Lin Mushi listened with an indifferent expression. Finally replied with, hello, senior. After greeting, you glance around the compartment. A high-speed rail soft sleeper is a private compartment with 2 beds. It even includes a sofa, wardrobe, and dining table. There's also a private bathroom. Overall it's quite good. At this moment, Lin Mushi's expression was somewhat inscrutable. This senior seems different from the ones I've met before. In the same compartment as me. How could you still be so calm? Your bunk is on the upper berth. You found a pair of disposable slippers and put them on. He unfolded the footrest and prepared to climb aboard. Suddenly Lin Mushi spoke up, Senior, can I switch seats with you? Hearing this, you were somewhat shocked. How many people wish they could buy a lower berth but can't get one? She got the lower berth but didn't want it. But after thinking about it, you seem to understand again. Given your current awkward situation, it's safer for girls to choose the upper bunk. Sure, I'll pay you the price difference for the lower berth. No need. Lin Mushi was sparing with her words. But you probably guessed it already. She probably felt that since she was the one who initiated it, it would be awkward to ask for the price difference. So you spoke up. I actually wanted to buy the lower berth in the first place. Couldn't get a ticket. Junior, let me scan your payment QR code. I'll scan the payment to you. You took out your phone and opened the scanning mode. Waiting for Lin Mushi's payment QR code. Lin Mushi didn't move. An awkward atmosphere instantly filled the air. It was a long time before she finally took out her phone. Her fair, slender fingers tapped lightly on the screen a few times. You put away your phone. It turned out to be a friend request verification page. I'll add you on WeChat, Junior. I can send you a red envelope too. You clicked to add Lin Mushi as a friend. The other party accepted almost instantly. Staring at the chat window with the campus bell, you froze for a long moment. The WeChat ID that none of the 300,000 male students on campus could add. Just adding it for myself. Lin Mushi's WeChat name is simply Mushi, which sounds very pleasant. The avatar is a cartoon version generated from her own photo. Completely contrary to her cold and aloof image. The cartoon version of her is incredibly cute. She gives off a bit of a girl next door vibe. After distributing the price difference in the form of red packets, you suddenly said, that Junior girl, the compartment is a bit hot, I need to take off my clothes. Lin Mushi looked at you without speaking. Seeing this, you awkwardly explained. I need to take off my coat. Otherwise, there are too many clothes to lie down comfortably. Although the snow kept falling outside the window, but the compartment was as warm as spring. You stood quietly in the train compartment. Only the subtle sound of each other's breathing remained, and the occasional soft clatter of wheels against rails. It's okay, Senior, go ahead and take it off, I'm going to take mine off too. Thank you. The conversation ended in yet another peculiar manner. You weren't being overly sensitive after taking off the thick coat. Instantly, his body felt much more relaxed. Actually, you still wanted to take off your cotton-padded pants. Only one pair of long johns left. But considering she was a girl, he had no choice but to give up. You don't want the campus belle to mistake you for a flirtatious rogue. Senior, aren't you taking off your pants? Hearing Lin Mushi's words, you let out a surprised ah. As a cold-fearing southerner, you're wearing those extremely warm thick cotton pants. Not taking it off will make lying on the bed really uncomfortable later. So you stopped holding back. He started pulling everything out of his pockets. But you didn't realize how inappropriate this action of mine must appear in front of a girl. Lin Mushi watched you coldly from the side. Somehow this gesture of yours feels familiar. Moments later, you slowly pull out 2 pieces of nougat from your trouser pocket. Then say in a warm tone, would you like to try some, Junior? Lin Mushi's eyes fluttered slightly. Instantly understood the source of that sense of familiarity. Is every time I go home? The heartwarming scene when Grandpa magically pulled snacks from his pocket for her. That doting affection and tenderness. At this moment, it quietly resurfaces in your movements. Lin Mushi's eyes shimmered with a subtle glow, clearly surprised by your sudden movement. A dazed expression appeared on his face. You thought the campus belle didn't like you. After placing the candy on the table, his hand slipped into his pants pocket once more. Then, as if by magic, he pulled out 2 packs of hawthorn strips. Try this, Junior. This sweet and sour taste. Girls would probably like it. You only brought 2 small snacks, and if you don't even like them, there was really nothing I could do about it. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome, I'll go in first then. With that, you opened the bathroom door and walked in. She's still a girl after all. You're not yet comfortable taking off your pants directly in public. At this moment, Lin Mushi looked at the hawthorn strips in her hand, then glanced at the nougat on the table. Suddenly, she thought of a tricky problem. What should she give back to her senior? Grandpa used to say, courtesy demands reciprocity. This is the way to conduct oneself in society. On the other side, you changed your pants and opened the door. I saw a pair of perky buttocks perfectly positioned toward the doorway. You startled and instinctively wanted to close the door. At that moment, Lin Mushi also happened to stand up, watching you come out of the restroom. She extends her fair, rosy palm toward you. Senior, a return gift. You froze for a moment, upon seeing the chocolate in the other's palm. Then he politely said, those were all things I took from the rest area. There's no need to be so formal, Junior. Lin Mushi tilted her head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. You hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the chocolate. Lin Mushi saw that you had accepted the chocolate. Her brows and eyes instantly relaxed. At this moment, Lin Mushi had already taken off her coat. Her delicate figure was fully revealed. Her mature figure paired with that icy demeanor. Absolutely amazing. Her hair, as smooth as silk, was casually tied into a high ponytail, exuding a cool yet playful charm that was uniquely captivating. Her long, straight legs were tightly wrapped in a sheer, skin-like leg-hugging garment, creating a striking visual impact. But that wasn't the most important part. What was truly devastating was that when Chen Chen opened the door, her pert behind was directly facing him. Chen Chen startled, instinctively reaching to close the bathroom door, but Lin Mushi's toes gently touched the ground, her feet landing steadily. She had just come down from upstairs. That was close. She probably didn't notice earlier. Lin Mushi put on her disposable slippers and turned around just as Chen Chen emerged from the bathroom. She extended her hand toward Chen Chen, her pale, rosy palm holding 2 round, golden chocolate candies. Senior, this is for you. Chen Chen paused, the peanut brittle and hawthorn strips were both from the break area. You don't need to be so polite, Junior. Lin Mushi tilted her head slightly, looking a bit puzzled. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen still took the golden sand chocolates from her hand. For free snacks in exchange for 2 golden sand chocolates, no matter how you looked at it, Lin Mushi was the one at a disadvantage. However, she didn't seem to notice this. Her expression remained calm, but when she saw Chen Chen accept her chocolate, her eyebrows relaxed slightly. Chen Chen took the initiative to invite her. The journey is long. Would you like to sit down first, Junior? It should be almost time for dinner. Climbing up and down isn't very convenient. Lin Mushi nodded. She first took out a copy of Harry Potter from her bag and sat down on the sofa. You like this too? I just started reading it. Upon hearing that she had just started reading, Chen Chen abandoned his plans to discuss the plot. Spoilers are so lame. Lin Mushi held the book upright, blocking her view of Chen Chen, as if she had immediately immersed herself in the story. Chen Chen sat on the bed, facing Lin Mushi directly. The atmosphere remained silent. But it wasn't as awkward as before. Out of his sight, Lin Mushi's aloof expression seemed to be softening. This journey, it seemed, wasn't as bad as she had imagined. The high-speed train had a signal, and it was good. Unlike the train, where the signal was just for show and no service was the norm. Chen Chen took out his phone, which showed the time as 5:52. At this hour, the bunch of kids back at the dorm should already be awake. Lu Zihan should be on the train with him by now. The high-speed rail station and the regular train station in Jiangcheng are not in the same area. The train station is just a short distance from the school, taking about 10 minutes to reach. Unless something unexpected happened, they must have seen the video he posted in the group chat. Chen Chen opened WeChat and sure enough, the 602 dormitory group had 99 plus unread messages. The latest message was from Lu Zihan. Guess what I saw? P.S. Everyone, please keep reading, please keep reading, please keep reading. Chapter 4, Chen Chen's Troublesome Roommate's New Book, please add to favorites. Before anyone else could respond, he posted another message in the group. Oh, never mind, you guys should just see for yourselves. Attached to the message was a photo. Chen Chen clicked to enlarge it. It was clearly a sneaky photo, and only the silhouette of a girl could be vaguely made out. Despite the thick coat, her figure was still noticeable. Don't ask why her figure was still noticeable even though the photo was blurry and she was wearing such thick clothes, it's just basic knowledge. Looking at her flowing long hair and the blurry side of her face, it wasn't hard to guess that she was probably a pretty girl. Otherwise, given Lu Zihan's usual behavior, he wouldn't have posted it in the group to show off. Speaking of a good figure, Chen Chen couldn't help but recall the scene he had just witnessed when he opened the bathroom door. He immediately made a comparison. When it comes to figure, he thought, no one could compare to Lin Mushi. Even the most popular female celebrities in the entertainment industry would pale in comparison to her. Lu Zihan, guess who this girl is? Here's a hint, she is also from our school and pretty famous. No prize if you guess correctly, ha ha ha. Chen Chen's roommates were a bunch of pranksters. Among them, Lu Zihan was the best. This guy loved sleeping in class, and because of that, he caused more than one hilarious incident in class. Later, everyone affectionately nicknamed him the Sleeping God. According to him, during a Chinese class in his sophomore year, while the teacher was reciting a string of classical phrases, Zhou Yang fell asleep so soundly that he, along with his chair, fell off the desk and disappeared. The teacher was so startled that she shouted his name immediately. It wasn't until they saw his hand slowly emerge from under the desk, propping himself up and revealing a face with desk marks, that the entire class erupted into laughter. The teacher finally relaxed, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself that if it weren't for his decent grades, the Chinese teacher would have given him a taste of what it's like to take a walk in the hallway. Listening to Lu Zihan recount his glorious deeds before college, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel envious deep down. His entire youth had been consumed by a single girl. To make a good impression on her, Chen Chen was always careful with his words and actions, afraid that a single sentence or gesture might make the girl he liked dislike him. As a result, he dared not do anything out of the ordinary in his daily life. It was precisely because of this that his high school life lacked much joy, and what remained was nothing but monotony and boredom. When his roommates heard about Zihan's amusing stories, they would ask him about his own, but upon seeing him stammer and hesitate, they would brush it off with other stories and never ask him again. Chen Chen was grateful to have met such a great group of friends in college, even though they were usually pretty laid back. So when they needed him, Chen Chen would go out of his way to help. For example, last night when they were all drunk out of their minds, Chen Chen, even with just a shred of sanity left, dragged them all back to the dormitory. No one in the group was responding to Lu Zihan, but his messages kept flashing non-stop. All of them indicated that they were from girls. Words like beautiful, great figure, milk tea-colored curls, and so on. Finally, even something like a student ID number appeared, but still no one responded. Liu Zihan grew impatient, don't you guys see? Lin Xingyan, the same Lin Xingyan from our year, the former school beauty of our university. When we first started university, we even formed a group to sneak a peek at her. Seeing the name Lin Xingyan, Chen Chen felt like some long-forgotten memories were resurfacing. It was this name that had accompanied him throughout his 3 years of high school. It was also this name that made him dare not speak to girls during his university years. He never expected that she would end up in the same train compartment as Lu Zihan. That doesn't make sense. Lin Xingyan was from Guangzhou City, while Lu Zihan was returning to Lake City. The journey was shorter, and the directions were different. How could they end up on the same bus? Chen Chen quickly figured it out. Her boyfriend was probably from Lake City. It must be that he is taking advantage of the new year to go back to his boyfriend's family. Chen Chen didn't think much about why she didn't take a plane or high-speed rail but chose the train instead. Because none of that had anything to do with him anymore. After starting university, Chen Chen had already let go of her in her heart. The constant ding-dong sounds from his phone snapped Chen Chen back to reality. Zhang Tao, you were the one peeking into the girls' dormitory, weren't you? You're the pervert, don't drag us down with you. And you, what makes you think you're so special that you could buy a ticket in the same carriage as the former school beauty? Let her go, I'll take her. Zhang Tao was Chen Chen's upper bunkmate. They were both from Lanchang, and their journeys home were roughly the same length, taking over 24 hours by train. However, their directions were opposite. This time, he had also bought a high-speed rail ticket, but it was only a standard soft seat ticket, as all other tickets were sold out. Seeing that someone had finally replied to him, Liu Zihan became even more lively. Liu Zihan, of course, it's all because I'm lucky. You guys either live close to home or bought high-speed rail tickets. Now, you're missing out, aren't you? Zhou Yuyan, I thought Lin Xingyan had a boyfriend? Zhou Yuyan was from Jiangcheng. Among the few people in the dormitory, he was the richest. Although it was Lu Zihan who insisted on drinking last night, he was the one who paid the bill. Lu Zihan, shut up. Zhou Yuyan's one sentence silenced everyone, and the group chat fell back into silence. Chen Chen glanced at the messages. No doubt, everyone was very happy after seeing the video he posted and was interested in his gifts. Chen Chen felt quite satisfied with this. The sons finally understood their old father's good intentions. He glanced out the window. The entire world was blanketed in snow. Only occasional flickers of light broke the darkness, adding a touch of warmth to the cold landscape. However, the snow was falling even harder and showed no signs of stopping. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze. Across from him, Lin Mushi still had that copy of Harry Potter open in front of her. She was so quiet that several times, Chen Chen almost thought he was the only one in the carriage. Just then, her phone screen lit up. The young girl put down her book and finally revealed her beautiful face again. Lin Mushi opened her phone. It was a WeChat message from Qinyao. Qinyao, hee hee, have you gotten on the train yet? He was a special nickname Qinyao had given her because she always felt that Lin Mushi, despite her young age, was always so serious, and she wanted her to smile more, so she changed the 11 in her name to He and added a repetitive syllable. Lin Mushi, I'm in. Qinyao, good, are you driving? Lin Mushi, yes. Qinyao, good, the snow is falling pretty heavily today. I can't even walk on the road here, I'm stuck in traffic and had to get out and walk back. Luckily, it's not too far. Qinyao is also a local from Jiangcheng, and the two of them share the same dormitory. Every college at Jiangcheng University has a college flower. Qinyao is the department flower of the School of Finance and ranks third on the university's beauty list. Second place is Lin Qingyan. The first place, of course, belongs to Lin Mushi. Chapter 5, The Snow Keeps Falling new book please add to your collection. The boys at school talk about these three girls the most every day. Especially in room 602, Lu Zihan would scream excitedly whenever he spotted them from afar. If the guys in the dorm found out that Lin Mushi was in the same train car as him, they would definitely go crazy. Lin Mushi looked out the window. The snow was much heavier than when she left school, and it could be called a blizzard. Qinyao, don't worry too much. As long as this high-speed train leaves Jiangcheng within half an hour, it shouldn't be affected. Once the Harmony Express leaves Jiangcheng and enters Sichuan City, it'll be much warmer. Even if it snows, it'll only be light snow, so there's no need to worry about being stranded due to heavy snow. Lin Mushi opened the map on her phone and roughly estimated the time, reaching an unfavorable conclusion. She returned to her chat window with Qinyao, we can't leave. Qinyao, it's okay. Even if the train stops, as long as it doesn't keep snowing tomorrow, it'll resume operations, so it won't delay us much. Lin Mushi, Qinyao, by the way, you bought a soft sleeper, which has only 2 beds. Is the person sharing the room with you a man or a woman? Lin Mushi glanced at Chun Chen across from her. At that moment, he was intently checking the information on his phone. The light from the phone screen illuminated his face, and Lin Mushi could even see his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Probably because he saw something funny, his eyes sparkled with laughter, perfectly fitting the image of a clear-eyed college student. Lin Mushi lowered her head and tapped the word male on the screen with her slender fingers. Qinyao, no way, it's a guy? Ha, you're so pretty, make sure to stay safe. Don't sleep too soundly tonight, and set your phone to the loudest volume. I'll call you every half hour. Seeing the message from her best friend on the screen, a faint smile finally appeared on Lin Mushi's icy face. That smile was caught by Chen Chen. He thought to himself, so the cold and aloof school beauty does smile after all. And she looks even more beautiful when she smiles than when she doesn't. But why doesn't she smile more often? Chen Chen couldn't imagine how someone could go an entire day without smiling. Lin Mushi, don't worry, she's from our school. You saw her last night. Qinyao, you mean the guy who was dragging one, and carrying another on his back, right? Lin Mushi, yeah. Qinyao, but still, you shouldn't sleep too soundly. Who told you to be so good looking? I should bought you a plane ticket earlier. Lin Mushi, alright. She exited the chat window with Qinyao, checked WeChat, and saw no messages from anyone else. Besides Qinyao, no one cared whether she had boarded the train, who she was with in the carriage, or if she was safe. Her fingers kept swiping up and down on WeChat, but she couldn't find anyone to talk to. Finally, the screen froze on Chen Chen's WeChat. His profile picture was Luffy from One Piece, a character most boys loved, wearing a yellow hat, with his mouth shaped like an oval, his hands on his forehead, and his eyes wide open, looking incredibly cute. A boy like that wouldn't make anyone feel unsafe, would he? Lin Mushi tapped into his WeChat moments. His feed was extremely simple, so simple that there wasn't a single post. These days, there's actually someone who doesn't post on their moments? Lin Mushi suddenly realized she didn't post much either and quietly backed out. In the 602 group chat, Liu Zihan started bombarding everyone with messages again. Liu Zihan, hey! This is perfect timing. The train is slowing down due to heavy snow and might have to stop until the snow stops. I hope it stops for a long time so I can spend more time with my goddess. Zhou Yuyan, worry about your train? It won't go anywhere. Our ancestors will intervene. Zhang Tao, exactly, Chen Chen's high-speed train is the one to worry about. At Chen Chen, you little dog, how are you? Have you left Jiangcheng yet? Seeing someone mention him, Chen Chen replied in the group, currently traveling normally. Liu Zihan, speaking of which, Chen dog, you're in a soft sleeper. Is the person who bought the same compartment as you a man or a woman? I bet it's a man, and probably one of those hairy, burpy types. Are you feeling uncomfortable right now? Answer quickly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, female. Liu Zihan, I knew it. Ha, wait. Female? Your travel companion is also female? What the hell? Why? This kind of romantic encounter should be mine alone. Where's the photo? I want to see the photo. Zhou Yuyan, you're crazy, Chen Chen, don't pay attention to him. Zhang Tao, exactly, you little brat. You have no experience dealing with girls. If you have any questions, just ask me. I'll make sure you don't feel lonely on this trip. Lu Zihan, hey, Zhang Tao, you're being too much. I want the photos for Chen Chen's safety. He's so handsome, what if the other girl is a flower thief? Boys need to protect themselves when they're out there. Of course, when it comes to looks, I'm still the hottest. Zhou Yuyan, Lu Zihan posted 99 plus messages in the group today, and this is the only one that makes sense. Screenshot.jpg. The attached screenshot reads, I asked for the photos for Chen Chen's safety. He's so handsome, what if the other person is a flower thief? Boys need to protect themselves when they're out. Lu Zihan, oh my god, even a roommate as amazing as me is being suspected. Is there no justice in this world? Zhang Tao at Chen Chen, if you really don't want to chat with girls, join us for some gaming. The high-speed rail has great signal anyway. Lu Zihan, gaming? Add me too. Zhou Yuyang at Lu Zihan, how's the signal on the train? Lu Zihan, sigh. Lu Zihan completely shut down. The signal is terrible. We can only chat on WeChat because the train is moving slowly. Chen Chen didn't have time to play with Zhang Tao before the high-speed train reached mealtime, and the steward came to notify them to go to the dining car to eat. Of course, they could choose not to go. Later, a staff member would bring a food cart for them to select from, or they could eat the snacks they brought with them. Just as he was thinking about it, the stewardess pushed the food cart over. Boxed meals, 75 yuan each. Any passengers interested? Sister, what dishes are available? Hearing the call, Chen Chen immediately stopped the attendant. Since it was his first time taking a high-speed rail soft sleeper, Chen Chen naturally didn't want to deprive himself. Most importantly, a 12-hour journey wasn't short, and he couldn't endure just eating rations. He had calculated it out. He would eat the boxed meal on the first night, then eat the food he had brought with him on the second day, and once he got home, he could eat as much as he wanted. Chicken cutlet rice, spicy bamboo shoot, 3-flavor fishball set, lychee meat set. The attendant paused to introduce the options. Chen Chen didn't think much of it and ordered the chicken cutlet rice. Chen Chen opened his phone and started scanning, but after a moment, he asked, little sister, what would you like to eat? Chapter 6, The 3 Great Illusions of Life. Lin Mushi seemed taken aback that Chen Chen had asked her what she wanted to eat. She hesitated for a moment before blurting out, chicken cutlet rice, thank you. She then picked up her phone to scan and pay. The flight attendant smiled broadly and brought them 2 portions of chicken cutlet rice. When she saw Lin Mushi's face, she clearly paused for a moment. What a beautiful girl, she looks like a big star. No, she was even more beautiful than a movie star. Those celebrities wear heavy makeup, but this young girl, without any makeup, already possesses a beauty that could captivate a nation. Her expression was a bit too cold, giving off an aloof aura, much like the snow outside. The boy wasn't bad looking either. Overall, the two of them make a good match. Chen Chen didn't know that the flight attendant had mistaken them for a couple. He scanned the payment QR code, entered 150 yuan, and confirmed the payment. The payment for 2 chicken cutlet meals has been received. Please enjoy your meal. Boxed meals, 75 yuan each. After confirming the payment had been received, the attendant pushed the cart forward to continue selling the remaining boxed meals. Chen Chen put away his phone and turned around just as Lin Mushi's surprised eyes met his. Chen Chen held up his phone and said calmly, the price difference for the upper and lower bunks, you didn't take it. Lin Mushi silently swallowed the words, I've already scanned the payment to you, and instead said, thank you, senior. The few hundred yuan for the upper and lower bunks wasn't much to her. Besides, she had only asked Xinyao to buy her a high-speed train soft sleeper ticket because she wanted to experience riding a high-speed train once. You're welcome. Chen Chen suddenly had a strange thought. Although they had only met for the first time, the school beauty didn't seem to reject him. There are 3 great illusions in life, I can turn the tables, I can do it, and she likes me. Chen Chen shook his head. Snap out of it. Reality isn't novel, there's no such thing as the school beauty falling for me. Lin Mushi sat back down on the sofa. The dining table in front of her was almost completely occupied by 2 takeout boxes. Earlier, she could use a book to block their line of sight, but what should she do now? Eat it on the bed? Lin Mushi couldn't bring herself to do it. Was she really supposed to eat face to face with a stranger? But she had never eaten with a stranger before. Just as the girl was hesitating, Chen Chen spoke up. Junior, you eat first. I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later. Chen Chen stepped out of the door, leaving the car compartment for Lin Mushi alone. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, Lin Mushi felt as though something had struck her heart. Yao Yao's worries were a bit unnecessary. She thought. Lin Mushi opened the boxed meal and slowly savored the chicken cutlet rice. If Chen Chen were here now, he would surely remark that someone as good looking as him must even eat beautifully. Facing such a pleasing sight, one could easily eat an extra bowl of rice. Lin Mushi moved gracefully, though not slowly. In about 5 minutes, she had finished eating. Chen Chen stepped out of the carriage, put on his earbuds, and opened Kugo. The song When It Snows was playing, and he clicked play. Shui Zhiqian's rich, magnetic voice filled the air. If you have time, spend the winter with me. I was wondering, what kind of liking is this? When it's snowing, it's the droplets of longing. Chen Shan really liked the lyrics of this song. He had once truly wanted to find a girl to spend the winter with. When it's cold, they could snuggle up together for warmth. On snowy days, they could watch the snow fall or go skiing. Winter was a romantic season for him. That was precisely why he chose to come all the way to Jiangqing to attend university. Unfortunately, the girl he had hoped to spend the winter with ended up spending it with someone else. As the song ended, he just heard Lin Mushi say inside, "Senior, I'm done eating." Chen Chen quickly put his earbuds back in and replied, "Alright." Upon returning to the carriage, Lin Mushi had already packed up the leftover boxed meal. And before Chen Chen could enter, she had already climbed up to the upper bunk using the footrest. The lower bunk was now empty, and to be honest, it felt a bit more relaxed. He really didn't know how to interact with girls without seeming too deliberate. Having gone a whole day without a proper meal, Chen Chen was hungry and opened the boxed lunch to eat. In less than 2 minutes, the entire box meal was gone. He felt better. Lin Mushi sat on the upper bunk, her long legs crossed, holding a copy of Harry Potter. She watched Chen Chen open the boxed meal, and before she could finish reading a page, he had already finished eating. Do guys eat that fast? Don't they chew? Chen Chen was tidying up his desk when the voice of the same waitress from earlier sounded outside the door again. Lunch boxes, 50 yuan each. This is the last round. Once they're gone, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Chen Chen's hand trembled, and the remaining food crumbs nearly spilled onto the table. He knew the boxed meals would be discounted, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Looks like we got ripped off. Ha! Hearing Lin Mushi's voice, Chen Chen looked up in surprise, their eyes meeting briefly before quickly looking away. Good thing we've already finished eating, otherwise it wouldn't taste as good anymore, haha. Chen Chen laughed it off, intending to let the matter drop. However, the flight attendant wasn't ready to let them off the hook so easily. She called out again. Boxed meals, 25 yuan each. Last batch. Once they're gone, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Mushi. Chen Chen. Stop shouting, I know I've been ripped off. Lin Mushi lowered her head and continued flipping through Harry Potter. The high-speed train from Jiangqing to Guangzhou passes through 27 stations, with Jiangqing accounting for 5 of them. Each station is approximately half an hour apart. Currently, the train has been traveling for 1.5 hours, meaning it has only passed 3 stations. In other words, the Harmony Express is still within the jurisdiction of Jiangqing. Dear passengers, due to heavy snowfall, we are implementing slow-speed measures to ensure train safety. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused and appreciate your understanding and cooperation. The most concerning issue has arisen. The heavy snow has caused the tracks to freeze, and the high-speed rail department has dispatched workers to clear the snow from the tracks, forcing the train to proceed slowly. At this pace, we won't be able to leave Jiangqing tonight. Chen Chen, however, didn't seem too bothered. He had already spent over 20 hours on the train. High-speed rail, even at its slowest, shouldn't take more than 20 hours, right? Originally, for over 1,000 yuan, I could only experience 12 hours of a mobile 5-star hotel. Now I can experience a few more hours. Thinking about it that way, it's not so bad. Ha ha. Chen Chen opened his phone and tagged Zhang Tao in the group chat to play together. Surprisingly, he didn't respond. Lu Zihan did reply, though. But his signal was too weak, and during the game, he was almost offline the entire time, getting berated by his teammates. In the end, Chen Chen turned the tide and won with a score of 18-0. Chapter 7, Teaching the School Beauty How to Play Games. The sound of victory came from the phone. Chen Chen suddenly realized something and quickly stood up, apologetically saying to Lin Mushi. Sorry, Junior, did I disturb you? She was so quiet that Chen Chen had forgotten there was another person in the carriage. Earlier, he had just finished a game with Liu Zihan. That wasn't the point. The real problem was that he liked to use voice chat when playing games with his roommates, so every time he entered a game, voice chat was automatically enabled. And Lu Zihan, in the previous game, had been AFK, so her teammates had been berating her the entire game. Anyone who's played games knows that insults start with your mother, move on to relatives, use repetition as a tool, target ancestors, and end with a curse. If you encounter someone who knows how to curse, they can make you question your existence. Coincidentally, the teammates from the previous game were exactly the type who could curse. The entire game was filled with insults, except for the last part when he finally got the rhythm and occasionally asked his teammates to cooperate with him. He must have scared her earlier. Chen Chen was thinking about how to salvage some of his image. Just then, Lin Mushi spoke softly. No. The game I play is called King's Game. At its peak, even 3-year-old children in Longwen knew how to play it. However, there are so many new games coming out now that hardly anyone plays it anymore. Often, while playing, you'll encounter bots. When you encounter bots, your teammates will just start cursing. After all, the most important thing about playing games is to have fun. If it weren't for Chen Chen investing so much time and effort into this game, he probably would have given up long ago. Now it's in a state of limbo. When others play seriously, he just carries them. If others give up or encounter bots, Chen Chen just plays casually. Lin Mushi blinked her beautiful big eyes, and Chen Chen saw a look of confusion in them. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with curiosity stared at Chun Chen. No way, no way, no way. These days, there are actually people who haven't played the game Honor of Kings? The journey is long, and we're just sitting around. Junior, want to play a game? Games have to be played to understand why people curse. So the best way to regain your dignity is to take her for a game. That's right. I don't know how. It's okay, I can teach you. I'm pretty good at this, but that's not the point. First, you need to create an account. Do you want to use QQ or WeChat? Either is fine. By the time Lin Mushi realized what was happening, her phone was already in Chen Chen's hands. She peeked out from the upper bunk, just in time to see her phone screen light up, revealing the lock screen wallpaper Lin Mushi wearing black stockings. Lin Mushi's legs were the standard manga-style legs. Anyone who had seen them would doubt whether such legs could actually exist in real life. She usually took good care of them, trying not to show them off, but her natural endowment was undeniable. Even with careful protection, her legs remained the envy of everyone. The photo on the screen was taken by Qinyao, who had also set it as her lock screen background. In her words, others would have to search online to find someone like her to use as their wallpaper. You have such a natural advantage and you don't use it? That's such a waste. Without hesitation, she set it as her wallpaper. After setting it up, Lin Mushi felt uncomfortable for a while and wanted to change it back, but Qinyao said that if she dared to change it, they would stop being friends. Lin Mushi thought to herself that since only she and Qinyao could see her phone, she decided to keep the screensaver as it was. Little did she know that now a third person had seen it. And it was a guy. Lin Mushi realized she didn't seem to mind Chen Chen seeing it. She instinctively checked Chen Chen's reaction, wanting to know how he felt about seeing her black stockings. But he simply swiped the phone once, realized it was locked, and handed it back to her. Junior, unlock it for me. Someone was actually unfazed by her black stockings. Lin Mushi felt a bit hurt. She refused to believe it. She took the phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, swiped the screen, and handed it back to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the phone, and inside was an even more seductive photo of black stockings. Lin Mushi was sitting on a chair, her black stockinged feet directly facing the phone screen. Chen Chen was caught off guard by the sudden sight of her delicate feet. If the lock screen photo was the entry level, then this one inside was pure temptation. Any man who saw it would let out a monkey-like cry. Chen Chen, however, remained calm as he opened the App Store, found the game Honor of Kings, and clicked download. Lin Mushi's phone had a fast internet connection. It was downloaded in less than a minute. He opened the game and registered a WeChat account for her. Firstly, because he himself was currently mainly playing in the WeChat server. Now that both of them had WeChat friends, it would be more convenient to team up. Second, and most importantly, there were fewer elementary school students in the WeChat server, so the chances of encountering odd teammates were lower. Compared to encountering elementary school students, Chen Chen would rather have AI teammates. After completing the registration, Chen Chen logged into the game and reached the ID setup stage. Little sister, what game name do you want to use? Lin Mushi's gaze followed Chen Chen the entire time. When she saw him remain completely unfazed by her most embarrassing photo, she felt like she had been hit with a million-ton hammer. He actually ignored it like that. Qinyao had explicitly stated that any man who saw that photo would go mad. But Chen Chen remained completely unfazed. Lin Mushi couldn't help but doubt her own figure. Even when Chen Chen asked her a question, she didn't hear him. Forget it, just give her a random ID. Based on her personality as a freshman, she'll probably only play a game or two and then never touch it again. With that thought, Chen Chen typed a few words on the ID card and entered the game. Chen Chen skipped the newbie tutorial and quickly claimed all the available newbie rewards. He handed the phone back to Lin Mushi. Stay on this page. I'll invite you into the room later. If Lin Mushi had listened carefully, she would have noticed a slight tremor in his voice. However, her mind was filled with the question, why is he so calm, so she ignored it. Wait. Pull me into the room? Although Lin Mushi's expression remained icy, the fleeting look of confusion in her eyes was noticed by Chen Chen. It's the game room, where friends team up. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Chen Chen logged into his game account, clicked match, then found Lin Mushi's friend list and clicked invite for entertainment match. Junior, I've invited you. Accept it. Lin Mushi's screen remained on the homepage, and the figure of ink caught her eye. Lin Mushi was well aware of the game Honor of Kings, but she simply didn't feel like playing it. After all, a single game would take at least 10 minutes, and that was enough time for her to memorize an entire lesson. Chapter 8, let's play another round. As Chen Chen finished speaking, a team invitation pop-up appeared on Lin Mushi's screen. Her pale fingertips gently tapped accept, and she saw Chen Chen's Luffy avatar. His in-game name was Fan Chen Xingchen. Looking at her own game name, it read, Shigu Yulan. From the lower bunk, Chen Chen's voice drifted over, I thought Yulan suited you well, so I used that name for you. Like a delicate orchid blooming quietly in a deep mountain valley, emitting a faint fragrance and a sense of peace. This was Chen Chen's current impression of Lin Mushi. As for others' previous descriptions of her as aloof, Chen Shen believed that was likely a protective shell she had wrapped around herself to shield against external disturbances. However, Chen Shen had no intention of piercing that protective shell. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chen Shen had his own as well. If he could, he would never think about certain people again. Lin Mushi remained silent, seeming to tacitly agree with Chen Shen's words. In truth, she didn't care what their names were. Anyway, this game was just something to pass the time during the journey. Once the journey ended, she would return to her original life. She would still be the aloof school beauty. As for Chen Shen, when Chen Shen's name flashed through Lin Mushi's mind, she seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if pondering some indescribable emotion or uncertainty about the future. At that moment, the two of them were in separate bunks, one on the top, one on the bottom, and couldn't see each other's expressions. However, Lin Mushi unexpectedly discovered that through the subtle reflection on the train window, she could catch every one of Chen Shen's movements, even the slightest changes in his expression. Chen Shen leaned lazily against the bed, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. He wore a white high-neck undershirt, which not only fit his figure perfectly but also subtly highlighted his fresh and refined demeanor. His eyes were gently lowered, resembling two deep pools of water, while his hands idly held a phone. The soft glow from the screen gently fell upon his face, adding a touch of tenderness and focus to his appearance. From the moment they began dining, Chen Shen had demonstrated his gentlemanly demeanor. He had suggested that she eat first and then kindly stepped outside to wait, a gesture that clearly showcased his politeness and respect. In Lin Mushi's past experiences, there had been no shortage of gentlemen among the boys who pursued her, but Chen Shen was the first to make her feel so natural and at ease. What impressed Lin Mushi even more was that, during the previous game, when his teammates had already lost their composure, Chen remained calm and composed, ultimately turning the tide single-handedly and leading the team to victory. This kind of courage and sense of responsibility are truly rare in today's fast-paced and superficial society. Xin Yao also plays Honor of Kings in the dormitory, but you can often hear her and her teammates arguing with each other. The intensity was similar to what I had just heard. It was precisely because of this that when he invited her to play a game, Lin Mushi agreed almost without hesitation. The internet on the high-speed train was fairly smooth. When the game reached the crucial stage of selecting heroes, Chen Shen thoughtfully suggested, "Junior, since you're a newbie, I recommend you choose a hero with relatively simple controls. Yao. You happen to have a trial card for Yao, so you can use my skin sharing feature to pick a skin you like." Chen Shen's account was V10. This was also one of the reasons he couldn't bear to give up the game. Back then, he was young and naive. Every time a new skin was released, he would buy it without hesitation and keep it as a treasure. Back then, he chose to write online novels because he couldn't afford to buy game skins. Little did he know it would end up paying off so handsomely. Now, he can buy any skin he wants whenever he wants. However, what is infuriating is that the game now releases events every so often, giving players the chance to obtain epic skins for free. Facing such a benefit, Chen Shen couldn't help but lament with a sigh of regret. What about all the skins I spent money on before? What's the point of that now? After entering the game, Lin Mushi followed Chen Shen's instructions and stayed right behind him the entire time. "Yao Mei, watch closely, I'm about to go all out." Teammate Marco Polo roared boldly, then charged into the team fight with a powerful ultimate move. While this move successfully weakened several enemy heroes, unfortunately, he himself also died heroically, becoming a selfless worker. Even in death, he didn't forget to tease through the microphone, "Yao Mei, even though you didn't follow me closely, I paved a bright path to victory for you." Touching, isn't it? Lin Mushi's originally aloof expression softened slightly at Marco Polo's humor, proving that this game wasn't entirely without its charms. Meanwhile, Chen Shen controlled the mad dog Dianwei, with Yao Mei on his head, timing his move perfectly to charge into the team fight and easily secure kills. Did you see that? That's the attention to detail of a top-tier Marco Polo player. Most people couldn't pull that off. After remaining silent throughout the entire game, the mid-laner Angela couldn't help but speak up. "Does attention to detail kill you?" Ha ha ha. The first game ended in a perfect conclusion amid laughter and joy. "Let's play another game," Lin Mushi suggested, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Soon, the second game began. This time, Lin Mushi once again chose Yao as her hero. Chen Shen, however, switched roles and chose the jungler hero Kai. As the game progressed to level 4, the marksman Shangxiang began calling out to Yao, "Yao, come with me." Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment, unable to shake the teasing words of Marco Polo from the previous game from her mind. She decided to leap down from Chen Shen's head and slowly make her way toward the marksman. However, as she moved, Chen Shen swiftly noticed that the enemy jungler was secretly supporting the marksman, so he followed closely behind. As soon as Lin Mushi stood in front of the marksman, she heard him say in a teasing tone, "Yao Yao, come on." This remark caused a slight crack to appear in Lin Mushi's previously calm expression. She then decisively took a few steps back and chose to follow Chen Shen. As it turned out, her choice was the right one. Just as Lin Mushi decided to follow Chen Shen, the enemy jungler suddenly appeared behind the marksman Shangxiang and launched a surprise attack. Shangxiang was caught off guard and knocked down instantly. After finishing off the marksman, the enemy jungler aimed for Yao Mei, only to discover that lurking behind her was a beast Chen Shen's controlled Kaida. Just as the enemy jungler was about to secure the kill, Kai Daddy suddenly activated his ultimate ability and charged in, like a tiger descending from the mountain, dispatching one enemy at a time with ease, effortlessly securing the kills of the enemy jungler and marksman. The enemy support, seeing this, tried to take advantage of the situation to pick up a kill, but unfortunately, they were also taken down. Chapter 9, Rising Tensions. That's amazing. Lin Mushi couldn't help but whisper under her breath. Though her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, in the silent carriage, only she and Shen Shen could hear it clearly. Receiving praise from his junior, Shen Shen felt as though he had been injected with endless motivation. He skillfully maneuvered Kai like a seasoned warrior, charging relentlessly toward the enemy's high ground. Under his leadership, they quickly destroyed the enemy's crystal and secured victory in the match. Meanwhile, our team's marksman had a score of 0-10 and a rating of 2.2, a truly disgraceful performance. So weak. How dare he let Yao Mei play with him when he's so bad? After the game ended, Shen Shen said to Lin Mushi, "Alright, Junior, I'm done with the game. You can log off too." "Alright," Lin Mushi replied succinctly. Although the game had ended, the emotions between the two had quietly grown warmer over the two matches, as if their hearts were slowly drawing closer in the virtual world of the game. After logging out of the game, Lu Zihan's messages exploded in the dormitory group chat like a barrage of bullets. The goddess actually asked to switch beds with me. I even treated the goddess to dinner. The atmosphere was amazing. Me and the goddess. He couldn't wait to share every detail of his time with Lin Qingyan with everyone, as if to boast about his conquests. The other three people in room 602, though not in the same compartment as him, felt as though they were sitting right beside him. Don't get too involved. Zhou Yuyan, you dare to record the entire process from the moment you and your goddess go to sleep until you wake up and share it next time? Jiang Tao, exactly. We're not interested in your lovey-dovey stuff anymore. If you're brave enough, why not do a live stream? After these two messages were sent, Liu Zihan pretended to be dead for a while. A few minutes later, Jiang Tao tagged Chen Chen in the group chat. "Doggy, come here. Today, I'll teach you a few tricks on how to chat with girls properly. Let us show Lu Zihan what the right approach looks like. First, you need to learn to listen. Girls often don't really need you to provide solutions. They value whether you're listening to them and understanding their feelings. So, when chatting with girls, remember to ask questions like what happened next or what do you think to make her feel that you're paying attention to her. Second, humor is important. But not the kind of crude jokes, the kind that makes her smile. For example, talk about the latest memes or occasionally make a self-deprecating joke to make her think you're an interesting person. Additionally, remember to express praise at the right moments, but don't overdo it. For example, if she posts a selfie on her social media, you could say, "The scenery is beautiful, and you're even more beautiful." This way, you're complimenting her without coming across as too obvious. Lastly, and most importantly, stay genuine. Don't change yourself to please her. Be your authentic self. If she likes you, it's because she likes who you truly are. Chen Shen looked at the long message Jiang Tao had sent in the group chat and was speechless for a moment. This guy was pretending to be teaching him, but in reality, he was secretly giving Lu Zihan a lesson. Unfortunately, Lu Zihan probably didn't even notice the deeper meaning behind it. Chen Shen quickly replied, "I'll try it right away. Let's see the results in the group later." About half an hour later, he estimated the time was right and announced in the group chat, "I've tried it. The results are significant and very satisfying." The previous message went unanswered, like a stone sinking into the sea. But when Chen Chen sent the message, "Tested and the results are excellent," Jiang Tao immediately sent him a private message. "Are you serious? Did you really try it? Does it really work?" Sure enough, Jiang Tao wasn't confident himself. "Chen Chen, of course it's fake." Jiang Tao. "Chen Chen, you're pulling a fast one, using stuff from Baidu to deceive people. Who would believe that?" As soon as Chen Chen sent this message, Lu Zihan's message exploded in the group chat. "Lu Zilu at Jiang Tao at Chen Shen, I used your method to interact with the goddess, and it was super effective. The goddess thinks I'm a pervert and has already banned me from talking to her. Lu Zihan at Jiang Tao at Chen Shen, you two little bastards, come out here. Chen Chen. Jiang Tao. Zhou Yuyan, your goddess didn't call the police? She's too kind. Lu Zihan. From now on, this guy will probably have to keep a low profile." It was 11 p.m. It had been over 2 hours since the two of them had finished playing the game. The high-speed train was still moving at a slow pace. The speed was barely faster than Chen Chen's grandmother riding a bicycle. Just as he was thinking, a pair of slender black stockinged feet suddenly appeared before his eyes, like a stunning glimpse of night. Chen Chen's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He tried to stay calm, but his gaze couldn't help but slowly follow the black silk-clad feet upward. A cold and beautiful young woman suddenly came into view. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, gently cascading down both sides of her shoulders, adding a touch of effortless laziness and an indescribable allure to her appearance. Chen Shen suddenly realized his gaze was inappropriate and quickly looked away, but his heart couldn't help but stir with a series of delicate ripples. He cleared his throat softly, his voice trembling slightly, as if trying to mask the awkwardness and excitement he felt inside. He then turned his gaze toward the window, pretending to be calm, hoping to lose himself in the deep, dark nightscape. However, those black silk-clad feet, as exquisite as works of art, had already left an indelible mark on his heart. No matter how hard he tried, the image lingered in his mind like an engraving, refusing to fade away. Lin Mushi gracefully jumped down from the upper bunk and hurried toward the bathroom with light footsteps. As that graceful figure gradually disappeared behind the bathroom door, Chen Shen finally exhaled deeply, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling much lighter. He slowly leaned back into the chair, closed his eyes, and let his thoughts drift freely through his mind. Every moment he had spent with Lin Mushi, whether it was the faint smile on her lips or the way her eyes sparkled with life, was like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining brilliantly in his heart. Time seemed to slow down and grow heavy in that moment. Chen Shen could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat echoing softly in his ears. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Just as he was immersed in this rare moment of tranquility, the bathroom door quietly opened, and Lin Mushi's figure once again elegantly came into view, like a sudden breeze gently sweeping across his heart, creating ripples of delicate emotion. Chapter 10: Sudden Power Outage. When Chen Shen came to his senses again, he found himself already in the bathroom. The air was filled with the faint, refreshing fragrance of a young girl, ethereal and enchanting, making one want to lose oneself in it. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Chen Shen snapped back to reality. He walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and rinsed his face. He leaned his hands on either side of the sink. A sudden urge to urinate came from his lower abdomen. Chen Shen suddenly remembered that he had come to the bathroom to relieve himself, hadn't he? After finishing, he shook himself off as usual, washed his hands again, and opened the door to step out. Lin Mushi lay leisurely on the upper bunk, her back gently leaning against the soft bed frame. The soft, warm light caressed her body, as if it had been specially adjusted for her, perfectly illuminating her smooth, silk-like black hair and casting a faint halo around her. At that moment, she was immersed in the pages of her book, her every movement exuding an indescribable elegance, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene of a woman lost in reading. Lin Mushi naturally sensed someone watching her, but she made no movement. Due to the innate coolness and pride in her personality, Lin Mushi rarely revealed her true, unadorned self in front of others. As for this relaxed, domestic image, it was even rarer for others to witness, almost to the point of being countable on one hand. After her family, Xinyao was the first to see it, and Chen Shen was the second. You lucky guy. Realizing his slip-up, Chen Shen acted like a youngster, scratching his head before sitting down on his bed to prepare for sleep. However, just then, the entire carriage suddenly plunged into a deep darkness, as if swallowed by the night. The sudden change caught Chen Shen off guard. Before he could fully react, a faint yet clear scream echoed in his ears. Though the voice was suppressed and not very loud, the fear and panic it contained were undeniable, as if the person making the sound was in extreme terror. Chen Shen's heart tightened suddenly, and he sprang up from the bed, his eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. Lin Mushi had been fully engrossed in the magical world of Harry Potter. When she felt it was time to rest, the carriage suddenly plunged into darkness. Due to some unpleasant experiences from her childhood, she harbored a deep-seated fear of the dark. Every night, she left a lamp on by her bed and in the hallway to feel safer, and she always carried a small bedside lamp in her bag, intending to turn it on before sleeping. Little did she know that the train would suddenly lose power. In the endless darkness, Lin Mushi's fear surged like a tidal wave, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Just as despair and fear intertwined, a warm and reassuring voice broke through the darkness like a ray of light, penetrating her fear and reaching her side. It must be a power outage. Don't worry, Junior, Chen Shen's voice carried a soothing quality. Turn on your phone's flashlight mode to illuminate the area. I'll contact the train staff to inquire about the situation. Lin Mushi followed Chen Shen's instructions, and her trembling fingers finally found her phone. The faint light on the screen was weak, but it was enough to ignite a spark of hope in her heart. With the faint light, she could barely make out her surroundings, and the deep-seated fear in her heart gradually eased under Chen Shen's reassurance. Chen Shen quickly pulled out his own phone and, with practiced ease, found the emergency contact information for the train attendant. Hello, this is compartment 10, soft sleeper. Why is the power out? On the other end of the line, the train attendant's voice was filled with apology. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Due to an unexpected blizzard, the train's electrical system has malfunctioned. It is estimated that repairs will take approximately half an hour. Chen Shen asked further, will the heating also be turned off? The conductor replied helplessly, I'm sorry, yes, the heating will also be suspended. However, please rest assured that we are working diligently to restore power as soon as possible. After hanging up, Chen Shen immediately shared the bad news with Lin Mushi. He comforted her, a blizzard is a natural disaster, this is not something the high-speed rail station would want to see either. All we can do now is pray silently that the high-speed rail staff can resolve the issue and restore power as soon as possible. Half an hour? Lin Mushi looked at her phone, which had only 20% battery left, and her body trembled involuntarily again. Chen Chen, standing beside the bed, immediately noticed this trait of hers. Junior, are you afraid of the dark? Lin Mushi took a deep breath, forcing her voice to sound calm as before. Senior, could you help me find my suitcase? There are 2 bedside nightlights inside. Could you please get them out for me? But she didn't realize that this voice, which was both cool and fragile, was truly irresistible. Chen Chen didn't hesitate. Sure. As long as you don't mind that I'm a guy. Thank you, senior. There were only the 2 of them in the compartment, either Chen Chen's luggage or Lin Mushi's, so Chen Chen found her luggage easily. Lin Mushi's suitcase was just like her, cold and elegant in white. Chen Chen pulled the suitcase out, used his phone as flashlight to find the zipper, but discovered it was a combination lock. Junior, I don't know the password. You might have to come down and open it yourself. Before Chen Chen could finish speaking, Lin Mushi had already said the password. The password is. With the password, Chen Chen quickly opened the suitcase. However, when he saw the contents inside, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. First to catch his eye were neatly stacked piles of pink underwear and bras. Chen Chen had never seen so many panties and bras before. He was secretly amazed, never expecting the school beauty who always seemed so aloof and arrogant to have such a girly side. They say every girl has a girly side, and it seems that's true. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even Lin Mushi, who appeared as cold as an ice queen on the surface, had such a warm and adorable side. Seeing that Chen Chen hadn't moved, Lin Mushi gathered her courage and peeked out to look at the lower bunk. When she saw the items in the luggage, a trace of regret flashed across her beautiful face, and a hint of pink crept up her ears, spreading outward. Oh no, I forgot to pack my underwear in the suitcase. Why, I can't show my face now. P.S. Please keep reading. Chapter 11, Finding a Way to Stay Warm. Few people knew that besides being beautiful and having an incredible figure, Lin Mushi had another remarkable quality. That is her voluptuous figure. Because of this, she has very high standards for bras. Wearing ordinary bras makes her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she could lose a few pounds to lighten the burden. For this reason, she usually wears clothes that are relatively loose and conservative. Therefore, aside from those closest to her, almost no one knows the secret. And this secret was revealed today by a man she had just met for the first time. Lin Mushi felt like she couldn't face anyone. Fortunately, both were in the dark, which unintentionally eased the awkwardness between them. Chen Chen struggled to control his gaze and kept his hands away from the girl's clothing. However, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, he inevitably made contact. With no other option, Chen Chen forced himself to close his eyes. If he couldn't see, it should be better. However, the sensation of being able to feel something despite not being able to see it felt like a demon was assaulting Chen Chen's rationality. The sensation was too good. He had never felt clothing this soft before. Could it be that a girl's undergarments feel this comfortable to the touch? Right, my junior must be at least a D. Damien. Chen Chen, stop your imagination. In the end, Chen Chen opened his eyes again. Sure enough, eyes are truly essential for humans. After fumbling around for a moment, he finally found the bedside nightlight Lin Mushi had mentioned. Chen Chen quickly took it out, not bothering to check if the suitcase was in disarray, and closed the door that had nearly led him astray. Chen Chen blushed as he handed the nightlight up. Junior, I found it. Lin Mushi blushed, thank you. As the soft, warm light slowly filled the entire carriage, Lin Mushi felt as though she had found her way home after a long, dark night. Her eyes gradually regained their sparkle, and the surroundings became clear and distinct under the gentle glow. In that moment, she felt as though she had finally rediscovered her lost self, and the anxiety and fear in her heart dissipated significantly. Junior, I'm right nearby. If you need any help or just want to chat, feel free to call me anytime. I'll respond immediately. After leaving those words, Chen Chen quickly returned to his own bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blankets, as if trying to drive away the chill surrounding him. Although the lighting issue had been resolved, a more urgent problem now loomed before them. The winter in Jiangchang was exceptionally harsh, with temperatures regularly dropping below freezing. Originally, in the well-heated train compartment, such cold was nothing to worry about. However, with the heating system suddenly shutting down, the situation had become dire. Within just a few minutes, the temperature inside the carriage seemed to plummet instantly, and the cold spread rapidly like frost, enveloping the entire space, as if even the air had frozen into ice. Lin Mushi couldn't help but shiver and whispered, "It's so cold." She clung tightly to the small nightlight, trying to draw a bit of warmth from it, but though its glow was gentle, it couldn't dispel the biting cold. Hearing Lin Mushi's voice, Chen Chen's heart tightened. After a moment's hesitation, he sat up from the bed, walked to the wardrobe, and took out the 2 jackets hanging inside. He quickly put his own coat on, feeling a hint of warmth, before gathering his courage, taking a deep breath, and gently handing Lin Mushi her coat as well. "Junior, put on your coat. It'll be warmer." Lin Mushi took the coat, and her fingertips touched the fabric still warm from Chen Chen's body, causing a wave of warmth to surge through her heart. She softly said, "Thank you," and quickly put the coat on. Indeed, the thin fabric felt like a barrier, blocking out some of the cold from the outside. But she was still freezing. Chen Chen stood there, watching her put on the coat, still shivering uncontrollably. He recalled the scene of opening her luggage earlier. Lin Mushi's suitcase contained plenty of underwear and bras, but not many warm clothes. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen took off his own coat and said, "Junior, put on another coat. It'll be warmer." Lin Mushi looked at the jacket Chen Chen handed her, still warm from his body heat, and a hint of surprise and gratitude flashed in her eyes. She asked instinctively, "What about you? What will you do?" Chen Chen's gaze swept around the train compartment before settling on the hot water bottle by his bed. He had prepared it specially before going to sleep, hoping it would help alleviate the fatigue of the day. He quickly picked up the hot water bottle, tested the temperature, and found that the water inside was still warm. "I'll hold this hot water bottle, it should keep me warm." He looked at Lin Mushi, who was still hesitating, and added, "I'm a guy, I can handle the cold better. Plus, the train attendant said power would be restored within half an hour. 10 minutes have already passed, we just need to hold on for another 20 minutes. Lin Mushi felt a warm wave of emotion welling up inside her. She hesitated for a moment before finally taking Chen Chen's jacket. As she put it on, she was surprised to find that the jacket didn't have the sweaty odor she had expected from a guy's clothing. Instead, it emitted a fresh, delicate fragrance, which was completely different from her previous impressions of men. The dim lights in the carriage cast soft shadows on the two of them, and the air was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Lin Mushi felt the warmth from this stranger, and her heart was filled with gratitude and warmth. 20 minutes later, the darkness in the carriage was suddenly broken by a flash of light. The lights flickered a few times before gradually stabilizing and returning to their usual brightness. At the same time, the familiar, steady voice of the train attendant echoed through the speakers, "Dear passengers, after our efforts, power supply has been fully restored. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused and thank you for your understanding and cooperation." However, just as everyone was beginning to relax and show signs of relief, the train attendant's voice sounded again, bringing an unexpected twist. "To ensure the stability of the power supply, we will temporarily delay the restoration of the heating system." Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere in the carriage froze. Lin Mushi instinctively tightened the coat Chen Chen had handed her. Though the fresh scent of the coat still brought her a sense of comfort, the gradually dropping temperature in the carriage made her feel a chill. She turned to look at Chen Chen, who also furrowed his brows slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 12, Junior, I have another idea. 20 minutes passed, and due to the low temperature, the water in the kettle had cooled down considerably. Since the heating couldn't be restored, they had no choice but to find their own way to stay warm. Chen Chen gathered his courage, got out of bed again, found his luggage, and pulled out a few sweaters from inside. He put them on until he was wrapped up like a penguin, then stopped. Lin Mushi lay on the upper bunk, turning her head to watch Chen Chen's movements. Because it was so cold, his movements while putting on clothes were a bit clumsy, like an old man. However, he was naturally good looking, so it looked comical. Lin Mushi's aloof expression softened into a smile. Under the soft light, it was like the gentlest ray of morning sunlight piercing through the night veil, gently bathing the world in warmth. As if making a difficult decision, Lin Mushi sat up, took the jacket covering her, and handed it to Chen Chen. "Senior, I should return your jacket." Chen Chen patted his slightly bulky figure with satisfaction. Hearing Lin Mushi's words, he turned his head and smiled. "No need, Junior. You're a girl, you're more sensitive to the cold. I can stay warm with a few more sweaters. Look," Chen Chen said, making a funny penguin-like gesture. Lin Mushi almost burst out laughing, but she was used to being aloof in front of others and managed to hold it in. Lin Mushi looked out at the snow-covered landscape outside, her cold expression turning grim. This isn't going to work. This was a high-speed train carriage, and even the most basic heating was unavailable. If it stays this cold, it won't work. We won't be able to sleep at all. Chen Chen had naturally considered this issue as well. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. "Junior, actually, I have another idea." Lin Mushi asked, "What plan?" The two of them were in a situation that felt a lot like two brothers in the same boat. Plus, Chen Chen gave off such a clean and innocent vibe like an older brother but with a touch of the younger brother, which made Lin Mushi's feelings for him skyrocket. His tone was no longer as stiff as before. "If you don't mind, you can come down here with me to keep warm. I mean, you on one side, me on the other, with 2 blankets and 2 jackets, that way we'll stay warm. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." To prove he wasn't a bad person, Chen Chen added a sentence. For now, this was indeed a good solution. The only inconvenience was that they were of different genders. Chen Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath again, if only it were a guy. Everyone is male, there's no need for such considerations. It's been like this for so long. Chen Chen suddenly envisioned 2 men crammed onto a single bed, and he shook his head in horror. Forget it, the female student is fine too. At least, with the younger female student around, the entire carriage smells nice, no fishy odor, and no other random smells. As long as she doesn't mind. Lin Mushi seemed to be considering the feasibility of Chen Chen's suggestion. After about a minute, a pair of black stockinged feet appeared before Chen Chen once again. They appeared suddenly, nearly stepping on his chest, causing Chen Chen to jerk backward in fright. Lin Mushi also felt she had almost kicked someone and quickly said, "Sorry. It's okay. This freshman girl, she seems a bit innocent?" He's a guy, after all, she shouldn't be so careless. But then he thought he had invited her down to keep warm together, so he didn't seem like a bad person either. After Lin Mushi came down from the upper bunk, he also took down his blanket. Seeing this, Chen Chen made his own bed, then took Lin Mushi's blanket and placed it over his own. With 2 layers of blankets, the bed looked much more comfortable. If it were a bit bigger, it would actually feel like a 5-star hotel. Junior, you go first. All right. Lin Mushi nodded faintly and climbed into the bed. Only after Lin Mushi had settled into a comfortable position did Chen Chen speak up. Junior, I'll go in now. After Chen Chen entered, he didn't stretch out his legs but kept them curled up, trying to give as much space as possible to the girl. Lin Mushi shared the same thought, which resulted in the 2 of them each curling up at one end, leaving a large empty space in between. However, neither of them mentioned it. Chen Chen held his phone, turned the volume to the lowest setting, and silently scrolled through videos. Lin Mushi's phone was charging, so she couldn't play with it and continued reading her book. Normally, at this time, they should have been asleep. But given the current situation, neither of them dared to sleep. I couldn't sleep either. After scrolling through for about half an hour, it became increasingly uninteresting, so Chen Chen closed the short video app and opened Bilibili instead. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well find a movie to watch. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Mushi, who was still reading, completely engrossed in her book. The cold weather couldn't dampen her enthusiasm for reading. She was so quiet that it felt like the whole world had gone silent except for her. For no apparent reason, Chen Chen sensed a sense of loneliness emanating from her. It seemed that she wasn't reading because she enjoyed it, but because she didn't know what else to do, so she turned to books to pass the time. Or perhaps, only when she was reading could she find herself. A faint pang of sympathy welled up in Chen Chen, and he asked, Junior, want to watch a movie together? Lin Mushi paused for a moment and looked up. Chen Chen said, the night is long, and reading all night can get boring. I have a Bilibili membership. Want to watch a movie? Watch a movie? Lin Mushi thought it sounded like a good idea, but something felt off. Should she refuse or not? At that moment, Chen Chen had already taken out his phone, moved closer, and placed it in front of Lin Mushi, scrolling through Bilibili. Junior, what movie do you want to watch? Lin Mushi thought about refusing, but her hands were honest, this one. Chen Chen looked at the movie she was pointing at and said, this movie is about the story of a genius scientist during World War II. Coincidentally, I've been wanting to watch it too. Let's watch this one. Chen Chen pulled out a phone stand from somewhere, clamped it to the upper bunk, adjusted the angle, and opened the movie. He leaned back against the wall, resting his hands on his knees, trying to relax. To be honest, curling up on the bed for half an hour had been exhausting, and his legs were almost numb. Lin Mushi wasn't in much better shape. After Chen Chen adjusted the phone's position, she did the same as him, leaning back on the bed, her hands wrapped around her knees, intently staring at the phone screen. If someone were to walk by, they would see the young man and woman on soft berth 10 sitting upright, staring intently at their phones. How to describe it? It was like a group of kindergarten children behaving themselves. Chapter 13, Watching a Movie Together. After sitting up straight, Lin Mushi felt a bit regretful. Looking back on her life, she had never watched a movie with a boy before. And her first time was with a stranger. That strange feeling welled up again. Chen Chen didn't think much of it, he simply wanted to change seats to make himself more comfortable. Plus, he wanted to pull Lin Mushi out of her own world. Her world was too lonely. Humans are social creatures, they need to interact with others to truly appreciate how wonderful the world is. Plus, judging by his estimate, the heating should be back by the time the movie ended. Then he could finally get a good night's sleep. Then, he'd be almost home. It had been over 2 months since his last visit home, and Chen Chen was really looking forward to going back. Plus, with the Lunar New Year approaching, the longing to return home felt like a surge of blood in his veins, making him unwilling to stay away any longer. Even if it meant being scolded by his mother, he just wanted to get home as soon as possible. He hoped the high-speed train would depart from Jiangxing tomorrow. As the iconic opening credits slowly rolled, the movie officially began. Lin Mushi's long eyelashes trembled gently, like feathers swaying in the morning breeze. Chen Chen noticed by chance that beneath her eyes lay the legendary caterpillar eyebrows, making her eyes appear even brighter and deeper, as if they could overflow with tears. As the movie progressed, the 2 of them unconsciously drew closer to each other. The slightest movement caused their elbows to touch. Neither of them noticed their state until the movie's lighting changed, and Chen Chen felt the atmosphere suddenly grow sensual. At that moment, a strand of hair as smooth as silk slipped from Lin Mushi's shoulder and gently rested on Chen Chen's hand, carrying a fresh, youthful fragrance. This unexpected touch sent ripples of emotion through Chen Chen's heart. He suddenly realized he had become nervous, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Though he wasn't the flashy type, he wasn't exactly an introvert either. He usually got along well with his friends, but now he felt his heart beginning to race. The hand that had been resting comfortably on his knee now felt out of place, as if it had suddenly lost its anchor. The freshman girl was truly stunning, making it nearly impossible to focus on the movie when faced with such beauty. Lin Mushi seemed to sense Chen Chen's gaze and turned her head, their eyes meeting. She asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Chen panicked, quickly turning his head away, his voice betraying his nervousness. "Nothing, nothing." His series of awkward movements flashed across Lin Mushi's eyes, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She paused for a moment, then quickly refocused her gaze on the screen, trying to calm the ripples in her heart. A subtle feeling lingered in her heart, but she quickly shook her head and thought to herself, "It must be a mistake." The movie continued to unfold. To break the awkward silence, Chen Chen struggled to find a topic. "Junior, do you feel like we're just watching a movie in the classroom right now?" "A little. Just a bit less crowded, huh?" After Chen Chen's light-hearted banter, the atmosphere in the carriage relaxed noticeably. The distance between the two of them had also grown closer, no longer as awkward as before. Chen Chen had never imagined he'd end up watching a movie with a girl, let alone the school beauty. But reality was so unpredictable. Not only was he watching a movie with a girl, but she was also the aloof school beauty. As he spent more time with Lin Mushi, Chen Chen gradually realized that she wasn't as aloof as everyone had made her out to be. If you ignore her stunning looks, she was just a cute and adorable younger sister with her own warmth and tenderness. Just then, a scene inappropriate for minors suddenly appeared on the screen. Though it was already quite subtle. But anyone who's an adult knows what it's implying. Lin Mushi blushed. How could this happen? Although she knew that every movie had such scenes. But she was watching it with a stranger, which made it awkward. Chen Chen was speechless. "Wait, I invited my junior to watch a historical film, and you suddenly throw in a woman's soft moans and a man's low growls. If you're going to discuss the economy, just discuss the economy. Why suddenly throw in a crazy kissing scene? What's going on here?" At this point, staying silent was clearly inappropriate. He brainstormed for a moment and said. Chen Chen said, "In the West, people are more passionate and open. In movies, having such a scene is quite normal. If the freshman watches more of them, she'll get used to it. It feels like watching a movie at home and getting caught by your parents at the crucial moment, then making up an excuse to cover it up. Forget it, just destroy it." Chen Chen thought to himself, giving up. Anyway, after this, he and the younger female student wouldn't have any further interaction. Let's just consider it one of the unforgettable events in life. On the high-speed train, watching a romantic scene in a movie with the school's cold beauty. Thinking about it that way, it didn't seem so embarrassing after all. Ha ha. Lin Mushi glanced at Chen Chen but said nothing. She wasn't too good at socializing to begin with, and now she was in such an awkward situation, feeling like she was being roasted on a spit. Chen Chen laughed it off. Watch the movie, watch the movie. After that, neither of them spoke, simply watching the movie in silence. The movie was quite long, lasting nearly 3 hours. By the time it ended, it was already past 4 in the morning, almost 5. Looking out the window, the snowfall seemed to have eased slightly, though it might also have been because the high-speed train was gradually leaving Jiangcheng and moving away from the snow-covered sky. Chen Chen stretched lazily, his body feeling slightly stiff from sitting for so long. He turned to look at Lin Mushi and noticed she was staring out the window, her eyes holding a faint, almost imperceptible look of confusion. "It's getting late. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" Chen Chen asked with concern. After all, a long journey and a late-night movie were no small feat for anyone. Although it was still cold, the two of them had been in the same blanket for so long that a subtle, warm connection had formed between them. To be honest, Lin Mushi was indeed tired. She had never stayed up this late before. Her eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, each blink feeling like a final battle against sleep. Despite this, she continued to stay awake, not wanting Chen Chen beside her to notice her fatigue. Chen Chen noticed her concern and patted his chest reassuringly. "Junior, go ahead and sleep. I promise I won't do anything to you." Chapter 14. Chen Chen sat on the edge of the bed, vigorously patting his chest. His posture had a touch of a brothel madam, as if he were enthusiastically inviting passers-by. "Sir, please come in. This is a legitimate inn, I assure you." Lin Mushi chuckled to herself, wondering how she could have such a ridiculous thought. She looked at Chen Chen, who returned her a reassuring smile. Recalling the events of their journey, Lin Mushi felt a deep sense of trust toward Chen Chen. She nodded, rested her head on the bed, and closed her eyes. Lin Mushi thought to herself, "I'll just doze off for half an hour. When it's morning and people start moving around outside, I'll catch up on sleep then." Or maybe she could wait until she got back to sleep, since she often stayed up late anyway. However, she was truly exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell asleep before long. You see, Lin Mushi had always suffered from severe sleep deprivation. Whenever she found herself in a new environment, it always took her a long time to adjust. Just like this time when she started university and moved into the dormitory. It took her a full 2 weeks to finally get used to this completely new environment. Even so, insomnia still frequently plagued her. The unfamiliar surroundings made it difficult for her to fall asleep, and whenever this happened, she often had to rely on some sleep aids to finally drift off. Chen Chen was unaware of all this. Listening to the steady, shallow breathing coming from beside him, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint, helpless smile. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness she met me. If it had been any other guy, with her stunning beauty, how could he resist committing a crime?" He no longer stared at her stunning face, fearing he might lose control of his inner demons. He picked up his phone to check how far they had traveled. Sure enough, a high-speed train was still within the city limits of Jiangcheng. However, at this pace, he should be able to leave Jiangcheng before dawn. A message from Liu Zihan popped up on WeChat. Chen Chen opened it and glanced at it. Haha, I'm finally out of Jiangcheng. Just as he finished reading the message, a deafening roar erupted outside the window. An old green-painted train whizzed past at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a long echo. Chen Chen was speechless. Unbelievable this time, the green-painted train was actually faster than the high-speed rail. This was his first time buying such an expensive high-speed rail ticket, and this was the result. Never mind, I won't think about it. After staying up all night, he was exhausted. Chen Chen yawned widely, returned to the spot farthest from Lin Mushi, leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Chen Chen slept very soundly. Basically, he slept the same way he had before falling asleep. When he wakes up, it's the same. At most, he might roll over once in the middle of the night. He never snored while sleeping at most, his breathing was slightly heavier, but it remained within normal limits and did not cause any disturbance to others. His roommates often tease him, saying that he sleeps so elegantly that if they hadn't all gone to the bathhouse together, they would have suspected he was a girl. In contrast, Lin Mushi's sleep was quite restless. She seemed like a piece of duckweed floating on a turbulent water surface, constantly searching for something to anchor her restless mind. Her sleeping position constantly shifts, as if she is battling an invisible nightmare, striving to grasp even the slightest hint of stability and peace. In the afternoon, rays of warm sunlight, like delicate golden silk, skillfully and lightly penetrated the tiny gaps in the blackout curtains of the high-speed train's soft sleeper compartment. They fell silently into every corner of the compartment, finally spreading gently across the bed. In the soft interplay of light and shadow, Chen Chen unconsciously extends a hand, gently placing it on his forehead, as if to block the unintended intrusion of the bright light. Then, his eyes slowly open, carrying a hint of the haziness of waking and a curiosity to explore the world anew. After a good night's sleep, the fatigue from staying up late was completely gone. Glancing instinctively across the room, Lin Mushi was nowhere to be seen. Chen Chen thought she might have gone to the bathroom. Just as Chen Chen was about to adjust his posture for a more comfortable position, he suddenly felt as though something heavy was pressing down on him. At first, he thought it might be his jacket still draped over the blanket, but when he carefully lifted a corner of the blanket, the sight before him made him gasp in shock. Without knowing when, Lin Mushi had quietly moved from the other side of the bed to Chen Chen's side, like a peaceful little cat. At that moment, her soft head was resting gently on his stomach, breathing evenly and calmly, sleeping soundly, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. A ray of golden sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently bathing her slightly flushed cheeks in a warm, soft glow, adding a touch of fantasy and beauty to her sleeping face. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by an unknown force. For a moment, he froze in place, forgetting how to react. Just then, as if sensing someone's gaze upon her, Lin Mushi slowly awoke from her slumber. Her tiny hands instinctively clenched into fists, feeling both comfortable and a bit awkward, but so warm. Lin Mushi instinctively reached out to embrace the warmth. Until a muffled groan reached her ears, she jolted awake, her eyes flashing with confusion and bewilderment. Lin Mushi abruptly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Chen Chen's. Both their faces were filled with surprise and awkwardness. Her cheeks quickly flushed red, like peach blossoms blooming in the morning sun, delicate and vibrant. I'm sorry. I don't know how this happened. Lin Mushi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and her hands hurriedly moved away from Chen Chen's stomach, as if she had touched something scalding hot. Chen Chen also struggled to regain his voice. He cleared his throat, trying to ease the sudden awkwardness. It's okay. Maybe you were just sleeping too soundly and did it unconsciously. Yeah, it's fine. As he spoke, he sat up straight, trying to make his expression look natural, but the turmoil within him refused to subside. He glanced at Lin Mushi, who had her head slightly lowered, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, covering half of her face, adding a touch of shyness and cuteness. The train car fell into a brief silence, broken only by the occasional sound of the train moving outside and the two of them breathing slightly hurriedly. Chen Chen tried to find a topic to break the awkwardness, but after opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Mushi sat there quietly, like a delicate sculpture, motionless except for her clear eyes, which flickered slightly, revealing the thoughts and emotions swirling within her. Chapter 15, Senior, I'll take responsibility for you. She actually. Is it too late to cut off my hands now? Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Chen noticed Lin Mushi's flushed cheeks, looking like a little wife who had been bullied. Chen Chen's inner thoughts, there's absolutely nothing going on. Lin Mushi knew it was already too late. She felt a surge of regret. She never knew she had the potential to be a female troublemaker. She had no idea how to handle the situation at hand. Junior, your phone has been ringing. Chen Chen's voice broke the silence, snapping Lin Mushi back to reality. She suddenly remembered that her phone was charging on the upper bunk. There was no need to guess it had to be Qinyao calling. Yes, Qinyao. Lin Mushi took a deep breath, gathered her courage, got out of bed, and climbed up to the top bunk as quickly as she could. She picked up her phone, and the screen indeed showed Qinyao's missed call and 99 plus unread messages on WeChat. However, she didn't answer the call immediately. Instead, she hung up and opened WeChat. Xinyao, hee, are you asleep? Xinyao, if you don't answer, that means you're asleep, right? Xinyao, hee, have you woken up yet? How was last night? Did the boys bully you? Xinyao, hee, why aren't you replying to my messages? Xinyao, hee, answer my call. Xinyao, hee, if you don't respond to me, I'll call the police on the high-speed train. Lin Mushi stared at the screen filled with concerned messages, and the softest part of her heart felt like it was gently caressed by a warm current, creating ripples of tenderness. Lin Mushi wasn't the type to express her feelings directly. She tapped the screen lightly and replied, I'm fine, I'm awake. The other person replied almost instantly. Xinyao sent a message, hee, you actually slept in. Lin Mushi pressed her temples, admitting with a sigh, yes, I did sleep in today, and I slept all the way until noon. This had never happened before. She felt a bit awkward, unsure how to explain this sudden change to Xinyao. Should she tell her that it was because there was someone lying next to her that she had slept in so late for the first time in her life? However, Xinyao had slept with her before, and at that time, she always kicked Xinyao back to her own bed. Or, she could come up with a more reasonable excuse, like there was no heating, so lying together was warmer, which is why they slept in together? But upon further reflection, this excuse seemed even more flimsy. It would be more straightforward to simply admit that it was because there was someone lying next to her. Just as Lin Mushi was deep in thought, a high-speed train's dining car pushed out the boxed meals. Since they had woken up a bit later today, the lunch meals were much cheaper than last night's dinner. Each meal was only 25 yuan. Chen Chen bought 2 boxed meals and brought them back. To be honest, Chen Chen was still a bit dazed by what had just happened. He never would have imagined that Lin Mushi, who usually seemed so aloof and unapproachable, could have such a fiery side. This couldn't help but make him sigh inwardly. Boys, when you're out in the world, you really have to be careful. A moment's inattention could lead to getting taken advantage of by the school beauty. Well, he was a boy after all, a little loss was nothing to worry about. After all, as the old saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, Chen Chen stood by the bed and smiled at Lin Mushi, saying, Junior, I've already bought some takeout. Why don't you go wash up first? You can come over to eat after you're done. Hearing Chen Chen's gentle and clear voice, and meeting his sincere eyes, Lin Mushi instantly felt like a faithless man who had done something wrong. She gently moved her cherry red lips and whispered, thank you. At the same time, Xinyao's messages kept flashing on WeChat. Xinyao asked, you haven't told me yet, did the guy in your compartment bully you? Lin Mushi stared at the screen, her heart filled with mixed emotions. How should she tell Xinyao? The boy hadn't bullied her at all, on the contrary, it seemed like she had accidentally bullied him. After some thought, Lin Mushi decided to tell Xinyao the truth. After all, Xinyao was her only good friend. So, she tapped the screen lightly and wrote, Yao, what if you accidentally bullied a boy? What should you do? Xinyao replied quickly, wow, this is the longest message you've ever sent me. Wait. What do you mean you bullied a boy? How did you bully him? Wow, you actually bullied a boy. I should have bought myself a high-speed rail ticket too. I want to see how you bullied him. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Lin Mushi looked at Xinyao string of curious and excited replies and could imagine that if she found out about last night's near-miss Beauty and the Beast scenario, she would harass him endlessly, demanding details. To avoid this endless hassle, Lin Mushi decided not to tell Xinyao the truth. Instead, she replied, I ate 2 free meals off him. Xinyao. The other party fell silent as expected. Lin Mushi took a deep breath and continued to ponder what to do next. Chen Chen had already entered the bathroom, there was no need to guess he was probably washing up. As the high-speed train slowly pulled out of Jiangcheng, the scenery outside the window quietly began to change. The pristine white snow gradually disappeared, replaced by a desolate winter landscape. However, the train car remained warm and cozy, with ample heating, temporarily allowing passengers to forget the cold outside. Lin Mushi's gaze unconsciously followed the faint light seeping through the bathroom door, as she pondered what to do next. She gently rubbed the back of her phone, the coolness from her fingertips contrasting sharply with the warmth inside the carriage, making her thoughts even more chaotic. Just then, Xinyao's message popped up again, breaking Lin Mushi's reverie. Mushi, are you sure it's just about eating 2 free meals? I feel like you're hiding something from me. Lin Mushi, really? Xinyao, alright, I thought there might be some gossip to hear. But I think that guy is pretty nice. Soon, the bathroom door opened quietly, and Chen Chen emerged with droplets of water on his face. Seeing Lin Mushi staring blankly at her phone, he said softly, Junior, I'm done. Go wash up quickly, the boxed lunch will get cold. Lin Mushi looked up and met Chen Chen's gentle eyes, feeling a warm wave surge through her heart. As if making up her mind, she deftly climbed down from the top bunk. Standing before Chen Chen, she said seriously, Senior, I'll take responsibility for you. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. He asked with interest, oh? How does the younger sister plan to take responsibility for me? Chapter 16, Chat. Caught off guard by Chen Chen's question, Lin Mushi was once again at a loss for words. She bit her lip lightly, deep in thought. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, resembling a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. To be honest, Lin Mushi had no idea how to take responsibility. In her mind, since she had slept with him and taken him, she felt she should take responsibility. After a moment, she spoke with a touch of apology. Well, I haven't thought of anything yet. But if you ever need my help in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best to assist you. Chen Shan was once again amused by her earnest expression and didn't press her further, saying, Alright, let me know when you've thought it through. Can we go wash up and eat now? He must be out of his mind. He had actually expected the cold and aloof schoolflower to say something shocking or outrageous. However, from their earlier conversation, it was clear that the schoolflower wasn't actually aloof, she just didn't know how to interact with others. Lin Mushi nodded and walked into the bathroom. The soft sleeper compartment on the high-speed train had everything you needed for basic hygiene, except for a shower. Each item was provided in 2 sets, which was indeed very considerate. One set had already been opened by Qin Shan, so she opened the other one. She squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush, brushing her teeth while staring at her reflection in the mirror. Thinking back to the embarrassing incident that morning, her cheeks couldn't help but flush a faint red. It was truly embarrassing. She couldn't bear to look at herself. But the incident had already occurred, and avoiding it wasn't a solution. It's just a responsibility. Lin Mushi, you can do it. Chen Shen waited for a while but didn't see Lin Mushi come out. He didn't get annoyed and continued to wait patiently. The high-speed rail had resumed normal operations. The journey from Chuancheng to Yuechang takes approximately 6 hours. If everything goes smoothly, they should arrive at the station around 8 p.m. What should have been a 12-hour journey had been extended by more than half. I really don't know whether to call it bad luck or good fortune. Just as he was thinking this, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from his mother. He didn't even need to think about it, it was definitely asking where he was. Chen Shen picked up his phone, tapped the WeChat icon with his fingertips, and the message from his mother popped up. Little Chen, where are you now? Your father is about to leave for the high-speed rail station to pick you up. Just call him when you arrive. Chen Shen chuckled. Mom, there's no need to leave so early. Leaving around 6 o'clock is fine. Chen Shen's home was a bit of a distance from the high-speed rail station, but it wasn't too far. It would take about half an hour by motorcycle. It was only 2 o'clock now, that was really too early. Mom, your dad is just like that. When he has something on his mind, he can't sit still. Anyway, he doesn't have to work today, so let him go wait. Chen Shen knew his father's personality. Though he was usually serious and didn't smile much, he loved his family deeply. He replied, tell dad to be careful. When Lin Mushi came out, she happened to see him put down his phone. Her gaze flickered over his phone screen, which displayed a simple image of the sky as the screensaver. Nothing special. But it felt very soothing to look at. Just like him. Lin Mushi, stop your imagination. Seeing her come out, Chen Shen immediately stood up. Junior, you eat first. Saying that, he walked toward the train car. For lunch, Chen Shen had bought black pepper beef rice and stir-fried pork with vegetables. Since he didn't know which one Lin Mushi wanted, Chen Shen didn't eat first but waited for her to come out before eating. Lin Mushi glanced at the takeout box. She called him back. Senior, let's eat together. Chen Shen thought for a moment and didn't refuse, so he sat down to eat with her. Lin Mushi didn't choose the black pepper beef with more meat but opted for the farmhouse stir-fried pork instead. After opening it, they began to eat. Lin Mushi ate very gracefully, chewing slowly and carefully, a sight that was a pleasure to behold. Just watching her eat felt like a truly wonderful thing. As a result, the meal that Chen Shen could have finished in just a few bites ended up being eaten almost at the same time as Lin Mushi. After finishing, Lin Mushi voluntarily cleared the table. Even the way she tidied up the dishes was so beautiful. The difference between people is just too great. Speaking of which, it would be wonderful if I could just keep watching. Chen Shen, stop daydreaming. You're just passing strangers. After today, you'll never cross paths again. After finishing their meal, the two sat on opposite sides of the table. Lin Mushi didn't read a book and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Chen Shen took the initiative to start a conversation. Junior, are you also returning to Guangzhou? So stingy with words. Just a moment ago, he said he would take responsibility. Of course, Chen Shen didn't really expect her to take responsibility for him. It's almost 2025, things are pretty much open now. Though Chen Shen was still the traditional type of guy. But in the end, he was the one who got the better end of the deal. Let us just call it a fling. The sun is really bright outside, it must be warm, haha. Chen Shen made small talk. A hint of awkwardness hung in the air. Just as Chen Shen didn't know how to continue, Lin Mushi spoke up first. I'm heading back to Jiangbei. What about you, senior? Our directions are roughly the same, but I'm heading back to Qin village in the northern part of the city, which is a bit farther than yours. Is someone from your family picking you up? Chen Shen's home was considered part of an urban village. It hadn't been demolished yet, so the village still retained its original appearance. It's quick to get out of the city, and once you exit the intersection, there are buses available. You can also ride a motorcycle out. When he gets home, Shin-chan usually chooses to ride a motorcycle because it's more convenient. Lin Mushi's expression seemed to darken. I'll take a taxi back myself. Seeing that the other person didn't want to discuss the matter further, Shin-chan changed the subject. I noticed that the younger female student really likes reading Harry Potter. I wonder how far she's gotten. There's a line in it that I really like: what truly defines us is not our abilities, but our choices. Talking about quotes from the book isn't spoiling it, right? Lin Mushi. That's exactly why I wanted to read it. Chen. Really? It seems we're on the same page, haha. There are so many great lines in it. Like the one that says, happiness is everywhere, no matter how dark it gets, as long as we light the lamp in our hearts. I even copied it down in my notebook. Before they knew it, the two had been chatting for over 2 hours, though most of the talking was done by Chen, while Lin Mushi listened quietly. Xinyao had once praised her as an excellent listener. That is, under the condition that the two people are familiar with each other. If they weren't familiar with each other, she wouldn't bother to respond. Chen glanced out the window, his eyes brightening. I can see familiar trees. We must be approaching the outskirts of Guangzhou City. Yuechang is a city unlike any other. In winter, it is lush with green trees. In contrast, by spring, most of the leaves have fallen, though other trees add some color, so it's not completely barren. Chapter 17, Home New Book. Please add to favorites. Having grown accustomed to the barren landscape of Jiangcheng, Shin-chan felt as though he had stumbled into another world upon seeing the vast expanse of greenery. However, soon, a warm and familiar emotion swept over him like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. Finally, he was back home. Only those who have traveled far away can truly understand how comforting it feels to return home. In contrast to Chen-chen's intense homesickness, Lin Mushi's face remained calm and composed. Moreover, as the train approached its destination, her expression not only failed to warm up but grew even more enigmatic and cool. Strange, shouldn't she be happy to be home? Chen wondered curiously. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, they weren't very close, and asking too many questions might come off as intrusive. At that moment, Lin Mushi was thinking to herself, I wish the high-speed train would be delayed a little longer. That way, she could spend more time with him. Unfortunately, as night fell, the high-speed train arrived at Guangzhou North Station at 8:12 p.m. as scheduled. The luggage had already been taken out by the attendants. They only needed to go to the designated location to collect them. As they stepped out of the carriage, the weather in Guangdong City was completely different from that in Jiangcheng. The air here was filled with a completely different scent, and the temperature was noticeably higher. Fortunately, they had changed into lighter clothing before getting off the train, so it wasn't too hot. Chen found his luggage and walked over to Lin Mushi, offering to help. Junior, let me help you with your luggage. No, thanks. I can manage on my own. Oh, come on, don't be so polite. I only have one suitcase anyway, it's no problem to carry another one. Thanks. With that, Chen pushed his own suitcase with one hand and Lin Mushi's suitcase with the other. With a black backpack on his back, he walked in front of Lin Mushi, looking like a mountain. Lin Mushi followed behind Chen, and the scene from the night before the holiday flashed through her mind. Chen carrying his roommate back to the dormitory. He looked pretty skinny, but he was surprisingly strong. Actually, Chen wasn't skinny, he was the type who looked slim in clothes but had muscle underneath. Lin Mushi had called a Didi, so Chen first took her to the Didi pickup zone. After she got into the car, he took out his phone to contact his father. As they exited the main gate, Chen immediately spotted his father. He was wearing a simple black jacket, the hem fluttering gently in the wind, and his slightly disheveled hair added a touch of ruggedness in the breeze. He had clearly been waiting in the wind for quite some time. As soon as he saw Chen come out, he walked over and took his luggage. Dad, I'm back. It's good you're back. Let's go. Your mom has already cooked dinner and asked several times if you've arrived yet. I'll send Mom a message. After sending the message, the two of them arrived at an open-air parking lot in front of a white Song-L. Shen's father had arrived early, so he had been moving the car around to find a spot. This way, he could save a parking spot. By the time he picked up Chen, he had already moved the car nearly 10 times. After helping his father load the luggage into the trunk, Chen said, I thought you'd bring out the 125. Having been away from home for over 2 months, Chen missed the 125 at home dearly. I thought you'd have luggage, and the 125 wouldn't fit, so I drove out. Forgot, didn't you? You can drive it back. Chen took the car keys from Chen Jiangwen's hand. Of course I didn't forget. He had obtained his driver's license after the college entrance exam. After getting it, he had very few opportunities to drive. He only drove it during school breaks when he came home, and most of the time, he drove the 125. So whenever he had the chance, Chen Jiangwen would let him drive. Driving is always faster than riding a motorcycle. After about 20 minutes, the car slowly entered the village road of Qinjia village. A breeze carrying a faint chill yet still refreshing swept over us, a unique fragrance that belonged only to the nights of my hometown. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and the village road was unusually quiet, with only the occasional car passing by, breaking the silence yet adding a touch of life to the scene. Drive slowly, there's a ditch at the next turn. Be careful, his father's words carried a mix of calmness and concern, constantly reminding Chen Chen to stay safe. Hearing this, Chen Chen gripped the steering wheel more tightly and slowed down. 2 minutes later, the familiar uphill road came into view. Chen Chen spotted his mother's figure. In the cold winter night wind, she looked rather frail. She stood at the door, looking around. Upon seeing the car lights, she quickly picked up a broom and swept a few times before putting it down. She then called over the family's farm dog and waved it away. She seemed very busy. Chen Chen knew that was his mother's characteristic behavior when she was excited. During the high-speed train delay, they had been worried sick. The car pulled up in front of the house. Chen Chen opened the door and got out, calling out, "Mom, I'm back." His mother, Lu Xiuying, immediately came out to greet him, her face radiating joy and satisfaction. "Oh, my dear son, it's good that you're back. Come in quickly, dinner is ready. Eat while it's hot." Dinner was very abundant, almost all of Chen Chen's favorite dishes. There was salt-baked chicken, pepper-fried shrimp, and steamed garlic crab. His parents seemed afraid he wouldn't eat enough, constantly peeling shrimp and serving him food. It wasn't until Chen Chen could eat no more that the two of them finally stopped. After dinner, Chen Chen returned to his room. Before he returned, his mother had already tidied up his room. The blankets were all freshly washed, and even the thick woolen blanket gave off a sunny scent. Lying on the bed, Chen Chen had nothing to do, so he opened his WeChat app to check for any important messages. Most of his roommates had already returned home. The group chat was quiet. As he scrolled through the screen, Chen Chen's gaze inadvertently lingered on Lin Mushi's WeChat profile picture, and a ripple of emotion welled up in his heart, his thoughts drifting far away. Should he send her a message to ask if she had arrived yet? No, her place is closer than mine, she should have already arrived by now. He tapped into her Moments feed, which was still empty. It's really rare to see a girl who doesn't post much on her Moments. As a guy, I should probably take the initiative and ask. If she doesn't reply, I'll just forget about it. Hey, did you get home yet? After sending the message, he waited nervously for a reply, the room so quiet he could only hear his own heartbeat. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. A minute passed. No reply. 2 minutes passed. Still no reply. It seems I was overthinking it. We were just passing strangers. She's the famous, aloof school beauty. Why would she want to be friends with me just because we were in the same carriage going home? Chapter 18, No reply means no chance. Chen Chen gave a self-deprecating smile and exited WeChat. He switched to the game. Really, is it because the phone isn't fun anymore, or the game isn't as exciting? Why bother trying to chat with girls? After coming to terms with it, Chen Chen temporarily put the matter aside. Then he immersed himself in the game. One of the biggest advantages of going to college is that when you come home, you no longer have to look at those piles of books taller than you. Playing games won't bother your parents either. At most, they come over after a while to remind him to take a break and rest his eyes. As for time management, Chen Chen handled it himself. He doesn't want to wear glasses. Protect me, protect me, protect me. The marksman is taking the red buff. Mid lane, you can't even provide support. Go sit in a corner for a while. After a few games, Chen Chen's mindset was finally starting to crack. Probably because it was a holiday, there were too many kids in the game. They're bad at the game, love to play, and don't listen to advice. Forget it, I'm done. Chen Chen put down his phone and leaned back against the bed. Without thinking, he glanced at the WeChat icon, which was still empty, with nothing on it. Woof woof woof. The barking of Big Yellow came from downstairs, mixed with the calls of other dogs. Chen Chen sat up and went to take a shower. Since Lin Mushi entered the hotel room, 2 hours had quietly passed. At that moment, she resembled an abandoned kitten curled up helplessly on the spacious sofa. Her legs were elegantly crossed, and the collar of her nightgown inadvertently revealed a glimpse of snow-white skin. The vulnerability and tenderness intertwined, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. It was hard to believe that Lin Mushi, the cold and aloof campus beauty of Jiangda University, could be such a vulnerable and insecure woman in private. Just then, her phone screen lit up, snapping Lin Mushi back to reality. She raised her eyes slightly and took the phone. What caught her eye was a message from Chen Chen. "Little sister, have you arrived home yet?" Seeing the message, the icy expression on Lin Mushi's face softened slightly. The cold air around her seemed to dissipate a bit as well. She didn't hesitate and replied immediately, "I'm here." However, after replying, Chen Chen didn't respond to her message right away. Could it be that her reply was too brief? After thinking for a moment, she typed a few more words, "What are you doing?" After sending it, she froze. What was she doing? Why did she send such a question to a guy? She considered deleting it, but decided against it. Suddenly, she felt a bit warm. Without thinking, Lin Mushi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took a photo of the city skyline at night, and captioned it, "Finally back to this city I've been away from for so long." Her best friend Xinyao was the first to like and comment, "Oh my gosh, this night view is so beautiful." Xinyao, to be honest, is something going on with you? If anyone knew Lin Mushi best, it was Xinyao. The two of them had been classmates since high school. In college, they happened to be assigned to the same dormitory, so they spent the next 4 years together. As for after graduation, unless something unexpected happens, they'll probably stay together. That's beside the point. Lin Mushi, no. Xinyao, I don't believe you. If there wasn't anything, you wouldn't have posted that on your social media. It's clearly a sign of budding romance. Spring fever. Out of nowhere, Lin Mushi's mind was filled with the image of someone, and her pretty face gradually turned pink. Lin Mushi, I really didn't. Xinyao, alright. But why are you staying at a hotel? Isn't your uncle in Guangzhou? Lin Mushi, I'm just here to take a look around. I don't want to bother anyone. Xinyao, oh, be careful then. Lin Mushi, alright. After finishing her conversation with Xinyao, Lin Mushi's gaze fell back on Chen Chen's WeChat. Half an hour had passed and he still hadn't replied. You were the one who messaged me first and I replied, but then you disappeared. What's that all about? Lin Mushi opened the chat interface with Chen Chen, contemplating whether to reply again. Chen Chen had just finished showering, casually wiping the damp strands of hair from his head. Droplets of water trickled down his muscular arms, exuding an effortless sensuality. After sitting down, he immediately picked up his phone and fixed his gaze on the screen. In the WeChat group, Liu Zihan was showing off again. I added the goddess's WeChat. What should I send her? Does anyone have any suggestions? Jiang Tao replied simply, just ask her if she's online. Liu Zihan was speechless, just that? What next? Jiang Tao, that's it. If she replies, it means there's a chance. If she doesn't, I suggest you give up on her. Chen Chen looked at the messages in the group chat and put away the towel. If a girl doesn't reply, does that mean there's no chance? A moment later, Liu Zihan replied in the group chat. The goddess replied. She said she's online. What should I say? Jiang Tao, ask her what she's doing? Liu Zihan, got it. A while later, Liu Zihan sent a message in the group. The goddess replied that she's not doing anything. Jiang Tao, then ask her if she wants to play a game together. Liu Zihan, I'll go then. For a long time afterward, Liu Zihan didn't post anything in the group chat, apparently off enjoying some sweet time with his goddess in a duo queue. Chen Chen had Lin Xingyan's game friends, so if he wanted to confirm, he could easily check. However, he didn't plan to do so. He was still thinking about what Jiang Tao had just said. If a girl doesn't reply, it's over. Hey, it's not the first time anyway. Ding. A WeChat message popped up on his phone. The sender was Lin Mushi. Did she reply? Just as I was thinking that, another message popped up. The contact is the same. Opening it, he saw it was indeed a message from Lin Mushi. Chen Chen sighed in relief. She asked what he was doing. How should he respond? She couldn't just reply, I'm spacing out. Or I'm waiting for your reply. No, that's too bold. Due to nervousness, Chen Chen's heart was pounding wildly. He reached out and typed in the chat interface, glad you're safe. I'm home too, just finished showering, lying down now. After sending 2 messages in a row, Chen Chen felt something was off. Should I invite her to play a game? Lin Mushi had been feeling troubled. Upon receiving Chen Chen's message, the corners of her mouth immediately turned up. Oh, she was taking a shower. No wonder she was a few minutes late. What she didn't know was that Chen Chen had just finished showering when he received her message. The reason he was a few minutes late was because he was thinking about how to reply. Lin Mushi, Sr., want to play a game? Ha! Seeing this message, Chen Chen almost thought he had read it wrong. He had just been thinking about whether to invite his junior to play a game, but unexpectedly, she beat him to it. Log in. 2 words, yet they carried the momentum of 1,000 troops. Chapter 19, The First Date. Before logging in, Chen Chen suddenly thought of a question. He quickly typed a line in the chat interface. Junior, you log in first. I'll create another account. His account was too high ranked to play ranked matches with Lin Mushi. The best solution was to create a new account so they could start on equal footing, making the match much easier. Registering a new account was straightforward, and Chen Chen completed the process in just a couple of minutes. After logging in, all his WeChat friends could see him, except for his in-game friends. Liu Zihan wasn't online. Lin Xingyan was online, showing as in a duo queue. It seems he hadn't successfully invited the goddess to play the game. These thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind. After enabling the invisible mode, he opened the ranked matchmaking feature and invited Lin Mushi to join the team without hesitation. Soon, Lin Mushi joined the team. As soon as she joined, Chen Chen's voice came through. At the high-speed rail station, she had already noticed how pleasant Chen Chen's voice was. Deep and powerful, it gave off a mature and steady vibe. However, he himself was a bit like an old lady, so the contrast was quite striking. Lin Mushi didn't say anything, but instead typed OK in text. Soon, the game began. For Chen Chen, the Bronze League was a piece of cake. Over the entire evening, they played a total of 10 games, losing only one. The only game he lost was due to a system penalty, a forced loss. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel, fish bombing is really fun. Lin Mushi, however, was utterly impressed by Chen Chen's gaming skills. Senior, you're really good at gaming. Just average, world class. Put. Hearing the laughter coming from his phone, Chen Chen froze for a moment before realizing it was Lin Mushi who had been laughing. She actually laughed. Chen Chen tried to imagine what Lin Mushi looked like when she laughed, but he couldn't picture it. She was so beautiful, she must be even more beautiful when she smiled. But how exactly she was beautiful, he had no idea. If only he could see her in person. Since they were in the same city and so close to each other, should he ask her to go out for dinner tomorrow? But asking out of the blue might be a bit forward. What if she says no? Chen Chen was torn. Forget it, what the heck, just ask. Junior, are you free tomorrow? I just saw your WeChat moments, you must not have been back to Guangzhou for a while. I know a great place to eat. After asking, Chen Chen was so nervous he closed his eyes. It felt as though Lin Mushi was standing right in front of him, worried she might reject him outright and he wouldn't know how to face her. Lin Mushi typed back, I'm busy tomorrow during the day. No time during the day. Does that mean you're free in the evening? Are you free tonight? Lin Mushi, yes. Where should I pick you up tomorrow? Lin Mushi, after 5 p.m. at the Caesar Hotel. You treated me to a boxed meal on the high-speed rail last time, so this time I'll treat you. Since I brought it up, of course I'll treat you, and besides, I'm your senior. Lin Mushi, I'll treat you. That's final. The other party insisted, so Chen Chen let her have her way. To avoid further arguments, if Lin Mushi refuses to come out tomorrow, it wouldn't be worth it. Having secured a date with the school beauty, Chen Chen was in a good mood. The barking of Big Yellow could be heard outside the window, followed by Little Yellow from next door, and soon all the dogs in the neighborhood were barking in unison. Chen Chen didn't find it noisy, instead, he drifted off to sleep with anticipation in his heart. The next day, he slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. This was the treatment he received on the second day back. In a few days, this privilege would be gone. So Chen Chen cherished every moment of sleep. If it weren't for the afternoon date he had with his female classmate, he might have kept sleeping. After washing up, Chen Chen got dressed and went downstairs. His father had already gone to work. His mother was cleaning the yard. Upon seeing Chen Chen get up, she hurriedly said, I left your meal in the pot. It should still be warm. You can heat it up and eat on your own. All right. Mom, did my dad take the car? Lu Xiaoying put away the broom, turned on the tap to rinse her head, and said, no. He rode his motorcycle to work. I need the car this afternoon and won't be back for dinner. You just got back yesterday, and you're already going out again? Mom, I swear I'm not going out tonight. You have to believe me. I'd believe you if I were crazy. Be careful driving at the end of the year, and don't come back too late at night. Got it. Chen Chen entered the kitchen, and sure enough, there was his favorite meal waiting for him. He took out the food, ate it in a few bites, grabbed his keys, and headed out. It was still early, so he decided to get a haircut first before picking up his younger female classmate for dinner. Soon, Chen Chen arrived at a trendy-looking hair salon and asked Tony, the stylist, to give him a stylish haircut with a side-parted fringe. Chen Chen wasn't bad looking to begin with. With this hairstyle, he looked even more sunny and cheerful. Tony held Chen Chen's head, almost unable to believe it was his own work. You see, it's the end of the year, and there are at least 100, if not 80 or 90, customers coming in for haircuts every day. But fewer than 10 leave the shop with a smile on their faces. But a haircut as excellent as Chen Chen's was truly rare. Finally, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask if he could leave. Tony couldn't bear to let him go, so he walked him to the storefront and watched him get into the car before reluctantly returning to the shop. I actually managed to cut such a stylish hairstyle. It's not my skill after all, Tony thought to himself, feeling satisfied. Driving on the road, Chen Chen looked at his hairstyle in the rearview mirror and grew more satisfied with it. If he weren't in a hurry to pick up his younger female classmate, he would have stopped to admire it for a while. Thinking about picking up his female classmate, he suddenly felt nervous again. To be honest, although he had liked others before, this was the first time he had actually gone out on a date. He had no idea what to watch out for on a first date with a girl. Should he ask in the group chat? After thinking about it, he decided against it. As for Lu Zihan, there is no need to mention him, he has never been on a date with a girl before. As for Jiang Tao, that guy is all talk. If you actually follow his advice, it's a surefire way to fail. As for Zhou Yuyang, there is no need to mention him either. That guy is way too sharp-tongued. Asking him would just get you poisoned faster. Let us just take it one step at a time. When it comes to relationships between men and women, you have to be sincere. If two people can't be themselves around each other, what's the point? When he arrived near the Caesar Hotel, Chen Chen pulled over to a parking spot by the roadside and sent a message to Lin Mushi, letting her know he had arrived. Right by the hotel. However, Lin Mushi didn't respond. Chen Chen didn't rush her, resting his hands on the steering wheel and waiting patiently. But after waiting for a while, no one came, and he didn't reply either. Chen couldn't help but feel insecure again. Could she have stood him up? Chapter 20, Going to the Street Food Stall. With the mindset of, since I'm already here, Chen continued to wait patiently in the same spot. Maybe she was delayed by something else. Besides, girls usually take time to get ready before going out, so it's normal for boys to wait a little longer. Thinking about getting dressed up, Chen couldn't help but picture a beautiful figure in his mind. He wondered how stunning Lin Mushi would look if she took the time to dress up. Snap out of it, Chen. Why would she go out of her way to put on makeup just to go out to eat with you? It's already a favor that she agreed to come out. He waited like that for half an hour before finally seeing Lin Mushi arrive late. The moment he saw Lin Mushi, Chen eyes lit up. Today, she was wearing a pure white long down jacket, which shimmered faintly under the lights. The collar of the down jacket was high, framing her slender neck and revealing only the delicate line of her jaw, adding a touch of untouchable coolness. She paired the coat with a form-fitting black leggings, creating a stark contrast with the white top and highlighting her long, straight legs. She wore a pair of black patent leather ankle boots, the boots tightly hugging her calves. Her hands were casually tucked into the pockets of her down jacket as she walked toward Chen. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with a few strands falling loosely across her forehead. Small silver earrings dangled by her ears, occasionally glinting in the winter light. Chen recalled the first time he saw her at the school platform, resembling a proud swan. In that moment, the swan came to life. She wore light makeup. Whether light or heavy, makeup always suits her. That's what it meant. But how did she end up coming out of the hotel? Chen had originally thought it was because her home was nearby, so she had chosen this location to meet. Maybe she just happened to be at the hotel. Chen thought to himself. Looking at her expression, she seemed a bit unhappy. Could it be because she's unhappy about coming out with him? As she got closer, Chen quickly opened the car door and got out to greet her. The moment she saw Chen, Lin Mushi's face, which had been as cold as ice, shattered in an instant, pieced back together by threads of warmth into a scene of spring blossoms. In that very instant, all the unpleasantness from waiting for half an hour vanished into thin air. Who would get angry at a girl who smiles the moment she sees you? Especially since Chen was known for his good temper. Previously, Chen couldn't imagine what Lin Mushi looked like when she smiled. Now, he saw it with his own eyes. Complex adjectives couldn't begin to describe that feeling. Simply put, when she smiled, the entire world lit up. Lin Mushi walked up to Chen, looked at the car behind him, and asked, "Senior, is that your car?" "No, I don't have a car yet. This is my dad's. I thought it would be more convenient to drive out tonight, so I hope you don't mind." Chen knew that at Jiangda University, Lin Mushi only took rides if she wasn't using Didi, and the cars that picked her up were always luxury vehicles. He hadn't seen it in person, but there were some posts about it on the campus network. Not to mention the car itself, just the license plate alone was enough to make ordinary people step back in awe. Chen was a bit worried she might look down on his car. Although he had washed it on the way over. But it still couldn't compared to a luxury car. "It's pretty nice." Chen walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and politely invited her. "Please get in, Junior." Lin Mushi took her hands out of her down jacket and replied, "Thank you." After closing the door, Chen quickly returned to the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in. Lin Mushi sat quietly beside him, her expression calm and showing no sign of disdain. Chen sighed in relief and started the car. The beautiful woman sitting beside him emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. Earlier, while driving, he hadn't felt any tension. Now, Chen heart was pounding wildly. However, despite this, it did not affect his driving skills, and the car drove smoothly on the bustling street. Chen was already very familiar with Guangzhou. He didn't even need a navigation system to take the back roads, and after 40 minutes, the car came to a stop in front of a slightly remote street food stall. Chen opened the car door and got out. Lin Mushi saw this and followed suit, opening her door and getting out as well. The bustling food stall was teeming with people, a level of liveliness she had never seen before. For a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed and stayed close behind Chen. Just then, a warm voice cut through the noise. "I saw the license plate and thought it was old Chen, but it's actually young Chen." Though loud, the voice wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it gave her a warm, homely feeling. It was no wonder that the street food stall was so popular. It had its reasons. Chen smiled and greeted everyone. "Madam, it's been ages." The owner of Changji street food stall was in her early 40s, a native of Yuecheng, with a face that immediately gave off a Yuecheng vibe. She was short and a bit plump, with round, rosy cheeks. When she spoke, her eyes crinkled into slits, exuding warmth. "It's been ages. This is your first time here since you went to university, isn't it? And this is your girlfriend?" The boss lady looked in Lin Mushi's direction, and her eyes lit up with admiration. Chen quickly interjected. "No, she's my university classmate. She hasn't been to Guangzhou for a long time, so I brought her here to experience the local atmosphere." Lin Mushi politely greeted, "Hello, Mrs. Chen." Her nervous demeanor was a far cry from her usual aloof aura. This amused Chen Chen. Hello, hello. I've been running this street food stall for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful young lady. Little Chen is a good kid. I've watched him grow up, and he is very reliable. Lin Mushi's face flushed slightly, not knowing how to respond. Chen Chen, upon hearing this, quickly interrupted the boss's wife. Madam, is there any room left? Yes, there is. Even if there isn't, I'll make room for you. Go inside and sit down. It's less crowded in there. Chen Chen led Lin Mushi behind the boss lady, weaving through the bustling crowd, and arrived at the farthest, slightly quieter table. This table was originally reserved by the boss's wife for her children to do homework, with homework books still lying nearby. It was winter break now, so they were probably out playing. After ordering a few signature dishes, the boss's wife went back to work. Chen Chen began clearing the table while giving a brief introduction. Don't let the appearance fool you. This is a famous place in Guangzhou. Anyone who comes to Guangzhou will stop by to eat here. Some people even drive hundreds of kilometers just to eat here. It seems worth a try. I guarantee you won't regret it. By the way, don't take the owner's words to heart. She just likes to tease me. She even said she'd introduce me to some girls before. Chapter 21, No Girls Like Me. Chen Chen didn't notice Lin Mushi's increasingly strange expression and continued, all these years, she hasn't made any moves. Lin Mushi narrowed her eyes and looked at him, saying slowly, from what you're saying, the boss's wife didn't introduce you to a girlfriend, and she seems to think that's a pity. Chen Chen finally realized something was off with Lin Mushi and hurriedly said. It's not like that. If she really introduced me to someone, I wouldn't know what to do. How would you not know what to do? Could it be that you already have a girlfriend, senior? Chen Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, I don't have a girlfriend. No girls like me. Lin Mushi lowered her head slightly, thinking to herself, how could Senior be so good and not have any girls who like him? Junior, what did you say? Lin Mushi said. Nothing. The place you brought me to is pretty nice. Chen Chen smiled broadly and said. Of course it's nice. I wouldn't dare bring you to a bad place. That's good. The junior didn't mind being brought to a street food stall for dinner. Earlier, he had asked Lin Qingyan if she wanted to come, and she had agreed. But when she heard it was a street food stall, she immediately said she had something else to do and couldn't come. That time, he ended up coming alone. Those days are best forgotten. While they were chatting, the food was ready, and the waitress brought it over. The boss's wife was busy running around and didn't have time to come over and chat with them. The first dish served was Jiangji's signature fish, Hashan grilled fish with exploding frog legs. Made with premium fresh fish, it was freshly killed and grilled, with a golden brown, crispy crust. The aroma alone was enough to make your mouth water. Beneath it lay a layer of tender frog meat, slow cooked over low heat until it absorbed the essence of the broth. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel eager to dig in. Following the tradition of letting ladies go first, Chen Chen used the communal chopsticks to pick a piece of fish and offered it to Lin Mushi first. Junior, try some. Thank you, I can manage on my own. Though she said that, the piece of fish Chen Chen had picked for her was still taken and eaten by her. The moment the fish touched her taste buds, her words trailed off involuntarily. It was an indescribable, exquisite flavor. The tender, juicy fish perfectly blended with the earlier aroma, creating a captivating, layered taste that filled her mouth. It's delicious. Chen Chen, seeing this, felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment, as if he were happier than when he had tasted the dish himself. He smiled and shook his head, gesturing for her not to mention it. As long as you like it, it's my greatest honor. Several more dishes were served one after another. There were chicken wings, duck bones, and more, totaling 6 dishes. Thinking that the two of them might not finish everything, Chen Chen hadn't ordered too much. In fact, it was fortunate that he hadn't ordered more. Girls generally have smaller appetites. After Lin Mushi tasted each dish one by one, the interaction at the table quietly changed. Originally, Chen Chen had been carefully serving Lin Mushi, but now the roles had reversed, and Lin Mushi began actively serving Chen Chen various delicious dishes. The atmosphere between them was warm and pleasant. The restaurant owner, who had finally found some free time, wanted to come over to catch up with Chen Chen, but upon noticing the scene, she didn't approach them and instead continued with her other tasks. This young man, Chen Chen, still claims they are classmates. She could tell it wasn't that simple. It seems like the Chen family is about to have some good news soon. Lin Mushi isn't someone who knows how to take care of others. But when she ate with Chen Chen and saw him eating heartily, she felt an inexplicable urge to take care of him. It's as if seeing him eat to his heart's content makes her feel satisfied too. However, she also noticed for the first time just how big a man's appetite could be. 6 dishes, and he could finish almost all of them. No wonder he is so strong and tall. The sensation from waking up on the high-speed train the previous morning still lingered in her palm. His physique must be incredibly strong. Boom! Lin Mushi's pretty face instantly turned pink. Oh my goodness, what was she thinking? Why would you think of that while eating a nice meal? Lin Mushi, stop your imagination. Though her mind was screaming, her actions of serving food to Chen Chen didn't slow down. Especially when picking fish meat, she carefully removed all the bones. Fortunately, the fish she had chosen this time was a type with few bones, and the ones that were there were large, making them easy to pick out. Lin Mushi didn't have to exert much effort. When Chen Chen was almost finished eating, he realized their roles had switched and he couldn't help but blush slightly, then laughed awkwardly. As the senior, I should be the one taking care of the junior. I didn't expect you to be the one taking care of me. He laughed awkwardly, looking just like a clumsy fool. Lin Mushi almost blurted out. Senior, you look so cute when you eat. What did the junior say? Did I hear that correctly? Realizing what she had said, Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly lowered her head, making the atmosphere suddenly become awkward and slightly tense. Fortunately, Chen Chen's phone rang, breaking the awkward silence between the two. Chen Chen pulled his phone out of his pocket, glanced at the screen, saw it was his father calling, and answered without hesitation. Dad! You little rascal, did you take the car? As soon as the call connected, Chen Chen recognized his father's voice. He had been drinking tonight. Yes, Dad. Where are you now? I'm at Xiangji de Peidang. Do you need the car? The tone between the two was normal, with no trace of the father calling to scold his son for taking the car without permission. The company is having a dinner gathering tomorrow, and the venue is quite far. The company has arranged for me to drive a car there. You'll be back tonight, right? Chen Jiangwen called to confirm whether he would be returning today. If he wasn't, he needed to explain the situation to the company. Chen Shan replied, Of course I will. If I don't go back, where will I stay? I don't know where you're staying. Anyway, you're old enough now, staying under a bridge isn't out of the question. If I really stay on the bridge, you won't be happy. Don't come back too late. Be careful. Got it. Chen Shen was about to hang up, but the person on the other end continued. You little brat, you get impatient if I say a few more words, don't you? Chen Shen chuckled, No way, no way. When the father speaks, the son dares not be impatient. That's more like it. Chen Jiangwen finally hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chen Shen noticed that Lin Mushi had been staring at him. He felt a bit embarrassed and explained. My dad said he needs the car tomorrow, so I have to remember to drive it back. He called me because he had a few drinks today. Lin Mushi curiously asked, Why? Because he usually doesn't say more than 2 words to me. He always has my mom relay his messages. Lin Mushi smiled slightly, her tone tinged with envy. Your uncle is interesting. Parents are like that. Though they seem like they have nothing to say to their children, they actually care about us more than anyone else. Chapter 22, I promise to treat you. New book, please add to your collection. When Chen Chen mentioned his father, his eyes were filled with admiration. As if his father were the most amazing person in the world. There was a time when she too believed her father was the most amazing person in the world. He had single-handedly supported the entire family, shielding her and her mother from the storms of life, and worked tirelessly to provide them with a better future. But when did things start to change? It probably started when their family left Guangzhou to move to Jiangcheng for better opportunities. When they first arrived in Jiangcheng, she was only 6 years old. Every day, she and her mother would wait eagerly for her father to come home, hoping that their family's life would improve. In less than 2 years, her father's business did grow significantly, but she and her mother grew increasingly unable to wait for him to come home. At first, her mother would tell her every day that her father was working very hard and that she should understand him. Until one day, her mother took advantage of her being at school to visit her father's company. When she returned, her world came crashing down. Her mother returned alone to Guangzhou, leaving her and her father behind in Jiangcheng. Though they were supposed to be 2 people, every day after school, she was alone at home. Just now, Lin Mushi watched Chen Chen and her father chatting and laughing together, and she couldn't help but feel envious. Thinking about her own relationship with her father, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since her mother passed away, her relationship with her father had deteriorated further, and they could never go back to the way they were before. Apart from depositing a monthly allowance into her account, her father seemed to have no other role in her life. This time, she had returned to Guangzhou City primarily to visit her mother's grave. When Chen Chen asked her yesterday if she had time to go out for dinner today, it was because she had to visit her mother during the day, so she chose the evening. Before she went to university, it was difficult for her to return to Guangzhou, but after starting university, she had more time to come back and visit her mother. Just now, Chen Chen said that fathers are simply not good at communicating with their children, but they actually care deeply about them. Perhaps that's true. But it has nothing to do with her. Noticing Lin Mushi's low spirits, Chen Chen tried to ask. Is there a conflict between you and your family? Chen Chen had originally wanted to ask, why aren't you staying at home and instead staying at a hotel? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. However, he hadn't expected that the seemingly aloof school beauty also had her own set of problems at home. Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, Lin Mushi snapped back to reality, regained her cold expression, lowered her head, and said, No. That's good. Chen Chen knew she didn't want to talk about it, so he decided not to ask further. Junior, wait here for me. I'll go use the restroom. All right. Chen Chen stood up and walked toward the exit. Lin Mushi lifted her head and watched Chun Chen's departing figure. It was hard to imagine that one day, she too would go out to eat with a guy and actually feel pretty good about it. Being with Chun Chen was very comfortable. It wasn't at all like what people said online that guys were all superficial, only interested in one thing, or nice to girls for ulterior motives. At that moment, a girl next to her asked the waiter for directions. "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" The waiter pointed in the opposite direction from where Chin Chen was standing and said, "Just keep walking straight ahead, and you'll see the restroom." But didn't Chen Chen just say he was going to the restroom? Why is he walking out? Thinking of something, Lin Mushi also stood up and walked in the direction Chen Chen had left. After walking a short distance, she indeed saw Chen Chen searching for the shop owner at the cash register. Lin Mushi walked over. "Senior, we agreed that I treat you to this meal." Chen Chen saw Lin Mushi coming and realized his plan to pay in advance had fallen through. He quickly turned to the shop owner and said, "I just finished using the restroom and happened to see the boss, so I thought we could catch up, right, boss?" The boss lady, being a shrewd woman, knew exactly what Chen Chen was thinking. She nodded along with him. "Oh, right. Little Chen is getting more and more handsome. By the way, Auntie mentioned she wanted to introduce you to a girlfriend. Have you considered it?" Though she spoke to Chen Chen, her eyes were fixed on Lin Mushi. To be honest, seeing how handsome Chun Chen had become since he started college, she really wanted to introduce a few girls to him. As she had expected, those girls would definitely want to get to know Chun Chen better once they saw him. As for who he would end up with, that was up to Chin Chen himself. Sure enough, Lin Mushi asked coldly, "How much is it?" The boss's wife's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Look at me, I'm so happy to see you that I forgot again. It's 223 in total, but since we're all so familiar with each other, I'll give you a discount and round it down to 200. Chen Chen quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Mrs. Chen." Lin Mushi took out her phone, scanned the payment QR code on the counter, and paid 200 yuan. By now, they had finished eating, so they could either go back to their seats or not. It was only just past 8 o'clock, still quite early. Plus, Guangzhou isn't as cold as Jiangcheng, so whether it's in the street food stalls or on the streets, it's still bustling with people and traffic. The two returned to the car. "Junior, should we go back to where we were earlier?" Seeing Lin Mushi nod, Chen Chen started the car, and soon they were part of the bustling traffic. On the way back, there was a traffic jam on a section of the road, so Chen Chen chose an alternative route. This road was narrower, but at this time of day, it was during the tidal flow period, so traffic only moved in one direction. Though it was a bit farther, it was still quite convenient. The streetlights outside the car window cast mottled shadows. Lin Mushi looked out the window and saw rows of familiar banyan trees. Street vendors' cries echoed through the air, and people bustled between the shops, some stopping at a squid grill stall, others lingering in front of a boutique clothing store. Is this the pedestrian street? The streetlight stopped the car, and Chen Chen also looked out the window. The aroma of street food wafted into his nostrils, and he replied, "Yes, it's not as crowded as before." A few years ago, at this time of day, the pedestrian street was packed with people, and it was so lively you couldn't even move. Lin Mushi said excitedly, "I came here with my mom before and almost got separated. We ended up going into a store and waiting for her to find us. I haven't been back to Guangzhou for a long time, and I didn't expect it to have changed so much. Would you like to go for a stroll? Wanyue Lake was renovated a few years ago, and the night view is quite nice. It's the middle of the month now, so if we're lucky, we might even see the moon." Mentioning the moon, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up. "Sure." The green light turned on, and Chen Chen started the car and drove forward. After about a kilometer, they turned into a parking lot by the roadside. Due to the holiday, the parking lot was almost completely filled with cars. Chen Chen drove around twice before finally spotting a car preparing to leave. P.S. Dear readers, please take a moment to click follow to support the author. During the new book period, your support is crucial. Thank you so much. Chapter 23, Strolling the Pedestrian Street. Chen Chen pulled over to the side and planned to wait for the car to leave before parking. Just then, a black Toyota slowly drove by. Chen Chen's car happened to block its path. He started his car and backed up a bit. However, the black Toyota, having spotted the moving car, drove straight in. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were both stunned. Could someone really a parking spot like that? Lin Mushi usually had a private car for her outings and went to high-end shopping malls, so she had never encountered a parking spot issue before. Seeing this scene, her beautiful eyes widened, forming a stark contrast with her aloof demeanor. "So cute. Cute with a touch of playfulness." Chen Chen comforted her. It's okay, we'll just look for another parking spot." Chen Chen sighed and started the car to leave. Lin Mushi was curious about what kind of person would know they were waiting for that spot, and even after they had given it up, would still take it. She rolled down the window and just caught a glimpse of the driver of the black Toyota getting out of the car. It was a fairly young man, probably around their age. Lin Mushi glared at him before rolling up the window. I don't want to see that guy." After snatching the parking spot, the young man had intended to show off to Chun Chen, but upon seeing Lin Mushi glaring at him, he froze in place. What a beautiful girl. She's even more beautiful than a celebrity. Did she roll down the window just to look at me? The guy felt a bit proud. Wait, the girl was glaring at him just now. The guy finally realized what had happened. What did he just do? He actually took a beautiful young girl's parking spot. And he did it using underhanded means. After searching around for a few more times, just as Chen Chen was about to head to another parking lot to see if there were any spots available, a car finally left. This time, Chen Chen didn't hesitate and pulled in immediately. Even a driving instructor would have clapped in admiration at such a perfect maneuver, standing straight and tall. After opening the door and getting out, Chen Chen slammed it shut, keeping his skill hidden. Lin Mushi couldn't help but laugh at his arrogant demeanor. Chen Chen grew even more arrogant. Earlier, I wasn't outmatched, I was just being kind and didn't want to compete with him. The two walked side by side toward the parking lot. Unexpectedly, as they approached the exit, they encountered the same guy who had just tried to steal their parking spot. Lin Mushi snorted coldly, not even bothering to give him a glance. The regret he had just suppressed surged back up again. Wah wah wah. He had been marked by the beauty. After taking a few steps, the young man suddenly turned around, returned to the parking spot, and drove the car out. This parking spot was no longer an option. This street was no longer worth exploring. Chen Chen had no idea about any of this. He had already put the matter out of his mind. Driving out in a situation where parking spots are scarce is all about taking what you can get. It all comes down to who has the thicker skin. After stepping out of the parking lot, the two walked side by side under the lush shade of banyan trees. The sunlight filtering through the leaves cast a mottled pattern of light and shadow on their bodies, adding a touch of warmth and romance to the scene. This handsome couple, like a magnetic field, naturally drew the attention of everyone around them. Like most couples who had only been together for a short time, they maintained a subtle distance between them. Lin Mushi was immersed in the atmosphere of the Moon Lake walking street, which he hadn't experienced in a long time. Every step he took felt like a homecoming after years of being away from his hometown, filled with emotion and joy. Her body, whether unintentionally or on purpose, always unconsciously leaned slightly toward Chen Chen's side. Chen Chen, however, kept a close eye on the distance between them. They were just classmates, it was best to keep their distance to avoid influencing the younger female student. In the bustling street, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi strolled leisurely, their steps neither hurried nor slow, as if they were in a quiet place away from the hustle and bustle, enjoying this rare leisure and freedom, becoming a unique sight among the hurried crowd. As they walked, Chen Chen's gaze fell on the Ice and Snow City shop in the distance, which was glowing with dazzling lights. He turned his head and suggested to Lin Mushi in a casual tone, "Junior, would you like some milk tea? You already treated me to lunch earlier, so let me treat you to milk tea this time. Everything on this pedestrian street, if there's anything you want to eat, your senior will treat you. I just finished eating not long ago, so I'm not very hungry right now. I'll remember what you said earlier, but for now, please treat me to milk tea." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. What does "I'll remember it for later" mean? Does that mean there's still a chance to ask her out next time? Chen Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The two of them walked toward Milk Tea City. Despite the winter chill, the store was bustling with customers waiting in line to enjoy their milk tea, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Upon entering the store, Chen Chen skillfully pulled out his phone and began browsing and placing an order. As he swiped through the screen, his eyes were drawn to a merchandise item called Snow King Unbreakable Doll. He thought such a small trinket would appeal to girls, so he added it to his cart without hesitation. Their arrival was undoubtedly a bright spot in the store. With their striking good looks, they immediately caught the attention of everyone upon entering. Female customers couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Chen Chen, while male customers unconsciously focused their attention on Lin Mushi. Her beauty was so striking that even amidst the bustling crowd, she shone like a brilliant star, impossible to ignore. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the milk tea Chen Chen had ordered was finally ready. He happily walked up to the counter, took the warm milk tea in one hand, and carried a pile of colorful blind bags in the other, returning with a full load. Lin Mushi's gaze was immediately drawn to these mysterious blind bags, and she examined them curiously. "Junior, these are some merchandise from Snow King's Unbreakable Doll. I specially prepared them for you. Try your luck and open one to see what you get." Chen Chen smiled as he handed over the blind bag. Lin Mushi took the blind bag, her face showing a slight expression of surprise. "So many? This is too much. This is the Christmas and New Year special edition of the Snow King Unbreakable Doll merchandise. There are a total of 13 different expressions. I wasn't sure if I could collect the entire set myself, so I decided to buy more just in case. I hope you like them," Chen Chen explained. Deep down, he was filled with anxiety and tension. After all, Lin Mushi had always been known as the aloof school beauty in campus, giving off an unapproachable aura. And the carefully selected blind bag trinkets he had chosen were specifically picked to cater to the tastes of young girls. At that moment, he silently prayed that these little gifts wouldn't step on her toes. Chapter 24, The Kind-Hearted Snow Queen. Seeing that she didn't respond, Chen Chen changed the subject and said, "If you don't like them, I'll take them back for my younger sister." "Don't feel obligated. Chen Chen has a younger sister at home. However, since she was in her senior year of high school, she hadn't started her summer break yet. Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long now. There were only about 10 days left until the new year. It's been half a year since he last saw the little girl. I wonder if she's grown taller. I suppose not. Senior year is so tough, mealtimes and rest periods are all squeezed in, leaving no time to grow. That's how she's been getting by, never getting enough sleep, never eating enough, and never finishing her homework. After starting university, even during holidays, wanting to go out to eat and shop like this feels like committing a terrible crime. Even when he is tired from studying and wants to take a breather in the village, it feels like he is doing something wrong, afraid that someone will see him relaxing. Under such circumstances, his overall condition naturally wasn't very good. The owner of the street food stall said he had gotten more handsome, and she wasn't exaggerating. When he was in high school, due to lack of sleep and no time to take care of himself, he looked like a zombie every day. It wasn't until he started college and had more free time that he gradually transformed himself. Looking back, perhaps Lin Qingyan had been stringing him along all those years because he wasn't exactly a looker. When she comes back on vacation, I'll bring her here for milk tea. The little girl will definitely be thrilled. No, I really like it. Thank you, senior. Lin Mushi lowered her head, a warm wave surging through her heart. In the corner of Chun Shen's vision, her eyes sparkled with gratitude, like the brightest stars in the night sky. After all, she was a girl, how could she not like these little trinkets? However, ever since her mother left, no one had bought her anything girly. Occasionally, she would buy something for herself, but she never received any praise. Gradually, she buried her true feelings deep inside. Even when she saw them again as an adult, they no longer stirred her heart as they once did. It wasn't until Chen Shen bought her a Snow King blind bag that she suddenly felt she could still have a little girl's heart. As long as you like it. This is the jasmine milk green tea you ordered. Chen Shen gently pushed a cup of green jasmine milk tea toward Lin Mushi. In truth, he personally didn't care for the scent of jasmine. In his mind, the scent of jasmine always carried a hint of an indescribable oddness, not purely fragrant, yet not enough to evoke dislike. It was simply a unique presence, elusive and hard to pin down. However, as he watched Lin Mushi take a sip of the milk tea, though her expression was calm, Chen Shen felt an inexplicable emotion welling up inside him. It was as though, in that moment, he had redefined the scent of jasmine, much like the impression Lin Mushi gave off, seemingly aloof and unapproachable on the surface, but once you took the time to truly taste and feel it, you would discover the beauty hidden within. It was a charm that was deeply hidden yet delicate and subtle, captivating one without even realizing it. After taking a sip of the milk tea, Lin Mushi gently tore open one of the blind bags. As the packaging unfolded, a cute, expressionless Snow King wobble doll appeared before her eyes. "How cute," Lin Mushi said softly, her voice filled with joy. Since they sat down, this table had been the focal point of everyone around them. At that moment, when Lin Mushi showed off the adorable Snow King doll, the little girls nearby couldn't help but exclaim. "Wow, look, that Snow King wobble doll is so cute. I really want one too," a little girl said enviously. Hearing the girls' chatter, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. His choice had indeed hit the mark. This small gift had truly captured Lin Mushi's heart. He smiled at Lin Mushi and noticed she was staring intently at the Snow King doll in her hands, her eyes sparkling with childlike innocence and joy. "Really? It's so cute." Another girl couldn't help but agree. Just then, a group of students walked into the milk tea shop, their eyes also drawn to the Snow King unbreakable doll in Lin Mushi's hands, casting envious glances her way. "Wow, I want to buy that little doll too." "Me too. Me too." In that moment, the once unremarkable blind bag seemed to have been enchanted, and sales skyrocketed to an unprecedented peak. The store's inventory was quickly sold out, leaving not a single one remaining. Those customers who had been hesitating could only shake their heads in disappointment. The store clerk informed everyone that if they wanted to purchase one, they would have to wait until the next shipment arrived. Lin Mushi was intently unwrapping the blind bag in her hands, her movements gentle and cautious, as if performing a sacred ritual. Every time she uncovered a Snow King wobble, her eyes would sparkle at the Snow King's expressive face, like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a mesmerizing glow. "I'll give it a try too. Let me open one and see." Chen Shen couldn't resist and picked up a blind bag, tearing it open with a slight effort. Instantly, a Snow King unbreakable doll with heart-shaped eyes, uniquely distinctive, appeared before her eyes. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily curved the corners of his mouth. Lin Mushi had been watching Chen Shen's every move since he picked up the blind bag. When she saw that Chen Shen had unwrapped the heart-shaped Snow King, a look of surprise flashed across her face before she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks blushing slightly. Suddenly, she felt a bit warm. What was happening? It's winter now, the temperature should be low. Is it because there are so many people here? That must be it. At the same time, a bittersweet emotion began to take root in her heart. It's just a heart-shaped snowman, it doesn't mean anything. Lin Mushi told herself. Wow, I got a heart-shaped Snow King. At that moment, a girl beside her exclaimed in surprise, drawing Lin Mushi's attention. She had also drawn a heart-shaped Snow King. The boy sitting next to her noticed this, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. He seized the opportunity and spoke to the girl with deep emotion. Lingling, look, you got a heart-shaped Snow King on your first try. This must be the Snow King silently blessing our relationship. So, aren't you going to accept my confession? Lingling, the girl, heard this and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She then said, if you want me to agree, it's not impossible. But, you have to create a heart-shaped Snow King too. The guy perked up at the mention of it, grabbed the next blind bag without hesitation, and looked at her with eyes full of anticipation and determination. Alright, for our love, I'll definitely draw a heart-shaped Snow King. P.S. Thank you for reading and for your support. Heart emoji. Chapter 25, Destined to be Apart? Their conversation made Lin Mushi feel tense as well. He wanted to see if the guy could really open a heart-shaped Snow King. The boy took a deep breath, as if preparing for an important ritual, then suddenly exerted all his strength to tear open the blindfold bag. However, the result was deeply disappointing. Inside lay a Snow King doll with its eyes rolled back, seeming to mock his naivety and childishness. Seeing this, the girl Lingling stretched her neck slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of relief and amusement. See? You didn't get the heart-shaped Snow King. This means you need to keep trying. The boy clearly wasn't willing to accept that. He glared at the Snow King doll with its rolled back eyes and stubbornly said, I don't believe it. I bought so many blind bags, how could I not get 2 heart-shaped Snow Kings? Saying this, he began to wrestle with the pile of blind bags in front of him. However, after opening several more, he still couldn't get a heart-shaped Snow King. Never mind, keep going. Just then, the girl Lingling suddenly spoke in a cold tone. You don't even like me. The boy was taken aback and confused. What's wrong? Why are you saying that? Lingling coldly replied, we agreed that these blind bags were for me, but you were so focused on opening them all that you didn't care about my feelings at all. The boy finally realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Lingling. I didn't mean to. I'll go buy more right now. I'll keep buying until I find the Love Snow King. However, Lingling shook her head, her voice tinged with resolve. Everything's sold out. What's the point of buying anything else? Maybe we're just not meant to be together. Let's not see each other again. After saying that, she didn't take a single Snow King doll and stood up resolutely, leaving without looking back. The boy was left standing there alone, still clutching the unopened blind bags in his hands. Lingling, wait for me. The boy finally snapped out of it, quickly packed up the Snow King dolls on the table, and rushed out after her. Lin Mushi was stunned by the girl's sudden actions. Her reaction was similar to the boy's. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out why she had suddenly disappeared. Was giving 2 heart-shaped Snow Kings really that important? Chen Shen, standing beside her, had a look of understanding on his face. What's there to be surprised about? The girl didn't like the guy at all. She was just using that as an excuse to kick the lapdog to the curb. This was just a minor incident at the milk tea shop. Such rejection scenes played out every so often. There were also couples who drew 2 hearts, celebrating joyfully. In such an atmosphere, for no apparent reason, Lin Mushi suddenly felt a bit nervous. What if, when it's her turn, she doesn't show a heart? Does that mean they're meant to be but not meant to be together? Like that couple earlier. Wait, Lin Mushi, what are you thinking? You're not a couple, you're just out for a meal, strolling through the pedestrian street, happened to see the milk tea shop, and the senior thanked her for the meal, so she's treating herself to milk tea. Buying the Snow King was just a way to show gratitude. Thinking this way, Lin Mushi felt a little better. She picked up a blind bag, filled with anticipation and nervousness, and tore it open without hesitation. Instantly, a heart-shaped Snow King seemed to come to life with a magical glow, dazzlingly bright before her eyes. In that moment, Lin Mushi was speechless, her surprise and joy intertwining, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She stared blankly at the heart-shaped Snow King in her hands, unable to believe the sudden stroke of luck and surprise. What was this little surge of joy in her heart? Lin Mushi didn't notice that whenever she was with Chen Chen, her aloof exterior was being gently wrapped in warm, sunny hues, melting away layer by layer without a sound. The freshman also got a heart-shaped Snow King. You're lucky. Yeah, good luck. Next, Lin Mushi opened about 10 more blind bags. 3 of them contained 2 Snow Kings. Only 2 were heart-shaped. 2 were black. At that moment, their table was adorned with a variety of Snow King plush toys, some cute and innocent, others playful and mischievous, bringing a smile to everyone's face. Whenever someone accidentally touched the table, the Snow Kings would sway gently, exuding endless charm and cuteness. When they touched the table, the Snow Kings swayed back and forth, utterly adorable. Lin Mushi couldn't resist taking out her phone to snap a photo of them. After taking the photo, Lin Mushi checked the screen with satisfaction, her lips curling into a smile. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was leisurely sipping his milk tea, his gentle gaze fixed on Lin Mushi. The scene was too beautiful, and the person next to them couldn't help but take out their phone to capture the moment. Lin Mushi didn't open all the blind bags, she left some for later. You mentioned you have a younger sister. You can take the rest home for her, she'll definitely be thrilled. Chen Chen didn't think much of it and replied, alright. After finishing their milk tea, the two walked out of the shop and continued toward the pedestrian street. A gentle breeze blew, and fallen leaves danced like yellow butterflies, lightly landing on the orange-colored sidewalk, forming patches of golden carpets. Chen Shen and Lin Mushi walked side by side, their footsteps crunching softly on the dry leaves, as if narrating an ancient tale. On both sides of the street, neon lights flickered, their colorful intertwining and reflecting off one another. Vendors displayed a variety of goods, and children holding glow sticks darted through the crowd, their laughter echoing in the air. From the food stalls, the aroma of grilled food wafted through the air, and the smoke from the grills rose in curls, carrying the enticing scent of freshly cooked food. Young people gather in small groups, savoring the food and sharing stories of their day, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy. Chen Shen and Lin Mushi's shadows stretch out under the lights, their smiles glowing warmly in the dim street lamps. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, causing the neon lights on the street to sway, as if the entire world was dancing to a rhythm. Lin Mushi slowly lagged behind, then quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Chen Shen's back. After taking the photo, she quickly put her phone away, as if she had done something mischievous, acting as though nothing had happened. Chen Shen, of course, noticed Lin Mushi's actions, but he didn't react. It was just a photo. If his junior wanted to take it, she could. If she wanted to take a front-facing photo, that wouldn't be a problem either. A group photo would be even better, he thought with a smile. But these were just thoughts to be kept private. Chapter 26, a group photo at Moon Lake Extra Chapter. The two of them strolled around the pedestrian street for a while. Since they had just finished dinner and had also had some milk tea, they didn't buy anything else to eat. They then followed the bustling crowd and strolled leisurely toward the nearby moonlit lake. Though the weather carried a hint of chill, in such a lively atmosphere, the cold seemed insignificant. Yuecheng's Moon Lake is renowned as the Little West Lake of Hangzhou, with a layout similar to Hangzhou's West Lake, though on a smaller scale. It also features a broken bridge, making it a must-visit spot for tourists. Besides the moon viewing pavilion, the broken bridge is the most iconic attraction of Moon Viewing Lake. The two walked side by side, following the crowd across the broken bridge, savoring this rare moment of leisure and tranquility. As they walked on, they were accidentally separated by the crowd. Lin Mushi suddenly realized that Chen Shen was no longer by her side, and a wave of panic surged through her heart. She stopped in her tracks, looked around, and tried to spot Chen Shen in the crowd, but all she saw were heads and shoulders, every silhouette so similar yet none of them were his. She had forgotten to call her phone. Lin Mushi frantically weaved through the crowd, desperate to find Chen Shen. Just then, a familiar and warm voice cut through the chaos. "Junior, I'm here." Lin Mushi followed the voice and saw Chen Shen standing on the broken bridge, smiling and waving at her. In that moment, it felt as though a mysterious force was pulling her, and she couldn't help but envision the classic scene of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian meeting on the broken bridge. The romance and coincidence that transcended time and space made her heart race. She didn't even realize how helpless she had felt earlier when she realized Chen Shen was gone and found herself standing alone in the crowd. When she saw him waving at her from the crowd, she was overjoyed. Lin Mushi hurried through the crowd toward Chen Shen, each step seeming to close the distance between them. When she finally stood on the broken bridge, face to face with Chen Shen, their eyes met, and it felt as though everything around them had fallen silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in their ears. Chen Shen had been pushed and shoved earlier. Upon realizing they had been separated by the crowd, he acted swiftly and made his way to the highest point of the broken bridge. Sure enough, he spotted Lin Mushi in the chaos almost immediately, looking helpless like a kitten abandoned by its owner. Chen Shen didn't hesitate, waving his hand and shouting toward her. "Junior, there are too many people. Make sure to stay close to me." As night fell silently, the temperature dropped gradually, and the cold grew more intense. Chen Shen's words were accompanied by the breath he exhaled, turning into wisps of white mist that gently drifted into the night sky, adding a touch of softness and warmth to the air. "All right," Lin Mushi replied. Her long eyelashes fluttered like two small fans as she gazed at Chen Shen, sparkling with a captivating glow that made her already stunning face even more breathtaking, as if all the beauty in the world paled in comparison. Lin Mushi isn't a swan, she must be the reincarnation of the White Snake Lady. Chen Shen thought to himself. If Lin Mushi is the White Snake, then isn't he Su Xian? Chen Shen suddenly smiled to himself. His smile was charming, as if the air around him had softened. After standing on the broken bridge for a while, Chen Shen and Lin Mushi were carried along by the crowd and finally reached the Moon Viewing Pavilion. The Moon Viewing Pavilion was situated in the center of the Moon Viewing Lake, surrounded by water on all sides. From inside, one could see the bustling scene of the pedestrian street in the distance and the dazzling lights all around. "Junior, look, the moon." Lin Mushi followed Chen Shen's gaze upward and saw a huge, round moon, resembling a meticulously carved white jade plate, suspended high in the night sky. It emitted a soft, cool silver glow, enveloping the entire world in a dreamlike tranquility and beauty. Lin Mushi stared at the moon, feeling as though it were gazing back at her with the same tenderness. Between them, an indescribable connection and understanding seemed to form. In that moment, her thoughts drifted far away, and a gentle figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. "Mom, are you watching me from heaven? I'm doing well now, you don't have to worry anymore." Chen Shen glanced sideways and noticed a tear glistening at the corner of Lin Mushi's eye, which surprised him. She had been fine just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly seem upset? Junior, do you want to take a photo? Ha? Lin Mushi froze for a moment, thinking Chen Chen was referring to her earlier sneaky photo, and her usually aloof face showed a rare hint of awkwardness. Chen Chen pulled out his phone. My photography skills aren't bad. Want me to take a photo as a keepsake? I don't like taking photos. Such a beautiful night view, it'd be a waste not to take a photo. Stand there, and I'll take one for you. Chen Chen placed his hands on Lin Mushi's shoulders and led her to the railing. Put your hands like this, turn your head toward the moon, lift it slightly, about 45 degrees, that's it, hold it. Chen Chen stepped back a few paces, took out his phone, and held it up with a professional expression, taking a photo of Lin Mushi. In fact, he was indeed professional, and the photo he took was absolutely stunning. Not only did it capture her gentle beauty and the soft glow of the moonlight, but it also seamlessly incorporated an indescribable sense of ambience and emotion into the frame. Chen Chen was very satisfied. Lin Mushi was also very satisfied. Xi Niao had always said that boys weren't good at taking photos, hadn't she? It seems that's not always the case. Junior, I'll send you the photo. Chen Chen sent the original photo to Lin Mushi. As for the original files, he didn't delete them. Instead, he chose to keep them. Why did he suddenly want to take her photo? Was it really because the scenery was too beautiful to forget? The true intention was probably known only to Chen Chen himself. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, just stand there and don't move. I'll take a photo of you. A stranger's enthusiastic voice broke the silence, followed by the crisp sound of a shutter. The 2's first photo together was captured in a stranger's camera. It's so beautiful. I've taken so many photos at Manhwa Lake, but this one is the best. The man examined the photo on the camera, as if he had captured the most beautiful scenery in the world. Want to take another one? The man asked. Lin Mushi declined indifferently, no, thanks. The man looked disappointed, wishing he hadn't been distracted and had taken more photos earlier. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. I'll send you the photos later. Which one of you should I add? I'll do it. Chen Chen took out his phone, opened the friend add QR code, and after the man scanned it, he clicked add friend. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and accepted the request as well. To be honest, he was also curious to see what their first group photo would look like. However, after adding each other, the man had already moved on to find the next suitable spot for photos. He was a professional photographer, and his daily work involved documenting the little moments of life in Guangzhou. Chapter 27, I suspect your son is in love. They emerged from the other side of Manhwa Lake. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi walked toward the parking lot. The distance to the parking lot was quite far, nearly 2 kilometers. It was essentially a half circle around Moon Lake. However, the two seemed oblivious to the distance, chatting as they walked. Their thoughts were as free as the sky. As if they had endless topics to discuss. After all, the two of them didn't even know each other before taking the high-speed train. In just 2 short days, they seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages and had nothing left to say. Fate is sometimes so strange, 2 complete strangers can end up getting along so well. Due to the earlier incident of getting separated, the distance between them had unintentionally grown closer. By the time they finally reached the parking lot, it was already past 11 o'clock. Junior, let me walk you back to the hotel. Sure. 20 minutes later, Chen Chen's car pulled up outside the Caesar Hotel. Lin Mushi got out of the passenger seat and said to Chen Chen, thank you for today, senior. I had a great time. Chen Chen sat in the driver's seat and smiled. It was a pleasure dining and shopping with you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. All right. Upon hearing Lin Mushi's response, Chen Chen froze for a moment. What did the junior just say? She said okay. Does that mean he can ask her out to eat in the future too? By the time Chen Chen snapped back to reality, Lin Mushi had already walked to the hotel entrance and disappeared through the luxurious glass doors. The word yes she had just said seemed to linger in the air, like a person walking in the cold winter for days, suddenly feeling a thread of warmth enough to bring one back to life. Chen Chen didn't know how he got home. Anyway, by the time he came to his senses, the car was already parked in his own spot. He opened the door, got out, and closed it. A chill swept over him, and Chen Chen shivered. This is the normal world. The big yellow dog at home had been waiting by the driver's side, wagging its tail frantically the moment it saw the car return. Upon seeing Chen Chen get out, it wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. It seemed to be saying, Master, you're finally back. Come pet me. Chen Chen knelt down, rubbed the dog's head with his hand, and the dog felt comfortable and excited. Its paws rested on Chen Chen's knees, as if it were about to jump into his arms at any moment. After petting the dog for a while, Chen Chen stood up and entered the house. As soon as he entered, he heard Lu Xiuying's voice coming from the storage room. You're back. Chen Chen glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was almost 36 minutes and 41 seconds. He walked to the door of the storage room, leaned against the doorframe, and watched Lu Xiuying busy inside. He said, I'm back, Mom. Why aren't you sleeping so late? We're going to pay respects to the gods tomorrow, so I'm just making sure everything is in order and nothing is missing. By the way, do you have anything planned for tomorrow? This was a local custom. Every year around this time, every household would go to the nearby temple to pay respects to the gods. They also burn incense on the 1st and 15th days of each month. It has nothing to do with superstition, it's just to seek peace of mind. Every major holiday is quite grand. However, compared to some other places, they are just average. I have nothing to do tomorrow. Then go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to take me on your motorcycle. Alright. Mom, you should also go to bed early. Chen Chen nodded and went upstairs. As he passed his younger sister's room, Chen Chen paused for a moment before opening the door. His sister's room was different from his own, which was plain and simple. It was pink and delicate, and as soon as he opened the door, a wave of girlishness washed over him. Chen Chen placed the unopened Snow King blind bag he was holding on her desk, then turned and left the room. After taking a few steps, he turned back, pulled out the heart-shaped Snow King he had taken out of the bag, and left the room satisfied. He closed the door and returned to his own room to get dressed and go take a shower. In Guangzhou, it was different from Jiangqing. Even in winter, one had to shower every day. After hesitating at the bathroom door for a moment, Chen Chen confidently opened the door and went inside. Downstairs, Lu Xiaoying held 2 red firecrackers, standing at the door and staring at Chen Chen's back as he went upstairs for a while. Strange. Today's sun is acting strangely. But what was strange about it? She couldn't quite put her finger on it. This odd feeling persisted until she finished her work and lay down in bed, with Chen Chen's flamboyant appearance still lingering in her mind. Sleazy. Lu Xiaoying felt as though she had been electrocuted, and she shook Qin Jiangwen awake. Old man, wake up. Qin Jiangwen was sleeping soundly, dreaming that he was holding a chicken leg and munching on it. Suddenly, the chicken leg turned into a spirit, not only refusing to let him eat it but also hitting him instead. This was madness. Qin Jiangwen sat up abruptly on the bed and saw his wife staring at him with a gaze no less intense than that of the possessed chicken leg. It seemed as though she would pounce at any moment and devour him whole. Qin Jiangwen shivered and shifted his hips backward. Honey, I didn't do anything wrong today, did I? He racked his brain for a moment. He had just had 2 drinks with a colleague, called his son to ask if he was coming back, took a shower, and went to bed. Could it be because he didn't help with the cleaning? But his wife was almost done by then. Going back would only have been a hassle. Lu Xiaoying gave him a disapproving look. It's not you, it's your son. Chen Jiangwen sighed in relief it wasn't him. His expression grew serious. My son? What did Chen Chen get into this time? Did he go out driving tonight and get into trouble? Chen Chen doesn't seem like the type to do that. Lu Xiaoying saw his expression and knew he wasn't thinking about anything good. He didn't do anything. No, he did do something. Oh my, let me tell you, when I saw him come back just now, he was acting all slick and suspicious, like something was up. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about it? I have to get up early tomorrow, and there's a company dinner tonight. Chen Jiangwen yawned and tried to lie down again. Lu Xiaoying pulled him up. I suspect your son is in love. Dating? Chen Jiangwen snapped awake. Is it that girl from high school? Chen Chen had been secretly infatuated with Lin Qingyan in high school, and he believed he had kept it well hidden. What he didn't know was that his parents had already figured it out long ago, but had simply chosen not to mention it. After all, while he did have a crush on a girl, it hadn't affected his studies. They had been young once too. Having a crush or two in one's youth was perfectly normal. But if it interfered with his studies, that was a whole different matter. Lu Xiaoying rolled her eyes. What's the big deal? That girl didn't even come back for the break. I heard she went back to her boyfriend's place first. Lin Qingyan had seen her. She was quite pretty, had good grades, and was perfect in every way. The only problem is that she doesn't like her own son. That's very bad. Chapter 28. Mom, where are my socks? Do I look like a sock? Then who do you think it is? Woken up by the commotion, Chen Jiangwen decided not to sleep anymore. He knew that if he didn't sort things out with his wife, she wouldn't be able to sleep. If she couldn't sleep, he certainly couldn't either. Lu Xiaoying placed her hand on her chin and analyzed seriously. Aren't you just speculating? How would I know who it is? But judging by the circumstances, it must be someone from Yuecheng. Locals are better. Local people make it easier to visit family in the future. And they know each other well. Even though there's not a single detail settled yet, Chen Chen's mother is already thinking about marriage. Oh. Chen Jiangwen was uninterested. After talking for so long, she didn't even know what to say next. That's not important. What's important is that your son might be in a relationship. That's a good thing. After the college entrance exam and the graduation party, she saw her son looking like the sky had fallen, and she knew he must have been rejected. After a year in college, there was no sign of him dating. When she called him, he was either in class or in the dorm, showing no interest in socializing. She had even begun to think her son would never date. Seeing him like this tonight, Lu Xiaoying finally felt a little relieved. She hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected complications this time. She only has one son and one daughter, so naturally she hopes they can both live happily ever after. Of course, even if they don't plan to marry, that's fine too, as long as they're happy. Chen Jiangwen yawned again. You're right, that is definitely a good thing. Honey, can I go to sleep now? Go ahead and sleep. Chen Jiangwen obeyed like a soldier, lying down and falling asleep the next second. Upon learning that her son might be in a relationship, Lu Xiaoying slept better than she had in ages that night. Chen Shen finally warmed up his body and started convincing himself to turn off the water heater and get dressed. After a while, he quickly dressed, rushed out of the room, and dived into the blankets in one swift motion. Sigh. The bed was ice cold. Thankfully, his body was still warm. The contrast between the cold and the warmth, combined with the body's natural heat, quickly warmed the bed. Just as Chen Xinshin had neatly tucked the blanket around himself and was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly noticed a very serious problem. Oh no! I forgot to turn off the light. Chen Shen's house was built over a decade ago, and all the furnishings were arranged according to the style of that time. There were few light switches, and they were all located near the door. It was convenient to turn on the lights, but inconvenient to turn them off. In the south, there's no central heating in winter, so you rely entirely on your own body heat. Keeping warm relies on shivering. Getting out of bed requires courage. If the lights aren't turned off, Chen Shen is definitely unable to sleep. With no choice, Chen Shen had to crawl out of the warm blankets like a thief, tiptoe barefoot to the bed, quickly turn off the light, and then tiptoe back to bed, burrowing back under the covers. Thank goodness, it's still warm. Now, he could finally sleep soundly. Before falling asleep, a thought crossed Chen Shen's mind. I should buy a remote-controlled light switch someday. Right, and a space heater. On the horizon, a faint blue gradually turned orange-red. The air was cool, but not as biting as the cold in the north. The moist air carried the fresh scent of earth and vegetation, and occasionally, the faint aroma of mist rising from distant rivers and lakes added a touch of softness and gentleness to the winter morning. The streets and villages were still immersed in a peaceful silence. Only the occasional chirping of birds or the sounds of early morning activities from distant homes break the silence. The streetlights were still on, casting a soft, warm glow that added a touch of warmth to the winter morning. With a click, the light in Chen Shen's house turned on. Lu Xiaoying woke up, glanced up at her son still sleeping, and decided not to wake him. She went to use the pressure cooker to make porridge, which would be quicker. Once the porridge was ready, she heard the sound of the upstairs door opening. Soon, the staircase light came on, and footsteps could be heard. Chen Shen appeared before Lu Xiaoying with a messy hairstyle, looking sleepy, still wearing a pair of slippers. Mom, good morning. Lu Xiaoying immediately broke into a kind smile. Son, it's time to get up. Are you hungry? I've cooked some porridge for breakfast. Go and have some. Hearing this gentle voice, Chen Shen was startled. Go drink your porridge. Chen Shen went to the kitchen, looking back every few steps. Soon, she brought out a bowl of steaming hot lean meat congee. Mom's lean meat congee is still the best. It was well seasoned and didn't have any unnecessary additives or artificial flavors. Lu Xiaoying's kind face followed him. Son, if you have something to do today, go ahead and take care of it. Mom can ride with your cousin. Chen Shen glanced outside. There was no car, but he could hear the sound of a car starting up at the neighbor's house. Chen Shen put down his chopsticks and muttered, Whoever you are, get off Ms. Lu immediately. Lu Xiaoying gave him a disapproving look and returned to her usual expression. It seems you have nothing to do today. Eat quickly and go warm up the car. I told you last night to get up early, yet you slept so late. This was the normal Ms. Lu after only 3 days back home. Chen Shen felt relieved. He took the keys, pushed the 125 out into the yard, and started the engine. The sudden putt-putt sound stood out sharply in the quiet morning. Fortunately, everyone had already grown accustomed to the sound. And they also knew what day it was. So there wouldn't be any complaints. After the engine started, Chen Shen returned home, quickly finished his porridge, and began looking for his shoes. Mom, where are my socks? Do I look like a pair of socks? You don't know where you put your own socks, yet you're always asking your mother. Lu Xiaoying said this while pulling out a pair of Chen Shen's socks from somewhere and throwing them at him before leaving. A moment later. Mom, where are my shoes? I washed your shoes. Put on another pair. Aren't they clean? Why did you wash them? Chen Shen muttered under his breath as he rummaged through the shoe cabinet, but there were many pairs of shoes inside, none of which looked like his own. This is really strange. Aren't they here? Lu Xiaoying had appeared behind Chen Shen at some point and pointed to the shoebox in front of him, speaking softly. Soon, Mrs. Lu brought out 2 baskets filled with incense and candles. Mom, you really have eagle eyes. I couldn't see them at all. That's because you're blind. Chen Shen put on his shoes and went out to check the car. The 125 cubic centimeters engine was already warmed up. Today, Chen Shen was wearing a black windbreaker for warmth, with a plain black and red helmet on his head, standing beside the motorcycle. He looked just like a professional motorcycle racer. Soon, Mrs. Lu came out and saw her son looking so handsome, she couldn't help but feel proud. However, she didn't show it, lest the boy become arrogant. Chen Shen naturally took the basket from her shoulder, secured it to the back, handed a helmet to Mrs. Lu, and with a long stride, hopped onto the motorcycle. After putting on her helmet, Ms. Lu also got on the motorcycle. Beep beep beep. The sound of the motorcycle starting echoed throughout the courtyard, fading into the distance as it headed toward the village. Chapter 29, My little sister finally has a day off, please keep reading. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination for the Daizhuofeng Mountain Temple. Although it was still early, the area around the entrance was already crowded with people. People carrying baskets, holding incense, candles, and oil paper, selling breakfast, like ants moving house, they slowly made their way up the mountain. There were too many people to park, so Chen Chen didn't follow inside but waited outside. The waiting process was actually quite boring. When he was younger, every time his father was busy, his mother would ask him to ride his bike and take her there, but Chen Chen always refused for various reasons. He didn't know how his mother had gotten there in the end, only that they always returned home around 1 or 2 in the morning. His stomach was growling with hunger. After high school, as he grew older and more mature, his mother asked him to drive her, and he would get up no matter how early it was. He would leave around 6 and return around 10. Upon returning home, Ms. Lu continued with her chores, performing various rituals, burning paper money, and setting off firecrackers. Chen Chen didn't understand any of this. After parking the motorcycle and taking off his helmet, he headed upstairs. At that moment, Ms. Lu took a moment to say, "Your sister has the afternoon off today, and your father is busy. Remember to pick her up from school today." All right. Her sister was finally coming back. Having gone to bed too late at night and gotten up too early in the morning, Chen Chen felt completely exhausted. He took off his jacket, kicked off his shoes, and almost immediately fell asleep under the covers. I can't stay up late anymore. Chen Chen's sister attends Yuechang High School. Yuechang High School is the best high school in Yuechang. Chen Chen hadn't been able to get into that school, so he attended another high school, Tianjiabing High School. Yuechang High School isn't too far from his home, but it's not exactly close either. By motorcycle, it takes about an hour and a half. By car, it only takes about 40 minutes. So after waking up, Chen Chen ate a quick breakfast, checked the time, and went to his uncle's house next door to borrow a car. The few houses next to his were all owned by his father's brothers or cousins. His father has 4 brothers, and his youngest aunt married far away and rarely comes back. Including cousins, there are over 20 of them. So, if there was an urgent matter needing help or if someone needed to borrow a car, it was very convenient. His 4th uncle's house was the closest to Chen Chen's, right next door, sharing the same courtyard. At that moment, a woman of similar build to Ms. Lu had just finished sorting the lychee branches she had dragged back from the orchard to use as firewood and was now sweeping the area. Chen Chen called out, "Auntie Chen." The woman looked up and saw Chen Chen, her face immediately breaking into a smile. "Little Chen, you're back." Chen Chen replied, "Yes, I came back the night before last." He peered inside and asked, "Auntie, is Uncle C home?" "He's out." "What do you need him for?" Yuan has the afternoon off, and my dad took the car to a company dinner. I wanted to ask Uncle Chen for the car. The woman said, "The keys are on the altar. You can just go and get them." "All right." Chen Chen nodded and walked into the house, heading straight for the altar. He didn't need to tiptoe to reach the keys. His uncle's car was a black Honda that ran on gasoline, and Chen Chen found it easier to drive than an electric car. The 40-minute drive wasn't too long, but it wasn't short either. Chen Chen arrived at the gate of Yuechang Middle School, where it was already crowded with parents picking up their children. The road back was even more congested, with traffic moving as slowly as a snail. Yuechang Middle School was large, but it only had one main gate. Even with only the senior class remaining, there were so many people. When the first and second grades were on vacation, that would be truly terrifying. Chen Chen parked the car a bit farther away from the school and walked to the entrance. Besides the difficulty of finding a parking spot, there was another issue. Many of the parents picking up their children had come on motorcycles. These motorcycles, taking advantage of their small size, were darting in and out of traffic on the road. Chen Chen's driving skills weren't very good yet, and he was afraid of hitting one of them. Just as he was thinking this, a motorbike ahead collided with a black BYD. The parents from both sides immediately started arguing. Chen Chen didn't stop to watch the commotion but hurried toward the school gate. He could already see his younger sister and 2 classmates waiting at the school gate. From a distance, Chen Chen called out, "Yuan." Upon seeing Chen Yuan immediately waved goodbye to her 2 friends. "My brother is here, I'll go first." The 2 girls with her turned around as well, their eyes instantly drawn to Chen Chen. "Wow, Chen Yuan, that's your brother. He's so handsome." Chen Chen was still wearing the same black trench coat from that morning, which accentuated his tall, slender figure and impeccable demeanor. He was walking toward them with a faint smile on his lips. In that moment, the entire world seemed to brighten up because of his smile. Chen Yuan said boastfully, "Of course he is. I told you he was handsome, but you didn't believe me." One of the round-faced girls couldn't help but speak up. "But the photos you showed us were really tacky. They were dark and short, and they looked like 2 completely different people compared to what we see now, right?" If they had known that Yuan's brother was so handsome, they would have definitely asked for his WeChat. "But maybe it's not too late now." Chen Shen suddenly walked over, leaned in close, and asked in a soft voice, "What photos?" Chen Yuan was startled by the sudden question, her heart racing like a frightened deer, afraid that her friends would discover the ugly photos she had shown them. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained. "Nothing, nothing. Let's go home quickly. We haven't been back in ages, and I'm dying to see my parents." Chen Shen stared at her. "Don't you miss me?" "I do. I do. Of course I miss you the most, hee hee. That's more like it." Chen Shen nodded satisfactorily, then patted her suitcase and backpack. "Come on, I'll take you for some milk tea to treat you." "Wow, milk tea. That's awesome. Brother, I love you." Chen Yuan jumped up excitedly. Chen Shen cleared his throat. "I know I'm handsome, but there are a lot of people here. Mind your manners." After saying that, he picked up her luggage and backpack, nodded to her two classmates, and led the way out. Chen Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue at him, then turned around and waved goodbye to her friends. "See you next year, girls." Chen Yuan's friends waved back at her with smiles, their eyes filled with envy. "See you next year." They watched Chen Shen and his sister walk away side by side until they were out of sight, unwilling to look away. "Chen Yuan's brother is so handsome, and he spoils her so much," a round-faced girl remarked. "I really want to know which university he attends. I want to go there too," another girl said with a dreamy expression. Yuan mentioned it before. It's Jiangcheng University. That's a top-tier 985 university. The admission scores are pretty high, at least 550. Their scores were just a bit short. To be honest, even though they attended the best high school in Yuecheng, their scores were still just a bit short of what was needed to get into Jiangcheng University. High school is just too tough, especially math, physics, and chemistry. They're not exactly girl-friendly subjects. P.S. Dear readers, please keep reading. Chapter 30, Brother, I saw a very beautiful sister available now. Please keep reading. But then again, for the person I like, giving it my all doesn't seem so bad. 985 University. Handsome guy. I must get into Jiangcheng University so I can attend the same school as Yuan's older brother, said the girl named Su Yan with extraordinary confidence. Wish you success and hope you catch up with your Prince Charming soon, the round-faced girl sincerely blessed her. Yuan's older brother is handsome, but judging by Su Yan's expression, she's definitely fallen for him. Since that's the case, she'd rather not get involved. If a man could affect the friendship between the three of them, she would definitely choose to step back. Thank you, Tian. I'll take your good wishes. The two girls exchanged a smile and continued waiting for their parents at the same spot. Chen Shen had no idea that his brief appearance had changed a girl's life. The brother and sister walked for about 5 minutes before reaching the parking lot. Seeing the black Honda, Chen Yuan recognized it immediately. Hey, isn't that Uncle Chen's car? Chen Shen placed his backpack and luggage in the trunk, closed the lid, and replied. Yeah, Dad took the car for the company's year-end dinner. What kind of milk tea do you want? At the mention of milk tea, Chen Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered, then excitedly exclaimed, I want to drink milk Snow City. Her older brother was still in college and only had a meager allowance, so she didn't want to ask him for more. Miyue Bingchang was the best choice, cheap and delicious. Let us go. Yuecheng Middle School is not far from Wanyue Lake Pedestrian Street. It's just a short drive, about 20 minutes. However, the traffic is a bit of a hassle. A 1-kilometer stretch took over half an hour. Yuecheng Middle School doesn't dismiss until 5:30 p.m. By the time Chen Shen picked up Chen Yuan, it was already past 6 p.m. With the traffic, they wouldn't arrive at Wanyue Lake Pedestrian Street until after 7 p.m. Chen Shen checked the traffic while saying, let us call Mom and tell her we'll eat out and come back later. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately asked excitedly, Brother, are you going to treat me to dinner? Chen Shen turned his head to look at her and laughed. What, are you afraid your older brother can't afford it? Hee Chen Yuan gave a playful smile. The two siblings resembled their father and mother. But when they laughed, they were almost identical. Chen Yuan was practically a carbon copy of Chen Shen if it weren't for her long hair. Chen Shen didn't look at her, but he knew what she was thinking. He said, don't worry, your brother can afford to treat you to dinner, and after dinner, he plans to take you to buy remote-controlled lights and electric heaters. We'll replace the lights in our room and install electric heaters, so we won't have to worry about forgetting to turn off the lights or getting cold when we sleep. Wow, big brother, you must have struck it rich. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Mom and Dad would never think of getting these things otherwise, they would have done it long ago. I've made a little money, not much. It's enough to improve our lives a bit. The rest will have to wait until your brother really makes it big, Chen Shen replied with a smile. After the initial excitement, Chen Yuan said, forget it. You must have saved up from part-time jobs during university. Keep it for yourself. We've managed through the winter so far. You'll graduate in 2 years, you don't need to rush. Don't worry, your older brother is certain he has the ability to afford it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it. Chen Shen hadn't told his family about his novel writing yet. First, he was worried that his parents would say something like, "We worked hard to send you to university, not so you could write novels," using their typical parental rhetoric. Second, he naturally felt embarrassed if his family saw the novels he wrote. However, once his novel actually makes a lot of money, he's willing to tell them. Since his older brother had said that, Chen Yuan didn't say anything else. She took out her phone to call home and explain the situation. Lu Xiuying didn't say much either. She just told them to come home early, after all, the car was borrowed. Chen Yuan replied, "Alright," and the car had already arrived at Wanyue Lake. She parked the car in the same parking lot where she had come with Lin Mushi last time. Coincidentally, she encountered the same young man who had tried to take their parking spot last time. The young man recognized Chen first. Chen only noticed him then. Seeing him looking like a mouse seeing a cat, Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chen laughed, but the young man felt a pang of anxiety. Images of Lin Mushi's angry face flashed through his mind. He silently put the car in reverse, and the vehicle slowly backed up. After straightening the car, he decisively drove to the other side. Chen Yuan looked confused. "Brother, why didn't that car stop here? That parking spot was taken first." Chen smiled slightly. "Maybe he doesn't like this parking spot." Chen Yuan found it odd, but at this time of day, finding a parking spot so quickly was certainly a good thing. After parking, Chen and Chen Yuan walked toward the pedestrian street. Chen Yuan felt the bustling atmosphere of the pedestrian street, stretched her arms wide, and then used her hands to massage her stiff neck. "I haven't been to the pedestrian street in ages. All I do at school is study and do homework. I feel like I'm turning into a studying machine. Robots don't complain like you do." I'm just venting. Senior year is indeed tough. But it's tough, and I only have half a year left before I'm free. Thinking about how she could be as free as her older brother after the college entrance exams, Chen Yuan immediately felt that the current hardships weren't so bad after all. She was like that, her emotions came and went quickly, and she was very good at self-comforting. By the time they finished talking, the two siblings had already arrived at Milk Tea City. Probably because it was a holiday, there were as many people in line as last night. "Brother, my classmate said that Mishi recently released New Year Snow King merchandise. Let's buy a few." "Oh, they're already sold out." Chen Yuan listened to the store clerk explaining to other customers, her face showing a hint of disappointment. Chen scratched his nose, too embarrassed to mention that the Snow King merchandise was sold out because of him and Lin Mushi. However, he didn't plan to tell her yet that he had placed a Snow King in her room. It was supposed to be a little surprise for her. "What do you want to eat later?" Chen asked. "Just something cheap and simple will do." Chen chuckled. This girl was finding ways to save him money. "Your brother is treating you to dinner, you can't just eat something cheap. I'll take you out for hot pot later." "Wow, I've been dying to eat hot pot." "Brother, you're such a great big brother. I love you so much." Chen Yuan wrapped her arms around Chen's arm and rubbed against it like a little kitten. Soon, the two of them each took out a cup of milk tea. Chen checked his phone for highly rated hot pot restaurants nearby. Chen Yuan sipped her milk tea while looking around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pointed ahead excitedly. Brother, I saw a very beautiful sister. P.S. Dear readers, the chapter is now available. Please continue reading. Chapter 31, Who is the girl by his side? Now available, please keep reading. A very beautiful older sister? Chen's mind immediately flashed to Lin Mushi's figure. Could it be her? He shook his head with a smile. She had already come once last night, how could she possibly be here tonight? Besides, there were plenty of other pretty girls around. Chen gently tapped Chen Yuan on the head. Stop looking. I've already found a hot pot restaurant. It's just up ahead at the Chongqing Hot Pot. Yay, that's exactly what I wanted, spicy food. Upon hearing about hot pot, especially the spicy kind she loved, Chen Yuan immediately forgot about the pretty girl. Don't let her be from Guangzhou fool you, she absolutely loves spicy food. However, since her parents couldn't handle spicy food at home, she could only satisfy her cravings occasionally when she went out. Lin Mushi dragged her suitcase aimlessly along the sidewalk under a row of banyan trees. When she realized it, she found herself at Wanyue Lake without even noticing. She had originally planned to return to Jiangcheng today. However, the blizzard in Jiangcheng was still raging, and all public transportation trains, high-speed rail, and planes had been suspended. Even the cross-city DD rides had stopped accepting trips to Jiangcheng. With no other options, she had no choice but to stay in Guangzhou. Moreover, after parting ways with Chen last night, Lin Mushi returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the lobby, she saw her uncle and aunt sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing her return, they immediately surrounded her. Oh my, Cece, your aunt used to hold you when you were little. Now you've grown up, become so beautiful, and even got into university. Do you look down on your aunt now? You came to Guangzhou and didn't even go home to visit. Seeing the two unwelcome guests, Lin Mushi subtly avoided her aunt's hand, reaching out to grab her arm and said indifferently, "Why are you here?" Her tone carried a clear sense of distance. "Oh, we're here to take you home to live with us, of course." Go cancel your hotel room right away. Lin Mushi subtly took a step back. I just came to visit mom. I'll leave tomorrow. I didn't mean to disturb anyone. She hadn't told anyone she was coming. How did they know? Could it be from her social media? Lin Mushi's aunt was a plump woman named Yang Huimin with a loud voice that didn't sound like someone easy to get along with. In fact, she really wasn't easy to get along with. Lin Mushi had already experienced her sharpness when she was a child. At the time, she was just over 5 years old. Her mother had taken her back to celebrate her cousin's full moon, and she had simply approached to take a closer look at the adorable baby. But for some reason, the baby started crying. Yang Huimin, hearing her precious son cry, rushed over, pushed her to the ground, and berated her with the most vile language. If it weren't for the fact that she had just given birth, her mother would have argued with her on the spot. After that incident, she never liked her aunt again. Lin Mushi knew that their appearance here tonight was no coincidence. This year, the global economy has been poor, and many factories in Guangzhou City need to relocate to Chengdu City, causing her uncle's factory orders to plummet sharply. Now, he either has to respond to the national call and relocate to Chuan City, or close the factory. However, moving to Chuan City requires a significant amount of capital. Given the current state of her uncle's factory, even with subsidies, it would still be insufficient. His uncle stood beside him, saying nothing. Yang Huimin, however, was quick to speak up. Oh, silly child, we're not strangers. We're all your family. Besides, the news said that it's snowing heavily in Jiangcheng, and there are no cars to go back now. Lin Mushi tugged at the corner of her mouth. Family? Then when I was little, when my mother divorced and said she wanted to take me back, why did you refuse? At the time, her parents were going through a divorce, and her mother had originally wanted to take her back. However, since her grandmother was taking care of her aunt's child at the time, they feared that if her mother took her back, she would leave her with her grandmother and not be able to properly care for her cousin, so they firmly refused. But at that time, she was almost old enough to start elementary school and could take care of herself. But you were still so young back then. We were worried you'd be mistreated if you came here, so we didn't agree. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Lin Mushi stared at her and continued, then after my mother passed away, I wanted to go back to see my grandmother. What did you say then? You said that if my grandmother saw me, she would think of my mother and that I should never go back to disturb her. When it came to this, Yang Huimin also couldn't continue. She could only force herself to say, Cici, your grandmother was very old at the time, and your mother had just passed away. She was still grieving, and we didn't want to upset her. Ha, you're just here to ask for money now. How much do you want? Yang Huimin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she blurted out, You're really willing to give it? Her uncle glared at Yang Huimin, who reluctantly shut up. Her uncle smiled and said, Cici, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. We came today just to take you home to stay for a few days. We don't mean anything else. Lin Mushi's uncle was Guo Baofeng. Though in his early 50s, he looked like he was in his 40s. He had the charm of a mature man. He bore a resemblance to Lin Mushi's mother, so whenever she looked at him, she couldn't help but think of her own mother. But whenever she thought about how heartless they had been back then, she felt a deep hatred. If they had only shown mercy back then, her mother wouldn't have spent countless sleepless nights, eventually breaking down completely and dying with regret. Lin Mushi said coldly, I have no money. I just had a falling out with my father, otherwise I wouldn't be in Guangzhou at this time. Sure enough, upon hearing that she had fallen out with her father, Yang Huimin quietly tugged at Guo Baofeng's sleeve. He glared at her, and she reluctantly stopped. You can go. I won't be going back with you. After saying that, Lin Mushi entered the elevator and returned to her room. They had thought that hearing she had no money would make them give up. But unexpectedly, today, they weren't giving up and had come again. Fortunately, the hotel she was staying at was strict and hadn't given them her room number. However, Lin Mushi knew that as long as she was staying at the hotel, they would eventually find out her room number. So she took the opportunity when they weren't paying attention and left through another exit of the hotel. In the vast city of Yuecheng, there was no place for her to go. Lin Mushi's eyes welled up with tears as she slowly raised her head. In the distance, a familiar figure was walking toward her. The boy was currently focused on his phone, while the girl beside him was affectionately wrapped her arm around his, her face radiating a bright smile. Every now and then, she would gently nuzzle his arm, exuding a playful demeanor, while the boy looked at her with a doting smile. That boy was none other than Chen Shen, who had dined with her the previous evening, shared a cup of milk tea, purchased Snow King, and taken photos under the moonlight together. But who was the girl laughing happily beside him? Chapter 32. This is my sister, available now, please follow and read. When she realized she had actually asked such a question, Lin Mushi froze. No matter who the girl by Chen Shen's side was, what did she have to do with her? Mushi instinctively tried to step back, but it was already too late. The two of them were almost right in front of her. Chen Shen looked up, their eyes met, and both of them froze. Lin Mushi was completely frozen, forgetting how to react. In the end, it was Chen Shen who broke the silence first. He smiled and asked, Junior, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here tonight. What are you doing? Chen Shen's gaze fell on her luggage. Are you heading back to Jiangcheng? Chen Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Jiangcheng? Brother, have you lost your mind? Videos of snow in Jiangcheng have been all over the internet these past 2 days. High-speed trains can't beat regular trains, and regular trains still rely on their steam engine ancestors. Right now, all transportation to Jiangcheng has been suspended. Lin Mushi gently turned her head, catching a crucial piece of information in her eyes. She repeated in confusion, brother? Chen Shen finally snapped out of it and hurriedly introduced, this is my younger sister, Chen Yuan. Yuan, this is my junior from Jiangda University, Lin Mushi. Chen Yuan let go of her brother's arm, as if she had met an old friend, and walked naturally toward Lin Mushi. Sister, hello. You're so beautiful. I just told my brother I saw a super beautiful sister, but he didn't believe me. I even made him look, but he wouldn't. I never expected you two to know each other. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful sister. Lin Mushi had grown accustomed to compliments from others since childhood. But at that moment, faced with Chen Yuan's praise, she couldn't help but blush. Especially when she mentioned that Chen Shen refused to look at the beautiful woman. She felt a little happy inside. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mushi replied with a smile. Sister, you're not really planning to go back to Jiangcheng, are you? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Lin Mushi's face flashed a moment of unease before she explained. No, I just want to stay at a different hotel. Are you here in Yuacheng for a vacation? Chen Yuan continued to ask. No, my mother is from Guangdong City, and I was born here too. Lin Mushi replied. If that's the case, why are you staying at a hotel? Chen Yuan looked puzzled. Lin Mushi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This sister asks so many questions. Sister, are you and my brother Chen Yuan didn't finish her sentence before Chen Shen interrupted her in time. He knew his younger sister had a tendency to speak without thinking, so he quickly covered her mouth with his hand to stop her from continuing. Then, he apologetically explained to Lin Mushi, my sister has a straightforward personality and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. With her mouth covered, Chen Yuan could only make muffled sounds. Ugh, brother, let me go. Chen Shen glared at her fiercely, and Chen Yuan immediately obeyed. Brother, I'm being good. Please let me go. Chen Shen saw this and finally let go of her. He then turned to Lin Mushi and invited her, Junior, have you eaten yet? We were just planning to go for hot pot. Why don't you join us? No. Lin Mushi hadn't finished speaking before she was interrupted by Chen Yuan's enthusiasm. Oh, sister, look at this freezing weather, it's the perfect time for hot pot. Come with us, we'll have authentic Chongqing hot pot. Do you usually eat spicy food? Chen Yuan asked eagerly. I do. Lin Mushi replied instinctively. That's great. I love spicy food too. My brother doesn't eat spicy food. I was just worried about not finding anyone to eat spicy food with. Chen Yuan excitedly wrapped her arm around Lin Mushi's arm, almost dragging her away. Wait, my luggage. Lin Mushi hesitated. My brother is taking care of the luggage. Don't worry about it, Chen Yuan said nonchalantly, continuing to pull Lin Mushi forward. Thus, Lin Mushi was practically dragged along by Chen Yuan toward the hot pot restaurant. Chen Shen sighed helplessly, picked up Lin Mushi's luggage, and followed the two girls. He was destined to be the one doing all the heavy lifting and picking up the bill tonight. But why was there a little bit of joy in his heart? As they entered the hot pot restaurant, a strong, spicy aroma filled the air, instantly stimulating their appetites. The restaurant was bustling with activity, filled with the sound of voices, and warm lights illuminated every table, creating a cozy and lively atmosphere. Chen Yuan led Lin Mushi to a window-side table with ease, then excitedly began ordering. She ordered several signature dishes in one go and specially added a portion of her favorite beef tripe for Lin Mushi. Sis, don't worry. The hot pot base here is absolutely authentic, spicy enough to satisfy any craving. Chen Yuan explained to Lin Mushi while continuing to order. Lin Mushi smiled and nodded, feeling a warm wave of emotion welling up inside her. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, and Chen Yuan's warmth and innocence made her feel incredibly close to her. Just as Chen Yuan finished ordering with excitement and was about to place the order, Chen Shen put down his luggage and reached out to stop her. Yin Yang pot. Brother, don't you know that ordering a yin yang pot is a sacrilege to Chongqing hot pot? Chen Yuan protested. I only know that ordering a spicy pot alone would be a double insult to my taste buds and my wallet. Brother, it's just a spicy pot. Chen Yuan pouted. Yin yang hot pot. Or you treat me. Make a high school student treat you? Brother, doesn't your conscience hurt? Chen Yuan covered her chest and said with feigned distress. Then let us go with the yin yang hot pot. Chen Yuan puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Alright, let us go with the yin yang hot pot. Chen Shen smirked at her, as if to say, haha, I won again. Chen Yuan, furious, tried to kick him with her foot, but Chen Shen dodged it effortlessly. I knew you'd use that trick. Lin Mushi and Chen Yuan sat together, facing Chen Chen. Watching the brother and sister argue over whether to have a spicy pot or a yin-yang pot, she felt a strange warmth and joy welling up inside her. Who would have thought that just a short while ago, she had been lamenting that in the vast city of Guangzhou, there was no place for her to call home. Yet, in this moment, surrounded by the laughter and joy of the Chen siblings, she felt an unprecedented sense of belonging, as if this place had finally become her home. Soon, the waiter brought over a steaming hot pot and various ingredients. Wow, the hot pot is here. It smells so good. Chen Yuan was starving from school, and upon seeing the delicious hot pot, she couldn't resist any longer. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Sister, try this beef tripe. It's really delicious. Chen Yuan picked up a piece of beef tripe and placed it in Lin Mushi's bowl. Chapter 33, Little Sister, Take Care of Your Brother 2 available for reading. Looking at the beef tripe in her bowl, Lin Mushi froze, momentarily forgetting to react. Chen Yuan, seeing this, thought she didn't like it and quickly said, Sister, what's wrong? Don't you like tripe? She had specially ordered an extra portion just for her. She hadn't expected her sister to dislike it. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know you didn't like tripe. I'll take it off your plate right away. Chen Yuan said, reaching out to take the beef tripe. Lin Mushi quickly said, No, I like it. Yuan, thank you. You're the younger sister, I should be the one taking care of you. She was used to being alone. At school, she often spent time with Qin Yao, but both of them were independent individuals who rarely interfered in each other's affairs. Plus, due to the shadow of her cousin's incident from when she was young, she had an instinctive resistance toward younger people. Now, suddenly being taken care of by someone younger than her felt oddly wonderful. It's like a feather brushing against her heart, soft and gentle, making her feel a bit itchy yet addictive. Recalling their first meeting, he had brought out snacks to cheer her up. It was like he was trying to comfort a child. At the time, it was probably because of that she let down her guard. Looking back now, both Chen Chen and his sister seemed to really enjoy taking care of others. Hey, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Why would I need to be taken care of? You're the guest, and we're the hosts. Of course we should take care of you. As she spoke, Chen Yuan quickly added another slice of beef tripe to Lin Mushi's bowl. Then came the beef slices, vegetables, and mushrooms. Both girls were skilled at eating spicy food. The fiery ingredients went into their mouths as if they had no sense of taste, and they ate with great enjoyment. Is the spicy hot pot really that delicious? Chen suddenly had an idea. Should I give it a try? Thinking this, he stared at Chen Yuan and said softly, Little sister, could you spare some for your older brother? Chen Yuan rolled her eyes at him. You're such a big man, and you still need someone to take care of you? Aren't you ashamed? What's wrong with being this big? A baby who is over 200 months old isn't a baby anymore? Chen Yuan pretended to kick him again. Just then, Lin Mushi quickly placed a piece of fatty meat into Chen Chen's bowl. Senior, have some. The brother and sister, who had been arguing heatedly, suddenly fell silent. If you want tea, give me some, someone else will. Chen smirked triumphantly, then picked up a piece of beef and waved it in front of Chen Yuan. Oh, the beef you dipped is so nice and fragrant. Chen Yuan glared at him angrily, while Lin Mushi blushed, watching Chen Chen's childish behavior. Looking at Chen Yuan, one couldn't help but wonder if she would throw Chen into the hot pot to boil him in the next second. Lin Mushi quickly dipped another piece of beef and placed it in Chen Yuan's bowl. Sis, here you go. Chen Yuan's face immediately brightened. Thank you, sister. You're so kind, unlike my brother, who only thinks about bullying me. I've always wished I had a sister, but unfortunately, my mother only gave me a brother. Chen? You didn't say that before, did you? You said you loved this older brother and liked this older brother the most. So, love can disappear, right? Chen sighed and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. Chen Yuan glanced nervously at her older brother and continued to maintain a good relationship with Lin Mushi. Don't think she doesn't know her brother likes the sister, he is just too shy to say it. In critical moments, it all comes down to her, the younger sister. Just then, Chen suddenly let out a series of ha! He was so spicy he was jumping around like a monkey. So spicy. He had made a mistake, he shouldn't have tried the spicy hot pot. Chongqing hot pot is truly the fighter jet of hot pots, way better than the hot pot in Jiangcheng. Are you okay? Lin Mushi saw him like this, stood up nervously, and looked at him helplessly. Water, drink some water. Chen grabbed the water on the table and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, he still couldn't ease the spiciness, so he grabbed another cup of water and downed it in 2 gulps. Lin Mushi hesitated to speak. That was her cup. Chen Yuan had already brought some milk over. Brother, drink some milk, it can help with the spiciness. Though the two siblings often bickered, when something serious happened, they cared about each other more than anyone else. Chen grabbed the milk and downed it in 1 gulp. Phew, that's spicy. After drinking half a bottle of milk, the spiciness in his mouth finally subsided a bit, and Chen Chen collapsed onto the chair. Senior. I'm sorry. Lin Mushi looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head in apology. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen quickly said, Junior, it's not your fault. I saw you all enjoying the spicy food so much that I thought I'd give it a try. I guess I overestimated myself. Chen Yuan also hurried to comfort her. That's right, sister. My brother is just like that. He sees me eating so well and wants to try it too, but he always ends up getting tricked by me. You don't need to feel bad about it. That's right, Junior. It was my own choice to eat it. Don't worry about it. Oh, sister, sit down quickly. Let's keep eating. Don't mind him. Chen Yuan pulled Lin Mushi back to her seat and continued to eat heartily. However, Lin Mushi still felt a little guilty. She occasionally helped Chen Chen dip food in the hot pot. This time, she was very careful, using a new pair of chopsticks to place the food for Chen Chen on the non-spicy side of the pot. She placed her own food in the spicy pot, carefully separating them. Chen Chen saw this and didn't say much. He just let her do as she pleased. Lin Mushi saw that Chen Chen was eating happily. It felt like she was back to yesterday when they went to the street food stall, and she was feeding him. She realized that she really enjoyed feeding Chen Chen. Seeing him eat with such satisfaction gave her a sense of accomplishment. Chen Yuan watched the two interact, quietly lowering her head to eat, trying to be invisible. Would she soon have a beautiful sister-in-law? After finishing the hot pot, it was already past 9 o'clock. Junior, where do you plan to stay? Chen Chen asked. Lin Mushi flashed a brief look of disappointment before forcing a casual smile and said, I'll just find a hotel nearby to stay at. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, I know a decent hotel. I'll take you there. Sure, thanks, senior. Chen Chen picked up his luggage, and Lin Mushi and Chen Yuan also stood up. Chen Yuan said, Brother, I'll just stay here. I haven't been to the pedestrian street in ages. I'll just wander around. She wasn't going to be a third wheel. Just don't go too far. We'll be heading back soon. Got it. Chen Yuan waved her hand behind her. Chen Chen dragged his suitcase, and Lin Mushi walked out of the hot pot restaurant alongside him. Last night they had said they'd eat together next time, and now it had happened so quickly. After walking for a few minutes, the two stood in front of a hotel that looked somewhat vintage. Junior, this is the place. The Moon Lake Hotel. From the room, you can see the entire view of Moon Lake. If you're lucky, you might even see the moon from the room. Chapter 34, She's My Junior. The Moon Lake Hotel is situated right by the shore of Moon Lake. It could also be described as a hotel on an island in Moon Lake. The environment is excellent. All the decorations are in a retro style, and as soon as you step inside, it feels like you've traveled back in time. Lin Mushi really liked it. Alright, let's stay here. After checking in, Chen Chen helped her carry her luggage to the room. After putting everything in place, he took out his phone and opened the camera to look around. He didn't even skip the space under the bed. Watching his busy figure, Lin Mushi couldn't help but smile. He was really thoughtful. Just like an elder. Lin Mushi had originally wanted to describe him as being like her father. But her father wasn't a qualified father. At least not in her eyes. She didn't think that way. Senior, what are you doing? She asked, even though she already knew the answer. Looking for hidden cameras in the room. Are there any? Actually, even if Chen Chen didn't check, she would check herself after he left. However, watching him check so carefully, Lin Mushi felt reassured. I've checked the entire room thoroughly and didn't find any hidden cameras. You can stay here safely, Junior. What should we do if there are any? She asked. Chen Chen replied seriously. If there are any, we'll just find another place. Lin Mushi continued to ask. What if we move and there are still cameras? Chen Chen thought for a moment and replied. Then we'll keep changing. He didn't believe it. In such a large city like Guangzhou, there couldn't possibly be a single hotel without cameras. Wait a minute, isn't this one without cameras? Why did my junior ask that? Actually, Lin Mushi just wanted to tease him. She found that teasing Chen Chen was really fun. No matter how she asked, he would always answer seriously. That serious expression was particularly amusing. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her gaze, Chen Chen said. Junior, I should go back first. Lin Mushi suddenly took a step forward. Are you still planning to stay, senior? Chen Chen jumped back in surprise, stammering. No, my sister is waiting for me. I borrowed the car today and need to return it. My mom also told us to come back early. Ha ha. A clear, pleasant voice reached his ears, and Chen Chen froze. Wait, why did she suddenly laugh? However, she really looked beautiful when she smiled. Junior, I think you should smile more. Lin Mushi suddenly took a step forward. What? Are you saying I'm too mean? No, how could I think you're mean? You're as cute as an angel. Chen Shen's back was almost pressed against the wall. Please, don't come any closer. There's no room behind me. Am I cute? Chen Chen shrunk his body and closed his eyes. See, cute. Junior, where's your aloofness? Keep your act together. Seeing Chen Chen almost curled up into a ball, Lin Mushi smiled slightly and let him off the hook. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go back quickly, don't keep Yuan waiting. Chen Chen walked out of the hotel in a daze. The cold wind blew, and he finally realized what had happened. Did my junior just say, teasing me? Was she teasing me? Why would she tease me? Chen Chen called Chen Yuan. After Chen Yuan told him where she was, Chen Chen went to find her. Soon, he found Chen Yuan at a mobile stall, picking out hairpins. The pink one is pretty. Chen Chen had appeared behind her at some point and was carefully selecting hairpins. I think it's nice too. Let's get that one. This one is also nice. And this one. Brother, keep picking, or we'll end up buying all the hairpins from the vendor. Cough. Chen Chen stopped talking. He simply thought that those few clips were perfect for Lin Mushi, and imagined how beautiful she would look wearing them. Before he knew it, he had picked out too many. The vendor was delighted. His smile never faded. Every time Chen Chen mentioned one, he handed it over without hesitation. These are such beautiful hairpins, I'll give you a good price if you buy more. In the end, he bought 10 hairpins from the vendor for 50 yuan. Chen Yuan carried the bag of hairpins, looking worried. I only plan to buy one. Just wear it yourself. If it doesn't fit, give it to someone else. Give them away. Ha! Chen Yuan suddenly realized something. She squinted her eyes with a mischievous smile. I know what to do. I'll make sure to complete the task. Chen? Did she suddenly lose her mind? On the way back, Chen Yuan played with the hairpin in her bag and suddenly asked, Brother, do you like Mushi's sister? Don't say that. She's my junior. Isn't a junior even better? Don't you want to try chasing her? The gap between us is too big. The gap Chen Chen referred to wasn't just between the two of them. It also lay in their respective families. When they first checked into the hotel, Lin Mushi didn't bat an eyelid when she booked a high-end suite that cost over 1,000 yuan. Given the current situation in Jiangcheng, the snow might not stop anytime soon. 1,000 yuan a day, not including other expenses. Lin Mushi wasn't the least bit concerned. The gap was indeed too great. Chen Yuan didn't think that deeply. She said, I think Mushi's sister seems to like you. Maybe if you confess your feelings, she might agree. Confess? The memory of her high school graduation flashed through her mind. She had prepared for so long, but in the end, it never came to pass. You should focus on getting into a good university next year. If you don't do well, watch out for your mom. Chen Yuan knew he didn't want to talk about this, so she didn't press the issue. Her older brother was a boy who had been hurt in love. We don't have time today. Let us go buy the lamp and heater tomorrow. Actually, it doesn't matter if we buy them or not. My brother said he'd help improve your life, so he'll definitely do it. Tomorrow, we'll go buy them after we wake up. Seeing her brother so insistent, Chen Yuan didn't say anything else. She was thinking to herself about how to trick her sister-in-law back home first. At 10:15 p.m., Chen Chen and his sister finally returned home. Lu Xiaoying heard the car and immediately opened the door to greet her two children. As soon as Chen Yuan got out of the car, she ran toward her mother. Mom, it's been so long. I missed you so much. As she approached, Lu Xiaoying pushed her away disdainfully. You smell like chili. What did you eat? Chen Yuan rushed toward her again. We went to eat Chongqing hot pot. No wonder you can eat so much spicy food. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to marry far away in the future. Mom, your precious daughter has finally come back and you're bringing up such a downer topic? I don't want to marry. You're such a mess. Lu Xiaoying spoke harshly, but she was deeply touched by her beloved daughter's affection. Come back and rest properly. You can do your homework after you've rested. Chen Yuan cried with her round face. I can't do it. The homework was piled up like a mountain, and being able to play this late tonight was already a treat. Lu Xiaoying also thought of this, which is why she didn't rush her back. You've all gotten so skinny. Then I'll eat 2 big chicken legs tomorrow. Alright, you can have them all. Chapter 35, that doesn't sound like you. Chen Chen took the luggage out of the trunk and went to return the car first. Fourth uncle had already returned. He was amazed by Chen Chen's transformation and couldn't help but express his admiration for a while. He then asked him if he smoked. Chen Chen said he didn't smoke, so he didn't take a cigarette out of the pack. Chen Chen said it was too late and he should go home first, and they could talk another day, so he gave up. After returning the keys to Uncle C, Chen Chen went home. The luggage at the door had already been brought inside. Da Huang had been following Chen Chen ever since he drove back. As Chen Chen drove, it followed behind the car, wagging its tail vigorously. When the car stopped, it jumped onto the driver's seat. If it had hands, it would have opened the door for him. Right now, following closely behind Chen Chen, it was so excited it was almost talking. Chen Chen squatted down in the courtyard as usual to play with it. Dahuan, take it easy tonight, don't bark so much, okay? These past 2 nights, Big Yellow has started barking in the middle of the night. Although Chen Chen can still sleep, it's still quite noisy. Woof woof woof. Seeing that Big Yellow had agreed, Chen Chen opened the door and went inside, satisfied. The mother and daughter were still chatting away. Chen Chen casually asked, has Dad not come back yet? Lu Xiaoying tenderly stroked her daughter's head and replied, every year at the end of year banquet, your father always stays out late. Don't wait for him. Go take a shower and go to bed. The brother and sister nodded obediently and went upstairs one after the other. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the Snow King blind bag on the table. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, it's Snow King, she exclaimed joyfully, then rushed over and hugged the dolls tightly to her chest. She then walked to Chen Chen's door with a cheerful skip, peeking her head out and asking eagerly, brother, did you buy these Snow Kings? Chen Chen had just sat down when he heard her voice and replied, Chen Yuan blinked her eyes, which were shaped like crescent moons, and asked playfully, did you go buy them with Mushi sister? Just take them. Don't say so much. If you don't want them, give them back to me. Chen Chen pretended to take it back. Chen Yuan saw this and quickly hid the doll behind her back, giggling, who said I don't want it. Hee brother, you go take a shower first tonight. Chen Chen raised his eyes to look at her. She playfully stuck out her tongue and ran back to her room in a flash. Chen Chen thought to himself, don't think I don't know what you're up to. She just wants to take a shower later because the bathroom is warmer, right? His own sister, he had to spoil her. Chen Chen resignedly went to get his clothes and take a shower. After finishing, he instinctively crawled into bed, only to discover, to his dismay, that the light was still on. Fortunately, someone had turned off the lights today. He called out to the outside, Chen Yuan. After a few seconds, Chen Yuan's resentful round face appeared at the door. Turn off the light. The next second, with a click, the room went dark. Close the door. With a bang, Chen Chen's door was shut. This voice control is pretty good. It's just a bit too temperamental. Chen Chen closed his eyes contentedly and fell asleep. Chen Yuan looked at the 9 white Snow Kings and 1 black Snow King neatly arranged on the table, hugged the clothes in her hands, took a deep breath, and rushed into the bathroom. The bathroom where her brother had just showered was so warm. Hee. The moon silently climbed up the tree branches, casting soft and pure silver light, gently draping the earth in a dreamlike silver veil. The evening breeze blew freely, skimming across the lake's surface and stirring up layers of delicate ripples. Outside the luxury suite of the Moon Lake Hotel, the scene was as beautiful as a secluded fairyland. Within this quiet and luxurious suite, a stunningly beautiful young woman lay quietly on the bed. Her already pale face was almost devoid of color, her silk-like hair scattered across the bed, the stark contrast between the pure white and the intense black giving her an eerie, broken beauty. Since Chen Chen left, the air in the room seemed to have frozen, leaving only silence. Lin Mushi had always been afraid of the dark. But at this moment, the emptiness in her heart made her forget her fear. It seemed that only in the darkness could she feel that she was still alive. Lin Mushi stared intently at the ceiling, knowing that tonight would be another sleepless night. The last time she had slept soundly was on the high-speed train. Since then, her sleep had returned to its previous state. Lost in thought, the darkness was suddenly pierced by the sudden glow of her phone screen, like a brilliant star breaking the silence around her. She turned her head slightly, and her gaze involuntarily fell on the bedside table, where a dozen or so Snow King dolls of various shapes were neatly arranged. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were making funny faces, and others looked like they were craving something. Each had its own expression, all of them adorable. As Lin Mushi stared at them, the snowmen began to transform into Chen Chen's likeness. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were making funny faces, and some looked as though they had spotted a delicious meal, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Beep beep beep. The phone continued to persistently ring her. She blinked instinctively, and the illusion vanished instantly. Where was Chen Chen's figure? All that remained were rows of cold, lifeless snowman dolls, lying quietly on the bedside table. Her aloof face was covered in frost. She angrily grabbed the phone and saw that it was Qinyao calling. The frost cracked slightly. She pressed the answer button. Qinyao vibrant voice came through the phone. Why is it so dark? Are you there? Lin Mushi stretched out her long arm and placed it on the bedside lamp, flipping it on with a click. Soft light spilled across the room. It highlighted Lin Mushi's pale face, giving it a faint blush. Along with it was Qinyao's alluring face. Unlike Lin Mushi's aloofness, Qinyao was the seductive type, appearing slightly more approachable. How are you doing now? You changed hotels. Did they come again? Qinyao didn't need to guess why Lin Mushi had changed hotels. Oh, it's all because of the snow. It's been falling non-stop, making it impossible for you to return normally. I wonder how much longer it will keep falling. Lin Mushi responded calmly, it's fine. Suddenly, Qinyao seemed to have discovered something new and exciting. She excitedly shouted. Move the camera a little to the side. Lin Mushi was confused but did as she was told. Wow, so many snowmen. Quick, tell me where they came from. Lin Mushi replied, I bought them. Xinyao looked at her suspiciously, are you sure? Lin Mushi insisted, I bought them. No way, did some guy give them to you? Xinyao's intelligence kicked in and she guessed correctly. I really guessed right. Could it be the guy from the high-speed train? Wow, you two are still in touch. That's not like you. P.S. Tonight, I'm going to boldly ask for some votes. Chapter 36. Oh my goodness, my iron tree is finally blooming. Before college, Xinyao didn't know Lin Mushi and had no idea how she lived. However, after entering university, ever since she met her, almost every day, there were at least 10 boys trying to strike up a conversation with her through various means. Every single one of them came in confidently and left with their tails between their legs. From then on, she never saw them again. Then a new batch would come along, and the cycle repeated itself. This time, after spending over 20 hours together on the high-speed train, there was actually a follow-up. Xinyao instinctively felt that something else must have happened that she didn't know about. We just had 2 meals together and drank milk tea once. It's not what you think. Lin Mushi pressed her temples. Suddenly, she remembered something very important. She seemed to have mentioned that she needed to take responsibility for Chen Chen. Does this count as her confession to Chen Chen? Xinyao gave her an anti-smile. You've already eaten together and had milk tea. Isn't that what couples do? Oh my gosh, my iron tree is finally blooming. Did he confess to you? He must have, and you probably rejected him with a cold face. But look at him, he's still chasing after you. You agreed to go out to eat with him. Wow, if this keeps up, there's a chance. Having known Lin Mushi for so long, Xinyao had never seen any guy who had the chance to get close to her and didn't take the opportunity to confess. But those boys were too easily discouraged. They'd only be rejected once and never dare to come back. Someone like Lin Mushi, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, definitely needs persistence. Isn't there a saying? If you understand my slow pace, I can love you for a very long time. That line was practically tailor-made for Lin Mushi. He.S. just an upperclassman. Alright, just a senior. He just had 2 meals with you, drank a cup of milk tea, and bought you some small trinkets. I never expected this senior to be so skilled he didn't confess his feelings to you right away. Xinyao couldn't help but feel curious. Xinyao knew her too well. Maybe we should just bury this. I was just joking. Don't look at me like that. Xinyao had a feeling that if she kept talking, she might end up being buried by her own friend. I'll ask one last time, do you have his photo? Lin Mushi raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and the other person hurriedly said goodbye before hanging up the video call. As long as Lin Mushi wasn't alone in Guangzhou, Xinyao felt at ease. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting a golden glow that gradually spread across the narrow paths of Qinjia village, eventually covering the entire landscape. Chen Chen was still asleep when Mrs. Lu woke him up. With his hair a mess, he couldn't even open his eyes. Mom, why are you waking me up so early? Haven't we already finished the ancestral worship? His voice was filled with sleepiness and confusion. He was sure the next time they would pray was on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and the second day of the new year. Gripping his fists, he thought, there are still so many times left. That meant he wouldn't be able to sleep in all year. Why did I wake you up? Of course it's for breakfast. Get out of bed right now. Mrs. Lu's voice carried a tone of unwavering authority. Chen Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and said with a hint of petulance, Mom, let me sleep a little longer. I'll eat after I wake up. No way. You can sleep after breakfast. Mrs. Lu's tone left no room for negotiation. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He noticed it was unusually quiet outside and casually asked, why aren't you going to wake up Yuan Yuan? She's in her senior year of high school. She has a lot of academic pressure and doesn't get much sleep anyway. How can she compare to you, a lazy good-for-nothing? Get up now and stop dawdling. Lu Xiaoying said, giving his blanket a firm pat to signal him to get moving. Senior year is tough. Alright, it really is senior year. Back when he was in senior year, he was treated pretty well too. If his younger sister had come to bother him, she would have been scolded severely. Now the roles had simply been reversed. Chen Chen reluctantly got out of bed, brushed his teeth, went downstairs, and had breakfast. After finishing, he lay back down on the bed. At this point, no one could pry him away from the bed. He had made up his mind he was going to have a never-ending romance with his bed. Just as he lay down, before he could get close to the bed, Chen Chen's phone rang. He had no choice but to temporarily part ways with the bed, struggling to sit up and reach for his phone. The message on the screen was from the handsome guy who had taken his photo that day, and he had labeled him as photographer in his contacts. Photographer, handsome guy, I finished the photos. Take a look. Attached to the message was a group photo. On the moon viewing pavilion surrounded by lake waters, a man and a woman stood facing each other, as if they had stepped out of a painting. The perfect height difference between them added a touch of harmony and beauty, resembling the legendary Golden Boy and Jade Girl, complementing each other perfectly. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft and clear glow, showcasing the countless charms of Guangzhou City in all their glory, blending classical elegance with modern charm. This was the first photo he had taken with Lin Mushi. Chen Chen examined every detail of the photo carefully, his heart skipping a beat as if captivated by some magical force. It felt as though he had returned to that day, when he had grabbed Lin Mushi's shoulders and led her to the pavilion railing. Chen Chen dared not think about it further. Lin Mushi's body was so soft when he gripped her shoulders, he felt that if he exerted even the slightest force, he could break them. He eagerly clicked original photo to zoom in. At that moment, the photo was even more stunning. He had never realized how good he looked in a photo. It turned out that standing beside a cold beauty like Lin Mushi, he didn't look out of place at all. Their auras complemented each other perfectly, as if they were meant to be together. Made for each other? Chen Chen was stunned by his own thought. The photographer's message came through promptly. Handsome guy, here's the deal. This photo has such a great vibe. The boss wants to use it as the promotional photo for the Guangzhou City WeChat account during the new year. Regarding the portrait rights, we can discuss that later. Chen Chen thought for a moment and replied, well, I need to ask my junior first. The other party was clearly amused and teased, Junior? Isn't she your girlfriend? Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly clarified, no, she's not. Photographer, so you're currently pursuing her? You're a handsome guy, I've got my eye on you. I'll give you my blessings in advance, may you win her heart, have children soon, and grow old together. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. They hadn't even started yet, and already talking about having children and growing old together. The photographer changed the subject and said seriously, go talk to your junior first. This photo is really perfect for promotion. Whether Guangzhou can stand out among all the cities during the Spring Festival depends on you too. Alright, I'll ask, but I can't guarantee it'll work. The junior was the school's famous ice queen, there was no way she'd agree. But since they were so enthusiastic and sincere, Chen Chen decided to give it a try. Chapter 37, Pressure from Ms. Lu. Please keep reading. Chen Chen never would have dreamed that he and Lin Mushi had just gone for a stroll around Moonlit Lake and accidentally got snapped in a photo. The other party actually planned to use their photo for promotion. It felt like being hit by a piece of cake out of nowhere. He held his phone and tapped it for a while. Junior, the person who took the photo at Moonlit Lake sent it to me. I'll forward it to you. The next message was the photo. Lin Mushi hadn't slept all night. If it weren't for the sight of her high, slightly heaving chest, one might have mistaken it for a corpse. The phone's light illuminated her pale yet still breathtakingly beautiful face, clearly showing her eyebrows twitching violently. Like a dried-up fish encountering water. Lin Mushi was alive again. This was her first photo with her senior. A memory suddenly flashed through her mind of the first time she went to the Moonlit Lake pedestrian street with Chen Chen. The two of them stood on the bustling moonlit pavilion, Chen Chen holding her shoulders, standing by the railing, about to take a photo of her. At the time, she only remembered that the hands gripping her shoulders were large and hot, like a red-hot iron. Now, thinking back, her face still felt a little warm. Like a precious treasure, Lin Mushi saved it. Originally, she had planned to set the photo as her screensaver. However, after some thought, she decided to set Chen Chen's back view as her screensaver and keep this photo for herself. Strange, why did she have such a thought? Chen Chen repeated the photographer's words to Lin Mushi exactly as they were spoken. He added his own thoughts at the end, little sister, I know you don't like this, so I turned him down for you. Lin Mushi saw this and tapped her slender fingers on the screen, it's okay. If they want to use it, let them. As for the matter of the copyright, you can discuss it with them. I have no issues. Chen Chen's large head was filled with question marks. The junior agreed? Agreed to let them use their photo on the Guangzhou City WeChat account? That's a WeChat official account. Soon, Chen Chen let it go. If the younger female classmate agreed, it must be because she was confident in her appearance. If she were less attractive, she would have rejected him outright. Chen Chen accepted Lin Mushi's offer and informed the photographer. The photographer was overjoyed and kept saying more blessings. Chen Chen quickly stopped him and continued his romance with his big bed. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon. Chen Chen woke up and checked the time, 14:16. Ms. Lu didn't come to break us up. That's not right. Chen Chen reluctantly pulled back the blankets and got out of bed. After going downstairs and walking around the kitchen, he came out and encountered his father, who was in the same situation. Father and son spoke almost simultaneously. You didn't eat lunch either? Chen Jiangwen asked, it seems we were forgotten. I'll go fry some rice. Do you want some? Chen Jiangwen had returned at around 3 a.m. and had slept straight through until now. Chen Chen said, Dad, add more eggs. You've loved eggs since you were a child, and you still do now that you're grown up. That is how the father and son had a simple lunch of fried rice with eggs, just to get by. Just as they finished eating, Chen Jiangwen washed the dishes. Chen Chen came out of the kitchen and saw Lu Xiaoying looking gloomy as she walked in from outside. Following behind her was Chen Yuan, who was as timid as a quail. Chen Chen suddenly felt a surge of impulsiveness and wanted to take a risk. He asked, Mom, why didn't you call me for lunch? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Do I look like lunch to you? Shen Shen was rebuked and looked innocently at his younger sister behind Ms. Lu. Shen Yuan made a shushing gesture toward him. Shen Shen knew immediately that she must have been upset about something outside. Lu Xiaoying sat down on the sofa angrily and began to speak. What is so great about that kid from the neighboring village who dropped out of school at the same age as you? He just brought a girlfriend home. His mother is going around bragging to everyone as if her son is the only one with a girlfriend. Shen Shen silently took a step back. He was ready to escape the battlefield. Now, it turned out that the other guy actually had a girlfriend. He was wrong, he shouldn't have provoked her earlier. Lu Xiaoying suddenly looked up at him and said, Shen Shen, bring back a pretty girlfriend from school next year and I'll see how she acts then. Shen Shen laughed awkwardly. Mom, I think girlfriends are like that, they're not something you can just have because you want them. It's all about fate. My son is so handsome, I don't believe there aren't any girls who like him. I don't care, you must bring one back next year. If all else fails, you can even rent one. Put. Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Rent one? Mom's internet speed is pretty fast. Lu Xiaoying glared at her. You still have the nerve to laugh? Chen Ying, who was in the same senior class as you, scored over 630 on her final exam this time. And you? Only 623 points. Let me tell you, if you don't score higher than her on the college entrance exam next year, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Chen Ying is their cousin. She has excellent academic performance. They were the pride of their uncle's family. Shen Shen and Shen Shen exchanged glances, and the two siblings shared a look of mutual sympathy. Well, maternal love only lasted less than 12 hours before it returned to its original state. Shen Yuan sadly went upstairs to do her homework. 630, don't underestimate her. The difference between 623 and 630 isn't that significant. But in the brutal senior year rankings, even a half-point difference could knock hundreds of people out of the running. Shen Shen leaned against the door of Chen Yuan's room, tapped it twice with the back of his hand, and asked, Are you sure you don't want to go with me to buy a remote-controlled lamp and an electric heater? Shen Yuan sat at her desk, turned her chair around, faced Shen Shen, and looked at him with a resentful expression. Do you think if I go downstairs with you now, Mom will just cut me off? Shen Shen paused for a moment, then said, I think you think it's right. Ha, your words are worth more than 1,000 words. Shen Yuan also wanted to go out. But she was a senior in high school, and if anyone saw her leaving, she'd be in big trouble. Moreover, she scored worse than her cousin. It was simply a sin. Damn senior year, just end already. Shen Shen patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. Don't be sad. I'll bring you some milk tea when I come back. Sniff, sniff, big brother, you're really my big brother. I remember someone saying something different last night. I wasn't being like that. I was just trying to make a good impression in front of Mushi's sister. Shen Shen scratched his nose. I'm leaving. Brother, good luck. I believe in you. You'll definitely win Mushi over. Shen Shen turned around and glanced at her. Don't want milk tea anymore? I do. Brother, take your time. Goodbye, brother. Shen Shen wore a black and white jacket, grabbed his motorcycle helmet, and took the motorcycle keys. He headed out onto the street. This summer vacation, he took the time to get his motorcycle license. So, riding his motorcycle out of the city wasn't a big deal. Chapter 38, Who Said She Was Alone? Please keep reading. Shen Shen had a clear goal in mind when buying electronics. Go to Mi Home. As for other brands, they're not bad either. But if he had to choose, he would definitely go with Mi Home first. As for why, it's probably because the charm of his idol. Shen Shen is a loyal fan of the military. His biggest goal when he first started writing novels was to buy a white SU-7. Another goal was to eventually replace all the appliances in his home with Mi Home products. Currently, he can only barely achieve the second goal, while the SU-7 is still a long way off. But it's okay, Shen Shen will keep trying. If the SU-7 doesn't come soon, then he'll aim for the SU-8 or SU-9. He's sure he'll achieve his goal someday. Speaking of writing novels, he is almost out of drafts. After buying the appliances and returning home, he needs to get back to writing. Otherwise, by the time the new year comes around, everyone else will be celebrating happily, while he's stuck in his room writing. Just thinking about it makes him feel pitiful. The nearest Mi Home store is in South Lake, about a 40-minute motorcycle ride away. This short distance is a real treat for Chen Shen. He has a full 40 minutes to ride freely. This feeling is something you can't experience when driving a car. It's a bit juvenile, but when he was a child, Chen Shen's dream was to become a professional motorcycle racer. Later, this dream was shattered by Ms. Lu. The reason is simple. At the age of 10, he rode a motorcycle, imitating the professional racers he saw on TV, and drove down the steepest slope in the village. Not only that, but he also set up at least 3 obstacles using long bamboo poles in the middle. When the villagers saw this, they let out a sharp scream and rushed over to drag Ms. Lu, who was planting rice seedlings in the field, back to safety. At that moment, he was already mid-air. Even now, he still remembers seeing his mother's mouth wide open in a zero shape as he fell. After landing, before he could celebrate successfully navigating the obstacle, his mother had already grabbed A and was chasing after him. Chen Chen was so scared that he instinctively dropped the motorcycle and ran away. The villagers still remember that day when the young man from the Jiangwen family was chased around the village by his mother with A for 2 laps. In the end, if it weren't for the villagers stopping her, his legs would have been broken. From then on, his family forbade him from touching a motorcycle again. It wasn't until high school that he finally asked again, but the only reason he rode the motorcycle every day was to give her a ride. As his mother put it, "I don't feel safe if you ride alone. I feel safer if we're tied together like a rope." If you asked Shin Chen which moment made him feel like he had grown up, it was when he was riding the motorcycle alone and his mother wasn't nagging him anymore. Another moment was when he realized he no longer had that fearless spirit from his childhood. Occasionally, when he would take Ms. Lu to pay respects at the temple, she would complain that he was too slow. She'd say, "Why aren't you flying? You used to be able to fly when you were a kid." 40 minutes later, Shin Chen's motorcycle pulled up in front of the Mi family's house. As soon as he took off his helmet, his phone rang. Chen Chen hung the helmet on the handlebar, pulled his phone out of his pocket, and glanced at it. It was Lin Mushi calling. And it was a voice call. Could it be that the aloof persona had suddenly returned and didn't want their photos posted on the Guangzhou City WeChat account? On the other end of the line, there was a faint, prolonged, and slightly hurried breath, followed by a cacophony of noise. Chen Chen's heartstrings tightened instantly, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Junior, what's wrong? What happened?" Immediately after, Lin Mushi's voice came through the phone, cold and distant. "My boyfriend is on his way over. If you don't leave now, he'll be here soon, and you'll be in for it." Though her voice remained cold, Chen Chen could sense obvious tension and anxiety in her tone. "Junior, don't be afraid. I'm nearby and will be there soon. Don't hang up." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Chen quickly put his helmet back on, secured his phone on the motorcycle stand, and started the engine, speeding toward the Moon Lake Hotel. Fortunately, Nanhu Lake was right next to Wangyue Lake, so it only took about 10 minutes by motorcycle. Chen Chen accelerated, reducing the 10-minute journey to 7 minutes. After parking the motorcycle safely, he didn't even bother to take off his helmet and rush toward the room where Lin Mushi was staying. When Lin Mushi checked in earlier, Chen Chen had accompanied her, so the hotel staff didn't stop him when he got into the elevator. Room 606 of the Moon Lake Deluxe Suite. A group of people, both men and women, had gathered inside and outside the room, numbering around 10. The oldest was Lin Mushi's uncle, Wo Baofeng. The youngest looked almost the same age as him, quite handsome, though a bit too overweight. He must be his son, Wei Jiabao. He had just started his first year of high school. Such a big commotion, they must be trying to morally coerce Lin Mushi into returning home. "Cici, no matter what happens today, you must come home with us." The one speaking was Lin Mushi's aunt, Yang Huiman. No matter how she tried to reason with her, she couldn't get through to her, and she grew angry. She directly issued a final ultimatum to her in her capacity as an elder. Lin Mushi stood alone by the window, feeling abandoned by the entire world, helpless and alone. Fortunately, her phone hadn't been taken away by the group, otherwise, with this situation, she wouldn't be able to escape or call for help. As for why she called Chen Chen first, it was probably because, at that moment, he was the only one who could save her. At the door, 2 hotel staff members were standing by. Otherwise, Lin Mushi would have already been taken away by the Guo family. The hotel manager stepped in as a mediator. "Everyone, since she doesn't want to go back with you, don't force her." If he had known she was trouble, he never would have let them into the hotel. This is bad. How to resolve this is still a problem. Upon hearing this, Yang Huiman pointed at him angrily and said, "What's it to you? She's my niece, which makes her like a daughter to me. This is our family matter. Do you understand? Be careful, or I'll report you for illegally detaining an unmarried girl." He looked as though he were facing a ruthless human trafficker. It was clear that the hotel manager was at a loss for words. He remained patient, maintaining a professional smile, and replied, "Madam, this is a hotel, and we operate legally. We have a responsibility and obligation to protect our guests' property and safety. Your niece is an adult, so even if you call the police, we would be in the right." If he could, he would have preferred her to call the police. It would have been simpler. Yang Huiman glared at the hotel manager angrily, then turned her gaze back to Lin Mushi and continued pleading. "Sushi, you're alone in Guangzhou with no family or friends. Now you can't go back to Jiangcheng. If you don't come back with us, where else can you go?" Just then, a steady, authoritative male voice suddenly rang out at the door, interrupting Yang Huiman's words. "Who said she's alone?" Chapter 39, I'll see who dares to force her. Please keep reading. The sudden voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present, and their gazes all turned toward the door. A young man wearing a motorcycle helmet and a black and white jacket appeared at the door. Chen Chen wasn't particularly tall, especially in Jiangcheng, where his classmates stood like pillars. He could be described as petite and delicate. Using the most popular term of the time, he was a southern potato. However, at 178 centimeters tall, he stood out like a crane among chickens in the south. But especially at that moment, with his helmet on, standing at the door facing a crowd of adults, he didn't seem out of place at all. When Lin Mushi saw Chen Chen, her eyes welled up with tears, nearly spilling over. He had finally arrived. He came to save her like a superhero. Especially when he said, "Who said you were alone?" Made Lin Mushi feel that she was no longer the one left alone and helpless. "Is this your boyfriend? Why doesn't he even dare to show his face? He must be some kind of street thug. We can't trust you to stay here with such a boy. You must come home with us today." Yan Huiman's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting that Lin Mushi's earlier call had been genuine. Chen Chen's sudden appearance completely disrupted the carefully planned situation she had set up. The Guo family members exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Lin Mushi really has a boyfriend? Did she come back to Guangzhou just to meet her boyfriend? Chen Chen heard the middle-aged woman's words and raised his eyebrows slightly under his helmet. Boyfriend. This term left Chen Chen momentarily dazed. In his haste earlier, he hadn't realized that Lin Mushi had publicly declared him to be her boyfriend. Soon, he realized the urgency of the situation and why his junior would say such a thing. He quickly removed his helmet, revealing his sharply defined features. His hair, parted in a 3:7 ratio, hung slightly disheveled across his forehead, adding a touch of rebelliousness and wildness to his appearance. If his hair were dyed yellow, he would be a typical yellow-haired kid. But his hair was a healthy, natural black, and this combination of calmness and wildness overwhelmed all the men present. Even Guo Baofeng, a factory owner, felt a bit uneasy at that moment. There was nothing he could do. At home, his wife had pushed him to the brink. If he couldn't secure Lin Mushi's father's investment, the factory would go bankrupt. If the factory closes, his wife will divorce him. At his age, without any major issues, which man would willingly divorce his wife? Originally, he had planned to let Cici come home, and the three of them could just stay together behind closed doors. Now that things have escalated to this point, he has no idea how to resolve the situation. Chen Chen held his helmet, stood straight, pushed through the crowd, gave Lin Mushi a reassuring look, then stood in front of her, glaring at the people around them. "Who are you people? What are you doing gathered here? Where is the hotel manager? Why are there so many strangers in the guest rooms?" Chen Chen hadn't seen much of the world, but he had written plenty of dramatic scenes in his novels. Using some of the dialogue from his novels, he immediately caused the expressions of those present to change. In truth, Chen Chen was also afraid. However, when he saw Lin Mushi's nearly shattered expression, the long-forgotten feeling of fearlessness resurfaced. If they really intended to harm Lin Mushi, he wouldn't hesitate to fight them to the death. The hotel manager, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward with a face full of sincere apology and said, "Sir, I am the manager of this hotel. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to your girlfriend. If there is anything we can assist with, we will do our utmost to help." As long as there was someone in charge, things would be easier for the hotel. Yang Huiman snorted coldly from the side, her nose in the air, and said, "Who are we? We are her relatives. According to tradition, you should have prepared tea, cigarettes, alcohol, and red envelopes before meeting us." Relatives? Lin Mushi was about to deny it, but Chen Chen spoke coldly first. "I've never seen any relatives act like you. A group of people blocking someone like a criminal in a hotel. People would think you're the mafia." Yang Huiman glanced at him up and down, her gaze fixating on the helmet in his hand. "You look more like a gangster than we do." Chen Chen showed no sign of being intimidated. "I only respect those whom Cici acknowledges as family. People like you, who surround her in a room and force her to do things she doesn't want to do, aren't family at all. You'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't hold back. As you said earlier, I look like a street thug. If you don't leave, I don't mind showing you what a real street thug is like." Yang Huiman was unsettled by Chen Chen's piercing gaze and averted her eyes. "I'm not talking to you, an outsider." She turned her gaze toward Lin Mushi, her tone softening slightly. "Cici, come with us back to the house. At least see your grandmother." Lin Mushi replied coldly. "No way." With Chen Chen standing like a mountain in front of her, Lin Mushi felt at ease. Chen Chen stared at Yang Huiman, his tone leaving no room for argument. "She doesn't want to go back. I'll see who dares to force her." At this point, she was a complete troublemaker. Yang Huiman was at a loss for words. She glared at her husband, as if to say, "Look at her, now look at you, how useless you are." Guo Baofeng stood up, looking at Lin Mushi with a pained expression. "Cici, if your mother were still alive, she would be so disappointed to see you so cold-hearted now." Hearing this, Lin Mushi suddenly became unusually agitated. "You have no right to mention my mother." As her own brother, he didn't even think to help her when she was in trouble, but instead pushed her away. He never considered that pushing his own sister into the fire was the same as pushing her into a pit of flames? Guo Baofeng was left speechless. He knew all too well why Cici harbored such deep resentment toward him. But at the time, he had just gotten married, and his wife had just given birth to their son. She had made it clear that if he dared to let his sister take the child back to her parents' home, she would divorce him. How could he possibly back down? He only thought that once his wife's emotions had settled, he would talk to her properly. Little did he know that before that day came, his sister had an accident. Guo Baofeng regretted it deeply. All these years, he hadn't dared to disturb Lin Mushi. Now he was forced into this desperate measure. Lin Mushi's eyes were red, and she stubbornly bit her red lips to stop the tears from falling. Chen Shen had never seen her like this before. It felt like his heart was being pierced by needles, the pain intense. Manager, have security escort them out. Chapter 40, Lin Mushi's other side. Please keep reading. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Yang Huiman flew into a rage, pointing at him and shouting. You think you're someone special? How dare you tell us to leave? My brother-in-law is the most powerful person here. Do you think we won't come to your wedding? We'll make sure you can't hold your head up in shame. Yuecheng is a very traditional city. Over 90% of the people still adhere to old customs. For example, during festivals, people worship gods and ancestors. On the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, people pay respects to their great-grandfathers. Such a major event as marriage naturally retains the traditional customs of the past. In cases where there is a maternal uncle, failing to invite him would result in being shamed for life. Chen Shen turned his gaze toward Lin Mushi. After all, this was her maternal uncle. She would also be attending his wedding in the future. She didn't care whether she offended them or not. I don't need you to come, she said in a cold tone, as icy as frost. Yang Huiman choked, her mouth feeling as though it had been stuffed with something, unable to utter a single word. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's voice grew solemn and icy, devoid of any emotion. Get out. Yes, sir. The hotel manager received the order and immediately called security. Soon, 3 or 4 burly security guards armed with electric batons arrived and forced Guo Baofeng and his group out of the room. Yang Huiman, seeing the tall and intimidating security guards, felt a surge of panic. Guo Baofeng took a step forward, his tone unusually submissive. Cici, your aunt was worried sick seeing you staying alone in the hotel. Your uncle is here to apologize on her behalf. We'll wait for you outside. Whenever you're ready to go home, we'll take you back together. You good for nothing. You didn't say that on the way here. A sharp voice interrupted Guo Baofeng's words. It was Yang Huiman's angry voice. Shut up. Guo Baofeng suddenly shouted harshly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. This was the second time since she had married Guo Baofeng that he had shouted at her like this in public. Yang Huiman stood frozen in place. As if to confirm whether the man before her was the same man who had always obeyed her every word. After speaking, Guo Baofeng grabbed Yang Huiman's hand and dragged her out the door. The others, seeing this, followed suit, filing out one after another. The once bustling room fell silent as everyone left. Just as he was about to step out the door, Guo Jiabao couldn't help but turn back and give Chen Shen a meaningful glance. His eyes seemed to hold an indescribable emotion. Chen Shen, noticing this, shrugged indifferently, gave him a thumbs up, then quickly turned his head downward, his lips curling into a provocative smile. Wei Jiabao's expression darkened instantly. He quickly averted his gaze, dared not linger any longer, and hurriedly followed his parents out of the room. Due to the information leak incident that had harmed Lin Mushi, the hotel manager apologized repeatedly and offered compensation by upgrading her room to the highest tier suite at no additional cost. The price was 80% of the original rate for a premium suite. Chen Shen looked at Lin Mushi for her instructions. Seeing her nod wearily, he helped her carry her luggage to room 808 on the 8th floor. The hotel manager had originally wanted to ask the housekeeping staff to help, but both of them refused. Finally, after the hotel manager assured them multiple times that no one would come up to the 8th floor, Chen Shen let him leave. During the few hours Guo Baofeng and the others were there, Lin Mushi's heart was constantly on edge. Additionally, she hadn't slept well for the past 2 nights. Her mental state was on the brink of collapse. Now that she had moved to a different room and Chen Shen was by her side, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as though all the strength had been drained from her body. Chen Shen noticed her weakness and stood quietly by her side, offering his support. I'm really sorry, Senior, Lin Mushi said softly. They refused to leave, and I had no choice but to call you. She had considered calling the police, but she doubted they could resolve the situation. After all, even the most impartial official finds it hard to resolve family matters. But now, he had seen such a vulnerable side of her, and she feared he would be deeply disappointed in her. People outside had built up such a legendary image of her. They had praised her as if she were a fairy who didn't touch the mundane world. But in reality, her life was already in shambles. Her father, who resembles her mother, only provides her with living expenses and avoids seeing her whenever possible. Her grandmother also rejected her for the same reason. Her uncle is even less reliable. Before high school, she was almost sexually harassed by a teacher and had rumors spread about her by her classmates because of her appearance. Eventually, she completely wrapped herself in a cold, detached exterior. By completely isolating herself from the outside world, the strange glances and whispers gradually faded away. After starting college, I finally mustered the courage to come back and take a look at my mother, only to have those bloody wounds ripped open again by those people. While doing so, they also urged her to be magnanimous and let go of the past grievances. How could she possibly do that? Those pains, those memories, had long been deeply etched into her soul, becoming an indelible part of her life. Chen Shen had just heard a bit and, combined with Lin Mushi's words, had a rough idea of her past. He also learned that when Lin Mushi was staying at the original hotel, her relatives in Guangzhou found out and came to block the door. Lin Mushi didn't want to get into a dispute with them, so she checked out of the hotel when they weren't paying attention. That's why she ended up dragging her luggage along the Moonlit Lake pedestrian street last night. Unexpectedly, they found her again at the Moon Lake Hotel and directly blocked her in the room. As for why they blocked her in the room instead of the hotel lobby, it's easy to figure out with a little thought. Chen Shen didn't comment on her family affairs but apologized instead. Junior, I'm sorry. I didn't know the hotel would let them come to your room without your permission. Lin Mushi sat quietly on the sofa by the window, her face as pale as paper. Her long, straight legs were elegantly crossed, forming a second leg position. Her body leaned slightly backward, resting against the sofa, exuding a heartbreakingly fragile beauty. She whispered, "It's not your fault. They used my family's connection to deceive the front desk." Chen Shen heard this and muttered under his breath, "How could the front desk do that? They have no professional ethics at all." "She's already been fired by the boss," Lin Mushi added calmly. Upon hearing that the front desk staff had been fired, Chen Shen felt a mix of emotions and didn't know how to react. "Once they've left, I'll take you to another hotel," Chen Shen suggested. Lin Mushi shook her head gently, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and exhaustion. "Forget it. Changing hotels all the time isn't a long-term solution. If they really want to find me, they'll find me no matter where I hide." Chapter 41, Junior, if you want to cry, just cry. Chen Shen thought about it for a moment. That was true. Mainly because they were using the pretext of being family, making it difficult to handle the situation. "Senior, do you think I'm heartless for not acknowledging my own family?" Lin Mushi's voice trembled slightly, as if she was worried Chen Shen would misunderstand her. In the past, she had never cared about others' opinions. But now, after Chen Shen had learned about her original family, she suddenly felt afraid. Chen Shen gave her a trusting smile. "I believe you have your reasons." This deep sense of trust felt like warm sunlight, instantly illuminating Lin Mushi's heart and bringing her immense comfort and strength. She recounted the entire story to Chen Shen, including her parents' divorce when she was young, the cold treatment she and her mother received from her maternal family, and even the fact that her grandmother had disowned her. "I finally convinced myself to come back and see her, but she told me that I look too much like my mother. Every time she sees me, she thinks of my mother, so she doesn't want to see me and told me never to come back. This time, it's because my uncle's company is in trouble. They found out I had returned to Guangzhou and came looking for me. I already refused them once yesterday, but they were so persistent that they came again today. Actually, if they hadn't resorted to blocking the door and forcing her, Lin Mushi wouldn't have much resistance toward them. Now that she knows their sole purpose, Lin Mushi is determined not to go back with them under any circumstances. To go through the motions of dealing with a group of relatives who have no genuine feelings for her. Her grandmother didn't want to see her because she looked so much like her mother, and she certainly didn't want to see the faces of that family either. After saying that, Lin Mushi dared not look at Chen Shen's expression. Because she feared that the gaze she would see would be the same disdainful look as those so-called relatives. She thought she would go mad. Listening to Lin Mushi calmly recount her past of being rejected by her relatives, Chen Shen felt deeply heartbroken. He knew that his junior was tearing open the wounds she had painstakingly stitched back together, enduring immense pain to lay bare the truth before him. Facing this brutal truth, Chen Shen showed no sign of disgust. Chen Shen reached out, placed his hand on her head, and gently patted it, whispering, "Junior, there's no one else here. If you want to cry, just let it out." His voice was clear and gentle, speaking slowly and steadily, with utmost tenderness. Feeling Chen Shen's closeness and comfort, Lin Mushi couldn't help but shiver. She admitted that when she first saw Chen Shen appear at the suite door, she had indeed felt an urge to cry. However, that urge quickly subsided, leaving only a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. But now, hearing Chen Shen's comforting words and feeling his proactive approach, her eyes welled up again, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Although Chen Shen's movements were very gentle, as if he were afraid of hurting her, Lin Mushi could still feel it clearly. It felt as though a magnifying glass was infinitely amplifying the sensation coming from above her head. The next moment, her tears could no longer be held back and poured down like a flood. Her crying was not like Chen Yuan's, who would cry out loudly when she felt wronged, as if afraid no one would hear her. Instead, her tears fell in large drops from her eyes, landing on the floor with a clear plop, plop sound. Chen Shen felt as though he had never felt such pain in his life, not even when his mother had nearly broken his leg. Lin Mushi's tears were so hot they burned him. In that moment, he desperately wanted to give this girl, who was on the verge of breaking apart, a hug. He opened his arms, then hesitated, not wanting to take advantage of the situation. Chen Shen didn't move, but Lin Mushi's head leaned toward him on its own. One standing, one sitting, her head rested perfectly against his stomach. It felt just like waking up in the early morning on a high-speed train's soft sleeper compartment, soft, warm, and comforting, bringing a sense of peace. Lin Mushi selfishly thought if only this stomach could stay with her forever. But was that even possible? She wanted to get closer, but she was also worried that as they spent more time together, he might end up rejecting her again. What should she do? Sometimes, people aren't afraid of the sun. Rather, they feared that after experiencing the warmth of the sun, returning to the shadows would mean facing that icy coldness that feels like it comes straight from the depths of hell. Chen Chen initially just gently stroked the soft top of her hair. Gradually, he changed his gesture to resemble how his father used to pat his back when he was a child to help him fall asleep, gently tapping Lin Mushi's shoulders. Fragments of moonlight filtered through the window, falling on the girl's jet black hair. The strands were soft and delicate, making her fair, delicate face look even more innocent. It reminded him of the yellow and white cat he had kept when he was a child. Every time he gently patted its head, the kitten would look just like this, with a docile expression, quietly enjoying his touch, allowing him to handle it as he pleased, utterly docile. Soon, the sound of shallow breathing could be heard, and Lin Mushi had fallen asleep peacefully under Chen Chen's gentle pats. Chen Chen wasn't seeing her sleeping face for the first time. He had seen it on the high-speed train as well. At that time, she had curled up tightly after falling asleep. Even when she was sound asleep, she still had a look of vigilance on her face. Now, though her face still bore tear stains, her brows and eyes were relaxed, and she slept soundly, as if she hadn't had a good night's sleep in ages. Chen Chen had intended to wake her and have her sleep in the bed, but upon second thought, he decided against it, letting her sleep soundly. Golden curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire room. In the center of the room, a large bed was placed in the most prominent spot, covered with soft Egyptian cotton sheets, and several elegant silk pillows were neatly arranged at the headboard. By the window, the boy stood motionless, while the girl slept peacefully. Perhaps there was no more beautiful sight than this. Lin Mushi slept soundly that night. When she woke up, she found Chen Chen had been sitting beside her all along, and she was nestled in his arms, as if it were the warmest haven in the world. Lin Mushi stirred slightly, and Chen Chen awoke. Their eyes met, and both of them were momentarily stunned. When Lin Mushi realized she was still cuddled up in Chen Chen's arms, her cheeks flushed with a blush of shyness, and she quickly sat up straight. "Thank you, senior. Without you, I might have been forced to go back with them today. And you stayed with me for so long. It's so nice to wake up and see my senior. Is there anything better than this?" Lin Mushi thought to herself. Chen Chen gently massaged his slightly sore shoulders. The scent lingering in his arms seemed to be the unique fragrance of Lin Mushi, causing a faint ripple of emotion to stir in his heart. Chapter 42, Junior, want to go for a drive? Please keep reading. Early morning. Hotel. A man and a woman. No matter which word appeared alone, awkwardness followed closely behind. Interestingly enough, all three of these are now fully represented. That's quite subtle. After a moment, Chen Chen broke the silence. The hotel manager said they couldn't take it anymore and left in the early hours of the morning. However, they're not sure if they'll come back tomorrow. Lin Mushi sighed in relief upon hearing this. Whether they come tomorrow or not, as long as they're willing to leave, that's good. Then, Chen Chen walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and the cool, bright moonlight streamed unobstructed through the glass, gently spilling onto the sofa, adding a touch of silver to the quiet space. At that moment, Lin Mushi sat quietly on the sofa, her brows slightly furrowed, resembling a delicate and fragile porcelain doll, making one want to smooth out the wrinkles between her brows. "Junior, want to go for a drive?" Chen Chen suddenly suggested on a whim. Lin Mushi startled slightly, instinctively lifting her eyes to gaze out the window at the deep, tranquil night sky. The world outside was completely silent, broken only by the occasional car speeding by, leaving behind fleeting streaks of light. Lin Mushi brought her gaze back to Chen Chen. At that moment, moonlight filtered through the curtains, gently falling on his shoulders, adding a touch of softness and warmth to him, as if a faint halo had been cast around him, causing an involuntary, subtle flutter in one's heart. Go for a drive? Now. But it's still so early. She hadn't expected to fall asleep, and once she did, she slept until past 4 in the morning. What she hadn't expected was that Chen Chen hadn't left. At this hour, the two of them were alone in the room, the awkwardness tinged with a subtle, electric feeling. It made her heart flutter with a mix of shyness and sweetness. "We should go for a drive while it's still dark because there aren't too many cars on the road at this time, and that's when it's really fun." Picking up the white cashmere coat Lin Mushi had left aside, Chen Chen had intended to hold her hand, but after a moment's hesitation, he instead gripped the sleeve of her coat. "Let us go. It's fun to go for a drive at this time of night." Lin Mushi passively let Chen Chen pull her out of the suite. The two took the elevator down to the first floor, then stepped out and headed to where he had parked his motorcycle earlier that day. Lin Mushi's gaze fell on the 125 motorcycle. Her bright eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as she asked Chen Chen, "Is this your motorcycle?" She had ridden a 125 when she was a child. Back then, her family was still intact, and her father rode the motorcycle to work every day. After work, he would pick her up from kindergarten and take her home. Occasionally, on weekends, he would take her and her mother to the park for a ride. Back then, she loved sitting on the motorcycle's fuel tank, feeling the wind rush past her ears, that sense of speed and freedom. She had always thought she would never have the chance to ride one again. But unexpectedly, in her lifetime, she was able to ride a 125 again. Chen Chen wiped the dew off the motorcycle with a cloth and replied, "Yeah. I just happened to be riding the motorcycle to Mi's store in Nanhu to buy some appliances when I got your call, so I came straight over." "So when you said go for a ride, you meant riding the motorcycle, right?" Lin Muxi's voice carried a hint of anticipation. "Exactly." Chen Chen smiled as he opened the motorcycle's trunk and took out a red, ordinary women's helmet. He said apologetically, "This is my mom's helmet. It's a bit old and might still have a sweat smell. But you should wear it when riding a motorcycle for safety. If you don't like it, we can swap." Before Chen Chen could finish speaking, she smiled slightly, took the helmet, and showed no sign of disdain. Instead, her face was filled with curiosity and anticipation. She had probably never worn such a helmet before, and it sat a bit crooked on her head. "Junior, you didn't put it on properly. Let me help you." Chen Chen quickly walked around the motorcycle to Lin Muxi's side, took the helmet off her head, adjusted it, and put it back on her properly. Lin Muxi was about the same height as Chen Chen. Standing side by side, they were at the same height, with Lin Muxi only needing to tilt her head slightly to see his lips. His lips were slightly turned up, adorned with a gentle smile, making one involuntarily want to draw closer. His lips must be perfect for kissing. "Wait. Lin Muxi, what are you thinking? Stop imagining." After Chen Chen put on his helmet, he lowered his head and saw that Lin Muxi's face was completely red. He couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. Strange, it's just helping her put on a helmet, why is the freshman's face so red? Chen Chen wasn't the first time he had helped a girl put on a helmet. Whenever Lu Shouying was busy, Chen Chen would help her put it on. Sometimes when Chen Yuan was holding a book, he would also put it on for her. So, in Chen Chen's eyes, putting on a helmet was just an ordinary thing to do. But in Lin Muxi's eyes, it wasn't. He was the first boy, besides her father, to help her put on a helmet. And how could she possibly tell him that she was shy? Not only was she shy, but she had also been daydreaming about him earlier. Chen Chen didn't think much of it. He put on the helmet and gloves, got on the motorcycle, and turned around to say, "Little sister, get on." Lin Muxi's cheeks flushed with a blush of shyness, making her look a bit nervous, but she slowly and awkwardly straddled the back of the motorcycle. Once seated, Lin Muxi's hands seemed unsure of where to place themselves. A thought flashed through her mind. She wanted to reach out and hug Chen Chen in front of her, but she quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it might be inappropriate. However, if she didn't hold on to something, she feared she might lose her balance once the motorcycle started moving. After hesitating for a moment, her fingers finally touched the handlebars on either side of the back seat, as if she had found a lifeline, and she immediately gripped them tightly. "Junior, hold on tight." Lin Muxi softly nodded. As the motorcycle's engine roared to life, Lin Muxi's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She turned her head slightly, peering through the transparent visor of her helmet to sneak a glance at Chen Chen's back ahead. His broad, steady shoulders gave her an inexplicable sense of security. The motorcycle moved forward slowly. Lin Muxi gripped the handlebars even tighter, her body swaying gently with the vehicle's movements, but her heart was filled with an unprecedented excitement and anticipation. The scenery along the way flew past her eyes at high speed, and Lin Muxi began to understand the exhilaration Chen Chen had mentioned earlier when he said, "This is a great time for a ride." Chapter 43, My brother is getting close to a pretty sister. In the quiet street, the sudden roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the air. It left behind a long trail of exhaust fumes. Yuechang at dawn was very different from daytime. During the day, it was bustling with traffic, but by midnight, the entire city felt like a dormant giant dragon. There was a sense that the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. Chen Chen arrived at a straight highway at the foot of Wanyue Mountain, next to Wanyue Lake. This was a stretch of road that was rarely traveled by people or vehicles even during the day. It is a one-way road, 3 kilometers long. At the end of the road stands a mountain. It is said that the authorities, unable to reach an agreement with the mountain's owner over demolition compensation, decided in a fit of anger to reroute the road and abandon this section. Over time, it became the favorite training ground for novice drivers. At this hour in the early morning, the road was perfect for motorcycle racing. Now, since it's year-end, many migrant workers have returned to their hometowns, so tonight there are only Chen Chen and Lin Muxi here. This suits Chen Chen just fine. Beep beep beep. At the start of the road, Chen Chen twisted the throttle, and the deafening roar echoed across the sky. "Junior, I'm going to speed up. Are you ready?" "Senior, I'm ready." "Junior, is that fast enough?" "Not fast enough." "Faster." "Now." "Is it fast enough?" That's enough. Too fast." "Ah." This was an exhilarating experience of speed and excitement. Lin Muxi pressed her face against Chen Chen's back, quietly feeling the cold wind whistling past. Neither of them noticed that, at some point, Lin Muxi's arms had tightly wrapped around Chen Chen's waist. Or perhaps they had all noticed it, but none of them had mentioned it out of consideration for others. It feels so soft when you lie on it or lean against it, yet it feels so strong and firm when you touch it. There must be 8 abs there. I really want to count them. He floored the gas pedal, and in less than 2 minutes, they reached the end of the road. Shen Shen executed a smooth drift, and the motorcycle came to a steady stop. Shen Shen's dream of becoming a professional race car driver has always been there. After getting the motorcycle, he practiced secretly for a while. So his skills were now on par with those of a professional racer. A professional motorcycle racer was easily defeated by Ms. Liu with a single blow. Lin Mushi hadn't felt this free and uninhibited in a long time. Taking a spin is so much fun. Little sister, is it fun? It's fun. Just this once. Racing is a very dangerous thing. Important note, the main character in this story is an experienced driver who ensures safety while racing. Young readers, please do not try this at home. Whoa. Lin Mushi was a bit disappointed, but she didn't get angry. Some things are best experienced just once. Too much of a good thing can be bad. This way, no matter how much time passes, she'll always remember the beautiful memories of this moment. Shen Shen slowed down. Our lives are like a race car. The accelerator is in our hands. If you want to go fast, step on the gas. If you want to slow down, let off the gas. Similarly, those who love us, we should love them back. Those who don't, are like the accelerator, just let go. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. Shen Shen's voice, mingled with the cold wind, drifted into Lin Mushi's ears. She paused for a moment before realizing her senior was trying to console her. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she chuckled. Senior, I just realized you're pretty talkative, just like my grandfather. She had already forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness, but her senior suddenly reminded her of it. Strangely enough, thinking about it now, it didn't seem so painful anymore. Indeed, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Shen Shen grinned, revealing 2 rows of white, even teeth, hee. He knew that Lin Mushi didn't mean nagging in a bad way. Some people don't need explanations, they just know what the other person is thinking. Lin Mushi burst into laughter. The sky gradually brightened, and golden sunlight filtered through the thin mist, bathing the earth in a dazzling glow, like shimmering diamonds. The earth was covered in a golden blanket. Shen Shen only realized at that moment that they were actually in a world shrouded in thick fog. Such a world was actually quite terrifying. For the slightest misstep could lead to eternal doom. He felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't felt it before, but once the sun came out, all his fearless courage was completely shattered. On the way back, Shen Shen drove at a snail's pace. Senior, do you think you're flying a bit too slowly? Shen Shen replied while keeping an eye on the road. You sound just like my mom. Lin Mushi asked curiously. Did your aunt say something like that too? You bet. Every time I drive a bit faster, she'll say from the back, son, I think you're flying a bit too low. You should fly higher. That way, if we crash, neither of us will feel a thing. Ha ha. Lin Mushi thought to herself, Auntie must be really funny. As the sun rose, the streets returned to their usual bustling activity. The world was no longer just the two of them. But the world had become a better place. Chen Yuan, with her panda eyes, yawned as she came out of the room. As she passed by Chen Shen's room, she noticed it was empty. Did my brother get up so early today? That doesn't sound like him. Without giving it much thought, Chen Yuan went to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and returned to her room, sitting down at her desk. What should have been smooth and natural movements felt mechanical. Taking advantage of her good memory in the morning, she took out her English book and began memorizing vocabulary words. Suddenly, she felt like something was behind her. She turned around nervously and saw her father peeking through the door, his dark head poking out. Chen Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Dad, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just come in and talk. Why are you sneaking around the door? Chen Zhangwen stood up straight but didn't go inside, still staying at the door. After all, his daughter was grown up now, and as her father, he had to avoid any misunderstandings. He smiled, his face creased with wrinkles. Yuan, Dad has a question for you. Since you've been back, has your brother said anything to you? Huh? What did he say to me? Well, did he mention anything about school or anything like that? Especially about girls. Chen Zhangwen tried to steer the conversation. Dad, you're asking if my brother is dating, aren't you? Chen Yuan cut straight to the point. Chen Zhangwen chuckled a few times. I was just trying to show some concern for your brother. If you want to care about your brother, just go ask him directly. Hey, you little brat. My brother isn't dating anyone. No, he isn't. Chen Zhangwen said, sounding a bit disappointed. But? Chen Yuan deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Chen Zhangwen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked. But what? Come on, Yuan, just tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. But even though my brother isn't dating anyone, he's currently getting very close to a very pretty older sister. Chapter 44, Your brother didn't come home last night? Please keep reading. After saying that, Chen Yuanyuan flashed a mischievous look in her eyes, wanting to see how her father would react. Chen Jiangwen pretended to think, a very pretty older sister? So the owner of the street food stall wasn't lying after all. Chen Yuanyuan immediately asked, what street food stall owner? Is it the owner of Qiangji? Chen Yuanyuan also knew the boss of Qiangji. To be precise, their entire family knew her. Occasionally, when the family wanted to go out for a meal, they would go there, and over time, they became familiar with each other. Chen Jiangwen recounted to Chen Yuanyuan what the boss's wife had told him during last night's company dinner at Qiangji's street food stall. Last night, as soon as Chen Jiangwen arrived at Qiangji, the boss's wife came over to catch up with him. He even joked about the boss's wife mentioning earlier that she wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Xiao Chen, asking if she was still serious about it. However, the boss's wife scolded him instead, saying that Xiao Chen already had a girlfriend and told her to stop trying to set him up. Chen Jiangwen was completely taken aback. Later, when she mentioned how beautiful she was, he could only smile along. On the surface, Chen Jiangwen seemed happy, but inside he was deeply upset. His son's girlfriend, whom he, as the father, hadn't even seen yet, had been seen by others first. What kind of situation was this? In the morning when he woke up, he had planned to ask Chen Chen about it, but since neither father nor son had eaten yet, he decided to wait until after breakfast to ask. After eating, he was washing the dishes when his wife came back, and she was furious. He dared not confront her. He thought he'd wait until she calmed down before asking. But Chen Chen, that little brat, went and provoked the angry tiger mom. Now everyone in the family was in for a rough time. By this morning, there wasn't even breakfast to eat. A cold pot and a cold stove. He dared not say much. Later, when he heard his wife talking about how her arch-rival's son was showing off his girlfriend everywhere, he didn't dare to respond, only nodding along in agreement. He also dared not mention that others had seen his son's girlfriend, fearing it might be a misunderstanding. If she got excited and went to brag to others, only to find out her son didn't have a girlfriend after all. What kind of life is that? After much deliberation, he decided to ask his daughter about the situation. After all, siblings always have more to talk about. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Yuanyuan heard, she immediately put down her Chinese textbook, her eyes brimming with curiosity. You mean, your brother took Mushi to Qiangji for dinner, right? So, the Snow King Unbreakable doll must have been bought that day. Chen Yuanyuan's gaze fell on the neatly arranged Snow King wobble dolls on the table. Her brother was pretty impressive after all. He knows how to take a girl out to eat, drink milk tea, and buy little trinkets. Chen Jiangwen felt even more depressed. So, you've already met your brother's girlfriend? Oh, she's not his girlfriend yet. But ugly brides have to meet their in-laws eventually, so don't worry. You'll meet her sooner or later, and then you'll be the one in a hurry. Hearing his daughter say that, it seemed to make sense. He narrowed his eyes slightly, like a crescent moon. Tell me about your brother's girlfriend. Chen Yuanyuan's eyes also narrowed slightly, and the expressions of father and daughter were almost identical. If you want to know the details, wait until your brother comes back and ask him yourself. He should have photos of Mushi on his phone. She is extremely beautiful, absolutely stunning. She'll definitely make the two of you proud. Compared to that, what was the name of that other guy's son again? Chen Yuanyuan thought carefully for a moment but still couldn't remember. Chen Jiangwen interjected, was Yuan. The girl's name is Mushi. He immediately zeroed in on the key point. The name was pretty nice. I wonder if she's well behaved. Chen Yuanyuan said. Oh, right. She's 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than the girlfriend Guo Ziyuan brought back. Plus, Mushi is a university student from a top-tier university, while his girlfriend seems to have dropped out, right? Chen Yuanyuan couldn't understand why some people would like someone who dropped out of school. Although education doesn't guarantee you'll become successful in life, it can broaden your horizons. It allows you to discover things you might never encounter in your entire life. Major life decisions can wait until after college. Before high school, Chen Chen also had such passionate aspirations. But after entering university, he realized that even after all his efforts, he hadn't even reached the starting point of others, so he basically gave up. Of course, he wouldn't tell the current Chen Yuanyuan any of this. She'll figure it out on her own after she finishes the college entrance exams. Who knows, maybe she'll discover a different path. Chen Jiangwen sighed. Whether you're good looking or not, as long as you can get by in life, that's what matters. Some good looking people can't even keep what they have. The older generation is like that, they want you to find a good looking partner, but they also worry that you won't be able to keep them, and your life will end up in chaos. The best is to find someone honest and capable of managing a household, and live a simple, peaceful life. They all lived like that, and it didn't seem to work out too badly. Chen Yuanyuan pouted and said discontentedly. Dad, how can you talk about your own son like that? My brother is handsome, isn't? Look around the neighboring villages who can compare to him. Even Guo Ziyuan wouldn't dare stand next to him. Although Chen Yuanyuan had shown her younger sister the ugly photos of her brother. But in her eyes, her brother was the handsomest man in the world. No, those weren't ugly photos. When her brother was a child, he smiled so brightly in photos. Chen Jiangwen snorted. Being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Focus on your studies, graduate, and find a good job. That's what matters. Without a good job and stable income, even the best girl will leave you. Your cousin's neighbor's son went to a top-tier university, and his girlfriend was also from the same school, even in the same class. Guess what happened? After graduation, the girl broke up with him. She said they were from different provinces and couldn't handle a long-distance relationship. If she couldn't handle a long-distance relationship, why did she agree to it in the first place? The household registration isn't something you change after graduation, it's something you're born with, isn't it? Chen Yuan was about to continue arguing with her father when her phone buzzed with a message. It was from her older brother. She opened it and saw the message, immediately breaking into a smile. She didn't argue anymore and smiled, saying, "We don't even know if Mushi will run away. But right now, your little cotton coat, I need to go bring your precious son some clean clothes." "Oh, go ahead then, wait, clean clothes?" "Yeah. Are you saying your brother didn't come home all night last night?" Chen Jiangwen was shocked. Chen Yuan shrugged indifferently, "So what?" Chen Jiangwen grew impatient. "What's the big deal? Your brother didn't come home all night, what's the big deal?" This was bad. If his wife found out that their son hadn't come home and he didn't even know, what would happen? He is already a sophomore in college and has been an adult for years. He just didn't come home to sleep for one night. Is that such a big deal? Chapter 45, Bringing Clean Clothes for Her Brother. Chen Yuan finished speaking, stood up and walked out to Chen Chen's room to pick out some clothes for him. Chen Jiangwen slapped his head. Right. His son is already an adult. Isn't it normal for him not to come home at night? When he was his son's age, he had already gone out to work far away. Although he returned to Guangzhou City in less than a year, it was still a long journey. Besides, his son is studying at Jiangcheng University, thousands of miles away. Hey, stop worrying so much. After coming to terms with it, Chen Jiangwen followed Chen Yuan with his hands behind his back, like a superior inspecting work, and entered Chen Chen's room, looking around. He was too shy to enter his daughter's room, but his son's room was like a deserted place, and he almost started rummaging through the drawers and cabinets. It's tidy enough. The wardrobe, bookshelf, and desk are all neat and orderly, not a single thing out of place. If it weren't for the monotonous black and white color scheme, one might have mistaken it for a girl's room. On the wall was a large sticker of One Piece's Luffy, grinning widely, as if he were smiling at everyone inside the room. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. No wonder my wife never bothers to come upstairs to clean. Does this even need tidying up? After looking around, Chen Jiangwen's gaze finally landed on a snowman with heart-shaped eyes on the table. He walked over, picked it up, and made a disapproving sound. A grown man collecting such girly trinkets? Are you sure you didn't have 2 daughters? Chen Yuan had already finished folding the clothes. Hearing her father's words, she replied speechlessly. Dad, what do you know? This is the romance of the young. Don't touch my stuff. By the way, are you going to drive me there? It's at Wanyue Lake, pretty far. I won't go. Just take a taxi. Oh, right, do you have money for the fare? Actually, the family car had been borrowed by his younger brother today. The motorcycle had been taken by Qin Chen, and there was no car left at home, making it inconvenient to give her a ride. Now that the new year is approaching, almost every household needs a car every day, and it's hard to borrow one. Chen Yuan narrowed her eyes and held out both hands. No, Dad, give me the fare. Chen Jiangwen pulled out his phone from his pants pocket and sent her 100 yuan red envelope. This is the last 100. You said you were going to play mahjong later. If you have no money, just stay home and watch TV. I'm leaving. Hee, I easily scammed my brother out of 100 yuan. Chen Yuan, overjoyed, tucked the 200 yuan into her pocket and hailed a ride-sharing service to deliver clean clothes to Chen Chen. Wangguhu Hotel. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi left the hotel at 4:22 a.m. They returned to the hotel just in time for 8 o'clock. Both of them were covered in morning dew. Though their bodies were soaked, their faces radiated an indescribable glow. Seeing each other's slightly disheveled appearance, they exchanged a smile, no longer feeling as awkward as before. My sister will bring some clothes over later. Junior, would you like to take a shower first and change out of your wet clothes? Chen Chen suggested. He was used to taking a shower every day. He didn't take a shower last night and then went out for a few hours in the early morning, so now he feels a bit sticky all over. If it weren't for the fact that his junior was still there, he would have already rushed into the bathroom. After they returned, the hotel manager informed them that Guo Baofeng and his wife had come back to the hotel and were waiting in the lobby. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen could only say, they really have nothing better to do. With that kind of determination, they could go out and drum up business. What deal couldn't they land? Chen Chen couldn't understand it. Now that they were here, he couldn't just go home like that. That's why he asked Chen Yuan to bring him some clean clothes. Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be spending the night at the hotel again. Chen Chen had considered booking another room. But the daily cost of several $1,000s per room deterred him. Chen Shen didn't feel embarrassed about not being able to afford a hotel room. He was just a second-year university student, and like most students, he still needed to ask his parents for living expenses each month. The fact that he doesn't need his parents' financial support already puts him ahead of most people. Even if he were to graduate now, as an ordinary office worker, he still couldn't afford the daily accommodation fees of several $1,000s. These were concerns that Lin Mushi never had to worry about. All she needs to know is whether the place is comfortable. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed a faint red and she softly murmured, before rummaging through her luggage to find her clean clothes. She then shyly entered the bathroom. She then closed the door gently and pulled down the curtain in the bathroom. She gently removed her wet clothes and hung them on the hooks in the shower stall. After Lin Mushi entered the bathroom, the room was left with only Chen Chen alone. He took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack by the door, then returned to the sofa, adjusted his posture to a comfortable position, took out his phone, opened the writing app, and prepared to start writing. Looking at the pitiful 3 days' worth of drafts on his phone, Chen Chen felt no sense of security. He couldn't afford to take a day off. Taking a day off would be too costly. The average subscription rate would drop, the number of bookmarks would decrease, and recommendation votes would also go down. It's really messing with my mindset. Chen Chen quickly got into the zone and started typing. Just then, splash! The sound of running water came from the bathroom, echoing clearly in the closed suite. At the same time, a subtle, fresh scent of shower gel began to waft through the air. It was as though he could envision the breathtaking scene inside the bathroom, and Chen Chen felt a demon screaming inside him. He clutched his phone tightly, his eyes fixed on the assistant page, but his mind was in a chaotic mess, unable to type a single word. In such a situation, how could he possibly have the heart to write? His mind was already in chaos. Inside the bathroom, the young woman stood naked, letting the hot water from the showerhead cascade over her body, radiating a lustrous glow like white jade. She resembled a meticulously carved work of art, every inch of her skin exuding an alluring aura. She was very nervous. This was the first time she had ever bathed with a man present. Nervousness, anticipation, various emotions swirled in her heart. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, clenching and unclenching. But thinking of Chen Chen's still damp body, Lin Mushi's thoughts cleared instantly. After warming up, she turned off the shower, dried herself off, and quickly got dressed before stepping out. "Senior, you go first. There's a bathrobe inside. Once Yuan arrives, you can change back into your clothes." Receiving no response from Chen Chen, Lin Mushi gently wiped her damp hair with a towel as she stepped out of the bathroom. She looked up and saw Chen Chen with a red face, the flush seeming to rise from his heart, giving his expression a touch of shyness and timidity. His gaze darted away, unable to meet Lin Mushi's eyes. His hands fidgeted nervously, making him appear somewhat at a loss. Chapter 46, Sister, I just saw your uncle. Seeing Chen Chen's slightly awkward demeanor, Lin Mushi couldn't help but smile to herself. When the headmaster had comforted her, he had spouted one piece of advice after another. Yet, all she had done was tell him to take a shower, and he had blushed so much. Chen Chen stared blankly at Lin Mushi. His rational mind told him that staring intently at a girl who had just finished bathing was impolite. Yet his gaze seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, unable to look away. Drops of water silently fell from her silky smooth hair, trickling down her slender neck. The scene was both pure and tinged with an indescribable allure. Chen Chen's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He could clearly feel his heart pounding, as if the entire world was trembling in rhythm with it. His throat grew dry, and he swallowed nervously, struggling to regain his voice, but to no avail. He couldn't look anymore. Chen Chen abruptly averted his gaze and stammered. No rush. I'll wait until Yuan brings the clothes over before I go wash. Lin Mushi chuckled. If you wait for Yuan to bring the clothes, the moisture will have already soaked into your body. If you catch a cold because of this, I'll feel guilty. Her tone carried a hint of petulance that even she didn't notice. Boom! A loud sound echoed in Chen Chen's mind, as if something had exploded, leaving his thoughts in complete disarray and unable to think clearly. He could only mechanically respond, then I'll go wash them now. After speaking, Chen Chen stood up and stumbled toward the bathroom. His heart was racing, as if it were about to burst out of his chest, his cheeks were burning hot, and even his earlobes had turned a deep crimson. The bathroom was still filled with the faint, delicate scent of a young girl. Chen Chen's mind grew even more chaotic. Even his breathing became heavy. He regretted it. He should have held on longer. By the time his sister brought the clothes over, the delicate fragrance in the bathroom should have dissipated completely. With his sister around, the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward. Chen Chen had never been in a relationship. He had no idea how to interact with girls. He used to like Lin Qingyan, but he just followed her around like a puppy. Whatever she needed, he would do his best to help. Normal communication was extremely rare, if not non-existent. He tried to calm his chaotic thoughts, took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash over him, finally calming his racing heart a little. However, the image of Lin Mushi from earlier kept replaying in his mind, every detail so vivid, causing his heart to race once more. He couldn't forget. He couldn't forget it at all. Even after finishing his shower, his heart was still pounding wildly. In the suite, Lin Mushi dried her hair with a towel and sat in front of the mirror, using a hairdryer to blow dry her hair. As she blew her hair dry, Chen Shen's figure suddenly appeared in the mirror, still wrapped in a white bath towel, revealing his muscular upper body and 8-pack abs. The V-line, the tan skin, the droplets of water. Lin Mushi jumped in surprise, quickly turned off the hairdryer, and turned around, but there was nothing behind her. The sound of water dripping from the shower head in the bathroom was clearly audible. Realizing her fantasy, a strange flutter surged in her heart, and her cheeks began to flush. Soon, Chen Chen emerged from the bathroom. Lin Mushi was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. He was wearing a white bathrobe, almost completely covering himself. Only his lower body was exposed, with a pair of feet wearing slippers. At a glance, Lin Mushi noticed that the hair on his legs was quite thick. She quickly averted her gaze, lowered her head, and fixed her eyes on the screen of her phone. Chen Chen walked toward the sofa, still speaking in a stammering voice. Junior. I'm done. Lin Mushi didn't even look up as she continued scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing this, she softly replied, For no apparent reason, Chen Chen exhaled in relief and sat down a short distance away from her. For a moment, the two sat in silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the room. Lin Mushi unconsciously tightened her grip on her phone, her expression instantly growing tense. Don't worry, it might be Yuan. I'll go answer the door, Chen Chen said softly, then walked toward the door. He peered through the peephole and saw Chen Yuan standing at the door, holding a bag of clothes, peering inside through the peephole. The siblings even exchanged a glance through the peephole. Of course, Chen Yuan couldn't see inside. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then opened the door. Mushi's sister. Oh, it's you, brother. The change in tone before and after shouldn't be too drastic. Chen Chen asked with a smirk, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your brother? I'm happy. The tone was as insincere as possible. Chen Chen would be a fool to believe her. Chen Yuan stuffed the clothes she had temporarily wrapped in a Wang Leji drink bag into Chen Chen's arms and said, Here, your clothes. Then, Chen Yuan skipped into the suite. Mushi's sister, I'm here. Her voice was clear and pleasant, full of energy. Lin Mushi had already stood up from the sofa upon hearing Chen Yuan's voice. Seeing Chen Yuan's round face glowing with a bright smile, she smiled back and said, Yuan, you're here. Did I disturb you? Chen Yuan blinked her big eyes innocently. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No, you're just in time. Wow, this is my first time in such a luxurious hotel suite. It's so opulent. Chen Yuan explored the suite like an old woman visiting a grand mansion for the first time. Oh, right, sister, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Mushi, I just saw your uncle downstairs. At that moment, Chen Chen had just finished changing clothes in the bathroom and heard Chen Yuan's words. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, how do you know her uncle? Chen Yuan shrugged and replied, he told me himself. I came in to ask the hotel front desk where suite 808 was, and then I saw your uncle and aunt. They even said they wanted to come up with me, but I didn't let them follow. Lin Mushi, who had been feeling nervous, relaxed a bit after hearing that Chen Yuan hadn't let them come up. Seeing this, Chen Yuan quickly asked, Sister, what's wrong? Should I not have done that? Chen Chen walked over, holding the dirty clothes he had changed out of, and said, No, you did well. Chapter 47, Back to your house. Please keep reading. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Mushi in confusion, but when she saw her nod slightly, she finally relaxed. She had brought Chen Chen a gray hooded sweatshirt, a black vest jacket, and a pair of navy blue jeans. The outfit made him look quite different from his usual appearance. It had a strong youthful vibe. His hair was still damp, giving him a slightly grandmotherly appearance, making one want to ruffle his hair. Realizing what she was thinking, she quietly lowered her head, hiding the pink ribbon by her ear, then briefly explained the situation to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan listened and said angrily, No wonder I knew they wouldn't come up themselves. When I asked the front desk where room 808 was, they started trying to be friendly with me. Good thing I was smart. Chen Yuan hugged Lin Mushi, Mushi's sister, I feel so sorry for you. Don't worry, with my brother here, no one can bully you. Chen? Shouldn't she have said, with you here, no one can bully her? Why are you dragging me into this? Chen handed her the Wang Laoji bag, take these clothes home to wash them. He shrugged his shoulders, the hoodie you're holding is the one I wore in my senior year of high school. It's too small now. Chen Yuan glanced at the bag disdainfully and said, You bring them over and still have something to complain about? Be careful next time you message me, I won't respond. Wash your own clothes, The clothes did seem a bit short, not even covering her wrists, revealing her slender, defined bones. However, she thought her brother looked good in it. Chen rolled his eyes at her, there's a washing machine at home. Chen Yuan glared back, there's one here too. Are you going to take it or not? I'll take it, but you have to tell me first when you plan to go home. You didn't come home last night without telling mom and dad, did you? She could already imagine what would happen if mom found out her brother hadn't come home for days. Shen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. I'll go back soon. As for mom, you can cover for me first. In front of Lin Mushi, Chen Yuan didn't say the words you'd better take care of yourself, but instead glanced at Lin Mushi before asking her brother. Brother, when you go home, what about Mushi's sister? Can you really leave her alone in the hotel to face those eccentric relatives? I saw the news traffic in Jiangcheng hasn't recovered yet. The snow in Jiangcheng this year, as reported on the news, is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Many people probably want to be able to go home for the new year. Shen, of course, couldn't bear to do that. But the two of them weren't related. Plus, he's a guy, how could he ask her to come stay at his place? Go home. Shen was stunned by his own thought. Even when he liked Lin Xingyan before, he never thought about bringing her home one day. At the time, he just thought they were all still young and worried that their parents would scold them if they found out. Most importantly, he was going through a phase of teenage idealism, believing that all he needed to do was quietly care for her from afar, and that was enough for her to be happy every day. As for Lin Mushi, the two of them didn't even know each other before getting on the high-speed train. In just a few days, he had actually started thinking about bringing her home. Would the younger female classmate go home with him? Shen chuckled to himself. Impossible. Lin Mushi would never go home with him. Even though he now knew her secret. That doesn't mean she'll go home with him. She was the cold and aloof school beauty. The boys she's rejected could circle around Jiangcheng University 3 times. And besides, what kind of relationship would he have with her if he went home with her? A junior? Who would believe that? Oh, how about this? Let's just have Mushi go home with us. Lin Mushi had been watching the two siblings butting heads from the side, envious of their dynamic. When she suddenly heard Chen Yuan say that, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she stammered like Chen had earlier. Go back to your house. Chen Yuan walked over, playfully linking her arm through Lin Mushi's, her eyes crinkling into a smile. That's right, Mushi's sister. As long as you come home with us, if they dare to come looking for trouble, our Qin village will drive them out. Our village is famous for sticking up for our own. But this Lin Mushi, who was always known for her aloof and resolute demeanor, didn't know how to refuse Chen Yuan. If anyone heard that, no one would believe it. She glanced sideways at Chen, who seemed just as taken aback by Yuan's words and was at a loss for what to do. A faint sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. It was indescribable and inexplicable. Chen Yuan took the opportunity to give Chen a meaningful wink. Little did she know that her own brother was as useless as a piece of rotten wood in such matters. She stamped her feet in frustration. Oh, brother, if you're too shy to let Mushi come home with you, just let her come to my house. Mushi, come on, pack your things and come home with me. Chen. Is he really that obvious? Lin Mushi. Is there a difference between going back to your house and going back to the senior's house? Chen said shyly. Junior, Yuan is right. Staying in a hotel isn't a long-term solution. My place isn't very big, but we do have an extra room. Plus, my parents are very kind people. They'll be thrilled to have you stay. The rest seemed to happen naturally. Chen Yuan helped Lin Mushi pack her things. Chen took out his phone to call a ride for them. Soon, everything was packed and ready. Chen Yuan walked ahead, holding Lin Mushi's hand, while Chen followed behind, pushing the luggage. The three of them arrived at the first-floor lobby, where Lin Mushi went to check out. The two siblings waited nearby. Guo Baofeng and his wife saw Lin Mushi coming down and immediately stood up from the sofa, Xiaoxi. Chen stood in front of Guo Baofeng, while Chen Yuan stood in front of Yang Huimin. The atmosphere grew tense. The hotel manager, noticing the situation, hurried over to prepare for any unexpected incidents. Chen Yuan wasn't one to be pushed around. She started shouting loudly. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to bully Mushi's sister? Let me tell you, Mushi's sister is under our protection. If you dare to get physical, I'll lie on the ground and call the police, saying you're bullying a minor. It's almost New Year's. You don't want to go drink tea with the police, do you? Chen, who was standing nearby, silently gave his sister a thumbs up in his mind. Is this the reality of high school seniors nowadays? Their mindset is truly admirable. If it were him, he would have just gone for it. Lin Mushi finished checking out, and Chen Yuan linked her arm through hers as they walked out. As they walked, they kept turning back to stick their tongues out at Guo Baofeng and his wife. Yang Huimin, facing Chen Yuan, who was even more assertive than her, had no idea what to do. She could only watch them leave with a look of hatred. The hotel manager, seeing nothing had happened, went back to his own business. Don't look anymore. Mushi won tea, come back with us. We hurt her too deeply. Chapter 48. Ms. Liu was furious. Chen was in for trouble. Yang Huimin heard this and immediately panicked. Are you giving up the factory? That's your life's work, and it's the livelihood of our entire family. If we lose it, what will we do? Guo Baofeng spoke resolutely. We don't want it anymore. Because of you, I didn't even get to see my sister one last time, and now my niece doesn't even recognize me as her uncle. If you want a divorce, then go ahead. He had already lost all face. Guo Baofeng finished speaking and left the hotel without waiting for Yang Huimin. The only reason he came today was to apologize to Lin Mushi. But it seemed unnecessary now. Seeing Mushi's boyfriend and sister standing up for her like that, he felt at ease. Husband. Divorcing Yang Huimin was just something she said. They've been married for so many years, and their child is about to grow up. How could they possibly divorce for real? She hurriedly chased after him, but there was no trace of Guo Baofeng. He had actually gone home without waiting for her. Yang Huimin dared not even show her anger, and hurriedly took a taxi to chase after him. Where did Chen Yuan go without doing her homework? Lu Xiaoying walked in the door and didn't see Chen Yuan doing her homework, so she started yelling. Chen Jiangwen was leisurely sitting on the sofa watching TV. Upon hearing this, he was about to say she had gone to bring her brother some clean clothes, but upon second thought, he decided not to risk it and instead said, Yuan just left with a bag. Lu Xiaoying heard this and didn't explode. She probably went to do her homework with her classmates. Let us not worry about her. Chen Jiangwen sighed in relief. He hadn't said that Yuan went to study with her classmates. That was his wife's imagination. Before he could catch his breath, the house was once again filled with the sound of a lioness roaring. Where's Chen? Where did he go again? Lu Xiaoying was in a bad mood because, in recent days, whenever she chatted with the villagers, she was always compared unfavorably to others. And the culprit behind all this was Chen Shen, that good-for-nothing brat. He wasn't even around. Lu Xiaoying grew angrier the more she thought about it. She wanted to drag Chen Shen in front of her and give him a good scolding. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwen shrank back, quietly turned off the TV, and cautiously asked, Honey, didn't you suspect our son was dating someone the other night? Maybe he wasn't out causing trouble, maybe he was on a date? Dating? I think he was just out causing trouble. Seeing his slacker attitude, it really gets on my nerves. Honey, calm down. Our son is grown up now. He is not coming back for a day or two, it's no big deal. Chen Jiangwen didn't try to comfort her, and now it was like a nuclear bomb had gone off. What did you say? Chen Shen didn't come home last night. He's gone mad. How dare he stay out all night? When he comes back, I'll give him a good talking to. Chen Jiangwen knew something was wrong the moment he heard it. He thought his wife was angry because she found out their son hadn't come home last night. But now it was clear that wasn't the case. Lu Xiaoying stormed into the house, her face flushed with anger, then stormed back out, muttering under her breath. It's already the holiday season, and you still haven't gone to buy New Year's provisions? Do you expect them to grow legs and run into the house on their own? I'll go right away, I'll go right now. Chen Jiangwen hurriedly responded, rushing toward the room while pulling out 1,000 yuan from the drawer. Although his phone and pockets were empty, Lu Xiaoying kept the necessary expenses in the drawer of the room, and he could take them whenever he needed them. As he stepped out the door, he muttered to himself. Why are those women so idle? They gather at the village entrance every day to gossip. It's so embarrassing for young people to even walk past the village entrance. Whether someone has a girlfriend, is married, has children, or how much money they make, what does any of that have to do with you? All day long, minding other people's business. Thinking about how he accidentally screwed his son over, he silently lit a candle for him in his heart. Son, may you find your own happiness. It was around 11:30 in the morning, and Lu Xiaoying was busy picking vegetables in the courtyard. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle's horn broke the surrounding silence. She jumped up from the stool, her eyes flashing with anger. Chen, you good-for-nothing brat, you finally decided to come back, did you? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. She shouted angrily while looking around for something to use to discipline her son. Finally, her eyes landed on the clothes hanger on the clothesline. Without hesitation, she grabbed the hanger and stormed toward Chen Shen. Before Chen Shen could get off the motorcycle, he heard his mother's deafening roar echoing in his ears. He jumped back in fright, quickly got off the motorcycle, and skillfully blocked the clothes hanger before it could hit him. Mom, let's talk this out. Don't resort to using a clothes hanger at the slightest provocation. I'm not a child anymore. A clothes hanger? It had been years since he'd seen one. He never thought that, even in his second year of college, it would make a comeback. Exactly, honey. Our son is already this old, and you're still hitting him with a clothes hanger? It won't even hurt him. Here, use this instead. Chen Jiangwen followed Chen Shen into the house, took a bundle of long firecrackers from his shoulder, and handed them to Lu Xiaoying. When used alone, these fireworks don't hurt when hit, and they're easy to break. But if you tie several together, the effect is completely different. Chen Shen glanced back at him with a sigh. Dad, am I still your biological son? Chen Jiangwen scratched his nose, feeling guilty, and took the fireworks back, then walked into the house with an indifferent expression. Next time you don't come back at night, don't bother telling us in advance. Just don't come back at all. Lu Xiaoying didn't really mean to hit her son. It was just that he had suddenly stayed out all night without saying a word, and on top of that, he had been outdone in the village, which made her so angry that she wanted to scare him. It's already 11 o'clock. Why isn't Yuan back yet? Seeing the crisis averted, Chen Chen sighed in relief. He took off his helmet, heard the words, and replied, "She's taking a DD behind us, she'll be here soon." To his surprise, Lu Xiaoying, upon hearing this, erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, her voice rising several decibels. Yuan isn't at a classmate's house doing homework? She's out with you causing trouble." Chen Chen inwardly cringed again. His gaze fixed on the clothes hanger in Lu Xiaoying's hand. "Mom, calm down first. Let me explain." Lu Xiaoying raised the clothes hanger in her hand. "Now you're scared? What were you doing earlier? Daring to take your sister out all night? Today I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Just then, the roar of a car engine grew louder from the distance, and soon, a white Ion pulled up smoothly in front of their house. Chen Chen looked as though he had seen a savior, his eyes lighting up. He hurriedly shouted to Lu Xiaoying, "Mom, don't touch her yet." They're back. Chapter 49, Meeting Chen Chen's Parents. Please keep reading. Lu Xiaoying stopped the clothes hanger she was about to drop and followed the sound of the car's engine with her eyes. Just then, the car door opened, and Chen Yuan jumped out, then closed the door. Excitedly, she ran around the front of the car to the other side, opened the door, and exclaimed, "Mushi's sister, we're home." Someone else? Right, her son had mentioned earlier that they had returned. Then, who could the other person be? Wait a moment. What did the old man say earlier? The son didn't come home all night, maybe he wasn't out causing trouble, but on a date. A feeling of tension began to surface in Lu Xiaoying's heart. The last time she felt this emotion was when she first met Chen Jiangwen's parents. Suddenly, a stunning figure slowly stepped out of the car. It was a young girl, dressed in a pristine white hooded sweatshirt, exuding an air of simplicity yet extraordinary elegance. Her silky smooth hair was tied into a high ponytail, flowing gracefully behind her as she moved lightly, like a fairy dancing in the wind. She stood awkwardly beside the white car, exuding an otherworldly elegance tinged with a touch of delicate vulnerability. Her stunning face bore a slightly cold expression, like a lotus blossoming in winter, with a hint of restraint and purity that added an irresistible charm. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Lu Xiaoying was momentarily speechless. Chen Chen narrowly escaped and sighed in relief. He parked the motorcycle, ran to the trunk, and gently tapped the car body, signaling the driver to open it. With a soft click, the trunk opened, and Chen Chen skillfully retrieved Lin Mushi's white suitcase. Just then, Lu Xiaoying suddenly walked over, grabbed him, and pulled him aside, whispering in a voice filled with suspicion. "Son, although I did order you to bring a girlfriend back, you didn't have to rush out and rent one so quickly. This must have cost a lot of money." She couldn't believe her own son had actually brought home a girlfriend who looked like a goddess. Such a girl didn't seem like someone their ordinary family could afford to raise. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this was his own mother. He explained briefly, "Mom, what are you talking about? This is my junior classmate, Lin Mushi. Her family is from Jiangcheng, and she came to Guangqing for vacation. Recently, there has been a blizzard in Jiangcheng, and all transportation has been suspended. She can't go back yet, and staying in a hotel isn't a long-term solution, so I invited her to stay with us for a few days. Don't scare her. Also, put away the clothes hanger. I need to maintain my dignity as your son." Chen Chen glanced cautiously at the clothes hanger in her hand. He was afraid it might come back to hit him. Lu Xiaoying, upon hearing this, suddenly realized what was going on. She quickly put the clothes hanger away and then glared at Chen Chen, saying reproachfully, "Bringing a classmate home is such a big deal, why didn't you tell me sooner? There's nothing prepared at home. I'm still wearing an apron, my hair isn't combed, and my clothes are all messy." Lu Xiaoying quickly took off her apron, tidied her hair, and straightened her clothes, busying herself non-stop. Chen Chen chuckled, feeling as though he had returned to the first night he came home. He had been sitting in the car, watching Ms. Lu stand at the door, looking flustered and unsure of what to do. "I called you, but you didn't answer." Lu Xiaoying finally remembered that she had been busy going to the village entrance to listen to gossip, and after returning home, she had been busy picking vegetables, so she hadn't touched her phone all day. Chen Chen sighed helplessly, "I called Dad too, but he didn't answer either." Chen Jiangwen was busy carrying fireworks and naturally didn't have time to answer the phone. Lu Xiaoying walked up to Lin Mushi with a smile, extending her hand warmly. "Mushi, hello. Welcome to our home." Lin Mushi had been extremely nervous both before and after getting out of the car, her heart pounding like a drum, especially when she saw Chen Chen's mother pulling him aside to whisper something. She grew even more nervous. She was afraid that she might say something like, "Our family already has so many mouths to feed, adding one more of you would mean there wouldn't be enough to go around," as a polite refusal. Fortunately, Chen Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice tinged with schadenfreude, "Mushi sister, you saved my brother. Otherwise, he'd be getting a beating from my parents right now." Those words were like a warm ray of sunlight, quietly dispelling the gloom in Lin Mushi's heart and easing her tension slightly. At that moment, Chen Chen's mother was affectionately holding her hand, and she felt a bit dazed. All her life, aside from her mother, no other elder had ever greeted her with such warmth, holding her hand and speaking words of welcome without a trace of disdain. She was deeply moved. Auntie was exactly as she had imagined a truly kind person. Lin Mushi took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then spoke in as natural a tone as possible. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Mushi. I may cause you some trouble over the next few days. Oh, not at all. Lu Xiaoying's smile was as warm as spring. Don't mention days, stay as long as you like. As long as you're happy here, this is your home. Come on in. Just as the two were about to turn away after exchanging pleasantries, a slightly out-of-place voice came from the door. Honey, are you done yet? I found a. Shin Jiangwen was holding a bamboo stick, but when he saw Lin Mushi, the stick slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Her. Could this be the legendary girlfriend everyone had been talking about? Is she really as beautiful as the rumors say? His gaze shifted to Chen Yuan, who flashed him a smile revealing 2 rows of neat, white teeth. He looked at Chen again. Chen. He said nothing, dragging his luggage past him without even glancing at him. If he could, Chen would rather have his cold-hearted father come to pick him up at the high-speed rail station. Chen Jiangwen felt a pang of guilt and quickly looked away. He hadn't meant to do that. Old man, go buy some more vegetables. Chen Jiangwen immediately responded, oh, okay, buy some vegetables. After taking a few steps, he stopped again, turned around, and asked, wife, what vegetables should I buy? Lu Xiaoying turned around with a kind smile and asked Lin Mushi. Mushi, what kind of vegetables do you like? Lin Mushi, seeing this, felt a warm surge in her heart. She smiled and replied, Uncle and Auntie, there is no need to go to such trouble. Just some home-cooked dishes. Whatever you usually eat, I'll eat. Alright, home-cooked dishes. She then turned to Chen Jiangwen and said, go buy some seafood. I'll slaughter some chickens, ducks, and geese. Oh, Yuan, go tell your uncle to catch a grass carp. Chapter 50, Uncle and Aunt are both very kind. Shen Yuan nodded and ran to her uncle's house next door. After giving her instructions, Lu Xiaoying felt like there was something else she needed to do, but she couldn't remember what it was. That was just how she was when she got flustered, she tended to forget things. Watching her mother bustling around in a flurry of activity, Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He placed his hands on Lu Xiaoying's shoulders to calm her down and said, Mom, listen to me first. There's no need to prepare so much food. We won't be able to finish it all, and we'll end up serving leftovers to my classmates for the next few days. Lu Xiaoying had just calmed down when she heard Chen's words. She immediately responded reflexively, saying, oh, right, we can't eat leftovers. I'll cook everything properly and share some with your uncles, so there won't be any leftovers. Lu Xiaoying thought her arrangement was excellent. She then added, oh, right, Xiao Chen, take Mushi upstairs first. Oh no, the room isn't tidied up. Lu Xiaoying slapped her head and was about to go upstairs to tidy the room. Chen hurriedly stopped her, Mom, we're hungry. Don't worry about that now. Go prepare lunch. I'll take care of the room. Go ahead. After all, they had returned unexpectedly, and there was nothing prepared at home. Plus, her parents were hospitable people who wanted to offer their best to their guests, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit flustered and rushed. Lu Xiaoying was truly nervous. Because Chen has rarely brought classmates home since he was a child. Even if he did, it was always male classmates, and they would just come over to play for a while before going home. They had never stayed overnight. This was the first time he had ever brought a female classmate home to stay overnight. Although they are still classmates, what if something happens? Even if nothing happens, we shouldn't give others the impression that we're being rude. Alright, you go ahead and tidy up a bit. I'll come up to help once I'm done. Oh, and bring some fruits up to entertain your classmate. Lu Xiaoying finally remembered that she had something else to do. She bent down to pick up the remaining Chinese kale and headed back to the kitchen to continue cleaning. Chen turned back and gave Lin Mushi a slightly apologetic glance. Sorry, Junior. My mom is just very hospitable. I hope she didn't scare you. Lin Mushi shook her head gently. No, they're very nice. Thank you, Senior. Chen smiled knowingly, followed Mrs. Lu's instructions, and brought a plate filled with snacks from the nearby storage room, leading Lin Mushi upstairs. On the second floor, there was an independent iron door that was usually unlocked. Chen gently pushed open the door, leading Lin Mushi inside while introducing. The upstairs is just me and my sister. My parents don't usually come up, so you don't need to feel pressured. Just treat it like a hotel. Chen had originally wanted to say, just treat it like your own home, but after thinking about it, he changed his words. Thank you, Senior. Lin Mushi replied softly, her eyes curiously scanning the second floor of Chen's home. The interior was the same as the first floor, decorated in the standard Guangzhou style. How to describe it? It was just like the house she had lived in as a child in Guangzhou. The only difference was that the redwood sofa had large red cushions on it for the winter, which was exactly the same as her mother's taste. Therefore, Lin Mushi didn't feel much sense of unfamiliarity. Instead, she felt a joyful sense of reunion after a long absence. Junior, please sit down on the sofa for a moment. I'll go tidy up the room. Lin Mushi nodded slightly, said thank you, and walked over to the sofa, sitting down like a well-behaved student. Before this, she never would have dreamed that she would end up in a boy's house. How? Yet such a magical thing had happened to her. Chen Chen placed the suitcase next to the coffee table. Then he boiled a kettle of hot water. While the water was boiling, he took the cups to the bathroom to wash them. When he returned, the water was already boiling. Chen Chen rinsed the freshly washed cups again and asked, Junior, would you like plain water or tea? His movements while washing the cups were very Cantonese style. There was a sense of maturity beyond his years, yet he was wearing a high school style hoodie that was a bit too tight and clung to his body. It was like a big kid wearing a kid's clothes. Lin Mushi watched the scene and couldn't help but find it amusing, her eyes sparkling. Hearing Chen Chen's question, she replied, just plain water is fine, thank you. Chen Chen sat in the main seat, washed the cup, looked at her, and said leisurely, Junior, are you planning to say thank you every time I ask you a question? Lin Mushi heard this, paused for a moment, then a blush crept across her face. This time, she didn't say thank you. Chen Chen was satisfied. He brewed a pot of cool tea, poured it into his own cup, drank half of it, then stood up and entered a room. The second floor had a similar layout to the first floor. However, since there was no kitchen on the second floor, there was an extra room. There were a total of 4 rooms plus an independent bathroom. Chen Chen lived in the master bedroom. Chen Yuan lived in the southwest-facing secondary bedroom with natural light. The remaining 2 rooms are used as storage space, with the smaller one for miscellaneous items and the larger one left empty as a guest room. After all, this is a rural area, so during festivals or when relatives and friends come to visit, it can be used to accommodate them. It is currently available for Lin Mushi to stay in. It's just been unoccupied for a while, so there's some dust. But it's not a big deal. Just give it a quick clean, change the bedding, and it'll be ready to use. Lin Mushi sat on the sofa. Since it was her first time at Chen Chen's house, she felt too shy to play with her phone and dared not wander around. She just sat there quietly, her gaze occasionally drifting around the room, filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Some people, even when they don't speak, have a strong presence just by sitting there. Chen Chen now understood the meaning of that statement. Lin Mushi was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, paired with a pleated skirt and black thermal leggings. When she stood up, the pleated skirt reached her knees. However, now that she was sitting down, the skirt had risen a few centimeters, exposing her legs, which were longer than Chen Chen's life, as she sat on the sofa. Black tights, black tights. Long legs, oh long legs. Whether her life is long or not, he now feels a faint sense of losing years from his own life. Lin Mushi kept her eyes and ears open, focusing on her nose and heart. At this moment, she looked just like Chen Yuan playing with her Barbie dolls when she was a child. Chen Chen kept going in and out of the room, carrying a basin of water one moment and an old rag the next. Watching him busy at work, Lin Mushi found it amusing and stood up, following him step by step to the door of the room. At that moment, Chen Chen was wiping the windows. He wasn't very tall, so wiping the windows was a bit of a struggle. He tiptoed a few times, cleaning the areas he could reach, then found a red stool to stand on. As he stepped onto it, a loud creak could be heard as the stool protested. Lin Mushi jumped in surprise and hurried inside, kneeling down to steady the stool with her hands. Chapter 51, Making the Bed Together? Please keep reading. Chen Chen, whose body had been swaying slightly, suddenly felt the stool stabilize, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting in. Looking down, he saw that it was indeed Lin Mushi who had entered. At that moment, she was bent over, and from Chen Chen's position, he could clearly see the top of her head, which was soft and delicate, like a little kitten, vastly different from her usual aloof demeanor. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but notice how different she looked from the aloof school beauty he had always known. He forced himself to calm down and said, Junior, the room isn't cleaned yet. There's too much dust. Please wait outside for a moment. Lin Mushi didn't let go but looked up at him, her body forming a perfect S shape. She said earnestly, since the room was prepared for me, and I didn't pay rent, it's only fair that I help clean it. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty. That's a good reason. Lin Mushi thought to herself. What she didn't know was how seductive and alluring her gesture was. Chen Chen could even clearly see a glimpse of snow-white skin that made his heart race. Combined with her expression that seemed to say, don't make me leave, it was simply irresistible. Chen Chen quickly averted his gaze, realizing she was probably sitting alone outside feeling lonely. He joked, then I'll have to trouble the guest to help the host out. Where is that girl, Yuan? Why isn't she back yet? Her uncle's house isn't that far away. Could she have gone fishing too? With Lin Mushi holding the chair steady, Chen Chen wiped the glass without hesitation, quickly cleaning the only window in the room. The bed was already clean. He also took off the old bed sheets and duvet covers. He then prepared to mop the floor. Catching Lin Mushi's peculiar gaze, Chen Chen wrung out the mop in the bucket and said, I've been doing this since I was a kid. Chen Chen was telling the truth. Lu Xiaoying had always emphasized self-reliance, teaching him from a young age to take care of his own affairs. So he had always been very independent. Lin Mushi fixed her gaze on his hands holding the broom, her red lips parting slightly. Let me do it? No way, you're a guest. Lin Mushi raised her eyebrows slightly. Who says guests can't do anything? Well, there's no rule against it, it's just not really appropriate. Lin Mushi said, just think of it as appropriate. Chen Chen was amused by this twisted logic. Lin Mushi had already taken the broom from Chen Chen's hands. The room wasn't large, so mopping wouldn't take much time. Chen Chen didn't insist. After handing the mop to Lin Mushi, he picked up the dirty old bedsheets and pillowcases, took them to the bathroom, put them in the laundry room to wash, washed his hands, and returned to the room. He took out a clean set of clothes from the wardrobe and changed into them. When he came back, Lin Mushi had already finished mopping the room and was about to carry the dirty water out. Suddenly, a pair of slender hands appeared before her, lifting the dirty water first. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up, but she didn't struggle. She stood straight, her gaze sweeping up and down Chen Chen's body before casually looking away. Chen Chen carried the dirty water to the bathroom and poured it into the toilet. He rinsed the mop bucket, then returned to Lin Mushi's room, opened the wardrobe, and took out a brand new coral velvet 4-piece set. He then took down a new silk blanket from the top shelf of the wardrobe and placed it on a nearby chair. This set had originally been purchased as a backup for Chen Yuan. Now, well, they would be perfect for Lin Mushi. The first step was to put on the bedspread. Chen Chen moved the bed slightly to the side, but then he found himself at a loss. He turned to look at Lin Mushi and smiled helplessly. Junior, a favor in times of need. Seeing his distressed expression paired with those words, Lin Mushi almost burst out laughing. Sure, how do I help? After I spread out the bedspread, can you help secure it at that corner over there? It was a simple task, and Lin Mushi agreed without hesitation. All right. Chen Chen placed the bedspread over one corner of the bedhead, and Lin Mushi secured it in place. Chen Chen then smoothly spread the bedspread down flat. The two worked together seamlessly, not at all like they were doing this for the first time. It was as though they had done it countless times before. After securing the bedspread, Chen Chen moved the bed back to its original position. At that moment, Lin Mushi got a clear look at the bedspread. The coral velvet fabric featured cute little bears in yellow and white, instantly bringing a smile to anyone who saw them. What a cute bedspread! After putting the pillowcase on, Chen Chen looked at the quilt, then at the bedsheet, and turned to Lin Mushi. Junior, I need your help again. Sure. What do you need? Chen Chen held the quilt cover. I need you to put the quilt cover on. For some reason, Ms. Lu always managed to put the quilt cover on effortlessly. But when he did it himself, he always ended up looking a bit disheveled. Senior, I have an easier way to do it. What method? Stand here first. Lin Mushi pointed to the spot near the door. Chen Chen obediently moved over. Then Lin Mushi brought over the cotton blanket, handed it to Chen Chen, and said, Senior, spread the blanket out like this, then hold it up. Listening to Lin Mushi's description, Chen Chen roughly understood what she meant. He took the blanket, spread it out, and held it up like a large coat rack shaped like a person. It looked a bit funny. Lin Mushi skillfully took out the quilt cover, spread it out in the same direction as the cotton quilt, tiptoed up, and aligned the two corners with the two corners Chen Chen was holding. Chen Yuan, with her hands in her pockets, strolled up the stairs leisurely. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the two of them fiddling with the quilt. She had just stepped halfway in but quickly stepped back, turned around, and silently went downstairs. Lu Xiaoying peeked out from the storage room and said softly, Aren't you supposed to be upstairs doing your homework? Why are you back down here? Chen Yuan shrugged, so what? Anyway, Mushi's sister is here, so mom will definitely not get angry. Today, Chen Yuan, was going to sing the song of the peasant uprising. Lu Xiaoying took a deep breath. My own flesh and blood. Chen Yuan sat on the sofa, took out her phone, and started browsing practice questions. The next steps were simple. Just flip the blanket over, and it's done. Earlier, Lin Mushi hadn't thought much of it, but just now, when she tiptoed to hand the blanket cover to Chen Chen, she touched his warm fingers. At that moment, it felt like something had struck her, causing her head to explode. They were acting like an old married couple, making the bed in the room. That's right. Making the bed. It was supposed to be a perfectly ordinary thing. But when it comes to a man and a woman, it becomes a bit unusual. Chen Chen seemed to have noticed this as well. His face felt a bit warm. The soft, gentle touch of the fabric against his hands made him suddenly feel that the room was unusually warm. It felt like the heating was on. Speaking of heating, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something very important. He hadn't bought the remote-controlled lamp and electric heater yet. He could endure it himself. But he couldn't make his younger female classmate endure it, could he? Chen Chen decided that after dinner, he would go out and buy these things. P.S. Just asking, is anyone still reading this? Chapter 52, Going to buy appliances. Please keep reading. Since Chen Chen and the others returned late, by the time they finished preparing lunch, it was already nearly 2 o'clock. Despite the limited time, Lu Xiaoying and her husband still managed to prepare a feast. Steamed chicken, spicy and sour stir-fried grass carp, hairy crabs, steamed flower crabs, spicy and crispy shrimp, glass noodles with scallops, stir-fried celery with squid, Hakka-style stuffed tofu, fermented bean curd with hollow stem spinach, and a corn, yam, and carrot pork rib soup. 9 dishes in one soup. The dishes were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Originally, Lu Xiaoying thought it wasn't enough, but Qin Jiangwen stopped her. The reason was simple: if they cooked more, there wouldn't be enough space for everyone to sit and the dishes would just be piled up. Lu Xiaoying finally gave up. Lin Mushi couldn't stop thinking about the words old couple in her mind, and even after sitting down at the table, she was still dazed. Mushi, we didn't prepare well. Please help yourself to more food. Lin Mushi looked at the table full of delicious dishes and felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Auntie, you're too kind. There are so many dishes, and they're all delicious. Your cooking skills are as good as those of a 5-star hotel chef. Chen Chen was busy picking apart a large crab. Upon hearing this, he looked up at Lin Mushi with a hint of surprise. He had no idea that the seemingly aloof younger classmate could be so eloquent when complimenting others. There was no doubt that Lu Xiaoying and Qin Jiangwen were both deeply touched by the compliments. Their eyes grew even more fond of Lin Mushi. If she can't be a daughter-in-law, maybe being a daughter wouldn't be so bad either. Lin Mushi looked up and caught Chen Chen's gaze. Both of them lowered their heads in unison. Come, eat the chicken leg. Lu Xiaoying placed a large chicken drumstick in Lin Mushi's bowl, smiling like a flower. Lin Mushi was deeply moved. It had been ages since she last ate a chicken drumstick from white-cut chicken. It was home-raised, and the aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Lin Mushi didn't hesitate to start eating. It had been ages since she had such delicious chicken drumstick. Before she could finish the drumstick, Chen Chen had already peeled the shrimp and crab and placed them in front of her. Thank you, senior. Chen Chen's family was so hospitable. Then Lin Mushi accidentally ate until she was full. So after dinner, when she heard Chen Chen ask, Junior, do you want to go shopping? She agreed without hesitation. Chen Chen turned to Chen Yuan and asked, Little sister, are you coming? Chen Yuan slumped her body, looking utterly dejected. I'd love to go. But my homework is calling out to me, saying, come on, come do me. She had already wasted the entire morning. If she went out again in the afternoon, her plans would be ruined. If her plans were disrupted, she'd have to spend the New Year's holiday cooped up in her room, staring at her homework. To ensure she could attend the annual village-to-village basketball and tug-of-war competitions, Chen Yuan reluctantly refused. Chen Chen was so disgusted by her old-fashioned language that he turned and left. My sister said she has to do her homework. Let us go by ourselves. All right. The family's BYD had already been returned. Around 4 o'clock, Chen Chen drove the car, taking Lin Mushi to the Mi family's house. They had just left when Lu Xiaoying came in with a plate of sliced fruit. Seeing only Chen Yuan drinking water, she asked, Where are your brother and Mushi? Chen Yuan put down her cup, saw the fruit platter, and her eyes lit up. She walked over, grabbed a piece, and started eating. My brother said he went to buy a remote-controlled lamp and an electric heater. Chen Yuan had thought her mother would explode upon hearing this, but instead, she paused for a moment before asking, Does your brother have money? He said he does. Lu Xiaoying was taken aback but still went back to her room, picked up her phone, and transferred 10,000 yuan to Chen Chen's WeChat. Chen Jiangwen was getting ready for his afternoon nap when he saw his wife with a smile on her face, like an old mother. He asked, Honey, what are you doing? Transferring money to our son to buy remote-controlled lights and an electric heater. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwen added, Send more. Replace ours in our room too. Every time he finally got the bed warm, he had to get up to turn off the light, which was quite painful. You wish. Chen Jiangwen. You don't want me to turn off the lights, do you? Chen Chen was driving and heard his phone ring. He glanced at it but ignored it. Lin Mushi naturally picked up his phone, lit up the screen, and waved it in front of him. The face unlock was successful. It's from Auntie. Chen Chen was driving carefully and heard it, asking, What did my mom say? She didn't say anything. Chen Chen, ? Lin Mushi held up his phone, screen facing him. Auntie transferred 10,000 yuan directly. Chen Chen. Has Ms. Lu struck it rich? Or maybe they've always been wealthy, and all these years they've been pretending to be poor to toughen him and his sister up, and now they're finally coming clean and not pretending anymore? No, that doesn't make sense. Given Ms. Lu's village gossip personality, if her family were wealthy, she would never be so low-key. Then, Lin Mushi's voice came again, Uncle also transferred 3,000 yuan to you. Chen Chen? Lin Mushi, he added that you should buy an extra remote-controlled lamp. He wants to replace the one in his room. Chen Chen understood. It must be Qin Yuan who told them she was out buying appliances. He hadn't told them beforehand because he didn't want them to spend the money, but he didn't expect them to transfer it anyway. Should we take it? Lin Mushi asked. Take it. Just save it for later. We'll give it back to them after we graduate from university. Chen Chen thought to himself. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the open-air parking lot of the shopping mall where the Mi family was located. As soon as the car entered the mall, they heard Lu Tianwang's joyful voice. I congratulate you on your wealth. I congratulate you on your success. The best ones, come over here. Those who are not good, please leave. That's the spirit. That's the essence of the new year. After being home for so many days, Chen Chen had almost forgotten that it was the end of the year. He always felt like something was missing. Now, hearing Lu Tianwang's song, he finally felt like the missing piece had been filled in. Before getting out of the car, Lin Mushi received a call from Qin Yao. She told Chen Chen to go ahead and she'd catch up later. Chen Chen nodded and headed toward the Mi family's house first. Picking out appliances was a time-consuming task, so going first was a good choice. Just as he reached the door of the Mi family's house, a familiar voice came from behind him. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and saw a smug face. Annoying was Chen Chen's personal assessment of Guo Ziyuan. Actually, he was quite good-looking, the kind of guy girls found attractive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so distracted by romance during his school days that he couldn't focus on his studies. After all, with girls confessing their feelings to him every day, how could he possibly focus on his studies? Guo Ziyuan, holding his girlfriend's hand, walked up to Chen Chen with a smirk and said, "Hey, isn't this our college student? When did you come back?" Chen Chen replied casually, "A few days ago. We came back a day later than you." Guo Ziyuan changed the subject, looking at the girl beside him and boasting, "Hey, look at me, I forgot to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Cuckoo." Chapter 53, What to do when you meet someone you dislike. Confront them directly. That smile was so annoying. If there was anyone Chen Chen disliked, it was Guo Ziyuan. Since they were from neighboring villages, they attended the same elementary and middle schools. In elementary school, their grades were evenly matched. Guo Ziyuan's grades were often even better than his. The classmates in the class all called him the eternal second place. After entering middle school, the gap between them widened once again. Specifically, after entering middle school, Guo Ziyuan seemed to have undergone a transformation, growing into a handsome young man overnight. From then on, he was constantly surrounded by female admirers and received endless love letters. Meanwhile, he, due to his dark complexion and unflattering hairstyle, gradually became an ordinary person. However, there was one stark contrast: Chen Chen's grades kept improving, while Guo Ziyuan's grades kept declining. From being among the top 3 in his grade, he dropped to the top 10, then to the top 20, and eventually to the top 200. Although he managed to get into a regular high school, his grades remained at the bottom of the class, and eventually he dropped out. From the moment they started high school at different schools, they never saw each other again. They only occasionally heard his name mentioned by Lu Xiaoying. To this day, it has been nearly 5 years since they last saw each other. Indeed, people you dislike remain just as unpleasant, no matter how many years pass. Back in middle school, he would often mock me for being a bookworm, saying there were so many pretty girls at school and I didn't know how to appreciate them. He'd even suggest I bring one home just to make the trip worthwhile, and he'd occasionally bring love letters to tease me. However, Chen Chen ignored him and studied even harder. Chen Chen nodded slightly to the girl, "Hello." The girl smiled broadly and looked at him. "Hello." She then shook his hand playfully, her voice sounding like she was being spoiled, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Chen. "Xiaoji, you still haven't told me your friend's name." Guo Ziyuan enjoyed seeing his girlfriend being so obedient to him in front of others. Upon hearing this, he smiled and introduced. "His name is Chen Chen. He's one of the few 985 university graduates in our village. He was particularly famous in our class. Out of 10 people, he was the only one who got into a top-tier university and even threw a banquet for the entire village. As for the others, they either went to vocational college or went out to work. I noticed that those who went out to work seemed to be doing better than those who continued their studies. Chen Chen, do you know why that is?" Chen Chen gave him a cold glance and said, "I have something to do. I'll be going now." Guo Ziyuan had finally found an opportunity to look down on him. He wasn't about to let him leave so easily. "Chen Chen, if you don't want to answer, just don't. It's not something to be ashamed of. Are you also here to buy appliances at the Mi store?" "We are too." "Ah, I'm not like you, I'm still in school, so I can ask my family for money to buy big items like appliances. I have to earn my own money to buy them." Chen Chen said, "Coincidentally, I'm also earning my own money to buy them." Guo Ziyuan adopted a superior tone. "As a college student, you should be studying instead of skipping class to work part-time. That's not a good habit. College students should focus on their studies, you know?" Chen Chen knew what Guo Ziyuan was doing. He used to work with his father on construction sites, but recently the construction sites in Guangzhou weren't making much money, and he didn't want to go to Chengdu, so he took a job as a waiter at a restaurant. During the day, he streams live games. Streaming games used to be okay a few years ago, but in the past 2 years, no one even watches anymore. Many game streamers have switched careers. Chen Chen doesn't look down on any job, but Guo Ziyuan has been provoking him, so he decided to teach him a lesson. There are many ways to make money in this world. I could even sit in a classroom and use my phone to earn money. Can you? Guo Ziyuan was left speechless. He thought to himself, what's so great about that? Maybe he's just bluffing. With that thought, he placed his hand on Chen Chen's shoulder, leaning in close like a close friend, and asked, "Do you know any ways to make money on your phone? Teach your brother a thing or two." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gestured for Chen Chen to take one. Chen Chen subtly pushed his hand away and stepped back, saying, "Small change? You wouldn't even look at it. Don't talk like that. Even 50 yuan is money, isn't it? Even 50 yuan? Do you want to earn it?" Hua Ziyuan felt his patience was running thin. "Do you really think a college student would only make 50 yuan? Why don't you try and see?" Hua Ziyuan lit a cigarette, adopting the air of a big boss. "I make over 200 yuan a day just by working casually. Keep the 50 yuan for your meal card." Chen Chen stared at him for a moment, then looked down and said, "Your shoelace is untied." Hua Ziyuan hurriedly looked down at his shoes. "There's nothing." Chen Chen looked at the lowered head in front of him, his lips twitching slightly. "It's not even the new year yet. You don't need to give me a New Year's gift so early. I didn't prepare any red envelopes." Hua Ziyuan realized he had been tricked. He grew angry and pointed at Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, you did that on purpose." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. If this were in the village, he would definitely beat Chen Chen until he was begging for mercy." Kiki squeezed his hand, him not to act impulsively. Seeing the sensible Coco, Hua Ziyuan suddenly felt better. Even if you went to college, so what? You still wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend. Unlike me, who found such a beautiful girlfriend who listens to me and doesn't even ask for a dowry. Could you find a girlfriend like that? Hearing this, Coco looked at him in disbelief. Hua Ziyuan squeezed her hand back, and Coco finally lowered her head. But a time bomb was planted in her heart. Just then, a cold voice came from behind them. "Senior, Haven Tea, you gone in yet?" Chen Chen saw Lin Mushi arrive and a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. He was already handsome, and when he smiled, his lips curved into a beautiful arc, and his eyes, as black as obsidian, shone with a gentle light. He was truly handsome. Chen Chen's handsomeness was different from Hua Ziyuan's. One was like a peacock, afraid that others wouldn't notice how handsome he was, flaunting himself whenever he saw someone. Chen Chen, however, was bold yet reserved. The two didn't need to speak, their superiority was already evident. After Chen Chen's playful teasing of Hua Ziyuan earlier, it became even more obvious. Yet some people remain oblivious to this. At that moment, Lin Mushi stood behind them, her brows and eyes cold and clear, her oval face sharp and small, her complexion as icy as snow, and her skin as bright as the stars. Her hair was tied up, black and straight, with strands framing her face, making her skin appear even fairer. The temperature in Guangzhou during the day was quite high, so she wasn't wearing a jacket. Her legs, as long as her life, stood straight, supporting her stunning figure. Although the hoodie covered her figure, Hua Ziyuan could imagine what lay beneath. He sucked in a sharp breath, as if something within him had awakened. Who was this internet celebrity? How come he hasn't seen her? Wait, she just called Chen Chen Sr. Chapter 54, Shop Till You Drop. A bad thought crossed his mind. Looking at their outfits, both were wearing white hooded sweatshirts. Clearly a couple's matching outfit. Hua Ziyuan's expression darkened, but he forced a smile and asked, "Chen Chen, who is this? Why didn't you introduce him?" "None of your business." He leaned in closer. "We're all brothers. What's there to introduce?" "No." Chen Chen looked at Lin Mushi and said, "Let's go inside, Junior." Lin Mushi didn't even glance at Hua Ziyuan and the others. She smiled at Chen Chen and said, "All right." The two of them didn't care about Hua Ziyuan's expression and walked straight toward the Mi family. It was year-end, and the Mi family had organized a Crack the Golden Egg event. With additional discounts, the place was crowded with people. Chen Chen hadn't been out shopping like this in a long time. Upon entering, he felt a bit out of place. Fortunately, he had Lu Tianhuang's Gong Xiafei Kai and Lin Mushi by his side. The two of them, led by a salesperson, first went to pick out remote-controlled lights. Hua Ziyuan followed them like a shadow. "Chen Chen, what appliances are you planning to buy?" "I'm going to buy remote-controlled lights and an electric heater. Although it's not cold during the day in Yuecheng, the temperature at night is like a roller coaster, it gets freezing cold. With an electric heater and remote-controlled lights, you 1T have to get up to turn them on, and you 1T be cold when you do." Chen Chen and Lin Mushi both ignored him and instead asked the salesperson about the remote-controlled lights and electric heater. Actually, Chen Chen had already picked out a model. However, the remote-controlled lamp he had chosen was not included in the in-store promotion, so he had to pick another one. Seeing that Chen Chen wasn't paying attention to him, Hua Ziyuan stuck to Lin Mushi like glue. "Hey, beautiful, what's your name? Are you Chen Chen's girlfriend? How did you two meet? Are you from the same school?" Let me tell you, Chen Chen was really dark-skinned when he was a kid. We all called him Bao Gong. He liked a girl in high school and loved her for 3 whole years. After graduation, she ended up with someone else, so he stopped pursuing her. I remember they both got into the same university. I wonder if you've met her. She was really pretty too, she was the school beauty of our class. When Hua Ziyuan blurted out all his embarrassing stories in front of everyone, Chen Chen looked at him like he was an idiot. These two little cuties. He probably thinks that by saying this, the younger female students will dislike him. Hua Ziyuan ignored Chen Chen's disbelieving gaze and continued to spill the beans about Chen Chen in front of Lin Mushi. After listening, Lin Mushi asked casually, What happened next? Hua Ziyuan widened his eyes, looking at Lin Mushi in disbelief. Then what? She actually asked him what happened next. Shouldn't she be angry and have a huge argument with Chun Chen right there? He had liked someone else before and had pursued her for so long, didn't she feel jealous at all? Or maybe these two aren't even in a relationship. That must be it. If that were the case, Chen Chen's mother would have already been bragging about it in front of her own mother. Although Hua Ziyuan wasn't interested in the village intelligence bureau, his mother would come back from the bureau every day and boast to him about how she had saved face in front of Chen Chen's mother, how Chun Chen couldn't compare to him, and how impressive he was for bringing home such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. Over time, he came to realize that even though Chen Chen had gone to university, his life wasn't as good as he had imagined. This made him, who had always felt a bit inferior, swell with pride. He would take his girlfriend around to visit people in the village every day. Today, even after Coco had told him many times that it was too cold at night to get up and turn off the lights, and that she didn't want to take a shower or use the restroom, he finally reluctantly brought her along to buy appliances. Beautiful girl. Let me tell you how Chen Chen chased that girl. Hua Ziyuan persistently revealed Chun Chen's secrets in front of Lin Mushi. You too might want to consider the smart LED ceiling light with a circular design and remote-controlled dimming. You can also install our app on your phone to adjust the colors of the lights. This model is currently participating in the Golden Egg promotion. The salesperson was a woman who kept introducing the product while occasionally glancing at Chun Chen's face. That guy is so handsome. The girl who came with him is also very pretty. They're wearing matching outfits, they must be a couple. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, so cute. Junior, what do you think of this lamp? Lin Mushi had originally come to walk off her meal and casually stroll around with her senior, just to watch, but she didn't expect him to ask her opinion. The saleswoman just explained it in detail. I think this lamp is great, we should buy it. We've already shared a bed, discussing buying a lamp is no big deal. Chen Chen returned the lamp to the salesperson and said, this one then. I'll take 4. 4? Chen Chen, are you guys renovating your place? Even if you are, 3 should be enough. Could it be that? Chen Chen and Lin Mushi continued to ignore him. Sometimes, ignoring someone is the greatest insult you can give them. Hua Ziyuan was truly hurt. But he refused to accept it. Why should Chen Chen be able to get into a good university and date such a beautiful girl? Seeing Chen Chen looking at the electric heater again, he glanced at the model. It was the one he wanted but couldn't bring himself to buy and said, Chen Chen, this flame graphene kickboard electric heater isn't cheap, it's 1,500 yuan. You wouldn't be planning to buy 4 of them, would you? Chen Chen told the salesperson, give me 5 of these. One can go in the living room, so when they sit there, it won't be so cold. Hua Ziyuan. He then selected 2 more bathroom heaters. Alright, sir. Would you like us to arrange for in-home installation of the remote-controlled lights? Since it's year-end, scheduling an in-home service requires booking in advance. Would that be okay with you? Chen Chen's generous purchase made the salesperson overjoyed. He didn't even have time to pay attention to Hua Ziyuan. Upon hearing about the scheduling, Chen Chen said, no need, I'll install it myself. Thank you. Alright, please come over here to pay. Our Smash the Golden Egg promotion allows 1 smash per $1,000 spent. Your total purchase today is 8,920 yuan. My manager just checked, so you can smash 9 times. Which of you two would like to smash it? Although the salesperson asked Chun Chen, the hammer was already leaning toward Lin Mushi. Sis, why don't you give it a try? Lin Mushi had taken a quick look at the prizes for the Golden Egg smashing while Chen Chen was paying. There were a total of 200 spots available. The first prize is a brand new Mi Home TV. The second prize was a Mi Home rice cooker. Third prize is a Mi Home hair dryer. There were also electric griddles, air fryers, and more. The prizes are pretty decent. She hasn't cracked a golden egg yet. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, she was eager to try. Chapter 55, Lin Mushi's luck is through the roof. Please keep reading. This was the first time since the event began that a customer had cracked 9 golden eggs in one go at Mi Home appliances. Most of the customers who were originally selecting appliances were drawn over. Everyone wanted to see if cracking 9 at once would actually yield a prize. After all, over 20 had been cracked open earlier, but not a single consolation prize had been won, all empty. At that moment, the broadcast system played Lu Tianwang's Congratulations on Prosperity on repeat. Clang clang. Yay 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 yay. Dong 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 chang. The scene was filled with a lively atmosphere. It was brimming with the festive spirit of the new year. Lin Mushi swung the hammer down. With a loud crack, the golden egg shattered. Congratulations on your fortune. The salesperson pulls out a slip of paper from the cracked golden egg, his eyes lighting up. Congratulations to this beautiful young lady for winning the first prize, a brand new TV from Mi Home. Oh. As the salesperson finished speaking, a commotion erupted on the scene. No wonder the beautiful young lady has such good luck, she won the first prize on her first try. She still has 8 more chances. I wonder if she'll win again. Lin Mushia's first strike was a home run, drawing all the customers in the store over. From a distance, it looked like some kind of performance, with people crowding around so tightly that no one could move. Occasional gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. Curiosity is human nature, especially for people in China. As long as there's something exciting to watch, they'll forget everything else. Therefore, even customers who had originally come to shop were drawn to the commotion. The crowd grew so large that mall security had to be called in to maintain order. Among the crowd were some bloggers who started live streaming the event, following Lin Mushi's progress in smashing the golden egg in real time. By Lin Mushi's side, Cuckoo's hand tightened slightly around Guo Ziyuan's arm. He winced in pain and snapped, "If you want my arm, just say so, no need to grip so tightly." Cuckoo's hand relaxed as if she had been electrocuted, but her eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the hammer in Lin Mushi's hand. "Xiaoji, I want to smash it too. Stop fooling around. You have to spend at least $1,000 to smash it." He hadn't planned on spending 1,000 yuan today. Running into Chen Chen was also unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Chen had become the biggest customer at Nice today. This disparity left him in a very bad mood. As a result, he was also in a bad mood toward Coco. If it weren't for her insisting on coming, he wouldn't have had to humiliate himself here. But he could have left and come back tomorrow. But his pride kept him there. As long as they missed all 9 chances, he could continue to mock them. But then, they hit it on the first try. "Xiaoji, I think the jackpot rate is pretty high. I want that Mijia hairdryer." Guo Ziyuan's family didn't have a hairdryer, and every time she washed her hair, she found it extremely inconvenient. "Just keep dreaming." Kuka choked on her words, wanting to say more, but when she met Guo Ziyuan's fierce gaze, she immediately lowered her head. Why could other people's boyfriends spend 10,000 yuan so easily, while her own boyfriend couldn't even afford 1,000 yuan? Coco began to confront the reality of their relationship. Love alone cannot sustain life. That saying is absolutely true. Over there, Lin Mushi, after winning first prize, began to crack the second golden egg. The first prize has already been awarded, and her newbie protection period is over, so she definitely won't win this time. Before Guo Ziyuan could finish speaking, he heard the salesperson's excited voice. "Congratulations to this lovely young lady. You've won the second prize, a Mi Home Smart Rice Cooker." Guo Ziyuan. What the heck? Winning both the first and second prizes in a row? What kind of luck is this? Are you sure they didn't hire someone to do this? Next time, I'm definitely not going to win. Chen Chen finished paying and walked over, just in time to hear Guo Ziyuan's words. He casually remarked, "We've already won the first and second prizes. The next 7 strikes don't matter whether we win or not." Guo Ziyuan glared at him angrily, silently praying. "Don't hit it again. Don't hit it again." The third hammer didn't hit. Guo Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen challengingly. "See, it missed." Chen Chen said softly, "The first and second prizes are already mine." Guo Ziyuan. Chen Chen, smiling face. Guo Ziyuan. He hated this unfair world. The lyrics from the broadcast, "Walk tall and cheerfully, let me take your troubles away," sounded so jarring at that moment. The fourth hammer missed too. Guo Ziyuan felt that the world was actually pretty wonderful. "Congratulations on your wealth." The fifth hammer hit the fourth prize. Chen Chen, smiling face. Guo Ziyuan. Immediately afterward, Lady Luck once again smiled upon Lin Mushi. She struck the third and fourth prizes consecutively. Only 1 spot was available for the first prize. All other prizes were awarded in increasing order. By the fourth prize, there were 10 spots available. So far, Lin Mushi had won 1 first prize, 1 second prize, 1 third prize, 2 fourth prizes, and 3 empty strikes. 9 hammers remained, with only 1 left. Lin Mushi held the hammer nervously. When her gaze fell on Chen Chen, she felt a moment of reassurance. She thought for a moment, pulled Chen Chen over, and handed him the hammer. "Senior, you take the last one." Before Chen Chen could respond, the salesperson suggested, "For the last hammer, I suggest the 2 of you hit it together. Our golden egg breaking event has a hidden reward. Do you want to know if these 2 have the luck to win it?" Today, thanks to these 2 customers, the store's atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. She naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to create more buzz and make the event even more exciting. As soon as the salesperson spoke, the scene and the live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, there's actually a hidden reward? Mi Home's promotions this year are really impressive. No wonder they're called Military Brother. I'll head over to Mi Home tonight." "I'm going too. Save me a spot. Strongly recommend increasing the golden egg spots. I can only go tomorrow." Agree +1. Everyone, be quiet. I want to see if they can hit the hidden reward. Someone said something, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Smashing the golden egg to bring back the desired outcome was truly unprecedented. Lin Mushi seemed pretty excited too. None of them had noticed that the salesperson had intended for them to smash them together. "Senior, let us start smashing." Chen Chen nodded and, together with Lin Mushi, gripped the hammer and struck the top of the golden egg. Everyone's eyes followed their movements. With a loud crack, the golden egg shattered. The salesperson timed it perfectly and rushed over to check the situation. Did it hit? It seems like it hit. It really hit. What's a European emperor? This is a European emperor. Chapter 56, the reward for the final blow. Yuan was about to explode. The Mi family's annual best eye for a Euro emperor goes to none other than Lin Mushi. So, what could the hidden reward be? Everyone is curious beyond belief. Eyes are fixed on the piece of paper inside the eggshell. The salesperson seemed to be intentionally creating suspense, taking the note out of the eggshell slowly and deliberately. Then they slowly unfold it. Once unfolded, the glances they exchanged with Chun Chen and Lin Mushi were filled with ambiguity. Chen Chen. What kind of look is that? Lin Mushi. What kind of look is that? Could it be a big prize? Lin Mushi never expected her luck to be this good today. It was so good it felt like a dream. Is it because she's with her senior? That's right. The two of you just hit the hidden reward. Oh. The scene and the live stream were filled with excited gasps. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were also curious about what the hidden reward could be. The hidden reward this time is a 2-day, 1-night romantic getaway at the Starry Sky Hot Spring Resort. Oh. The venue erupted in excitement. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi fell silent. The final hammer blow landed directly on the couple's 2-day, 1-night hot spring getaway. If they were a real couple, this reward would be the icing on the cake. But the problem was, they weren't a real couple. It should go to their parents. It should go to their uncle and aunt. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi thought of it almost simultaneously. This reward is only for the two of you. Transferring or giving it away is invalid. Well, that's not going to work. It seems we'll have to let it go to waste. However, even if it's the last reward, today's haul is still quite substantial. Oh my, here comes my luck, it's unstoppable. Yuan spat blood. Chen Chen felt a sense of relief. He had done it on purpose to annoy Yuan. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he turned to Lin Mushi and smiled, saying, Junior, you're quite lucky. Salesperson. It's not just good. This luck is absolutely off the charts. She had been working in sales for so long and had organized countless events. This is the first time I've ever seen someone with such incredible luck. After witnessing Lin Mushi's incredible luck, everyone rushed to pick out appliances. Yuan saw this and bit the bullet by. Chen Shen's girlfriend had good luck, so his girlfriend's luck must be pretty good too. Yuan chose a remote-controlled lamp and a electric heater that Chen Chen had just bought, and got 2 chances to smash the golden eggs. He grabbed the hammer and tossed it to Coco. Hit it hard. If you miss, you'll be in for it. Coco, filled with excitement, took the hammer. Upon hearing this, her hand trembled slightly, and she suddenly lost the urge to smash the golden egg. She stuffed the hammer back into Yuan's hand. You do it yourself. What's the matter now? I already bought it for you. Don't give me that attitude. Do you really think you're a princess? Kiki felt so wrong that her eyes turned red. She suddenly felt it was all pointless. She said nothing and ran toward the door. Seeing Coco run away, Yuan didn't chase after her. He just muttered. Run, let us see how far you can go. You'll just come back obediently later. Yuan picked 2 of them, which looked like golden eggs filled with treasure, and smashed them down hard. But there was nothing inside. He was furious. He could only shout at the salesperson. What's going on? There's not a single one. This promotion is a scam, isn't it? The salesperson patiently explained, Sir, our promotions are all genuine and valid. As you can see, the prizes won by the 2 customers before you were all distributed on the spot. Yuan angrily threw the hammer on the ground. The hammer. Spent over 2,000 yuan and came home with nothing but frustration. Chen Chen had finished the prize collection procedures and cooperated with taking a few photos before leaving satisfied. As he passed by Yuan, he muttered under his breath. My parents transferred over 10,000 yuan to buy this thing back. They must be so happy. Yuan's breath caught. Didn't you say you bought it with your own money? Oh, I was just kidding. Is that funny? Chen Chen smiled. It wasn't funny at first, but seeing you so angry made it funny. Yuan suddenly felt he shouldn't have left the house today. Everything was going wrong. He couldn't get angry at Chen Chen, so he had to make him feel sick. Miss, you saw that. Chen Chen is just a college student living off his parents. Following him has no future. Lin Mushi gave him a cold glance and spoke icily. Following him is useless. Do you think following you would be any better? With your 2 failed attempts at cracking the golden egg? Put. Chen Chen burst out laughing. The way the younger female student was confronting him how to put it was so cute. Yuan's face turned bright red. He pointed at the 2 of them for a long time but couldn't say a word. Finally, he spat out a threat. Chen Chen, if you've got the guts, join the village basketball tournament this year. I'll show you what real strength looks like. Chen Chen rubbed his chin, almost forgetting. During festivals, the villages nearby would gather together and hold various activities. For example, dragon boat races during the Dragon Boat Festival, mountain climbing during the Double Ninth Festival, and basketball and tug-of-war competitions during the Spring Festival. In previous years, he hadn't participated because he was studying. Last year, after starting university, he finally had the time to join. However, since it was his first time studying in the north, he couldn't adjust, and after returning home, he fell ill. Forget about participating in the basketball game. During the entire Spring Festival, he didn't even step out of the house. When he did go out, it was only to go to the hospital for injections. This year, he has finally adjusted. He didn't get sick in Jeonchung, and he hasn't gotten sick since he came back. This means he absolutely has to participate in this year's basketball game. Chen Chen said. The game hasn't even started yet, it's still anyone's game. Guo Ziyuan said. Don't forget, this year's dragon boat race was won by our Guo village. Your Qin village didn't even make it to the finals. They did indeed lose the dragon boat race. But it wasn't because Qin village was inferior in skill, it was because the participants this year were all inexperienced young people, which is why they lost. Chen Chen said. That was because we let you win. Guo Ziyuan said. You're just being stubborn. We'll see about that. Chen Chen said. Then you'll see. When Chen Chen arrived, he came with an empty truck. He returned with the truck loaded to the brim. Originally, the Mi family had said they could deliver the goods to the door. But as always, it needed to be scheduled. We waited until the sun was high in the sky. So Chen Chen just had them load all the goods into his BYD car. The trunk was full, so he stuffed the rest into the back seat. Lin Mushi sat in the front passenger seat, holding a Mi home hairdryer in her arms. Her eyes were sparkling, and her cheeks were so soft and delicate that you just wanted to pinch them. They must feel amazing to the touch. There were quite a few things in the car, so Chen Chen drove a bit slower. What should have been a 20-minute drive took over 40 minutes. Chapter 57, What are you two doing going to rob someone? When Chen Chen and Lin Mushi returned home and called their parents out to help move things, Lu Xiaoying had gone to the village entrance to act as an informant again. Chen Yuan was arguing with her homework. So only Chen Jiangwen came out. Chen Jiangwen saw the car filled with appliances, his mouth wide open and his eyes bulging like copper bells. He looked at Chen Chen in disbelief and blurted out, "Did you guys go rob someone?" Chen Chen rolled his eyes at him. "What are you talking about? This is what we bought with the money from the golden egg giveaway." Chen Jiangwen's mouth opened even wider. "You smashed them all back? The owner must be heartbroken." Old Chen's focus was indeed unique. "We don't know if the boss is crying or not, but Dad, shouldn't you help carry the stuff back? Every minute you wait, your car seat gets more dangerous." Chen Jiangwen stopped arguing and quickly started moving the items. Lin Mushi had also wanted to help, but was stopped by the father and son. Just as they were starting to move, Lu Xiaoying returned. She seemed to be in a good mood. She was smiling broadly, talking, and humming a song. This was the first time she had seen her so happy since Chen Chen returned on his first day. She saw the two of them struggling to unload things from the car, walked over, and upon seeing the pile of appliances on the ground, blurted out, "What are you doing robbing a place?" True to being a couple, they spoke in exactly the same way. Chen Chen repeated what he had just said to Chen Jiangwen to Lu Xiaoying. "Did you break all this?" Fortunately, this time he said something different. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have really suspected that the two of them had something going on. Chen Chen pointed at Lin Mushi and said, "It was all Mushi who broke them." Before Lu Xiaoying could speak, Chen Jiangwen's slightly sycophantic voice came first. "So it was all Mushi who broke them? I knew Chen Chen wasn't lucky enough to do it. He's got good luck, that's good, very good." Chen Chen. Just now he was worried the boss might cry, but now that he heard it was Mushi who did it, his face changed so quickly. The three began unloading items from the car. Chen Chen and his father were responsible for unloading the items from the car, while Lu Xiaoying was in charge of carrying them into the house. Lin Mushi also wanted to help Lu Xiaoying, but was stopped. "Mushi, you don't need to do anything. Just rest by the side. You've been out all morning, you must be tired." Lin Mushi took a step back and whispered, "You're right. I'm just a guest." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying decisively asked her to help carry the smaller items into the house. Lin Mushi smiled slightly and immediately began moving the items. Chen Chen was so surprised he couldn't move. When did moving things become something that could make someone so happy? Anyway, in the past, he would have done everything he could to avoid moving things. If he had to, he'd move as little as possible. This was the first time someone had eagerly volunteered to help move things. The three of them worked together and quickly finished moving everything. They left some kitchen utensils, a remote-controlled lamp, and an electric heater on the first floor, and moved everything else up to the second floor. Chen Yuan heard the commotion, opened the door from her room, and appeared before everyone with dark circles under her eyes and messy hair. When she saw the living room filled with appliances, she blurted out, "Are you guys robbing a place?" Chen Shen silently turned to Chen Jiangwen and said, "Dad, I suspect you mixed up the babies when I was born at the hospital." "What nonsense are you talking about? I was there the whole time when you were born. I even cut the umbilical cord myself. Then how come the three of you can all speak in unison?" Chen Jiangwen thought about it carefully and came to a conclusion. Could it be that the three of us were the ones who were switched at birth? Chen Chen. Nice. Seeing Chen Shen's face turn a bit dark, Chen Jiangwen chuckled, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Lin Mushi thought Chen Shen's family were all characters, each one funnier than the last. The electric heater doesn't need to be installed. The only thing that needs to be installed is the light. The lights are actually pretty simple, just remove the old ones and replace them with the new ones. Chen Jiangwen walked around the living room with his hands behind his back, circling back to Chen Shen and asked, "Need some help?" Chen Shen replied, "That is something I should be asking you." Chen Jiangwen said, "The downstairs is mine and the upstairs is yours?" Chen Shen glanced at him and said, "Whatever. There's only one light downstairs." Chen Jiangwen said, "If you can't handle it, come find me. I won't laugh at you." Chen Shen snorted, "Who knows who can't handle it?" Chen Jiangwen hummed and walked downstairs with his hands behind his back. Shen Yuan curiously rummaged through a pile of boxes, wanting to see what they had bought. Finally, she pulled out a hairdryer and excitedly said to Chen Shen, "Brother, how did you know the hairdryer at home was broken?" Chen Shen gave her a cold stare. "The hairdryer at home is broken?" Shen Yuan looked guilty. "Well, I accidentally dropped it in the water and it short-circuited." Shen Shen narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Didn't I tell you many times not to blow dry your hair in the bathroom?" Shen Yuan always likes to blow dry her hair in the bathroom, and it's not really a big deal. Many people do it. The problem was, she didn't know which switch she had messed up, and she liked to study vocabulary while drying her hair. Every time she does that, she forgets what she is doing and all sorts of accidents happen that shouldn't happen. So, it's no surprise that something like accidentally dropping the hairdryer into the water happened to her. "Bro, I'm sorry. I'll take good care of this hairdryer and never let it fall into the water again. This is the latest model from Mija. If necessary, she'll stop memorizing words while drying her hair and just memorize more while taking a shower." "Ah, she is such a genius." Chen Shen gave her a disapproving look and snorted, "That is more like it." Shen Yuan continued to do her homework with a grim expression. Lin Mushi watched Chen Shen argue with his father, and now she watched the brother and sister argue, finding it utterly amusing. Especially Chen Shen's expression, which looked just like an old father's. It was hilarious no matter how you looked at it. If he did that to her, it would be even more fun. Lin Mushi suddenly lowered his head and took out his phone, pretending to check his messages. She couldn't think about it anymore. Finally, she opened Qinyao's chat window. She had sent her messages every day recently. However, Lin Mushi had replied very few times. Sometimes, even after the other person sent several messages, she would only reply with a word or two. In the past, even if she didn't feel like replying, she would still respond to Qinyao's messages, but she had never initiated the conversation. Now, however, since she's been with Chen Shen, she barely has time to look at her phone, let alone reply to messages. But today, for the first time ever, Lin Mushi actually sent her a message. "Do you think the stack type of guy is better, or the puppy type?" Chapter 58, They Must Be Together. Please keep reading. Xinyao, did you take the wrong medicine? Xinyao, or have you been possessed? With your personality, you'd never ask such a question. Xinyao, who are you, demon? Get out of Lin Mushi's body immediately, or else, even if you're 10,000 miles away, I'll find a way to expose your true form. Lin Mushi. I must be losing my mind to even think of asking Xinyao such a question. She is a who has never been in a relationship. What good advice could she possibly give? Lin Mushi took a photo of the living room filled with boxes and sent it over, then put her phone down and went to help unpack. Upon receiving the photo, Xinyao went even more in her phone messages. She asked if she had moved in with Chen Shen. What did she mean by the question earlier? Was she really talking about Chen Shen? And so on. Junior, your phone has been ringing non-stop. Lin Mushi glanced at her phone and replied casually, "It's a scam. Don't bother with it." Oh. Chen Shen felt something was off, but didn't ask any further. After all, this is my junior's private matter. It would be impolite to ask too many questions. Xinyao didn't wait for Lin Mushi's reply and sent a video directly. Lin Mushi picked up her phone, immediately closed the video, and replied with a text, acting all mysterious. "Let's talk later." Xinyao was driven to distraction by Lin Mushi's mysterious question. She sent so many messages and even sent a video, only to receive such an irrelevant response. Fortunately, Zhangchang was still under a snowstorm lockdown. Otherwise, she would have flown there immediately to give Lin Mushi a piece of her mind. Why didn't she just go over and ask him for his WeChat when she saw that guy on the first night of the holiday? Then she wouldn't have to guess what he was thinking. Lin Mushi, this silent winter melon. If that guy really starts dating her, he is going to have a tough time, right? What if he can't handle it and doesn't confess to Shishi? No way. She absolutely can't let that happen. She has finally managed to bloom after so long it can't just wither away halfway through. The two of them must be together. Xin Yao started searching online for information. On the second floor of Chen Chen's house, the sounds of unpacking echoed throughout the house. Soon, Chen Yuan came out holding a stack of books, and Chen Chen and Lin Mushi both stopped what they were doing. Their faces seemed a bit irritated. However, with Lin Mushi present, they couldn't vent their frustration. Chen Chen took a moment to ask, "What are you doing?" Chen Yuan looked troubled. "I'm going to Ying Ying's house to do my homework. You two can take your time." "Oh, you just think we're too noisy, don't you?" Chen Yuan slumped her shoulders. "No, I just want to finish my homework quickly so I can have fun during the new year. By the way, will you be participating in the basketball game this year?" "Another basketball game? This is never going to end, is it?" "I don't know. There's only about a week left until the new year. Who knows what might happen then? Besides, there are so many young people in the village he might not even need to play. As for Guo Ziyuan, this is a village-to-village match, not an individual competition. Only children would make such meaningless bets. Adults have their own responsibilities to attend to. These 3 remote-controlled lights must be installed before dark. And now, it's already past 5 o'clock. Just as he was about to start, Lu Xiuying's voice came from downstairs. "Xiao Chun, the village chief is looking for you." Chen Chen had no choice but to put down the lampstand, letting Lin Mushi continue disassembling it on her own, before following Chen Yuan downstairs. "Hello, village chief grandpa." "Village chief, you called for me?" Chen Chen and Chen Yuan greeted him almost simultaneously. The village chief was an elderly man in his 60s with snow-white hair, looking kind and benevolent. The younger generation all liked to call him village chief grandpa. The village chief curiously glanced at the staircase, noticing no one else was coming down, then turned his gaze back to Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, how is your health this year?" "Thank you for your concern, village chief grandpa. I'm feeling fine at the moment." "Alright, I'll add your name to the basketball team roster for this year. Starting tomorrow, remember to gather at the basketball court for practice." "Alright. Sigh, I guess I have to participate after all." The village chief, satisfied with the response, stood up, hands behind his back, and walked away slowly. Chen Yuan followed him out. The village chief asked in a tone of concern for a younger relative, "Little Yuan, I heard your brother brought a girlfriend home?" Chen Yuan thought to herself, when did the village chief become so nosy? "Village chief grandpa, are you talking about Mushi's sister?" The village chief seemed unfazed. "So it's true then." Chen Yuan said, "She's not my girlfriend yet, but she will be eventually." Chen Yuan felt that her brother and Mushi were just missing a breakthrough. But who would be the one to break the ice? That was the question. Once she finished her homework, she would immediately drag her brother over and give him a good talking to. For now, let them have some alone time. What does not yet mean? Chen Yuan blinked her eyes and said, "It will be in the future." "Village chief grandpa, I'm here. Goodbye." Waving goodbye to the village chief, Chen Yuan ran toward Chen Ying's house. The village chief walked slowly along the path with his hands behind his back. Soon, he returned home. As soon as he entered the house, a young woman rushed over, looking anxious, and asked, "Grandfather, how is it?" Village chief Chen Tianhe glanced at his granddaughter, who looked rather unremarkable, and snorted, "I didn't see anyone, but I asked Xiao Yuan. Chen Chen did bring a girl home. He didn't say she was his girlfriend." The young woman's face lit up with joy, then she asked again, "Is he going to the basketball game?" Chen Tianhe replied, "Your grandfather went to ask him personally. How could he not go?" The young girl smiled like a flower. "That's great, grandpa. I'm going to sign up for the cheerleading squad." Chen Tianhe scolded, "Cheerleading is hard work and busy. Why do you want to join in the fun? I'm already in college, I don't have to study at home. Why can't I join?" "Oh, grandpa, please let me join." Facing his granddaughter's pleading, Chen Tianhe looked helpless. "Fine, go ahead. The cheerleading squad is one person short, so you'll be just right." After saying that, Chen Tianhe added earnestly, "Zixuan, grandpa is reminding you, as a girl, you must respect yourself. If a boy doesn't like you, don't go after him. That will only make people think you're cheap." Chen Zixuan stomped her feet and pouted, "Grandpa, you're talking nonsense. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to watch TV." With that, she ran back to the sofa and sat down, saying no more. Chen Tianhe shook his head helplessly. His granddaughter was growing up and no longer listened to him. Chapter 59, Even his family's Wi-Fi. Please keep reading. After the village chief left, Chen Chen returned to the second floor. The boxes containing the appliances had already been mostly dismantled. Remote-controlled lights, electric heaters, and other appliance parts were scattered everywhere. The once tidy living room had turned into a chaotic mess, resembling a garbage dump. This scene would drive anyone with OCD crazy. Among the scattered boxes, Lin Mushi sat cross-legged on the ground, using cardboard boxes as a cushion, holding a manual in both hands. She exudes an air of dignity and elegance. The trash heap had transformed into a perfect artistic scene. Her knees were slightly raised, and her pleated skirt gathered upward, revealing her long, gracefully curved legs. The instruction manual no longer resembled an instruction manual, it looked like a golden house, containing a beauty as fair as jade. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Mushi raised her eyes. Chen Chen abruptly withdrew his gaze and explained, "The village chief just came to ask if I wanted to join the New Year's basketball game." Lin Mushi recalled what Guo Ziyuan had said earlier at Mi's Appliances and asked, "Does your village hold a basketball game every year?" Chen Chen sat on a cardboard box, tore off the wrapping paper from one of the lampshades, and said, "That's right. The prizes are funded by the bosses of each village. The first place winner gets 50,000 yuan, second place gets 30,000, and third place gets 10,000. The rest are consolation prizes. But honestly, the prizes don't matter. The main thing is not to lose to the neighboring village. You know, we lost to the Guo family village in this year's dragon boat race. We couldn't hold our heads up for the rest of the year. That's why the village chief is taking this basketball tournament very seriously and invited only young, strong men." "I see. Strong and healthy?" Lin Mushi glanced at Chen Chen. "It seems like they are." For some reason, Chen Chen felt like he was being stared at by a wolf. He felt a chill run down his spine. It's an illusion. If the aloof school beauty were the pack of starving wolves in school would have gone wild long ago. He steadied his nerves and picked up the remote control lamp's manual to study it. Chen Chen was a computer science major, so he quickly understood the principles behind such software-based devices. He brought the retractable ladder from the stairwell and first went to Lin Mushi's room. He set up the ladder, grabbed his tools, and climbed up to remove the old light fixture. While Chen Chen was getting the ladder, Lin Mushi also stood up. Seeing this, she naturally tiptoed to take the old light fixture. After placing it on the ground, she handed him the new remote-controlled light. Then she held onto the ladder and didn't move away. From her current angle, she could just barely see the hidden abs. She wasn't sure if there were 8. But they definitely looked strong. He had lain down twice already and hadn't had the chance to touch them, which was a bit of a shame. Thinking dirty again. Lin Mushi noticed that she had been thinking dirty thoughts more and more often lately. Especially when she was with Chen Chen. "Junior, go turn on the light and take a look." Chen Chen's pleasant voice came from above her. Lin Mushi's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She obediently turned on the light switch. With a click, the light came on. Chen Chen stood under the light, radiating a soft glow. Like an angel. It made one want to approach him involuntarily. Success. The first time he installed it, it went smoothly, and Chen Chen was very pleased. "Senior, you're so skilled." Chen Chen was even happier. He quickly climbed down the ladder, carried it over, and entered the next room, Chen Yuan's room. Lin Mushi followed behind, holding a remote-controlled lamp with a calm expression. Chen Yuan's room was decorated in a style that young girls loved, pink with idol stickers. There were also stacks of books piled at least half a meter high, a typical feature of a senior high school student's room. Chen Chen skillfully removed the old lamp and replaced it with the new one. Lin Mushi received his signal to check if the experimental light had been installed successfully. The result was, as expected, a success. Now, the only room left to install the lights in was his own. In truth, Chen Chen was feeling quite nervous. Especially when he thought about Lin Mushi entering his room, he became even more nervous. Besides his mother and younger sister, Lin Mushi was the first girl to enter his room. Lin Mushi followed Chen Chen into his room. When she saw him enter, she hesitated at the door before following him inside. This was the first time Lin Mushi had ever entered his room. Chen Chen's room was larger than the others. There was an extra balcony, though it was empty. The room was predominantly black and white in color, but thanks to the good lighting, it didn't feel dark or gloomy. Instead, it gave off a relaxed and comfortable vibe. It was very tidy. There was a large poster of Luffy on the wall, grinning at her. It's clear that he really loves Luffy. There's no clutter or mess in the room, it's fresh and sunny, just like him. That's a big plus. Chen Chen climbed down the ladder and brushed the dust off his clothes. The lights are all installed. Now we just need the electric heater. As he spoke, he naturally handed the tools in his hands to Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi took them without a second thought, as if she had done this countless times before. Realizing something, her hands trembled slightly. Here we go again, the old married couple vibe is back. After putting away the ladder, Chen Chen took out his phone and said to Lin Mushi, "Junior, download the Mi Home app. I'll give you permission later, and then you'll be able to control all the Mi Home appliances in the house." Alright. He was talking about all the Mi Home appliances in the house. Not that he meant all the Mi Home appliances in his house. Although it was just one word different, a girl's sensitivity immediately picked up on the distinction. Chen Chen downloaded the app and quickly set up the remote-controlled lights. After setting it up, he checked Lin Mushi's progress. Junior, you're not connected to the home Wi-Fi. I'll give you the password. NZ ######. The letters are uppercase. Try connecting. Connect to his home Wi-Fi? It seems to work. Alright. Lin Mushi opened the Wi-Fi settings and entered the password Chen Chen had just told her. Soon, it showed that the connection was successful. Chen Chen fiddled with her phone for a moment before handing it back to her. He then proceeded to set up the remaining appliances. The switch for the electric heater is here. Just turn it on when you need it. Don't worry about the electricity bill, our family can afford it, so feel free to use it. The bathroom exhaust fan is also installed. You won't feel cold when taking a shower. Chen Chen acted like an old father, taking the time to explain everything in detail to Lin Mushi. The washing machine should be self-explanatory. Oh, by the way, where are your clothes for the morning? You can put them in to wash. You can hang them out to dry on the balcony. All right. Lin Mushi returned to her room to fetch the dirty clothes. Chen Chen returned to the living room to tidy up. Suddenly, he remembered that his own clothes also needed washing and were left in the bathroom. He hurried back, thinking he'd take them back to his room first and wash them all together after taking a shower in the evening. However, as soon as he reached the door, he saw Lin Mushi with her hands full of bubbles, and what she was holding was none other than his red underwear. Chapter 60, Chen Chen suddenly feels irritable. Imagine the scene, the cold and aloof school beauty helping him wash his red underwear in his own bathroom. Chen Chen turned bright red in an instant. Lin Mushi hadn't expected Chen Chen to suddenly walk in either, and she froze on the spot. I saw that the senioress clothes weren't washed, so I just washed them together. She didn't know how to explain it either. Seeing Chen Chen's dirty clothes still there, she just took them out and washed them. Only now did she realize it was inappropriate. Chen Chen's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "This I'll wash it myself." Lin Mushi held up her hands covered in soap suds. "My hands are dirty, and besides, I'm almost done." Thank you. Besides, when his mother washed his underwear for him when he was a child, this was the first time a girl had ever washed his underwear for him. And it was the school beauty known for her aloofness. How to describe this feeling? It was like being starving and suddenly a pie falls from the sky, landing right on you, but your first thought isn't to eat the pie, it's whether the pie is real or fake. I did it to thank you for taking me in. Chen Chen returned to the hall with unsteady steps, tidied up the mess, and went back to his room. He took out his laptop from his backpack, turned it on, logged into QQ, and then logged into WeChat. He opened the writer's assistant. Today is definitely a day for writing. Otherwise, with the upcoming New Year celebrations and basketball games, one slip-up could really lead to a hiatus. However, sitting in front of the computer, he couldn't calm down. All he could think about was Lin Mushi wearing a pleated skirt, standing at the sink, washing his underwear for him. Her curvaceous figure, stunning beauty, and aloof expression made her irresistibly tempting. But whenever he thought about how she said she was doing it to thank him for taking her in, Chen Chen felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It harshly pulled him back to reality. His heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by something. He admitted that hearing those words had made him unhappy. Lin Mushi appeared calm on the surface, but her thoughts were like a stormy sea, turbulent and uncontrollable, completely disrupting her composure. She couldn't understand why she had helped Chen Chen wash his underwear. Was it really out of gratitude for him helping her get rid of her eccentric relatives and kindly taking her in? If that was the case, she could have paid him accordingly. But she didn't want to resolve this issue with money. The next few hours were so quiet on the second floor that you could hear a pin drop. Only the occasional barking of the big yellow dog downstairs could be heard. At around 7 o'clock, Lu Xiaoying had finished preparing the meal. She called them downstairs to eat. Chen Yuan received the message and returned just in time. As soon as she entered the door, she looked around and asked, "Mom, where's Dad? Isn't he coming home for dinner tonight?" Lu Xiaoying was setting the table and replied, "He daren't. He's still in his room fiddling with that remote control light. I told him to ask your brother for help, but he refused. He insists on doing it himself. I'll see how long he plans to keep at it. Go call him down for dinner." Chen Yuan put down her book and went to call Chen Jiangwen to eat. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi had just come downstairs from the second floor when Chen Jiangwen emerged from his room. Their expressions had already returned to normal. Tonight's dinner was still abundant, with dishes like steamed shrimp and sand ginger braised duck, among others, making up the usual 9-course meal. Chen Chen even suspected that his mother had brought out all her cooking skills. Chen Jiangwen leaned over to Chen Chen and asked with a mischievous smile, "Son, did you fix the light?" Chen Chen replied, "I already fixed it." Chen Jiangwen immediately broke into a smile, "Son, could you give me a hand?" Chen Chen gave him a look as if he already knew. "After dinner, I'll go help you install it. Come here, son, eat the duck leg." Chen Chen didn't bother to expose the little scheme he had in mind. He still remembered how he almost got hit by a coat hanger because of that. After dinner, while they were clearing the dishes, Chen Chen went to his parents' room. Sure enough, he saw various remote control lamp parts scattered all over the floor. "I'm getting old, I just don't understand these gadgets you young people play with. It's actually very simple, Dad. Let me explain." Chen Jiangwen immediately knelt down, adopting a serious expression as if listening intently. Men, after all, have a natural affinity for electronics. Especially someone like Qin Jiangwen, who was already quite familiar with electronics. Chen Shen just gave him a hint, and he immediately realized what mistake he had made earlier. He waved his hand at Chen Shen. Alright, I know how to install it now. You should go. Don't let Mushi stay outside alone for too long. He added silently in his mind. Chen. You're tearing down the bridge before it's even built, aren't you? Blocked by the shadow, Chen Jiangwen looked up at him and asked, why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Shen, next time you ask me to help you, you're a dog. Don't worry, I definitely won't ask you again. Chen Shen stepped out into the courtyard, where Big Yellow was devouring his meal. Seeing Chen Shen come out, it didn't even notice him, wagging its tail wildly and swallowing quickly like a machine. Da Wang. Chen Shen waved at it. Woof woof woof, I'm eating, don't bother me. Chen Shen grabbed its dog head and gave it a good rub. You little rascal, Da Wang. You forget about me once you have something to eat, don't you? Lin Mushi walked out, squatted beside Chen Shen, and like him, rubbed its head with his hands, so its name is Big Yellow. When it was born, its whole body was yellow, so I named it that. It's so cute. Hearing someone praise it and feeling the comfortable touch, Big Yellow immediately wriggled free from Chen Shen's hand and came to Lin Mushi's side. Its dog-like mannerisms were simply irresistible. Chen. A sycophant is a sycophant they rush over whenever they see a beauty. Mushi sister, Big Yellow really likes you. Shen Yuan tried to call Big Yellow over, but he only gave her a glance before continuing to wag his tail at Lin Mushi. Does it like me? Shen Yuan glanced at her older brother and nodded seriously. Yeah, I've never seen it act so fawning before. Chen Shen looked at Shen Yuan and said coldly, Shen Yuan, have you finished your homework? Shen Yuan immediately pouted. Wah brother, you're not being nice. You won't even let me rest after dinner. High school seniors don't deserve a break. Shen Yuan wrapped her arm around Lin Mushi's arm seeking comfort. Mushi sister, my brother is bullying me. Please tell him to stop. Do you think I can handle your brother? You tell him off, he'll definitely listen to you. Would he listen to me? Lin Mushi lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, I think you should finish your homework first before playing. Hearing Lin Mushi's words, Chen felt inexplicably comforted. Earlier, he didn't know what was wrong with him either. He just felt really irritable. You two are ganging up on me. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Shen Yuan returned to the house, picked up her homework, and stormed upstairs in a huff. Chapter 61, Spill the Truth quickly, please keep reading. Singing in unison? Lin Mushi suddenly found the phrase quite apt, and her smile grew wider. She withdrew her gaze and happened to meet Chen Shen's eyes. The latter seemed equally surprised to catch her looking at him and jumped back. In a panic, he blurted out, I'm going to write. You guys play on your own. Call me if you need anything. Then he ran upstairs. What's going on? Why did he feel that Lin Mushi's gaze just now was so strange? It felt like she was about to pounce on him and devour him whole. It must be a mistake. Chen Shen returned to his room and continued typing on his computer. Lin Mushi watched the retreating figure of the person who had almost fled in panic, a mischievous smile flashing in her eyes. She hadn't done anything yet, and he was already panicking. Lin Mushi looked at Da Huang with a good mood. Da Huang, if only you could talk. Woof. Big Yellow seemed to understand her thoughts and responded joyfully. Lin Mushi patted Da Huang's head contentedly and smiled. Such a good boy. After playing with Big Yellow for a while, she went upstairs. As she passed by Chen Shen's room, she could clearly hear the light, rhythmic sounds of fingers tapping on a keyboard. Lin Mushi imagined the scene in her mind. His fingers were slender, and typing on the keyboard must look as graceful as playing the piano. Shen Yuan's room, however, was tightly shut, and there was no need to guess what she was doing inside. She was undoubtedly engaged in a battle of wits with her homework. Poor high school senior. Lin Mushi herself noticed that she had been thinking a lot more lately. She went to the bathroom, took the clothes she had washed earlier, and hung them out to dry on the balcony. Soon, the balcony was filled with clothes belonging to both boys and girls, gently swaying in the breeze and basking in the freedom. The air was filled with a faint, refreshing scent, as if announcing the imminent arrival of spring. After finishing with the clothes, Xinyao's video popped up on her screen as if it had a built-in camera. Lin Mushi returned to her room, closed the door, and answered the video call. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Xinyao's lively, chatty voice filled the entire space, like a sudden summer downpour, fierce and direct. Lin Mushi, tell me the truth. Lin Mushi was relieved she had the foresight to close the door beforehand. Otherwise, with Xinyao's loud voice, she would have definitely startled others. Speak quietly. I'm not at my own home, Lin Mushi reminded her. Wow, you're even afraid to speak loudly in their house? Xinyao's voice carried a hint of surprise. His sister is in her senior year of high school and is doing her homework. Upon hearing this, Xinyao immediately lowered her voice. Senior 3 students do need a quiet environment to study, and she wouldn't dare to disturb them. Xinyao's face suddenly appeared on the screen, like a sharp-eyed spy, scanning left and right, as if trying to pierce through the screen to uncover some secret. Lin Mushi calmly rotated the camera slowly, scanning the surroundings. Can you see clearly? Is this the room that senior specially prepared for you? Is it a private room? Xin Yao's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Lin Mushi shot her a nearly speechless glance. What else? Hee, I was just asking out of curiosity, Xin Yao giggled. This room looks pretty compact. It's not even as big as your bathroom, just about the same size as mine. Lin Mushi, hearing her meaningless words, pretended to hang up the phone. Xin Yao hurriedly said, Hey, don't hang up. I won't say anything else, okay? Who cares how big it is, as long as it can fit you? Lin Mushi. What an outrageous statement. Xin Yao asked again, by the way, who suggested going back to his place first? Heaven only knew how surprised Xin Yao was to find out that Lin Mushi had gone home with a senior she had only just met. Lin Mushi replied, his sister. Ha? It wasn't the senior who suggested it first. By the way, what's his name again? Xin Yao asked curiously. Chen, a sophomore in the computer science department. Chen. Xin Yao murmured softly. Then she quickly opened the WeChat group for Jiangchen University on her computer, searched through it, and looked for that name. Sure enough, she found it. Xin Yao clicked on Lu Fei's avatar with the mouse to view Chen's profile. Since they weren't friends, she could only see his WeChat name as a non-friend. She didn't have permission to view his moments. Xin Yao thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a plan. She sent a friend request to Chen using a WeChat secondary account and carefully wrote a message in the notes section. Senior, hello. I'm also a student at Jiangda University, a first-year student this year. I've always admired your talent and character. I hope you'll accept my friend request. The wording was a bit cheesy, but Xin Yao was satisfied. After sending the friend request, Xin Yao turned to Lin Mushi impatiently and continued to ask, what's going on between you two? Are you together or not? Lin Mushi furrowed his brows upon hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? You're already living at his place. Isn't it reasonable for me to ask? Xin Yao retorted confidently. Could it be that Chen, the senior, really got turned off by Shishi's reserved personality? Xin Yao grew anxious. She quickly switched to the WeChat interface on her computer but found that the friend request she had sent earlier had gone unnoticed, like a stone thrown into the depths of the sea. Is he really that straightforward? Xin Yao felt reluctant to give up and decided to try again. She switched to another WeChat account and clicked the Add Friend button once more. This time, she carefully wrote in the notes section, Senior, I have some academic questions I'd like to ask you for guidance. I hope you can offer your insights. Meanwhile, Chen's dormitory group chat for room 602 began to buzz with activity. Lu Zihan, little cabbage, you're so yellow in the field. Poor Zihan, being forced by your family to go on a blind date. At everyone, brothers, I need some comfort. Zhang Tao was the first to reply, no pictures, no comment. Lu Zihan complained, I asked you to care about me, but all you want are photos of girls. Do you have any conscience left? Zhang Tao, how much is a conscience worth? Zhou Yuyan, looks like she's not your type. Lu Zihan. Zhou Yuyan, you're wrong, you're not his type. Lu Zihan is defeated. Zhang Tao, what about the campus beauty you met on the train? Didn't you try to develop anything? That's not like you at all. Lu Zihan, don't mention it. Her boyfriend showed up later and they didn't leave all night. Can you imagine that scene? I'm a single guy, facing a couple, spending 2 whole days on the train. 2 days. Heaven and earth, I'm so miserable. Zhang Tao, forgive me for laughing so cruelly. Lu Zihan, at Chen, come out and take your beating. Tell us what happened between you and the girl on the high-speed train. Let me have a laugh. Chapter 62, This scumbag, I'll tear him apart. After a while, Chen responded, writing, no time. Lu Zihan, hurry up and tell me. Or I'll bombard you with messages. Chen, I just finished fixing up the room for my female classmate and went out to buy some appliances. I'm really busy right now. Lu Zihan. Zhang Tao, you're both living at home now. That's great. Looks like you don't need our advice after all. Which department is she in? Do you have any photos? Send them over so we can take a look. Lu Zihan, Tao, you won't say anything without a photo, will you? Chen, you don't want to know. Lu Zihan and Zhang Tao replied almost simultaneously, no, we want to know. Chen, to let you all have a good new year, I've decided to tell you after the new year. Lu Zihan, I just feel like this guy is putting on a show. If you don't want to say, then don't. Anyway, our dorm has a tradition, whoever gets out of a relationship first has to treat everyone to a meal. When that happens, I'll eat you out of house and home. Chen, then I can rest easy. You might not even get the chance to treat me to a meal. Hearing Chen say that, Lu Zihan stopped joking around and said seriously, why don't I teach you a few tricks? Zhou Yuyan, how to maintain a strong mindset when facing couples being lovey-dovey. Lu Zihan, get lost, I'm being serious. Anyway, you've already brought him home. Figure out a way, you know what I mean. Zhang Tao, are you trying to teach Chen the dog how to be a bully? Lu Zihan, she is already staying at your place. What s off limits? If she wasn't prepared for this, she wouldn't have come home with you. Chen, she is not the kind of person you're talking about. Chen Shen finished replying and was about to exit the WeChat interface. Just then, a new friend request popped up, interrupting his action. Curious, he tapped to view it. The profile picture was of a very cute cat, giving off a gentle and charming vibe, clearly the profile of a girl. His gaze then fell on the message box. Senior, hello. I'm also a student at Zhengde University, a first-year student this year. I've always admired your talent and character. I hope you can accept my friend request. Chen Shen had seen such messages before and immediately realized this was likely another female student trying to fish for attention. He didn't think much of it and immediately ignored the request. Not long after, another friend request popped up on the screen. This time, the message was more formal. Senior, I have some academic questions I'd like to ask you for guidance. I hope you can offer your insights. Chen Shen clicked on the profile picture, which was a meticulously designed AI-generated anime girl, exuding cuteness and vitality. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel curious why were so many people adding him as a friend today. He couldn't recall joining any clubs or organizations at school. Besides attending classes, he spent most of his time in the dormitory writing, barely interacting with the outside world. Could someone be playing a prank behind my back? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Shen accepted their friend requests. He wanted to see who was playing pranks on him. On the other side, Lin Mushi and Qinyao's conversation was also ongoing. Since you're already staying at his place, why not just go all out and take what you want? I don't believe he can resist such a stunning beauty like you. Lin Mushi blushed instantly upon hearing this. You're so vulgar. That's not vulgar at all. It's clearly brave pursuit of love. Are you really going to wait until the snow melts in Jiangcheng, traffic resumes, and then he drives you to the airport and your story ends there? Admit it, woman, you've fallen for him. Qinyao's words carried a mix of seriousness and teasing. What kind of adult novel did you read again? Qinyao chuckled. That's what the novels say. When a woman pursues a man, it's just a thin veil. As long as you take the initiative, you'll have a story. Lin Mushi said, you should go find yourself a boyfriend first, then we can discuss this later. Qinyao retorted, just wait and see. I've already collected over a dozen romance novels. Once I've finished reading them all, I'll come give you some advice and tell you exactly what to do. Just as she was speaking, the WeChat notification on the computer sounded, indicating that Chen Shen had accepted her friend request. Qinyao raised her eyebrows slightly, a playful smile curving her lips, thinking to herself, sure enough, men can't resist this. Moments later, her backup phone also buzzed, notifying her that another friend request had been accepted. Qinyao's expression grew slightly awkward and she muttered under her breath, great, this jerk. On the video call, Lin Mushi heard Qinyao's mutter and asked in confusion, what did you say? Qinyao quickly adjusted her expression and smiled, oh, nothing. I have some things to take care of. We'll talk in detail another time. After saying that, she quickly ended the video call. This jerk. She'll tear him apart someday. Qinyao replied on her phone while also replying on her computer. Phone, senior, hello. I've admired you for a long time. Computer reply, hello, senior. I never expected to actually add you on WeChat. Chen Shen replied to both messages with the same words, who are you? How did you get my WeChat? Seeing the two identical messages, Qinyao sighed. She decided to play the roles of two different girls and see how Chen Shen would respond. She picked up her phone and sent a message as the admirer, senior, do you have a girlfriend? Immediately after, she switched to another account on the computer and wrote in the voice of a new computer science major. Senior, I'm a new student in the computer science department. I just started university and heard about you. Everyone says you're amazing at your major courses. After sending both messages, Qinyao couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. However, over the next half hour, she received no response from Chen Shen. Is he shy? Qinyao speculated to herself and decided to try again. She quickly typed out a message on her phone. Senior, is it inconvenient to talk? It's okay. Even if you have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind. As long as you can spare some time occasionally to send me a message, that's fine. However, when she clicked send with bated breath, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. She had been unfollowed by the other person. This sudden turn of events left Qinyao speechless. What was going on? Qinyao reluctantly switched to her computer's WeChat and tried again to contact Chen Shen. Senior, are you free now? However, the response was still the same cold, red exclamation mark. Both accounts had been deleted by the other party. Less than half an hour had passed. Chapter 63, Traffic in Jiangcheng is almost back to normal. This is way too much. Qinyao's current state of mind was no longer about wanting to tear the jerk apart, but rather about desperately wanting to know why. She couldn't understand why Chen Shen would delete her so decisively. She had only expressed her admiration for him and asked 2 questions. Not answering would have been one thing, but he deleted both messages. Qinyao was furious, angry, and yet a little bit happy. This Chen Shen is either a steel-hearted straight guy or a top-notch scumbag. And he was the kind with a very high skill level. Good, Chen Shen had successfully caught her attention. After deleting the WeChat accounts of these two mysterious people, Chen Shen logged out of WeChat and returned to his writing assistant. The light tapping of the keyboard filled the room, blending into a cheerful and melodious tune that drifted into the hallway. The other party avoided even a simple question from him. Such an obvious scammer trying to provoke him into a fight he didn't have time to play games with them. There was nothing more important than writing right now. 2 hours later, Chen finally finished writing 6,000 words. He leaned back, stretched his arms wide, and relaxed his body. Usually, his typing speed wasn't this fast. But today, thinking about Lin Mushi, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to stay in his room and ignore her. So he sped up his typing. Unbeknownst to him, he had broken his own record. He felt pretty good. Chen picked up his phone to see what the kids in the group chat were talking about. But as soon as he lit up the screen, a dozen friend requests popped up. Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. So many people adding him on WeChat all at once. Had he done something wrong? Chen unlocked his phone and opened WeChat to find that all the messages were from the same person. The culprit was one of the 2 junior female classmates he had deleted earlier. The one with the cute cat avatar. Her WeChat name was 2 capital letters, YY. She added him with a message saying she admired him, but when he asked her name, she dared not say it. So persistent, Chen decided to see what she was up to. Chen is now certain that the person on the other end is someone he knows, deliberately targeting him. As for who it is, that remains to be discovered. Click agree to add her as a friend and add a message. What exactly do you want? Ding dong. The other party replied almost instantly. I told you, I admire you. I wanted to know if you have a girlfriend. Why did you delete me, senior? Do you know how sad I was during the time you deleted me? I almost did something reckless. Chen's lips twitched slightly. Even through the screen, he could smell the scent of tea. He liked tea, but not green tea. Chen, speak plainly. Why, senior, I really like you. Just tell me if you have a girlfriend, okay? Chen. First of all, you know me, but I don't know you. I asked who you were, and you didn't answer me, so I deleted you. Second, whether I have a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with you. I'm not interested in a virtual character. Xinya was left speechless by Chen's string of replies. You're pretty skilled at this. Senior, just answer me one question. Do you have a girlfriend or not? The other person kept fixating on this question. Chen knew that if he didn't respond, she would keep pestering him, so he replied. No. But I do have someone I like. Why? Senior, if I tell you my name, would there be a chance? Chen. No. Why? Who exactly does the senior like? None of your business. If you have no other questions, let's just delete each other and stop bothering me. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Chen replied to the message while walking to the sofa in the living room and sat down, then boiled a kettle of hot water. He took some tea leaves out of the drawer and prepared to brew some tea. He noticed that Lin Mushi's room door was closed and guessed she must be too tired and had fallen asleep. He decided to rest for a while and write later. Save more drafts. Just as he was about to delete the other person from his friends list, YY sent another message. Is the person you like Lin Mushi? Chen, question mark. Who is this person? How do they know about Lin Mushi? Could it be his younger sister's alternate account? Soon, Chen dismissed his own speculation. Because, given Lin Mushi's personality, she would never use such a method to test him. Moreover, she already knew about his situation. Guo Ziyuan, that idiot, had already told her everything. Chen's gaze turned to the tightly closed door. So, who could this person be? After hanging up the video call with Qin Yao, Lin Mushi leaned against the chair and sat there motionless. Her room had no balcony, only a window with a simple table placed in front of it. Here, the night was pitch black, so quiet that the only sound was the occasional chirping of insects in the distance. These chirps seemed to be the only proof that the world was still functioning normally, giving Lin Mushi a sense of the unique tranquility and harmony of nature. Her Weibo suddenly pushed a new update. It read roughly. The snow in Jiangcheng has stopped falling as heavily. By New Year's Eve, all transportation should be restored. Ensure that the general public can return home safely for the new year. New Year's Eve? Lin Mushi felt a bit conflicted. Earlier, she had been eagerly awaiting the snow to stop in Jiangcheng. But now, she felt a bit parched, so she stood up and opened the door. Chen was brewing tea. His technique was quite skillful. Though not professional, it was visually pleasing. Upon hearing the door open, he turned his head and saw Lin Mushi, smiling slightly. Junior, would you like some tea? Lin Mushi followed him to the sofa and sat down. Chen placed the poured tea in front of her. The steaming hot tea released a fragrant aroma as it rose upward. It was ordinary tea leaves. So ordinary that Lin Mushi had almost forgotten such tea even existed. She picked up the cup and sipped it slowly. In that moment, the ordinary tea leaves seemed to have a different flavor. Warm and comforting. Chen saw her put down the cup and naturally added some more tea for her. Junior, I just saw the news. Traffic in Jiangcheng should be back to normal by New Year's Eve. Do you plan to take the high-speed rail or fly back? Lin Mushi's hand, which had been reaching for the cup, trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Chen Chen to have received the news so quickly. He must have been keeping an eye on it all along. How else would he have known so quickly? She replied casually. It's probably a plane. Chen Chen said. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for flight tickets for you. Chen Chen said, then followed the trip official account on WeChat and downloaded the app to check the flight schedules from Guangzhou to Jiangcheng. Just then, Lin Mushi suddenly asked. Senior, do you really want me to come back? Chapter 64, Chen Chen avoided all the wrong answers, please keep reading. Like a swarm of locusts, Chen Chen's mind went blank and he instinctively uttered, huh? Like a fool. Realizing his reaction was a bit excessive, he forced a smile and said bluntly, no, I didn't. He didn't want her to go home at all. He wished she would stay. Thinking that way seemed a bit inappropriate. But what does the younger female classmate mean by that? Could it be that she doesn't want to go home and wants to stay at his place for the new year? This thought made Chen Chen snap back to reality. That's impossible. She's been checking the latest university news in Jiangcheng every day. She's been wanting to go back for ages. She probably just asked out of politeness. Chen Chen remained silent for a while. Lin Mushi lowered her head slightly, as if sighing. It seems I've caused trouble for the senior's family after all. Her tone sounded a bit melancholy. It seemed as though she was apologizing for causing trouble for others. That's not it at all. Chen Chen hurriedly said. If you don't want to go back, you can stay. At that moment, he desperately wanted to shout, I want you to stay. But what excuse could he possibly use to ask her to stay? Lin Mushi raised her head slightly, blinked her eyes, and asked, what can I do? Seeing Chen Chen at a loss, her mood couldn't help but improve. However, her expression remained calm, showing no obvious emotion. But there was a faint trace of hurt that was hard to detect. Chen Chen almost blurted out. You can stay at my place for the new year. My parents and Yuan will be thrilled. After saying that, he could clearly feel his heart racing, as if it might burst out of his chest at any moment. His hands, holding the cup, turned white. Before the roaring in his head could subside, Lin Mushi's voice rang out again. Only they would be happy? Boom. Chen Chen's mind went blank. What? He was really naive. Clearly, when he was at the Mi family's house, his IQ was still functioning when he was confronting Guo Ziyuan. When installing the remote-controlled lights, there were even a few moments when she thought he truly resembled the head of a household. So everything was done neatly and efficiently. But then, with just a few words from her, he lost his composure and acted like a naive youngster. Lin Mushi wanted to tease him and asked again, will staying here make the senior unhappy? Happy, very happy. Lin Mushi pressed further, why? Because. Chen Chen struggled to swallow. Why? Because you want to stay. Chen Chen stammered for a while but couldn't come up with a proper explanation. Finally, Lin Mushi mercifully let him off the hook. Chen Chen thought the matter was settled, but to his surprise, Lin Mushi threw another curveball. Does the senior want me to stay? Faced with Lin Mushi's intense offensive, Chen Chen was at a loss for words. He naturally hoped that Lin Mushi would stay for the new year. But he didn't know what capacity to invite her to stay in. His previous lapdog behavior toward Lin Qingyan had left him with deep emotional scars. He never wanted to be a lapdog again in his life. Unless. This time, Lin Mushi was truly a bit disappointed. As expected, it wasn't going to work. She didn't press Chen Chen any further. The two sat on the sofa, seemingly sipping tea leisurely, but their minds were elsewhere. On WeChat, YY was still bombarding her nonstop. She really was persistent. Chen Chen lowered his head and opened the chat window with her. YY, senior, you haven't answered my question yet. Chen Chen, is there any man at Jiangda University who doesn't like Lin Mushi? Yeah, which guy at Jiangda wouldn't like Lin Mushi? What does he have to offer? Chen Chen sighed softly to himself. YY. On the other end of the internet was a spacious apartment over 300 square meters. Outside the window, snow was falling heavily, but the indoor temperature remained comfortably at 26 degrees. Xinyao, wearing a silk nightgown, sat cross-legged on a glass balcony, her long legs as stunning as Lin Mushi's. She tapped her head in frustration. She had been careless, she had forgotten the most important thing. The charm of He was too great. He said it so convincingly, leaving no room for argument. But if he thought that would be enough to dismiss her, he was being far too naive. Xinyao pressed on, Lin Mushi's level of beauty doesn't count. Let me guess, could it be that the senior likes Xinyao? By asking so many questions in a row, the other person would inevitably get annoyed, and once annoyed, they might just blurt out the correct answer. Xinyao thought she was so clever, like a military strategist. However, before she could savor her triumph for long, Chen Chen's single sentence knocked her back down to earth. Who is Xinyao? With a thud, Xinyao fell off the swing along with her phone. Why? There are actually people at Jiangda University who don't recognize Xinyao? Alright. Is this how you play? Xinyao was so angry she laughed. YY, Qinyao is the campus beauty of the School of Finance in her first year, and she is known as the double beauty of Jiangda alongside Lin Mushi. Don't you know that, senior? You're such a straight guy. I like you more. Senior, just agree to me. I really like you. Chen. Chen suddenly felt bored and decided to delete YY's WeChat. Lin Mushi seemed to sense his mood and asked at the right moment. What's wrong, senior? Chen said. There's a strange person claiming to be a junior who added me on WeChat. Lin Mushi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. A strange person? Chen explained. Yeah, she said she admired me at first, but I didn't add her. She kept harassing me. I was curious who she was. When I asked her name, she dared not say it, so I deleted her. After deleting her, she added me back over a dozen times. I wanted to know who this person really was, so I added her back. Chen exhaled and continued. It turned out to be a prank by someone who knows her. I want to find out who it was. Lin Mushi listened to his description and also found the person strange. It didn't seem like someone pursuing her, but rather someone with malicious intent. Chen said. As a female student, you should be better at getting information out of people. I'd like to ask you to help me find out who this person is. Lin Mushi didn't hesitate and replied, sure. Chen handed her his phone. Lin Mushi looked at the phone being handed to her, a strange feeling beginning to grow. He really doesn't consider me an outsider. Lin Mushi opened the chat page and saw the words YY, immediately guessing the person's identity. She then tapped into their chat history to take a look. Case solved. Lin Mushi was beginning to wonder what kind of romance novel she was reading. Without rushing to reply, Lin Mushi asked Chen, Senior, don't you like Qinyao? Chapter 65, could they be that kind of relationship? Please keep reading. Chen didn't think much of it and casually replied, of course I like her. The campus beauty of the School of Finance ranks second on Jiangda University's beauty list. Who wouldn't like her? Lin Mushi narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing two sharp little fangs, and a flash of light passed through her eyes. So the senior likes Qinyao, huh? Few people knew that Lin Mushi had tiger teeth, as others had rarely seen her smile. Moreover, her fangs weren't very noticeable. They could only be seen on specific occasions. For example, when she was unhappy. So those who knew her well would choose to keep their distance when they saw those two fangs. Qinyao once had the misfortune of experiencing this firsthand. At the time, she didn't realize she had upset Lin Mushi. After finding out later, she was tormented for half a month and dared not approach her. From then on, she dared not step on her landmine again. Chen was unaware of how dangerous his situation was. He continued, I think everyone naturally feels drawn to beautiful things. Besides, she is truly outstanding. I heard she got first place in her grade this semester, and I really admire her. To consistently secure the top spot in the grade, especially with such a significant lead, isn't something just anyone can achieve. Anyway, Chen couldn't do it himself. He could only be grateful if he managed to pass all his courses. As Chen spoke these words, his face bore a look of complete composure. It was as if he were talking about something perfectly normal. When a guy starts to admire a girl, the chances of them ending up together are pretty slim. Anyway, Lin Mushi had never seen anyone remain calm when talking about someone they liked. Lin Mushi suddenly smiled. She is indeed very talented. She spends all her time studying and reading novels. If she doesn't get first in the grade, that would be unfair. Suddenly, Chen remembered something very important. Junior, I think Qinyao is in the same dorm as you, right? Chen hadn't known about this before. But the people in the dorm kept talking about the two of them all the time. Two school beauties in the same dorm, what a low probability. Yet, here it was, happening right before his eyes. What's most shocking is that either of these two, taken individually, would be enough to cause a sensation, yet neither has ever been linked to any guy. Their surroundings were too spotless. So clean that some people privately suspected they were lesbians. This can't be true, right? Anyway, after spending so much time together, he hasn't noticed anything unusual about Lin Mushi. He also didn't see her in contact with Qinyao. If it's really that kind of relationship, after being apart for so long, they wouldn't be so calm. We were in the same dorm, and this YY account is most likely hers. I've already deleted her for you. I'll handle this, you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Lin Mushi handed the phone back to Chen and got up to go into the room. Alright. Chen opened his phone and sure enough, the YY chat page was gone. She seemed nervous when she asked me if I liked Qinyao. The pie isn't that easy to pick up. Chen also stood up and returned to his room, continuing to sit at the computer and type away. Since he had joined the ranks of novelists, he had come to realize that being an author was a 360-degree, year-round job. While his roommates were discussing which girl on campus was the prettiest, Chen was typing away. When his roommates were going out with girls, Chen was typing away. When his roommates. In short, Chen's daily life consisted of nothing but writing. It's certainly hard work, but at least the rewards are substantial. At the very least, every month when his roommates were stressing over how to ask their parents for living expenses, he received his and felt like he had the world at his feet. He doesn't have to worry about living expenses at all. Enough of that, back to writing. Clatter, clatter. Lin Mushi sat back down on the chair and sent a message to Qi Niao. Why, what are you up to? Qi Niao, who was far away in her spacious apartment in Jiangcheng, let out a startled gasp and dropped her phone to the ground. Wait, how did she know about why? Did the senior even tell her that? Qi Niao was speechless. She got up, holding her waist. Falling twice in one night, how easy do you think this is? I was wrong. Don't bother him anymore. He'll be busy for the rest of the time. Oh my, you're already defending him. Lin Mushi. The exclamation mark made Qi Niao's pupils contract instantly. Alright, I won't bother him. I'll bother you instead. After all my probing, I've concluded that Senior Chen Chen is someone worth flirting with. Now, let's figure out how to get him to fall for us. Let's get to work. Lin Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly. Whether Senior Chen is easy to flirt with or not, do you really need to summarize that? Qi Niao. Where's my vote? Where's my vote? I'm going to fly over there and tear this dog couple to pieces. In the end, Qi Niao couldn't carry out her plan. Because the flights to Jiangcheng were still suspended. She decided that she wouldn't speak to Lin Mushi again until she apologized first. A moment later, her phone rang again. She wasn't going to look. Never mind, maybe it wasn't her who sent it. So, did you find the answer to that question? She just scolded me. Now she's asking me questions again. Do you think I'll answer you? You mean the question about whether it's the stacked or puppy style? Lin Mushi, yeah. Of course it's the puppy style. With your personality, if you got a stack style boyfriend, you'd be fighting every day. But with the puppy style, he'll use his actions to melt your icy heart. Lin Mushi, got it. Puppy style. The senior clearly isn't that type. So, this answer is a pass. Stack type. A shy face flashed through my mind. Let's pass on this one too. Qi Niao stared at her phone. That's all you know? You didn't even tell me if it's true or not. She was puffed up with anger. Lin Mushi exited the chat window with Qi Niao. She idly swiped through her screen. It seemed like she was looking for someone's message. Finally, her finger came to rest on someone's chat window. The last message was a mid-autumn festival greeting she had sent. There was no response. She tapped on that person's profile picture and entered their Moments feed. The latest post was from 3 days ago. Thank you, my wife, for giving me a little bundle of joy. From now on, our family of 3 will be happy, joyful, and blessed. Heart emoji. The photo showed a newborn baby's face wrapped in 2 adult hands. Even through the screen, one could sense the warm and happy scene when the photo was taken. Snap. A crystal clear tear drops onto the newborn's delicate toe on the screen, spreading out. Splash. Another pearl falls onto one of the large hands. Snap, snap, snap. The string of pearls seemed to snap, and the pearls fell down in a shower. In no time, the delicate little foot was completely submerged. Chapter 66. My dad has a new daughter. No wonder she hadn't gone back home for so long, and Dad hadn't asked a single question. It turns out he has a new daughter. Now that Dad has a new daughter, he no longer needs her. What else there to ask about? Her world turned gray from that day on. Lin Mushi didn't want to cry, but tears gushed out like a burst dam, impossible to stop. She tried to wipe away the tears that had fallen onto the screen, afraid that her unstoppable tears might disturb the warm family moment of the 3 of them. However, no matter how hard she wiped, the tears seemed endless, impossible to dry. Why couldn't they be wiped away? Even the screen seemed to be mocking her. Wah, wah, wah. Later, unable to wipe them away, Lin Mushi simply stopped trying. She just stood there, holding her phone, tears silently streaming down her face. She didn't know how long she had been there. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog downstairs, seemingly too lonely, suddenly barked a few times, trying to attract someone's attention. Immediately afterward, a familiar soft reprimand followed. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog seemed to have been comforted and immediately fell silent, contented. Even the big yellow dog had someone to take care of it, but she didn't. The tingling sensation in her neck snapped Chen Chen back to reality. Without realizing it, she had written another 5,000 words. This time, her state of mind wasn't as good as before, so she wrote fewer words. However, compared to her usual level, it was still an improvement. Chen Chen attributed the progress to the electric heater. He glanced at the time. It was already 11:15 p.m. No wonder it's so quiet. It turns out everyone was asleep. Chen Chen stretched lazily, then got up and headed toward the bathroom to take care of his needs. To get to the bathroom, he had to pass by Lin Mushi's room. Recalling their earlier conversation, Chen Chen's ears couldn't help but flush slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him, and decided to hurry through. However, when he reached the door to Lin Mushi's room, he heard the sound of suppressed sobbing coming from inside. Chen Chen's heart tightened suddenly. He hesitated for a moment, his footsteps slowing involuntarily. He raised his hand to knock, but then worried that doing so might disturb the person inside, leaving him torn for a moment. He raised his hand, then lowered it. He raised it again, then lowered it once more. In the end, Shin Chen decided to go to the bathroom instead. After taking care of his needs, when he passed by Lin Mushi's room again, the suppressed sobbing was still clearly audible, piercing through the door and straight to his heart. Chen Chen didn't knock on the door or return to his own room. Instead, he stood there quietly, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. The intermittent sobs tore at his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. The sound of knocking reached inside the room, and the sobbing seemed to stop. However, after a few seconds, a clearer sound came from inside. Chen Chen gripped the doorknob tightly and turned it cautiously. The door creaked open a crack. Chen Chen didn't open it immediately. Instead, he cleared his throat and whispered, "Junior, I'm coming in." There was no response. Chen Chen waited for a moment before gripping the doorknob tightly and gently pushing the door open. What greeted his eyes was a lonely figure curled up on a chair, shoulders trembling with sobs, looking so helpless and vulnerable. Her appearance at that moment was like that of a newborn kitten that had been abandoned shortly after birth. Chen Chen's heart tightened involuntarily. He approached her quietly. He stopped about 3 steps away and asked softly, "Junior, what's wrong?" Lin Mushi remained curled up in the corner of the chair. Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, tears welling up in her eyes. "My father, he has a new daughter." Lin Mushi's voice trembled with uncontrollable sorrow, as if those words had drained her of all her strength. Chen Chen heard her words and didn't know how to comfort her. If his parents had given him a younger sister, he would have been overjoyed. But for Lin Mushi, her father having a new daughter meant she had likely lost him forever. Looking at Lin Mushi's helpless expression, Chen Chen felt nothing but sympathy, but he didn't know how to comfort her. So he walked over gently, just like he had done that day at the hotel, letting her lean against him, hoping to offer her some comfort and support. "Junior, don't cry. I'm here for you." Mushi's body trembled slightly as she felt the warmth and strength Chen Chen was conveying to her, and tears once again silently slid down her cheeks. Chen Chen stood there quietly, gently patting her back with one hand, as if comforting a wounded child. He had always been tongue-tied, and now he had no idea what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mushi's sobs gradually subsided. "Senior, I want to go for a walk." It wasn't just about going for a walk. No matter where she wanted to go, Chen Chen would agree to take her. "Alright, I'll go get a jacket. You should put one on too." Chen Chen looked out the window and noticed the wind was even stronger than last night, so he added, "Make sure to dress warmly and don't catch a cold." He turned back into the room and took out a long gray hooded down jacket. This was something he wore when it didn't snow in Jiangcheng. In that area, it snowed every few days in winter, so there wasn't much opportunity to wear it. However, in Jiangcheng, snowflakes would often fall in winter, so the down jacket had hardly been used. So Chen Chen decided to bring it back home, intending to wear it during the new year. He couldn't remember when exactly, but he no longer felt the same excitement and anticipation he had as a child about wearing new clothes during the new year. After putting on the coat, Chen Chen returned to Lin Mushi's room. She had already changed into a dark-colored long down jacket. Having grown accustomed to seeing her in light-colored or pure white outfits, the sudden sight of this dark-colored garment felt somewhat unsettling. However, the dark-colored down jacket looked exceptionally well fitted on Lin Mushi, accentuating her already graceful figure. Additionally, having just cried, her eyes were slightly red, adding a touch of vulnerability that made her even more endearing. "Junior, let us go." Chen Chen went downstairs to get the car keys. With a click, the iron gate opened. Da Huang sensed someone coming out and immediately darted out of its warm dog bed, wagging its tail like a metronome, and happily ran to Lin Mushi's side. As always, the dog was being a good boy. Shin Chen gave it a friendly pat on the head. "De Huang, be more discreet. Stay and guard the house. We'll be back later." After speaking, the two walked side by side toward where the car was parked. Soon, the roar of an engine echoed through the air. The white car quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 67. I'm sorry, Junior, I didn't mean to leave you alone. The midnight in Yuecheng was different from the midnight in Jiangcheng. In Jiangcheng, it gets so cold that it starts to get dark around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. At this time, there are hardly any pedestrians on the streets, let alone cars. However, Guangzhou was still bustling with traffic and crowds, lively and vibrant. Chen Chen took a moment while driving to sneak a glance at Lin Mushi's expression. Her face had already returned to its usual cold expression. Once her emotional armor is up, it's hard to guess what she's thinking. Recalling the moment he opened the door and saw her eyes slightly moist and her face flushed, looking utterly shattered. Chen Chen was truly startled. His first thought was that she might not feel at home here. Bringing her back here was a mistake. Later, when he found out it wasn't the case, he sighed in relief. But when he found out that her father had a new daughter with someone else, a wave of indescribable heartache washed over him once again. He couldn't understand why some fathers could be so heartless, not even cherishing such a good daughter. If they didn't love their children, why did they bring them into the world in the first place? If they had brought her into the world, why didn't they take on the responsibilities of parenthood? But those who are capable of such heartless acts toward their children, talking about responsibility with them is clearly pointless. Chen Chen now only wanted to make Lin Mushi happy. She said she wanted to go for a walk, but it's so late, where could he take her? There aren't many places to go in Yuecheng. Chen Chen knows even fewer. Plus, time was tight, so there were even fewer options to choose from. After some thought, Chen Chen decided to take Lin Mushi to the famous Instagram-worthy bridge in Guangzhou. This Instagram-famous bridge is called Fengao Jiuxiao. Every night, as the sky grows dark, it lights up with dazzling lights, forming a lifelike phoenix spreading its wings to fly, a truly spectacular sight. As a result, it attracts visitors from all over the country every day of the year, regardless of the weather, all eager to witness this magical sight. However, Chen Chen, a local resident, has never visited it. He has always been someone who avoids crowds. When the bridge first lit up, it caused a huge sensation online. Now, it's packed with people. Forget about parking, there's not even room to stand. The Guangzhou police had to deploy special forces to maintain order. At the time, he couldn't help but wonder if all those people had nothing better to do. It's just a bridge, is it really worth getting so worked up over? You can just watch it online, right? But now, because of Lin Mushi's presence, he felt that things were indeed different. He didn't drive very fast and arrived at the riverside park closest to the famous bridge in about 30 minutes. Not only does this spot offer the best view of the viral bridge, but you can also walk onto the bridge via the pedestrian path for a closer look. Even before arriving, the area was already brightly lit, resembling daytime, and bustling with activity. With the Lunar New Year approaching, many young people had returned home, and every night, people wouldn't leave until around 3 or 4 a.m. As a result, the nearby hotels were making a fortune during this period, and the hotel owners were beaming with joy. Little sister, we're here. Let's get out of the car. All right. As Chen Chen opened the car door, a biting cold wind instantly hit his face, as if it could pierce through him. At this hour in Guangzhou, the temperature had dropped to a chilly 4 degrees Celsius. This temperature wasn't anything special for Jiangcheng, in fact, it could even be considered warm. But in Guangzhou, it was already quite low. Despite the cold, there were still so many people, mostly in pairs. Indeed, people in love aren't afraid of the cold. After getting off the car, Chen Chen tightened his coat around his body, but he could still feel the biting cold wind. He couldn't help but shiver. Lin Mushi also seemed startled by the sudden cold, her body trembling slightly, but she quickly regained her usual aloof and reserved demeanor. Just then, Chen Chen's gaze was drawn to a stall across the street. He turned to Lin Mushi, who had just gotten off the bus, and said, "Junior, wait in the car for a moment. I'll be right back." Before he could finish speaking, he plunged into the bustling crowd and quickly disappeared from Lin Mushi's sight. Lin Mushi didn't follow his instructions and returned to the car. Instead, she stood alone in the same spot, dwarfed by the surrounding noise and flickering lights, feeling small and helpless, like a lone island adrift in a vast sea of people. She was like a kitten abandoned by its owner, knowing full well that its master wouldn't return, yet stubbornly waiting in the same spot for its master to come back. When Chen Chen hurried back holding a scarf, the heartbreaking scene greeted his eyes. His heart tightened suddenly, and a wave of guilt and self-reproach welled up inside him. "Little sister, I'm back," he said, his voice trembling slightly. When he noticed Lin Mushi's reddened eyes, his sense of guilt surged like a tidal wave. As he wrapped the scarf around Lin Mushi's neck, tightly enveloping her, he explained. "I'm sorry, I was so careless. I was just worried you were cold and wanted to buy you a scarf quickly, but I didn't realize it would make you so upset. I really didn't mean to." Chen Chen hurriedly explained, trying to soothe Lin Mushi's hurt feelings. Clearly, he had brought her out to make her happy. How had it turned out like this? "Junior, don't cry. I really made a mistake. I've never really spent time with a girl before, so I don't know how to consider your feelings. If I had known you'd be upset, I definitely wouldn't have left you here alone. The stall was just across the street, but I was worried it wouldn't be safe to cross the road, so I ran quickly and didn't bring you with me." Chen Chen grew more frantic as he spoke, his words becoming disjointed. He desperately wanted to find the right words to comfort Lin Mushi and make her stop crying. However, Lin Mushi's tears flowed like beads on a broken string, growing more and more abundant. Chen Chen watched helplessly, his heart aching with guilt, unable to do anything but watch her cry, filled with self-reproach. Just as he was lost in confusion, not knowing what to do, a gentle figure approached quietly. A warm body gently leaned against his chest. Chen Chen's hands instinctively rose, but hesitated before slowly lowering them, unsure of how to respond. When Chen Chen left her alone, she truly felt wronged. But later, when she saw him return with the scarf, she realized, when had she started to become so sentimental? After all, the old her could have faced the end of the world and remain unfazed. How sentimental of her. But when the warm scarf wrapped around her neck, she thought, so what if she was being sentimental? She was a girl after all, why couldn't she be sentimental? Seeing Chen Chen flustered because of her, she didn't know how to speak, leading to this moment. Chapter 68, What You're Not Used to Will Become Habit. The first time was when she fell asleep and accidentally ended up lying on top of him. When she realized she was lying in the arms of a stranger, she didn't feel angry. Instead, there was a hint of joy in her heart. The second time was at a hotel, where she was driven to the brink of breakdown by her eccentric relatives. He comforted her by letting her lean against his chest. At that moment, she felt at ease, as if she was no longer alone. The third time was just now, at his place. Because her father had a new daughter, she felt abandoned by the world. Chen Chen came, and at that moment, she felt his embrace was the warmest in the world. The fourth time, this time, she took the initiative. She wanted to keep that warm embrace. She wanted him to belong only to her. Lin Mushi admitted to herself that she was being selfish. She gathered her courage, wrapped her arms gently around Chen Chen's waist, and buried her entire body deeply into his embrace, as if she wanted to completely merge into his world. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and the air was filled with his unique scent, a scent that brought her a sense of peace. The world was noisy, but at that moment, in their hearts, there was only each other. A faint fragrance wafted to Chen Chen's nose, bringing him back to the present. He knew it was the scent of her shampoo. Just like the scent on her body, cool and elegant. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Lin Mushi had initiated the embrace. This girl, who was rumored to be the cold and aloof school beauty, was now holding him tightly. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Though separated by thick layers of clothing, he could still feel the distinct boundary between the two hemispheres. Thud. Thud thud. Thud 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 thud. Their hearts were beating so fast it felt like they might burst out of their chests at any moment. Chen Chen tried to press it down, trying to stop it from racing. But just as he moved, he heard Lin Mushi's voice. Just now, the senior said he didn't know how to interact with girls, but I remember Guo Ziyuan saying that the senior had liked a girl for many years. How could he not know? Her voice was muffled, tinged with a faint hint of anticipation. Chen Chen dared not move, a wry smile appearing on his face. It was just liking someone. I never really got close to her. If I had known how to get along with her, it probably wouldn't have ended without any results. If he could start over, he thought, he would never make the same mistake again. Youth is long, yet youth is short. Youth should be spent on meaningful things. Lin Mushi continued. Do you regret not being with the first girl you liked, senior? Regret? Not really. Looking back, it was just the confusion of adolescence. We were both top students, and the idea of a couple of academic stars together was appealing. Over time, I really started to believe I liked her. When she ended up with someone else, I wasn't as heartbroken as I imagined. At that point, I realized I never really liked her that much. That's the truth. Lin Mushi lifted her head from his embrace and stared at him intently. I don't believe you. 3 years of liking someone, how could you just let go so easily? The pink scarf was casually wrapped around her neck, contrasting sharply with her dark coat, playful yet cute, elegant yet graceful. Her skin was naturally fair, and her eyes, still wet from tears, were veiled in a thin mist, adding a touch of vulnerability. The natural flush around her eyes gave her an extra layer of fragility and allure. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Chen was almost mesmerized. It was Lin Mushi who nudged him gently before he snapped back to reality. People must always look forward. What you once couldn't bear to let go of, you will eventually let go of. What you once couldn't get used to, you will eventually get used to. Lin Mushi murmured softly, what you can't bear to let go of, you will eventually let go of. What you're not used to, you will eventually get used to. Once you let go, it no longer feels so important. Crackle crackle. With a crisp sound, the fairy wand fireworks burst into the night sky like brilliant meteors, shattering the silence and erupting into a dazzling display of colors, illuminating the surroundings in a dreamlike glow. The sound of a bustling crowd grew louder. It felt as though we had returned to reality from a distant universe. In that moment, spring had arrived, and flowers were in bloom. What if, one day in the future, she breaks up with him and comes back to you? Would you be with her, senior? When Lin Mushi asked this question, his face clearly showed signs of tension. Chen Chen almost blurted out, no way. I'm not a scrap collector. Scrap collection. Chen Chen wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Lin Mushi seemed in a better mood after he finished speaking. Senior, let us be together. Lin Mushi clearly felt the warm embrace tremble slightly. She was already beautiful, like snow carved from ink, and her smile was like spring wind caressing winter snow. Chen Chen felt as though he must be dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, how could he hear his junior confessing her feelings to him? She was the cold and aloof school beauty. Unless the world had turned into a fantasy, he couldn't believe it was real. Senior? Ha? I junior. Chen Chen, who was skilled at describing the emotions between the male and female leads in novels, froze up completely when faced with being confessed to himself. Lin Mushi felt like she might be poisoned. She actually found Chen Chen adorable at that moment. She took Chen Chen's hand and walked toward the pedestrian path by the bridge. Senior, let us go to the bridge and take a look. We can talk about the question earlier once we get there. It was as if the person who had just acted like an abandoned kitten wasn't her at all. Chen Chen had no idea she was determined to get him. Following the crowd, Lin Mushi and Chen Chen walked side by side on the sidewalk toward the bridge. The temperature on the bridge seemed even colder than below, with a biting chill in the wind. Despite this, the sidewalks on both sides of the bridge were still crowded with young people, some holding hands, others walking in groups. Both of them were exceptionally attractive. As they walked along the sidewalk on the bridge, they frequently caught the attention of others. "Hurry up, that girl is so beautiful, she looks like a celebrity." Could she really be a celebrity? She looks similar but not exactly. If she's a celebrity, she must be very famous. I think I know who they are. They're the latest promotional models for the Guangzhou City official account. Ah, it really is them. Should I go up and ask for a photo with them? Will they refuse? It's not just the Guangzhou City official account. The Euro King Golden Egg Hand that's been trending on Mi Home lately is also them. I knew they looked familiar. Turns out they're acquaintances. That is so lucky. Chen Chen and the others were walking along when suddenly, people started crowding toward them. He instinctively shielded Lin Mushi behind him? What's going on? What do they want? Chen Chen looked around and finally spotted Hat Uncle in the distance, which slightly calmed his nerves. Chapter 69, Together Please Keep Reading. Lin Mushi looked at the boy tightly shielding her behind him, and the corners of her lips curled upward involuntarily. Her gaze flickered like the brightest stars in the night sky, shimmering with a captivating glow. A collective gasp echoed around them. The young lady's smile was even more captivating than when she wasn't smiling. At that moment, a young girl gathered her courage, stepped forward, and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Hello, may we take a photo with you?" Chen Chen, ? A group photo? They're not celebrities, why would they want to take a group photo? Besides, given Lin Mushi's personality, she wouldn't want to take a photo with a group of strangers. Chen Chen was thinking about how to politely decline their kind offer. But then he heard Lin Mushi's unexpected reply. "Sure. Well, there goes the aloof persona." Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder if the Lin Mushi he was seeing was the same person from school. The two of them were surrounded by the crowd, standing out like a sore thumb. A young woman at the front held a long selfie stick, capturing the moment. Thus, another iconic photo was born at the Fengao Jiushao Instagram-worthy bridge. After taking the photo, the girl from before blushed and said again, "Hello, may I ask you another question?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Sure, go ahead. Are you two a couple?" Although their actions seemed very much like a couple, she still wanted to hear it from his own mouth. Chen Chen. So direct? Are they a couple? Not long ago, Lin Mushi had said, "Senior, let's be together." Once again flashed through his mind. Chen Chan's ears turned slightly pink. Lin Mushi also wanted to know how he would respond, standing aside, watching him calmly. It felt like an eternity had passed before Chen Chen finally gathered all his courage and honestly admitted, "Yes, we're a couple." The girl was instantly thrilled. "Wow, it's true. The couple I ship is real. Do you know? I saw you interacting online and was so afraid it was fake. Now that you've said it's true, I can finally relax." The young woman looked at Chen Chen with a determined expression. "Big brother, promise me you'll always be happy together, okay?" Thank you." The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Chen Chen and Lin Mushi alone. They're really together? It felt like a dream. Chen Chen gazed deeply at Lin Mushi, then took her hand. Her hand was ice cold, and even the tip of her exposed nose was slightly red from the cold. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt and realized he shouldn't have brought her here. "Junior, it's late. Let us go back." Lin Mushi looked toward the distance. "Senior, don't we have a voucher for the Starry Sky Hot Spring Hotel?" Chen Chen followed Lin Mushi's gaze to see two people standing there. In the distance, the glittering words Starry Sky Hot Spring Resort Hotel shone brightly. Chen Chen replied, "Oh, right." He didn't understand why she suddenly brought that up. Lin Mushi smiled slightly and suggested, "Look, it's so cold. Why don't we go soak in the hot springs to warm up?" Now. When they first received the hotel voucher, Lin Mushi hadn't said anything, so Chen Chen had assumed she didn't plan to use it. It had only been a few hours. Lin Mushi's voice came from beside him. "Senior, is that okay? Can we?" "Of course it's okay. The Instagram famous bridge is actually quite a distance from the Starry Sky Hot Spring Resort Hotel. But its height and reputation are unmatched. The advertising is really well done. Even from over 10 kilometers away, you can see it clearly." The two returned to the car and drove toward the Starry Sky Hot Spring Hotel. After about 10 minutes, the car entered the parking lot of the Starry Sky Hot Spring Hotel. The Starry Sky Hot Spring Hotel is located in the suburbs of Yuecheng, with a lush valley behind it. The main building combines warm wooden structures with modern glass walls, blending traditional charm with a contemporary touch. If it were daytime, one could clearly see a spacious open-air hot spring area with various hot spring pools arranged in a harmonious and orderly manner. It's the peak season for hot springs, and they didn't make a reservation in advance, so they're not sure if they can use it. The hotel's entrance is spacious and majestic, with elegant lanterns decorating both sides. At night, the lights are soft and warm. "Welcome to the Starry Sky Hot Spring Resort Hotel. As Chen Chen and Lin Mushi stepped through the elegantly decorated entrance, uniformed staff members with smiles on their faces approached them courteously and escorted them to the front desk. Welcome. Ah, I recognize you. You're the winners from the Mi family. Once the front desk staff recognized their faces, their eyes lit up. It's really you. You look even more suited for each other than you did on the live stream. Live stream? Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, the young woman at the front desk grew even more excited. She quickly pulled her phone out of her pocket, unlocked it, and showed them the video she had saved from TikTok. This is the video of you cracking the golden egg. I watched the whole thing back then, and later I bought one myself, but I didn't win. You guys are so lucky. Good looking and lucky too. Most importantly, she actually saw the real person. Seeing their favorite couple in real life, what must that feel like? The front desk staff didn't know how to describe it. In the video, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi stood side by side, cracking the last golden egg together. If it weren't for the golden egg sparkling in front of them, the way they held the hammers in both hands looked just like they were cutting a huge cake. It was actually posted online. And it went viral. This was something Chen Chen hadn't anticipated. Thank you. I've been waiting for you all this time, and finally you've arrived. The front desk staff couldn't hide their excitement, their faces glowing with genuine smiles. They were staying in a high-end suite. The front desk staff asked them to show their IDs and quickly process their check-in. Did you bring swimwear? If not, we have a swimwear specialty store in the hotel where you can choose some. Hot springs, swimwear. Chen Chen finally realized what was happening. This meant the two of them would be sharing a room. Lin Mushi wrapped her arm around his senior, let's go buy swimsuits. Could he still go home now? Obviously, it was too late. The two followed the hotel staff closely, arriving at the hotel's swimwear specialty store. May I ask what kind of swimwear you're looking for? Chen Chen had no idea. He was also visiting a hot spring for the first time. Plus, he was with a girl. Actually, he really wanted to say, why don't I go pick something out for the guys, and you girls can pick something out here. They could meet up again after paying. Obviously, that wasn't tea appropriate either. Chapter 70, Senior, how long do you plan to stand there? Please keep reading. Because Lin Mushi had already dragged him over and was enthusiastically picking out options with the salesperson. With such a great figure, she'd need at least a D cup to fill them out properly. Chen Chen. This topic seemed inappropriate for him to be present. He quietly slipped out of Lin Mushi's hand and started aimlessly wandering around, casually picking out a pair of swim trunks for himself. To be honest, these swimsuits are pretty expensive. Even a basic set costs $200 or $300. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although they had been given a free opportunity, the hotel would find a way to recoup the costs. Choosing swim trunks for guys was simple, all you had to do was check the size. After Chen Chen picked out his swim trunks, he returned to Lin Mushi's side, only to find her holding two swimsuits, clearly torn between them. One was a pink polka dot swimsuit, slightly more conservative. The other one was a sky blue, sexy swimsuit. The salesperson wasn't in a hurry and patiently waited for her to make a decision. Just then, Chen Chen suddenly appeared, pointing at the pink one and said, I think this one looks nice. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up, I think this one is nice too. She had just been about to pick this one when her senior arrived. Sure enough, their tastes were the same. Lin Mushi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. She returned the blue set to the salesperson. We've made our choice. Let's go pay, Chen Chen said. Lin Mushi took the swim trunks from his hand. I'll pay for it. Chen Chen wasn't about to let her. And immediately said, no way. I'm a guy, I'll pay. The salesperson behind them saw this and smiled warmly. It was the first time they'd seen a man and a woman buying swimwear together, and both of them were insisting on paying. Usually, when others came, it was assumed that the guy would pay. Lin Mushi said, I've been staying at my senior's place, eating and sleeping there, so I should buy the swimsuit. Chen Chen wouldn't back down either. He said matter-of-factly, isn't it normal for a girlfriend to stay at her boyfriend's place? As her boyfriend, how could I let her pay? Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Lin Mushi couldn't help but pause for a moment. After she had confessed her feelings, the two had acted as if they weren't very familiar with each other, and Lin Mushi had thought he had changed his mind. While Lin Mushi was lost in thought, Chen Chen swiftly took the swimsuit from her hands and walked toward the cash register, completing the payment process smoothly. The two were then led to the hot spring suite. The hotel staff left with a suggestive smile, saying, we hope you have a pleasant evening. Inside the suite, the hot spring pool was shrouded in a mist of rising steam. The chill brought from the Instagram-famous bridge vanished the moment they entered the hot spring. Chen Chen closed his eyes to relax, a faint smile on his face. His body was half reclined against the edge of the pool, one hand resting lightly on the rim, the other floating casually on the water's surface, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Lin Mushi sat not far from him. Her long hair was casually tied up, with a few strands of hair playfully falling across her forehead, adding a touch of tenderness and playfulness to her appearance. Her hands gently stirred the water, creating ripples that spread out in concentric circles, contrasting sharply with the surrounding tranquility. Is it really that straightforward? Or is it that I'm not sexy enough? If Lin Mushi isn't sexy enough, then there are no sexy girls in this world. Don't let Chen Chen's relaxed appearance fool you, his mind is in turmoil. On one side was the white Chen Chen, who had to maintain his composure. Any relationship not aimed at marriage was just fooling around. On the other side is the dark Chen Chen, waving a black baton in front of him, urging him on, go for it. Hurry up. Such a beautiful and well-endowed girlfriend is right in front of you, are you not a man? In the end, the dark side couldn't overcome the light, and Chen Chen sat calmly in the hot spring pool, facing Lin Mushi across from him. Who says you can't enjoy the scenery at night? It's absolutely breathtaking. After soaking in the hot spring, it was already past 4 in the morning. All was silent. Lin Mushi had already changed into comfortable pajamas and was lazily curled up on the spacious, soft Sealy mattress. Moonlight filtered through the half-open curtains, casting dappled silver hues that added a touch of tenderness to the serene room. A tall, slender figure stood by the bed, seemingly deep in thought about some important matter. Senior, how long do you plan to stand there? Chapter 71, I can't sleep, please keep reading. Boom! Chen Chen felt the blood in his body boil, rushing straight to his face. At that moment, before his eyes was a lazy young girl, her delicate scent wafting toward him. The environment they were currently in was a hotel. The lighting had been specially adjusted to create a soothing ambience. There was also a comfortable bed. It looked like something was about to happen. This was enough to make the innocent and inexperienced Chen Chen feel nervous. He was so nervous he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Warm lights swirled around the boy. Lin Mushi kept observing his reaction, not rushing him, watching him calmly. After a few more minutes, he was still standing there motionless. How naive. Lin Mushi thought to herself. A normal boy, faced with his girlfriend's invitation, would have already rushed over by now. But him? Sigh, what can I do with such a pure-hearted boyfriend? She'll have to take the initiative herself. She extended her arm toward him in invitation. Senior, I'm tired. Will you come sleep with me? Sigh. The once aloof goddess seems to have unlocked a new side of herself now that she has a boyfriend. Even her flirting comes naturally. It was the kind of sweetness that came naturally, without any effort, melting one's heart and making it impossible to resist. Under the dim bedside lamp, the sleeve of her nightgown slipped down to her elbow, revealing a sliver of her snow-white arm, which glowed seductively in the light. Chen Chen suddenly felt a sense of relief. He took a step toward her hand and sat down. She felt the mattress sink slightly beside her and curved her lips into a smile. Chen Chen had already taken off his shoes and climbed into bed, lying down beside her. The fragrance grew more intense, like invisible threads weaving back and forth between them. Except for the time on the high-speed train when they slept at opposite ends. This was the first time they had consciously shared a bed together. To say they weren't nervous would be a lie. Chen Chen turned his head to look at her. Can we sleep now? Lin Mushi's eyes flashed with a mischievous gleam. I can't sleep. Chen Chen. If you hug me, I might fall asleep faster. Lin Mushi spread her arms, inviting him again. Don't look at me like that. I'm looking at my own boyfriend, is that not allowed? Lin Mushi playfully batted her eyelashes, her tone tinged with a hint of petulance. Sure. Lin Mushi smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Like the brightest sunlight on a spring day, warm and dazzling. Up close, her eyes were even more beautiful, as if they held endless stars, drawing one in irresistibly. That unfamiliar feeling surged once more, but he couldn't bear to look away. Senior, do I look good? You're beautiful. How beautiful. Very beautiful. You look even better when you smile. You look even prettier when you smile. The two of them gradually drifted into an unfamiliar conversation pattern. Let us change the way we address each other, Lin Mushi said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Calling you junior feels too formal. You call me senior too. That's different. Then what should I call you? CC? Don't couples usually call each other baby or darling? You can pick one. Her enthusiasm tonight was overwhelming. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Just don't call me junior sister. You can call me whatever you want. CC. Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of moisture that made it slightly hoarse, utterly captivating. Lin Mushi realized for the first time that her name sounded so beautiful when spoken by someone else. I want to hear it again. CC. The dim, soft light cast a gentle glow, making her skin appear even fairer, as if draped in a veil of mist, adding a touch of dreamlike mystery to her. The night was as still as water, and the room fell silent once more. Senior, are you asleep? I'm asleep. How can you answer me if you're asleep? I can't sleep. She had finally found love. She had always thought that word would never have anything to do with her. But she really did. She was overjoyed. She couldn't sleep properly at all. To prevent Lin Mushi from disturbing her again, Chen Chen chose to hold her in his arms. Cici, be good, it's time to sleep. Both of them could clearly hear each other's heartbeats and feel the warmth. Among them, Chen Chen felt it even more intensely. The two spheres kept accidentally brushing against him, as if carrying some indescribable magic that made his heart race uncontrollably and his thoughts drift away. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Brother, did you forget? We're already boyfriend and girlfriend now. How can that be taking advantage? The words big brother coming from her mouth felt like a gentle spring breeze, soft yet tinged with a subtle hint of playful teasing, causing ripples to form in Chen Shen's heart. Boys have little resistance to the word brother, and Chen Shen was no exception. He gently placed a kiss on Lin Mushi's forehead, steady, then lay back down. You only kissed me on the forehead? Lin Mushi asked. A goodnight kiss. But I still can't sleep. The warm breath from their noses mingled together, and their lips seemed ready to touch at any moment. Teasingly close yet distant. Both of them hesitated, their bodies still touching. Especially Lin Mushi, who unconsciously clenched her fists. She gently tucked the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead behind her ear, then leaned forward slightly, as if making a momentous decision. In the next instant, Chen Shen felt a cool, soft touch gently land on his lips. It was Lin Mushi's lips, pure and delicate, like a dragonfly skimming the water, yet it sent ripples through his heart. Chen Shen never imagined that his first kiss would be stolen away in such a situation. The satisfied young woman gave Chen Shen a faint smile. Tit for tat. CC, let me teach you what a kiss is. That kiss lasted for a very long time. Almost as long as a century. Chen Shen didn't realize he had unconsciously embraced Lin Mushi tightly in his arms. Two balls were wedged between them. It was both comfortable and uncomfortable. It made Chen Shen feel an urge to kick it away. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow on the bed, like a gentle hand caressing one's face, bringing a sense of warmth. Ding dong ding dong. Chen Shen's phone rang. Someone was calling him. Chen Shen woke up groggily, instinctively reaching out to grab his phone from the bedside table, but his arms seemed to be restrained by a soft yet heavy force, preventing him from lifting it. He turned his head slightly, and his gaze fell on his own arm, where a soft, delicate head was resting peacefully. It was Lin Mushi. She lay peacefully in his arms, breathing evenly and steadily, sound asleep. Chen Shen looked at Lin Mushi sleeping in his arms and felt a bit dazed. Ding ding ding. The sound of his phone ringing snapped Chen Shen back to reality. Right, they had been together last night. Chapter 72, Son, you weren't home again last night? Please keep reading. They had even soaked in a hot spring together. When the two of them were lying in bed, Lin Mushi kept clinging to him, demanding kisses. At the last moment, she fell asleep. Chen Shan remembered feeling a sigh of relief at the time. If it had continued, he couldn't guarantee what he might have done. Such a thing was very sacred to him. Chen Shen hoped that the two of them would be fully prepared, with the purest and most sincere intentions, to embrace that moment when it finally arrived. Ding ding ding. The phone was still ringing. He didn't know who was calling. Since he was holding Lin Mushi, Chen Shen could only reach for the phone while lying on his side. After picking it up, he saw the caller ID, Chen Dai. As he moved, Lin Mushi also shifted slightly, then clung tighter, like a koala clinging to a tree trunk, feeling safe only when holding on tightly. Finally, Chen Shen managed to get the phone. Hello. Dad, what's wrong? Son, a slightly nervous voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Chen. He knew immediately why his father had called him. Chen Jiangwen scratched his nose. How do I connect the light to the phone? I've been trying all morning and haven't succeeded. If I mess it up, your mom said she'll return the light. But you were so confident last night that you kicked me out, saying you'd already figured it out. Chen Jiangwen chuckled. I do know how to install the lights, but I haven't figured out the phone remote control. These are all your young people's gadgets. I really don't know how to use them. Isn't there a remote control? Just use that. Your mom wants to install an app on her phone and control it directly from there. I have no idea why she suddenly got so into this. She's insisting on it. Chen Shen said, I'll help you fix it when I get back this afternoon. Son, you weren't home again last night? When he woke up in the morning, he noticed the car wasn't in the parking spot. He asked Yuan, who said both doors to the two people's rooms were open, but no one was there. He guessed they must not have come back. He didn't know when they had left. Sigh, once kids grow up, you can't control them anymore. Don't worry, I won't say a word in front of your mom this time. Chen Jiangwen patted his chest and assured her. Chen Shen no longer believed him. Son, I'm serious this time. What's real and what's fake? Lu Xiuying's voice came from the other end of the phone. The next second, Chen Jiangwen hung up the phone at the right moment. Chen Shen knew his father was still the same old cowardly husband. Trusting his promises was no better than trusting Ms. Lu Wunti beat him again in the future. They say sons are like their fathers. Would he end up fearing his wife too? Chen Shen carefully placed the phone back on the bedside table, then lowered his head, his gaze falling on Lin Mushi's serene face. She was sleeping so soundly, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Loose strands of hair fell across her cheeks, covering them, her delicate lips slightly parted, and her sheer silk nightgown draped over her rounded shoulders, threatening to slip off at any moment. The exposed skin, as smooth as jade, was irresistibly alluring. Before this moment, he had never imagined that one day he would wake up to find a beautiful girl lying in his arms. He couldn't help but lower his head, gently rubbing his nose against Lin Mushi's delicate, straight nose, then moving down to her lips. Like cherries, they emitted an alluring fragrance, tempting one to kiss them. So, should he kiss her or not? Chen Chen hesitated for only a second before gently brushing her lips with a butterfly kiss. Then he pretended nothing had happened and lay back down beside the girl. The first time doing something wrong was indeed nerve-wracking. Lin Mushi had actually woken up the moment Chen Chen took out his phone. She had been pretending to sleep the whole time. She wanted to see how her new boyfriend would react to her while she was asleep. Would he hold her tightly and kiss her passionately, or kiss her gently and carefully, or like last night, dare only leave a faint mark on her forehead? Well, here we go. Chen Chen did have some courage, but not much. Since that's the case, then she'd better take the initiative herself. However, before she could get close, her lips were blocked by someone's 2 fingers. Stop fooling around, you didn't brush your teeth. A low, slightly hoarse voice echoed in her ear. It was his magnetic voice when he wasn't fully awake yet, tinged with laziness and tenderness, whispering against her ear, sounding exceptionally pleasant. Lin Mushi removed Chen Chen's fingers, revealing 8 teeth, and curved her lips into a mischievous smile. Funny, I didn't brush my teeth either. I heard that when you first wake up in the morning, you might have bad breath. Let me smell yours. Chen Chen was amused by her clumsy excuse and leaned in, speaking with a hint of indulgence, then go ahead and smell. Lin Mushi leaned in and sniffed carefully, then said seriously, I don't think so. Let me smell again. Immediately afterward, Chen Chen felt the soft, pure breath of the little cutie gently brush against his own. It carried a hint of the freshness and sweetness unique to the early morning. His heart stirred, and he gently placed his palm on the back of her head, pressing down lightly to deepen the contact, making it steady. After a long while, both of their breaths were slightly uneven. Can you smell it clearly now? Lin Mushi's face was pressed tightly against Chen Chen's sturdy chest, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. In a place where Chen Chen couldn't see, Lin Mushi's delicate face was tinged with a blush of shyness, like a blossoming peach blossom, delicate and alluring. In the past, she had discussed this matter with Qin Yao. They had always felt that doing such a thing between 2 people was disgusting. However, when it came to her own experience, she was surprised to discover that holding steady wasn't as unpleasant as they had imagined. On the contrary, it carried an indescribable beauty and sweetness, as if it could instantly ignite a spark in the heart, leaving one intoxicated and unable to escape. It was highly addictive. Chen Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, playing with her hair. When did you wake up? Before you kissed me. Caught red-handed, Chen Chen's face flushed slightly. Oh, so you were trying to seduce me on purpose, weren't you? How can that be called seduction? It's clearly what you really wanted. You're awake and still pretending to sleep, yet you say it wasn't seduction. No, it's not. Don't tickle there. After a moment of playful banter, the initial shyness and awkwardness between the 2 gradually faded away. They began to interact more naturally. The deluxe suite includes 3 meals. Breakfast was missed because the 2 were still asleep. Now it was lunchtime, so the 2 got up and washed up. During the process, Lin Mushi insisted on kissing for a while. A woman in love is indeed very clingy. However, Chen Chen found it quite enjoyable. After finishing lunch, it was already nearly 3 o'clock. It was time to head back. Starting today, it's time for basketball practice. Duanwu has already lost to the neighboring village. If we lose again during the new year, we'll have to hang our heads in shame for another 6 months. Chapter 73, Village Entrance Intelligence Bureau. Only 1 day left, aren't you staying? The front desk staff, upon learning they were checking out early, wore a look of regret. She wanted to see the couple a little longer. Once they checked out, they'd have to look for footage online if they wanted to see them again. Chen Chen smiled and explained, last night we went to Fengyao Juxiu Bridge, and the night breeze there was quite chilly, so we decided to soak in the hot springs to warm up. I see. We hope you'll come back and visit us again soon. Sure, thank you. Chen Chen replied politely. Please do come again. We'll always be happy to have you. Lin Mushi held Chen Chen's hand as they walked out. That front desk lady was pretty cute. I didn't notice, Chen Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. What did those guys in the dorm say again? If your girlfriend compliments another girl in front of you, it means she might be jealous, and you're doomed. Come on, it's not that bad, is it? The front desk girl is pretty, but compared to Lin Mushi, there's no comparison. Regardless, he doesn't want to argue with his girlfriend the day after they start dating. Lin Mushi watched Chen Chen for just a minute, and her face went through several expressions, making her laugh out loud. Ha, senior, you're even cuter. She had only complimented the front desk, but it had scared him. She was afraid he'd get angry. She wasn't the type to get angry easily. Dating isn't about looking for someone to make you angry. You don't use cute to describe boys. Use a different word. Our senior is the hottest. Thanks. You're welcome. Who made you my boyfriend? Shenjia Village Information Bureau at the village entrance. A group of women, some standing, some sitting, some squatting, were cracking sunflower seeds while commenting on every young man who passed by. The first batch of migrant workers returning home were the first to suffer. Chen Chen was spared because his family had a car. I heard that this family's son bought land in Beijing, a woman wearing a bright orange cotton coat said, cracking sunflower seeds and recounting the story vividly. No way, another woman interrupted, looking down her nose. I heard a different version. They said the kid works as a delivery guy in Beijing, working in the rain and wind every day, really tough. There's even more shocking news, another woman whispered mysteriously, as if about to reveal a sensational secret. I heard that someone's daughter came home early because she accidentally had a miscarriage and is now sitting out her postpartum period. This is something you must never mention to anyone. Lu Xiaoying, wearing a black down jacket and holding a handful of sunflower seeds, listened intently while munching on them. When she heard some outrageous gossip, she furrowed her brows, thinking, this person has no self-respect. Just then, Wu Zhaodi rushed in. As soon as she arrived, everyone greeted her and made way for her to sit down. She pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and began boasting about how capable her son was. She vividly described how beautiful and well-mannered her son's girlfriend was, as if she were the perfect daughter-in-law the world had ever seen. Those who heard her couldn't help but look envious and praised her for her good fortune. Wu Zhaodi looked smug, boasting while taking the opportunity to belittle Chen Chen. Facing Wu Zhaodi's boasting and belittling, Lu Xiaoying no longer looked downcast like before. Instead, she put on a smile and patiently listened to her story. She neither offered an opinion nor interrupted, only occasionally chiming in with a comment to agree with Wu Zhaodi. Oh, yes, your future daughter-in-law is the best in the world. However, seeing that Lu Xiaoying wasn't reacting enthusiastically enough, Wu Zhaodi began to pull out her big guns. She said triumphantly. Kiki said that her parents are reasonable people. Matters of marriage are her own decision, and as for the dowry, a token gesture will suffice. P.S. I'll make up for the missing part tomorrow. Please keep reading. Chapter 74, Marrying a Good Wife Brings Prosperity to 3 Generations. Please keep reading. Her words once again sparked envy among everyone present. After all, in today's society, the most difficult hurdle in marriage is the dowry. How many people have spent their entire family's savings, and even borrowed money from others, just to afford the dowry? If you marry a virtuous wife, every penny spent is worth it. But if the wife isn't virtuous, and after a few years she cheats and wants a divorce, not only would you lose your wife, but you'd also lose your family's peace. That would truly be a loss on all fronts. Marrying a good wife brings prosperity to 3 generations. It's not just an empty saying. So when people heard that Wu Zhaodi's wife didn't ask for a dowry, they all gathered around her, asking for her secret. Wu Zhaodi laughed and said, "Oh, there's no secret to it. It's because Coco likes my son and wants to marry him. I've told her they're still too young, but she is in a hurry, afraid someone else will snatch him away." Lu Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. With someone like Guo Ziyuan, who's so promiscuous, why would she be afraid of being snatched away? If he can keep his current girlfriend, he should count himself lucky. She just watched Wu Zhaodi put on a show, wondering how long she could keep it up. Wu Zhaodi saw that Lu Xiaoying wasn't buying it, and her face turned so ugly it was hard to look at. "Xiaoying, why aren't you saying anything? Why don't you have Xiao Chen talk to Xiao Ji more and give him some advice? I'm not saying this to be nosy, but while education is important, don't let it get in the way of your future." "No, I was just marveling at how capable your son is. He can earn money and even get you a free daughter-in-law. What a lucky life he has." Although Lu Xiaoying said it with a smile, it sounded like nails on a chalkboard to Wu Zhaodi's ears. It was completely different from her dejected appearance a few days ago. What went wrong? That's right. My son Ziyuan has indeed earned a lot of money this year. He just came back and replaced all the lights in the house with remote-controlled ones. I told him not to, but he insisted that it's more convenient to turn off the lights at night. Xiaoxi said that the lights can be controlled by a phone, but I'm too old to use such advanced things. Lu Xiaoying took out her phone and said, "You mean the Mi Home app? I have it on my phone. Should I show you how to use it?" Wu Zhaodi was taken aback. "You have one too?" Lu Xiaoying shrugged. "Remote-controlled lights aren't anything special. They're just regular lights with remote control. You little thing, I'll show you." Wu Zhaodi. A woman in a pink coral velvet nightgown, sensing trouble, quickly interjected. "Xiao Chen, you've been teaching Xiaoying well. She is keeping up with the times." She should have kept her mouth shut, but once she spoke, Wu Zhaodi's expression grew even more sour. She wanted Xiao Ji to teach her how to use the remote-controlled lights, but he refused outright. He even said the light was in his room, so what use would it be for her to learn? She just bought one lamp and it really annoyed her. "I'll make him go buy another one when we get back. Her room needs one too." Thinking this, Wu Zhaodi's expression brightened a bit. "That is true. Xiao Chen is on vacation and doesn't have to accompany his girlfriend, so he'll definitely have plenty of time to teach you. Unlike Xiao Ji, who has to accompany Cuckoo every day. Indeed, once sons grow up and get married, they forget their mothers. I'm not the kind of unreasonable mother-in-law." As long as they live well, I'm fine with anything. Cuckoo is so filial. She said that even after she gets married, she wants to live with us. She said that a family should be complete. Here we go again. Every time she can't argue, she uses her son's girlfriend as a shield. Lu Xiaoying was about to say something. The sound of a car engine came from the distance. A group of intelligence officers moved aside in unison to make way for the car. However, the car stopped right in the middle of the intelligence bureau, next to Lu Xiaoying. The window rolled down, revealing Chen Chen's sunny, handsome face. Mom! Upon seeing her own son, Lu Xiaoying immediately smiled, approached the car, and glanced around, just in time to see Lin Mushi sitting in the passenger seat. She smiled even more broadly. Xiao Chen is back. Mushi, you're back too. Lin Mushi, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned slightly toward Lu Xiaoying and politely greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Chen Chen placed his hand on the steering wheel and asked, Mom, are you going home? Yes. Lu Xiaoying turned to the others and said, my son and his classmate are back, so we'll head home first. You all stay and chat. After speaking, Lu Xiaoying opened the back door and got in. Chen Chen nodded to the informants and started the car, driving off. Hey, was the girl sitting in Zhang Wen's son's car Chen Chen's girlfriend? She looks like a goddess. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Chen's son is so lucky. Yeah, even though I only saw her for a moment, she looked so sweet. Look how happy Xiaoying was when she called her auntie. Oh my. It was as if the one called auntie wasn't Lu Xiaoying, but her. Everyone was showering Lu Xiaoying with compliments meant for Wu Zhaodi. Wu Zhaodi felt a twinge of jealousy and snorted, saying, Humph, she's not even his girlfriend yet. Didn't you hear Xiaoying say she's his junior? Besides, even if she is his girlfriend, who knows if they'll get married? The prettier the girl, the higher her standards. She might think Chen Chen is good now, but one day she'll snap out of it and run away. Everyone present heard Wu Zhaodi's words, but instead of joining in the criticism, they looked down on her. Who said her son brought home a pretty, honest girlfriend who was perfect for marriage? Why is it that when it comes to Chen Chen, a pretty girl can't be tamed? Wu Zhaodi, though she couldn't argue, spoke boldly, I didn't say anything wrong. Zhaodi, you really need to make sure your son keeps an eye on his girlfriend. Otherwise, if she runs off one day, you won't even have a place to cry. Wu Zhaodi was furious. I think you're just jealous. Jealous that my son brought home such a beautiful girlfriend. You either don't have one, or if you do, she is just average, you're too ashamed to even compare. Everyone ignored Wu Zhaodi. It was almost time to cook, so they finished their sunflower seeds and dispersed. Wu Zhaodi was furious. Just wait and see. When my son plays basketball during the new year, he'll beat that Chen family brat to the ground, and then you'll see who is really the better one. The crowd just laughed and said nothing. It's just a joke. Basketball is a friendly match, winning or losing just reflects the physical strength of each village. What does that have to do with real strength? Don't forget, the main investor for this year's competition is still the boss from Chun Village. Even if your Guo Village basketball team is better, so what? How many bosses do you have? How many college students have you produced? The little incident earlier didn't stop the informants from continuing to lurk at the village entrance, waiting to catch the next lucky one who passed by. Chapter 75, wanting to watch Chen Chun practice basketball, please keep reading. It's only a few minutes walk from the village entrance to Chen Chen's house. Chen Jiangwen and Chen Yuan were sitting in the courtyard, cracking sunflower seeds and basking in the sun, looking quite content. Upon seeing Chen Chen return, they quickly moved the table and chairs aside to let the car park in the designated spot. Once the car had come to a stop, they moved the table and chairs back to their original positions and sat down again to crack sunflower seeds and soak up the sun, looking utterly content. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying got out of the car. Her first words to Chen Yuan were, Chen Yuan, have you finished your homework? Startled, Chen Yuan nearly fell off her chair. She turned to her father with a questioning look. Mom, why are you riding in my brother's car? Chen Jiangwen shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Chen Yuan sat up straight and came up with a perfect excuse. No, I was tired from riding, so I came down to rest and soak up some sun to warm up. Mom, how did you get back in my brother's car? Electric heaters are indeed convenient. But after using it for a while, Chen Yuan still wanted to get out and let the sun pamper her. Besides, doing homework all the time really makes you want to throw up, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying hummed in agreement and replied, it's on the way to the village entrance. Chen Yuan realized what she meant. That pesky older brother, bringing mom back without even telling her beforehand. She'll remember that. Immediately, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the stunning figure in the passenger seat. She immediately grabbed onto her like a lifeline, running over excitedly. Mushi sister, you're back. Lin Mushi looked at the little figure rushing toward her and smiled. Yuan. Chen Chen followed closely behind. They were still wearing the white hoodies from last night. There was a sense of them being a couple. Soon, Chen Yuan noticed the difference between the two of them. Her gaze darted back and forth between Lin Mushi and Chen Chen. Something was off. Something was very off. Clearly, when she saw the two of them together yesterday, they seemed like strangers. Today, standing together, that feeling had mysteriously vanished. It was impossible not to feel the intimate atmosphere between them. Chen Yuan has never been in a relationship and doesn't have anyone she likes. She didn't understand this feeling. But she is a girl. Girls have an extremely accurate sixth sense. Now her intuition tells her that something has definitely happened between her brother and Mushi. Brother, Yuan Mushi. Just then, Chen Jiangwen took a sip of tea and interrupted her. Yuan, you've rested long enough. Go do your homework. At the mention of homework, Chen Yuan's little face immediately fell. She complained in a tone laced with both petulance and resentment, Dad, you're so mean. She then turned to look at Lin Mushi, her eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness, and said in a sweet, whiny voice, Mushi sister, I can't play with you anymore. I have to go do my homework. Sniff sniff. Chen Yuan muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with resentment, as she headed upstairs. She hated her senior year of high school. Once the college entrance exams were over next year, she would definitely go all out and make up for all the time she hadn't had to play over the years. Chen Jiangwen saw his daughter looking so upset but didn't feel sorry for her. If she hates it, let her hate it. But this girl really lacks discernment. Even if she notices something, she shouldn't call her out on it right there. It's so embarrassing for these young people. But she is still young, it's normal for her not to think that far ahead. As someone who's been there, playing the bad cop isn't a big deal. Shen, that kid, has already taken him down. No wonder he's Chen Jiangwen's son. Shen walked up to Chen Jiangwen and extended his hand. Dad, give me your phone. I'll show you how to set up the Mi Home remote-controlled lights. Chen Jiangwen casually spit out the sunflower seeds in his mouth, rocked back in his chair, and replied. Oh, that's okay. Yuan has already taken care of it for us. By the way, a Piao came looking for you earlier to practice ball. I told him you were out. Once you get back, go find them right away. If you don't have anything else to do, go ahead. A Piao was Chen Chen's middle school classmate. He didn't get into high school, so he went to a vocational school, and after that, he went straight to a junior college. Now he's a third-year junior college student. He will be starting his internship next year. Their relationship hasn't grown distant despite attending different schools. On the contrary, they often stay in touch via WeChat. This time when he returned to the village, he invited Chen Shen several times, but due to being busy, he had to decline each time. Upon hearing that Chen Shen was also participating in a basketball game, he immediately came to find him. Unfortunately, Chen Shen wasn't home at the time. Alright. After that, Chen Shen and Lin Mushi also followed them upstairs. Chen Yuan's door was tightly closed. It seemed like she had vented all the frustration she had received from her father onto her homework. Standing at the door, Chen Shen stopped in his tracks. He gently reached out and touched Lin Mushi's head, as if he had returned to the moment when he first pulled a piece of candy out of his pocket and handed it to her. With a hint of indulgence in his voice, he coaxed her. You stayed up too late last night. Why don't you rest at home for a while today? I'm going to practice, and I'll wake you up when I get back. Is that okay? Lin Mushi replied without hesitation, No, I want to go with you. She couldn't sleep if she was left alone at home. She hadn't seen the senior playing yet, and she wanted to watch. Lin Mushi saw other boys taking their girlfriends to play basketball, with their girlfriends sitting beside them. She wanted to try that feeling too. Chen Shen sighed helplessly and tried to persuade her. Watching basketball is a really boring thing to do. Are you sure you want to go? I'm sure. Alright then. Chen Shen relented, Wait here for a moment, I'll go change into a different jersey. Change your jersey? Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled instantly. She looked eager to see him put on the jersey. Chen Shen feigned seriousness and snapped at her, Don't follow me in. This little tease. But she wasn't about to obey him. She cheerfully followed him into the room. Seeing Chen Shen trying to shoo her out, Lin Mushi quickly said, If you kick me out, I'll scream and call Yuan over. She has even learned to threaten people. Chen Shen sighed helplessly, realizing he really couldn't do anything about her. You can come in, but you have to close your eyes. Lin Mushi playfully spread her hands, covering her eyes with her palms, and smiled, You go ahead, I've already covered my eyes. Chen Shen looked at her half-hidden expression and couldn't help but laugh, The way you're covering your eyes is no different from not covering them at all. Lin Mushi blinked innocently, looking completely unapologetic. Anyway, I've already covered them. Hurry up and change, or else I'll stop covering them. Facing Lin Mushi, who had removed her seal, Chen Shen had no choice but to comply. He could only resign himself to opening the cabinet, taking out his long-treasured white jersey number 8, and preparing to change into it. Chapter 76, Do you have to watch me change clothes? Lin Mushi watched as he pulled out the jersey and took it before him. The jersey, having been stored for a long time, emitted the musty odor typical of items left in a closet for extended periods. The smell was truly unpleasant, causing Lin Mushi to furrow her brows slightly. If it were someone else's clothes, she would have touched them not at all and thrown them away immediately. But this was Chen Shen's jersey, so even though she didn't like the smell, she examined it carefully. This jersey looks short and thin. With the weather this cold, wearing it like this will make you catch a cold easily, she said with a frown. Her tone was unusually concerned. Chen Chen shrugged it off and said, "Just wear a long t-shirt underneath and add a jacket. You won't be cold. Once you start playing and running around, you'll get warm and then you'll have to take it off. Are you worried about me?" The last 3 words were spoken softly and slowly, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable tenderness and ambiguity. Lin Mushi suddenly felt her face grow hot, and her speech became stammering. "Of course I care about my boyfriend. Is that not allowed? How bold of her." Chen Chen chuckled. "Of course it's okay. Alright, I need to change clothes. Turn around." He held her head with one hand and her arm with the other, gently turning her body so she was facing away from him. After being teased by Chen Chen, Lin Mushi seemed to have submitted, not struggling at all. Chen Chen easily turned her around. "If you don't want to look, then don't, hurry up and change." Chen Chen finally let go of her and began to undress. However, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized that Lin Mushi had turned around at some point and was blinking her eyes, looking at him with great interest. Chen Chen froze on the spot, his movements stopping involuntarily. Chen Chen had a build that looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. She had noticed it last night while soaking in the hot spring. But at the time, the lighting was dim, and he had been soaking in the water, so she couldn't see clearly. Now she could finally see clearly. Chen Chen's arms were raised halfway in the air, his clothes half undressed, and even the fine hairs under his armpits looked exceptionally sensual. His abdominal muscles trembled slightly with his movements. The sexual tension was almost unbearable. "I really want to touch him. I told you not to look." Chen Chen took off his clothes and covered her head with them, blocking her burning gaze. "Anyway, I've seen it before. What's wrong with looking a little longer?" Lin Mushi blushed and removed the clothes from her face. It was the senior's scent, just like him, fresh and not at all unpleasant. She hugged the clothes to her chest and began to openly examine Chen Chen's half-naked upper body. Sunlight streamed onto Chen Chen's sturdy chest, dancing on his slightly fair skin and casting shadows of varying depths. His muscles were well defined, neither exaggerated nor lacking in flexibility. His eyes sparkled with a smile, his eyelashes trembled slightly, his nose was straight, and his lips were well defined. His arms were strong and powerful, with veins slightly visible on his wrists in the sunlight. His waist muscles were tight and well defined, flowing smoothly, exuding a healthy beauty. His hair was slightly disheveled. Standing before Lin Mushi, he made her blush and her heart race, prompting her to quickly cover her face with her clothes again. Lin Mushi suddenly felt like she had found a treasure. "Little sister, why are you blushing? Didn't you want to see?" The trailing note carried a hint of laughter, his voice clean and gentle, like a feather gently tickling her heart, sending shivers down her spine. You should put your clothes back on. Don't catch a cold." Lin Mushi pushed Chen Chen's chest nervously, her touch as gentle as a cat's claws, but instead of pushing him away, it made Chen Chen's heart itch. He let out a low chuckle. He had thought someone was so bold, but it turned out to be just a paper tiger. He applied a little more force, and she shyly backed away. Chen Chen picked up a white long-sleeve t-shirt, slipped it over his head, slipped his arms through the sleeves, and then pulled on his jersey. The entire process was smooth and seamless, taking only a few seconds to get dressed. Lin Mushi tried to peek again, but only met a pair of smiling eyes. "I'm going to change my pants. Do you want to watch, little sister?" Who wants to watch?" Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red instantly. She hurriedly stuffed the clothes back into Chen Chen's arms and turned to run out the door as if escaping. Behind her, she clearly heard a hearty laugh. Her face felt like it was on fire, burning so hot it was terrifying. Taking a deep breath, her face still felt scorching hot. Lin Mushi frantically fanned her face with her hands, but it still felt hot. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew by that she finally felt the heat on her face begin to dissipate. Feeling a bit better, she slowly made her way back to her room. She took out a set of clothes from her suitcase, removed the dirty clothes she was wearing, revealing a stunningly beautiful figure that left one breathless. She looked like a meticulously carved work of art, every inch of her skin and every curve exuding an irresistible charm that made it impossible to look away. After changing into fresh clothes, Lin Mushi sat down at the desk. On the desk lay a plain red round mirror and a red comb. They were rather tacky, yet they exuded a warm, homey vibe. Lin Mushi showed no sign of disdain, picking them up and examining them carefully. These 2 items hadn't been there the night before. They must have been recently added by Chen Chen's family. Though simple, they were clearly given with care. Lin Mushi let her hair fall loosely and ran the red comb through it casually. Her hair was smooth and easy to manage, looking as though she had just stepped out of a salon. Paired with the loose yet stylish sweater she was wearing, it perfectly highlighted her unique blend of lazy charm and cool elegance. After getting ready, she opened the door and went inside. Just then, Chen Chen also opened the door. The 2 of them peeked out of the room almost simultaneously. When Chen Chen's gaze landed on Lin Mushi, he froze in place. Lin Mushi was wearing a peach-colored loose-fitting high-neck sweater, the length perfectly falling to the top of her thighs, paired with a pair of skin-tight flesh-colored tights that perfectly outlined her long, slender legs. She wore a pair of fur-lined boots in the same color scheme. Her hair was casually draped across her chest, exuding a carefree yet elegant charm. However, this sweater was actually quite picky about who could pull it off. As the village elders would say, it looked like she was wearing a sack. If anyone else wore it, it would be a fashion disaster. Yet when worn by Lin Mushi, it not only lacks any trace of rustic charm but also highlights her otherworldly beauty, making her appear like a fairy stepped out of a painting, breathtakingly stunning. Chen Chen is wearing a light blue and white striped trench coat, with a white t-shirt underneath and an 8-numbered white jersey over it. He pairs it with shorts matching the jersey and a pair of black sneakers. The entire outfit exuded a youthful energy, bold and unrestrained. Lin Mushi suddenly understood why those girls, who clearly didn't understand basketball, still sat on the basketball court to watch the boys play. Chapter 77, Battling for the Court. Please keep reading. Of course, it's because they're handsome. With handsome guys watching, even the most boring basketball game becomes interesting. Seeing Chen Chen staring at her the whole time, Lin Mushi looked down at her outfit and felt a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Do I look bad? This was the first time she had worn this outfit. She had bought it with Qin Yao. When Qin Yao found out she wanted to buy it, she had commented, "Don't think you can just throw on a sack and go out just because you're pretty." Really? Does it look like a sack? Chen Chen snapped back to reality and hurriedly praised her. It's beautiful. So beautiful that I'm afraid to take you out in public. Someone might try to steal you away. Hearing Chen Chen say it was beautiful, Lin Mushi raised her eyebrows slightly. As long as I don't pay attention to anyone, who could possibly take it from me? If it were that easy to be snatched away, all these years of confessing his feelings to her, why would it have come down to Chen Chen? She wouldn't like any other guy besides Chen Chen. Chen Chen was deeply moved and reached out to take her hand, which was hidden inside her sweater, saying, "Let us go." Chen Yuan opened the door to go to the bathroom and caught a glimpse of the two holding hands. Ha! A flash of surprise crossed her mind, followed by sudden realization. Sure enough, while she was doing her homework, something had happened that she didn't know about. It seemed her brother no longer needed her help. She had even planned to finish her homework and then look for a romance novel online to learn some tips. This speed, no wonder he's her older brother, Chen Yuan. After they went downstairs, he told Lin Mushi to wait for him in the living room. He went to the storage room to find a ball. Since starting university, the basketball had been put away. At the moment, he had no idea where it was, so he could only search through the storage room. After searching for a while without finding it, he naturally started shouting loudly, "Mom, where is my basketball?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slightly annoyed voice came from the kitchen. "Do I look like a basketball to you?" "No, you can't play basketball. Come help me find it, I'm going to be late for practice." Lu Xiaoying, wearing an apron and holding a bunch of Chinese broccoli, stormed out of the kitchen. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure in a peach-colored dress in the living room. Suddenly realizing that times had changed and she couldn't scold her son like that anymore, she put on her kindest smile and said to Chen Chen, who was rummaging through the drawers, "Son, look at that basketball. It's just lying there obediently next to the refrigerator. How could you not see it?" Chen Chen, startled, turned around and indeed saw a basketball quietly sitting in the corner next to the refrigerator. It was strange. He had definitely checked that spot earlier. He hadn't seen it at all. But now that Mrs. Lu had come, it had appeared out of thin air. Could it really be true, like they say online, that moms have their own way of tracking things in the house? Wait a moment. Chen Chen suddenly realized an even more terrifying problem. He stiffly turned to look toward the door and sure enough, Ms. Lu was smiling at him like a flower. Poisonous. Chen Chen picked up the basketball and made a throwing motion. Damn it! Who are you? Get off my mom right now, or the basketball in my hand doesn't have eyes. Lu Xiaoying. She gave Chen Chen a look as if he were an idiot, then turned and walked away, as if she had made up her mind. My own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood. After the new year, he returned to school. Just a couple of weeks. Hold on. Chen Chen retrieved the basketball. That was the kind of woman Mrs. Lu should be. As for what happened earlier, it must have been a mistake. Chen Chen casually tossed the basketball back and forth with both hands, walking out of the storage room with light steps, and said to Lin Mushi, "Let us go." Piao and 4 other young villagers, wearing colorful basketball jerseys, were playing basketball on the village court. One of them, wearing a blue jersey with the number 10, passed the ball to a young man in a red jersey with the number 7 and asked, "Piao, why isn't Chen Gu here yet?" Piao caught the ball, dribbled it steadily a few times, and replied, "I just asked Uncle Wen, and he said Chen Gu has already returned. He should be here soon." Just as they were talking, a group of people suddenly arrived, all tall and imposing, with an intimidating aura. As soon as they arrived, they walked straight to the basket. One of the young men, looking arrogant, declared his claim. "This court is ours now. You guys go play somewhere else." Piao acted quickly, snatching the basketball that was bouncing around and holding it tightly to his chest. He retorted angrily, "Guo Wei, are you blind? Didn't you see we were here first?" Guo Wei paid no heed, curling his lips into a dismissive smile. So what if you were here first? We want to use this basketball court now. You have to leave. Hurry up, or don't blame us for being rude. Apao didn't back down, retorting sharply, do you think we're afraid of you? Meanwhile, the other four quickly gathered around, standing shoulder to shoulder with Apao, forming an unbreakable line. Guo Wei snorted coldly, his voice laced with disdain and provocation. Today, you either leave, or we'll make you leave. Those who know when to yield are the wise. Have you ever heard that saying? Apao spoke calmly and confidently, if you dare to take it by force, we will fight back. If it comes to that, we'll go to the village chief to settle the matter, and we'll have the upper hand. Your village chief who can't even win a dragon boat race? Guo Wei's words were filled with mockery and contempt. Xinjia village and Guojia village were not far apart. Therefore, the two villages shared a basketball court. It wasn't exactly shared, there were two basketball courts, with one designated for each village by default. However, one of them, due to constant use, had a worn-out basket and floor. Those who arrive first naturally choose the better one. A group of young people from Xinjia village arrived early and claimed the better court. According to the rules, the later arrivals from Guo village should have used the dilapidated court, but they didn't play fair and forcibly took it. Both sides have teammates participating in the dragon boat race. When enemies meet, they naturally become more hostile. However, since Chen village was the losing side, their momentum naturally waned. Chen Pai gently tugged at Chen Apao's sleeve and whispered, forget it, Apao. Don't argue with them. Let's find another spot. Why should we? We were here first. Chen Apao's tone was filled with resentment and anger. Guo Wei, upon hearing this, smirked triumphantly and taunted, because you lost the dragon boat race. Losers don't deserve to use the good basketball court. Get out. Just as both sides were about to clash, a firm and powerful voice rang out from the distance, cutting off Guo Wei's arrogant outburst. If anyone should leave, it's you. It's Chen Gu. Chen Gu is here. The young man standing beside Chen Apao recognized the person immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he shouted. Chen Shen had already taken off his jacket, revealing the white jersey with the number 8 underneath. Holding a basketball in his right hand, he strode toward them with unrestrained confidence. Chapter 78, Provocation. Lin Mushi's first time protecting her husband. Please keep reading. Everyone followed the sound and looked in that direction. They saw a young man wearing a long-sleeved basketball jersey walking toward them. When their gaze fell on Chen Shen's composed demeanor, Guo Wei felt an inexplicable pang of unease in his heart. Clearly, Chen Shen's appearance showed no signs of anything unusual. He looked just like everyone else, except perhaps a bit more handsome. Thinking this, Guo Wei's face returned to its mocking expression. You must be Chen Chen, right? A bookworm who only knows how to study. Playing basketball? Why don't you just go back to your books? Chen Shen stood firmly beneath the basket, with Chen Apao and Chen Pai standing on either side of him. They faced off against Guo Wei's team of 5, creating a tense atmosphere that felt like a battle was about to erupt at any moment. Chen Shen clamped the basketball under his right armpit, tilted his head back, and responded to Guo Wei. Not getting into college isn't your fault. But you can't read, you can't play basketball, and you don't even know how to be a decent person. That's your fault. After speaking, Chen Shen raised his thumb toward Guo Wei and then lowered it. He provocatively exposed his 8 front teeth. The first round ended in a decisive defeat for Guo Wei. His face turned pale. You're a college student and you're the one starting the insults? Did all your education go to the dogs? Chen Shen suddenly shouted loudly, shut up. I won't let you call yourself a dog. Gu Wei, ? Chen Shen must be crazy, he was clearly insulting him. It was his teammate who reacted first, then burst out laughing, and Guo Wei finally realized he was the one being insulted. Chen Shen, you dare call me a dog? Chen Shen merely smiled faintly and responded calmly, admit it, there's no need to shout so loudly. Guo Wei was furious. He looked around and noticed that there were indeed quite a few people pointing and whispering. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a figure sitting on a stone bench beside the basketball court, dressed in a peach-colored outfit. His eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Was she there to watch them play basketball too? He wanted to go over. But at that moment, he was facing off against Chen Shan and the others, not the best time to strike up a conversation. Taking the court was their mistake to begin with. If the people from Chenjia village had given in at the beginning, there wouldn't have been any trouble. But now that both sides were refusing to back down, the situation was different. With the beautiful woman present, Guo Wei's tone softened slightly, but he remained provocative. Chen Shan, don't think that just because you've read a few more books, you can just insult people. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the stone bench by the basketball court. Apao stood beside Chen Shan, feeling more confident, and retorted without mercy. You started it first. What, you can insult us but we can't defend ourselves? Xin Pai also chimed in without hesitation. Exactly, if you can't take it, just get out of here. Guo Wei snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with challenge. Stop wasting time. There's only one good basketball court here. Since everyone wants it, let's settle it with skill. Let's have a shooting contest. Are you up for it? Chen Shen skillfully balanced the basketball on his fingertips, spinning it effortlessly while maintaining a composed expression. We can compete. If we win, no matter if we come early or late, you must unconditionally give up the court. Guo Wei sneered, his nose in the air, looking down on them. You talk a big game. Let's do it then. Who's afraid of who? If you lose, you'll have to run away with your tails between your legs whenever you see us coming. Chen Piao furrowed his brows and asked immediately. Who will be the referee? Guo Wei scanned the crowd outside the basketball court, his gaze finally settling on a figure sitting on a stone bench, head down, focused on playing with their phone. Find someone who isn't from either of our villages to be the referee. I think that young lady over there would be perfect. Chen Chen followed his gaze and raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Are you sure? Guo Wei, seeing this, grew even more smug. He challenged, what? Scared? Afraid of losing face in front of a beauty, right? That was exactly the reaction he wanted. Guo Wei gloated inwardly. Chen Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. I'm afraid you'll go back on your word. Lin Mushi, no matter where she was, always managed to become the center of attention. But her demeanor was like winter ice cold and unapproachable. Whenever she appeared, people around her would instinctively make way for her. Now was no exception. There were several empty benches by the basketball court. Almost every bench is occupied. But the stone bench where Lin Mushi was sitting was empty, as if the noise of the entire world had nothing to do with her. At that moment, Lin Mushi was chatting with Qinyao on WeChat. Qinyao, hee, why didn't you answer my video call? Lin Mushi, I'm outside watching basketball. Qinyao, aren't you the one who always hated watching basketball? Back in school, I dragged you to watch, and you said it was so lame. Lin Mushi, I'm watching the senior play basketball. Qinyao. Alright. So it was because there wasn't a guy you wanted to watch before. Now there is, so you think it's interesting again, huh? Women. Lin Mushi's slender, elegant fingers lightly touched the phone screen, like a pianist's hands dancing gracefully across the keys. She was about to reply to Qinyao with let's not talk anymore when suddenly, a shadow cast over her phone screen, interrupting her movement. Lin Mushi looked up and saw a muscular guy with a smirk on his face, using an old-fashioned pickup line to ask. Hey, miss, we're about to have a competition. It's simple, can you be our temporary referee? Lin Mushi's gaze followed Guo Wei to the back, where Chen Chen was running toward her. Behind him were a group of boys dressed in the same sports uniforms. Chen Chen met her gaze, shook his head, and said, don't pay attention to him. Guo Wei, hearing this, smirked triumphantly and taunted Chen Chen. Chen Chen, if you're scared, you can just admit defeat. Whether you compete or not, the result will be the same, you're destined to lose. Chen Chen gave him a disdainful look. Didn't you see that Lin Mushi was brought here by him? Guo Wei and his group hadn't noticed either. Earlier, I was too busy mocking the few members of the Qinjia village basketball team. Lin Mushi withdrew her gaze. Although she had been texting Qinyao earlier, she still knew a thing or two about what was happening on the basketball court. This person was bullying her boyfriend. Lin Mumu tilted her head slightly, and a cool, noble aura naturally emanated from her. Despite facing a group of tall, imposing-looking boys, her presence was no weaker. Instead, it grew even colder and more composed. Her presence was overwhelming. Even surrounded by a group of tall, imposing men, she didn't back down an inch. She sat there like a lotus flower, standing tall and unwavering in the midst of a storm, her eyes calm and deep, devoid of any warmth. Chapter 79. Who on earth is that beautiful young lady talking to? Please keep reading. That familiar, distant feeling surged once again in Chen Chen's heart. He realized that after spending time with her over the past few days, she had become so different, acting like a shy girl, that he had almost forgotten that Lin Mushi was the cold and aloof school beauty. A girl who could remain indifferent to all the boys who confessed their feelings to her. Guo Wei? He unconsciously rubbed his cold arms. Is this girl really that aloof? He just didn't believe it. Chen Pao, seeing this, couldn't help but giggle and teased. Oh my, look, she's not even acknowledging you. Chen Chen laughed along with her. Sparkles of stardust danced in her eyes. In Lin Mushi's eyes, his reflection was imprinted in her pitch-black pupils. Her aloofness was merely a protective shell, but she would never show it to Chen Chen. Guo Wei, upon hearing this, grew furious. If you can do it, go ahead. He refused to believe that he couldn't invite this young lady, yet Chen Chen could succeed. Though he wasn't as fair-skinned and handsome as Chen Chen. But he had a sturdy build and a wheat-colored complexion, a type many girls found attractive. Chen Chen slightly curved his lips, revealing a mischievous gleam at the corner of his mouth. He pushed past Guo Wei and approached Lin Mushi, smiling at her and saying, Miss, we're about to have a competition. It's very simple. Would you be our temporary judge? Guo Wei, seeing this, couldn't help but snort derisively, his tone filled with mockery. I thought you were so skilled, but it turns out you're just copying my lines. There's no originality at all. He felt relieved, and his mood improved slightly. The same lines, but since she ignored him, she naturally wouldn't bother with Chen Chen either. He waited to see the joke play out. Chen Pao and Chen Pai also felt that Chen Chen had been a bit careless. At the very least, he should have shown more sincerity than Guo Wei. Even if the invitation wasn't successful, the fact that the young lady was willing to express her feelings was already a win. He repeated Chen Apiao's words to Chen Chen. Oh, look, she is not even acknowledging him. Before Guo Wei could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Mushi's clear and pleasant voice. Alright. Guo Wei, ? Wait, he asked, and she didn't even respond. Chen Chen asked, and she agreed immediately. What does that mean? Lin Mushi sat upright on the stone bench, tilting her head slightly, gazing at him with a cool expression. Guo Wei immediately backed down. The young lady's gaze is so intimidating. However, it was precisely because of her aloofness that she appeared even more elegant and refined. Men inherently have a desire to conquer women. That's why there had always been a steady stream of boys confessing their feelings to Lin Mushi. Chen Chen gave Guo Wei a casual glance and said, for fairness' sake, I suggest we find a few more people to act as judges. To prevent this guy from backing out later. Chen Chen thought to himself. Guo Wei puffed out his chest and said, exactly what I was thinking. Chen Chen smiled lightly, his smile seeming to hold a hint of deeper meaning. Guo Wei suddenly felt a bit unsure of himself. What's going on? Why did he have the feeling that he was falling into a trap? It felt like no matter the outcome, he was destined to lose. Being able to judge alongside the Ice Queen was a coveted role, and everyone on the sidelines was vying to take it. 4 people were finally selected, 2 men and 2 women. Lin Mushi stood on the side of the scoreboard representing Chen Village, while the other girls stood on the side of Guo Village. This was because it concerned the future ownership of the basketball court for the 2 villages' basketball teams. So even though it wasn't an official basketball game, it felt just like a real one. The referees each took their positions, the audience was enthusiastic, and both teams were on high alert. The entire basketball court was filled with a tense yet lively atmosphere. Referee 1 blew his whistle softly and signaled with a professional and decisive gesture. Both teams, please send 1 representative to stand on the line where I am currently standing. Each successful shot will be worth 1 point. If a 3-point shot is made, it will be worth 3 points. The team with the most points at the end wins. As he spoke, he glanced toward the scoreboard. Chen Chen held the basketball and skillfully blocked the referee's view. Referee 1 wanted to lose his temper, but seeing Chen Chen listening intently, he had no choice but to hold back. After the game, he planned to ask the girl for her WeChat. Over there, Lin Mushi had just turned down a guy who wanted to add her on WeChat. The reason was simple, my boyfriend is very jealous. The guy, hearing that the girl already had a boyfriend, left with a dejected expression. It's not fair. Such a beautiful girl, who could she be dating? The rules of this competition were naturally thought up by Guo Wei. At that moment, he was smugly looking at Chen Chen. Chen Chen raised the basketball and made a shooting motion, dismissively retorting, I thought you could come up with something more creative for the competition. Is that it? Guo Wei snorted, if you surrender now, it's not too late. Last year's basketball game ended with him scoring a 3-pointer to win the championship. Chen Chen, what? You're bringing up last year's stuff this year? You haven't been standing still for an entire year, have you? Guo Wei. Damn it. Fists clenched. The game officially began. Wei Jiaozuan naturally sent Guo Wei as their representative. Chen Jiaozuan, on the other hand, sent Chen Chen. The two stood face to face, neither giving an inch, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Chen Chen stands at 179 centimeters, while Guo Wei is 175 centimeters. His height is not considered short in Guangzhou. However, in front of Chen Chen, he was always half a head shorter. Combined with Chen Chen's indifferent expression, his aura was significantly weaker. Guo Wei stood tall, trying his best to match Chen Chen's presence. The rules for serving are the same as in regular basketball, whoever gets the ball first gets to shoot first. Guo Wei looked determined to win. Chen Chen was no less impressive, and both of them had a determined gleam in their eyes. Beep. As the referee's sharp whistle sounded, he precisely tossed the basketball high into the air, tracing a perfect arc, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the arena. Everyone's eyes followed the ball's movement, eager to see who would secure the right to shoot first. The first shot can put significant pressure on the opponent. Once the opponent's mental defense is weakened, they are more likely to miss the shot. Guo Wei was playing exactly that card. Lin Mushi, watching from the sidelines, kept her eyes fixed on Chen Chen's every move. She was nervous at first, but seeing Chen Chen's confident demeanor, she relaxed. Feeling the icy gaze of the beautiful woman, Guo Wei's confidence soared. He spread his arms and leaped into the air. However, Yi Ju managed to grab the ball first. Just as he was about to mock Chen Chen, he realized the other person hadn't moved at all. He had been watching the entire scene with his arms crossed. What? You're not going to take it? Chen Chen took a few steps back, standing alongside Chen Apao and the others, curling the corners of his mouth. Let you have it. Guo Wei was so angry he almost dropped the ball. Boss, don't fall for his trick. He's deliberately provoking you. Chapter 80, playing with you, please keep reading. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at the members of the Guo family village. The one speaking was a young man about his age. It seemed that Guo Wei was the only one without a brain. Guo Wei suddenly snapped back to his senses, glaring angrily at Chen Chen, only to see that Chen Chen had already turned around and was chatting and laughing with his teammates, completely ignoring him. The best way to deal with an opponent is to ignore him. Guo Wei suppressed the rage boiling inside him, took a deep breath, clenched the basketball tightly in both hands, and tensed his muscles, preparing for his first shot. Clang! The first shot went in. Immediately, cheers erupted from his teammates and the crowd. Guo Wei adjusted his breathing and exerted himself once more. Clang! The second ball also went in. Guo Wei's confidence gradually returned with the 2 consecutive goals. He started to show off. Dribbling, spinning, shooting, scoring, cheering. Everything was under his control. However, the people who should have been drawn to the action were still staring at their phones. Is the phone really that interesting? At that moment, Lin Mushi was engrossed in a lively conversation with Qin Yao. Lin Mushi, we haven't reached the senior yet. Qin Yao, so in your eyes, there's only your senior, right? Lin Mushi, yeah. Qin Yao, oh, of course. You're already starting to protect your husband. Guo Wei wasn't giving up, glancing frequently in Lin Mushi's direction. Then, the third ball was beautifully thrown wide. This elicited a wave of regret from the others. But soon, everyone started cheering for him again. Guo Wei enjoyed the audience's reaction. But that wasn't what he wanted. He began dribbling again. Look, Guo Wei is about to take a 3-pointer. Really? The 3-pointer he made last year was so cool, it's still unforgettable. Ah, I can't wait to see how he does this time. Hearing the reactions from the crowd, Guo Wei's confidence gradually returned. However, when he looked over at Lin Mushi, she didn't even glance his way. Guo Wei continued his routine, dribbling to the 3-point line, took a deep breath, and gathered all his strength into his fingertips before releasing the ball with force. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, spinning twice around the rim under the watchful eyes of everyone present, before finally sinking smoothly into the net. It's in. 3-pointer. Guo Wei is so cool. Guo Wei is amazing. In the end, Guo Wei made 7 out of 10 attempts. Plus 1 3-pointer, totaling 9 points. This performance can be considered quite impressive. Next, it was Chen Jiatsuan's turn. Lin Mushi quickly typed a few words on her phone, it's the senior's turn. After saying that, she put away her phone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, and focused intently on the direction where Chen Chen was standing. Guo Wei had just made a good shot and was celebrating with his teammates, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Mushi had suddenly changed her cold demeanor and was staring at Chen Chen with the intensity of a starstruck fan. His smile vanished instantly. Shen Pao placed his hand on his shoulder, gave it a squeeze, and encouraged him. Shen Gu, go for it. Shen Gu, even if you lose, we won't blame you. We can always try again somewhere else. Shen Pao gave him an elbow nudge, what are you talking about? Our Chen Gu is definitely going to win. Though they said that everyone knew the odds were slim. Chen Chen gripped the basketball tightly, took a few steps, and as the referee's whistle blew, he flicked his wrist lightly. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the basket. Yes. Warm-up successful. Lin Mushi kept her eyes fixed on every one of Chen Chen's movements. Her clear eyes sparkled with unhidden excitement, like the brightest star in the night sky. She wasn't used to cheering in front of others, otherwise, she would have jumped up and shouted, Senior, you're so cool. Shouting it in her heart was just as good. Senior, you're so handsome. Senior, you're amazing. Chen Chen looked toward the referee, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Referee, does this count? Referee 1 stared blankly and looked away, outside the 3-point line, it counts. Just a few seconds into the game, Chen Chen easily scored a 3-pointer, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the court. The pressure immediately shifted to Gui Jiatsuan. Guo Wei snorted derisively, just lucky. Before he could finish, Chen Chen was already in motion again. He skillfully dribbled the ball to the 3-point line, his eyes flashing with a cold, determined glint. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball arced perfectly through the air, effortlessly swishing through the net for another 3-pointer. That 3-pointer was so cool. Aha, it hit me right in the heart. The girls who had been cheering for Guo Wei suddenly switched sides. From the start, Chen Chen had already scored 6 points. Meanwhile, Gui Jiatsuan had only 9 points in total. Guo Wei narrowed his eyes, feeling the tension rise within him. He finally realized he had underestimated his opponent. You can shoot a 3-pointer too? Who can't? Chen Chen replied casually, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Of course, who can't shoot a 3-pointer? The problem is, 3-pointers don't always go in. However, Chen Chen made 8 consecutive shots, including 3 3-pointers and 5 regular baskets. The last 2 were just missed. Chen Chen, you're messing with me. Guo Wei finally couldn't contain his anger and shouted loudly. Congratulations, you answered correctly, Chen Chen said with a smirk on his lips. Guo Wei was completely enraged and impulsively charged forward to teach Chen Chen a lesson. Just then, Chen Pao, Chen Pai, and 4 others quickly stepped in front of Chen Chen. Their eyes were firm, and they looked ready for a fight. If you want to touch Chen Gu, you have to ask us first. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Guo Wei, enraged, raised his fist to strike Chen Chen, but was held back by his teammates. Ah Wei, calm down, don't act impulsively. As Chen Pao had said earlier, if this escalated, even if they brought the village chief to settle the matter, they would be in the wrong. Guo Wei clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging with anger, but he couldn't do a thing to Chen Chen. Pao stood with his hands on his hips, smirking at him and said, "You little punk, you didn't know, did you? My brother Chen was on the basketball team in high school. If it weren't for his good grades, he might be in college or even playing professional basketball. When it comes to shooting, you've hit a brick wall." Guo Wei actually didn't know this. He was 2 grades ahead of Chen Chen. Plus, they didn't attend the same high school, so he only knew that Chen Chen was academically gifted and was often mentioned by his parents as an example to motivate their own children. He had no idea that Chen Chen could play basketball and so well at that. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have compared himself to Chen Chen. Just then, Lin Mushi, who had been standing by the scoreboard, walked over gracefully. Everyone noticed and instinctively moved aside, making way for her. As the beauty approached, all the men on the court, except for Chen Chen, became tense. Everyone's mind unconsciously conjured the same thought: is she here for me? Chapter 81, She's Your Girlfriend? In the end, she stopped in front of Chen Chen. Under everyone's gaze, she elegantly pulled out a pack of tissues from what appeared to be an expensive handbag and took one out. In an instant, the air was filled with a faint fragrance. She then tiptoed slightly, her voice gentle and soft. "Unlike her outward appearance, you're all sweaty. Let me wipe it off for you." Her demeanor was completely different from her earlier aloof and cold persona, as if she were a different person. The golden sunset bathed the entire landscape, casting a dazzling golden glow over everyone present. On that day, the figures of the boy and girl were deeply etched into the hearts of everyone present. A gentle breeze swept by, creating ripples in the air. Guo Wei finally realized something. You know each other." "No, wait, is she?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "That's right, she's my girlfriend." At those words, not only Guo Wei was stunned. Chen Pao and the others were also stunned. "What? No. Chen Gu, you. Heavenly beauty. Girlfriend? When you break the characters apart, they all recognize them, but when you put them together, how come they can't understand it? It's not that they don't believe in Chen Ge's abilities. It's just that, also, someone told them that Chen Gu already has a girlfriend. Who wouldn't want the whole world to know they have such a beautiful girlfriend?" Guo Wei's mindset completely snapped. "So, why didn't you say she was your girlfriend from the start? You even let her be the referee. This match needs to be replayed, it's not fair." Chen Chen laughed. Although she was listed as the referee, she was only helping to keep score next to the scoreboard. "The real referee was from your village. Did you forget so quickly? You're so young, yet your memory is so poor." Chen Pao chimed in, "Exactly. You don't even trust your own villagers? We'll see about that." Guo Wei, no matter how unwilling he was, could only leave with his teammates in anger. They wouldn't bother with such a shoddy field, it would only hinder their training progress. This year's competition, the village had already made it clear, they had to win, no matter what. If they lost, they'd be forced to kneel in the ancestral hall until the 15th day of the first lunar month. Who could endure that? Guo Wei and the others had just left the basketball court. They saw Gui Jiabao carrying a basketball, followed by a man who looked like a basketball coach. Upon seeing Guo Wei and the others, he asked in surprise, "Guo Wei, why aren't you practicing? Where are you going?" Although Gui Jiabao wasn't as big as Guo Wei, but his family was wealthy in the village. They were also one of the major sponsors of this year's basketball tournament. Gui Jiabao saw him and naturally wouldn't call him brother. Guo Wei was clearly in a bad mood. He replied in a low voice, "Change the venue." Gui Jiabao furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened?" One of them told Gui Jiabao what had just happened. "You mean the guy you were betting against is named Chen Chen? So he's also participating in the basketball tournament this year." Gui Jiabao was also attending Tianjiabing High School. He had heard of Chen Chen's name before. He never expected to run into him this year. "You guys are really something. Not only did you insist on competing with others, but you also lost. The competition hasn't even started yet, and you've already lost face." Gui Jiabao left a parting remark and ran toward his hometown in the village. The distance between Gui village and Chen village wasn't too long, but it wasn't short either. Gui Jiabao had come by bicycle. It took him about 20 minutes to get back home. Guo Baofeng was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with Yang Huimin. The mess on the ground made it clear that they had just sent off a group of guests. As soon as he entered the door, Gui Jiabao said, "Dad, Chen Chen from Chenjia village also participated in the basketball competition this year." Yang Huimin dismissed it with a wave of her hand. "He can join if he wants to, but does he think he can beat us? Aren't you supposed to be practicing? Why are you back?" Don't forget, they specifically hired a basketball coach to prepare for this year's competition. They're determined to win the championship this year. He's on the high school basketball team and is really good at basketball. If it weren't for his good grades, the school was considering letting him pursue a professional basketball career. Gui Jiabao's words left Guo Baofeng and his wife speechless. In previous years, whether Chen Chen participated in this basketball game or not didn't matter much. But this year is different. There's a big boss who really loves playing basketball. If any village won this year, they would get the chance to have dinner with him. The option with Lin Mushi was already off the table. This dinner opportunity has become their only lifeline. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen showed up out of nowhere. You go practice first. The rest is none of your concern. Wei Jiabao nodded and went back out with the basketball. Hua Bafeng was thinking of a plan. Yang Huiman spat out the sunflower seed shells from her mouth and said, "Honey, if all else fails, we'll arrange a car accident. Are you trying to break the law? It's almost New Year's, and you're thinking of doing something so despicable?" Yang Huiman felt wronged by the outburst. Then what else can we do? Are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? Since the day Hua Baofeng lost control and blurted out, "If you want a divorce, just get one," Yang Huiman had become much more restrained and no longer provoked arguments easily. Let me think about it. I'm warning you, Jiabo's grades aren't bad. Don't mess things up. One wrong step could ruin his life. They didn't care about themselves, but they couldn't ruin the child. Yang Huiman, fearing it might ruin the child, dared not act rashly. But this matter must eventually be resolved. After Guo Wei and the others left, Chen Apao and the others immediately surrounded Chen Chen. "Chen Ge, you're so mean. We agreed to stay single together, but you went and secretly found someone else." "Exactly, your sister-in-law is so beautiful, you're not afraid we'll fight you for her, are you? Are we the kind of people who would do that? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about practicing in peace." A group of people were chattering away, and Chen Chen helplessly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll tell you. We just got together last night and didn't have a chance to tell you yet. Here, I brought her over to introduce her to you." Chen Chen spoke while waving to Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi walked over to him with a light step. Then, Chen Chen took her hand and introduced her to everyone seriously. "Let me introduce you all. This is my girlfriend, Lin Mushi. We go to the same school, and she's a year younger than me. Oh, she is a junior. What a perfect match. Sis-in-law, hello. My name is Chen Apao. Sis-in-law, my name is Chen Pai. My name is Chen Yubing." Several people rushed to introduce themselves to Lin Mushi, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Chen Apao patted his chest and said earnestly to Lin Mushi, "Sis, if Chen Gu ever dares to bully you, just tell us, and we'll definitely help you teach him a lesson." "Hey, aren't you guys my brothers?" Chen Apao chuckled and replied, "Precisely because we're brothers, we can't let you go down the wrong path. A girl as wonderful as you, we must protect you." Chapter 82, My brother is super good at basketball, please keep reading. Lin Mushi was being stared at so directly for the first time. Standing beside Chen Chen, she felt a bit at a loss. However, everyone was so enthusiastic and genuine, and the initial awkwardness and unease gradually faded away. After hearing Chen Apao's words, her beautiful eyebrows arched slightly upward, and her expression mirrored Chen Chen's earlier boldness. "Senior, did you see that? I've got connections." She wasn't averse to being the center of attention, she just didn't like being surrounded by a crowd of strangers. They all said things like, "I really like you, can I add you on WeChat?" Or, "Can you give me a chance?" Or other such flattering words. But in reality, who knows how much sincerity is behind those words? What if one day she is no longer beautiful or her aloof filter breaks? Once that initial spark fades, can the original feelings still be maintained? Chen Apao and the others slung their arms around each other and chimed in. Exactly, we're all her backers. "Chen Go, watch out." A group of energetic young people chatted freely on the basketball court. The golden sunset stretched their shadows longer and longer, until they blended into the endless horizon. Time is long, time is short. While the two are together, let's fully enjoy the embrace of time. Chen Chen smiled and kicked Chen Apao and the others. "Stop talking so much, get back to practicing. We have to win the championship this year." "Championship. Win it." The five of them shouted in unison, their voices echoing with determination. Jokes aside, when it comes to serious matters, Chen Apao and his friends never take things lightly. Of course, studying was an exception. Because they really couldn't study. Even if they were kept after school every day by their teachers, when the final exams came out, they still got the same scores, and those who were at the bottom remained at the bottom. Though they hated to admit it, learning was truly a matter of talent. Chen Chen held Lin Mushi's hand and led her back to the stone bench. "Cici, wait here for me." After taking a few steps, he turned back, picked up the jacket lying beside him, put it on her, and also placed the hat on her head. "It gets colder here as the night falls. Don't catch a cold." Lin Mushi was tightly wrapped in the coat, revealing a face that could charm anyone, with her beautiful eyes blinking innocently. She nodded. Chen Chen's jacket fit him perfectly, but when he put it on Lin Mushi, it completely wrapped her petite frame. It had a certain, how to describe it? A different kind of allure. Lin Mushi blinked and nodded, burying her head in the clothes and taking a deep breath. It was her senior scent, fresh and pleasant. Back in high school, girls would sometimes wear their boyfriend's school uniforms to show off at school. At the time, she hadn't felt anything, but now, she finally understood. It was a way of marking her boyfriend as her own. It was a way of telling everyone that this boy was hers, and no one else was allowed to touch him. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the basketball court, spreading a warm orange hue across the ground. The boys were running around the court. Lin Mushi always managed to spot that figure first. His figure darted through the crowd, moving swiftly and powerfully. His side-parted bangs, dampened by sweat, hung messily across his forehead, which he casually pushed back with his hand. Every time he scored, his teammates cheered. "Shengu is awesome. Shengu is amazing. Dust brother, you're my god." After each goal, Chen Chen's gaze would also turn toward Lin Mushi. The two locked eyes and shared a knowing smile. The sky gradually grew dark. Streetlights began to illuminate the area. Others began to head home in small groups, their figures gradually disappearing into the night. The once bustling basketball court was now silent, except for the dull thud of the basketball bouncing on the ground, echoing through the empty night sky. Lin Mushi sat quietly on the stone bench, her gaze fixed on the agile figure on the court. Time passed slowly, but she felt no boredom at all. The final three-pointer landed perfectly, and Chen Chen waved goodbye to his teammates before walking toward Lin Mushi with light steps. His face still radiated the joy of exercise, his eyes sparkling, a far cry from his usual self, vibrant and alive. Seeing her still lost in thought, he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. "Stop daydreaming, let's go home." The familiar voice and scent snapped Lin Mushi out of her thoughts, realizing she had been staring blankly. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The boy in front of her was wearing only a tank top, his sweat glistening in the streetlight, and his white t-shirt had been taken off at some point. Perhaps she had seen it, but the impact of his beauty was too overwhelming for her to dare to recall it. Lin Mushi quickly took off her clothes and handed them to him. "Put your jacket on quickly, don't catch a cold." Chen Chen held the basketball with one hand, slightly bending down, and smiled down at her with a smirk. The young girl sat upright on the stone bench, holding out the clothes with both hands, her cheeks flushed red. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. A girl's blush speaks louder than any words of love. He smiled, tugged at his clothes, and moved closer to her, laughing freely. "Look at me, all sweaty. Do I look like I get cold?" In the dim light, droplets of sweat glistened on the girl's body. The young girl's face flushed again, and she said, "It's precisely because I'm sweating that stopping now would make me more likely to catch a cold." A cold breeze swept by, but Chen Chen didn't react. Lin Mushi, however, shivered first. Chen Chen took the clothes and covered her again. Before Lin Mushi could react. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chen was already walking away, dribbling the basketball. "Hurry up and catch up. Boys walk fast anyway," and now that he was dribbling the ball, he was moving even faster. Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment before breaking into a jog to keep up with him. Under the streetlights, their shadows occasionally crossed and separated, then overlapped again. After running all the way home, Lin Mushi found herself slightly sweaty. Her fair complexion was flushed, like a flower blooming in the morning sun, making her look especially charming. Da Huang had already heard the noise and dashed out of the house to greet them. Lu Xiaoying peeked out from the kitchen, her face beaming with a smile, and said warmly, "I'm back, just in time for dinner." Chen Chen put the basketball back in the storage room, wiped the sweat off his forehead casually, and replied, "I'll go take a quick shower first." Chen Yuan had just finished her homework and came downstairs from the upper floor. Seeing Chen Chen, she casually said, "Brother, Mushi's sister, you're back. I'm going to take a shower." Chen Yuan heard this and her eyes lit up. "Then I'll go find Mushi's sister to chat." Chen Chen hummed in response and quickly went back upstairs. Behind him, Chen Yuan's chatter could be heard. "Mushi, is playing ball fun? Mushi's sister, is my brother really good at playing ball? Mushi's sister, the outfit you're wearing today is so pretty. Mushi's sister." Chapter 83, Lin Mushi, I confessed first. After Chen Yuan blurted out a string of questions, Lin Mushi finally found an opening to respond with a smile. "Yes, Senior Chen is really good at basketball. Today he even competed with Guo Wei in a shooting contest and he won." Chen Yuan heard this and looked surprised, asking, "How dare Guo Wei compete with my brother in a shooting contest? Did he lose badly? I'm so sorry I didn't see it." Lin Mushi nodded and said, "He won. We even got the court for ourselves." Chen Yuan listened and said regretfully, "I really wanted to watch my brother play basketball, but I haven't finished my homework yet. There are a few tough problems I've been stuck on for ages." "Doing homework?" Lin Mushi's eyes lit up. This was her specialty. "I can help you." Chen Yuan let out a little squeal and jumped into Lin Mushi's arms. "Really? Mushi's sister, you're so kind. If you were my older sister, I'd smile in my dreams every night." "Sister-in-law. We already are," Lin Mushi thought to herself. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen finished showering and slowly walked downstairs. He changed into a dark coral-colored velour pajama set. His bangs, parted in a 3:7 ratio, fell casually across his forehead, and a few droplets of water slid gently down his handsome face, adding a touch of wild charm to his appearance. Lin Mushi blushed and blurted out, "Why didn't you blow dry your hair after washing it?" Chen Chen casually ran his fingers through his hair, sending water droplets flying. It dries instantly. The water landed on Chen Yuan, and she snapped, "Brother! You got water on me. Can you stop wiping it around?" When it landed on Lin Mushi, she merely smiled gently. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying and Chen Jiangwen had already brought the meal to the table and called out to the three of them. "Time to eat." Chen Yuan placed both hands on Lin Mushi's shoulders and led her toward the table. "Mushi sister, let's go eat. Don't mind him. Wow, sister, you're so soft." After saying that, she gently pinched Lin Mushi's shoulder. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud coughing fit came from Chen Chen beside them. Cough cough. Chen Yuan glared at him but ignored him and didn't continue the topic. After dinner, Chen Chen went to his room as usual to write. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi and Chen Yuan entered the room. As soon as they entered the room, they closed the door. By the time Chen Yuan came out of her room, it was almost 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan had been doing homework all day and was exhausted. After taking a shower, she said goodnight to Lin Mushi and went to bed, yawning. Glancing at Chen Chen's room, he saw him wearing earbuds and typing away on the keyboard with concentration. Lin Mushi also prepared to take a shower. She had brought limited clothes, and there wouldn't be enough for tomorrow. After taking a shower, she saw Chen Chen's clothes still lying in the bucket. She casually washed his underwear and socks, then put the clothes into the washing machine and pressed the start button. After finishing these tasks, she returned to her own room and leaned against the bed. Her thoughts drifted back to the scene of watching Chen Chen play basketball earlier that day. Those thrilling moments, his sweat, his smile after winning the game, and the two of them walking together under the streetlights all played repeatedly in her mind. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but cover herself with the blanket, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth, as if she were completely immersed in that sense of happiness and fulfillment. Just then, Xin Yao's video call popped up, interrupting her thoughts. She unconsciously pressed the answer button, and Xin Yao's casual yet attractive face appeared on the screen. "Hee, you look so love-struck. Could it be?" Opening blow. Lin Mushi's charming face flushed red like it had been touched by the setting sun, two delicate blushes spreading across her cheeks. She nodded gently, Xin Yao was surprised and widened her eyes. "That fast? No wonder. You're so beautiful, guys would want to pounce on you at first sight. Chen Chen Sr. has managed to hold on for so many days, that's really rare." Xin Yao was about to tease her further when she heard Lin Mushi speak softly. "I confessed first." Xin Yao, ? She recognized every word, but when put together, they felt so unfamiliar. It took her a full minute to finally piece the sentence back together. "You confessed first? How could you confess first? It's supposed to be the guy who confesses first." "Ha, you're so impatient, you." Xin Yao felt drained and collapsed onto the chair. Lin Mushi reacted as usual, seeming to think this was perfectly normal, completely out of sync with Xin Yao's thoughts. After a long while, Xin Yao asked again. "Are you coming back for the new year this year? I saw on the news that traffic is almost back to normal." Lin Mushi heard this and her eyes flickered slightly. Is the transportation really resuming? When she first heard about the traffic closure, she had felt panicked. Now, she selfishly hoped that it wouldn't resume so quickly. Xin Yao stared at her for a moment before saying, "Looking at you like that, I can tell you're not coming back." "Oh well, I guess I'll just have to spend the new year alone at home this year." The two had known each other for years and always made plans to hang out together during the new year. They had thought this would continue until they were old, but unexpectedly, someone had already backed out. To say she wasn't feeling a bit down would be a lie. Lin Mushi nodded imperceptibly. Xin Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. "I've said so much, and you've replied with more than 10 words? I really wonder how you usually chat with your senior. Is it just him talking nonstop, and you just occasionally say or okay?" Xin Yao thought of that scene and felt like the sky was falling. She genuinely doubted whether the senior could last until the start of the semester. Whether she'd be able to see that guy with the spring in his eyes in person when school started. Lin Mushi recalled her conversations with the senior in her mind. She realized that when she faced Chen Chen, she was just like Xin Yao facing her now, basically chattering nonstop. "Never mind, what can I do? I'm her best friend. If I don't help you, who will? Keep daydreaming. I'm hanging up." Lin Mushi? After Xin Yao and Lin Mushi ended the video call, she turned around and sent a message to Chen Chen on WeChat using the YY account. "YY, senior, are you there?" Chen Chen had locked his computer screen and was typing, so he didn't see Xin Yao's message. After waiting for a while without a reply, Xin Yao laughed in frustration. All right, both of you are so boring. No wonder you're a perfect match." She tossed her phone aside. "I'm just wasting my time meddling in other people's business." Chen Chen finished typing, and it was almost midnight. People in the countryside go to bed early, and at this hour, only his house was still lit up. He stretched his body, which had grown stiff from sitting for so long, and got up to go to the bathroom. As he passed by Lin Mushi's room, the door was open, and she was sitting on the bed, flipping through the book Harry Potter. Chapter 84, Shen Ergo, who is this guy? Please keep reading. Judging by the progress, she had read quite a bit recently compared to before. She didn't seem very interested. When she was alone, she was very quiet. So quiet that if you didn't notice her, you'd easily forget she was there. Yet her presence is very strong. Her aura is so striking that she naturally draws others' attention. In Chen Shen's impression, aside from reading, she seemed to have nothing else to do. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, speaking softly, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Mushi immediately lifted her head, moved her hand slightly, and said in a pitiful tone, "I can't sleep." Sigh. So soft. So cute. I want to tease. Chen Shen walked in, sat by the bed, and asked, "Are you not used to it?" Lin Mushi was about to say no, but upon seeing Chen Shen's concerned expression, she gave a mischievous smile and nodded. Chen Shen thought carefully. This was a dilemma. Lin Mushi had never slept at his place before, and his bed was vastly different from a hotel bed. It was only natural that she wasn't used to it. But he couldn't take her to a hotel every day. "Want to play some video games?" he asked. They had also played games together on the high-speed train, gradually getting to know each other. This might be a solution. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up, and she nodded again, "Sure. I'll go to the restroom first and bring my phone over," Chen Shen said with a smile, turning toward the restroom. "All right." Chen Shen went to the restroom to take care of his needs, then passed by Lin Mushi's room on his way back to his own room to get his phone. Lin Mushi quietly got out of bed, turned off the room heater, and followed him like a little tail. "Senior, can we use your room?" Chen Shen thought for a moment. His room had better Wi-Fi signal than this one, so he agreed. But he failed to notice the sly gleam in someone's eyes. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Mushi felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Senior, why is the heater in your room warmer than mine?" "Really?" Chen Shen was puzzled. He had kept the door open the whole time, so it shouldn't have been that warm. Could it be because Lin Mushi's door was also open? Before he could think further, Lin Mushi had already jumped onto his bed, burrowing under the blankets like a kitten, curling up with a satisfied smile on her face, and said, "It's definitely warmer here." Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time a girl had ever lain on his bed like this. He cleared his throat, trying to hide his inner turmoil. "Get down." Lin Mushi skillfully rolled up the blanket, her eyes sparking with a mix of challenge and playfulness. "No way. What is wrong with lying in my boyfriend's bed?" "Chen Shen, this is a guy's bed. This guy isn't a stranger. He is my boyfriend. Boyfriends are also guys." "I don't care," Lin Mushi said with a touch of stubbornness, "I'm staying here. We slept together last night, didn't we?" Chen Chen. No one would have ever imagined that the word "slept together" would ever come out of Lin Mushi's mouth. But Chen Chen couldn't say anything, precisely because they had slept together last night, which was why he wanted her to get down. However, no matter what Chen Chen said, Lin Mushi refused to get down, clearly intending to stay on his bed. Chen Chen had forgotten that this little woman had recently broken her restraints. She was completely different in front of him than she was in front of others. But this was the real her, wasn't it? Seeing Chen Chen standing by the bed like he did that day at the hotel, Lin Mushi reached out her hand and beckoned him. "Senior, come quickly. The blanket is already warm." Lin Mushi didn't realize how tempting she looked lying in bed and beckoning him. Chen Chen took a deep breath. "I'll just sit on the chair and play." If he didn't do that, he suspected the game wasn't even worth playing. Lin Mushi didn't press him further. The two pulled out their phones and logged into the game. "Timmy. Welcome to Honor of Kings." As soon as he entered the game interface, an invitation window popped up on Chen Chen's screen. He glanced at it and saw it was a ranked match invitation from Liu Zihan. Chen Chen didn't close the window. Instead, he opened a new matchmaking room and added both Lin Mushi and Liu Zihan. After sending the invitation, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something. He turned to Lin Mushi and said, "I invited one extra person." Lin Mushi nodded, "All right." She felt a bit nervous. The last time they played a game was on a high-speed train. She had died horribly. The thing was, she didn't even know how she had died. There was no doubt she had lost badly. When choosing heroes, Chen Chen asked, "CC, which hero are you going to play?" Lin Mushi asked with some anticipation. "Can I play other heroes?" Chen Chen said, "Of course, you can try Dodgy. Many female players like to play her." "All right." Lin Mushi followed Chen Chen's advice and selected Dodgy. Chen Chen chose the Mad Dog Jungler, while Liu Zihan took the marksman role. The other two players might have been AI. They chose Lu Bu and Diao Chan respectively. That's right, Diao Chan is support. The matched lineup was that reckless. Usually, when Chen Chen and his roommates play together, they all pick the jungler role, while Lu Zihan is the fixed marksman. After entering the game, Chen Chen told Lin Mushi, "After the game starts, go straight to the mid lane and don't worry about anything else. I'll come to support you. If you can't handle them, just retreat back to the defensive tower, they won't be able to reach you." He crossed his legs and leaned back lazily in his chair. His bangs fell loosely over his forehead, making Lin Mushi blush and her heart race. She instinctively sat up straight and looked down at her phone screen. As soon as she entered the game, Liu Zihan started typing as usual. Liu Zihan, hello, everyone. I'm a elementary school student. Lin Mushi looked up in surprise at Chen Chen. You're playing games with a primary school student? Chen Chen didn't look up and replied. Don't mind him. He's just fishing in the matchmaking. Lin Mushi, fishing? Chen Chen explains simply, fish frying refers to high-ranked players going to lower-ranked areas to play, also known as trolling noobs. After saying that, he felt a bit uneasy. He didn't know if Liu Zihan was an elementary school student, but there was indeed an elementary school student right beside him. Someone who had never played a game before, brought along to play. They couldn't tell teammates apart, couldn't tell minor enemies apart, and couldn't even tell the defense towers apart. If they got addicted, that would be trouble. But then he thought about it. With the current terrible matchmaking in the game, it probably wasn't enough to get someone hooked. So I felt reassured. Lin Mushi, so, who's better between you and him? Chen Chen scratched his nose and smiled confidently, you'll see soon enough. After the game started, Chen Chen's Dianwei developed normally. But unexpectedly, the opposing team was also a bunch of noobs. And their skills were superior to theirs. Liu Zihan failed to bait the fish and ended up getting baited himself, while Diaochan stayed glued to Lubu the entire time. Daji kept charging into the enemy's defensive tower, sacrificing herself repeatedly. Liu Zihan lost his composure and started taunting. Chen Erdu, who is this guy? He's really good at dying. I thought I was bad enough, but it turns out there's someone even worse than me. Chapter 85, Should I trust him or trust myself as the first emperor of Qin? Seeing the text in the game, Lin Mushi's face turned slightly pale. There was no need to guess the insults were directed at her. But she really wasn't good at this game. Last time she played with Chen Chen in a duo, it was even worse than this, and no one even bothered to insult her. Lin Mushi had thought the players in this game were pretty decent. She never expected. Chen Chen glanced at her briefly before lowering his head to reply on his phone, girlfriend. Clang. Xiao Zihan, who was thousands of miles away, fell off the bed with a thud. His phone was held high, narrowly avoiding damage. Wait, didn't you say yesterday that you might treat me to a meal? I even comforted you back then, and now, less than a day later, you're telling me you have a girlfriend? Liu Zihan grew increasingly angry. Fine, the fool is me. He threw the phone aside, looking like a lifeless body. After a while, he picked up his phone again, typed out a message, and hit send. Ergu's girlfriend, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you earlier. No, I wasn't insulting you, what I meant was I'm also pretty clueless, hee. So cold. A moment later. Lin Mushi replied, it's okay. She wasn't very good at typing in games, so she typed slowly and didn't write much. From those few words, Liu Zihan could imagine that she was a very obedient and gentle girl. He didn't say anything else and focused on playing the game. However, the initial gap was too large, and his teammates weren't pulling their weight, so as a marksman, he couldn't develop properly. There was no doubt they lost. After finishing the game, Liu Zihan had no interest in playing with them anymore. He started tagging all his roommates in the 602 dorm group chat. Chen Ergo got a girlfriend, guys, let us go after him. Zhang Tao, what about the comfort I gave you earlier? At Chen Chen. Liu Zihan, you're just being overly kind. Zhou Yuyang, the person in the entire dorm who was least likely to find a girlfriend, is the first one to do it? Liu Zihan, just tell me if that's not frustrating. Zhang Tao and Zhou Yuyang asked simultaneously, where's the photo? Liu Zihan, right, where's the photo? At Chen Chen, we want to see the photo. Hurry up and send it over. Chen Chen was currently in the valley, playing another game with Lin Mushi. After Lin Mushi was killed for the 10th time at the enemy's defensive tower, she was discouraged. Senior, I really can't play mid lane. Chen Chen casually comforted her. It's okay, next time just pick Yao and play with me. Yao's gameplay isn't that complicated. Chen Chen hadn't expected Lin Mushi to be this bad. Alright. Chen Chen. Why does it feel so satisfying to let her take Yao? However, once the game started, there was no doubt that he was getting crushed. WeChat kept popping up with messages, so Chen Chen had no choice but to open the small window and reply, playing a game. Liu Zihan, so, where's the photo? Zhang Tao, so, where's the photo? Zhou Yuyan, photo? Chen Chen, after this game. So, where's the photo? 3 roommates in the gaming room all replied with the same message and tagged Chen Chen repeatedly. Chen Chen, really want to see? He gets along very well with this group of idiots in the dorm. They called each other brothers and even referred to each other as father and son. They always thought of each other first when something good happened. Before coming to university, he never imagined he'd need such great roommates. Now that he is in a relationship, he should at least tell them. So, he selected a photo of Lin Mushi taken at Wangyue Lake and sent it to them. He imagined they'd be more surprised to see the photo than to find out he had a girlfriend. As expected, the 602 dormitory group remained silent for a long time. Chen Chen played games comfortably. See? That's what happens when you're curious. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, Liu Zihan replied first. But it wasn't the reaction he expected. You little brat, I really thought you were dating someone, making me almost unable to sleep. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Are you kidding me? That message from the girl in the game couldn't possibly have been sent by Lin Mushi. Jiang Tao. Zhou Yuyang, read. Chen Chen. These days, the world is really going downhill. If you tell the truth, no one believes you anymore. Lu Zihan, do you believe that Chen Erga's girlfriend is the cold and aloof school beauty Lin Mushi, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Jiang Tao, I believe you're Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Zhou Yuyang, we believe you're Qin Shi Huang. Lu Zihan, you saw it. No one believes you. Don't tell such cold jokes anymore. We won't make fun of you for not having a girlfriend, but if you do have one, we can't guarantee we won't kill you. At Chen Chen. Chen Chen originally wanted to post the photo of him and Lin Mushi, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Once he gets back to school, they'll behave themselves. Chen Chen was already looking forward to seeing the expressions on those guys' faces when they found out he was really with Lin Mushi. With that thought, he didn't rush to explain to his roommates. This turn of events was unexpected. He D1. Lin Mushi put down her phone, feeling a bit discouraged. Earlier, they had encountered another couple. But what made them different was that the couple worked together seamlessly. One was the jungler, and the other was the mid laner. They would occasionally team up to ambush the enemy in the bushes. This enraged the opposing team, who started cursing them as adulterers. It can be said that their ability to turn the tide against the odds is all due to their seamless teamwork. I didn't play well in this round. Let's try again. Lin Mushi curiously glanced at Chen Chen. He explained, the person who said this is Lu Zihan was my roommate. His name is Lu Zihan. He heard I have a girlfriend and kept tagging me in the group chat asking for photos, so that's why we lost so badly in the last game. It was mostly my fault. Upon hearing about the photos, Lin Mushi's heart clearly fluttered. Did you give them to them? I did, but they didn't believe me. Why? Lin Mushi asked. Chen Chen held his phone and thought carefully for a moment before saying. Maybe they think you're too distant from us in everyday life, like a fairy who doesn't touch the mundane world, so they can't believe it. But it's not a big deal. Once we get back to school, they'll believe it whether they want to or not. Lin Mushi heard this and said softly. Senior, once we're back at school, you might have to face more skeptical voices. Probably no one will believe they're dating. Chen Chen smiled and said. Hey, what's the big deal? We're the real deal, not fakes. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Lin Mushi smiled. Her smile was truly beautiful, like spring blossoms blooming, melting the ice and frost bit by bit. Want to keep fighting? Chen Chen asked. No more fighting. Then, go back to sleep. Lin Mushi put down her phone, lay down, and said with a hint of stubbornness. I don't want to go back to sleep. I'm going to sleep here tonight. Stop being a child. Senior, come over here quickly. Chapter 86, interrupted in the heat of the moment. Please subscribe. She really looked like a seductive little demon. Chen Chen's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed a few times, his voice low and hoarse. Stop fooling around. Yuan is still in the next room. He snapped out of his daze almost instantly. Right, Yuan was still in the next room. She was still so young. How could he? Lin Mushi stared intently into his eyes. Why can't Yuan know that I'm your girlfriend? Her tone carried a hint of sadness. Does she really have to be hidden away like this? Or was it that the senior hadn't actually considered staying with her long term? Of course she can know you're my girlfriend, but she can't know you were in my room at midnight. After all, she is only in her senior year of high school. Oh, so that's it. She thought. Lin Mushi gave a sly smile. Then we can just speak quietly, right? Is this even about being quiet or not? That little woman kept doing it over and over again, and there were a few moments when Chen Chen felt like he was about to lose his mind. Lin Mushi had already stood up, kneeling halfway, holding his face, wanting to kiss him. Ever since they kissed last night, Lin Mushi had been thinking about when they could kiss again. She truly loved kissing him. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. When he saw his reflection in Lin Mushi's eyes, his heartstrings were deeply moved. Unconsciously, his hands wrapped around her waist, and he leaned in to kiss her. She wanted to kiss him, and he wanted to kiss her just as much. Before they knew it, their positions had switched. The boy used his hands as support, leaning forward slightly, while the girl lay flat. Though there was a distance between them, Chen Chen could still clearly feel the sensation from the two spheres touching him. They were both crazy. Both of them were steady, very serious, and deeply immersed. There was a desire to merge into each other's bodies. Knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. The sound was very soft, very soft. Immediately afterward, a sneaky voice drifted in. Brother, are you asleep? The two were still lost in their passion, but the sudden knock on the door and the female voice interrupted them, causing them to panic. Chen Chen's breathing was rapid, and his hands were still supporting the girl above her. Lin Mushi was no better off. Chen Chen muttered under his breath. Chen Yuan, this idiot, why is she knocking on the door so late? He quickly wrapped Lin Mushi tightly in the blanket and whispered, don't make a sound. After that, he tidied up his clothes, calmed his breathing, and got out of bed. Chen Yuan was woken up by the urge to pee. She stumbled out of bed, still half asleep, to use the restroom. After finishing, she noticed her brother's room was still lit and assumed he hadn't fallen asleep. She came to the door and knocked gently. After a long time with no response, she began to feel curious. Had he fallen asleep? Chen Yuan was about to go back when she heard a hoarse voice coming from under the door. I'm getting ready to sleep. Brother, what's wrong with your voice? Did you catch a cold? Chen inside the door almost lost his composure. Just say what you need to say. Spit it out. Brother, how are things with Mushi's sister? She had wanted to ask during the day, but couldn't find the opportunity. Her brother was either not home or with Mushi. Seeing them come back together in the afternoon, Mushi's sister's expression made Chen Yuan curious beyond belief. After listening to Mushi explain the problem that night, she had only one thought: she wanted Mushi to become her sister-in-law. Lin Mushi in the room also perked up her ears to listen. She also wanted to know if Chen would finally admit their relationship to his sister. Girls always hope their boyfriends will openly acknowledge them. Chen's soft voice drifted to her ears. You're just a kid, daydreaming all the time. Have you finished your homework? Chen Yuan ignored his tone, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother, I'll tell you, Mushi must like you. If you just try a little harder, it'll definitely work out. Should I teach you? Chen was speechless. I'm curious, how did you come to think that with your brain that can only handle homework, you could teach me how to date? Chen Yuan. Oh, this. That actually makes sense. Chen snapped again, go back to sleep. Brother, just tell me if you like Mushi's sister or not. I really can help you. Lin Mushi also realized at that moment that the senior had never mentioned whether he liked her or not. Your Mushi sister is already your brother's girlfriend. Are you satisfied now? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, as if countless stars had been ignited. Wow, really? That's great. Yay. Just as she was getting excited, Chen opened the door and came out, looking down at her. Chen Yuan, I'm warning you. You only have half a year left before the college entrance exams. If I catch you in a romantic relationship, both you and your monkey are finished. Chen Yuan was so scared she took several steps back, then said firmly, brother, calm down. Early romance doesn't exist for me. Is your homework not interesting anymore, or have you finished your exams? No, I only love studying. You better remember what you said. Otherwise you know how serious the consequences will be. Chen Yuan fled back to her room and shut the door. Mom, my brother is so scary. Chen slammed the door shut. Lin Mushi peeked out from under the blankets, a smile playing on her lips. Why did you scare her? Someone snorted coldly. She deserved it. Who told her to interrupt his fun? Chen sat back on the bed, glanced at Lin Mushi, and added an explanation. If we didn't scare her, she'd keep asking questions until she got an answer. You don't want her barging in here in the middle of the night to gossip and then find you lying in my bed, do you? Lin Mushi couldn't help but laugh out loud, haha. Chen saw this and quickly wrapped her up in the blanket like a little dumpling, saying, go to sleep. But he couldn't stop the little woman from wriggling her way toward him. Before Chen could speak again, Lin Mushi had already steadied his composure. Oomph. Don't even think about chasing her away again. The basketball players from Chen Village and Gui Village had a heated argument over the basketball court, which eventually caused a big commotion and became common knowledge. Guijia Village had clearly become much more low-key, with their previous arrogant demeanor completely gone. On the other hand, Xinjia Village was the opposite, with morale sky-high. Chen Zixuan was dancing with joy. It was as if she were celebrating a victory of her own. Grandpa, I wasn't wrong, was I? Having Chen participate in the game was definitely the right decision. Chen Tianhe had been smiling non-stop ever since he heard the news that Chen and his team had defeated Gui Jiatsuan. Hearing his granddaughter's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although the official competition hasn't started yet, we at least managed to win the first round. Chapter 87, Taking Mushi Shopping. Thinking back to the scene after the dragon boat race when they couldn't hold their heads up in front of Gui Jiatsuan, Chen Tianhe couldn't help but feel overjoyed. But then he thought of something else and grew somber. I heard his girlfriend is both beautiful and talented. You'd better give up on her early. Chen Tianhe believed his granddaughter was exceptionally talented. Only outstanding young men were worthy of her. He had thought that Chen was barely passable, but it turned out he already had a girlfriend. Since that was the case, he had to be ruled out. Chen Zixuan stuck out her tongue playfully at him. Grandpa, what are you thinking? I'm just focused on winning in the village. I haven't thought about anything else. Though she said that, Chen Zixuan was secretly thinking about finding the right opportunity to check out Chen's so-called girlfriend. Is she really as beautiful and outstanding as everyone says? It's good that you think that way. I won't say much more. The new year is approaching. Clean up the house. Your parents won't be back that quickly. I'll go talk to Jiangwen. Chen Tianhe gave a brief instruction, then walked slowly toward Chen's house with his hands behind his back. Chen Zixuan looked at the two-story house, her little face scrunched up in frustration. I hate the new year. When will the heavens finally grant me a boyfriend? Then I wouldn't have to clean this huge house alone anymore. However, no matter how unwilling she was, Chen Zixuan could only clean the house alone this year. Chen Yuanyuan had gotten up at 6 in the morning to start her homework, which she worked on until past 8 o'clock. She rubbed her growling stomach and opened the door to go downstairs. As soon as she stepped downstairs, she saw Lu Xiaoying's head suddenly peek out from the storage room. Her gaze was as intense as a teacher's death stare, causing Chen Yuanyuan's heart to race and her body to tremble involuntarily. She hurriedly explained. Mom, I just came down to get something to eat. I wasn't trying to slack off. I did my homework properly, and I even asked Mushi's sister for help last night. Just as Chen Yuanyuan thought Lu Xiaoying would, as usual, scold her for making excuses, she suddenly broke into a kind smile and said gently. Mom knows. It's like this, your father and I planned to clean the house today, and we were worried that Mushi might feel awkward about helping. So we wanted you to take Mushi out shopping. Plus, you and your brother Haven T bought your New Year's clothes yet. You can also look for something Mushi likes and buy it all at the same time. Lu Xiaoying said this while transferring 2,000 yuan to Chen Yuanyuan's phone. Chen Yuanyuan received the transfer and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. So much money! It was the first time ever. In previous years, buying clothes for the two siblings during the new year would only cost 500 yuan at most. Mom, aren't you worried that Mushi won't become my brother's girlfriend and all this money will go to waste? Mushi is so well behaved and obedient. I'm happy with it. Is that not okay? Alright, whatever Mom says is right. But I'll tell you something, my brother already said last night that Mushi is already his girlfriend. Chen Yuanyuan smiled mischievously. Lu Xiaoying heard this and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming joyfully, Are you serious? Of course it's true. My brother admitted it to me last night. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. Saying this, Chen Yuanyuan skipped up the stairs. Lin Mushi just happened to come out of Chen Shen's room. Seeing Chen Yuanyuan come up, her cheeks flushed slightly. Chen Yuanyuan, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed, linking her arm through Lin Mushi's and smiling, Mushi's sister, shall we go shopping? Lin Mushi secretly sighed in relief. Lin Mushi sighed in relief and smiled, sure. Although she and Chen Shen were already boyfriend and girlfriend, being caught sleeping in the same room was indeed a bit awkward. Chen Yuanyuan said happily. I'll go ask my brother to drive us there. Saying this, she kicked open her brother's door. Brother, I want to go shopping with Mushi today. Can you drive us there? After shouting, she suddenly realized that Lin Mushi was also there and felt a bit embarrassed. She laughed awkwardly to cover it up. Mushi's sister, you don't mind, okay? I want to kick my brother's door again. Wowo thinking about how her brother now had a sister-in-law and was no longer just her brother, Chen Yuanyuan felt a surge of inexplicable sadness. Yesterday she hadn't felt anything, but today for some reason, she suddenly felt like she might lose her brother, and her little face instantly wrinkled into a little dumpling. Yuan, you don't need to apologize to me. No matter what happens, Senior will always be your brother. Mushi's sister, you're so kind. Chen Shen was putting on his jersey when the door was kicked open, but he remained calm. Upon hearing Chen Yuanyuan's words, he suddenly remembered that Lin Mushi had been wearing the same few outfits lately and indeed needed to buy some new clothes. Alright, I'll drive you there, then come back to practice. When it's time, call me, and I'll come pick you up. As the new year drew nearer, it meant that the basketball season was about to begin. So in the coming days, Chen Shan and Chen A Piao had made plans to practice basketball in the morning and afternoon. Alright. Chen Yuanyuan happily went to change into a new outfit and even took the time to neatly style her hair for the first time in ages. Finally, she no longer looked like a living corpse. However, when standing next to Lin Mushi, there was still a significant difference between them. Chen Yuanyuan had thought about it. After all, one couldn't compare oneself to a master. Chen Shen drove the two girls to the largest mall in Guangzhou, Walmart. Brother, I know I'll take good care of Mushi's sister. Chen Shen's gaze, however, was fixed on Lin Mushi. This girl has always been wild. You'll have your hands full today. Chen Yuanyuan, ? Is that even human speech? What did she do that was wild? Before she could protest, Chen Shen had already started the engine and merged into the traffic. Mushi's sister, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. I'm not wild at all. I'm easy to handle. The two girls held hands and followed the crowd into the mall. After beating Wei, the others dared not come to the basketball court to compete for the court anymore. Chen A Pao and the others had arrived even earlier today to practice. Chen Gu, where's your wife? Chen A Pao asked curiously while dribbling the ball. Chen Chen replied, she's out shopping with Yuan. A Pao asked again, why aren't you going? Chen Chen passed the ball to him, stop chatting and practice. Got it. Everyone responded in unison, quickly taking their respective training positions and preparing to start the next round of training. Chen Gu, is it just my imagination, or does the ball feel off today? Shen Pai didn't hold back, saying, you're the one who's off. I don't even want to say it. Without a beautiful woman watching, you have no motivation, right? Chen Pao chuckled and retorted, Chen Gu isn't in the zone either. With his wife not here, his chances of scoring today have dropped significantly. Chapter 88, I think I forgot about your brother. Hearing A Pao and the others teasing, Chen casually tossed the ball over, stop talking so much. But he couldn't help but think, could it be true, as A Pao said, that Lin Mushi's influence on him was really that great? Without her, his skills had plummeted. He composed himself and began to play seriously. When Chen got serious, A Pao and the others were in for a rough time. They couldn't keep up with his pace and were getting thoroughly beaten. Pao Gu, it's all your fault. Why did you bring up your sister-in-law? Now look at us, we're all getting beaten up. A Pao also complained bitterly, I didn't expect this either. Chen Gu is really inhuman. He's been training at high intensity for over 2 hours and is still as energetic as ever. That's terrifying. Everyone was exhausted, but Chen still seemed unfatigued, continuing his training. So, there's no such thing as natural talent. It's just because they have incredible perseverance. Chen Yuan was out shopping, but she kept sending messages to Chen, sharing their itinerary. Bro, guess what we're doing right now? We're getting our nails done. Let me tell you, the nails Mushi did are absolutely stunning. Bro, do you want to see the nails Mushi picked out for me? Bro, I saw an extra large Snow King at the mall. It's so cute. I'll send you a photo. Attached was a photo of the huge Snow King. Bro, listen to this song. Doesn't it feel like the new year? Bro. During the intermission, Chen checked his messages. His WeChat notifications are almost overflowing, but they're all from Chen Yuan or the 602 dormitory group. The chat window with Lin Mushi, however, was completely empty. Chen suddenly realized that since adding Lin Mushi as a friend and being together, the number of times they had chatted on WeChat could be counted on one hand. Although it was because Lin Mushi lived at his place, there was no need to go through the trouble of using WeChat. Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. However, he didn't think much of it. He opened Chen Yuan's chat window, ignored the long string of nonsense she had sent earlier, and asked, what are you guys having for lunch? Chen Yuan, Mushi's sister said she's taking me out for Western food. I checked, and that restaurant is pretty expensive. Chen's family wasn't exactly wealthy, so when Chen Yuan said it was expensive, he thought it was normal. For that girl, even a barbecue would feel expensive. Chen, did you buy the clothes yet? Chen Yuan, Mushi's sister said we'd play for a while in the morning and go shopping in the afternoon. Chen, Not being able to accompany his girlfriend on her first shopping trip was a rather irresponsible act. However, Lin Mushi didn't get angry because she wasn't the type to make a scene. However, it seems like he hasn't spent any money on Lin Mushi properly yet. After thinking about it, Chen opened the chat window with Lin Mushi and transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Then he remembered the recently popular transfer notes, so he added, the above transfer is a voluntary gift. Soon, Lin Mushi replied with a question mark. Chen, this is for you and Yuan to go shopping. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, just let me know. I'm sorry I couldn't accompany you on your first shopping trip. Once the basketball game is over, I'll make sure to take you shopping properly. Lin Mushi stared at the transfer and message from Chen for a long time. Senior, it's okay. I have my own money. The tone was filled with a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Chen suddenly understood what was missing between them. They lacked the normal communication and transportation arrangements that a couple should have. From this message alone, those who knew them would assume they were a couple, while others might think they were just brothers borrowing money. I want to spend money on my girlfriend. Is that okay? It does seem like it shouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that she always felt something was off. Lin Mushi didn't respond immediately. If she had gone out with Chen, they could have taken turns paying. But now that Chen isn't here, he transferred the money to her. Does that mean that when two people are together, the guy has to pay? Lin Mushi was confused. She had never been in a relationship before. Xin Yao hadn't either. If you asked her, she'd probably just look as clueless as she felt. Lin Mushi turned her gaze to Chen Yuan beside her. Ever since she entered the mall, she had been alternating between talking to herself and looking at her phone. Curious, she asked, Yuan, who are you chatting with? Chen Yuan was taking photos of the mall's enormous balloon castle to show Chen. Upon hearing Lin Mushi's question, she replied naturally. My brother. Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment and asked. Are you reporting your itinerary to your senior? Chen Yuan blinked her eyes. Report? No, I'm just sharing the fun things we encountered while shopping with my brother. Look. Share fun things? Lin Mushi seemed confused. Yeah, I like to share everything with my brother. Even though he doesn't reply much, it's okay. I just say what I want to say. She held her phone up to Lin Mushi and showed her what she and her brother had been chatting about. Lin Mushi saw that it was all very ordinary stuff. So ordinary that she thought it wasn't even worth sending a WeChat message about. Is it because he is your brother that you want to share with him? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. It's one of the reasons, I guess. Would you share your life with anyone other than your brother? Chen Yuan nodded and said. Yes, I shared my new manicure with my best friends, and they all said it looked nice. Chen Yuan raised her hand, showing off her newly done crystal manicure, which was indeed very beautiful. Then would you share your life with your boyfriend? I mean, your future boyfriend. Although I might not necessarily date someone, I definitely would. If you're not willing to share your life with him, what kind of boyfriend is that? You might as well stay single. Lin Mushi thought carefully about Chen Yuan's words. If you don't even want to share your life with him, what kind of boyfriend is that? Lin Mushi suddenly realized that she had never even considered sharing her life with Chen. Take today's outing as an example. Chen Yuan would always share interesting things she saw with her brother, but she had never once thought about sharing anything with her boyfriend. Since her mother passed away, her father rarely came home, and she gradually lost the desire to share her life with anyone. Take Xinyao, for example. If she didn't ask what he was doing, he wouldn't reach out either. Xinyao was carefree and didn't think much of it. After all, if the mountain wouldn't come to her, she'd just go to the mountain herself. Looking at Lin Mushi's ever-changing expression, Chen Yuan thought she must have done something wrong. She cautiously asked. Mushi sister, what's wrong? Lin Mushi's cold expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of sadness. Yuan, I think I've been neglecting your brother. Chapter 89, Mushi isn't home today, so watch out or I'll beat you up. What? What do you mean forgot? Are you saying you didn't go watch him play today? Oh my, Mushi, I'll be going every day from now on. You'll probably get tired of watching him eventually. I mean, I've never even thought about sharing anything with your brother. Chen Yuan seemed a bit confused by what she meant. Huh? No, what do you guys usually talk about on WeChat? When she reads novels, the male and female leads always have so much to say. And it's precisely because they have common interests that they end up together. Lin Mushi made a face like she wanted to cry. We didn't talk. She had a cold personality, and her face rarely showed any emotion besides coldness. Seeing her make such a vulnerable expression, even I felt sorry for her. Chen Yuan immediately patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. If you didn't talk, then you didn't talk. Even though you're a couple, you still have your own life. Chen Yuan's height was typical of a girl from Guangzhou, around 155 centimeters. Standing next to Lin Mushi, they had a certain chemistry. However, she immediately heard Lin Mushi say, we didn't talk at all. Chen Yuan was stunned. You didn't talk? How did you end up together? You didn't just randomly start dating, did you? Lin Mushi thought about it seriously and realized that, well, there was a bit of truth to that. That day, she had selfishly thought that she wanted this boy to belong only to her, so she confessed her feelings. Mushi sister, let me tell you, when two people are together, they need to have a desire to share. Otherwise, your feelings will fade quickly. What if one day another girl starts sharing everything with my brother every day? That would be dangerous. Of course, my brother isn't the type to be fickle. He's the most loyal person you'll ever meet. The most loyal? Lin Mushi suddenly thought of the girl he had secretly loved for 3 years. Yeah, if he wasn't loyal, how could he have silently liked a girl for 3 years? In the end, after finding out she had a boyfriend, he quietly stepped back. Lin Mushi asked again. Well, if your boyfriend transfers money to you, would you accept it? Chen Yuan rubbed her chin with her fingers. If two people are planning to be together forever, then I would definitely accept it. You can save it for when you start living together. Plus, if you don't spend your boyfriend's money, what if he spends it on another girl? That would be a huge loss. Lin Mushi thought Chen Yuan's words made sense. She asked. Yuan, do you really not have a boyfriend? Chen Yuan replied. No, I don't. Isn't all that stuff taught online? But the online trends are getting distorted by some people these days, so there's not much worth watching. I just added some things based on my own ideas. As for how Mushi's sister thinks, that's entirely up to her. Did my brother transfer money to you? The last part of her sentence made Chen Yuan's eyes sparkle. How much did he send? Chen Yuan cupped her face with both hands, looking expectant. Lin Mushi sighed helplessly. 5,000. Wow, Mushi's sister, my brother is so good to you. Last time I ran an errand for him, he only gave me 100 yuan. That was just for the taxi fare. Although Chen Yuan was complaining about her brother, she didn't feel the slightest bit upset. Instead, she felt even happier. Does this mean she could keep the 2,000 yuan her mom gave her for shopping all to herself? No. She couldn't keep that much. Taking half should be okay, right? Chen Yuan was carefully thinking about how to sneakily take some of the money without anyone noticing when she saw another boy with a bold expression, holding his phone with a QR code, approach Lin Mushi and ask shyly. Hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat? Lin Mushi refused effortlessly. I have a boyfriend, thanks. Chen Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Mushi sister, you're so cool. She turned around and immediately told her brother. Bro, I'll tell you something. I just walked around with Mushi for a bit and she's already been asked for her WeChat by so many guys. She just turned down another one. You're in trouble. Chen Chen. Chen Yuan Yuan, but she didn't add any of them. She said she has a boyfriend, hee hee. Chen Chen. Chen Chen finished playing basketball and went home for lunch. When he got home, he saw only pickled vegetables with white rice on the table and was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. Mom, did our family go bankrupt? No, that can't be right. We've never been rich, so how could we suddenly go bankrupt? He had played basketball all morning and was starving. Lu Xiaoying drizzled some peanut oil over the pickled mustard greens. Hearing Chen Chen's words, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Get out of here. A good-for-nothing like you has no right to complain about the food. No, Mom, I was playing basketball. It's a legitimate activity. You don't want me to keep embarrassing the family in the neighboring village next year, do you? Didn't you see we're having a big cleanup today? I'm already cooking rice, what else do you expect? If you want to eat, eat. If not, just go hungry. Chen Chen rubbed his nose, I'll eat. Chen Chen put the ball away, washed his hands, sat down, and prepared to eat heartily. Although the meal was simple, it didn't matter to Chen Chen, who was hungry and found everything delicious. By the way, the village chief stopped by for a while. Just as he took a bite of rice, he heard Chen Jiangwen say. Chen Chen paused mid-bite and asked, "What's the village chief doing at our house?" He really wanted some meat. Chen Jiangwen, on the other hand, was eating heartily. He glanced at Chen Chen and asked, "Did you get into a fight with those kids from Guo village last night?" As soon as she heard that Chen Chen had gotten into a fight, Lu Xiaoying panicked. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're in college now, and you're still getting into fights? Mushi isn't home today, just wait until she gets back, I'll beat you senseless." She began searching the area for anything that could be used as a weapon. Chen Chen was startled and used both hands to stop her. "Mom, before you beat me, can you please let Dad finish speaking first? At least let me die with some peace of mind." "Spit on you." "Spit, spit, spit. It's the new year, what nonsense are you talking about? Spit it out right now." Under Mrs. Lu's intimidation, Chen Chen quickly spat out the words he had just spoken. Chen Jiangwen, accustomed to such scenes, took several bites of rice and said with some approval, "Son, I think you did the right thing. Others are bullying us right to our faces. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think the Chen family village is easy to bully." Lu Xiaoying glared at Chen Jiangwen angrily. "The child is young and doesn't know any better, but you're so old and still meddling? Are you two trying to drive me to my grave?" "I didn't say that. The village chief said it." Lu Xiaoying's expression softened slightly upon hearing it was the village chief who said it. She feared those people had reported the matter to the village chief. She had come today specifically to settle accounts with Chen Chen. She had decided that if they were really there to settle accounts with her son, she would beat him first. After beating him, those people wouldn't dare say much more. Chapter 90, Encountering Another Oddball Uncle. Please keep reading. She would beat them herself, at least she would have a sense of closure. It's just about showing others an attitude. No matter what, her son was her flesh and blood. She could beat him, but others had no right to. Not even her father. "Of course, Dad thinks you did a great job. Oh, my son has finally grown up and can bring honor to his father in the village." Before Chen Chen could be moved, Chen Jiangwen had already finished eating, stood up and casually said, "I'm done eating. You wash the dishes today." Chen Chen had only just started eating when he heard this, and his eyes widened. "Dad, that's cheating. What's the rule? Isn't it's supposed to be me who finishes first?" "Oh, right, those are." Chen Jiangwen pointed to the pile of unwashed pots, bowls, and utensils next to the faucet and added. Chen Chen raised his thumb at him. 6. He deliberately brought up the matter of the village chief coming over, but only mentioned half of it at first. The result was to tease him and provoke Mrs. Lu's anger, while he ate without distraction. After finishing his meal, Chen Chen sighed heavily as he squatted in the sink to wash the dishes. Chen Jiangwen brought out a chair, raised his phone, opened the camera function, aimed it at Chen Chen's back, and praised him in the dialect of West Province. "Oh my little gentleman has grown up, he knows how to wash dishes now." Needless to say, this video would be uploaded to all his social media circles. Chen Chen was speechless, put on his gloves, and got to work. At that moment, I was enjoying a delicious, expensive meal at a Western restaurant when I saw a video my dad had sent in the family group chat. I tapped it open and almost burst out laughing. "Haha, Mushi sister, I've got something great to show you." Lin Mushi was elegantly cutting a piece of steak with a knife and fork when she heard Chen Yuan's loud laughter. She instinctively looked around. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned toward her. However, Chen Yuan didn't seem to notice anything and continued laughing uncontrollably. Lin Mushi, feeling a bit envious, withdrew her gaze and asked, "What is it?" "You'll never guess, ha ha ha." Chen Yuan opened the video and held her phone close. Lin Mushi took the phone and saw Chen Chen wearing a sports jersey, crouched in a pool, washing dishes with a miserable expression. This wasn't particularly funny on its own, but paired with Chen Jiangwen's words, it was hilarious. Chen Yuan laughed so hard she slapped the table. "Isn't that hilarious? Ha ha ha." My master is going to die from washing dishes, haha. I can't take it anymore. Listen to my uncle's replies, they're also hilarious. Chen Yuan tapped on the comments below and played them for Lin Mushi. Everyone was using Qin Jiangwen's tone to praise Chen Chen. Lin Mushi smiled, envious of the way Chen Chen's family interacted. It was exactly the life she had always dreamed of. Chen Chen finished washing the dishes and it was time to practice basketball. He grabbed his basketball and car keys and headed to the basketball court. Piao and the others arrived a bit later. However, after Chen Chen made a few baskets, they gradually arrived as well. Chen Pai looked a bit downcast. He approached Chen Chen and said with a worried expression, Chen Gu, I heard that this year, Huijia Village hired a professional basketball coach to give them systematic training. Really? Do they have to be so competitive? We agreed this was just a friendly match between villages. Bringing in a coach changes the whole meaning of it. Piao said angrily. Chen Chen heard this and simply replied, don't worry about them. Let's focus on our training. Piao and the others nodded. Everyone quickly immersed themselves back into the intense training. This time, no one dared to slack off. 2 hours later, Chen Chen and the others finally collapsed on the field, lying in a heap. Piao turned his face toward Chen Chen. Chengu, I thought you wouldn't get tired, but it turns out, you're just like us, haha. I only had pickled mustard greens with rice for lunch. Was he really tired? He was clearly starving. He didn't eat enough at all. He's worse off than us. Chen Chen sat up, returned to the stone bench, and drank half a bottle of water. Then he picked up his jacket nearby, pulled out his phone, and opened it. Chen Yuan's WeChat message popped up at the right moment. Brother, we VE run into Mushi's aunt again. Come quickly. Chen Chen kicked the basketball by his feet, threw the jacket over his shoulder, and turned to leave, as if he had made up his mind. Piao and the others were startled by Chen Chen's actions. By the time they reacted, he had already started walking toward the car in big strides. Piao hurriedly shouted. Chen Gu, where are you going? You guys keep practicing. I'll continue tomorrow. Got it, Chen Gu. Take care, Chen Gu. As soon as Chen Chen left, Piao and the others collapsed back onto the basketball court. Finally, we can rest for a bit. Of course, they wouldn't rest for too long. This time, the basketball championship was Qinjia Village's for the taking. Forget about the coach, just win. Chen Chen drove as fast as he could to the Walmart supermarket where Chen Yuan and the others were. As soon as he entered the underground parking lot, the speakers began playing the New Year's song Chen Yuan had sent him earlier. What a beautiful spring flower, everyone loves it. What a beautiful spring flower, bringing light and glory to the earth. Indeed, it was only in certain places that one could truly feel the essence of the new year. However, Chen Chen had no time to dwell on it. He hurried toward the floor where Lin Mushi and the others were. Lin Mushi was currently sitting in a cafe in the mall with her so-called uncle, listening to him endlessly talk about how difficult his life was, and she couldn't help but want to laugh. Not long ago, she had received a transfer from Chen Chen. Though it wasn't much, it wasn't even enough to buy the tip for her handbag. But it was his heartfelt gesture. Earlier, she had wanted to take Qin Yuan to a boutique to buy clothes, but she had refused, both because it was too expensive and because her parents had already given her money for shopping. She didn't want to make her spend extra money. And her own uncle had never shown her any kindness from childhood to adulthood. Every time he came looking for her, it was for money. It seemed as though without money, their relationship was completely severed. Cici, your uncle isn't forcing you. I really have no other options. Just take a look and talk to your father. See if he can help your uncle get through this difficult time. Guo Baofeng never expected to run into Lin Mushi at the mall today. And her boyfriend wasn't there, so he immediately dragged her to the cafe and pleaded with her again. Lin Mushi curled her lips into a mocking smile. Uncle probably doesn't know that my father already has a new daughter. So do you think my words still matter? Hearing this, Guo Baofeng was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Your father, how dare he? There's nothing to be afraid of. My mother has been dead for so many years. He remarried and had another child, isn't that normal? Perhaps even Lin Mushi herself didn't realize it, but by stating this brutal truth, she no longer felt the same sense of abandonment by the world as she had at the beginning. Chapter 91, Your Chen Chen? Please keep reading. Because she was no longer alone. Her gaze turned toward Chen Yuan. She noticed Chen Yuan peeking over here. As if she were afraid she might be wronged. Moreover, the way she looked, she seemed ready to rush in and protect her at any moment. Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, like stars in the sky. In that moment, she longed to be part of that joyful family. Cici, if you can't stay in that family, come back to your uncle's house to live. Chen Yuan had been waiting eagerly for Chen Chen to arrive. Brother, you're finally here. Mushi is over there, and she seems to be getting bullied. Chen Yuan pointed to a cafe in the distance, speaking with some indignation. It wasn't that she didn't want to go over. But Chen Yuan was watching over a pile of things. Mushi had instructed her to keep an eye on them. Chen Chen followed the direction of her finger. He saw Lin Mushi sitting across from Guo Baofeng. Even from the side, it was clear that Lin Mushi was in a bad mood. She had indeed been bullied. He didn't hesitate for a moment and headed straight in that direction. Before he could get close to Lin Mushi, he heard Guo Baofeng speak. Go back to your place and let her aunt, cousin, and grandmother humiliate her again? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Mushi turned her head and saw Chen Chen walking toward them. He then walked straight over and sat down next to Lin Mushi. One hand rested on the chair, the other on his knee. Just like the day he suddenly appeared at the hotel, he looked rough and tough, yet somehow reassuring to Lin Mushi. Guo Baofeng didn't directly refute Chen Chen's words. Instead, he glanced up and down at Chen Chen, noticing the basketball jersey he was wearing underneath, and asked, "You also participated in this year's village basketball tournament?" "That's right." Guo Baofeng asked. "Can you tell me which village you're representing?" "Chenjia village." Guo Baofeng had guessed it. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know a young man named Chen Chen?" Chen Chen leaned back slightly, placing one hand on Lin Mushi's chair. "I know him." "Then, could you give me his contact information? I need to speak with him." Chen Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What do you need him for?" Guo Baofeng said, "I want to discuss this matter with him personally." Chen Chen adjusted his jacket and said, "You can just tell me, because I am Chen Chen." Guo Baofeng was completely stunned. "You're Chen Chen?" "That's right. So, you can just say what you need from me." Guo Baofeng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "This basketball game is very important to me. I want you to withdraw from the game. Name your price." Chen Chen smiled. His laughter was unrestrained and bold, exuding an air of confidence and dominance. "If I'm not mistaken, you're here to talk about investments with Mushi again, right? You want me to name my price? Are you sure?" The last words carried a hint of provocation. Guo Baofeng couldn't help but feel a slight chill run down his spine. Upon realizing it, he was startled to find himself feeling astonished by a mere upstart. After all, he had once been a formidable figure in a certain area and held a respectable position in Guo village. Yet here he was, being outmaneuvered by a college student. Every time you go to her, besides asking her to help you, have you ever thought about the fact that you're her own uncle? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lin Mushi's eyes grew moist and turned slightly red. "Cici, let us go." Chen Chen took Lin Mushi's hand and walked away directly. Chen Yuan watched from afar as her older brother walked over, sat down in a confident posture, exchanged a few words, and left Lin Mushi's uncle speechless. Then he pulled her away and walked off with a domineering air. Her mind automatically filled with the plot of a romance novel. She decided once she got to college, she would write romance novels. Chapter 92, Her Brother Has a Girlfriend. Please keep reading. Chen Chen held Lin Mushi's hand and walked up to Chen Yuan, saying, "I've already told Mom we're not going home for dinner tonight. What do you want to eat?" Chen Yuan naturally looked at Lin Mushi and asked, "Mushi sister, what do you want to eat?" Lin Mushi's gaze, however, was fixed on Chen Chen's legs, which were only partially covered by his shorts. Chen Yuan waved her arm in front of her face and asked, "Mushi sister, what do you want to eat?" "Your pants." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan finally noticed that her brother had come over wearing only shorts. "Brother, you're only wearing that much. You must be freezing. Let's hurry home." As she spoke, she began frantically picking up the items on the ground. She had forgotten that her brother was playing basketball and was wearing a basketball jersey. Although he had put on a jacket, his legs weren't moving, so he would definitely get cold after a while. Chen Chen shrugged indifferently. "It's not cold inside the mall. Since we're already here, let's have dinner before going back." Chen Chen hadn't eaten enough at lunch and was now very hungry. Lin Mushi furrowed her brows slightly. "No, you'll catch a cold." This was a rare display of assertiveness. Chen Chen thought to himself, if she had been this assertive when facing her uncle as family, she wouldn't have been bullied all the time. Lin Mushi withdrew her gaze and looked up just in time to see a brand-name men's clothing store nearby. She took Chen Chen's hand and led him over there. Chen Yuan followed behind, glanced at the store name, and muttered, "This place is a bit pricey." Chen Chen didn't know much about brands, but judging from the store's appearance, she knew it wouldn't be cheap. "Just pick any pair of pants to wear," he said. However, in Lin Mushi's eyes, there was no such thing as just pick any pair. Once inside, she began carefully selecting clothes with the store clerk's assistance. Chen Yuan found a spot and put her things down. She was ready to ship the couple on the spot. A girlfriend picking out clothes for her boyfriend, that's the perfect material for a novel. After all, she had already decided to write a novel. With only half a year left before the college entrance exams, it was about time to start gathering material. Lin Mushi turned around and waved at her. Yuan, come take a look at this outfit. Is it nice?" "Huh?" Chen Yuan paused for a moment before standing up and walking over to Lin Mushi. She was holding a set of trendy clothes that the salesperson had put together and was trying them on Chen Chen. He stood there like an emotionless clothes hanger, letting his girlfriend try different outfits on him. The dark colors were perfect for winter. The brand name store's styling was, of course, impeccable. Chen Yuan nodded in approval and said, "It looks good." The two girls fussed over Chen Chen for a while, and finally Lin Mushi said, "I think it's nice too. Senior, why don't you try it on?" "I think." Before Chen Chen could finish, Lin Mushi pushed him into the fitting room. "Go try it on," with a hint of playfulness in her voice. Chen Chen's words were suddenly cut off. With no choice, he could only go inside to try on the clothes. He looked down at the clothes in his arms. It was a complete set. Pants, undershirt, jacket, and even shoes. The texture felt very high quality. Of course, the price was also reasonable. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, it was just that he didn't buy clothes like this. But Lin Mushi's attitude left no room for doubt. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment before reluctantly changing into them. There was a mirror inside the fitting room. After changing, Chen Chen stared at the person in the mirror for a long time. He felt a bit unfamiliar, almost unrecognizable. Chen Chen couldn't quite figure it out. He had come here to help Lin Mushi out of a bind, so why had he ended up buying clothes for her instead? He tidied up his messy hair, opened the fitting room door, and stepped out. As soon as he stepped out, he heard Chen Yuan's excited exclamation. "You look so handsome, Mushi sister. Your taste is amazing." Lin Mushi turned her gaze toward Chen Chen, her pupils contracting slightly. She also thought her taste was pretty good. "Let us go with this one. I'll pay for it," Chen Chen said. Lin Mushi said. "You've already given me shopping allowance. I'll buy this outfit." Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, "You didn't take it either. You didn't take the difference for the soft sleeper on the high-speed train either." Lin Mushi took out her phone, opened the chat window between the two of them in front of Chen Chen, and clicked to accept. "I've claimed it." After saying that, she turned to the saleswoman and said, "Payment." Chen Yuan nudged Chen Chen's arm with her shoulder. "Wow, the clothes my girlfriend gave me look so different when I wear them. They're so stylish and cool." Chen Chen gently tapped her on the head. "I'll go put the stuff in the car first. You two decide where we're going to eat later." Chen Yuan nodded. Chen Chen packed everything up and walked toward the elevator. Lin Mushi finished paying, and Chen Yuan asked, "Mushi sister, what do you want to eat?" Lin Mushi said, "Let's go eat hot pot." "Sure, this is the perfect season for hot pot. Plus, I know there's an authentic beef hot pot place here. Let's go there." After deciding what to eat, the two headed to the fifth floor food street. Chen Yuan originally wanted to send a message to Chen Chen, but she took out her phone and put it back. "Mushi sister, send a message to my brother and tell him we're at the beef hot pot restaurant on the fifth floor." Lin Mushi slowed her pace and sent a message to Chen Chen. Chen Yuan was checking where the hot pot restaurant was located. After looking around, she couldn't find the hot pot restaurant but spotted someone she knew. "Hey, Yuan, are you out shopping today too? Are you buying new clothes for the new year?" "Su Yan, I saw Yuan. Tian spotted Chen Yuan and rushed over to greet her, still holding her phone up to her face, video calling Su Yan. "Yeah, I'm here with my brother and sister-in-law." "Hi, Su Yan." From the video, Su Yan's shrieks could be heard. "Ah, you ran into Yuan and her brother. If I'd known, I would come shopping with you today." Tian wasn't paying attention to that. She curiously asked, "Yuan, which sister-in-law are you talking about?" Chen Yuan replied naturally. "Which sister-in-law could it be? Of course, it's my own sister-in-law." Just then, Lin Mushi finished sending a message to Chen Chen and walked over to Chen Yuan. She immediately took Lin Mushi's hand and introduced them. "This is my sister-in-law." Seeing Lin Mushi, Tian's mouth formed an O shape. "Your sister-in-law is so beautiful." "Hello, sister. I'm Yuan's classmate and best friend." Su Yan was initially excited, but fell silent upon hearing that Chen Chen had a girlfriend. When Lin Mushi's figure appeared on the phone, she seemed to have lost all her strength. "Really, she's so beautiful. Even more beautiful than a celebrity." Tian promptly turned the phone screen toward her and laughed awkwardly. "You guys eat. I'm going shopping first." After saying that, she hurried off. Chen Yuan waved goodbye to Tian excitedly, completely oblivious to Lin Mushi's pensive expression. Chapter 93, let's make it official, please keep reading. The two had just sat down at the hot pot restaurant when Chen Chen arrived. However, as soon as he reached the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, he was pulled aside by two girls asking for his WeChat. He wasn't bad looking to begin with, and he had just changed into a brand name trendy outfit. Moreover, it had been personally selected by his girlfriend. Needless to say, he stood out like a beacon. Earlier, when he was carrying a bunch of stuff down to the underground parking lot, he had already caught the attention of most of the girls. Now that he was alone at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, girls immediately approached him with confidence to strike up a conversation. Chen Yuan was eagerly looking at the menu when she suddenly felt the air around her stir. She looked up and saw Lin Mushi staring intently at a spot with a menacing expression. Her heart skipped a beat. Following her gaze, he immediately understood why the tension was so thick. She shrugged her shoulders. Both of them were standout figures. As soon as they were apart, someone would immediately ask for their WeChat. Asking for WeChat in front of the person they were with, no wonder Mushi was so angry. If it were her, she would have rushed over to claim her territory long ago. Chen Shan, seeing the girl's shy expression, cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, I can't add you." But the girl wouldn't give up. "Little brother, just add me. Please?" Once a girl starts acting cute, guys usually find it hard to resist. Unfortunately, the person they encountered was Chen Chen. He furrowed his brows and said, "I really can't. My girlfriend will get angry. She's inside." Upon hearing Chen Chen mention his girlfriend, the girl immediately looked disappointed. Sure enough, good guys are always someone else's. The girl's best friend couldn't bear to see her heartbroken and said, "You said you have a girlfriend. Tell us who she is, and we'll leave right away." Hearing this, the girl's hopes were reignited. What if he was lying about having a girlfriend? This was her first time asking a guy for his WeChat, and she didn't want to fail. Chen Chen looked inside the hot pot restaurant and, upon seeing a figure, a smile spread across his face. "That's the one." The two girls followed the direction of his finger. Their eyes met a pair of icy ones, and the girl who had asked Chen Chen for his WeChat number trembled, backing up 2 steps in shock. Whoa! Such a cold gaze. But she's so beautiful. Before the girl could react, Chen Chen had already started walking toward her. The girl clearly saw that the aloof goddess, upon the boyish approach, seemed to have the ice in her eyes melt away, revealing a faint smile, as if the person who had just locked eyes with them was a completely different person. Disappointment. Disappointment. Yet helpless. The opponent was too powerful. The girls left reluctantly, glancing back every few steps. As soon as Chen Chen sat down, Chen Yuan smiled and teased him. "Brother, this is the first time I've seen you get asked for your WeChat by another girl. It seems that Mushi's taste is indeed excellent." Chen Chen glared at her and signaled for her to keep quiet. She stuck her tongue out at him, looking fearless. Chen Chen explained to Lin Mushi, "Xiaoxi, I didn't add her. You can check my phone if you don't believe me." Lin Mushi said, "I believe you." After finishing the hot pot, Chen Yuan hurriedly grabbed her backpack. "Brother, you and Mushi's sister go ahead and shop. I'll go find my classmate. We agreed to meet her after dinner. Don't forget to call me when you're ready to go back." After saying that, Chen Yuan ran off. Without Chen Yuan, the mood maker, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were left feeling a bit at a loss. Chen Chen stood up first and said, "Let us go too." Chen Yuan left the hot pot restaurant and immediately contacted Tian Tian. Tian was currently on the second floor of the supermarket in the snack section. Upon receiving the location, Chen Yuan practically ran there. Suyan's family's Walmart seems pretty close. Should we ask her if she wants to come out? She also pushed a shopping cart and was sorting potato chips by flavor into it. Tian said. If we had asked her earlier, she would have come out without hesitation, but now, she definitely won't come out. Chen Yuan asked in confusion, "Why?" Tian didn't hide anything and said directly. "Because she likes your brother." "What? I thought she was my best friend, and she actually wants to be my sister-in-law." "Wait. I already have a sister-in-law." Chen Yuan had no idea when Su Yan had started liking her brother. The photos she showed them were so outdated, and the three of them even made fun of them together. Could it be because of the last time her brother went to pick her up? Tian continued. "That's the problem. Since you already have a sister-in-law, she's heartbroken and doesn't want to come anymore. Do you get it?" Chen Yuan patted Tian's shoulder sympathetically. "Cheer up." Tian shifted her shoulder slightly, and Chen Yuan's hand slid down naturally. "Please, it's not me who likes your brother. If you want to talk about it, go tell Su Yan." Chen Yuan laughed it off casually and brushed the matter aside. Tian didn't bother to remind her either. Some things are best left to the parties involved. Chen Yuan clearly thought the same. The two girls continued to happily pick out snacks. Chen and Lin Mushi walked hand in hand through the mall. The place was crowded, with lively New Year songs playing over the speakers. At this moment, they no longer felt as awkward as they did on WeChat, but more like most couples. As they reached the corner of the staircase, they happened to see a man and a woman coming out from inside. The girl was holding a piece of paper in her hand, her face radiating joy and happiness. "Senior, what's inside?" Lin Mushi asked. Chen replied, "It's a photo booth. Senior, let us go try it too." Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled, reflecting the stars in the sky. Every time she wanted to do something, she would look at Chen with this expression. He couldn't possibly refuse. No, even if she didn't look at him like that, he wouldn't refuse. He ruffled her hair and said, "All right." The two of them entered the photo booth. Chen studied it for a moment and figured out how to use it. They chose a simple background. Chen scanned the QR code to pay, stood inside the frame, and the two of them leaned their heads together, each making a peace sign. A few clicks later, the photo was printed. They clicked print. Soon, the finished product came out. Although the pose was a bit outdated, the resulting photo turned out surprisingly good. It was youthful and innocent. It felt a bit like high school students sneaking out for a date and taking photos. Chen Shen scanned the film and downloaded it, then sent a copy to Lin Mushi. She held the finished product in front of Chen Shen and suddenly said, "Senior, let's use this as our official announcement." Sure. The two opened WeChat, opened their moments, and uploaded the same photo. They added the caption, "What is honor? It is meeting you among the 3,000 rivers." Then they tagged each other in the post. Chapter 94, Lin Mushi's Gift. Lu Zihan was the first to comment below. "Chen Erdu, come on, even if we don't believe you're dating the cold and aloof school beauty, you don't need to Photoshop a picture and upload it to Moments, do you? A close-up photo? Please, this trend went out of style 20 years ago." Jiang Tao also urged him to delete the post and stop deceiving himself. Zhou Yuyan's comment was the simplest, just a single exclamation mark. Chen Shan saw it but didn't bother to respond. When they returned to school, they realized how wrong they had been. Friends who knew them well in Guangzhou, however, all liked and commented with blessings. Among them, Apiao and Shen Pai were the most enthusiastic, as if they were the ones announcing their own breakup. Lin Qingyan, who was thousands of miles away, naturally saw Chen Shen's WeChat post. At that moment, she was at her boyfriend's house in Lanchang. Since she had no common ground with his family and Lanchang was also in the north, colder than Jiangcheng, she had been staying in her room most of the time. Additionally, her boyfriend's parents seemed to dislike her. This made her daily life feel like walking on thin ice, and she was quite depressed. Sometimes, when she calmed down, she would think back to Chen Shen, who had quietly watched over her during high school. If he had confessed his feelings to her back then, things might have been different. Unfortunately, she waited 3 years, until high school graduation, and never heard those words from him. The bus route goes through Jiangcheng, so her return home was delayed. However, the new route is about to open. She has been checking the train ticket sales schedule every day lately. The news said it would be operational before New Year's Eve. But the exact date hasn't been confirmed yet. At that moment, the sound of laughter and cheerful voices drifted in from outside, forming a stark contrast to her current situation. Lin Qingyan felt like laughing. Luo Xianzhu opened the door to get something, saw Lin Qingyan with a displeased expression, and paused for a moment before walking over, sitting beside her, and wrapping his arms around her. "Yan Yan, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Lin Qingyan replied with a cold smile. "So you still remember that you have a girlfriend? Yan Yan, don't be angry. I rarely come back, and it's the new year, so there are more people coming and going at home every day. You shouldn't just stay cooped up in your room. Come out with me to visit our relatives. Go sit over there like a little cutie, listening to you guys talk in a language I don't understand, then laugh at myself along with you." When she first came back with him, Lin Qingyan wasn't like this. She didn't stay locked in her room all day. When guests came over, she would go out, greet them, wash fruits, pour water, and try her best to fit in with their family. However, Luo Xianzhu's relatives, knowing she was an outsider and couldn't understand their words, kept talking to her non-stop. Lin Qingyan tried to ask Luo Xianzhu for help, but he acted as if he didn't see her, continuing to chat with others. Lin Qingyan had no choice but to force herself to communicate in Mandarin. Occasionally, when everyone laughed, she would laugh along. But whenever she laughed, everyone laughed even harder. The little cutie could tell they were laughing at her. From then on, Lin Qingyan stayed in her room and didn't want to go out much. "Once the weather warms up, I'll take you out to play, okay?" Before Lin Qingyan could respond, the voice of Luo Xianzhu's mother called out from outside. "Ah Zhu, hurry up. Don't keep everyone waiting." Every time he spent a little more time with Lin Qingyan, her voice would sound like a death knell. "Mom, I'm coming." Luo Xianzhu immediately put Lin Qingyan down, grabbed a small fox plush toy from the bed, and rushed out without looking back. That was her fox plush toy. A child of one of Luo Xianzhu's relatives had seen it when she opened the door and had been begging for it. He didn't even ask her before taking it. Lin Qingyan watched everything unfold with a cold gaze, her heart completely shattered. Chen Shen and Lin Mushi returned home with the three of them, already past 9 p.m. The house was completely transformed. Chen Jiangwen and Lu Xiaoying were sitting in the living room watching TV. A space heater was placed nearby, creating a cozy atmosphere. They heard the sound of a car engine. "They're back." Lu Xiaoying stood up and opened the door. The car pulled up at the door, and Shen Yuan jumped out first. "Mom, we're back." Lin Mushi also got out of the passenger seat and called out politely, "Auntie." Chen Shen got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took out a pile of things. "You bought so much." Lu Xiaoying walked over while speaking in a surprised tone, her face showing no sign of displeasure. Chen Jiangwen walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. "Old man, what are you looking at? Hurry up and come help me." Chen Jiangwen put down the remote control and took the items from her hands. The five of them easily carried the pile of items back into the living room. Shen Yuan squatted on the ground and began sorting through the bags one by one. She took out 2 large bags and said, "Mom, these are the clothes Mushi bought for you and Dad." "Auntie, it's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you and Uncle won't mind." Lu Xiaoying was surprised and said, "Why are there clothes for me and the old man?" This is too much for Mushi to spend. Mushi is only a freshman in college, she must have used her living expenses to buy these. Lu Xiaoying felt both touched and heartbroken. She hadn't misjudged her Mu, she was truly a good child. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate to take out a jacket from the bag and drape it over Lu Xiaoying's shoulders. It fits perfectly. She then took a leather jacket from another bag and draped it over Chen Zhangwen's shoulders. The latter was overwhelmed with gratitude and felt a bit embarrassed. I have one too. Oh, Dad, this is the first gift your future daughter-in-law is giving you. You can't refuse it. The rest were for the three of them. These are mine, these are Mushi's, and these are for my brother. All of them were bought by Mushi. Lu Xiaoying heard that all these things were bought by Lin Mushi and flew into a rage. You little brat. I told you to take Mushi shopping, and you dared to make her pay? Wait until I get my hands on you. Lu Xiaoying looked around for something to hit her with. She deserves it. Here is the coat hanger, wife. Chen Zhangwen handed her the coat hanger. Lu Xiaoying grabbed it and raised it to strike. Chen Yuan quickly hid behind Lin Mushi. Mushi sister, save me. Mushi, don't protect her. This girl is almost in her senior year of high school and still doesn't know right from wrong. Those things must have cost you a lot of money. I'm so sorry. It's all Uncle and Auntie's fault. We'll give you the money later. Auntie, I wanted to buy them. It's not Yuan's fault. Did I buy something that doesn't suit your tastes? Lu Xiaoying immediately said. No, we're very happy. But Mushi, you're only a freshman in college, still a student. Uncle and Auntie don't need you to give us gifts. Go return them tomorrow. Once you graduate from college and start earning money, no matter what you buy, Uncle and Auntie will be very happy. Chapter 95, Earning Money to Support You, please keep reading. Chen Zhangwen also quickly chimed in. That's right, Mushi. We're very happy that you have this heart, but we really can't accept it. Lin Mushi said, Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. These things are all within my means. I really like you, so that's why I wanted to buy them. Chen parked the car, got out, and saw what was happening inside. Without asking, he knew what had happened. He said, Mom and Dad, since it's a gift from Cici, just accept it. Don't keep refusing. It's supposed to be a happy occasion, but now you've ruined it. Lu Xiaoying immediately realized what had happened and quickly changed her tone. Oh, right. Thank you, Mushi. We'll give Mushi a big red envelope during the new year. She thought to herself. Chen Zhangwen held the clothes and rubbed them. This fabric is really nice. Wife, feel it. Lu Xiaoying praised, that's because Mushi has good taste. Lin Mushi saw this and sighed in relief. She was truly afraid that her uncle and aunt would insist on returning it. Chen gestured to Lin Mushi, let's go upstairs. He picked up the bag and the two of them headed upstairs. Chen Yuan followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, she went into the room to organize the newly purchased clothes. Lin Mushi followed Chen into his room. Chen turned on the computer first. Lin Mushi was organizing the newly purchased clothes. Seeing this, she asked. Senior, every time you come back, you sit in front of the computer for hours. What are you doing? Chen smiled and said, earning money to support you, of course. He wasn't joking. Today, while shopping for clothes with her, Chen realized there was a significant gap between them. $1,000 outfit was just a matter of spending money for her. But for him, it was something he wouldn't even consider. So he had to work even harder to make money. Perhaps, after the new year, he should consider getting a second job. Lin Mushi paused, earn money to support me? Chen replied seriously, yes. This was the first time she had ever heard someone say they were earning money to support her. If it had been anyone else, she would have scoffed at the idea. But now, hearing those words come from Chen's mouth, she felt a tingling sensation in her heart. How? She walked behind Chen and glanced at what was on the computer, then asked. Is this a novel? This is my part-time job, and it's currently my most important source of income. Chen's face flushed slightly, and he nodded before saying, can I take a look? Chen said, of course you can. I write novels for others to read, and the response has been pretty good. But don't let Yuan find out yet, she'll definitely insist on reading it too. He wrote the kind of young adult novels that had a lot of followers, mostly students. Lin Mushi hung her coat in the wardrobe, separated her clothes and pants, and took them to the bathroom to soak in a bucket. She then returned to Chen's room, searched for the book title he had provided, Youth is a Journey for Two, and found it. Just from the title, Lin Mushi found it quite appealing. Who would have thought that the senior was such a literary young man? A programmer and a literary young man, no matter how you look at it, they don't seem to go together. But when it came to Chen, it somehow made sense. She clicked on the novel and started reading. Before long, she was completely engrossed. Chen noticed this but didn't say anything, instead diving into coding mode. The sound of keyboard clicks soon filled the room. One was engrossed in reading, the other in typing. Chapter 96, the second time he checked her clothes, please keep reading. The two of them, when combined, surprisingly harmonized well. A warm, cozy atmosphere gradually filled the room. When Chen Chen withdrew his hands from the keyboard, Lin Mushi was still immersed in the novel. He leaned back in his chair, one hand casually resting on the desk, the other gently supporting his cheek, simply gazing at her in silence. Lin Mushi sat there quietly, her usual aloof expression replaced by that of a well-behaved student. Her long, straight legs were stretched out, and her hair fell loosely around her face. From Chen Chen's perspective, he could faintly catch the subtle, delicate flutter of her eyelashes. Like the delicate wings of a butterfly dancing in the morning light, they added an indescribable touch of tenderness and vitality to her. The moonlight outside filtered through the half-open curtains, casting a mottled glow on Lin Mushi's body, enveloping her in a faint silver hue that made her skin appear as smooth as jade, gentle and captivating. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, the air filled with a subtle sense of tranquility and warmth. Seeing the reader so engrossed in her book, Chen Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. Noticing someone watching her, Lin Mushi looked up and met Chen Chen's gaze. The boy's eyes were dark, yet they clearly reflected her presence. In his eyes, she was completely different from her usual self, like a playful little girl. And this was exactly the person she wanted to be. Her heart couldn't help but flutter. "Do you like it?" he asked. With a touch of nervousness. Lin Mushi said. "It's beautiful. You're so talented, senior." "Thank you. It's late. Should you go take a shower first?" Chen Chen asked. Lin Mushi put away her phone and said. "You go ahead." Chen Chen nodded, opened the cabinet, and took out a coral velvet pajama set. He opened the door and went to take a shower. Lu Xiaoying and the others had cleaned the entire house, including the second floor, so Chen Chen's room was spotless, even by its usual standards. The bathroom was clean to look like it had just been renovated, sparkling clean and emitting a faint, fresh scent. The first thing Chen Chen did upon entering the bathroom was turn on the light, then switch on the bathroom heater, and finally turn on the water heater. Only when the bathroom was warm did he begin to undress. The clothes he was wearing were still the ones Lin Mushi had bought for him. They were comfortable and warm. They made Chen Chen feel a surge of emotion he had never experienced before. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the warmth and excitement into his heart. As the steam from the bathroom began to fill the air, his thoughts drifted away, reminiscing about the moments he had spent with Lin Mushi. From their shy first encounter at the school gate to the surprise of meeting again on the high-speed train, and finally deciding to be together, every moment played out like a movie in his mind. He felt incredibly lucky to have bought a soft sleeper ticket on the high-speed train. He was deeply grateful to have met Lin Mushi. He would work hard to become someone worthy of her. He would make all the doubting voices disappear. About 10 minutes later, Chen Chen emerged from the restroom, looking fresh and clean. At that moment, Lin Mushi was seated elegantly by the coffee table, brewing tea with grace. Every movement was smooth and natural, like flowing clouds in water, exuding composure and elegance in every gesture, just like the professional tea artists seen online. No, those professional tea artists weren't as pleasing to the eye as she was. Because she not only possessed exceptional skill but also a certain indescribable charm and allure, turning the entire tea brewing process into a dual feast for the eyes and the soul. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh scent of Chen Chen's recently bathed skin, creating an indescribable harmonious atmosphere. Lin Mushi's gaze was gentle and focused, as if she were undergoing an artistic baptism. Chen Chen stood quietly by her side, more captivated by her enchanting presence than by her masterful tea-making skills. He had never imagined that something as ordinary as brewing tea could be so captivating in Lin Mushi's hands. And yet, this was the very person who was now his girlfriend. "Come, senior, try some," Lin Mushi said softly, noticing Chen Chen's arrival, and handed him a freshly brewed cup of tea. The tea was clear and translucent, with a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Just looking at it brought a smile to one's face. Chen Chen took the cup, took a small sip, and instantly felt a warm wave spread from his tongue throughout his body, as if all the fatigue from the past few days had vanished with that single sip. He praised sincerely, "Delicious, Cici, you're amazing." The tea leaves from Chen Chen's family weren't anything special. At best, they were slightly more expensive than ordinary tea leaves. However, after being brewed by Lin Mushi's skilled hands, the tea leaves seemed to have been given new life, subtly adorned with a brilliant golden glow, their value skyrocketing. Truly magical. "Thank you. I'm going to take a shower," Lin Mushi said, then returned to her room to fetch her pajamas. Passing through the hall, she entered the bathroom. Chen Chen sat on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and was about to turn on the TV, but then put it down again. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. It was supposed to be a quiet environment. Yet at that moment, Chen Chen's heart was pounding wildly. He pressed his hand against his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, making his hand on his chest seem utterly pointless. Chen Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the tightly closed bathroom door, but he quickly pulled his eyes away. He took a deep breath, trying to dispel the subtle scent in the air, a mix of fresh shower gel and Lin Mushi's unique body fragrance. But the scent clung to him like a shadow. Chen Chen stood up, ready to enter the room. Just then, a slightly shy voice suddenly rang out from inside the bathroom, interrupting his movement. "Senior, I forgot my towel. Could you please get it for me?" Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of apology and request, causing Chen Shen's heartstrings to be gently plucked once more. Chen Shen's footsteps came to an involuntary halt, his heart racing for no apparent reason, as if he could hear the loud thudding of his own heartbeat. He steadied his racing heart and replied, "Sure." He had entered her room before. This wasn't the first time Chen Shen had entered Lin Mushi's room. But this time, there was a special feeling. Perhaps it was due to the earlier incident, he thought. Her clothes had already been taken out of the suitcase and hung in the wardrobe. Chen Shen opened the wardrobe and a faint, distinctive fragrance wafted out. He then saw that it was neatly filled with clothes. He recognized some of them as new purchases from today. Probably because of time constraints, she hadn't bought many. However, Chen Shen noticed something else among the newly purchased clothes. There was a pink bra he hadn't seen before. Sigh. The cold and aloof school beauty wearing pink. Chapter 97, Why isn't the little girl clinging to him tonight? Please keep reading. This discovery was truly thought-provoking. Chen Shen didn't forget why he was there and quickly looked away, searching for a towel. Instead, he spotted a few pairs of sheer stockings. There were black ones, flesh-colored ones, and even fishnet ones. Chen Shen's throat involuntarily moved, and he swallowed hard. Just then, Lin Mushi's voice came again. "Senior, did you find it? I left it on the bed." Chen Shen. He turned around and saw a long white towel lying there quietly. It seemed to be expressing dissatisfaction with his neglect of it. He really wasn't doing it on purpose. The towel had landed perfectly on the white coral velvet, its color serving as a cover. "Junior, I found it." Chen Shen responded with a nod, quickly picked up the towel, and went to the bathroom door, gently knocking a few times. Soon, the door cracked open a crack, and the fragrant scent of water hit Chen Shen's senses. A hand as smooth and delicate as jade emerged from the crack, still dripping with water droplets and shrouded in mist. The jade-like hand waved in the air a few times but couldn't find what it was looking for. A voice came from inside again, "Senior?" Chen Shen snapped back to his senses, quickly placing the towel where it belonged, and said, "The towel is here." "Thank you, Senior." The door creaked shut, and the fragrance and moisture faded away, but the sensation and warmth lingered in Chen Shen's heart, refusing to fade. He stood there, his gaze piercing through the closed door, as if he could see everything inside. Chen Shen took a deep breath, returned to the sofa, and drank several sips of tea before finally calming the restlessness in his heart. It was nearly half an hour before Lin Mushi finally emerged from inside. Her hair was still damp, with a towel draped over it, and she was holding a bucket. Chen Shen could tell they were the washed clothes. He stood up, walked over, and took the bucket from her hands. "I'll hang them out to dry. You go dry your hair first so you don't catch a cold." "All right." The two of them seemed to have returned to the day they first came back, when they were installing light bulbs, acting like an old married couple, full of understanding. Lin Mushi sat on the sofa, using a towel to dry her hands first, then using a hairdryer. Halfway through, Lin Mushi suddenly remembered that her underwear was still in the clothes she had just taken off. Thinking about Chen Shen helping her hang up her underwear, her cheeks flushed with a shy pink, as delicate as a freshly blooming cherry blossom. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the balcony, and just by chance, she caught sight of Chen Shen bending over to pull a pair of white lace-trimmed panties out of a bucket. Her underwear was in her senior's hands. What was even more unexpected was that he seemed to be examining it closely, his eyes filled with curiosity and exploration. Lin Mushi's heart screamed silently. She felt both ashamed and flustered, wanting to rush forward and grab it back, but afraid that her actions would seem too abrupt and unladylike. She froze on the sofa, her heart racing wildly. Chen Shen was currently standing on the balcony, one hand tightly gripping a clothes hanger, the other carefully holding a delicate pair of underwear. He looked troubled, muttering to himself. "This thing is way too small, the hanger won't fit through it at all. How am I supposed to dry it? If I accidentally damage it, the freshman girl will be furious." He had never hung up a girl's clothes before and had no idea what to do. He clearly remembered that Chen Yuanyuan's underwear could be hung up to dry, but why couldn't his juniors? Unconsciously, he recalled the sensation of his hand gently resting on her waist, and it seemed like it really was that small. But asking Lin Mushi would be even more inappropriate. After thinking for a while, Chen Shen suddenly came up with an idea: just hang the underwear on the neck of the clothes hanger. After hanging them up, he was very satisfied and then hung them on the clothesline. Looking at the underwear hanging crookedly in the sun, Chen Shen wore a satisfied expression. The next item was a white bra adorned with delicate lace. Compared to the tiny underwear, this bra could truly be called extra large. This one was much easier to dry, so Chen Shen placed it directly on the crossbar of the clothes hanger and hung it on the clothes rack. After pouring out the excess water from the bucket, Chen Shen brought it inside, intending to return it to the bathroom. As soon as he entered, he noticed Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed with an unusual blush, as if tinged with the soft glow of the setting sun. He asked with concern, "Cici, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Lin Mushi's eyes darted around nervously, and she hurriedly replied, "Senior, please rest early. I'm going back to my room. Good night." Before she could finish speaking, she darted into her room like a startled deer, quickly closing the door behind her, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of her retreating figure. "Chen Chen?" What happened? Why did the junior suddenly get shy? He scratched his nose, turned off all the lights, and returned to his room. Chen Chen sat on the bed, clutching his phone tightly in his hand. Though the screen was lit, his gaze was unfocused. His gaze kept drifting toward the door, as if he were waiting for someone to appear. Time ticked by, and after nearly an hour of waiting, there was still no sign of movement. He lay down, then sat up again. The little girl isn't coming to bother me tonight? Lin Mushi returned to her room, calmed her emotions, and, for the first time ever, initiated a video call with Qin Yao. At that moment, Qin Yao was engrossed in the intense battles of the canyon battlefield, achieving remarkable results with a score of 20-0. When she saw the video call window suddenly pop up on her phone screen, she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, wondering if she was seeing things. Her fingers trembled, and despite having the upper hand, she was caught off guard by her opponent, causing her score to drop instantly to 21. She didn't bother to think about it and quickly exited the game to answer the call. What's wrong? Did something happen? Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Mushi was sitting in a chair, holding a hairdryer, carefully blowing her long hair with the lowest setting. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever, and Qin Yao, seeing this, sighed in relief. Then, she heard Lin Mushi ask, Yao, do you remember what my dream was before? Qin Yao heard this and a look of confusion flashed across her face before she replied. Of course I remember. You always wanted to be a manga artist, right? But you gave it up because your dad opposed it. Why bring it up again now? Back then, Lin Mushi and her father had the biggest argument they had ever had over this matter. Later, for some reason, Lin Mushi gave in first. When Qin Yao found out, she felt sorry for her for a long time. Because Lin Mushi truly had a natural talent for comics. Lin Mushi continued. Just a couple of days ago, my dad posted on his social media that he had a little cotton coat. So I thought, maybe I don't have to listen to him so much anymore. Chapter 98, You're Not in Jiangcheng. Please keep reading. She looked perfectly ordinary, as if the protagonist she was talking about wasn't he herself. Qin Yao opened her mouth to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. I'm sorry. Such a big thing, and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even come to be by your side first. She was heartbroken. She couldn't imagine how heartbroken she must have felt when she first heard the news. Lin Mushi spoke softly, it's already in the past. I don't feel particularly sad about it now. All along, I've been trying my best to be the daughter he hoped for, but deep down, I know it's all in vain. If it had made a difference, he wouldn't have divorced my mother in the first place. Qin Yao clutched her phone tightly, her eyes sparkling with determination. I fully support you in pursuing your dreams. Life is short, we should live for ourselves and be true to who we are. Lin Mushi replied softly. By the way, how are things with your senior? Mentioning Chen Chen, Lin Mushi's cheeks gradually blossomed into a warm smile, as bright and charming as flowers blooming in spring. Seeing this, Qin Yao had no further questions. Seeing that your relationship with your senior is stable, I can finally rest easy. Although she hadn't actually met Chen Chen yet, from the changes in Lin Mushi, she could tell that this senior must be a good person. The only thing was that he didn't respond to her messages, which wasn't very considerate. They chatted aimlessly for a while longer. Qin Yao said she had to continue battling in the canyon and hung up the video call. Lin Mushi checked the time, it was already past midnight. The outside world was completely silent. Occasionally, the sound of Da Huang could be heard. It would always issue a warning at this time every night toward unknown things truly diligent. I wonder if the senior has gone to sleep yet. Lin Mushi was just about to go check when, unexpectedly, another unexpected person called her on voice chat. Looking at the avatar, Lin Mushi's thoughts drifted away, and a complex mix of emotions welled up in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pressed the answer button. You're not in Jiangcheng. The other person's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt, as if they had already seen through everything. The statement carried an air of unquestionable authority, impossible to ignore. Lin Mushi's cheeks were instantly covered in a layer of frost, and she coldly replied, So? Do you have to speak to me in this tone? The other person's voice carried a hint of frustration and reproach. Lin Mushi's voice grew even colder. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Cici, where are you right now? The other person asked again. Yuacheng, Lin Mushi replied succinctly. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, something Lin Mushi had grown accustomed to. She didn't say anything else and hung up the phone, letting the coldness and distance linger in the air. After hanging up, Lin Mushi sat quietly by the window, her gaze fixed on the bright full moon hanging by the window frame, seeming close enough to touch yet impossibly distant. Though the moonlight was beautiful, it couldn't illuminate her heart, which longed for reunion but had never truly known it. The phone rang abruptly once more, interrupting Lin Mushi's thoughts. It was still the same person. This time, however, he sent a text message. Once the snow stops in Jiangcheng, I'll send a private jet to pick you up and bring you back. You are not allowed to go to Guangzhou City again. The words were imbued with an unmistakable sense of resolve. Lin Mushi read these words, a cold smile curving her lips. A surge of stubbornness and defiance welled up within her. Why should I go back just because you say so? Why can't I come to Guangzhou just because you say I can't? I refuse to leave. I insist on coming. Chen Chen had waited for a long time but hadn't seen the person he was expecting. He was just about to go to sleep. Suddenly, a faint creak of a door opening broke the silence of the night. Immediately afterward, it seemed as though a dark figure slipped silently into the room. Chen Chen did not rush to react but remained calm and patient, continuing to wait quietly. Before long, he felt the bedpost give way slightly, and then a cold, slender body darted up from beneath the bed, pressing tightly against his chest. Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to remain calm, not letting even a hint of panic escape. He wanted to see what this little woman would do while he was still asleep. A soft whisper brushed against his ear, like a gentle spring breeze. "Senior, are you asleep?" The voice carried a hint of testing and tenderness. Chen Shen's hand suddenly clenched the bedsheet tightly, trying to suppress the urge to move caused by his tension, afraid of giving away any signs of his anxiety. Then came another soft murmur. "Are you asleep?" Lin Mushi stared at Chen Shen's peaceful sleeping face, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. She slowly extended her hand, her fingertips gently tracing his face, as if using this method to carefully outline his features, wanting to etch this memory forever into her mind. Lin Mushi's fingers, as light as feathers, gently brushed across Chen Shen's eyebrows, nose, and finally came to rest on his quiet, soft lips. There seemed to linger a shared scent between them, warm and familiar. Her eyes sparkled with complex emotions: admiration, reluctance, and a hint of sadness. She gently withdrew her hand, then slowly leaned forward, pressing her forehead against Chen Shen's chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart, as if by doing so she could hear his thoughts and feel his warmth. "Senior, I really like you." Lin Mushi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet filled with deep emotion. In the darkness, Chen Shen replied softly, his voice tinged with a hint of laughter. "Cici, I like you too." Lin Mushi stiffened, lifted her head, and said with a touch of playfulness, "You're lying, you weren't asleep." Chen Shen chuckled softly, his voice tinged with affection. "You came in like this, drawing all over my face, then leaning against my chest. Even if I was asleep, you would have woken me up." As he spoke, his arms gently wrapped around Lin Mushi's slender waist, pulling her tightly against him. "I thought you weren't coming tonight." Lin Mushi giggled. "So, did you really wait for me all this time?" Caught off guard by Lin Mushi's words, Chen Shen felt a bit embarrassed and slowly turned his head away. However, the next moment, he was gently pulled back by a soft, delicate hand. "Isn't that right?" "Yes, I was waiting for you." Lin Mushi laughed, her laughter echoing in the darkness like the sound of a clear spring. Before Chen Shen could say anything else, her lips had already pressed against his. She didn't just like him as a person, she also loved being close to him. It intoxicated her, filling her heart with joy. Chapter 99, Taking Care of Lin Mushi. Please keep reading. The next day, Lu Xiaoying and Chen Zhangwen took Chen Yuanyuan to her grandmother's house. Since Chen Shen needed to practice, and there was also Lin Mushi, they didn't bring him along. Once they left, only Chen Shen and Lin Mushi were left at home. The two of them were still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening. Until Lin Mushi felt a sudden wave of heat rising from below. She suddenly opened her eyes. She found herself lying on top of Chen Shen and immediately panicked. Oh no, did I get it on the senior?" Chen Shen was awakened by the commotion. He saw Lin Mushi's face, almost wrinkled into a ball. He pinched it gently. It felt very soft. And probably because they had been kissing a lot lately, her cheeks were so soft and delicate, almost like they could be squeezed to produce water. Chen Shen only pinched her cheeks gently a few times, and they turned red, like she had applied blush, making her even more irresistibly charming. He wanted to kiss her. Thinking this, Chen Shen acted on it. He slowly leaned in toward her rosy cheek and gently pressed a kiss upon it with deep affection. Lin Mushi's body instinctively leaned back slightly. Her small hands, like shy cat paws, gently pushed against Chen Shen's chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Senior, I think I'm on my period." Chen Shen heard this and paused for a moment, not fully understanding her meaning. He repeated in confusion, "What?" Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed scarlet, and she was momentarily at a loss for words to explain the sudden situation. Chen Shen's gaze fell on her blushing face, and in the blink of an eye, he vaguely guessed what was happening. He paused for a moment and asked softly, "Did you forget to bring the necessary items?" Lin Mushi shyly nodded, lowering her head so low it almost touched her chest. She had not originally planned to stay in Guangzhou for so long and had naturally not prepared for such an unexpected situation. "Stay home and wait for me. I'll go buy it." Chen Shen left those words and prepared to get up and dress. However, the hem of his shirt was gently tugged by a small hand. Lin Mushi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, barely daring to meet his gaze. Senior, you might need to change your pants." "How embarrassing. How could I forget something so important?" Lin Mushi's menstrual cycle was always regular every month. However, this month, it was probably because she had come to an unfamiliar city and had been in a bad mood. So, her period, which should have come in the middle of the month, was delayed by over a week. She completely forgot about it. Chen Shen glanced down at his pants. Since they were dark-colored, it wasn't very noticeable, but there was indeed a stain. He whispered comfortingly, "It's okay." Chen Chen took out a pair of black fleece pants from the wardrobe, put them on, and quickly slipped on a jacket before heading out. Soon after, Lin Mushi heard the roar of a motorcycle. Lin Mushi got out of bed, pulled back the blankets, and sure enough, she saw a vivid red stain. She bit her pink lips, her cheeks flushing like a ripe apple, a tempting blush spreading across her face. She tried to get up to change the soiled bedspread. But as soon as she moved, she felt a wave of heat surge through her body, causing her to freeze in fear. Chen Chen rode his motorcycle to the nearest slightly larger convenience store in the village. As soon as he entered, he was overwhelmed by the array of goods inside, and his heart sank. Oh no, he had no idea what to buy. Plus, he had no idea where to put it. Hey, isn't this Chun Chun from the Jiangwen family? Your parents went to visit your grandmother today, so you're planning to cook instant noodles for yourself? The store owner, Chen Siluan, greeted him enthusiastically. No, I actually came to buy. Chen Chen, who usually spoke fluently in the village, stammered for a moment. Chen Siluan saw this and couldn't help but laugh, smiling and saying, "Just take a look around and see what you want. Don't worry, I won't tell your parents." Chen Chen wandered around the store for a while. He found what he was looking for, but Chen Siluan kept following him, chatting enthusiastically. Chen Chen didn't know what to do. Just then, a middle-aged woman emerged from the back of the store, spotted Chen Chen immediately, and greeted him with a warm smile. "Oh, little Chen, you're here." Chen Chen politely replied, "Hello, Aunt Siluan. Come on, come here. Tell Aunt Siluan what you'd like to buy today?" Aunt Siluan asked warmly. Buy that?" Chen Chen stammered, unable to find the right words. "Xiao Chen, just tell Uncle Siluan what you want, and I'll get it for you," Chen Siluan chimed in enthusiastically from the side. Chen Chen was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, maybe I should just forget it. For Will Auntie was a woman, and she had already heard that Chen Chen had brought his girlfriend back. Seeing him act so awkwardly, she immediately understood. Go on, you big man, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and make breakfast." Chen Siluan was confused. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, just go already." Aunt Siluan pushed Chen Siluan inside, saying as she pushed, "Can't you see the young couple is shy? You'd make Xiao Chen embarrassed if you said that. Hurry up and go inside." Chen Siluan was curious about what Chen Chen wanted to buy, but since his wife insisted, he followed her inside. He'd ask later. After Chen Siluan went inside, Aunt Siluan smiled and asked, "Is it for your girlfriend?" "Yes, it is," Chen Chen nodded shyly. "Hey, you're such a thoughtful kid. I have to give you some praise. Buying sanitary pads for your girlfriend isn't something to be embarrassed about. Just be straightforward about it. Some people would kill for that. What brand does your girlfriend usually use?" This. Chen Chen looked awkward, feeling embarrassed. "I really don't know. After all, they hadn't been together for very long. It's okay if you don't know. I'll recommend a brand that's very popular among girls and has great quality." Auntie Siluan smiled understandingly, then took a pink and a purple pack of Carefree from the shelf. "This one is the best-selling one. I have to restock it every month. I'll get you some nighttime, daytime, and panty liners too." Chen Chen realized for the first time that there were so many different types and considerations when it came to sanitary pads. If it weren't for Aunt Siluan, he wouldn't have known how to choose. "Thank you, Auntie Siluan," Chen Chen said gratefully. "Oh, it's nothing. We're in business, so we have to do our best to meet our customers' needs." For Willat replied cheerfully, her face glowing with a warm smile. Hearing her cheerful laughter, Chen Chen's initial awkwardness vanished instantly. After making the purchase, Chen Chen hopped on his motorcycle and rushed home. Chen Siluan came out just in time, quietly approached Aunt Siluan, and asked with curiosity, "What did little Chen buy?" Chapter 100, A Daily Moment for Two. Please keep reading. Aunt Siluan rolled her eyes at him and nudged him with her elbow. "Anyway, you've never bought anything for me before." "Hey, what are you talking about? I've never bought anything for you? You better explain yourself." Aunt Siluan said sourly, "Little Chen knows how to treat his wife even at such a young age. Some people, even at your age, don't even know what kind of sanitary pads their wife uses." So that's what she was talking about. Chen Siluan stroked his clean-shaven chin and said with a sly grin, "Well, should I buy some for you now? Do you need them?" Aunt Siluan. Chen Chen rushed back home as quickly as he could. He parked the motorcycle haphazardly in the courtyard, grabbed his things, and ran up the stairs in a hurry. "Junior, I'm back. Take a look, is this it?" he said, panting, as he handed the item to Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi sat quietly on the bed. When she heard Chen Chen's voice, she looked at the item in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "It's this one, senior. How did you know?" She curiously lifted her head and looked at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. Chen Chen said awkwardly, "The convenience store owner recommended it to me. She said a lot of girls like this one, so I bought it. Good thing I didn't make a mistake. I heard girls are very particular about these things. If you use them improperly, they can cause allergies. In severe cases, it can even make you sick." Thank you, senior. For a moment, she thought Chun Shen had bought these for other girls. Because Chun Shen had bought everything, even considering sanitary pads. However, judging by his awkward expression, he must have made a big decision when buying them. Lin Mushi suddenly became curious about how he had asked the shopkeeper to buy these items. Chen Shen spoke gently, "Go change. Don't worry about anything else." She blushed as she took the items, stood up, and her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of the red color, causing her cheeks to flush. "Senior, I'm so sorry. I stained your bedspread. I'll change it and wash it later." Chen Shen smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. I'll change it myself later. Just put it in the washing machine, no need for you to do it." Lin Mushi nodded and went to the bathroom, holding her stomach. Chen Shen was about to take off the bedspread when he heard Lin Mushi's voice coming from the bathroom. "Senior, could you help me find my pants and—" The rest of her words were too soft to hear, but Chen Shen guessed what she meant. He replied, "Sure," and turned toward Lin Mushi's room. This was the third time Chen Shen had helped Lin Mushi get dressed, and he was now quite skilled at it. Soon, he held a pair of dark-colored thermal pants and a dark-colored underwear in his hands. He gently knocked on the bathroom door and handed the clothes to Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi blushed as she took the items and closed the door. Chen Shen returned to his room and collected the soiled bedspread. He opened the wardrobe and searched carefully, but found no spare bedspread to replace it. The set he was currently using was actually brand new. The old ones had been used for many years and had been discarded before he returned home. "Never mind, I'll just make do for now," Chen Shen thought to himself. "The weather is nice today, so it should dry by tonight." Lin Mushi wasn't feeling well, even her walking was a bit unsteady. After changing, she lay on the sofa and didn't want to move anymore. Seeing Chen Shen carrying the bedspread out, she reminded him in a weak, delicate voice. "Senior, remember not to wash it directly in the washing machine. It's best to soak it in water first, then put it in later. That way, it'll come out cleaner." "All right." Chen Shen followed Lin Mushi's instructions and placed the dirty bedspread into a bucket. He then used a basin to put her pants inside, added water and a bit of laundry detergent, ensuring they were fully submerged. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Lin Mushi pale and curled up on the sofa, looking extremely weak and uncomfortable. A wave of indescribable tenderness welled up in Chen Shen's heart. He walked over and touched her forehead. "Cece, let me carry you back to your room to lie down. I'll go cook something warm for you." Lin Mushi forced a faint smile. "I can manage on my own." Chen Shen bent down and picked her up horizontally. "My girlfriend, I can carry you." Lin Mushi's cheeks gradually flushed red, and she shyly buried her head in Chen Shen's warm chest, saying nothing more. In that moment, she felt a sense of security and dependence she had never experienced before. It was the first time she had been held like this since she was a child. The senior's embrace was so warm and intoxicating that her heartbeat quickened, and a sense of happiness spread throughout her heart. Chen Shen carefully placed Lin Mushi on the bed, then tucked the blanket around her with care, making sure she wouldn't get cold. He then turned on the electric heater, gave her a few simple instructions, and finally felt at ease enough to go downstairs. The spacious second floor was now empty, with only Lin Mushi lying there quietly. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, unable to find a focal point. Lin Mushi had grown accustomed to loneliness from a young age. However, since meeting Chen Shen, her world had begun to quietly change. She discovered that she had begun to fear loneliness. Whenever Chen Shen was not by her side, a sense of unease and loss would well up inside her. Chen Shen came downstairs and went to the storage room to look for something he needed. Red sugar, ginger, red dates, and longan, these were all items commonly kept in the house. However, to be absolutely sure, he instinctively took out his phone and searched for related information again. Women should avoid excessive iron supplementation during their menstrual cycle, as it may be harmful to their health. It is more appropriate to drink warm water or ginger tea in moderation. Upon seeing this message, Chen Shen quickly put the red dates and brown sugar back in their original places, silently relieved. That was close. Thank goodness I checked, otherwise, I might have meant well but ended up doing more harm than good. Ginger should be peeled before cooking, as the skin is cold in nature. No wonder my mom always peels ginger when she cooks. Now I get it. Those who can't cook have no idea there are so many tricks involved. After looking it up, Chen Shen took the ginger to the kitchen, peeled it, and then added water to boil it. The process of making ginger tea is relatively simple, just boil the water and that's it. After the water came to a boil, Chen Shen tasted a sip and furrowed his brows slightly. It's a bit spicy. Do we really not need to add brown sugar? He was a bit skeptical. Never mind, I'll take it upstairs for my younger sister to try first. If she thinks it needs sugar, I'll just bring it back down and boil it again. With that in mind, Chen Shen poured the ginger tea into a bowl and carefully carried it upstairs. Junior, I made some ginger tea. Get up and have some. It should help you feel better. Chapter 101. If you don't want to go back, don't go back, please keep reading. He then added. I read online that girls shouldn't blindly take iron supplements when they're on their period, so I made some ginger tea for you. Try it and see how it tastes. Lin Mushi quietly stared at the bowl of hot water in front of her, her expression slightly dazed. Oh right, I forgot the spoon. Wait here, I'll go get it right away. Chen Chen slapped his forehead and turned to go downstairs, but Lin Mushi suddenly grabbed his hand. Senior, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, smiled, and sat down beside Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi picked up the bowl, but before she could take a sip, she caught the strong scent of ginger. Every time she had her period, it was either painless or extremely painful. This time was one of the severe ones. At such times, she desperately needed ginger tea to warm her stomach. And it always worked. Seeing her holding the bowl without moving, Chen Chen stood up again. It's so hot. Let me get you a spoon. I'll be right back. Saying this, Chen Chen placed the ginger tea on the table, hurried downstairs, and rushed back up, barely wasting any time. He carefully placed the spoon in the bowl and said, "Here, you can drink now." Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Chen sent a message to Piao and the others to start practicing first, and he would come over in the afternoon. In comparison, Piao and the others said it was no problem. In reality, with Chen Chen's skill, whether he practiced more or less, Piao and the others couldn't catch up. Lin Mushi scooped some ginger tea with a spoon and took a sip. It was indeed quite spicy. It was much spicier than what she made herself. However, it was still within her tolerance level. She drank slowly, and when she was about to take the third sip, a large hand reached out and took the bowl. "Let me feed you." Lin Mushi froze for a moment, the bowl and spoon already in Chen Chen's hands. How long had it been since someone had taken such good care of her? She couldn't even remember the last time it had happened. This long-lost warmth filled her heart with an indescribable emotion. Soon, the bowl of warm ginger tea was almost finished. "How do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" Chen Chen asked. Lin Mushi smiled gently and replied, "Much better." Chen Chen nodded and continued feeding her the remaining ginger tea. Lin Mushi drank it sip by sip. Her thoughts drifted far away. She recalled the message from last night. Once traffic in Jiangcheng resumed, he would send a private jet to pick her up and take her back. She knew he would keep his word. But Lin Mushi's gaze fell on Chen Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She really didn't want to go back. To be honest, she didn't want to leave Chen Chen. Lin Mushi spoke blankly, "Senior, you've been so kind to me. What if I don't want to go back?" Chen Chen knew she was referring to the resumption of transportation in Jiangcheng, but he didn't realize there was another meaning behind her words. He scooped a spoonful of ginger tea and handed it to her, replying, "If you don't want to go back, then don't go back." Chen Chen's words were like warm sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating Lin Mushi's confused heart. She felt as though she had found a safe haven for her soul, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Alright, I won't go back." After finishing the ginger tea, Lin Mushi lay back on the bed. Chen Chen brought over the computer. Lin Mushi asked, "Senior, aren't you going to practice?" "I've already told Piao and the others. I'll go practice in the afternoon. Do you want to read a book? I'll get it for you." Lin Mushi held up her phone and said, "I can read it on my phone." The two of them were just like last night, one typing away, the other reading a novel. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Chen Chen shut down the computer and turned to look at Lin Mushi, but she wasn't looking at her phone at all. She had been staring at him the whole time. Only when Chen Chen turned away did she hurriedly lower her head, pretending to be looking at her phone. But the black screen gave her away. Chen Chen was puzzled and was about to say something when Lin Mushi spoke first. "Senior, what should we have for lunch? My parents sent me a message before they left, saying they de-bought groceries and put them in the fridge. I'll go check." Chen Chen replied. "I'll go too," Lin Mushi said, getting out of bed. Phew, almost got caught by the senior. She had been secretly watching him the whole time and hadn't even glanced at the novel. Last night, she hadn't noticed how focused and handsome he looked when he was working. She hadn't even bothered to look at anything else. Chen Chen looked her up and down. "Are you okay? Why don't you wait here? I'll call you when it's ready. I just felt a little pain at first, but after drinking some ginger tea, I'll be fine. Come on, let us go. Don't treat me like a patient." Lin Mushi took Chen Chen's hand and led him away. Seeing her lively and energetic, Chen Chen felt reassured and let her lead him downstairs. At the same time, he marveled at how amazing girls were. Just this morning she looked so miserable, but after resting for a while, she was back to her old self. The two arrived at the storage room, and Chen Chen opened the refrigerator door. Inside, various ingredients were neatly arranged. Among them were half-cooked chicken and duck meat, but Chen Chen had been eating them for several days already. Chen Chen didn't want to see it and deliberately ignored it. How disappointing, the year hasn't even ended yet, and he is already tired of chicken and duck meat. Looking at the full refrigerator, Lin Mushi curiously asked, "Can you cook, senior? What can you cook?" She had never tasted the senior's cooking before. "I wonder if it's good." This stumped Chen Chen. Though, from childhood to adulthood, Ms. Liu had practically raised him in a hands-off manner. But when it came to food, she had never really deprived him of anything. After a moment's thought, Chen Chen smiled and replied, "I'll make steamed spare ribs and tomato scrambled eggs. That'll be enough for the two of us." You go rest first, I'll take care of this. I want to help too. No need, just go rest. I want to help. She just wanted to spend more time with Chen Chen. And cooking together. Lin Mushi thought about it and found it very pleasant. Then you can watch from the side. If I need your help, I'll call you. Alright. Chen Chen took the pork ribs and tomatoes from the refrigerator and brought them to the kitchen. He first briefly blanched the pork ribs and then blanched the tomatoes separately. Lin Mushi watched him do this. She asked, Senior, what should I do? You can peel some garlic. Alright. Lin Mushi nodded in agreement and then asked, Where is the garlic? It's in the red bag under the shelf. Just look around a bit and you'll find it. Chen Chen patiently guided her. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi bent down and began searching carefully beneath the shelf. Soon, she had a bag of garlic cloves in her hands. Lin Mushi opened the bag, took out a garlic clove, and stood beside Chen Chen, beginning to peel it. Her movements were both meticulous and skilled, appearing exceptionally graceful. Her fingers were adorned with the manicure she had done the previous day with Chen Yuan. However, the nail design she chose was not flashy but rather simple and elegant, with a flat tip. This design did not hinder her from performing simple household tasks like peeling garlic. Instead, it added a harmonious and beautiful touch. Chapter 102, A meal cooked together by two people always smells better. As she peeled the garlic, she occasionally looked up at Chen Chen. The latter, in between handling the ribs, would also glance at Lin Mushi. Especially when her hands, as smooth and delicate as jade, came into view, he would pause for a moment. Those hands, delicate and tender, glowed under the kitchen lights, making them exceptionally alluring, even evoking an unexpected urge to taste them. This sudden thought made Chen Chen secretly startled, and he quickly composed himself. On 2 occasions, their glances met, and each time, they exchanged a knowing smile. Chen Chen finished preparing the pork ribs, and Lin Mushi had already peeled the garlic. After a quick rinse, he used the back of the knife to crush the ginger, then added it to the ribs along with soy sauce, oyster sauce, peanut oil, salt, and cornstarch, stirring until well combined. He covered it with plastic wrap and placed it in the steamer to cook. To save time, Chen Chen decided to steam the ribs and rice together in a pressure cooker. Chen Chen's kitchen had a separate door. Usually, when cooking, he would open the door to let in light and air. Today, he only opened it a crack. After placing the ribs and rice in the pressure cooker, someone suddenly opened the door from outside, revealing an elderly woman in her 70s. The old woman was hunched over, with short, disheveled gray hair. Her skin, wrinkled from age, looked weathered, but she seemed surprisingly energetic. The old woman pushed open the door crack, and her voice came through first. Showing, so it's Xiao Chen cooking. I thought it was Xiaoying. Oh, this must be your girlfriend, right? She has quite a looker. Yes, auntie. Chen Chen's reply rang out like a bell, loud enough to seem like he was arguing with someone. Lin Mushi was startled by his sudden loud voice and instinctively moved closer to the door. Chen Chen noticed this and quickly turned around, explaining to Lin Mushi in a gentle tone. This is my aunt. She's elderly and her hearing isn't very good. If you don't speak loudly, she won't be able to hear you. Don't let her appearance fool you, she's a kind-hearted person. The old lady smiled warmly as she walked in and asked Lin Mushi enthusiastically, Little girl, what is your name? Lin Mushi had spent her early years in Guangzhou, so although she could understand the local dialect after all these years, she couldn't make out the elderly woman's accent. Chen Chen, seeing this, quickly stepped in to translate, Auntie is asking your name. Lin Mushi finally understood. She strained her voice, imitating Chen Chen's earlier manner, and replied loudly, Auntie, my name is Lin Mushi. However, speaking loudly was not her strong suit, and her voice sounded more like a playful whine. The old woman seemed a bit confused by her response. Chen Chen, seeing this, patiently explained again, Auntie might not have heard clearly. It's okay, I'll tell her. Saying this, he turned around and repeated what he had said earlier in the same loud voice. Auntie, her name is Lin Mushi. You can just call her CC. Oh, Xiao Shi, right? The old lady finally understood and smiled warmly. Lin Mushi blushed slightly and nodded gently, deciding not to shout again to avoid causing any more embarrassment. The old woman glanced at the 2 lonely tomatoes on the cutting board, and her eyes filled with pity. How can you just eat one dish? Oh, I just happened to make some braised pork with taro. I'll go get some for you right away. Chen Chen hurriedly said, Auntie, it's okay. But the old lady didn't even acknowledge Chen Chen's words. She turned around and hurried back to her own home. Soon, she returned with a large bowl of fragrant meat, saying enthusiastically, Here, take some and eat. Chen Chen politely declined again, Auntie, really, it's okay. We've already steamed some ribs. Cici, take it quickly, don't starve yourself. The old woman handed the bowl to Lin Mushi without waiting for a response. Lin Mushi was momentarily at a loss, not knowing whether to take it or not, her face filled with a look of surprise and gratitude. She looked at Chen Chen for help, and he sighed helplessly, saying, Go get a bowl to put it in. All right. Lin Mushi sighed in relief and hurried off to find some bowls and plates. The bowl is in the disinfection cabinet, Chen Chen reminded her from the side. Oh, okay. After staying at Chen Chen's house for several days, Lin Mushi realized today that she seemed unfamiliar with everything in his home. She didn't know where the vegetables were, where the garlic was, or even where the bowls were. In fact, if guests were to come over, she wouldn't even know what to serve them. "Auntie, thank you for the meat," Lin Mushi said politely, holding the bowl with both hands. "Don't mention it. If you need anything else, just let me know. Xiaoying, you should have told me you were visiting relatives. You left the 2 children at home," the old lady said as she carried the empty bowl back inside. After the little incident, the two continued preparing lunch. The pork ribs were steamed in a pressure cooker along with the rice. About 20 minutes was sufficient. The tomato and egg stir-fry was simple. They waited until the rice was almost done before adding the eggs, timing it perfectly. 20 minutes later, the two of them brought all the dishes to the dining table. A fragrant braised pork with taro, steaming hot braised pork ribs, and a simple tomato scrambled eggs soup. Since there were 2 main dishes, Chen Chen added extra ingredients while cooking the tomato and egg stir-fry and turned it into soup. It was quite a feast. The two sat down, and Lin Mushi was already eager to eat. She took out bowls and chopsticks from the disinfection cabinet, served 2 bowls of rice, placed one in front of Chen Chen, and kept the other for herself. "Senior, I'll start eating." "Go ahead." Lin Mushi reached out first to pick up some of Chen Chen's steamed spare ribs, placing a piece in her mouth and savoring it slowly. Chen Chen asked nervously, "Is it good?" "Delicious." "Senior, you're amazing," Lin Mushi said, eating while giving Chen Chen a thumbs up. Chen Chen's parents' cooking was also delicious. But today's meal, which they had prepared themselves, held a special meaning. Lin Mushi thought it tasted even better. As long as it's delicious. Chen Chen was really worried that this meal might go wrong. Fortunately, it didn't. Auntie's taro braised pork is also delicious. Especially the taro, it's so soft and creamy, with a hint of meat flavor. Lin Mushi couldn't stop praising it. If Auntie heard you say that, she'd be so happy. Overall, their first time cooking together was a success. After finishing the meal, Lin Mushi had intended to wash the dishes, but Chen Chen insisted she rest instead. After washing the dishes, the two of them went out to the courtyard to soak up some sun. It was now 1:30 p.m. Chen Chen said to Lin Mushi, "You can rest in the afternoon. I need to go practice. I didn't go in the morning. I need to catch up on the progress this afternoon." Chapter 103, What happened in the morning? Please keep reading. Lin Mushi nodded, alright. She knew that practicing was an important matter for her senior. Because of her, he had already wasted the entire morning. If we delay any longer this afternoon, it won't be appropriate. Besides, she doesn't have much else to do. She just feels a little bloated, which is normal. Chen Chen stroked her head. "Be a good girl. Call me if anything comes up." "Okay." Chen Chen went upstairs to change into his sportswear and soon came out with the motorcycle keys. Lin Mushi stood up and watched him leave. As his figure grew smaller and smaller, the house was suddenly left with only Lin Mushi, and a faint sense of loneliness crept in. She lowered her eyes gently, her thoughts wandering. Just then, Da Wong came to her feet, barking woof twice, wagging its tail as if begging for a stroke. Lin Mushi knelt down, ruffled its fur, and said, "Da Wong, it's good to have you with me." Woof woof woof. With just the two of them at home, she didn't feel so alone anymore. A few minutes later, Chen Chen's motorcycle pulled up beside the basketball court. A Piao and the others saw Chen Chen arrive and immediately gathered around him. "Chen Ge, you're here." Chen Chen nodded, "I'm here. Is your wife okay?" "Nothing serious. Let's start practicing." Chen Chen started dribbling first. Their strategy was simple. Chen Chen was the main player. A Piao and the others were responsible for passing the ball to him and blocking the opponents. Once the ball reached Chen Chen's hands, there was at least a 90% chance of scoring. However, during practice, Chen Chen gradually noticed that a Piao and the others seemed distracted and clearly not in the right mindset. On several occasions, he signaled to his teammates to pass the ball, but either the pass was off target or the teammates failed to follow up in time, resulting in a series of passing errors. Chen Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead, tucked the basketball between his waist, and glared at a Piao and the others with a sharp gaze, asking in a tone laced with confusion. "I wasn't here this morning. Did something happen? Yesterday during practice, we were clearly in sync. Today, the team's morale was completely scattered." That's right, it's a lack of team spirit. There was a sense that they didn't want to pass the ball to him. A few of them exchanged glances, then silently lowered their heads, look into Chen Chen's eyes. Chen Pai forced a smile and tried to cover it up. "There's really nothing wrong, Chen Good, don't overthink it." Chen Chen's gaze swept over the group, as if waiting for an answer. A Pao said, "It was just Guo Ziyuan provoking us. But don't worry, Chen Go, we handled him. We didn't disgrace you this time." However, Chen Chen knew deep down that things were never that simple. He continued to stare at them with a sharp gaze, trying to figure out what they were hiding from him. Under Chen Chen's gaze, Chen Pai and the other three finally couldn't withstand the internal pressure and lowered their heads. "Chen Guo, Guo Ziyuan, he said your wife is one of them, and hinted that you might." Shinpai trailed off, his voice growing fainter, and he forced himself to swallow the last two words. Go easy on him, unable to meet Shen Shen's stern gaze. Shen Shen furrowed his brows and asked, what exactly did he say? Shinpai bit his lip, gathered his courage, and continued, we were practicing well this morning when Guo Ziyuan suddenly rushed over, mocking us and saying that all our hard work was in vain. He also said that your sister-in-law is from Guojiewen village, and that you've already reached some kind of agreement with the people there. On the day of the competition, you won't even show up. Shinpai felt extremely nervous. He was afraid the response wouldn't be what they wanted to hear. Xiaoxi's uncle is indeed from Guojia village, but Xiaoxi isn't. I did meet her uncle last night, and he did express his intention for me to withdraw from the basketball game. Hearing this, Apiao and the others looked solemn, their lips tightly pursed, and their hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Could what Guo Ziyuan said be true? Was Qin Shen really willing to sacrifice the village's honor and give up the game for a woman? Is this really the Chen Gu they knew? But Qin Shen's voice suddenly became firm and resolute. I, Qin Shen, have always acted with a clear conscience. The basketball game is not just about me personally, it's about the honor of our entire village. I will not abandon the competition for any personal emotions or interests, nor will I allow anyone to look down on us. Qin Shen's words were like a warm current, instantly igniting the fighting spirit within Apiao and the others. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with determination. However, this resolve was quickly replaced by a hint of guilt. They lowered their heads in embarrassment, their voices tinged with shame. Shen Gu, we're sorry. We misunderstood you. Chen Shen patted his arm. From now on, communicate with me promptly if there's anything. We're a team, representing not just ourselves but the entire village. Changing the subject, Chen Shen's expression grew unusually resolute, and because Guo village is Xiaoxi's maternal hometown, we must win this competition even more. Apiao and the others immediately understood that there must be some unknown grudge at play. As for Guo Ziyuan, he had come to disrupt their morale. How despicable. They wouldn't let Guijia village's scheme succeed. Shenjia village. Victory is ours. Victory. The sun set, casting a gentle orange-red hue across the horizon. Chen Chen rode his motorcycle back home. Lin Mushi was just cleaning up the mess. Hearing the noise, Lin Mushi looked up. The moment she saw Chen Chen, her eyes sparkled like stars, brightening up. Chen Chen curiously asked, did we have guests over today? Lin Mushi nodded gently, her face flushing slightly, looking a bit shy. Yes, it was a family of 3. They said they were your aunt. I didn't know what to do, but fortunately, your aunt was home. She saw your aunt's family arrive and came over to help, teaching me how to entertain them. Now, they've gone to your uncle's house for dinner. During festivals like the New Year, there would also be guests visiting their home. However, she rarely had to entertain them. Moreover, those people came mainly to curry favor with her father. They brought all sorts of gifts, with smiles plastered on their faces, and every word and gesture betrayed their obvious reverence and flattery toward her father. At such times, she would just sit quietly by the side, watching them put on a show. Chen Shen said apologetically, Cici, I'm sorry. I didn't know your aunt and uncle were coming today. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to play basketball this afternoon. Did I scare you? Lin Mushi shook her head gently. No, my aunt and her family were very kind and friendly. Recalling the moment, her aunt's family had appeared in the courtyard carrying bags and packages, their faces radiant with smiles. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Mushi, they all froze in unison. Chapter 104, Going to Auntie's house for dinner. Please keep reading. Lin Mushi was also caught off guard by the unexpected visit. She quickly stood up, her hands nervously clasped together, unsure of what to do. Just then, her aunt appeared. She first ushered her eldest aunt's family to the tea table in the courtyard and had them sit down. Then she asked Lin Mushi to brew tea for them. She then went into Chen Chen's house and brought out a fruit platter and a snack platter. She then sat down and engaged in warm small talk with her eldest aunt's family. She completely eased the awkwardness for Lin Mushi. Looking back on the situation, Lin Mushi couldn't help but admire her aunt from the bottom of her heart. Her aunt's petite figure bustled back and forth, handling everything efficiently without missing a beat, and even took the time to teach her some social etiquette. Chen Chen listened as Lin Mushi recounted the story. Although he wasn't there, he could imagine how helpless she must have felt at the time. I don't know if I did a good job, Lin Mushi said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Chen Chen ruffled her hair and comforted her, you did great. Lin Mushi pulled Chen Chen's hand into the house and pointed to a pile of items on the table, saying, these are gifts sent by my aunt and her family. Chen Chen glanced at them. They were some drinks, cookie boxes, and a chicken, placed by the door. Visiting relatives is relatively simple on their side. Generally, they visit once before the New Year with gifts, and then again after the New Year, mainly to distribute red envelopes. Of course, there are no strict requirements. If someone is busy, they can send someone else to deliver the gifts, and no one will say anything. Lin Mushi said, Auntie said that my eldest aunt's family sent some gifts, and we need to return the favor. I don't know what to give. Chen Chen smiled and comforted her, my mom will handle the gift giving. You just sit down and rest. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Shen led Lin Mushi to the sofa and sat her down, then picked up the broom Lin Mushi had used earlier and began cleaning up the mess. Judging by the situation, they must have had a pleasant chat in the afternoon. He worked quickly and soon had the courtyard spotless. After finishing, he took the trash to the nearby large trash bins for disposal. In their village, every few hundred meters, there were 3 large trash bins of different colors, roughly one for every 3 households. Specialized staff would then come by in garbage trucks to collect them all. After returning the trash bins to their original spots, Chen Shen washed his hands and turned to Lin Mushi, saying, "You must be hungry. I'll go cook dinner." Lin Mushi heard this and immediately stood up. "I'll help too." "No need, just watch TV." Chen Shen turned on the TV, handed her the remote control, and briefly explained how to use it before entering the storage room. As he opened the refrigerator door, his aunt's head suddenly appeared at the window. Fortunately, Chen Shen's refrigerator wasn't facing the window, otherwise, she would have definitely been startled. The old aunt peered inside, seemingly having heard the noise, and spoke up. "Xiao Chen, are you there?" "Oh, Aunt Chen." Chen Shen quickly closed the refrigerator door and hurried to the window. The old lady saw him and greeted him warmly. "Haven't you eaten yet? Call Cici, let's all go to my house for dinner." Chen Shen smiled and politely declined. "Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. We'll cook something ourselves. It won't take long." "What are you cooking? Come quickly." "Where's Cici?" the old lady said, peering inside again, seemingly searching for Lin Mushi's figure. "Xiao, she is watching TV," Chen Shen replied. Upon hearing this, the old lady waved her hands and walked toward Chen Shen's front door. Soon, the old lady's hunched figure appeared at the front door. Lin Mushi saw this and quickly stood up, calling out sweetly, "Auntie." She smiled at Lin Mushi and said, "Cici, come on, let's go to Auntie's house for dinner." "Chen, don't cook anymore, come quickly. Auntie has already cooked dinner for you all." "Auntie, really, it's not necessary." Chen Shen refused again. "It's just a couple more pairs of chopsticks. Don't be so polite," the old lady said, then took Lin Mushi by the hand and dragged her out without waiting for a response. Lin Mushi was being dragged along but couldn't help turning back to look at Chen Shen, her eyes pleading for help. The hostage had been taken away. Chen Shen had no choice but to follow. He said to Lin Mushi, "Go ahead. I'll put the meat I just took out back in the fridge and be right over." Lin Mushi finally calmed down a little. She hadn't noticed before, but today she realized that Chen Shen's family was truly very hospitable. However, she didn't mind their enthusiasm. Because they all treated her as one of their own. And they always considered her in everything they did. Chen Shen put the meat back in the refrigerator and closed the door. He turned off the TV in the living room, locked the front door, and headed toward his aunt's house. The area was filled with Chen Shen's relatives. His aunt's house was right behind his own, just a short walk through a narrow alley. Even before he got close, Chen Shen could already faintly hear the sounds of laughter and joy coming from his aunt's house. He quickened his pace and arrived at the front door, where he saw Lin Mushi already seated at the dining table, warmly welcomed by everyone. On either side of her sat the 2 grandsons of his aunt's family. One was 6 years old, and the other was 3, both young boys. They were gathered around Lin Mushi, chatting animatedly, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. It seemed that during the afternoon he was away, Cici had been having a good time. But then again, she had always been the type who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As long as she wanted to, she could get along anywhere. "Little Chen is here. Chen Ziyuan, quickly make room for Uncle Chen," the auntie called out warmly. 6-year-old Chen Ziyan puckered his lips and said reluctantly, "Why does Chen Zichuan have to give up his seat? Why do I have to?" The auntie smiled kindly upon hearing this. She gently patted Chen Ziyan's head and said, "Ziyan, be a good boy. You're the older brother, you should give way to your younger brother. Xiao, she is Xiao Chen's girlfriend, they must sit together. But I really want to sit with Cici's sister. She's so pretty. I want Cici's sister to be my girlfriend." Chen Ziyuan's innocent words immediately made everyone in the room burst into laughter. Lin Mushi heard this and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as she lowered her head. At that moment, Chen Shen walked into the room with a smile, his gentle gaze sweeping over Lin Mushi's blushing face, a warm wave surging in his heart. He gently patted Chen Ziyan on the shoulder, knelt down, and spoke to him on the same level. "Ziyuan, Cici's sister is now Shichen brother's girlfriend, but you're also everyone's little treasure. When you grow up, you'll also meet your own beautiful girlfriend. Now, let's let Chen Shen and Cici sit together, okay?" Chen Ziyan looked up at Chen Shen, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity and understanding, as if contemplating the reasonableness of the suggestion. Chapter 105, Your little Cici is still the best, please keep reading. After a moment, he nodded reluctantly, but added, "Alright, but when I grow up, Cici's sister can't be my girlfriend anymore. You have to introduce me to a new one." This remark sparked another round of laughter, even causing Lin Mushi to lift her head, her lips curving into a smile she couldn't suppress. The aunt was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Alright. Our Ziyan is so handsome and smart, he'll definitely find a girlfriend even prettier than little Stream's sister in the future." Thus, amidst the laughter and joy, Chen Chen took Lin Mushi's hand and sat down beside her. The meal was a great success, with everyone enjoying themselves thoroughly. After the meal, Chen Ziyan and Chen Zichuan wanted to drag Lin Mushi away to continue chatting. Lin Mushi, however, offered to help clear the table. Auntie said, Xiao Chen, Xiao Shi, you must be tired today. Go home and rest early. Alright, Auntie. Chen Chen responded, then took Lin Mushi's hand and the two walked side by side toward home. They held hands, strolling through the dark and slightly narrow corridor. Lin Mushi whispered, we should have helped clean up after eating. It's not very considerate of us to leave like this. Chen Chen smiled and said earnestly. You're right, that's not very considerate. Well, maybe next time if Auntie needs help, I'll be more proactive about offering to assist her. Lin Mushi couldn't help but giggle at his serious expression. She asked curiously, what kind of help does Aunt Chen usually ask you for? Chen Chen thought for a moment and replied, sometimes she wants to call someone but doesn't know how to dial, so she comes to ask. Other times, she can't hear the voice on WeChat. She'll come ask. The remote control is out of batteries, or the circuit breaker tripped, the TV won't turn on, the bicycle is broken, or the shoulder pole can't hold the load. There's a lot, too many to list in a moment. Lin Mushi exclaimed in surprise, you know how to do all that? You can even fix a bicycle? Actually, these are all pretty simple things. It's just that the elderly aren't very good at them. As for bicycles, generally speaking, most guys know a little bit about them. You're being modest. Mutual help and support, that's what family is all about, isn't it? That's just the way it is. Not long after they returned home, the sound of a car engine could be heard at the door. Chen Chen knew it must be his parents returning. The two stepped out of the house and saw their family SBYD pulling into the garage. Lu Xiaoying got out of the car and asked with concern. Oh, I heard your aunt's family came today, right? She didn't give us a heads up. Where are they now? Chen Chen replied, they're having dinner at Uncle C's house. Lu Xiaoying continued, I heard from your aunt that only Xiaoxi was home. Was she scared? Lin Mushi smiled and replied, Auntie, I'm fine. My aunt and her family are all doing well. Lu Xiaoying heard this and sighed in relief, I'm glad you weren't scared. I thought they might come over on New Year's Eve. They always come around that time. After speaking, Lu Xiaoying quickly put down what she was holding and her gaze fell on the gifts brought by her older sister's family. She began to busy herself, preparing the return gifts. Lin Mushi asked curiously, Auntie, are you preparing the return gifts? Yes. Seeing Lin Mushi's curious expression, Lu Xiaoying patiently explained to her. The custom of giving and returning gifts in our area is quite simple. Generally, we look at what the other party has brought, and then we return gifts of equivalent value. For example, if someone brings fruits, we'll send half back, but there's a rule to this half. We usually keep 6 or 8 pieces, and apples and oranges must be included, symbolizing peace and good fortune. Lin Mushi listened attentively, like a humble student seeking knowledge. Lu Xiaoying continued, pulling out a red envelope from her pocket. Once the return gifts are prepared, they must be wrapped in a red envelope. The amount doesn't need to be large, typically between $20 and $50. It's mainly for good luck. Lin Mushi watched Lu Xiaoying's actions intently while nodding repeatedly. Just as everything was ready, Auntie's family came over from Uncle's house after finishing their meal. They greeted them warmly, Zhangwen, Xiaoying, you're back. Eldest sister, brother-in-law. Eldest sister, brother-in-law. Auntie, uncle. Chen Yuan followed suit. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi also called out, Auntie, uncle. Uncle, auntie, Chen Gu, Xiaoxi's sister, Yuan. Chen Chen's eldest aunt was named Chen Shangdi, the eldest daughter in the family. Like Lu Xiaoying, she was dressed in the typical attire of an ordinary woman from Yuechang. Her husband was named Zhonghua Bang, also a native of Guangzhou, though their home was quite far from Chen Chen's, requiring an hour's journey one way. They had only one daughter, named Zhong Yuwei. The girl was given a boy's name because they only had one child, and they had high hopes for her. She is a few years younger than Chen Chen and, like Chen Yuan, is in her senior year of high school, about to take the college entrance exam. They usually return home during festivals to visit their relatives, typically just having a meal, sitting for a while, and then returning home. They never stay overnight unless there's a special occasion. Chen Shangdi said with a smile. We just happened to have some free time today, so we came over. We didn't expect you to have returned to your parents' home either. But it's good that Xiaoxi is here. She's such a well-behaved child and so beautiful. Your son Chen Chen is truly lucky to have found such an outstanding girlfriend. As she spoke, she turned to look at Zhong Yuwei, her tone serious and expectant. Did you see that? Your older brother got into university, and even his girlfriend is so beautiful. You need to make me proud. There's only half a year left until the college entrance exam. You need to study hard and get into a good university, understand? Zhong Yuwei seemed a bit impatient, turning his face away. Chen Xiangdi, seeing this, could only shake her head helplessly and say nothing more. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Yuan quickly pulled Zhong Yuwei upstairs. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi, seeing this, politely greeted everyone before following them upstairs. Once their figures disappeared down the stairwell, Chen Shangdi no longer mentioned Zhong Yue but turned to Lu Xiaoying with a sigh. Daughters grow up and stop listening. When they were little, they were so obedient, doing whatever you asked and always making everyone happy. Now they're as stiff as a board. Your family's Cece is so much better. She's beautiful, does well in school, and knows how to get along with people. Mentioning Lin Mushi, Chen Shangmei couldn't help but smile. She regretted not having had another son when she was younger. If she had had another son back then, she wouldn't have placed all her hopes on her daughter. Once her daughter gets married, there will only be the two of them left in the house, relying on each other for support. Just thinking about it makes her feel so sad. If she had a son, she wouldn't care whether his daughter married or not. She would find another daughter-in-law as good as Cece, and that would be enough for her in this lifetime. Chapter 106, What is wrong with sleeping in the same room with your girlfriend? Lu Xiaoying heard this and curved her lips into a gentle smile, gently patting Chen Shangdi's hand to comfort her. Sister, you should think this way, children will naturally have their own ideas and plans as they grow up. As elders, we can only guide and support them, not force them. Yu Wei is a smart child. I heard she scored in the top 3 again on her final exams, even higher than Yuan. When it came to grades, Chen Shangdi felt a little pleased. However, she still didn't look entirely satisfied. Hey, it's not the college entrance exam. What is the point of scoring so high? Who knows if she'll mess up during the actual exam? There have been plenty of such cases before. Lu Xiaoying quickly interjected, No, Yu Hui is a steady kid. She might even perform exceptionally well when the time comes. Hearing this, Chen Shangdi's expression softened slightly. This younger sister-in-law of hers had a son and a daughter, both of whom were academically outstanding, and now her son had brought home such an outstanding girlfriend. It was hard not to feel envious. Seeing that she didn't say anything else, Lu Xiaoying sighed in relief. Her older sister was a good person, but she always liked to compare her children. Every time she came, it was the same old story. She didn't even want to listen anymore. By around 9 o'clock, her eldest sister's family had already left. Zhong Yue reluctantly left Chen Yuan's room, repeatedly assuring her that she would definitely come over on New Year's Day to cheer on Chen Gu. Chen Yuan personally escorted her downstairs. Lin Mushi quickly tidied up the mess in the second-floor living room and went to the balcony to collect the laundry. However, when she went to bring in the bedspread, she noticed that some areas were still wet and unusable. She brought the dry clothes back and went to Chen Chen's room, saying, Senior, the bedspread isn't dry. At that moment, Chen Yuan's head peeked out from beside the doorframe, looking curiously and asked, Hey, bro, didn't mom just wash the bedspread not long ago? Why wash it again? Lin Mushi blushed slightly and lowered her head in embarrassment. Chen turned his head and glared at Chen Yuan, Why are you asking so many questions? Go back to your room and do your homework. Chen Yuan stuck out her tongue at him, You're so mean, you can't even let me ask a question. After saying that, she turned around and skipped into her own room. That mean older brother. Now that he has a girlfriend, he doesn't want his little sister anymore, does he? Just wait and see if I even bother to acknowledge you. Chen turned to Lin Mushi and said, It's okay, no need for a bedspread. We can manage for one night. Lin Mushi furrowed his brows slightly, thought for a moment, then asked, Can't you sleep in your girlfriend's room tonight? Chen paused upon hearing this and surprisingly stammered, Yeah, sure. Lin Mushi smiled slightly and said, Since that's the case, you can stay in your girlfriend's room tonight. I think my girlfriend is right. Chen thought to himself, since everyone already knew they were boyfriend and girlfriend, staying together didn't seem like a big deal. Lin Mushi's room was designed as a guest room, so the bed was relatively small. It was roughly 120 centimeters by 150 centimeters. It was fine for one person. For two people, it was a bit cramped. Once both of them had finished showering and laid down on the bed, the feeling of crowding becomes even more pronounced. Chen could even clearly feel the two people's buttocks pressed together. He hadn't noticed it before. Now that he touched it, Chen realized that girls weren't just soft in one place. Senior, you're squishing me. Lin Mushi's soft voice echoed in his ears. Chen ears turned red involuntarily, and he quickly moved toward the edge of the bed. I'm sorry, there's not much space left here. Despite his efforts to make room, the bed still felt cramped. Never mind, senior, just stay where you are. Lin Mushi said softly, then sat up. Next, she lay down on Chen arm in an extremely natural manner, adjusting herself to a position she found comfortable. This is much more spacious, and also very comfortable. Chen, you're comfortable now. But what about him? He can see her, but he can't touch her. Comfortable. Fortunately, Lin Mushi had been busy all day and, with her relatives visiting, she fell asleep soon after. Chen turned his head and found himself face to face with her. In her sleep, Lin Mushi looked exceptionally serene, her skin glowing with a faint blush from the warmth of the blankets, resembling a ripe peach radiating an alluring sheen. I want to eat her. Thinking this, Chen also moved. However, he only gently brushed his lips against her soft, pink lips before forcing himself to close his eyes and calm the turmoil within him. He had thought that with such a beauty in his arms, he wouldn't be able to sleep, but after closing his eyes for only a short while, Chen Shen also drifted off to sleep. Today was probably the earliest they had gone to sleep since returning home. When Chen Yuan finished her homework and came out of her room to take a shower, she found her brother's room empty. Lin Mushi's room was locked. She made a Sherlock Holmes gesture. It seems the truth is clear. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing the contents of the trash can, her suspicions were confirmed. Her brother, such a shy one. In the morning, Chen Shen got up early. In response to the training over the past few days, Chen Shen had Apao and the others join him for a morning run. They ran for about an hour before starting their training. An hour passed quickly. Chen Shen told Apao and the others to go ahead while he took off his t-shirt inside. He had run a few laps and was feeling a bit warm. Apao and the others returned to the basketball court, spread out, and prepared for training. A mocking voice rang out. "Hey, so early, training again?" Upon seeing the person approaching, Apao and the others immediately wore expressions of disgust. Apao retorted without mercy. "Ziyuan, what are you here for? What's it to you if we're practicing? Are you jealous because we're improving too quickly?" Ziyuan curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and said indifferently, "Seeing you still practicing, I came to you. Anyway, you're all going to lose. Why not just stay home and relax? What's the point of working so hard?" At that moment, Chen Shen had already taken off his clothes and walked onto the field. "Ziyuan, is this all you're capable of, talking behind people's backs?" Ziyuan's expression hardened, clearly surprised by Chen Shen's appearance. "Chen Shen, what are you doing here? What do you want?" Chen Shen curled the corner of his mouth. "I'm here to practice, of course. What, are you trying to steal my moves? Call me master and I'll show you a few layup techniques." Ziyuan's expression darkened. "Don't forget, your girlfriend's uncle is Guo Baofeng, and Guo Baofeng is the major investor in this basketball tournament. Have you considered what kind of trouble you'll get into if you actually win the game?" Chapter 107, Chen Shen's suitor. Please keep reading. "I don't know what will happen to me if I win the game, but if you don't leave now, your end will be even worse. Get out." A few of Apiao's men heard this and stood alongside Chen Shen, forming a line to intimidate Guo Ziyuan, who dared not say another word. He slinked away. Watching Guo Ziyuan's disheveled retreat, Apiao was filled with confusion. That's strange. He has always been inseparable from his girlfriend, isn't he? He is practically begging the whole world to know he has a girlfriend and boasts about bringing her home every day. But yesterday and today, he's been alone. This doesn't fit his personality at all. Shin Pai chimed in from the side. They might have broken up. Who knows? This little incident didn't affect Chen Apiao and the others. After Guo Ziyuan left, they continued their intense practice. Over the past few days, their skin had darkened noticeably, giving them a healthy, sun-kissed glow. They also developed varying degrees of muscle definition. This transformation motivated them to train even harder. Even if they couldn't win the game, their physical condition had improved, which was also a great achievement. The young, energetic, and vibrant individuals on the basketball court moved freely, their figures dancing like a vibrant and colorful painting, creating a stunning landscape. Passers-by in cars slowed down to admire this beautiful scene. "Shan Gu." As Chen Shen and his friends stopped to rest, a clear female voice drifted into their ears. Chen Shen wiped the sweat off his face and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, a look of confusion appearing on his face. "Excuse me, are you?" The one approaching him was a young woman, holding a bottle of mineral water tightly in her hand. She had long, black, lustrous hair that fell naturally, a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Shen Good, don't you remember me? I'm Zishuan. When we were kids, we used to go up the tree together to catch cicadas." Chen Zishuan's parents had returned today, and she finally had a moment to breathe. She rushed straight to the basketball court. Her original intention was to see what Chen Shen's girlfriend looked like. However, after looking around, she didn't see her. She thought to herself, maybe it's not her. Zishuan? Chen Shen searched his mind for the name Zishuan but couldn't recall anything. Seeing this, Apao hurriedly reminded him from the side, "Chen Good, you forgot? Zishuan is the granddaughter of the village chief." Upon hearing this, something seemed to jog his memory, and Chen Shen finally remembered who the girl in front of him was. "Oh, it's you," he said with a smile, his tone tinged with apology. "I didn't expect Brother Chen to forget me," Zishuan said, feigning hurt. "It's not because you've changed so much since you were a child that I didn't recognize you at first. But Chen Gu has changed a lot too, hasn't he? I recognized you right away." Chen Zishuan couldn't help but glance at Chen Shen, who was wearing only a summer jersey. His muscular build was faintly visible beneath the jersey, outlining a striking silhouette. Combined with his healthy, wheat-colored skin, this scene caused her cheeks to flush with a faint blush, like the first blossoms of peach blossoms in spring, tinged with shyness and excitement. Chen Zishuan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She quickly averted her gaze and pretended to casually adjust her hair, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Chen Shen was at a loss for words. Chen Zishuan handed him the bottle of mineral water. "Chen Gu, you must be thirsty after playing basketball. Here, have this. A few of the others teased, hey, Zixian, you only bought one bottle of water? Their words carried a hint of mockery. Chen Zixuan's cheeks flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. That's right. I saved up from my monthly allowance just to buy this one bottle. It's for Chen Gu. It turned out that not all blushing among young girls was due to love letters. Chen Shen scratched his nose, didn't take the bottled water, and said, Zixuan, I appreciate your kindness. Why don't I treat everyone to drinks today? Would you prefer Coke or Sprite? Chen Gu is so awesome. We want Coke, the big bottle, so we can share. A Pao exclaimed excitedly. Right, big bottles of Coke, to share together. The others chimed in. They mainly didn't want Chen Chen to spend money. Chen Chen asked, Zixuan, what would you like to drink? Chen Zixuan bit her lip, clutching the bottle of mineral water tightly, and said with a hint of sadness, Chen Good, do you think my mineral water is not good enough? Chen Chen said. No. It's just that I suddenly feel like drinking something. You do think it's not good enough? Chen Zixuan's voice sounded hurt. Really, I don't. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. A Piao, noticing the tension, quickly tried to lighten the mood. Hey, Chen Gu doesn't tea want to drink it? I want some mineral water. Zixuan, give me some. Chen Zixuan, however, held onto the mineral water like it was a treasure. No way. This is what I bought for Chen Gu to drink. A Piao rolled her eyes, thinking, your Chen Gu doesn't even want your mineral water. Can't you tell? Since you won't take the hint, do whatever you want. Since you don't want any drink, forget it. I'll go buy some Coke. After saying that, Shen Shen put down the basketball and turned to walk toward the nearby store. When he returned, he had a large bottle of Coke and a few disposable cups in his hands. Dust Brother is awesome. After all these days, I finally get to drink the drink Dust Brother bought. A Piao shouted excitedly, as if he had won the lottery. Having something to drink won't shut you up. Hurry up and drink it, then keep training. There's not much time left before the new year. Got it. Chen Zixuan was completely ignored. After finishing the Coke, Chen Shen grabbed the ball, dribbled it a few times, then walked over to Chen Zixuan and said, Go back. This isn't the right time for girls to be here. He then dribbled the ball onto the field. A Pao passed by her and also advised, even the neighboring village knows that Chen Go has a girlfriend. Why are you making things hard for yourself? Chen Zixuan heard this, and a stubborn expression flashed across her face. She stubbornly retorted. She's not here. Who can prove what you're saying is true? Maybe you're just making it up. Hey, you stubborn child. Never mind. I've already told you everything I needed to. If you insist on hitting your head against a wall, then go ahead. After saying that, A Piao no longer bothered with her and ran back to the basketball court to start training. Chapter 108, following Ms. Lu to the vegetable garden to water the vegetables. Please keep reading. Chen Zixuan was left alone, standing there in the wind, feeling disheveled. She glared angrily at Chen Shen's back, stomped her feet, grabbed the mineral water bottle, and left. A Pao passed him the ball and said, Chen Shen, she's gone. Chen Shen caught the ball steadily, his face expressionless, as if nothing had happened. He replied casually. What does it have to do with me? A Piao made an okay gesture and continued passing the ball. Today's practice went smoothly, and with the match just a few days away, they decided to wrap things up early. So in the afternoon, Chen Shen and the others decided to wrap up practice early. By around 4 o'clock, everyone had dispersed. Chen Shen put the ball in the back of his motorcycle, got on, and headed home. After riding for a short while, he spotted two familiar figures. One of them was carrying 2 empty buckets used for watering vegetable gardens, wearing a pair of water blue rubber boots, a durable checkered shirt, and a pair of sleeves. Chen Shen recognized her. It was none other than Mrs. Lu from his neighborhood. At this time of day, she was usually heading to the vegetable garden to water the plants. As for the other person, she was clearly a young woman, tall and graceful, with an impeccable figure that was evident even from a distance, a true beauty. Who is that? Chen Shen muttered to himself, accelerating toward them. As the motorcycle drew closer and he got a clear look at the girl's face, Chen Shen nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Xiao Shi. Chen Shen never would have dreamed that the girl dressed almost exactly like his mother was actually Lin Mushi. Upon seeing Chen Shen, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, the glow surpassing even the evening sunlight, making her appear exceptionally radiant. Senior, did you finish playing basketball? Chen Shen studied her carefully and asked in confusion, what's going on? Her hair was styled in a soft, cute bun, giving her an extra touch of warmth compared to her usual appearance. The inner garment was her own, while the outer layer was the same durable checkered shirt and sleeves as Mrs. Lu's. On her feet were a pair of pink water shoes. An outfit that was completely out of place for her status. However, at that moment, it somehow seemed harmonious. Lin Mushi smiled and said, I'm going to the vegetable garden with Auntie to water the vegetables. You? The vegetable garden? Watering the vegetables? Chen Shen recognized each word, but when put together, they felt so unfamiliar. The aloof school beauty was going to the vegetable garden with her mother to water the vegetables. The shock was as intense as when Chen Chen first encountered her on the High Post forum. This world has gone surreal, hasn't it? Lu Xiaoying glanced at him. Since you're done playing ball, why don't you come with us? She was worried that Xiao Shi would get bored going alone with her. Once she gets bored, she can just have Xiao Chen take her home. She wasn't planning to go back that soon, it would take at least an hour. Chen Chen was about to refuse, but when he met Lin Mushi's sparkling gaze, he changed his mind. All right. Shall I drive you both? Lu Xiaoying said, there's no room. Just take Xiao Shi. Lin Mushi said. Auntie just said it wasn't too far, right? I'll just walk there. She thought walking there with Auntie was quite nice. Earlier, the two of them had been chatting quite happily. Having been rejected by two girls at the same time, Chen Chen shifted his gaze to the two buckets Lu Xiaoying was carrying. How about I carry the buckets? Soon, Chen Chen's motorcycle had two buckets on it. He rode the motorcycle calmly, heading toward their vegetable garden. Along the way, they inevitably encountered some familiar neighbors. They curiously glanced at the two buckets sticking out awkwardly behind him, then shifted their gaze to Lin Mushi beside him. Finally, an auntie with a smile on her face teased Lu Xiaoying. Xiaoying, are you taking your son and daughter-in-law to the vegetable garden together? Lu Xiaoying, upon hearing this, broke into a smile as bright as a flower. Yes. Your son and daughter-in-law are so hardworking. Unlike my kids, who don't even know which way the vegetable garden gate opens. The aunt continued. Haha, no, your children are also very hardworking. Lu Xiaoying responded modestly. Although Ms. Lu appeared calm on the surface, her light footsteps betrayed her joyful mood. Lin Mushi listened to the aunt and Lu Xiaoying's conversation from the side, her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at Chen Chen, who was driving the motorcycle with full concentration, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. A mix of shy and sweet emotions welled up in her heart. After walking for a while, they were almost at the vegetable garden when Wu Zhaodi came walking toward them. Hey, isn't that Xiaoying? Oh, isn't that Zhaodi? Wu Zhaodi's gaze swept over Chen Chen and Lin Mushi beside Lu Xiaoying, then froze. I'm heading to the vegetable garden. I'll chat with you tomorrow. Wu Zhaodi. She didn't want to talk tomorrow. She didn't want to talk the day after tomorrow either. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. Without saying another word, she simply left. Lu Xiaoying didn't take it to heart. That's just the kind of person she is. As long as she wins, she is satisfied. If someone else outshines her, she won't bother with them. Chen Chen's motorcycle was parked in the grass by the roadside. He set down the water bucket. He picked it up and headed toward a small path worn out by footsteps. Lu Xiaoying and Lin Mushi followed closely behind. Sushi, watch your little feet, don't trip, Lu Xiaoying reminded her. Okay. Lin Mushi kept her head down, carefully following Lu Xiaoying. She watched where she went and followed in her footsteps. When she was a child, she used to go to her grandmother's vegetable garden with her mother, and they always walked like this. This way, she wouldn't trip and fall. Besides Chen Chen's vegetable garden, there were other vegetable gardens around, all planted with various lush green vegetables. In addition to vegetables, there were also fruit trees, such as mangoes, longans, and lychees. Because of the fruit trees, there were many ants and mosquitoes, so every time they came, they had to be fully equipped. Xiao Chen, wait here for a moment. Seeing Chen Chen walking toward the pond in the distance, Lu Xiaoying called out to him. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and waited in place. Soon, Lu Xiaoying and Lin Mushi arrived at his side. Lu Xiaoying pulled out a bottle of flower-scented water spray from her pocket and sprayed it on Chen Chen like a fire extinguisher. Mom, I'm not on fire. There's no need to do this. Lu Xiaoying continued spraying while saying, the mosquitoes in the vegetable garden are poisonous. You need to be more poisonous than them. That makes sense. Chen Chen didn't argue. He stood quietly and let her spray him. After spraying Chen Chen, Lu Xiaoying turned to Lin Mushi and sprayed her as well. Cici, your blood smells sweeter. Spray another layer for extra protection. Chen Chen almost laughed out loud. He had no idea Ms. Lu was so humorous. Chapter 109, Preparing to renovate the vegetable garden. Please keep reading. After finishing, Lu Xiaoying put the flower water back into her bag. Lin Mushi saw this and asked, Auntie, why aren't you spraying? They've already had enough of my blood. Haha Mom, you're so funny. Chen Chen laughed heartily, carrying the bucket toward the pond. Their vegetable garden was quite a distance from the pond, so watering it was always quite a hassle. They had to fetch water from the pond, and since their vegetable garden wasn't small, it took at least 8 trips to water it properly. After walking for about a minute, they saw a round, oval-shaped pond. The pond wasn't small, about the size of a small football field, and it belonged to his fourth uncle. The surrounding vegetable gardens, for the sake of convenience, mostly drew water from here. Over time, a designated area for storing water had formed along the pond's edge. Chen Chen walked down, placed the buckets into the pond one by one, waited for them to fill with water, and then lifted them back up. Lu Xiaoying, holding a shoulder pole, wanted to take over. Chen Chen took it directly, hooked 2 buckets, and prepared to carry them. Lu Xiaoying said. I can do it myself. I've been doing this for years. You have a son and you don't even know how to do this? Are you being silly? Chen Shen stood up without saying a word. To be honest, it was really heavy. The first time, he almost couldn't stand up. Senior, are you okay? Lin Mushi kept a close eye on his movements. Seeing him stumble, she jumped in surprise. After all, there was a pond right beside him and it looked pretty deep. If he had fallen in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm fine. It's just the first time. I'm not used to it yet, but I'm okay now. After saying that, he stood up, though his jump wasn't very steady, and he splashed quite a bit of water. However, walking wasn't a problem. After taking a few steps, he found the trick to maintaining his balance, and no more water spilled out. Lu Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. This kid is pretty good. You see, back then, to keep him focused on his studies, she wouldn't even let him help in the vegetable garden, let alone carry water. He knew the location because she had brought him here when he was a child. With her son helping with the water, Lu Xiaoying was happy to have some free time. Following him back. In the middle, there was a simple wooden gate that was the entrance to their vegetable garden. Earlier, Lin Mushi had been too busy following Lu Xiaoying and hadn't noticed. Placing the water bucket in front of a patch of lettuce, Chen Shen gently pressed his shoulder, and an immediate wave of soreness washed over him. The rest was left to Mrs. Lu. Chen Shen surveyed the vegetable garden. The lush greenery, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, shimmered with a dazzling radiance. The variety of vegetables was quite extensive. There were lettuce, cauliflower, cabbage, spinach, Chinese broccoli, garlic sprouts, scallions, in total, no fewer than 20 varieties. No wonder Ms. Lu treated her vegetable garden like a treasure, making sure to check on it every day no matter how busy she was. Suddenly, Chen Shen noticed a corner of the vegetable garden with sugarcane. His eyes lit up and he walked over, kicked one over with a kick, and broke it off with a forceful twist. He cut off the top and bottom, leaving the sweetest part, then broke it into 2 pieces and held them out to Lin Mushi, who was standing beside Lu Xiaoying watching her water the vegetables. CC, want some sugarcane? Lin Mushi heard Chen Shen's words, looked up at him, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Yes, thank you, senior. What is it like for the cold and aloof school beauty to eat sugarcane? Chen Shen had seen it. Exactly, look at her chewing slowly and deliberately, every movement exuding an indescribable elegance. Now look at himself eating sugarcane in the same way, yet appearing so rough and unrestrained. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt a sharp pain under his feet. He instinctively looked down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He screamed, writhing on the ground in pain, as if he were the Monkey King just leaping out of a rock crevice. Lin Mushi saw this and rushed over anxiously, asking with concern, Senior, what's wrong? Chen Shen jumped around, shaking his feet, and waved his hands to stop Lin Mushi from approaching. His face twisted as he said, Don't come closer. There's an ant nest here. Be careful not to get bitten. Lin Mushi's face turned pale instantly. She looked down and indeed saw an ant nest that had been crushed where Chen Shen had been standing. At that moment, the ants seemed to have lost their direction, scrambling frantically in all directions, some even beginning to spread toward her. Lu Xiaoying quickly pulled Lin Mushi to a safe, open area and instructed, Mushi, stay over here. Thank goodness I made you wear water shoes. There are so many ant nests in this vegetable garden. Be careful when you walk, don't be like Chen Shen, he doesn't even look where he's going. Chen Chen. Fortunately, they had discovered it early. Although Chen Shen had stepped on the ant nest, not many ants had managed to climb onto his feet. Still, he couldn't avoid being bitten a few times. It really hurts. Senior, are you okay? Lin Mushi asked with a worried expression. Before Chen Shen could answer, Lu Xiaoying spoke up first, he's fine. When he was a kid, he once lay down on an ant nest. Chen Shen shot her a cold glance and said, Mom, weren't you the one who accidentally put me on the ant nest? That was so long ago, how could you still remember? As she spoke, Lu Xiaoying pulled a bunch of grass from somewhere and said, Take this and wipe the places where the ants bit you. Chen Shen didn't recognize the grass, but every time he was bitten by ants as a child, Lu Xiaoying had always made him do this. How to put it? Anyway, it worked pretty well. Lin Mushi took the sugarcane from Chen Shen's hand. He found a spot without ants, squatted down, took off one shoe and sock, revealing several red marks on his foot where ants had bitten him, looking rather alarming. Then, Chen Shen picked up the grass Lu Xiaoying had given him and rubbed it back and forth over the areas bitten by ants. The itching sensation disappeared by more than half. Since Chen Shen had been bitten by ants, the task of fetching water naturally fell to Lu Xiaoying. She was already accustomed to it. She did it quickly and without spilling a drop. The only downside was that it was a bit far away. Mom, I'll figure out a way to use a hose to bring water from the pond directly to the vegetable garden. That way, you won't have to work so hard. If we could divert it, that would be much more convenient. Lu Xiaoying smiled slightly, but then changed the subject. The problem is, do you know how to install a hose? Underestimate me? Just wait and see. Chen Shen took Lin Mushi's hand. Cici, let us go buy the tools. It's getting cold. Change your clothes before you go. Lu Xiaoying's concerned voice called out. Got it. Chen Chan pulled Lin Mushi to the motorcycle. He turned the motorcycle around and had Lin Mushi get on. Chen Chan went home to change into a set of casual sportswear. Lin Mushi also took off her water shoes and checkered shirt, revealing a simple, loose white hoodie underneath. Chapter 110, You're in for a treat tomorrow, please keep reading. Seeing Chen Chan putting on his water shoes, Lin Mushi asked, Senior, are you really going to divert the pond water to the vegetable garden? Chen Chan raised one eyebrow slightly, a confident smile curving his lips. Of course. Have I ever lied to you? But, are you really sure you can do it? Lin Mushi asked doubtfully. You underestimate me. Alright, being underestimated by two women in a row, Chen Chan clenched his fists. If I succeed, what will we say about this? Lin Mushi asked, What do you want to say, Senior? Chen Chan thought for a moment. I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know once I do. Alright. Chen Chan grabbed the car keys from home, got into the car with Lin Mushi, and soon the sound of the car engine could be heard. The white sedan quickly disappeared into the afterglow of the setting sun. Chen Chan drove Lin Mushi to a hardware store. As soon as they entered, he shouted, Sir, do you sell water pumps? Yes, we have them. What type are you looking for? The shop owner replied enthusiastically. A small one with good quality will do. The shop owner pointed to a machine and said, This 3-inch one, does that suit you? Chen Chan examined it carefully before asking, How much is it? It's $880, but I'll give you $850. Chen Chan furrowed his brows slightly and hesitated. That's a bit expensive. This brand is all priced like this. If I weren't planning to go back for the new year, I wouldn't even be able to sell it for $850. Alright, I'll take one. While the owner was busy packing, Lin Mushi whispered in his ear. Senior, I thought you'd haggle with him a bit more. Heaven only knew how half-hearted she had seen him haggle with the boss. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to lower the price, it's fine. If you can, that'd be better. Chen Chan quietly replied. I checked the prices online before coming, and they're pretty much the same as what the boss said. You can do that? She really didn't know that. From deciding to buy the water pump to returning home, it only took half an hour. So it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Chen Jiangwen, with his hands behind his back, strolled home from the mahjong room next door. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Chen busy unpacking the water pump. Lin Mushi was crouched nearby, her eyes fixed on Chen Chen's hands, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chen Jiangwen walked closer, leaning forward slightly, and asked curiously, Son, what are you planning to do? I'm going to install a water pump in the pond and divert the water to the vegetable garden. That way, Mom won't have to work so hard carrying water to water the vegetables anymore. Chen Chen explained without looking up. That's a good idea, son. Keep it up. Chen Chen looked up and gave him a casual glance. What do you mean keep it up? You need to help too. Start now? Chen Jiangwen was clearly taken aback. Catching his son's slightly cold gaze, Chen Jiangwen quickly changed his tone and laughed. Let's do it. Really, who's the boss here? As the father, he was always being led around by his son. Hadn't he just handed him a coat hanger when he was about to get beaten up? By now, Chen Chen had already taken the water pump out of the cardboard box. Next, he needed to figure out the electricity issue. The vegetable garden was quite a distance from their home. Running an extension cord was out of the question. Running a power line from the house wasn't an option either. Wait, Uncle C's pond sometimes needs a water pump, and he has a spare switch. Just then, Chen Jianguo returned from outside. Chen Chen shared his idea with him. Chen Jianguo didn't mind his vegetable garden was connected to Chen Chen's, so they could share it. He said, Perfect. I was planning to drain the fish pond this year and clean out the silt from the pond. Our water pump is broken, so can I borrow yours first? No problem. Chen Chen said, then turned to Lin Mushi and said, You'll be in for a treat tomorrow. Lin Mushi didn't quite understand what he meant and asked, What's in it for me? Uncle Chen is going to drain the fish pond, and there will definitely be plenty of good things inside fish, shrimp, and the like. They're very delicious, and most importantly, you can go down and catch them yourself. Really? Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Of course it's true. I'll go drain the pond now. It's getting late. Stay home and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Chen Chen picked up the water pump and the hose and headed toward the motorcycle. Before leaving, he turned back and added, Don't forget what you promised me. Lin Mushi looked at him with a strange expression. Senior, I feel like you're intentionally setting me up. Chen Chen gave her a big smile, making his intentions clear he was indeed doing it on purpose. Chen Jiangwen put on his waterproof boots and came out of the house, sitting on the back of the motorcycle. The father and son drove toward the vegetable garden. Soon, Uncle Chen also put on his waterproof boots, hopped on his motorcycle, and set off from home. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, Lu Xiaoying had already finished watering the vegetables. Seeing Chen Jiangwen and his father get off the motorcycle, she asked, Did you buy the water pump back so quickly? Yes, Uncle C said he wanted to clean the fish pond, so we came to drain the water first, Chen Chen replied. Lu Xiaoying nodded slightly and sighed. Yes, the fish pond hasn't been dredged in 2 years. There must be a lot of silt accumulated at the bottom. Sometimes when I pump water, the water level drops slightly and I can scoop up half a bucket of silt. After pouring the last bucket of water, Lu Xiaoying placed the freshly picked green vegetables into the bucket and turned back to instruct, I'll head home first. Be careful and stay safe. At that moment, Chen Jiangwo arrived. Sister-in-law, are you heading back? He greeted her warmly. Yes, I'm just about to head back. I picked some fresh broccoli, I'll bring you a couple of florets later. Ying loves them. Lu Xiaoying replied with a smile. All right. Chen Jiangwo finished speaking and walked toward the pond. From a distance, he called out. The plug is over here. Chen and Chen Jiangwen followed the direction he indicated, went to the spot by the pond where the plug was reserved, placed the water pump in the grass, and began setting up the hose. Chen Jiangwo walked over to them, knelt down, and said to Chen, this job needs your uncle and your father to do it. You just watch from the side. Uncle Chen, I'm already grown up. Chen tilted his head slightly and smiled helplessly. Oh, right, little Chen has grown up. Chen Jiangwo watched him carefully assemble the water pipes and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Time flies. Little Chen can already bring a girlfriend home. In your uncle's heart, you're still that little kid running after me. Xiao Chun, tell your uncle the truth. Xiao Xia's family must be pretty well off, right? Chen Jiangwo knew the moment he first met Lin Mushi that a family capable of raising such a girl couldn't be ordinary. Chapter 111, Can two people guarantee they'll always love each other? Please keep reading. Chen Jiangwo was just frustrated that he hadn't had the chance to have a proper talk with his nephew. Chen Jiangwen stood beside him with a serious expression. If Chen Jiangwo could see it, as the father, he naturally wouldn't miss it either. However, this was his son's own matter, so he didn't feel it was appropriate to interfere. Now that Jiangwo brought it up, it was a good opportunity for him to hear Chen Chen's thoughts. Chen Chen's hand, which was holding the water pipe, trembled involuntarily. He didn't look up and asked, why did Uncle Chen suddenly bring this up? Hearing Chen Chen's reaction, Chen Jiangwo knew his guess was correct. He knelt down, looked at Chen Chen, and said earnestly, Uncle Chen just wants to tell you that we're an ordinary family. When it comes to marriage, it's all about matching social status. Two people might be swept away by momentary passion and novelty, believing that love alone is enough. However, as time goes on, the differences hidden beneath the surface will gradually emerge. Perhaps the price of one of her handbags could easily match the hard work of your entire life, and even far exceed it. As for other things, there will be all sorts of problems. Will you still be able to guarantee the same level of affection as you have now? Chen understood what his uncle was saying. Perhaps they could only maintain this lifestyle for a while. By the time they return to school next year, she will once again become the aloof, high and mighty school beauty. And he would still be the anonymous nobody he was. Every day, he would engage in mental battles with his roommates over who was the father, and spend hours in the dormitory typing away to earn a little extra pocket money. However, over the past few days, he had deliberately ignored all of that. Suddenly torn apart, Chen felt a bit at a loss. Chen Jiangwo patted Chen on the shoulder and said, Uncle Chen isn't trying to discourage you, I'm just worried you might get hurt. Our little Chen has grown up, and Uncle Chen believes you can handle your own emotions. Of course, if you two can make it to the end, Uncle Chen would be even happier. They say that when you're young, you shouldn't meet someone too stunning, because once you do, everyone else you meet afterward will just be a compromise. Xiao, she is too outstanding. Now, no one in the village doesn't praise the girlfriend Chen brought back for being beautiful, sensible, and obedient. Chen Jiangwo doesn't want Chen to get completely involved and end up with nothing, so he can only remind him first. At that moment, the sunset was slowly sinking behind the mountains, and the earth seemed shrouded in a faintly melancholic atmosphere. In the distance, the occasional piercing cry of a bird added to the desolate feeling. Chen face wasn't in the shadows, so no one could tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he looked up and forced a light-hearted smile. My relationship with Xiao Xi is very stable. We'll be together until the end. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle C. Chen Jiangwo, seeing this, didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything more. At that moment, Chen had also finished connecting the water pipe. The rice field was right next to the stream, so all he had to do was connect the hose and extend it there. Perhaps because he had been crouching for too long, or because his mind was elsewhere, Chen lost his balance when he stood up and fell into the grass beside him. Chen Jiangwen was startled and rushed over to help him. Be careful, Chen. However, it was too late. Chen buttocks hit the ground first, landing precisely in a hidden muddy pit beneath the grass. With a plop, muddy water splashed everywhere, and Chen clothes were instantly covered in mud. Chen wiped the mud off his face with his hand and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine. Chen Jiangwen, who had been worried about him, saw this and froze for a moment before pointing at him and laughing heartily. You've turned into a mud monkey, ha ha ha. Chen Jiangwo saw this and joined in the laughter. Everyone laughed, and the earlier somber atmosphere dissipated somewhat. Chen Jiangwo walked over to a small wooden hut nearby, took out a key, opened the door, and entered the area where the inspection was being conducted. Inside were some tools like shovels. He took out a shovel and a filter net, first blocking the entrance to the pond to prevent water from flowing in while they were draining it, which would be a waste of effort. He then went to the outlet, placed the filter screen in place, and used the shovel to clear the outlet. The water gushed out immediately. After finishing, he slung the shovel over his shoulder and walked around the fish pond again, checking for any other issues. Alright, if it doesn't rain tonight, pumping until tomorrow morning should be enough. Everything was taken care of. The three began packing up and heading home. Fortunately, this area was far from residential areas, so noise wasn't much of an issue. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 2 days. Lin Mushi was sitting in the living room, picking broccoli and snow peas. She was truly beautiful. Even when doing the most ordinary tasks, she could make them pleasing to the eye, creating a scene of beauty on its own. Shen Shen couldn't help but recall what his uncle had said. Two people from different social classes may start off very much in love, but over time, all the flaws will surface. At that point, can you guarantee that you'll still be as in love as you are now? When Chen Chen returned, soaked and covered in mud, Lin Mushi was startled for a moment before standing up, approaching him, and speaking with concern. How did you get yourself into such a state? Chen Chen replied, I accidentally slipped and fell into a mud pit, that's how I ended up like this. Go wash up quickly, don't catch a cold. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen. Seeing Chen Chen's disheveled state, she said. What happened? Oh my, did you go take a bath in the pond? Lin Mushi explained for Chen Chen, Auntie, he fell into a mud pit. Lu Xiaoying said disdainfully, go take a hot shower right away. Don't catch a cold. All right. After saying that, Chen Chen turned around and started heading upstairs. Just then, Lu Xiaoying called him back. Hey, take off your muddy pants before going upstairs. Lu Xiaoying urged him. There's no one else here. Hurry up and take them off. Don't dirty the floor. I've been cleaning for ages. Chen Chen had no choice but to take off his pants first. Lin Mushi blushed and silently returned to her seat, continuing to pick snow peas. On the surface, she appeared calm, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the panic and shyness within her. Chen Chen casually tossed the muddy pants he had taken off into a bucket by the door. He then hurried upstairs and went straight into the bathroom. He turned on the water heater, and the warm water immediately washed over his hands, scrubbing away the mud. Looking down at himself, his clothes were also covered in mud and water, but fortunately they weren't too dirty. He took off all his clothes. The bathroom was filled with steaming vapor. Chen Chen stood under the showerhead, letting the warm droplets slide over his skin. He closed his eyes, and his thoughts drifted back to his uncle's words about matching social status. Chapter 112, Focus on the present, please keep reading. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, uncertainty about the future and resignation to the present. After finishing his shower, Chen Chen put on clean clothes, stepped out of the bathroom, and stood by the window, gazing out at the night sky. The moonlight flowed like water, gently bathing the earth and draping this ordinary night in a veil of mystery. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind of all distractions, and told himself that no matter what the future held, he would face it bravely. As for the present, he would focus on the here and now. Chen Chen composed himself and went downstairs. Shen Jiangwan had also finished his shower and was now sitting on the sofa watching TV. Tonight's dinner was all his wife's specialties, so he was happy to relax. He. Lu Xiaoying came out of the kitchen and saw Chen Chen, saying, Take your dirty clothes down. They're all muddy and can't go straight into the washing machine. I'll wash them by hand later. Chen Chen nodded upon hearing this, turned around, and went back upstairs to bring down his dirty clothes, placing them together with the pants he had taken off earlier. He then sat down next to Qin Jiangwen, and the father and son watched TV in silence. Soon, the aroma of the meal filled the entire house. Shen Chen was already hungry. He stood up and went to the dining table, where Lin Mushi had just brought out stir-fried snow peas with cured pork. He couldn't resist reaching out to taste it first, but just as he extended his hand, Lu Xiaoying, who had come out of the kitchen, gently tapped his wrist. You're such a big boy now, how can you still use your hands to eat? Go call Yuan to come eat. It was probably because the Spring Festival was approaching. Chen Yuan had been in her room all day, doing her homework, except for eating, using the restroom, and drinking water. She was in full-on study mode. Who told mom to cook such delicious food? Chen Chen said, resignedly heading upstairs. Lin Mushi watched Chen Chen's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle a few times. Chen Chen arrived at Chen Yuan's room door, knocked hard, and called out, Hey, dinner's ready. If it's time to eat, just eat. Why are you being so mean? Chen Yuan replied discontentedly. I wasn't being mean. Shen Chen defended himself. You're lying. You suddenly knocked so loudly just now that I messed up a character. What's wrong with you? Is your aunt coming? Shen Chen rolled his eyes at her, muttered, Eat or not, it's up to you, and turned to head downstairs. Watching Chen Chen's gloomy and uncertain back, Chen Yuan became even more certain of her guess. He must have come to see his aunt. The family sat down at the dining table to eat. When the topic turned to Uncle Chen's family going to the fish pond tomorrow, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly exclaimed, I want to go too. Chen Jiangwen smiled at his daughter, his eyes filled with affection. Alright, I'll take you, but you have to promise Dad that you'll behave and not cause trouble for Uncle Chen. Chen Yuan nodded quickly, her little face glowing with joy. Yes, I'm all grown up now. Dad, you can trust me. Lu Xiaoying, who had been listening nearby, said, remember to wear old clothes tomorrow. The fish pond is muddy, and you don't want to get your new clothes dirty. Got it, Mom. Chen Yuan agreed eagerly, already eager to see the lively scene at the fish pond tomorrow. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Mushi. Mushi sister, you're going too, right? We can dig for eels and catch little fish together, it'll be so much fun. Chen Yuan's words were tinged with childlike excitement. Lin Mushi smiled and nodded, I'm going too. I've always wanted to see what digging for eels and catching little fish is like. Hearing Lin Mushi's affirmative response, Chen Yuan was so delighted she nearly jumped for joy. Yay! That's great. You won't be disappointed when we get there. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying spoke to Lin Mushi with concern, Cici, you don't need to follow that girl around. She's used to rolling around in the mud all day. You're a city girl, you can't handle getting covered in mud. Lin Mushi shook her head gently and smiled, it's okay, auntie. I really want to try it. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoying relented and said, alright, but you can just stand by and watch. That way, you won't get dirty. Lin Mushi lowered her eyes slightly. Indeed, she still couldn't blend in with the senior's family. Chen noticed her mood change and seemed a bit irritated. He said, Mom, since Cici wants to play, let her have fun. Why are you saying all this? Lu Xiaoying realized she might have meant well but done something wrong, and hurriedly explained, I was just worried about her, afraid she wouldn't feel comfortable. Chen tone was impatient, if she doesn't want to, forcing her won't work. Lu Xiaoying, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Mushi with an apologetic expression and said, Xiaoxi, I'm so sorry. Auntie didn't mean to. Lin Mushi smiled and shook her head gently, replying, Auntie, I understand you're doing this for my own good. How could I blame you? Lu Xiaoying nodded with relief, what a good child. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew a bit awkward. Chen Jiangwen, sensing the tension, quickly changed the subject. The weather tonight looks pretty good. It shouldn't rain, right? Lu Xiaoying replied, looking at the weather, it shouldn't rain for the next couple of days. Though she said that, by midnight, the wind had picked up. Chen and Lin Mushi were still awake when they heard the light turn on at their uncle's house downstairs. Soon after, they heard the sound of a motorcycle engine starting. He got up, grabbed a jacket, threw it over his shoulders, and rushed out the door. I'll go down and check. By the way, make sure to bring in Yangguan's clothes so they don't get wet in the rain. Lin Mushi nodded, watching Chen departing figure, and couldn't help but feel that he seemed to have something on his mind tonight. Hopefully, she was just overthinking things. She got up, put on a jacket, and went to the balcony to collect the clothes. When she reached the first floor, Chen Jiangwen also came out wearing a coat. Seeing Chen, he said, I'll go with your uncle to check it out. You don't need to come. Go back upstairs and go to bed. Chen nodded, Dad, be careful. Don't worry. After saying that, he grabbed a flashlight, opened the door, and left. Soon, the sound of the motorcycle grew fainter and fainter. Chen yawned and went back upstairs. He was also tired. He wrapped his arms around Lin Mushi and fell asleep. Chen Jiangui got up before dawn. Chen Jiangwen also got up around the same time. At the same time, the other brothers also got up one after another. 4 or 5 adults rode motorcycles toward the pond. Today, they had arranged for the fish buyer to come, intending to select and sell the larger fish that could be sold, and keep some fingerlings for future use. In the afternoon, they would hire people to clean out the mud. At this time, other villagers were also allowed to go down to the pond to catch fish and shrimp. Chen got up in the morning and first went with Piao and a few others to make a round. He also told them today's plan. Gu, aren't you going to practice ball this afternoon? Chapter 113, Fishing for Fish and Shrimp, please vote for me. Monthly votes. Piao and the others clearly wanted to practice longer today, so they heard Chen continue. My uncle's family is cleaning the fish pond today. You can go. As soon as he finished speaking, Piao excitedly replied, Great. I haven't gone fishing for fish and shrimp in ages. This time I'll really get my fill. Chen Village isn't the only place with fish ponds. Chen's uncle isn't the only one who has one. However, not every family cleans theirs every year. Whenever a family cleans their fish pond, everyone in the village comes to join in the fun. When Chen and his friends were children, this was their favorite time. Because they could run around in the pond to their heart's content, even if they got covered in mud, their parents wouldn't scold them. Today's children aren't as free as they were back then. Parents rarely allow their children to go into the pond. The homeowners also dare not let their children go in the water if anything were to happen. No one could take responsibility. Chen smiled and continued. Everyone, hurry up and practice. The competition is just a few days away. Starting tomorrow, besides the morning practice, you can arrange your own practice time. Whoever has time can come, and those with family matters don't need to force themselves. After several days of intense training, Apiao and the others grew increasingly impressed by Chen Chen's ball skills and organizational abilities. They had no objections to his arrangements and nodded in agreement. Great. Finally, after finishing the morning training, the group quickly dispersed and rushed home. They were heading out to fish and catch shrimp. Chen Chen returned home, quickly ate a few bites, and began preparing to go to the fish pond. Lin Mushi had already gone to the fish pond with his parents and younger sister. The fish pond was already crowded with people. Everyone had a bucket in front of them, and judging by their smiling faces, they seemed to have caught quite a bit. Chen Jiangwen and his brothers were weighing the fish on the shore. From a distance, they could see Lin Mushi standing on the embankment of the pond, struggling to pull her feet out of the mud. She was wearing a deep blue waterproof jumpsuit, which added a touch of playfulness and charm to her appearance, making her look rather innocent. Her earnest yet clumsy demeanor made her irresistibly tempting to tease. After much effort, she finally managed to free her feet from the mud. However, due to losing her balance, she stumbled and ended up sitting right in the mud. This fall left her clothes covered in mud, making her look quite disheveled. Yet, despite this, she remained the most striking presence in the entire fish pond. Lin Mushi sat in the fish pond, sweating profusely, and looked up to see Chen Chen standing on the shore, arms crossed, smiling at her. He was wearing a blue and white winter school uniform, which made him look as though he had been transported back to his high school days. Lin Mushi couldn't help but be struck by his appearance. This was the first time she had seen Chen Chen in his high school uniform, which was completely different from his usual casual or formal attire. The blue and white of the uniform made Chen Chen look even more fresh and elegant, losing some of his usual maturity and gravitas, and gaining a touch of the innocence and vitality of his school days. Lin Mushi playfully batted her eyelashes. Though she hadn't attended the same high school as her senior, seeing him in his high school uniform was still quite charming. However, the smile on Chen Chen's lips was too smug, so Lin Mushi grabbed a handful of mud from the side and threw it at him. But since she had used up all her strength, the mud didn't even reach Chen Chen's feet. So frustrating, I missed. Senior, you're still laughing at me. Hearing Lin Mushi's voice and seeing her acting so childishly by throwing mud at him, Chen Chen was taken aback. This side of her was so down to earth. He then looked down at his school uniform, gave it a tug, and said, "Walking in mud has its tricks. If you just pull it out forcefully, you'll never get it out. Senior, how do you pull it out? I'll show you." Seeing Chen Chen about to get down, Lin Mushi hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you going to go into the fish pond dressed like that?" Chen Chen didn't respond. "Yeah, the school uniform is durable and easy to wash. Why aren't you wearing a waterproof suit?" "Wearing that would affect my performance," Chen Chen said, then took off his pants and shoes, rolled up his pant legs, and started walking down the small path in front of him. "But you'll get cold like that." The wind was quite strong today, and Lin Mushi, who was wearing a warm layer underneath her waterproof jacket, still felt a bit cold. Chen Chen had already made it down. He walked over to Lin Mushi with ease, making her feel envious. Thinking about himself, he realized that every step took him a long time. "Lift one foot up like this," Chen Chen demonstrated while speaking. Lin Mushi followed his example and did the same. "Is it in?" "It's in. You have to go all the way." This conversation feels a bit off." Chen Chen cleared his throat twice, pretending nothing was wrong. Lin Mushi's face was also bright red, and she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Chen's gaze. Chen Chen continued. "After that, lift it up again, do the same with the other foot, and then walk using this method." Lin Mushi tried walking in the mud using Chen Chen's method, and it was indeed much smoother than before. A joyful smile bloomed on her face as she looked up at Chen Chen and excitedly said, "Senior, I can walk now." Only heaven knew how long she had struggled in the mud before Chen Chen arrived. Yuan had taught her, but after trying for a long time, she still couldn't master the technique. Plus, Yuan was in a hurry to go play, so she let her go first and tried again later. The aunt told her not to rush and to play nearby if she couldn't walk. She wanted to take advantage of the pond just opening to catch as many fish and shrimp as possible for a special dinner. "Mushi sister, look what I caught." Chun Yuan's excited voice came from beside her, immediately drawing Lin Mushi's attention. Compared to Lin Mushi, Chun Yuan looked more like a muddy monkey. The waterproof suit she was wearing looked like a prop. If Lu Xiaoying saw her, she'd be speechless. Yuan, how did you get all that mud on your face?" Lin Mushi had just learned to walk in the mud and moved slowly, while Chen Yuan, like a monkey, quickly made her way to her side. "That's not important, Mushi sister, look." Chen Yuan was holding a small turtle in her hand, about the size of her palm, with a slight golden sheen. "What is this?" Lin Mushi's gaze shifted slightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But she couldn't help but be curious. "It's a little turtle. Isn't it cute?" Chen Yuan looked proud. Lin Mushi forced a smile and said, "It's pretty. Aren't you afraid it'll bite you? That's why I'm holding it tightly." Chen Yuan shook the little turtle in her hand, looking fearless. "Mushi sister, do you think we should take this little turtle home to keep as a pet?" Chapter 114, still blushing and heart racing, please keep reading. Lin Mushi responded with a smile. "Sure. Her family's fish tank also housed similar turtles, along with various other fish, all carefully selected by her father at great effort and expense. Mentioning her father, Lin Mu, she lowered her eyelids slightly. The more time she spent with the Chun family, the less she wanted to go back. Upon hearing Lin Mushi's response, Chun Yuan immediately turned around and shouted to Chun Chen. Brother, Mushi said she wants to keep a soft-shelled turtle. When are you going to buy an aquarium? Lin Mushi pretended to be annoyed and said, sure, you just want to use my name to get the senior to buy the fish tank. Chen Yuan stuck her tongue out at Lin Mushi playfully, looking mischievous. Using your name works better. If I say I want to keep it, forget about the fish tank, my mom would turn it into soup by tonight. Chen Yuan's words carried a hint of pleading, followed by a plea, Cici sister, look how cute it is. You wouldn't want it to end up in a pot of soup, would you? Lin Mushi couldn't help but curve her lips into a gentle smile. She gently tapped Chen Yuan's forehead and laughed. You little trickster, you're impossible. Alright, I'll help you this time. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Xiaoxi sister, you're the best sister-in-law in the whole world. Lin Mushi heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. The best sister-in-law in the world? The title made her feel both surprised and a bit sweet. Her gaze shifted to Qin Shen, who had taken a few steps forward. He seemed to have stepped on something, furrowing his brows and uttering a soft "hmm." Lin Mushi heard this and immediately asked anxiously, Senior, what's wrong? I think I stepped on something. Lin Mushi grew even more anxious. The fish pond was filled with mud, and no one knew what was underneath. Senior, did you step on glass? Seeing Lin Mushi's anxious expression, Qin Shen suddenly felt like teasing her. He simply replied, I don't know. Lin Mushi heard this and rushed over to Chun Chen as quickly as she could. Senior, I'll take you back. It was clear she was genuinely worried. However, before Lin Mushi could get close, Qin Shen had already bent down, felt around with his hands, and pulled out a palm-sized clam from the mud. He held it up in front of Lin Mushi with a teasing smile and said, Ta-da! Look at this good thing. Ah! Lin Mushi was startled and almost sat down again, but Qin Shen quickly grabbed her, preventing her from sitting down. Lin Mushi, still shaken, patted her chest and said in a playful tone, Senior, you scared me to death. After saying that, she gently punched Qin Shen's chest with her little fists, but accidentally left a few muddy spots on his previously clean clothes. Lin Mushi saw this and felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head. She whispered, I got your clothes dirty. Qin Shen shrugged indifferently, it's just dirt. No big deal. Lin Mushi looked at what he was holding and asked, what's this? Qin Shen replied, it's a river clam. A clam? Is there a pearl inside? Lin Mushi asked. Maybe. Do you want to open it and take a look? Lin Mushi nodded eagerly upon hearing this, sure, let's do it. At that moment, Chen Yuan ruthlessly exposed Chun Chen's lie. Mushi sister, don't fall for it. My brother is just teasing you. These river clams don't have pearls inside. Only certain types of clams can produce pearls. Alright, senior, you're lying to me again. Lin Mushi pretended to be angry, grabbed a handful of mud, and threw it at Qin Shen. This time, due to the close distance, the mud hit Qin Shen accurately, staining his previously clean school uniform with a dirty spot. Lin Mushi raised her chin triumphantly and said in a proud tone, Humph, that's what you get for lying to me. Oh my gosh, Mushi sister, your punishment is way too gentle. You should have. Chen Yuan chimed in from the side, stirring the pot. However, before she could finish, Qin Shen interrupted her. He grabbed a handful of mud and glared at Chen Yuan with a menacing look. Want to try a mixed doubles match? Chen Yuan immediately envisioned being attacked by both of them at the same time, and she backed away in fear, shouting, I'll tell mom. You're bullying me. After saying that, she turned and fled the scene, leaving Lin Mushi and Qin Shen by the fish pond, smiling at each other. Dust brother, sister-in-law, we're here. Qin Shen turned around and saw Piao and the others, each carrying a bucket, coming over in a large group. Like Qin Shen, they weren't wearing waterproof gear, they were all dressed in their high school uniforms. Upon reaching the shore, they set down the buckets, took off their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and lifted the buckets again before jumping into the water. Shen-gu, come on. Let's race. A Piao called out excitedly. Qin Shen turned to look at Lin Mushi and asked with a smile, I'm going to the middle of the pond to race with them. Do you want to come? Lin Mushi looked at the crowded center of the pond and shook her head. Ah, there? Let's not. Then you stay here and play. I'll go catch lots of fish and shrimp for you. After saying that, Chen Shen ran after Apao and the others. Lin Mushi found a slightly cleaner rock to sit on and watched Chen Shen dart around the pond like a nimble rabbit. The senior seemed to have endless energy every day, but no matter what he did, he always did it with enthusiasm. She washed her hands in a small puddle beside her, took out her phone, and opened the camera app. Senior, look this way. Chen Shen turned his head at the sound and smiled brightly and warmly at the camera, his hands forming a big white gesture that sparkled in the sunlight. Lin Mushi stared at the smiling boy on her phone screen, her cheeks involuntarily flushing red. She touched her flushed cheeks and muttered to herself. We're already together, and we've kissed and hugged, so why am I still blushing and my heart is racing? She stopped looking at the photo and opened the camera app again, aiming it at Chun Chen, wanting to capture every moment of him. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled patterns on the surface of the fish pond, shimmering in harmony with Chen Chen's school uniform. His pant legs were still rolled up high, his bare legs covered in mud. He bent down from time to time, plunging his hands into the mud, each time emerging with a bountiful harvest. He couldn't help but glance in Lin Mushi's direction, his face breaking into a brilliant smile. Lin Mushi could feel his joy through the screen. The senior truly was someone who could easily spread joy to those around him. Around him, happiness seemed within reach. Chapter 115, the first love vlog. Please keep reading. Looking at Chen Chen's innocent and warm smile on her phone, Lin Mushi suddenly realized that besides the few photos they took when they first met, after they started dating, they hadn't taken anymore. It felt like they had missed out on so many precious moments together. Just as Lin Mushi was lost in her thoughts, Chen Chen had quietly moved closer to the camera. His face, brimming with pride and joy, suddenly filled the screen. His smile held endless pride and innocence, like a little boy eager to show off his treasure to the world. See, look, I caught so many fish and shrimp. A piao and the others can't compare to me. Ha ha ha. His voice seemed to come through the screen, tinged with pride and mischief, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, creating layers of joyful ripples. At that moment, Chen Chen's face in the lens appeared exceptionally lively, his eyes sparkling with light, and his cheeks slightly flushed from laughter. The unadorned authenticity and purity stirred ripples in Lin Mushi's heart. Ha? Are you taking a photo of me? Chen Chen swiped Lin Mushi's phone away, revealing himself to her. Only then did he notice that Lin Mushi, behind the phone, looked like she had been caught red-handed, her face flushed red, as delicate and vibrant as a blooming peach blossom. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling gently, her bright eyes occasionally lifting before quickly dropping in shyness. Teasing and evasive. If you're going to take a photo, let us take one together. Chen Chen said as he gently set down the bucket in his hand, then casually rinsed his hands in a nearby puddle. He took her phone, turned the camera around, and the two of them appeared on the screen. Chen Chen naturally took Lin Mushi's phone, gave it a gentle twist, and the camera shifted direction, bringing both their faces into view on the screen. On the screen, the boy's smile carried a hint of recklessness, while the girl's eyes sparkled with shyness. Their gazes met on the screen, as if, in that moment, the entire world had come to a standstill. Come on, make a peace sign. Chen Chen's words carried a hint of ease and joy. He naturally raised one hand and made a big V sign. His confident and carefree demeanor made Lin Mushi's heart race once again. A sweet smile involuntarily curled the corners of her lips, and the blush on her cheeks added a touch of delicate beauty. She shyly mimicked Chen Chen's gesture, raising her hand and making a V sign. In front of the camera, their smiles were bright and sincere, as if happiness had been frozen in that moment. We're done filming. Keep an eye on the bucket and make sure the fish and shrimp don't spill out. I'll go catch some more. With that, Chen Chen sprinted toward the center of the fish pond. In the process, some mud splashed onto Lin Mushi's body and face. She paused for a moment, looked down at the mud stains on her body, and a hint of helplessness and amusement flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't get angry. She wiped the mud off her face and her lips curled into a smile. She then turned her gaze back to the center of the pond, where Chen Chen was darting around joyfully. Just as she was about to continue filming Chen Chen, Xin Yao's voice popped up, and she pressed the answer button. A face covered in mud suddenly appeared on the screen. Xin Yao's sharp voice rang out. What on earth were you doing? Lin Mushi smiled and turned the camera on her phone toward the bucket beside her, filled with their catch, sharing Chen Chen's hard work with her. Yao, look quickly. Senior caught so many fish, and there are shrimp too. Plus, there are eels, and lots of other little creatures. Stop. Xin Yao interrupted Lin Mushi's performance. I'm asking, you didn't respond to me all day, were you off doing this? Lin Mushi turned the screen toward herself, blinked innocently, and said, yeah, what's wrong? Xin Yao was speechless for a moment before regaining her voice. Never mind, keep playing. After saying that, she hung up the video call. In a spacious, bright apartment thousands of miles away, a pair of long, straight legs, as if carved from marble, shone in the light, exuding an irresistible charm. The owner of those legs sat leisurely on a stylishly designed sofa. She held a crystal-clear glass of red wine in her hand, her eyes betraying a hint of deep thought. She wore a dazzling long dress, the hem gently brushing the floor, complementing her legs and adding a touch of elegance and mystery. Every corner of the room exudes exceptional taste, from the abstract artworks hanging on the walls to the exquisite porcelain pieces on the table, all reflecting the owner's unique style. Soft music flows gently through the air, adding a touch of elegance to the serene space. This scene stood in stark contrast to Lin Mushi's earlier imagination of a monkey, as if they were two completely different worlds. Xin Yao had just attended a banquet and called Lin Mushi on video. Her intention was to vent about how boring the banquet had been. Instead, she saw a completely different side of her. Xin Yao stood up and looked out the window, her gaze deep and puzzled. Can someone really change so much in such a short time? She found it hard to believe. But the truth was right before her eyes. Half a month ago, Lin Mushi was still the unattainable, aloof, and arrogant school beauty in the campus. That aloof demeanor was so strong that even as her closest friend, she sometimes found it hard to approach her. Yet, in just half a month, she seemed like a completely different person. The once aloofness seemed to have been melted away by warm sunlight, replaced by a liveliness and innocence completely at odds with her former image. She now tried to search her mind for a suitable word to describe her current transformation, but she couldn't find one. Just then, her phone rang. She now returned to her seat, picked up her phone, and saw that it was an unexpected caller. Her brows furrowed slightly. But she answered the call anyway. "Uncle, what do you need from me?" Shi Niao's voice was polite yet distant. A steady, slightly deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Yao Yao, have you been in touch with Xiaoxi lately?" Shi Niao heard this and gently bit her lip, seeming to consider how to respond. Saying she hadn't been in touch would be pointless. But if she said she had. Shi Niao thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, I heard you became a father again. Congratulations." As soon as Shi Niao spoke, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "I didn't tell Cece about this beforehand, which was indeed my oversight. I didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. It seemed that Uncle had assumed Xiaoxi had gone to Guangzhou because of this incident." Chapter 116, Three little ones at home, please keep reading. Shi Niao bit her lip and said, "Uncle, I think you should apologize to Xiaoxi. You're the person she is closest to. When she found out you're no longer just her father, she was really heartbroken." Shi Niao didn't say much more. But she stopped there. After all, she is just a junior. The reason she said those words was to speak up for her good friend. Uncle can have other children, but there's really no need to hide it from Cece. Xiaoxi may seem cold on the surface, but deep down, she craves family more than anyone else. Upon hearing this, the other side fell into another moment of silence. After a long time, she finally said, "Yao Yao, please talk to Xiaoxi and convince her to come back soon. Her younger sister will love her as an older sister." "Ha, the younger sister will love her older sister. Why not? The older sister would love her too, wouldn't she?" If the person speaking wasn't Lin Mushi's father, Shi Niao would have immediately lost her temper and confronted him. In her mind, she saw her own disheveled yet happily smiling face from earlier. She wasn't sure if she was truly happy over there, but Xiaoxi coming back definitely wouldn't make her happy. So Shi Niao ultimately didn't tell her about it right away. Let her be happy for a few more days. Shi Niao looked out the window. Amidst the countless lights of a bustling city, some people were like a lone boat drifting aimlessly. On the other side, Chen Chen won the shrimp catching competition. He was proudly showing off his spoils to Lin Mushi. The competitive spirit between boys can sometimes be very simple. Take this competition, for example. After winning, it was simply a matter of getting a few words of praise from Ma Biao and the others, like, "You're pretty good." But Chen Chen's competitive spirit went beyond that. Covered in mud, even his face was muddy, but he didn't care. He grinned widely at Lin Mushi and asked, "Little sister, am I impressive?" Lin Mushi excitedly recorded Chen Chen's disheveled appearance at that moment with her phone, raised a thumb, and praised him. "Wow, senior, you're so amazing, you caught so many fish." Chen Chen leaned his face close to the camera. "So is there a reward?" The screen suddenly zoomed in on Chen Chen's handsome face, making Lin Mushi blush slightly. She whispered, "Yes, there is." Chen Chen smiled like a cunning fox, causing Lin Mushi's heart to skip a beat. He moved the camera aside and leaned his face close to Lin Mushi's. "Come on, give me a kiss." Lin Mushi looked around nervously. There were people everywhere. She blushed and pushed his face away, whispering, "Senior, stop teasing me." There were so many people here, and his parents were nearby. If they saw this, it would be so embarrassing. Chen Chen didn't insist, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "Then make sure to make it up tonight. Lin Mushi." He actually said it without blushing or batting an eyelid. "Remember to make it up tonight." She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. The senior's face seemed to have thickened considerably. Earlier at the hotel, he stood by the bed for ages without daring to lie down. And when I went to find him secretly at night, he was also afraid that Yuan would find out. Every time I kissed him, it was always me who initiated it. Every time, the senior acted like a virtuous man being teased. Only when he lost control from behind would he take the initiative. But it was always just a tease. But today, he was so passionate, it was like he was a different person. He teased her constantly in front of others, making her too shy to look at him. Nevertheless, Lin Mushi was delighted that the senior had taken the initiative. It felt like the pride of finally seeing one's own pig learn to root for cabbage. Before Lin Mushi could say anything, a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. "Chen Chen, Chen Yuan, you two have gotten yourselves into such a state." Chen Chen muttered under his breath, "This is bad," and quickly said to Lin Mushi, "Junior, I'm a bit cold, so I'll go home first. Wait for my mom and the others to come back together." After saying that, he took off running. However, after running a few steps, he turned back, grabbed the bucket filled with fish, and continued to flee. As he ran, he didn't forget to remind, "Don't forget the reward." Lu Xiaoying grabbed her and came over. You run? Can you outrun the temple? You'll regret it when you get back. On the other side, Chen Yuanyuan took advantage of Lu Xiaoying's attention being drawn by her brother and quickly grabbed the soft-shell turtle and ran away. Sister-in-law, remember to bring the bucket back for me. Thank you, I love you. Since Chen Yuanyuan's bucket was next to Lu Xiaoying, she dared not come over to take it. The brother and sister ran off one after the other like a pair of siblings. Lu Xiaoying held the but couldn't catch up with either of them. She stood there panting, feeling both helpless and angry, muttering, the two of you, if you want to drive me crazy, just say so. Lin Mushi, standing nearby, heard this and said sweetly. Auntie, I'm not angry with you. Lu Xiaoying turned to look at Lin Mushi, who was lowering her eyes and looking gentle and charming, like a soft cotton candy, evoking a sense of tenderness. The anger in her heart dissipated by more than half. You're such a good girl, Cici. Unlike those two horses I gave birth to. Mentioning Chen Chen and his sister made Lu Xiaoying angry. Let us go home. This bucket is smaller, you can carry it more easily. Lu Xiaoying spoke as she lifted Chen Yuanyuan's bucket and handed the slightly smaller one to Lin Mushi. All right. Lin Mushi bent down to pick up the bucket, leaving her back exposed to Lu Xiaoying, and her buttocks and back were covered in a large, noticeable mud stain, making them stand out prominently. It was even more noticeable than that of Chen Chen and his sister. It wasn't just two, it was clearly three. Lu Xiaoying sighed resignedly and said, let's go. The two of them walked home slowly, one in front and one behind. When they returned home, Chen Chen had already changed out of his dirty clothes and thrown them directly into the trash bin. Because of this action, Lu Xiaoying's anger had subsided, but she grabbed him again and beat him soundly. You don't need to use them next time, do you? Just throw them away. Mom, I didn't want you to get too tired, that's why I threw them away. I'm sorry, I promise I won't do it again. Next time you dare to throw clothes around like that, it won't be as simple as just using a broom. Lu Xiaoying put the deformed coat hanger back in place. She finally turned on the faucet by the door and began washing the mud off her body. She also helped Lin Mushi take off her waterproof jacket. Chen Chen gently covered his back with his hands, turned to Lin Mushi, and said in a pitiful voice. Ouch, Junior, I'm hurt. Lin Mushi witnessed the entire scene. Although the ant was hitting him, he was wearing a jacket and she wasn't using much force, so it didn't hurt at all. Thinking about how he had been teasing her all day, Lin Mushi snorted and said. You deserve it. Chen Chen, upon hearing this, extended his finger and pointed at her in a pretend injured manner, saying, Great, the two of you are teaming up against me now, aren't you? Poor me, I've become the little cabbage in the field with no one to love or care for. Chapter 117, only 3 days left, please vote for me. Lin Mushi looked at Chen Chen's exaggerated expression and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, her laughter as bright as the spring sun. Senior, you should really consider becoming an actor, she teased. Lu Xiaoying shot him a glance, her expression saying she had seen through everything. She helped Lin Mushi take off her waterproof suit and said, Cici, don't mind him. Go take a hot shower and don't catch a cold. Alright, Auntie. I'll go up now. Lin Mushi smiled in response and turned to walk upstairs. Dinner was abundant. Everything was fish. Fried fish, steamed fish, braised fish, fish soup. Chen Jiangwan even made fish balls specially for the occasion. As for the small fish and shrimp, since they needed more time to prepare, they weren't served. However, these dishes were more than enough. Lin Mushi ate with great delight. She ate half a bowl more than usual. After dinner, Lu Xiaoying brewed some ginger tea for everyone to drink. The three of them finally went upstairs. After a long day, Chen Chen was quite tired. However, he was still writing, so no matter how tired he was, he had to keep going. As soon as he reached the upstairs, Chen Yuanyuan pulled Chen Chen into her room. Lin Mushi saw this and didn't say much. She went into her own room. Chen Chen pushed Chen Yuanyuan's hand away with disdain and said irritably, Spit it out. Brother, have you seen the news? Chen Yuanyuan asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's heart tightened suddenly, but he still pretended to be calm and replied, I haven't seen it. In recent days, Chen Chen hadn't deliberately paid attention to the news. Deep down, he didn't want Lin Mushi to come back either. But, in the end, she still had to go back. Chen Yuanyuan continued. The transportation in Jiangcheng will gradually resume in 2 days. Chen Yuanyuan had homework during the winter break and needed to keep up with the news daily, so she was usually the first to know about any updates. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He turned his gaze to the window. Night had already fallen, and the distant lights twinkled like stars scattered across the earth. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. At the same time, Lin Mushi in the room also received the news. The reopening of traffic in Jiangcheng meant that she would soon have to return to Jiangcheng. She really didn't want to go back. But she had already received a message from that person. Cici, don't force Dad to take action against him. Lin Mushi saw the message and her heart tightened suddenly. She immediately replied. If you dare to do anything to him, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. She knew she could be fearless, but he was now using Chen Chen to threaten her. Ring ring ring. The phone rang abruptly, shattering the silence in the room. The caller ID displayed father. Lin Mushi's eyes flickered. She didn't want to answer. But considering the other party wouldn't give up easily, she eventually answered. On New Year's Eve, a private jet will pick you up at Guangzhou Airport. You'll have to go there on your own. Cece, don't say your father didn't give you a chance. Use these few days to cut all ties with him. Her father's voice rang out on the other end of the phone, firm and unwavering. After speaking, a heavy sigh seemed to echo from the other end of the line, but it was only for an instant before the call was abruptly hung up. Lin Mushi's hand holding the phone froze in mid-air as she stared blankly ahead. It was the 26th. This year there was no New Year's Eve, which meant that the 29th would be New Year's Eve. This meant that the time she had left with Chen Chen was now just 3 days. 3 days. Only 3 days left. It's really so short. There's so much time in a lifetime. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden, fierce wind began to blow outside. After over a month of clear skies, the night finally brought a change. Dark clouds began to gather, and a storm was on its way. Snap! The lights in the courtyard suddenly came on, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lu Xiaoying hurried out of the house wearing a coat, swiftly gathering the clothes that had been hanging outside and bringing them back inside. Shen Jiangwen was also helping to move the tables and chairs in the courtyard under the eaves. Thank goodness my fourth brother cleaned out the fish pond today. Otherwise, this rain would have ruined everything. That's right, Lu Xiaoying agreed, her face betraying a hint of resignation toward the weather. The heavens are truly unpredictable, they change their mind in an instant. After everything was tidied up, there was another loud snap, and darkness once again enveloped the courtyard. Lu Xiaoying and Shen Jiangwen returned to the house. Upstairs, Lin Mushi's thoughts were still immersed in the phone call she had just received from her father. They only had 3 days left together. Lin Mushi stood up, turned off the light, closed the door, and went to Chen Chen's room, closing the door behind her. Chen Chen was typing away. Upon seeing her approach, he took a moment to say, Cece, you can read for a while. I'll join you after I finish typing. Lin Mushi quietly approached Chen Chen and watched him intently as he typed away. After a while, she couldn't resist anymore and asked in a slightly stubborn tone. Senior, can we stop typing for a bit? Chen Chen's fingers paused briefly on the keyboard. He turned his head and looked at Lin Mushi with a gentle expression, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. Be a good girl and listen to me. I only have 3 days worth of drafts left. If I don't finish tonight, I might not have time to write during the basketball game. Lin Mushi lowered her eyelids slightly and replied softly, then I'll watch you type. I won't disturb you. Chen Chen gave her a faint smile. Alright, good girl. After that, he immersed himself once more in the world of his novel. He had already planned out the plot for each day in advance. Therefore, as long as no one disturbed him, he could write quickly and smoothly. Lin Mushi sat quietly beside Chen Chen, her head resting lightly on the table, simply watching him in silence. When he was focused on his work, he was truly handsome. His eyes were fixed on the screen, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, his brows occasionally relaxing and then furrowing. The room was filled with the clatter of keys. Occasionally, the keyboard sounds would pause, but soon, they would resume. Thinking of something, Lin Mushi picked up her phone, opened the camera, and recorded him typing intently. By the time Chen Chen realized what was happening, Lin Mushi had been filming for quite some time. Why suddenly so into taking photos of me? Chen Chen asked through the lens with a curious yet indulgent smile. Lin Mushi smiled slightly and replied, because I want to record every little moment we spend together. In case I can't see them anymore in the future, I can always pull out my phone and look. Lin Mushi added in her mind. If it's for recording, why should it only be of me? Chen Chen reached out and took the phone, turning the camera around. Instantly, the two of them sitting side by side appeared on the screen. Chen Chen adjusted the camera angle to ensure both of them were perfectly framed within the frame. Chapter 118, Lin Mushi cried. He panicked. Soft light gently fell upon them, outlining their silhouettes in a warm and cozy glow. This is better, Chen Chen said with a satisfied smile on his lips. Lin Mushi looked at herself on the screen, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She leaned gently against Chen Chen's shoulder, savoring the fleeting happiness and contentment. Do you remember the reward we talked about earlier today? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Lin Mushi paused, huh? Chen Chen leaned in close, come on, pick a side profile you like. Lin Mushi finally realized he was referring to the promise he made earlier that day to reward her with a kiss. I think, this spot is better for a kiss. Lin Mushi cupped his face, aligned her lips with his, and kissed him. She truly loved kissing him so much. But there were only 3 days left, and she might never see him again. Thinking of this, Lin Mushi's tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Chen's eyes widened in surprise, still not realizing that the little woman had kissed him. He only noticed the salty taste in his mouth before realizing that Lin Mushi was crying. He panicked. Cece, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Is your stomach hurting? Chen Chen suddenly remembered that Lin Mushi was on her period. It was so cold today, and they had gone into the pond. Although she was wearing a waterproof suit, it was still cold. He suddenly felt a bit regretful for letting her go. Lin Mushi didn't say anything, just silently shedding tears. Chen Shen didn't know how to comfort her at the moment. He put down his phone, reached out, and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Go, steady his girl. Both of them held each other tightly. Until the salty taste gradually faded away. Later, Chen Shen tried to cue K. her double. Hold. The two remained steady. After so many times, this had never happened before. Lin Mushi seemed a bit uneasy. Chen Shen tried again, but failed. He was about to give up. Lin Mu struggled for a moment. How could she describe this feeling? Like sweet, soft, and jelly-like. Q-tang, soft, and sticky. The cold wind raged outside. It felt like countless wild beasts were howling simultaneously. Until the gentle sound of rain begins to fall, bringing a gradual return to calm. The two sat quietly on the chairs, leaning against each other. Why are you crying? Chen Shen wiped the tears from her eyes and asked softly. Lin Mushi curled up in his arms like a cat. Hearing this, she whispered. I just suddenly felt like crying. Chen Shen didn't believe her for a second. He asked. Is it because of the news about the new transportation route in Zhongcheng? This was something they would have to face sooner or later. Rather than both of them staying silent and dealing with it separately, it's better to just talk it out. Lin Mushi gripped his collar tightly, saying nothing. Chen Shen, seeing this, sighed softly, his voice trembling slightly. You've been out for so long, it's time for you to go home. Shall I book a ticket for you? Upon hearing Chen Shen mention booking a ticket, Lin Mushi suddenly sat up, looked straight at him, and asked. Does senior really want me to come home? Hearing the word home, she felt heartbroken. But the senior looked as calm as ever. Lin Mushi suddenly felt like a fool. At that moment, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Chen Shen stroked her cheek and said. I just think that during the new year, one should spend time with family. Besides, we won't be apart forever. After the new year, when school starts again, we'll be able to see each other. Though he was also reluctant to let her go, he couldn't stop her from returning home. This wasn't love. At worst, after the new year, he would buy a ticket to Jiangcheng early and they could meet again then. What if they couldn't meet? Lin Mushi thought to herself. She said. On New Year's Eve, I'll go back. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's heart trembled slightly. It was faint, yet it hurt deeply. It felt like someone was holding a knife and stabbing his heart bit by bit. He asked. What kind of transportation do you want to take back? I can book it for you in advance. As he spoke, Chen Shen took out his phone, opened the dedicated ticketing app, and searched for train schedules from Yuechang to Jiangcheng. At that time, tickets were likely to be hard to come by, no matter what kind. Lin Mushi saw Chen Shen's anxious expression and felt an inexplicable irritation welling up inside her. She said. No need. My dad will buy me a plane ticket. Chen Shen paused for a moment, then said. As long as there are tickets. Cici, it seems your dad really cares about you. As soon as he heard the transportation was reopened, he immediately bought tickets to arrange for you to come home. I think you should have a good talk with your dad when you get back. He always believed that parents loved their children. It's just that some people don't express it as clearly. Lin Mushi remained silent, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She ultimately didn't tell Chen Shen about her father's demand that she break up with him. Both of them kept their heads down, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mushi spoke. Senior, go back to writing. I won't bother you anymore. All right. Chen Shen sat back down at the computer. He opened the writing assistant, placed his hands on the keyboard, but remained motionless for a long time. Lin Mushi also remained silent, and the two sat there in silence. As if they could stay like this forever. Senior, just suppose that one day we might never see each other again. How would you handle it? Lin Mushi's voice trembled slightly, as if testing something. I would search for you no matter what, until the ends of the earth, until I find you. Chen Shen's tone was firm and filled with deep emotion, without a hint of hesitation. But what if, even if we do meet, we can't be together? Chen Shen gripped Lin Mushi's hand tightly and said resolutely. Then I will strive to get closer to you, until I touch you. Lin Mushi rested her head on his shoulder. Senior, do you believe in me? I believe in you. The two seemed to feel a sense of relief, and smiled at each other. Yes, even if someone tries to stop us, so what? They would find a way to overcome it together. That night, Chen Shen ultimately didn't write a single word. The two sat on stools, chatting casually. They talked about everything. Especially about Chen Shen's childhood. Lin Mushi seemed particularly interested. She kept prompting him to talk. Chen Shen had no choice but to recount the events from his childhood as best as he could remember in a disjointed manner. Lin Mushi leaned against Chen Shen's shoulder, occasionally shrugging her shoulders. Chen Shen pretended to be annoyed and said, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in so much. Hee hee, senior, were you really that dark and mischievous when you were little? Do you have any photos? I want to see them. Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled, making it hard to refuse her. Senior, just let me see. Chen Shen sighed and stood up, walking over to the cabinet. He opened it, took out an album, and handed it to her. Chapter 119, Everything you do will only harm you, please keep reading. This photo album documented every moment of Chen Shen's life since birth. The first photo was of him in the hospital shortly after birth, lying in a baby bassinet. At that time, he had been born less than 2 hours earlier, his face still wrinkled and red. His hands were gently raised, his eyes closed, and he was sleeping soundly. The second photo shows his father holding him, frantically feeding him formula. Uncle's expression is so funny, like he doesn't know you and is afraid of hurting you. Chen Shen said softly, my mom said that when I was born, my dad didn't know how to hold a baby or feed formula. He thought I wasn't hungry because he couldn't get the formula in, so I went hungry all night. The next day, the doctor came to check on me and saw me crying. He asked my parents about my condition. When he heard that I hadn't eaten all night, the doctor was speechless. He quickly had my dad prepare some formula and feed it to me. Once I was full, I stopped crying. Lin Mushi listened quietly as Chen Shen recounted stories about his childhood. When she heard about the times Chen Shen had been wronged, she would gently furrow her brows. When he mentioned something happy, she would curve her lips in a smile for him. She listened intently, so absorbed that she didn't even notice when she had sat down in Chen Shen's lap. Chen Shen seemed oblivious, continuing to flip through the next page. The room was warm from the electric heater, the temperature just right. Neither of them was wearing shoes. Lin Mushi's soft, pink feet had unconsciously rested on Chen Shen's instep. Chen Shen's body tensed slightly as his gaze drifted downward, and sure enough, he saw two pink objects. Earlier, Lin Mushi had either been wearing pantyhose or wearing shoes. Alternatively, she had been lying in bed with the blanket covering her. This was the first time her feet were exposed like this. Chen Shen abruptly averted his gaze. What's the point of being so delicate? It'll only get you into trouble. But his gaze kept drifting downward involuntarily. Lin Mushi noticed that Chen Shen hadn't moved, so she looked up at him curiously. She saw that his gaze was fixed on her feet. Earlier, she had heard Qinyao mention that men have a special affection for feet. At the time, she didn't believe it. She thought, what's so interesting about feet? Qinyao countered that some men even like to eat them. She said she hadn't seen it. Lin Mushi only remembered herself saying BT. But now, seeing Chen Shen staring at her Geo, she suddenly changed her mind. Lin Mushi tried moving her toes. Sure enough, she saw Chen Shen's throat move. She tried sliding her foot again, and the next second, Chen Shen's foot followed suit. The movement wasn't significant, but Lin Mushi was certain he could feel it. Playfully, Lin Mushi slowly lifted her foot, but just as she reached halfway, a large hand suddenly grabbed her ankle. Lin Mushi couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Chen Shen said seriously, it's moving on its own. Lin Mushi also looked serious and said, today it doesn't know what's wrong with it, it's out of control. Right, I'll hold it, and it won't move around anymore. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. Immediately after, Chen Shen began his lecture openly. Where were we? He asked. Lin Mushi thought for a moment and said, you were talking about how you went hungry all night at the hospital. That was what we talked about earlier. You weren't paying attention, so you deserve a punishment. Chen Shen slapped the jade base hard. This made Lin Mushi scream in surprise. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll listen carefully next time. Chen Shen swallowed hard. What did you call me? Brother, isn't that right? Say it again. Otherwise, I'll hit it. Chen Shen pointed at the jade base. Brother. Chen Shen cleared his throat. That's enough. Continue. He flipped to the next page of the photo album. It was a photo taken when he was 1 year old, wearing a pair of open crotch pants. Chen Shen's face turned red, and he quickly covered the photo with his hand. There's nothing to see here. Look at the others. Lin Mushi looked up, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Why? There's nothing to see. Just take a look. Chen Shen. His ears turned red involuntarily. Rarely seeing Chen Shen like this, Lin Mushi wasn't about to let him off the hook. She leaned closer to him and whispered softly. Could it be senior, you think you're small? She actually dared to say that to him. Chen Shen's fists clenched. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with danger. Didn't anyone tell you never to call a man small? Lin Mushi looked puzzled. No one had ever told her that before. Then show me. Don't regret it. Lin Mushi nervously averted her gaze. I was talking about photos. I'm talking about photos too. Where did you get that idea? Lin Mushi buried her head in his chest. So embarrassing. Whimpering. Chen Shen stopped teasing her and spread his palm, revealing a photo of a 1 year old in a diaper. Upon seeing the photo clearly, Lin Mushi's face instantly flushed pink. Though she told herself not to look, her eyes honestly fixated on a certain spot in the photo. She swore she wasn't intentionally staring. It was just curiosity. Yes, it was just curiosity. Chen Shen suddenly moved closer to her. Have you had enough? A warm sensation on her neck made Lin Mushi's body tremble slightly. She quickly looked away and kept her distance from Chun Chen. I've had enough. No. I haven't had enough. No. Lin Mushi felt her tongue tie in a knot. How else could she not even manage to speak a complete sentence? Chen Chen pulled her back and pretended nothing had happened, continuing to flip through the photo album. From then on, neither of them dared to look away. After finishing the photo album, Lin Mushi gained some understanding of Chun Chen's past. Why didn't you take any photos after you started university? She asked. Chen Chen shrugged indifferently. There wasn't much worth taking photos of, so I didn't. After entering university, he was solely focused on writing novels to make money, working tirelessly every day, leaving no time to take photos to document his life. Besides, it really wasn't that interesting. Chen Chen put the photo album away. Lin Mushi picked up her phone, opened the camera, aimed it at him, and said, "Senior, from now on, I'll take photos of you." Chen Chen looked up at her. To be precise, he looked at the phone screen, paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile. He placed his hand over hers, turned the camera so both of them were in the frame, and smiled gently. "Sure, but taking just me is no fun. If we're going to take a photo, let us take one together." Lin Mushi smiled gently, leaned in, and pressed her lips against his cheek, saying, "Alright, let's take a photo together." Another video related to her senior appeared on her phone. Yay! Lin Mushi cheered silently in her heart. Chapter 120, Wearing Chen Chen's middle school uniform. Please keep reading. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up just after 6 o'clock. His biological clock had been very accurate lately. He woke up at the same time every day. He gently moved his arm, and this subtle movement seemed to stir something. He turned his head and saw Lin Mushi's sleeping face. She lay there peacefully, breathing softly and evenly, with the corners of her lips turned up slightly, as if she were having a pleasant dream. Chen Chen's lips curled into a smile, and an indescribable sense of happiness welled up inside him. What could be more wonderful than waking up to such a gentle and beautiful face? As Chen Chen got up, Lin Mushi also opened her eyes. Seeing her about to get up, Chen Chen held her shoulders and said, "Sleep a little longer. I'll go for a run." Lin Mushi replied, "I'll go too." Her voice, still groggy from sleep, was tinged with a hint of mist. It sounded soft and slightly hoarse, exuding a unique charm that evoked a sense of tenderness. Seeing he didn't respond, Lin Mushi pouted and shook Chen Chen's arm. "Please, big brother, let me come with you." Ever since she found out last night that he had no resistance to her calling him big brother, she had been calling him that from time to time in his ear. Chen Chen rasped, "All right." Lin Mushi, overjoyed like a child, gently pressed a kiss on his cheek and turned to run away. However, before she could stand up, she was gently pulled back by a strong hand. Chen Chen said with a teasing smile, "You tease me and then try to run away? Once again, Lin Mushi's heart raced and she forgot to react. By the time she came to her senses, she was already blocked by someone. By the time she emerged from the room, 20 minutes had already passed. Lin Mushi occasionally glanced at Chun Chen with a guilty expression, only to receive a resentful look in return. "Senior, this really isn't my fault. Menstruation is something I can't control." Lin Mushi had never wished so badly for her period to be delayed. Chen Chen heard this and ground his teeth lightly, seemingly trying to suppress some emotion within him. He said in a low voice, "Tomorrow morning, don't do this again. I was already planning to run away, but you." Lin Mushi was about to defend herself, but when she saw Chen Chen's warning gaze, she immediately fell silent. However, her flickering eyes betrayed her thoughts, as if silently saying, tomorrow morning, she would do the same. Chen Chen entered the bathroom with a hint of resignation and began brushing his teeth. Lin Mushi followed closely behind, squeezing into the bathroom and standing side by side with him to brush her teeth. After brushing their teeth, they washed their faces together. However, since Lin Mushi was a girl, she took a bit longer. "I need to use the restroom," Chen Chen suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the bathroom. "Senior, you can go first," she said casually, seemingly unaware that this might cause Chen Chen some discomfort. "How can I go with you here? I'm not looking at you." She was currently using facial cleanser to wash her face and couldn't see anyway. Chen Chen. This little woman was starting to tease him again. The next second, Chen Chen pushed her out of the bathroom. Lin Mushi's face and hands were covered in bubbles. She stood at the door, calling out with a hint of pouting, "You're so stingy." "Chen Chen. Is this even about being stingy?" After he finished, he opened the door and glanced at Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi immediately shut up. Standing back in front of the mirror, Lin Mushi suddenly realized, wait a minute, it's supposed to be me who's on my period, so why am I afraid of him? Alright, you can't mess with a man who's in a bad mood. Men at this point are just as unpredictable as women during their period. No, it's even more terrifying. The slightest mistake could trigger a volcanic eruption. After washing her face, she applied some moisturizer. Her skin was flawless, as smooth and supple as a freshly peeled egg. Her natural beauty was stunning without the cold facade, she looked pure and delicate. She then tied her hair into a bun, making it easier for her to go running later. After finishing, she returned to her room to find a suitable outfit to wear. However, the clothes suitable for running were still wet from yesterday's pond incident and hadn't dried yet. Lin Mushi entered Chen Chen's room and happened to see him wearing only pants, with his upper body exposed. Lin Mushi's face betrayed a hint of regret. She should have come earlier. Chen Chen glanced at her and Lin Mushi immediately looked away, saying, "Senior, I don't have any clothes to wear. I'll take you to buy some later." "No, I don't have any workout clothes." Chen Chen paused upon hearing this, then began rummaging through the wardrobe. After a moment, he pulled out a slightly worn middle school uniform and said, "Wear this." Lin Mushi took the uniform from Chen Chen, hugged it to her chest, and sniffed it at her nose. It's your scent." Chen Chen. After he entered 9th grade, he grew quickly, so he had to replace his school uniform soon. This set he had only worn for half a semester, so it was still quite new. And Mrs. Liu was someone who couldn't sit still. She was particularly enthusiastic about hanging out clothes and blankets to dry. Every so often, she would take their clothes and bedding out to dry in the sun. So, his clothes don't really have any odor. The jersey was an accident. She probably wanted to throw it away but couldn't bring herself to do it, so she tucked it away at the bottom of her trunk. That's why it smelled a bit strong when it first came out. Chen Chen pretended to be calm as he turned around and casually picked up a t-shirt to put on. Though he appeared unfazed on the surface, he could clearly sense a burning gaze fixed on him from behind, causing his heart to race slightly, as if an invisible hand were gently plucking at his heartstrings. After getting dressed, the intense gaze didn't fade. Chen Chen finally couldn't resist turning around to face Lin Mushi, a hint of teasing in the corner of his mouth. "Have you had enough of looking?" Lin Mushi's face lit up with joy. She hugged the school uniform and ran over like a cheerful little bird, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing. "No, senior, can I touch it?" She had wanted to touch it for a long time. Of course, when they were kissing, she had secretly touched it before, and the feel was amazing. But she wanted to touch it openly. Chen Chen was amused by Lin Mushi's words, then sighed helplessly and teased, "You little s." Lin Mushi blinked and said confidently, "Is it wrong for me to want to touch my boyfriend's abs?" "No, you're not. Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi immediately set aside her school uniform, rubbed her hands excitedly, and approached Chen Chen with a mischievous smile. She looked just like a spoiled brat trying to tease a decent man. "Wow, I touched it. How does it feel?" "Not bad, not bad." Chapter 121, Shengu blushes. Caught off guard, Lin Mushi and Chen Chen locked eyes, their dark red, piercing gazes meeting. Her heart skipped a beat, as if struck by an electric current, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Immediately afterward, she grabbed her school uniform and fled the scene at lightning speed, as if some flood or beast were chasing her from behind. She had just told herself not to provoke a man who might be harboring unresolved desires, yet she had already forgotten. However, to be honest, the feel of those abs was truly amazing, making her unable to resist the urge to touch them again. Lin Mushi's mind was now completely consumed by those abs. If anyone had seen her expression at that moment, they would have commented, "You must be in heat." Returning to her room, she closed all the curtains tightly, leaving not a single crack open. Then, she gently removed her nightgown, revealing her flawless skin and graceful figure. She then picked up Chen Chen's school uniform and carefully put it on herself. Lin Mushi had previously attended an elite private school that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, with over a dozen different types of uniforms. This was her first time wearing a public school uniform. Wearing this uniform, Lin Mushi felt as though she had returned to her innocent school days, experiencing a different kind of purity and beauty. Standing in front of the mirror, she examined her reflection carefully. The uniform was a bit too big for her, but it perfectly concealed her flawless figure and added a touch of youthful vitality. The corners of her lips curled upward slightly, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, as if anticipating something. "I wonder what the senior will think when he sees this." Lin Mushi couldn't wait to see how Chen Chen would feel. She opened the door and went straight to his room. "Senior, do you think I look nice?" She stood at the door, her posture straight and graceful. The blue and white school uniform she wore made her look exceptionally fresh and elegant, as if she had stepped out of a manga. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and shyness, as if waiting for someone's praise and approval. Chen Chen was momentarily speechless. Back then, he had first seen Lin Qingyan at the school gate in the morning. At that moment, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled light on Lin Qingyan, as if she were bathed in a perfect filter. From that moment on, Chen Chen couldn't stop himself from falling deeply in love with her. Compared to Lin Mushi, Lin Qingyan's beauty seemed pale and lackluster. One was in the heavens, the other on earth. Lin Mushi's beauty was something no one could replicate. Seeing her like this, Chen Chen's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Seeing Chen Chen silent, Lin Mushi asked nervously, "Senior, what's wrong? Does this school uniform not look good on me?" Chen Chen's throat moved slightly before he finally found his voice. "No, you look beautiful. You look truly beautiful in this school uniform." Watching Lin Mushi in her school uniform, Chen Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to hide her away and keep this beauty all to himself. However, Chen Chen knew that if he did that, she would definitely be unhappy. In the end, it was inevitable that he left the house 40 minutes late today. Normally, Chen Chen would leave the house by brushing his teeth, washing his face, and changing clothes in just 5 minutes. Now, it was almost 7 o'clock. At that moment, Piao and the others had already finished their lap and returned, panting heavily with sweat beads on their faces. When they saw Lin Mushi following closely behind Chen Chen and the fresh and elegant aura she exuded in her middle school uniform, they couldn't help but look at her with admiration. But their gaze quickly shifted away from Lin Mushi and focused on Chen Chen, who said with a teasing smile, "Chen Gu, bringing your little tail along for a run today?" Chen Chen heard this, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but responded calmly, "Go run your own race." "Ha, Chen Gu is blushing." Piao and the others laughed and shouted as they ran. Glancing back at Lin Mushi's flushed face, Chen Chen said, "Don't mind them. They're just being themselves." Lin Mushi smiled gently and said, "I think your friends are all very kind and cute." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. "Let's go." He led Lin Mushi toward where Piao and the others were. At the village entrance intelligence bureau, the scene was even more bustling than before. There were 2 rows of people seated. It was like a security check. Even passing dogs would be disgraced to the point of ruin. From a distance, they could see Piao and his group running ahead. Chen Chen followed behind, and behind him was a young girl. "Hey, Xiaoying, isn't that your little brother? Take a look, the girl in the school uniform next to him is so pretty. Could it be Yuan Yuan? Yuan Yuan should be in high school by now. I think that uniform looks like a middle school uniform. Hey, didn't you see your son in the car the other day with a girl? Did they leave already? Looking at how they act, you can tell they can't keep him." The one speaking was Wu Zhaodi. These past few days, she had been keeping a low profile. It was said that her son's beautiful wife had left him, so seeing Chen Chen standing next to a girl different from the one she had seen before, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Chen Chen can't even keep a girlfriend after going to university. My son hasn't even started university yet. What's so special about keeping someone around? Wu Zhaodi rolled her eyes, her words tinged with pride and disdain. Lu Xiaoying remained calm, cracking sunflower seeds, letting everyone talk. Anyway, no matter what she said, it would eventually be refuted, so it was better to say less. Just as she was thinking this, Piao and his group quickly ran past. The intelligence bureau tried to stop him, but they couldn't. Then, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi ran over one after the other. As soon as they arrived, the intelligence bureau, which usually loved to watch the commotion, fell unusually quiet. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoying, Chen Chen called out, "Mom!" Lin Mushi followed suit. "Good morning, Auntie." Lu Xiaoying smiled and said, "So she is running with Chen." Lin Mushi nodded obediently. "Mom, we'll go ahead then." "Alright, go ahead. Don't run too fast, wait for Cici." Chen Chen waved at her, "Got it." As he spoke, his steps slowed slightly. Lin Mushi caught up with him, and the 2 of them ran toward the village exit. Watching their receding figures, the once quiet intelligence bureau erupted into chaos, with whispers and discussions filling the air. "Isn't that the girl from the car the other day?" "I think so." "What do you mean look like?" "It's her." "Have you ever seen anyone bring home a girlfriend as pretty as the one from the Chun family?" In response, Lu Xiaoying smiled politely each time. Everyone momentarily lost the ability to form coherent sentences. Mainly because the girl who had just walked by was simply too beautiful. Wu Zhaodi pursed her lips but ultimately said nothing. "What's so great about her? Wait until next year, my son will bring back an even prettier girlfriend. By then, who knows if Chen Chen will still be with her." Chapter 122, Picking Strawberries. Please keep reading. Thinking this, Wu Zhaodi's mood improved slightly. Originally, Chen Chen had outperformed Guo Ziyuan in his studies, which had already annoyed her greatly. Finally, she had managed to get even in the matter of her future daughter-in-law. But unexpectedly, Coco ran away just before the new year. They had even bought the remote-controlled lights as she had requested, yet she still ran away. It truly infuriated her. At that moment, others began to chime in. "In my opinion, Chen's girlfriend is really great. I saw her fishing in the pond yesterday. Typically, girls from big cities are spoiled and pampered. Who would be as hardworking as her?" Exactly. Xiaoying is so lucky to have such a obedient and understanding future daughter-in-law. She must have fewer trivial matters to deal with in her daily life. Yeah, the school uniform she is wearing now is from Xiao Chen's middle school, right? I don't think she minds at all. Look how attached she is to Xiao Chen. She doesn't want to leave him for a moment. I've never seen a girlfriend like her before." All the praise was directed at her, making Wu Zhaodi feel depressed again. She said bitterly, "Xiaoying, let me tell you, since it's not confirmed yet, you shouldn't be too nice to her. Otherwise, if she runs away, you'll lose both her and your money." At this point, someone couldn't take it anymore and bluntly retorted, "Zhaodi, your own future daughter-in-law ran away, and now you're hoping someone else will too? What kind of mindset is that?" Wu Zhaodi retorted, "I'm just thinking about Xiaoying." The person continued to press her without mercy. "I think you just can't stand seeing Xiaoying happy, so you're giving her all these bad ideas." You're taking kindness for granted. Wait until something goes wrong in the future, then we'll see if you cry. Wu Zhaodi was left speechless by these words and slunk away in disgrace. Chen Chen led Lin Mushi from the village entrance and walked forward. Gradually, Lin Mushi fell behind by a few steps. Senior, wait for me. Chen Chen turned around and ran back toward her, saying, adjust your breathing and follow slowly. Lin Mushi tried to mimic Chen Chen's breathing technique, which helped a bit, but she still couldn't keep up. Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't push her and slowly slowed down his own pace. Before long, they reached the village entrance by the roadside. Apiao and the others were already nowhere to be seen, likely having rushed back to the basketball court in a hurry. At that moment, the number of vehicles on the roadside near the village entrance began to increase gradually, becoming bustling and crowded. Chen Chen noticed this and stopped, walking side by side with Lin Mushi. At the village entrance in the early morning, the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled patterns on the winding village path, adding a touch of warmth to the peaceful morning. Suddenly, Lin Mushi's gaze was drawn to a patch of greenery by the roadside. There, a few people were carrying baskets, moving about cheerfully. Senior, what are they doing? Lin Mushi asked curiously. This is a strawberry field. They're picking strawberries, Chen Chen explained. Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement, picking strawberries. That's awesome. She couldn't contain her excitement, hurried forward to catch up with Chen Chen, and said eagerly. Senior, can we go pick strawberries too? Chen Chen looked at her eyes filled with anticipation and smiled gently. Since you really want to go, let's go then. Saying this, he took Lin Mushi's hand and walked toward the strawberry field. In the strawberry field, the bright red strawberries stood out vividly against the green leaves, looking incredibly tempting. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of strawberries, making one's mouth water. Lin Mushi loved strawberries and had gone strawberry picking with Qingyao before. However, she had never tried picking them with her senior before. Lin Mushi wanted to do everything she had done before, and everything she hadn't done, with her senior. Upon arriving at a thatched cottage in the strawberry field, it seemed quiet, so the owner wanted tea around. Lin Mushi called out to the inside. Owner, can I have a basket? Upon hearing this, the owner brought out a basket and came out. Upon seeing Lin Mushi's face, he immediately wore an expression of astonishment. He smiled and said, little girl, here's the deal, you can pick as many strawberries as you like, and they're free. But I hope you'll stay and pick for a while. This was a living advertisement. With her here, who wouldn't want to pick strawberries? Ah, sure. After taking the basket, she skipped happily over to Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Senior, it's free. Chen Chen glanced at the sign in front of him, which clearly read fresh picked strawberries, 40 yuan per pound, and smiled. Thanks to my junior, I get to eat free strawberries. This year's strawberry prices have risen compared to previous years. At this time last year, they were only 30 yuan per pound. Moreover, the crowd was much thinner than in previous years. In previous years, the roadside would already be packed with vehicles, bustling with activity. But this year, only a few cars were parked here and there, making the place look unusually quiet. Lin Mushi was smiling like a flower. The two of them walked toward the strawberry field. She took out her phone, opened the video function, and started live streaming. Senior, look here. Taking advantage of no one noticing, Lin Mushi quickly kissed Chen Chen on the cheek. Chen Chen turned around in surprise. You. If you're not satisfied, you can kiss me back. A faint blush spread across Chen Chen's face. He chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with tenderness and helplessness. You. Lin Mushi's appearance was truly extraordinary, as graceful and enchanting as an elf. From afar, she could be seen gracefully leaping through the strawberry field like a living, breathing painting. Passing vehicles couldn't help but stop when they saw such a beautiful sight. Even drivers and passengers who had no intention of buying strawberries were drawn in by the scene, getting out of their cars and entering the strawberry field to experience the joy of picking for themselves. Before long, the once quiet strawberry field was bustling with people, a scene of lively activity. The strawberry farm owner's face lit up with a bright smile. He proudly said to his wife, who was it who said I can't resist beautiful women and always give them special treatment? Now you see how thoughtful I am, don't you? The strawberry farm owner's wife silently turned around and began preparing busily. We don't have enough baskets and scissors. I'll go get some more. It had been a long time since they had seen such a bustling business. She had thought this year's business would be as dismal as usual. Even worse. But she never expected that today, a god of wealth would arrive, instantly turning the strawberry farm into a bustling hub of activity. Inside the strawberry farm, Lin Mushi was completely unaware that she had inadvertently become the mastermind behind this lively scene. Chapter 123, She should be given the opportunity to make her own choice. Please keep reading. She was immersed in the joy of picking strawberries, occasionally sharing the large, bright red berries she discovered with Chen Chen. Their laughter and joyful chatter intertwined in the lush greenery, adding a touch of romance to the strawberry field. Tourists picked strawberries while chatting animatedly. Many noticed the beautiful girl, some secretly taking photos with their phones, while others boldly approached to ask if they could take a photo with her. Lin Mushi almost never refused anyone, showing no signs of impatience, which made the atmosphere in the strawberry field even more harmonious and joyful. After an hour and a half, Lin Mushi and Chen Chen returned with baskets overflowing with juicy, crimson strawberries. The owner greeted them enthusiastically. "Little girl, will you come back tomorrow? If you come every day, I'll give you free strawberries every day, and you can take all these home with you." Lin Mushi smiled brightly and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." The owner then handed Chen Chen 2 large bags filled with strawberries and asked with a warm smile, "Young man, is this your girlfriend?" Chen Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes." The shop owner praised him, "You have good taste. Whenever you want strawberries in the future, just come here. They're free, no charge." "Thank you, boss." Chen Chen politely responded, carrying the 3 large bags of strawberries, and walked home side by side with Lin Mushi. Chen Chen dropped Lin Mushi off at home, then carried a bag of strawberries toward the basketball court. A few people, including a Piao, were already there playing basketball. There were 2 fewer people today than yesterday. Apparently, they were out for a big cleanup. Chen Chen handed the strawberries to a Piao with a smile and said, "Strawberries, everyone try some." As soon as a Piao saw the strawberries, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Wow, Shengu is so generous. Strawberries are pretty expensive this year, and none of us could afford to buy any." The other 3 people heard the commotion and gathered around, exclaiming in unison, "Yeah, I saw them this morning too. They were 40 yuan per pound." Chen Chen scratched his nose and said, "They're free." Chen Pai exclaimed in surprise, "Free? The strawberry farm owner must have changed his ways this year. I'll go check if there's any left to pick some for free this afternoon. I'm dying of hunger." "You guys go ahead, but there might not be any left." Chen Pai picked up a large strawberry and put it in his mouth, saying, "Let's give it a try anyway." A Pao playfully hit Chen Pai's chest and teased, "Do I even need to say it? It's all thanks to your sister-in-law that we get to eat these free strawberries." Oh, everyone cheered. Such a good thing, they could only envy. After all, they couldn't find a girlfriend as beautiful and considerate as their sister-in-law. Lin Mushi put the strawberries in the storage room, washed some more, and took them upstairs. Just as she stepped onto the stairs, she saw Chen Yuan standing at the bathroom door with a frustrated expression. Lin Mushi asked with concern, Yuan, what's wrong? My nails they all gone." Chen Yuan cried pitifully. She had been having so much fun yesterday and didn't notice, but when she realized today, she found that all the nail art she had just done had come off. Wah. Lin Mushi had worn gloves yesterday and had been lingering by the pond, so her nails hadn't changed at all. "Don't be sad. I'll take you to get a nicer manicure another day." Chen Yuan perked up at the mention of it. "Really? Can we do it during summer vacation? Actually, after getting a manicure, I keep getting distracted by it while doing my homework, hee. If she hadn't gone into the pond yesterday, she would have had to remove them painfully. Now that she can remove them painlessly, it's actually not so bad. But it's still such a pity." Lin Mushi gently patted her shoulder and smiled, "Alright. We'll go get a nicer manicure during summer break. Let's eat some strawberries now." "Wow, strawberries. Sister-in-law, I love you so much." Chen Yuan responded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. The 2 sat on the sofa and ate strawberries for a while. Chen Yuan then went back to her room to do her homework. Lin Mushi also returned to her room. She took out her phone to check the videos she had recently filmed. She edited the video she had filmed by the pond yesterday with the one she had just shot in the strawberry field into a vlog and uploaded it to her Douyin account. She had very few followers on Douyin and had never posted anything before. Less than 10 people. Besides Qinyao, whom she knew, the remaining 9 were all system-generated accounts. The other 8 were unknown bots. Shortly after uploading the video, Lin Mushi received a like from Qinyao, accompanied by a comment. "The sweet smell of love." Seeing this playful like and comment, a hint of sweetness and shyness flashed in Lin Mushi's eyes. She curved her lips slightly and gently swiped her fingertips across the screen, replying, "Where's the sour smell? It's clearly the sweet scent of strawberries. When will you let me taste your sour smell too?" After sending the message, Lin Mushi placed her phone gently on the bedside table, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bright sunlight, feeling exceptionally at ease. Xinyao saw Lin Mushi's response and couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. She too wanted a sweet romance, but who would want to date her? Not everyone was as lucky as her to meet a good guy like Chen Chen, the senior. After much deliberation, Xinyao finally decided to call Uncle Lin. The first call went unanswered. The second time, just as she was about to hang up, it finally connected. As soon as she answered, she heard a voice on the other end that sounded a bit indifferent. Yao, have you convinced Xiaoxi?" Xinyao replied softly, "Uncle, I think you should give Xiaoxi the chance to make her own choice. Anywhere else is fine, but Guangzhou is absolutely out of the question." Mr. Lin's tone was firm and unwavering. Xinyao sighed softly and continued to persuade him. "Uncle, although I don't understand why you're so against Guangzhou, I sincerely hope you'll reconsider after watching CCS Douyin videos." Lin Mushi's father paused for a moment. He was usually very busy and rarely had time to watch Douyin. Moreover, such things didn't bring him any benefits. So he hadn't even bothered to download it. A while back, his secretary had suggested he download Douyin to keep up with the younger generation. He had dismissed the idea with a scoff. Now that he heard Qinyao mention it, he wondered if he should give it a try. Xiaoxi's Douyin username. I'll send it to you later. After hanging up the phone, Qinyao quickly sent Lin Mushi's Douyin username to Lin Haotian. After sending it, she smiled lightly and shook her head, thinking to herself. Xiaoxi, as your best friend, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. Chapter 124, she was very happy. Lin Mushi's Douyin username was Shigu Yulan. It was changed from the game name Chen Chen had given her. Lin Haotian followed Qinyao's instructions, downloaded Douyin, logged into his account, and began searching for Shigu Yulan. Suddenly, various terms related to Shigu Yulan flooded the screen like a tidal wave, leaving him overwhelmed. Among the numerous search results, an account with a cartoon character avatar quietly caught his attention. This avatar was completely different from the cold and aloof image he had of Lin Mushi, instead exuding an indescribable cuteness and warmth, like a pure and innocent neighbor's little sister. Recalling her indifferent expression, Lin Haotian couldn't help but feel a surge of confusion. Could this be the true self that CC has always longed to be deep down? The homepage was simple, with no introduction. There were 2 recent posts. Lin Haotian, driven by curiosity, gently tapped on one of the videos. As the video begins, a bustling fish pond comes into view, instantly transporting viewers into a world brimming with vitality and energy. Shortly after, the clear and pleasant voice of Lin Mushi is heard in the video. Senior, look this way. As she calls out, the camera slowly zooms in on the center of the pond. At that moment, a young boy turns his head in response, flashing a dazzlingly warm smile at the camera. His large V-hand gesture glitters in the sunlight, as if capable of dispelling all shadows. Lin Haotian studied the boy captured in Lin Mushi's lens. His smile was filled with sunshine and vitality, making one unable to help but be moved. Cici, look. I caught so many fish and shrimp. A Piao and the others can't catch as many as me. Ha ha ha. Ha? Are you taking a photo of me? If you're going to take a photo, let's take one together. On the screen, the boy's smile carried a touch of recklessness, while the girl's eyes sparkled with shyness. Their gazes meet on the screen, as if, in that moment, the entire world has come to a standstill. Come on, give me a thumbs up. The boy was confident and carefree. The girl was shy yet radiant. In the frame, their smiles are bright and sincere, as if happiness has been frozen in time. After finishing the video, Lin Haotian felt an indescribable wave of emotion and reflection welling up inside him. He felt as though he could see through the screen and sense that pure, genuine emotion, the unique beauty and excitement of youth. Though he didn't want to admit it, Lin Mushi was truly happy at that moment. Next, Lin Haotian clicked on the next video. What greeted his eyes was a lush strawberry field, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The video began with Lin Mushi's playful and sweet voice. Senior, look here. Before he could react, she gently pressed her lips against his cheek. The boy turned around abruptly, his face filled with surprise. You. Before he could finish, Lin Mushi playfully interrupted him. Senior, if you're not satisfied, you can kiss me back. The boy couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes filled with a mix of tenderness and helplessness. You. The scene shifted, and the boy was seen carrying a vibrant red basket, strolling leisurely among the strawberry plants. From the video's perspective, Lin Mushi was closely following behind him, occasionally crouching down to carefully pick strawberries among the green leaves. Every time this happened, the boy would patiently stop and wait quietly for her. Lin Mushi always manages to pick the largest, ripest strawberries, then smiles as she hands them to the boy. The boy smiles in return, carefully placing the strawberries into the basket. Their laughter and voices intertwine and echo in this vibrant, lively greenery, as if the air itself is filled with endless joy and warmth. In the list of popular search terms for this video, a striking entry, white moonlight strawberries, stood out. Lin Haotian awkwardly tapped on the search term, and what appeared on the screen was a scene of Lin Mushi and the boy playing and laughing in the strawberry field, captured by a passerby's camera. Lin Mushi wore a fresh and elegant blue and white school uniform, and every movement and smile of hers exuded the purity and beauty of moonlight. The boy, dressed in a sports jersey paired with a jacket, exuded a sunny and handsome charm that complemented Lin Mushi's elegance perfectly. Their interactions were brimming with youthful energy and sweetness. There is no doubt that the moonlight in Moonlight Strawberries refers to Lin Mushi. When did CC stop smiling? Perhaps it was when he divorced. Or perhaps even earlier. To Xiaoxi, her father has always been an inadequate figure. Now, there is a young man who can enter her world and allow her to shed the facade she has used to protect herself for so long. He should be happy about this. There seemed to be no reason to forcefully tear them apart. Noon. Chen Chen returned. Lunch was the fish and shrimp caught yesterday at the fish pond. The dishes included chive stir-fried river shrimp, spicy and sour small fish and shrimp, sweet and sour carp, and a carp and tofu soup. After finishing lunch, Chen Chen said to Lin Mushi, Jr., let's go out this afternoon. Upon hearing that they were going out, Lin Mushi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Senior, where are we going? On a date, Chen Shan replied with a smile. Since she had to go home on New Year's Eve, Chen Shan wanted to spend more time with her during these 2 days. They had been together for so long but had never gone on a proper date. So today, he decided to take Lin Mushi on a date. Lin Mushi couldn't believe her ears. She was both surprised and delighted and asked again, a date? Yes, a date. Then wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Lin Mushi rushed back into her room. She grabbed a bunch of things and rushed straight to the bathroom. Not long after, she ran back into the room and took something else inside. Chen Shen sat on the sofa watching her run back and forth, feeling a bit puzzled, but didn't say much. He poured himself a kettle of hot water and brewed a pot of tea for himself. He had a pretty good idea of what Lin Mushi was up to. When a girl goes out, a boy just waits patiently. In the bathroom, Lin Mushi took out her phone and made a video call to Qin Yao. Yao Yao, I have some good news. The senior said he is taking me out on a date this afternoon. Her voice betrayed a hint of excitement and anticipation she couldn't hide. Qin Yao's smiling face filled the entire screen. She blinked and asked curiously, oh? What happened next? How do you plan to dress up to leave the deepest impression on your senior? Lin Mushi furrowed her brows slightly, looking hesitant. I'm not sure either, so I'm asking for your opinion. Qin Yao, seeing this, curved her lips into a mischievous smile, as if she already had everything planned out. Asking me was the right choice. Chapter 125, First Date. Happy New Year's Eve. This is your first official date. Qin Yao thought for a moment before suggesting, you need to add a little something extra. What kind of little tricks? Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Qin Yao smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with mischief. She spoke mysteriously, first, you need to put some effort into your outfit. After carefully dressing up, Lin Mushi looked at the alluring, enchanting reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but blush. Should be good now, right? Qin Yao sighed on the video call, it feels like our own good cabbage is about to be eaten by a pig. Lin Mushi quietly retorted, Senior isn't a pig. And even if someone were to take advantage, it would be her taking advantage of him. Lin Mushi added in her heart. It's such a pity. If it weren't for her period, she would definitely have him and then go home. Qin Yao feigned anger and said, we've known each other for so long, and you're only now realizing I'm a love-struck fool? Lin Mushi gave her a playful glare, her lips curving into a smile. I'm not joking with you. Senior must be waiting impatiently. Looking at Lin Mushi's eager yet slightly shy expression, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and satisfaction, thinking, my daughter is growing up. Go quickly, go quickly. Chen Shen waited for over an hour, and the tea he had just brewed was almost finished, but Lin Mushi still hadn't come out. Chen Shen took out his phone to check if there were any messages on WeChat that needed a reply. In the 602 dormitory group chat, Liu Zihan posted several photos from his date with his matchmaking partner. This guy was moving pretty fast in just a few days, he'd already gone on several blind dates. Zhang Tao, as usual, started teasing Liu Zihan. The two exchanged heated arguments back and forth. At a crucial moment, Zhou Yuyang delivered the decisive blow with a single sentence. After watching for a while, Chen Shen found it boring and logged out. He glanced at the location of the restroom. He was curious about what she was doing in there for so long. He turned around, poured himself another cup of tea, and was just about to drink it when. Just then, a clear, shy voice came from beside him. Senior. I'm ready. Chen Shen's teacup paused slightly in his hand. Amidst the lingering aroma of tea, he turned his head toward the source of the voice. There stood Lin Mushi, not far away, her face adorned with a gentle yet slightly apologetic smile. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a soft golden glow on her shoulders. Unlike her usual loose-fitting style, she was wearing a form-fitting blouse paired with a pleated skirt, complemented by a pair of flesh-colored stockings. This outfit accentuated her graceful and curvaceous figure to perfection. Her hair was styled in large, flowing curls, blending innocence with allure. Every movement she made was graceful and captivating, like a seductive fairy that was impossible to look away from. Her cheeks were lightly dusted with blush, adding a touch of radiance, which complemented her natural red lips. The makeup was both elegant and lively, perfectly highlighting her unique charm. Is this what she meant when she asked us to wait for her? It was simply a pleasant surprise. Just as Chen Shen was lost in thought, a stunning voice came from beside him. Wow, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Lin Mushi lowered her head slightly, secretly relieved that even Yuan found her attractive. It seems like this choice wasn't a mistake. However, why is the senior so calm? Qin Yao had clearly said that in her current state, any guy who saw her would be unable to resist rushing over. Brother, sister-in-law, where are you going? I want to come too. Chen Shen rolled his eyes at her, going on a date? Do you want to come too? I mean, I need to do my homework. After saying that, Chen Yuan made a quick move and returned to her room. Who wants to be the third wheel? Let someone else be it. She certainly wasn't going to be it. Chen Shen took Lin Mushi's hand and said, let's go. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red and she shyly nodded, following Chen Shen down the stairs. Senior, you didn't take the car keys. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Chen Shen realized his mistake, turned back to retrieve the keys, and continued walking forward. Senior, you're going the wrong way. What? Did I go the wrong way? Chen Shen stopped in his tracks, looked up, and realized he had been heading toward the kitchen. He gave an awkward smile and turned to walk out. He turned and walked out. Senior, the garage is over here. In just a few minutes, the senior had already made several rookie mistakes. It seems the senior isn't as calm as he appears on the surface. Lin Mushi was in a good mood. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Shen gripped the steering wheel tightly and adjusted his breathing. 20 whole minutes had passed and he still hadn't calmed down. Lin Mushi blinked and turned her face away, asking, Senior, what is the first thing we're going to do on our date? Chen Shen turned back as well, his gaze meeting Lin Mushi's alluring face before quickly looking away. How about watching a movie? Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sure. What movie should we watch? We'll decide when we get there. Chen Shen led Lin Mushi to the Perfect World Cinema inside the Worma shopping mall. Although the New Year's films hadn't been released yet, there were still quite a few people there to watch movies. As soon as Chen Shen and Lin Mushi appeared, they immediately caught everyone's attention. They stood at the ticket counter, carefully selecting a movie. The ticket seller waited patiently nearby, occasionally glancing at Lin Mushi and thinking to himself, this girl is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in all her years working here. Look, that girl is so beautiful. Wow, she's absolutely stunning. Especially her graceful figure. Is that even possible for an ordinary person? She looks like she stepped right out of a painting. Let's see what movie they're choosing. I'll pick the same one. Feeling the intense stares from everyone, Lin Mushi felt a bit uneasy and quietly moved closer to Chen Shen. Chen Shen felt her approach, and the faint scent of her perfume wafted into his nostrils, making him feel a bit dizzy. What should I do if my girlfriend is too beautiful? Chen Shen looked troubled. In the end, he chose a well-known animated film to watch with the parents and children, hoping that this would distract them from the intense stares. However, watching an animated film on the first date. This experience was pretty unique. The animated film was quite popular with the children. After Chen Shen bought the tickets, he found that there were only a few seats left in the theater, and they were quickly snapped up. Those who had planned to follow their lead and buy tickets were left with no choice but to sigh in disappointment, missing out on the chance to watch the movie with the beautiful woman. Chen Shen bought some popcorn and soda, then said to Lin Mushi, let's go in. He then naturally took Lin Mushi's hand, and the two of them entered the theater together. In the dim light, they found their seats and sat down side by side. Chapter 126, let's not go back, okay? Congratulations on your prosperity. The movie was about to begin, and the lights on the screen gradually dimmed. He had thought that no one would dare to covet his girlfriend this time. However, in the near total darkness, a young boy's excited voice rang out from a distance. He tugged at his mother's sleeve and exclaimed, Mom, I saw a girl. She is so beautiful, like she stepped out of a painting. It's so dark here. How can you see her face clearly? The boy's mother asked, puzzled. She's right there beside us. You really didn't see her? Mom, I really want that sister to be my girlfriend. The boy's mother followed the direction of his finger and faintly saw the silhouette of a graceful figure, unable to help but chuckle. Hung, that sister already has a boyfriend. What? She has a boyfriend? The child seemed a bit disappointed, but quickly regained hope. Then, can I steal her away? This question left the boy's mother speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to explain such a complicated emotional relationship to her child. No, you can't, Hung. The boy's mother refused him gently but firmly. Why not? The child asked, confused. Because the older sister already has someone she likes, the older brother sitting next to her, the boy's mother explained patiently. Does having a boyfriend mean you can't be taken away? The child seemed unwilling to give up. Look at the older boy sitting next to your sister. He looks very strong. Do you think you can compete with him? The boy's mother tried to use a more direct way to help the child understand the reality of the situation. The little boy peeked his head out and looked in Chen Shen's direction. Chen Shen showed him 8 teeth, which glinted menacingly in the darkness. Scared, the little boy quickly pulled his head back. Wah, I can't beat him, what should I do? If you can't beat him, just watch the movie properly. Go home and eat a few more bowls of rice. Grow taller than that older brother, and then you won't have to be afraid anymore. The boy insisted, I don't want to. If I go back, I won't be able to see my sister. The boy's mother, annoyed by the commotion, raised her hand, and a soft voice came from her mouth, don't make me hit you when I'm having the most fun. The bloodline suppression instantly silenced the little boy, and the cinema hall returned to its original tranquility. In the dim corner, Chen Shen tightly grasped Lin Mushi's hand, as if afraid she would be taken away. Feeling the tension from the boy, Lin Mushi slightly curved the corners of her mouth. After the movie ended, the two stepped out of the theater, trying to avoid drawing attention to Lin Mushi's beauty. Chen Shen stopped, took off his jacket, and gently draped it over her shoulders, trying to conceal her stunning figure. But even then, Chen Shen felt it wasn't secure enough. He asked Lin Mushi to put the jacket back on and carefully zipped it up to ensure her figure was completely covered. After finishing, he looked around, nodded satisfactorily, and whispered, that's good. Then, Chen Shan, satisfied, took Lin Mushi's hand and strolled through the brightly lit shopping mall. Despite her outstanding charm, Lin Mushi remained the center of attention, drawing countless glances. However, when people noticed the slightly oversized men's jacket she was wearing and the hand she was holding tightly in another boy's grip, they couldn't help but glance at her with a touch of pity, then continued on their way with a hint of regret. Chen Shan had originally planned to take Lin Mushi shopping for clothes. But his girlfriend was too dazzling, so he thought better of it and decided it would be safer to keep her hidden. He said, "Let's go home." Lin Mushi heard this and paused for a moment, then said in a slightly spoiled tone, "So early? Senior, can we not go back?" As she spoke, she quietly leaned close to Chen Shen's ear and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Senior, let's go get a room." Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by an invisible electric current. He turned his head, his gaze deep and intense as he looked at Lin Mushi. Her face, bathed in the dim yellow light, looked exceptionally alluring, her eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and tenderness. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "Mushi, are you sure? This isn't something to joke about." Lin Mushi heard this, and a charming smile curved her lips. Her eyes remained firm as she said, "Senior, I'm completely serious. When I'm with you, time seems to fly by too quickly. I want this moment to last forever." As she spoke, she gently took Chen Shen's hand, and the warmth from her palm spread through his fingers, sending a wave of indescribable warmth through his heart. In that moment, Lin Mushi's heart was selfish. She only wanted to leave the deepest impression on her senior. She wanted him to never forget her, no matter what. Chen Shen looked into Lin Mushi's eyes, filled with anticipation, and a corner of his heart's defenses quietly crumbled. Thinking of something, he snapped back to reality. "Cece, I understand you, but now isn't the right time. Let's go back first and reschedule the date for another day. Be a good girl." If they didn't go back tonight, Chen Shen knew exactly what would happen. However, he was a man deeply rooted in traditional values. In his view, the first time two people come together should never be in such a rushed and unprepared manner. It should be imbued with greater meaning and solemnity. Lin Mushi heard this and a complex expression flashed across her face. There was emotion, but also a hint of unnoticeable disappointment. But she quickly composed herself, curling her lips into a gentle smile and nodding lightly. Shen Yuan seemed to show no surprise at her brother and sister-in-law going out on a date and returning so early. "Big brother, do you think everyone in the world is coveting your wife, afraid she'll be taken by someone else?" she teased, winking playfully. Chen Shan rolled his eyes at her and turned to head upstairs. Lin Mushi, unusually, did not follow him into the room. Instead, she returned to her own room and closed the door. Chen Shan looked at the closed door, thought for a moment, and decided not to disturb her. He seemed to have gone too far today. A girl had taken the initiative to suggest spending the night out, yet as a guy, he had backed out at the last minute. After returning to her room, Lin Mushi clutched her phone tightly, torn between her feelings. After much deliberation, she finally made up her mind and dialed the familiar number. "Dad, I don't want to go home. I really like him and want to spend the new year with him. I beg you, don't break us apart." Chapter 127, Hanging Spring Couplets Together. Everything goes well. This was the first time Lin Mushi had ever taken the initiative to ask her father for something. And she did so in such a humble manner. Since Lin Mushi's mother passed away, she had always had to fight for what she wanted, or her father would ask her what she wanted. So, when Lin Mushi made such a direct request, Lin Haotian on the other end of the phone remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, his voice carrying a hint of reluctance. "As long as you like it, that's fine." Lin Mushi heard it and thought she had heard wrong, rubbing her eyes and asking again. "Dad, you agreed?" Lin Haotian's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of seriousness. "But marrying my daughter isn't something to be taken lightly. I need to see if that young man has enough sincerity." Lin Mushi, upon hearing this, felt a warm wave of emotion surge through her heart. She thanked him gratefully. "Dad, thank you." Hearing his daughter's heartfelt thanks, Lin Haotian fell silent for a long time, as if gathering his thoughts. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Sushi, I didn't tell you about your sister beforehand, and that was my mistake. But I hope you can try to accept her and learn to like her." Lin Mushi lowered her eyes slightly, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Dad, I understand. I'll try to like my sister. Please rest assured." Lin Haotian replied briefly, yet his words seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken thoughts. That night, Chen Shen finished typing and lay flat on the bed, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to Lin Mushi's company. Her absence now left him feeling as though a piece of his heart was missing, leaving an empty void. Sigh. In the darkness, Chen Shen let out a soft sigh. "It seems like my junior is really upset this time." Since they had met, Chen Shen had never seen her get angry before. He was hesitating whether he should go over to explain things to her. Suddenly, there was a faint sound coming from his bedroom door. Chen Shen quickly lay back down, pretending to be sound asleep. Then, he felt a figure standing by the bed, their gaze fixed on him. After a long while, the figure finally sighed softly, her voice tinged with helplessness and disappointment. Sigh, I thought you'd be tossing and turning like me, but you're sleeping so soundly. You're such a heartless person. Lin Mushi wasn't angry at first. But now, she felt a hint of anger rising within her. This relationship seemed to be entirely her effort to maintain. And the senior had never really trusted her. Does he think they're bound to break up, so he dares not take a single step further? Does that mean she is not trustworthy at all? I'm so angry. I want to punish him. Tonight, I'll make him sleep alone. Thinking this, Lin Mushi turned to leave, but just then, the person on the bed seemed to move slightly. Immediately, a warm hand reached out quietly, trying to hold hers. Junior, don't go. Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of pleading and sorrow. Lin Mushi snorted lightly, turning her face away slightly. Oomph, who was so stubborn today and refused someone? I'm sorry. Taking advantage of Lin Mushi's momentary distraction, Chen Shen quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her gently. Lin Mushi's entire body leaned forward involuntarily, and Chen Shen took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. Don't be angry with me, okay? Lin Mushi hadn't really been angry to begin with. At that moment, hearing Chen Shen apologize to her, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curve upward. If I'm still angry, what will you do, senior? Then I'd. Before Chen Shen could finish, he flipped over, switching their positions, and quickly placed his hand on Lin Mushi's waist, like this. Oomph. Lin Mushi feigned a pout. Moo-ah. Chen Shen gave her another gentle peck. Oomph. Lin Mushi let out another soft nasal sound. Moo-ah. Another tender kiss. This little woman seemed to have gotten addicted to it, enjoying it endlessly. Are you just teasing me? Chen Shen feigned anger. Who told you to never take the initiative? Now that you finally made the first move, of course I have to take what's mine. Lin Mushi smiled like a flower, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chen Shen looked at Lin Mushi's mischievous smile, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He gently brushed her nose and said affectionately. Alright, it's my fault. I'll be more proactive from now on and make sure you're satisfied. Lin Mushi heard this, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes, but she remained stubborn. We'll see how you perform, senior. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and sweet. Chen Shen gently wrapped his arms around Lin Mushi's waist, pulling her close to his chest, feeling their hearts beating in unison and the warmth between them. Junior, what time is your flight tomorrow? I'll take you to the airport. Chen Shen's words carried a hint of hesitation and reluctance. Lin Mushi suddenly bit Chen Shen's chest hard. Do you really want me to leave, senior? Chen Shen winced in pain but answered without hesitation, no. Since you're so reluctant for me to leave, then I've decided not to go. In the darkness, Lin Mushi revealed a mischievous smile. Chen Shen froze, seemingly unable to believe his ears. What did you just say? I said, let's go to bed early. We have to get up tomorrow to hang the Spring Festival couplets. Chen Shen, upon hearing this, suddenly tightened his arms, holding the girl in his embrace even closer, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. So you're not leaving? Yes, I'm not leaving. I'll stay here with you to celebrate the new year. Senior, are you happy? Lin Mushi's eyes were filled with tenderness and anticipation. Chen Shen didn't answer. Instead, he placed his hand on her head, pulling her closer, using his pure presence to steady her. Are you happy? He was overjoyed. The sound of firecrackers heralded the arrival of the new year. The much-anticipated New Year's Eve had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Chen Shen and Lin Mushi were awakened by the continuous sounds of firecrackers outside the window. Senior, get up quickly. We should go paste the Spring Festival couplets. Lin Mushi's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was her first time spending the new year at Chen Shen's home, so she was particularly enthusiastic. Chen Shen rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Lin Mushi beside him. Her eyes sparkled with a unique glow, her cheeks flushed slightly from excitement, and she radiated an indescribable vitality and joy. Chen Shen sighed helplessly. Don't rush. Get up, wash up, and we can put them up after breakfast. Let's get up quickly then, Lin Mushi said impatiently. The two got up, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and changed into clean clothes. The air was filled with the smoky scent of firecrackers, and the strong aroma of the new year spread throughout the house. Chen Shen took out the Spring Festival couplets and paste he had bought earlier from the storage room, while Lin Mushi held a small brush, following closely behind, eager to get started. Chapter 128, The Meaning of Tradition. Please keep reading. When she was little, Lin Mushi loved following her parents around as they pasted the couplets. Back then, she had always imagined that one day, when she grew up, she would also hang the couplets. Later, she grew up, and the meaning of pasting couplets faded away. Now, after coming to Chen Shen's home, she felt as though she had rediscovered the true meaning of pasting couplets during the Spring Festival. Chen Shen had officially taken over the task of hanging couplets since middle school. His family has used the same style of white-headed Spring Festival couplets for decades. The upper couplet reads Prosperity endures, the lower couplet Good fortune shines brightly, and the horizontal banner Welcome spring. Chen Shen and Lin Mushi unfolded the couplets together in the hall. Lin Mushi looked at the couplets and remarked, It's been ages since I saw couplets with white borders like these. Chen Shen explains simply. This is called a white-headed Spring Festival couplet and it holds deep significance. Regarding the origin of the white-bordered spring couplets, Shin-chan also learned about their significance later from his elders. It was created to commemorate the ancestors who sacrificed their lives during the War of Resistance. Ms. Lu always engages in various rituals of worshipping deities and ancestors during the Spring Festival, one of which is also related to this. Death is never the end of life, forgetting is. Lin Mushi listened quietly, her heart filled with emotions about this piece of history and her admiration for the ancestors, feeling the respect and sense of continuity that transcended time and space. After double-checking the upper and lower couplets, the two began applying paste. After finishing, Shin-chan went to the storage room to fetch the ladder, set it up at the door, and began pasting the couplets. Standing on the ladder, he carefully smoothed out the couplets, while Lin Mushi stood below, using a small brush dipped in paste to carefully apply it to the back of the couplets. With their joint efforts, the bright red couplets were soon affixed to both sides of the main door, adding a festive and warm atmosphere to the entire home. After finishing the couplets, they busied themselves hanging lanterns and arranging New Year's goods, transforming the entire house into a festive and joyful scene. As the sound of firecrackers grew louder outside the window, the atmosphere of New Year's Eve became increasingly festive. "Brother, let's hang." Before Chen Yuan could finish saying the words couplets, she spotted two busy figures. And the couplets that had already been posted. Alright, there's nothing for her to do now. Chen Yuan swung her arms and sat down at the tea table. Seeing that the fruit plate was almost empty, she turned around and went to the pantry, filling the fruit plate and snack plate. She sat back down at the tea table. "Oh, it seems a bit quiet this year. If you're free, come help pluck the feathers." Lu Xiaoying came running out from somewhere and said to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan followed the sound and saw her mother carrying two baskets, returning from outside. No need to ask, they must have returned from offering sacrifices to the gods. Lu Xiaoying set down the baskets and urged her, "Go boil some water quickly." "All right." Chen Yuan turned and went to the kitchen to boil water. Chen and Lin Mushi had finished pasting the Spring Festival couplets at their own home and went next door to help. They did this every year, hanging the couplets together with several families. The New Year's Eve dinner was also a big family gathering. This year, there were more people, so at least 2 tables were needed, making cooking a major undertaking. They started dividing tasks in the morning. Some were offering prayers to the gods, others were preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, and some were hanging the couplets. As for the children, they play freely and enjoy the joy of the new year. Chen and Lin Mushi arrived at their aunt's house. The 2 young boys, Chen Zian and Chen Zichuan, immediately gathered around Lin Mushi. "Pretty sister, will you help us paste the couplets?" At that moment, the auntie smiled and interjected, "You can't call her pretty sister anymore. From now on, you should call her auntie." The 2 young boys heard this and looked slightly puzzled, seeming confused and unsure about the new term. "Sister-in-law? Grandma, what does sister-in-law mean?" The old aunt smiled kindly, gently patting the 2 young grandsons on the head, and said softly, "Sister-in-law means the wife of your older brother. Just like your mother is your father's wife. From now on, Lin Mushi's sister will take care of your older brother just like your mother takes care of your father, and she will also care for and love you like family." After hearing the old woman's explanation, the 2 little boys' eyes sparkled with sudden understanding, and their innocent faces broke into bright smiles. "Oh, so that's how it is. We have an older sister-in-law now. That's great." Chen Zian clapped his hands excitedly, and Chen Zichuan nodded along, his eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. They had completely forgotten about their earlier plan to try to claim the sister-in-law as their girlfriend. Lin Mushi listened to the conversation between the 3 generations and couldn't help but blush, her cheeks as delicate and vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. In contrast, Chen remained calm. He quickly set the ladder steady, then took the Spring Festival couplets from his aunt's hands, squatted down calmly, and prepared to begin the next step of pasting the couplets. He first examined every character on the couplets carefully to ensure the upper and lower couplets were in the correct order. Then, he dipped the brush lightly into the paste and applied it evenly to the back of the couplets. Lin Mushi, seeing this, quickly took a small brush and assisted Chen in applying the paste evenly. The 2 then worked together to hang the couplets. The 2 worked seamlessly together, as if they had done this countless times before. Chen Zian and Chen Zichuan, the 2 young children, didn't want to be left out. They held small pieces of Fu character stickers and, under Chen and Lin Mushi's guidance, carefully stuck them in various corners of the doors and windows, adding a festive touch to the home. The aunt stood by, watching the heartwarming scenes unfold, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and joy. After the couplets were hung in Auntie's house, Chen climbed the ladder, while Lin Mushi followed behind him with glue and a small brush, ready to move on to the next house. Chen Zian and Chen Zichuan, the 2 little ones, followed closely behind them, like 2 little tails. A total of 4 households needed their couplets hung. 2 layers per house, and by the time they finished, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing pasting the Spring Festival couplets, Chen finally had time to sit in the courtyard and have a sip of tea. Lin Mushi sat beside him. Her face was flushed. After a while, Chen Zian and Chen Zichuan, the 2 little ones, excitedly ran over holding fireworks, surrounding Lin Mushi and wanting to play with her. Lin Mushi had only seen fireworks before and had never played with them herself. Faced with the two enthusiastic little ones, she seemed a bit flustered and could only turn to Chun Chen for help. Fireworks are more fun to set off at night. It's broad daylight now, even if you light them, you won't see much of an effect. Chen Chen said as he picked out 2 boxes of firecrackers from a pile of fireworks, smiling. During the day, these are more suitable. Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones' eyes lit up instantly, clapping their hands excitedly and shouting, "Big brother, let us set off the firecrackers." "Senior, be careful not to hurt yourself," Lin Mushi gently reminded from the side. Chapter 129, My little stream can play with fireworks on her own. With a few crisp, pleasant bang sounds, the firecrackers burst into brilliant sparks in the air before leaving a trail of blue smoke. Bang bang. Bang bang. The 2 little ones excitedly cheered along with the sound of the firecrackers, their faces glowing with innocent smiles. "So much fun," they exclaimed, looking at Chun Chen with eager eyes. "Big brother, let's go again. Brother, let us go." They gathered around Chen Chen, cheering. They wanted to do it again. Chen Chen patiently set off firecrackers with the 2 little ones. He caught a glimpse of Lin Mushi standing nearby, her face adorned with a gentle smile, watching them play quietly. Chen Chen waved at her and asked, "Cici, do you want to try setting off firecrackers?" Lin Mushi, upon hearing this, quickly shook her head, a hint of timidity on her face. "I'm too scared to try that." Seeing this, Chen Chen pulled out a bunch of colorful flying firecrackers from the bag in his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid, you can try these skyrockets. They only explode when they reach the sky, so they're very safe." Lin Mushi looked at the colorful skyrockets in Chen Chen's hand, then glanced at the 2 children playing enthusiastically, and finally turned to look at Chen Chen's encouraging gaze, her eyes filled with hesitation. Chen Chen ran over, took her hand, and led her outside. "Come on. You won't know how fun it is until you try it." Chen Chen had somehow found a stick of incense. He skillfully lit it with a lighter, then carefully planted the firecracker in the ground. He turned around and handed the lit incense to Lin Mushi. "Here, use this to light it. Don't be afraid, I'll guide you." Lin Mushi carefully took the incense stick and followed Chen Chen's instructions, trembling as she lit the fuse. At that moment, she closed her eyes in tension, waiting for the explosion. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the skyrocket shot into the sky like a brilliant rainbow, then burst into a dazzling display of colors in the air. Bang! A single explosion echoed through the air, followed by a small colorful parachute descending from the sky. "Wow, that's beautiful." Lin Mushi opened her eyes and exclaimed in delight. "How was it? Fun, right?" Chen Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, it was really fun." Lin Mushi answered excitedly. "Senior, let us do it again. I want to try myself." Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Are you sure?" Lin Mushi gently shook his arm and said in a playful tone, come on, let's do it again, please." Chen Chen looked at Lin Mushi's eager expression and couldn't help but curve his lips into a gentle smile. He cleared his throat and pretended to give in reluctantly. "Alright, since you really want to play, I'll let you try it yourself. But be careful, okay?" As he spoke, he took another flying cannon from the bag and skillfully planted it on the ground. Lin Mushi excitedly held the incense, her small hands trembling slightly, both nervous and eager. "Don't be afraid, I'm right here beside you," Chen Chen whispered reassuringly. Lin Mushi took a deep breath and gathered her courage, bringing the incense stick close to the firecracker's fuse. With a sizzle, the fuse ignited quickly, and the firework rocket shot into the sky with a brilliant spark, instantly bursting into a dazzling display of colorful lights. Another colorful parachute slowly descended from the sky. "Wow, senior, I did it!" Lin Mushi cheered, her face radiating childlike joy. Chen Chen gently ruffled Lin Mushi's hair. "My little Mushi is so clever she can even play with fireworks on her own." Lin Mushi felt the warmth from above, causing her heart to flutter slightly. This warm touch awakened a long-buried memory deep within her heart. She remembered one year during the spring festival, there was also someone who spoke to her in the same gentle tone. "My little Cici is so amazing, you can even play with fireworks on your own." That person's voice was even softer, making her feel like the most cherished child in the world. However, as she spent more time with Chen Chen, she found herself thinking about that person less and less. Those memories were slowly fading away. She suddenly realized that she had, without even noticing, taken the first steps toward bidding farewell to the past, her heart filled with anticipation and longing for a new life. She didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Just as she was lost in thought, she felt someone gently tugging at the hem of her shirt. Lin Mushi looked down and saw Chun Zichuan's eager little face. He was inviting her in a childish voice, "Auntie, let's play together." Lin Mushi smiled and said, "Sure." Outside the courtyard, the occasional sound of firecrackers could be heard, along with the laughter of adults and children. It wasn't until her aunt came over to call the 2 little ones home to bathe and change into new clothes that they reluctantly left, still reluctant to go. "Zichuan, Zian, come back after you've finished bathing. We'll set off even more beautiful fireworks tonight." "Yay! Yay!" The 2 little ones excitedly clapped their hands, running one on each side to their auntie's side and heading toward the house. Grandma, let us hurry up and take a bath. We want to see even more beautiful fireworks tonight. The auntie replied cheerfully. Alright, go say goodbye to your brother and sister-in-law first. The two little ones turned around and waved happily at Chen Chan and Lin Mushi. Goodbye, older brother and sister-in-law. Goodbye, uncle and auntie. Watching the two little ones reluctantly walk toward home, Chen Chan and Lin Mushi exchanged a smile. Cece, Shichen, the water's ready. Go take a shower too. Lu Xiaoying came out of the kitchen and called out to Chen Chen and Lin Mushi. Chen Chen turned back and explained briefly to Lin Mushi. We have a custom here. During the new year, we wash with special herbal water, symbolizing that the new year will bring good fortune and ward off evil spirits. I'll bring the water up to the second floor for you to wash, and I'll wash downstairs. Lin Mushi nodded slightly and replied, alright. Her thoughts drifted back to the distant past. When she was a child in Guangzhou, on New Year's Eve, they also had to wash with this herbal water. However, since leaving there, she had never done it again. At that moment, the familiar scent of herbs filled the air, and a warm wave washed over her heart, as if she had returned to those innocent days. The two of them walked into the house together. Chen Chen went into the kitchen, carefully scooped the herbal mixture from the large pot bubbling with steam into a bucket, then lifted the bucket steadily and headed upstairs. He then took some clean clothes, turned around, and went downstairs to scoop another bucket of water with a faint herbal scent for himself, entering the bathroom on the first floor. After bathing, the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. This year, it was Uncle Chen's turn to host the New Year's Eve dinner. So after bathing, Chen Chen took Lin Mushi to Uncle C's house. Chapter 130, Setting off fireworks together. Please keep reading. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi arrived at their uncle's house, where 4 families had already gathered, making it very lively. Upon seeing Chen Chen and Lin Mushi arrive, everyone warmly greeted them and invited them to sit down. Chen Yuan had already taken her seat before they arrived. Upon seeing Lin Mushi enter, she hurriedly stood up, walked over, and pulled her to her side. Sister-in-law, come sit over here. Lin Mushi's gaze unconsciously turned toward Chen Chen, as if seeking his opinion. Chen Yuan, noticing this, said, Oh, don't look at him. Your brother isn't going anywhere. He'll sit here later. Chen Yuan pointed to the spot next to Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi, seeing this, finally sat down in the spot Chen Yuan had indicated. Chen Chen sat down next to her. Next came Lu Xiaoying, Chen Jiangwen, and the other relatives. The New Year's Eve dinner was extremely lavish. Lin Mushi had already witnessed Chen Chen's parents' cooking skills, which were quite impressive. However, compared to what she had seen earlier, it was still a bit like a novice compared to a master. The richness of this New Year's Eve dinner was on par with the family reunion feast Lin Mushi had enjoyed at her own home. But it had an extra touch of family warmth, bringing a sense of joy and happiness. Lin Mushi couldn't resist taking out her phone to capture these delicious dishes. Everyone noticed her phone and spontaneously posed with scissors hands in front of her camera, their faces radiating the joy of the holiday. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Chen Chen stood up and addressed everyone. Come on, everyone, sit down properly. Let us take a group photo together. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly straightened their clothes, adjusted their posture, and wore even brighter smiles on their faces. Lin Mushi quickly adjusted her phone camera to ensure she could capture everyone's most charming moments. Auntie C noticed that Lin Mushi was struggling a bit, so she raised her hand and said, I have a photo-taking gadget. After saying that, she quickly stood up and retrieved a black selfie stick from the cabinet beneath the TV, handing it to Lin Mushi. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Mushi took the selfie stick, placed her phone on it, and repositioned it. With the selfie stick in hand, things were indeed much more convenient. 3, 2, 1, cheese. As Lin Mushi counted down crisply, she pressed the continuous shooting button. One by one, photos filled with everyone's smiles and capturing the joy of the holiday were generated. After finishing, everyone rushed over eagerly, gathering around the screen to look at the group photos, occasionally bursting into laughter and admiration. This photo turned out great. We should print it out and hang it in the most prominent spot in the living room. Lu Xiaoying said with a smile, her voice brimming with pride and happiness. Yes, we should also post it in the family group so that our relatives who couldn't make it can also feel our joy. Auntie C agreed. Lin Mushi felt very happy receiving everyone's praise. The senior's family was indeed just as kind as he was. Since everyone treated Lin Mushi like family, she didn't feel out of place at all during the entire New Year's Eve dinner. After the New Year's Eve dinner, it was time for the familiar red envelope giving ceremony. Chen Jiangwen was the eldest of the brothers, so he went first. He first gave Lin Mushi a large red envelope. Cece, this is your first time spending the new year at home, so this red envelope is for you. The others teased. Brother Wen's red envelope looks pretty generous, ha 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 ha. Chen Jiangwen smiled and told everyone to stop teasing. The others calmed down a bit. Lin Mushi blushed and accepted it with both hands, feeling overwhelmed by the kindness. Thank you, uncle. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity and good health. Chen Jiangwen smiled and nodded, handing a red envelope to Chen Chen. Son, this is for you. Chen Chen stood up, took it with both hands, and said with a smile. Thank you, Dad. Happy New Year. May you have abundant wealth and good health in the coming year. Next, it was Chen Yuanyuan's turn. She couldn't contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then it was Lu Xiaoying's turn. The red envelopes were passed around in a circle. Then it was Uncle San's turn. Fourth uncle. After a few rounds, Chen Chen had a stack of red envelopes in his hands. Everyone joked again. Little Chen, the uncles are all waiting to drink at your wedding. When the time comes, we'll give you an even bigger red envelope. Chen Chen smiled and responded to each one. Lin Mushi had even more red envelopes than Chen Chen. She held up the red envelopes, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy, and whispered in Chen Chen's ear. Senior, hello. I've received so many red envelopes, more than you did. The happiest were the children. They ran around the house joyfully after receiving the red envelopes. Finally, they all gathered around Chen Chen and Lin Mushi, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, chattering excitedly. Brother, sister-in-law, shall we go set off fireworks together? My dad specially bought so many huge fireworks, they'll definitely be amazing. Chen Chen glanced at the sky outside. The night was growing darker. He patted the head of the child closest to him and smiled, saying, Sure, let's go set off fireworks. Yay, let us go set off fireworks. Fireworks, fireworks. The group set off toward the courtyard, the children running excitedly ahead, while Chen Chen and Lin Mushi held hands and followed behind. Outside the courtyard, various fireworks were neatly arranged in patterns. Amidst the children's cheers, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi helped light the first firework. Sparks flew everywhere, and it soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of colors, illuminating the night sky like a magical dream. The children jumped and cheered, their laughter mingling with the explosions of the fireworks, creating a beautiful symphony. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi stood side by side behind the children, feeling their happiness and joy. Chen Chen had always believed that once he grew up, he would never feel the same sense of the New Year's atmosphere from his childhood again. Now, he suddenly understood. It was because, when he was a child, he was the one experiencing the festive atmosphere. As an adult, he had become the one creating the festive atmosphere. And behind all of this lies the power of tradition. Chen Chen looked up at the fireworks, while Lin Mushi turned her head to look at him. Chen Chen turned back and locked eyes with Lin Mushi. In those dark eyes, he saw his own reflection. Then, Chen Chen heard the owner of those eyes say, Senior Chen Chen, Happy New Year. Chen Chen was startled for a moment, then smiled slightly and replied, Cici, Happy New Year. He then embraced Lin Mushi in his arms and kissed the tips of her hair. Cici, thank you. Lin Mushi felt Chen Chen's warm chest and, hearing his words, lifted her head and asked, Why are you thanking me, Senior? Thank you for choosing me, and thank you for staying to celebrate the new year with me. Chapter 131, Thank you for letting me meet you. Please keep reading. Lin Mushi listened to Chen Chen's words, her eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. She spoke each word carefully. It should be me thanking you, Senior. Thank you for letting me meet you and enter your world. Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to choose you, allowing me to walk alongside you. And thank you even more for letting me become part of your family and spend this warm and wonderful spring festival with you. Chen Chen gazed deeply into her eyes, as if he could see his own reflection in her water-like eyes, clear and profound. At that moment, behind them, fireworks were bursting into a dazzling display of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. In this moment, he realized that, without even noticing, he had already taken such an important place in her heart. There was love, there was emotion, and there was a deep affection for the girl before him. As night fell, the sky gently enveloped the earth. All around, the booming sounds of firecrackers and the dazzling fireworks echoed in harmony, intertwining to create a breathtakingly beautiful symphony. The entire night sky was immersed in an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Brother and sister-in-law, light the fireworks. Light the fireworks. Several children, each holding a sparkler, gathered around Chen Chen and Lin Mushi, eagerly waiting to light them. All right, light them. Chen Chen turned and went into his own home, taking out a stick of incense and lighting it with a lighter. The children, seeing this, immediately swarmed around like a flock of joyful birds, rushing to be the first to try. Lin Mushi saw this and quickly stepped in to maintain order with a gentle smile. Everyone, please be patient. Take turns one by one, and remember to keep a safe distance to avoid getting burned. The children obediently lined up, standing one by one in front of Chen Chen, carefully holding their fairy wands close to the incense. When the vibrant sparks began to dance on the fairy wands, their faces lit up with smiles brighter than fireworks. They then excitedly waved their fairy wands, spinning in circles around the courtyard. The car had already been parked in a safe spot by afternoon, leaving the entire courtyard open for the children to enjoy the fireworks. After the last child lit their fairy wand and ran off, Chen Chen looked at Lin Mushi with a gentle expression and said, Come on, Cici, it's your turn. Lin Mushi paused for a moment before saying, I'm not a kid anymore. Why should I play with this? Who said only kids can play with this? Chen Chen said as he brought out a bag of colorful fireworks from the house, which included various types of sparklers. Which one do you want to play with? Lin Mushi squatted down, rummaged through the bag, and pulled out a metal fairy wand. This one. Chen Xin gently placed his large hand over Lin Mushi's delicate little hand and held the incense close to the fairy wand. With a crisp snap, the fairy wand burst into a dazzling display of light. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, it illuminated Lin Mushi's exquisite face, making her appear even more gentle and enchanting. It was as though she had descended from the heavens as a fairy, weaving a beautiful legend alongside the dazzling fireworks. Chen Shen smiled at Lin Mushi's radiant face. She was wearing tight jeans that accentuated her long legs, a black sweater that hugged her curves, with a snow-white fox fur vest over it, both warm and elegant, highlighting her unique charm even more. Just then, Xin Yao called on video. Lin Mushi held a fairy wand in one hand and took out her phone with the other, handing it to Chen Shen to help unlock the screen. Chen Shen smiled as he took the phone, connected the video call, then thoughtfully gave her space to talk with her best friend before joining the children to light the fireworks. The moment the video connected, Lin Mushi excitedly shouted, "Yao Yao, look what I'm doing." On the screen, Xin Yao was elegantly made up, her face radiant, as if she could illuminate the entire screen. She had flown to Beijing that day to watch the live Spring Festival Gala. In previous years, she had been there with Lin Mushi. However, this year, Lin Mushi had encountered Chen Shen, an unexpected person. Therefore, the only people by her side were her family. Xin Yao's gaze wandered around the environment behind Lin Mushi, where fireworks and firecrackers were going off non-stop, creating a lively atmosphere. She herself held a sparkler in her hand, smiling brightly. She hummed, "How lively." Looking at Lin Mushi, although she wasn't wearing the most makeup and was even makeup-free, the radiant smile on her face was more vivid and dazzling than any elaborate makeup, as if it could instantly illuminate everything around her. Lin Mushi asked with a bright smile, "Are you at the Spring Festival Gala live broadcast right now?" "Yes. But it seems like it's more fun where you are," Xin Yao said, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. The Spring Festival Gala is something she watches every year, but to be honest, she'd rather experience the lively and joyful New Year's celebrations that Lin Mushi was currently enjoying. Sister-in-law, look. The fireworks are starting next door." Chen Zichuan bounded over to Lin Mushi, tugging at her sleeve and shouting excitedly. "Yao Yao, I'm going to watch the fireworks first. I'll talk to you later." Xin Yao had originally wanted to ask Lin Mushi about her date yesterday, such as whether she had successfully won over the senior she liked. But seeing Lin Mushi's eager expression, clearly wanting to watch the fireworks, she realized these questions weren't appropriate at the moment. So she changed the subject and said, "Tell the senior I wish him a happy new year." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a cheerful smile suddenly appeared on the video call screen. It was Chen Shen. "Are you asking me to say Happy New Year? Why not say it in person?" He winked at Xin Yao and smiled, "Happy New Year, Xin Yao." Xin Yao was momentarily startled by Chen Shen's sudden close-up of his handsome face, her heart skipping a beat. After regaining her composure, she smiled and replied, "Happy New Year, Chen Shen. Please take good care of my little stream." The words carried a hint of warmth and trust, making Chen Shen's smile even brighter. "Don't worry, Xin Yao, taking care of Cici is something I should do as her boyfriend." "Thank you, senior," Xin Yao said with a smile. She turned her attention back to the lively scene on the screen and laughed, "It looks really lively over there. I'm a bit jealous." "Ha, Xin Yao, if you ever want to come, you're always welcome. We've got plenty of fun things to do here, I promise you won't be disappointed." Chen Shen invited her enthusiastically. I'll definitely come if I get the chance," Xin Yao replied with a smile. At that moment, fireworks were bursting in the sky, illuminating the night sky like a dream. Lin Mushi and Chen Zichuan were excitedly pointing at the sky, discussing which firework was the most beautiful. Meanwhile, Xin Yao sat quietly in front of the screen, watching the warm and beautiful scenes unfold, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. Chapter 132, Basketball Game. Please keep reading. Under the glow of the screen, Lin Mushi paused for a moment before finally deciding to send his father a New Year's greeting message. Following the annual tradition, he should also be watching the live Spring Festival Gala in Beijing at this time. And he would be very busy. Lin Mushi had assumed his father wouldn't have time to reply to his message. To his surprise, he soon received a reply from his father. Lin Mushi looked at the message on his phone, leaned against Chen Shen's shoulder, and felt an overwhelming warmth. The two stayed up until midnight, set off firecrackers, and then finally fell asleep peacefully. The sound of firecrackers faded away as the first day of the Lunar New Year quietly arrived. The highly anticipated basketball game finally began. The basketball game was jointly organized by several nearby villages. A total of 10 villages participated, with 2 villages competing in each round using an elimination system. The village that made it to the final round would be declared the ultimate winner. The people of the winning village can hold their heads high for the entire following year. Those who lose must return to kneel in the ancestral hall and explain themselves to their ancestors. Xinjia village drew the afternoon slot for their first match. Therefore, Chen Shen didn't have to get up so early in the morning. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, there was no need to burn incense, so Ms. Lu got up early to prepare vegetarian dishes. In their area, the noon meal on the first day of the new year is a vegetarian meal. In the evening, they could return to their usual eating habits. These past few days, Lin Mushi had been eating quite greasy, so a vegetarian meal at this moment was exactly what she craved. After finishing the vegetarian meal, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun, sipping tea, and snacking, enjoying the leisurely moment. Chen Yuan had already finished all her homework, and these 2 days were a rare opportunity for her to relax. However, every time she saw Chen Chen and Lin Mushi together, she would instinctively make herself invisible, not wanting to be a third wheel. Da Huang, thank goodness you're here to keep me company, you single dog. Woof woof woof. Da Huang seemed to understand her words and wagged his tail happily. But then, as if drawn by something, he turned around decisively and ran to the next room to comfort the female dog who was panicking from the fireworks. You ungrateful dog. When did you go behind my back and find another dog? Chen Yuan feigned anger, but Big Yellow merely wagged his tail at her before darting off into the distance. Chen Yuan. Soon, Piao and the others had changed into their basketball uniforms and came to find Chen Chen to head to the court together. Shengu, let us go. When they saw Lin Mushi, their faces all lit up with admiration, and they politely greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. Chen Chen saw them arrive and got up to go upstairs to change into his basketball uniform. Lin Mushi followed closely behind. Watching their departing figures, Piao couldn't help but sigh. Sis really is clingy to Chen Gu. She can't be away from him for a moment. Yeah, look at them. It's really envy-inducing. I wish I could meet a girlfriend as obedient as her someday. Chen Pai agreed. Stop daydreaming. A girl like your sister-in-law is a rare species. She is already extinct. After changing into their clothes, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi went downstairs. She also changed into a loose, sportswear-style outfit, covering her figure completely, leaving only her breathtakingly beautiful face exposed. The first match for Qin Village was against Dongfeng Village, the village next to the one next to theirs. As soon as they arrived at the basketball court, Chen Pai pointed at a man wearing athletic attire and a whistle around his neck sitting on the referee's bench and said, Chen Gu, see that guy over there? The tallest one that's the coach Guojia village hired for this match. They already played a game this morning and it was a complete rout. He is not even human. Chen Pai had watched the morning game in person, and as long as there wasn't much of a disparity in strength between the two sides, he hadn't been this worried. However, the entire game was dominated by Guojia village, which was quite frustrating. Chen Chen heard this and raised one eyebrow slightly, asking, You guys are already nervous? Piao was the first to speak up. What are you afraid of? Charge at him. Chen Chen elbowed him with his arm. That's the kind of man I'm talking about. Let's go, charge at him. Piao was pushed back several steps and collided with Chen Pai before finally coming to a halt. He clutched his sore chest and said, Damn it, Chen Gu, are you made of iron? You've been slacking off lately, haven't you? Just then, Chen Pai rushed back, panting heavily, and said to Chen Chen, Chen Gu, the first performance in Guo village was too good, so they've advanced directly to the finals. Chen Chen heard this and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise, asking, When did you go to find out about that? Chen Pai chuckled and replied, Right after you pushed Piao away just now. This was Chen Chen's first time participating in the village basketball tournament. Plus, Guojia village was determined to win this competition at all costs, so no one was sure if they could win. Just before taking the court, Chen Chen stood in front of Lin Mushi and said, Remember to cheer for me. Lin Mushi blushed as she helped him tidy his clothes and nodded, Senior, go for it. Chen Chen gently tapped her forehead. I didn't mean for you to cheer here. Wait until we're on the court, then shout it out loud for me to hear. Lin Mushi stuck out her tongue playfully at him. As the six of them appeared in plain sight, the onlookers who had gathered around the court. Did you see that? That's Chen Chen. They say he's the one who beat Guo Wei and brought honor back to Qin Village. It's really him. He's so handsome. He has a star quality about him, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I remember now. The official WeChat account of Guangzhou City posted his photo in a promotional video before the Spring Festival. He is a bit darker in person, but he looks even more masculine. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The unmarried women at the scene were thinking about how they could find an opportunity to add him on WeChat if he didn't have a girlfriend. Married women, on the other hand, were thinking that if such a handsome young man didn't have a girlfriend, they had plenty of connections to offer. After all, it's the Spring Festival, the perfect time for matchmaking. After being off work for so long without any matches, this was quite disheartening. Soon, it was Chen Jiatsuan's turn to take the stage. 6 people remained, with one as a backup. The 5 others went to their designated spots on the basketball court to wait. Chen Chen scanned the audience with his eyes. He didn't spot Lin Mushi anywhere. Her presence was too strong. As long as she was there, even if she was surrounded by a crowd, Chen Chen could find her. Not seeing her now meant she had left. The game is about to start. Where did the freshman go? It wasn't surprising that Chen Chen was worried she was new here and didn't know anyone. With so many people around and her being so beautiful, he was genuinely worried she might get kidnapped. At the same time, inside Chen Siluan's convenience store, Chen Zixuan stood at the cash register, staring at the stunningly beautiful girl next to her, furrowing her brows and asking, Who are you? I don't think I've seen you in the village before. A woman's intuition is often sharp and accurate. At that moment, Chen Zixuan could clearly sense that the girl in front of her was giving her a strong sense of danger. Chapter 133, Chen Chen is so handsome. Chen Chen is the handsomest. Especially since Chen Zixuan was currently wearing the distinctive cheerleading outfit, she couldn't even compare to this girl who was just wearing ordinary sportswear. It was clear that if she were wearing the cheerleading outfit, it would be a visual feast. Lin Mushi didn't say a word, her beautiful eyes fixed on the shelves, considering whether to buy a drink for her senior or something else. There were drinks prepared for the athletes at the competition site. However, she still wanted to personally hand him water the moment he won the competition. Just then, a woman beside her suddenly spoke up. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Did you used to live in Guo village when you were a child? Lin Mushi had been exceptionally beautiful since childhood, and anyone who had seen her would remember her. Chen Zixuan, upon hearing this, replied coldly, Oh? So you're from Guo village. What are you doing at our Chen village convenience store? Chen Siluan, who was standing nearby, looked like a confused old man on the subway. No, this was a customer in his store. What was Zixuan doing? Was she trying to chase the customer away? Sir, I'd like to buy. Lin Mushi looked around the shelves and finally said, I'd like to buy some mineral water. Chen Siluan smiled and said, Is it for your athlete boyfriend? Lin Mushi blushed and shyly nodded. Such a beautiful girl who takes the initiative to buy water for her boyfriend is rare these days. Especially since she had hesitated for a long time, carefully considering which brand of water was better. So Chen Siluan had a very good impression of her. Chen Siluan took a bottle of water from the shelf and suggested, Buy this one. It contains physiological saline and is suitable for those with high physical activity. Lin Mushi took the water and said softly, Thank you, sir. At that moment, Chen Zixuan raised her voice and said loudly, Uncle Chen, I want to buy a bottle of Coke. Chen Siluan glanced at her and casually said, Just take it yourself. Uncle Siluan, you're so biased. Chen Zixuan muttered unhappily. You're so patient with others, even giving them advice, but you're so cold to me and your tone is so bad. It's just because you think others are prettier than me, isn't it? Really, what good is being pretty? She probably has several boyfriends already. Chen Siluan said sternly, Girls should drink less cola. Who said I bought it for myself? Chen Siluan said, Boys should drink less Coke too. Chen Zixuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she stubbornly said, I want Coke. Last time she bought mineral water, he said he preferred drinks. This time she bought Coke, so she couldn't have made a mistake, right? Whatever you want. Chen Siluan said, taking a bottle of Coke from the shelf and handing it to her. Chen Zixuan paid for it, satisfied, and walked toward the stadium with the Coke in her arms. Chen Chen didn't see Lin Mushi anywhere until just before he was about to take the stage. Just as he was about to enter the venue, he noticed a girl rushing back from outside with a hurried expression. From running so quickly, her fair forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and a few strands of hair were stuck to it. Lin Mushi pushed her way to the front of the stadium, clutching a bottle of water tightly in both hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked straight at Chen Chen. Their gazes met for a moment. Chen Chen turned his head slightly, withdrew his gaze, and a confident and charming smile blossomed on his face. A few others, including a Piao, were once again fed a dose of dog food, but they had already grown accustomed to it. The audience on the field hadn't had a taste of their dog food yet, but they could sense a faint, sweet scent of love lingering in the air. However, the match was the priority. Although it was already a foregone conclusion that Guijia village would win the championship. But that didn't dampen everyone's eager anticipation and passion for the match. The unfamiliar referee on the field blew his whistle. Jinjia village. Dongfeng village. Get ready to compete. Chen Chen and his 4 teammates walked toward the field. On the outskirts of the field, Guo Jiabao stood tall and proud, arms crossed over his chest, amidst the crowd. The legendary figure of Tian Jiabing? So what? Gui Jiabao thought to himself, this time, Gui Jiabao, will definitely break this legend with my own hands. Since it was an amateur match, there were no uniform team jerseys, so the audience relied on their familiarity with their own villagers to identify the players. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game officially began. Chen Chen, relying on his astonishing jumping ability, soared like a swift eagle, intercepting the incoming basketball midair, then smoothly passing it backward with precision. The cheerleaders from Chenjia village had already taken their places on the sidelines. Seeing this, the girls all widened their eyes in astonishment. Especially Chen Zixuan. She had been waiting to win the game and personally hand him a soda. Seeing his incredible vertical leap, her face flushed with a blush of shyness. Her cheering became even more enthusiastic, filled with endless energy and passion. After Chen Chen grabbed the ball, he immediately passed it to a Piao. Immediately, everyone saw a tall, straight-backed boy sprinting backward on the basketball court. The sunlight bathed his face, outlining his strikingly handsome features, his eyes sparkling with a defiant and untamed glow. His bangs fell loosely around his eyebrows, his nose was high and straight, and his white jersey was wide open, exuding a sense of freedom and boldness. Slam! A three-pointer sent the energy on the court soaring to its peak. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The boy turned his head, glancing toward the stands, raising his eyebrows slightly. His smile was confident and bold, as if he were saying to someone, "Look, how was my three-pointer just now? Wasn't that cool?" Lin Mushi caught his gaze and recalled what he had said earlier, to cheer for him during the game. Lin Mushi hid the water in her arms, placed both hands over her mouth, and shouted loudly. "Chen Chen is so cool. Chen Chen is the coolest." Chen Chen's back, which was dribbling the ball, flickered for a moment. He turned around and saw Lin Mushi cheering wildly from the stands. At that moment, she was completely different from her usual aloof demeanor, instead radiating an unprecedented vitality and passion that struck deep into his heart. Oh, as Lin Mushi's shouts gradually died down, cheers and applause erupted from the surrounding stands, pushing the atmosphere to another climax. Chen Chen was thoroughly satisfied. He took a deep breath, adjusted his rhythm, and the basketball danced nimbly between his fingers, as if in perfect harmony with his mind. At that moment, the Dongfeng team was clearly intimidated by the sudden surge of momentum from Chen Jiatsuan, and their defense momentarily faltered. Chen Chen swiftly seized the opportunity, dribbling past defenders with a series of dazzling moves that left the spectators on the sidelines in awe. Every change of direction, every acceleration, was executed with precision, as if he had already mastered the rhythm of the game. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Chen Chen suddenly came to a sudden stop, jumped, and the basketball arched through the air in a perfect parabola, heading straight for the basket. Chapter 134, I Like Drinking Water. Fourth update. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with everyone's eyes fixed on the decisive basketball. Until it made a crisp, clear sound as it went through the net. 2 points. And a free throw. The referee's call sent the crowd into a frenzy, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off the building. High five. Chen Good, you're amazing. I knew Chen Chen was talented, but I didn't expect him to be this impressive. He started the game with a bang, giving everyone a taste of his skills. Wei Jiatsuan must be trembling in fear right now. A Pao glanced at the referee's bench and saw that the coach's face was as dark as coal. Ha 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 ha. A Pao couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, the crowd on the field also reacted. Wow! This is way more exciting than this morning's match between Guojia Village and Hetian Village. 3-pointers, dunks, dominating the entire game single-handedly. Who is this guy? This year wasn't a waste. The basketball game was amazing. I'm going back to beat up my brother to cheer everyone on. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young boy dribbling the ball on the court. Under the spotlight, Chen Chen calmly sank the free throw, sending the crowd into a frenzy of applause and cheers. The rest of the game was a foregone conclusion, and Chen Village emerged victorious. Dongfeng Village was eliminated. Lin Mushi, holding the water she had bought earlier, excitedly walked toward Chen Chen. However, a girl moved faster than her, stepping forward and walking quickly toward Chen Chen. Lin Mushi recognized her. It was the same girl she had encountered earlier at the convenience store. She clutched the bottle of water tightly and froze in place. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of danger. Someone was eyeing her senior. Chen Zishuan blushed as she approached Chen Chen, holding out the soda with both hands. Chen Good, didn't you say you liked drinks last time? I bought some cola this time. Chen Zishuan confidently handed the Coke to him. She hoped Chen Chen would take the soda and humiliate that girl. Earlier at the competition, Lin Mushi had shouted without caring about her image, and Chen Zishuan had heard it. Her intuition was spot on. This girl was the legendary, incredibly beautiful girlfriend of Chen Chen. As soon as she saw her coming to bring water, Chen Zishuan didn't hesitate to take the initiative. Last time, Chen Chen had said he liked drinks, yet she still brought water. This time she was sure to win. However, Chen Chen didn't hesitate for even a second and chose the water from Lin Mushi's hand, saying, "Sorry, I prefer water." Lin Mushi, who had been approaching with a stern expression to assert her claim, heard Chen Chen reject the girl without a moment's hesitation. The gloom in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by twinkling stars, glowing with surprise and joy. Chen Zishuan watched helplessly as he walked toward Lin Mushi, unable to do anything but stomp her feet in frustration. A Piao brought the ball over to her and said, "Why bother? Look, that's Chen Ji's girlfriend. What do you have to compare yourself to her?" "Chen A Piao, even if I have no chance with Chen Chen, I wouldn't like you either." A Piao snorted derisively, "Don't be silly. I'm just looking out for you like an older sister. Who wants to be your sister? You're so shameless." Chen Zishuan finished speaking, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be contained. She ran away with red eyes. Chen Pai walked over, squeezed A Piao's shoulder, and silently comforted him. A Piao glanced at Chen Zishuan's retreating figure, then turned and ran after Chen Pai and the others. Lin Mushi watched Chen Chen walk toward her with determination, his eyes fixed only on her. She handed him a bottle of water and said, "Senior, congratulations on winning the competition." A mocking laugh came from nearby. "But you only won the first round. Who says you'll win the rest?" Chen Chen ignored him, took the water, and drank half the bottle in one gulp. Then he fixed his piercing gaze on Guo Ziyuan. Guo Ziyuan was intimidated by Chen Chen's gaze, his heart racing wildly, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. He had intended to continue with some more verbal sparring, but Chun Chen had already withdrawn his unsettling gaze and turned to look at Lin Mushi with a gentle expression, asking softly, "Can you play basketball?" Lin Mushi shook her head, "No." "Do you want to learn?" Lin Mushi nodded gently, "Yes." Lin Mushi didn't like playing basketball, but if it was her senior teaching her, she was willing to try. Watching the senior play on the basketball court, she wanted to try this sport that made him shine so brightly. What was its magic? "Alright, I'll teach you. Have you ever tried shooting a basketball before?" Lin Mushi first nodded, then shook her head. "No. Senior, you'll have to start from the beginning with me." Earlier, when the senior was practicing, she hadn't dared to disturb him. Now that she had won the first game and the situation was looking good, she finally had the chance to ask him to teach her. "You haven't tea? But the school teaches basketball, right?" Chen Shi muttered under his breath, then led her to another court. Then he tossed the basketball to her. Lin Mushi instinctively ducked her neck, closed her eyes, and barely caught the ball. Her hands were so small and white. Her two slender white fingers gripped the sides of the basketball, creating a striking contrast. It made one want to hug them and take a bite. He's definitely not a pervert. He mainly likes to nibble on chicken wings. Right. Exactly. That's it. Lin Mushi hugged the basketball, glanced at Chen Chen, then jumped lightly into the air, aiming with all his strength toward the basket. As she landed, the world beneath her clothes was in turmoil. Chen Chen suddenly stood beside her, blocking the view of the surging currents beneath. "Senior, how was my shot?" Lin Mushi looked at Chen Chen with eager anticipation, her eyes brimming with a desire for praise. "You did great. Don't throw it next time." Feeling Lin Mushi's puzzled gaze, Chen Chen cleared his throat and said, "Pick up the ball. I'll show you how to shoot." The ball Lin Mushi had just thrown hadn't even touched the rim, let alone gone in. Lately, Chen Chen had been as restless as a monkey, jumping around everywhere. His palms were sunburned and dark. At that moment, his hand was resting on Lin Mushi's wrist, and the difference in skin tone was striking. Lin Mushi's heart was racing. She thought to herself, "Yesterday afternoon, the senior taught me how to do the flying cannon move, and it felt fine then. Why does the same action feel so intense now?" Lin Mushi's throat moved slightly as she shifted her gaze away and looked up at the basketball hoop, forcing herself to focus on learning. Chen Zixuan spotted the two interacting on the court from a distance. She squeezed the can of cola in her hand before finally handing it to the person beside her. "Is this for me?" "Thanks." The person took it without hesitation, twisted off the cap, and drank it down in a few gulps. Chapter 135, Bullying her cousin in front of her uncle. Please keep reading. By the time Chen Zixuan realized what was happening, it was already too late. Her gaze fixed on the empty bottle in the boy's hand, and she suddenly widened her eyes and shouted angrily, "Shenwen, why did you drink my Coke?" Shenwen screwed the cap back on and was about to throw it away. Upon hearing her, he placed the empty bottle in front of him, shook it, and said nonchalantly, "Didn't you give it to me to drink?" He had been thirsty and, seeing Chen Zixuan hand him the soda, had taken it without thinking. Chen Zixuan, with red eyes and a hurt expression, said, "You just drink it when I give it to you? Don't you even ask me a single question?" Shenwen was taken aback, then laughed in exasperation. "You're so stingy. I'll give you another bottle later. Stop crying. I'll give you a bigger one. That is fair, right?" After saying that, he stood up and walked quickly toward the convenience store. They say a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea, and he didn't believe it before. Now, he believed it. At the basketball court, Chen Chen held Lin Mushi's hand. "Don't grip it too far forward, you need to pull it back a bit. Otherwise, when you throw the ball, you won't be able to generate enough power. Aim the angle upward, a little higher, that's it, that's the position. Throw." Their bodies were very close, and Lin Mushi could even feel the warm breath from Chen Chen's words as they brushed against her ear. They hadn't been this close before, but this was their first time like this. This sensation made her feel weak all over, as if she might collapse at any moment. Hearing Chen Chen's instructions, she gathered her scattered thoughts and threw the ball with all her might. The basketball spun around the rim a few times before dropping into the net and bouncing out onto the court. Lin Mushi saw the ball go in and jumped up excitedly, "Wow! Senior, it went in!" Since they were roughly the same height, her jump inevitably caused her to collide with Chen Chen's nose from behind. A sharp pain shot through his nose, and Chen Chen instinctively covered it with his hand, letting out a pained ouch. Lin Mushi, realizing she had caused trouble, quickly wriggled out of Chen Chen's arms and looked at his nose nervously, saying, "Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chen Chen held his nose, which was throbbing from the impact, his eyes reddening. "Your head is pretty hard, isn't it?" Lin Mushi asked anxiously, "Senior, are you okay?" Seeing how worried she was, Jin Shin suddenly felt like teasing her and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Mushi's eyes turned red with anxiety. She hurriedly tiptoed to check Chen Chen's nose. Noticing her tearful expression, Chen Chen suddenly brought his red nose closer and said playfully, "Look, it's the real one." Lin Mushi couldn't help but giggle at his antics. Chen Chen patted Lin Mushi's butt and said, "Go pick up the ball." The warm sensation on her buttocks made Lin Mushi freeze for a moment. Her face flushed and she turned around, glaring at Chen Chen with wide eyes. She seemed unable to believe he would dare to slap her in front of so many people. He pointed at his red nose. Lin Mushi's words were stuck in her throat and she took small steps to chase after the basketball. At the same time, the village chief of Guijia village hurried to Guo Baofeng's house and said to him, Mr. Guo, Chenjia village won. The match Guo Baofeng had told the village chief several times to keep an eye on Chenjia village's movements. Once they won, he was to inform him immediately. As soon as the results were out, he rushed over in a panic. It was a young man named Chen Chen who led them to win the first match. The on-site response during the competition was quite good. Everyone is still discussing it, and they're all saying. The village chief glanced at Guo Baofeng's expression before continuing, it's hard to say who will win the championship this time. Guo Baofeng listened in silence, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. The village chief stood there, at a loss, thinking to himself, what should we do now? Just then, Guo Baofeng suddenly sprang to his feet and strode out the door. The village chief dared not linger, following closely behind like a loyal servant. Soon, the two arrived at the basketball court. Mr. Guo, he's over there playing ball. The village chief pointed to the basketball court beside the field. Guo Baofeng followed the direction of his finger and saw Chen Chen playing basketball with Lin Mushi. The setting sun cast their silhouettes across the court, stretching them out long and thin. From a distance, they truly resembled a golden couple. The onlookers on the field gradually shifted their attention to this charming couple. Guo Baofeng was taken aback. He had assumed that after the transportation links to Jiangcheng were reopened, Lin Haotian would immediately take Lin Mushi back with him. But to his surprise, he had allowed her to stay in Guangzhou for the new year. He couldn't tell if Lin Haotian had abandoned Lin Mushi as his daughter because she insisted on staying in Guangzhou for the new year. Or perhaps they had already agreed to let them be together, which is why they allowed her to stay in Guangzhou for the new year. Guo Baofeng leaned more toward the former. Because Lin Haotian would never allow Lin Mushi to marry back to Guangzhou. Does Cici really like this guy so much that she's willing to defy her own father? Guo Baofeng thought to himself. Immediately after, Guo Baofeng saw Chen Chen dribbling the ball while instructing Lin Mushi to pick it up, treating her like a puppy. The weather was already hot today, and after picking up the ball twice, Lin Mushi was panting heavily, with a layer of fine sweat on her forehead. This guy is clearly bullying Cici. Guo Baofeng hurriedly walked toward them in anger. He could bully his niece, but he couldn't let others do it. Lin Mushi picked up the ball again, handed it over with both hands, and said breathlessly, Senior, here's the ball. Though she was exhausted from running, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Chen didn't take it and asked, I've demonstrated it 3 times. Did you see clearly? Lin Mushi shook her head, no, I need you to guide me like you did the first time. Chen Chen suspected that the little girl was intentionally missing the basket on purpose so he could teach her himself. Just then, a familiar male voice came from beside them. Cici, Happy New Year. This is the red envelope your uncle prepared for you. Come over quickly. Chen Chen and Mushi turned around simultaneously and saw Guo Baofeng holding the red envelope, walking toward Lin Mushi. As for Chen Chen, he didn't even glance at him. In fact, a fleeting cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He held the basketball, standing beside Lin Mushi, with a smile on his face. Cici, come over here to your uncle. This guy isn't up to any good. Don't get too close to him. Chen Chen dribbled the ball 3 steps, drove to the basket, and the ball went through the net, landing on the ground before rolling away. Chen Chen didn't even glance at Guo Baofeng, merely saying, go pick it up. Lin Mushi, upon hearing this, immediately ran over to pick up the ball. Chapter 136, Chen Chen makes a name for himself again. Please keep reading. She didn't even take the red envelope, she just ran off to pick up the ball. She didn't even bother to acknowledge her uncle. Chen Chen, how dare you bully Cici in front of me? Chen Chen looked at him, grinned, and said, if you're talking about bullying Cici, I'm no match for you, am I? Uncle. Chen Chen emphasized the word uncle deliberately to provoke Guo Baofeng. Sure enough, Guo Baofeng's face turned ashen. I've told you before, I will never agree to you two being together. And Cici's father, if he finds out about you, you're finished. Just then, Lin Mushi ran back holding the ball, handed it to Chen Chen, and said with a cute expression, Senior, the ball. Chen Chen gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Come on, little dummy, I'll teach you. Hearing this, Lin Mushi smiled like a mischievous little fox. She rushed to Chen Chen's side, her hips facing him. Senior, teach me quickly. Guo Baofeng looked at Lin Mushi's worthless appearance and there was nothing left to understand. It was clearly his own niece throwing herself at him. He knew he had to find a way to contact Cici's father. A girl as privileged as her would never end up with an ordinary guy like Chen Chen. Chen Chen taught Lin Mushi how to shoot while pondering Guo Baofeng's words. He said that if Xiaoxi's father found out about his existence, he'd be finished. Chen Chen believed that Guo Baofeng wouldn't say something like that without a reason. It seems like there's going to be a tough battle ahead. However, he wasn't afraid. He would face whatever came his way. Under Chen Chen's guidance, Lin Mushi threw the ball forcefully toward the basket, and as expected, it went in. This little girl was deliberately letting him guide her shot. Does she like it when I slap her butt? What kind of weird fetish is that? Chen Chen thought to himself. Guo Baofeng saw that Lin Mushi wasn't paying attention to him, so staying there any longer was pointless. He turned around and stormed off angrily. As soon as Guo Baofeng left, Guo Ziyuan saw his chance and appeared before Chen Chen again. So you two are together without your parents' consent, huh? He had thought Chen Chen had managed to date such a high-quality girlfriend, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. In that moment, all the pent-up frustration he had been feeling over the past few days vanished. Chen Chen glanced at him, just as Guo Ziyuan thought he wouldn't confront him. All he heard was Chen Chen spit out a sentence like a cannonball. Don't come near me and ruin my mood. Were you a pig in your past life? If you were thrown into a pot of oil, I bet the oil would splash or you'd splash. Chen Chen was just looking for someone to vent his frustration on, and Guo Ziyuan walked right into it. Guo Ziyuan pointed at Chen Chen, his mouth full of words. Chen Chen, you dare to insult me? He regretted it. He should have memorized some lines before the new year. Now he was being scolded and didn't know how to respond. I'll curse you if I want to. If you think that's not enough, I can hit you. Chen Chen pretended to pick up the basketball and was about to throw it at him. Guo Ziyuan jumped back in fright, taking a few steps backward. Chen Chen, you. What do you want? If you ever show your face in front of me again, I'll make you regret it. Over the past few days, although Guo Ziyuan hadn't seen Chen Chen, he had been deeply tormented by him. That was precisely why he seized every opportunity to mock Chen Chen. Unbeknownst to him, his taunts backfired, and he ended up getting scolded instead. Chen Chen glanced at him, his lips parting slightly, but the words that came out were spoken with great force. Get out! Guo Ziyuan pointed at Chen Chen for a moment. In the end, he said nothing and stormed off angrily. Just as Guo Ziyuan had left, Piao and the others walked over. Shengu, let us go watch the tug of war first. Chen Chen nodded, turned to look at Lin Mushi, and asked, Are you going to watch my dad and me pull the rope? Lin Mushi was still stunned by Chen Chen's confrontation with Guo Ziyuan. Upon hearing his words, she nodded instinctively. The basketball game consisted of 3 matches. The first round was 10 teams competing for 5 spots. The second round was 5 versus 3. The third was the final. The tournament lasts for 3 days. It starts on the first day of the Lunar New Year and ends on the third day. In addition to the basketball tournament, there is also a tug-of-war competition during the Spring Festival. The younger ones mostly gather around the basketball games. The older folks all go to watch the tug-of-war competition. Lu Xiaoying and Chen Jiangwen were at the tug-of-war competition. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying was mingling with a few village women in the crowd, eating melon and chatting. One of the women noticed that the clothes Lu Xiaoying was wearing were different from her usual attire. She examined Lu Xiaoying's clothes closely and asked, Oh, Xiaoying, your dress this year is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? Lu Xiaoying smiled and said, Xiao Shi bought it for me. I don't know where she got it, but I just wore it when she gave it to me. The woman smiled and said, Xiaoxi must be your future daughter-in-law, right? That's wonderful. She already knows to buy things for you before even getting married. Unlike other girls who, once they're married, only know how to ask the husband's family for this and that. If you don't give it to her, she'll find all sorts of excuses, one moment saying you're not sincere, the next comparing you to others. She's been a matchmaker for so long that she's seen all kinds of people. There is no such thing as the strangest, only stranger ones. Although Lu Xiaoying didn't say a word, the smile on her face told everyone that her daughter, Xiaoxi, wasn't just any ordinary girl. Just then, another woman came over with news from the basketball game. The basketball playoff game your Qin village won. I heard there was a young man who played exceptionally well. The victory was all thanks to him. Do you know who that young man is? Do you know his name? Have you found out? I heard someone shouting his name on the field, something like Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, someone pointed at Lu Xiaoying and said, Xiaoying, isn't Chen Chen your son? Oh, he's your son? Wow, your clothes look great on you. You don't look your age. What brand are they? I should go buy one too. The person's gaze was successfully drawn to Lu Xiaoying's clothes, and they forgot what they were about to say. Lu Xiaoying smiled and said, This was bought by my future daughter-in-law. I don't know what brand it is either. I know the brand of her dress. It's a well-known brand that specializes in clothing for middle-aged and elderly people, but it's very expensive. The one she's wearing must cost at least 5,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoying's mouth formed a perfect O in surprise. She knew the dress was beautiful and certainly not cheap, but she had no idea it was so expensive. Such an expensive dress, she'd never buy one like that on her own. Wu Xiaodi said enviously, Xiaoying is truly lucky. This time she had learned her lesson and dared not speak up again. But after just a few seconds of staying quiet, she continued. Xiaoying, do you know if Xiaoxi has any close female friends she could introduce to Ji Yuan? After all, Ji Yuan has been under your care since he was a child. Chapter 137, Tug of War Competition, Chen Shen, the moving cheerleader. Xiaoxi is so generous as her best friend, she wouldn't be stingy either. She doesn't need her future daughter-in-law to buy her expensive clothes. 1,000 or 2 is acceptable. Lu Xiaoying was so outraged by Wu Zhaodi's shamelessness that she burst into laughter. Introducing Xiao Xia's best friend to her useless son as a wife. How dare she think of such a thing? If it weren't for the new year, she would have snapped back without hesitation. But she held back. Xiaoying, we're all so close. You wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you? Lu Xiaoying was about to retort when she saw Chen Shan and Lin Mushi walking hand in hand toward them. She immediately ignored Wu Zhaodi and walked toward her own son and future daughter-in-law. Auntie. Mom. Lu Xiaoying smiled warmly at them. Cici, Chen, you're here. Wu Zhaodi, seeing Lin Mushi approach, rushed over enthusiastically. Cici, you're here. I was just telling your future mother-in-law to see if you have any close female friends to introduce to my son. My son and Xiao Chen are about the same age. His name is Guo Ziyuan. Our two families are from neighboring villages. In the future, when you two get married, you'll have each other for company. Lin Mushi heard this and furrowed her brows slightly. Chen Shan shot her a glance and retorted bluntly, some people are just ugly and think they're beautiful. You could drive away a good girl like Kuku, and now you want to ruin other good girls? What are you thinking? No wonder Xiao Dang is so twisted. His father was never straight to begin with. Some people just can't be given too much face, otherwise, they'll keep coming back shamelessly to disgust others. Wu Zhaodi had never been humiliated like this before, especially since Chen Shan was her junior. She pointed at Chen Shan, ready to retort. Lu Xiaoying shielded Chen Shan and Lin Mushi behind her like a mother protecting her cubs. Wu Zhaodi, if you dare say one word against my son today, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Lu Xiaoying usually didn't want to engage in verbal altercations with them, but that didn't mean she had no words. Once she started talking, there was no escaping her words. Those who knew her had already experienced it firsthand. So Wu Zhaodi's mouth twitched for a while before she finally swallowed the words she was about to say. As she walked away, she muttered under her breath. If you don't want to, just say so. I'm your senior, at least speak politely. You call yourself a college graduate? Seeing her leave, Lu Xiaoying's expression finally eased a bit. Chen Chen asked. How did the tug of war go? Did Dad win? Lu Xiaoying replied. They haven't reached our village yet, but they should be there soon. Just as they were talking, the referee was signaling the Chen family village's participants to take their positions. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying hurriedly said, let's hurry over to cheer for your dad. As she spoke, she led Chen Shan and Lin Mushi toward the tug-of-war competition site. Hey, wasn't that girl just now Lu Xiaoying's future daughter-in-law? She's so beautiful. Look at her demeanor, she's not an ordinary person. No wonder she can afford such expensive clothes. I think her son is also quite handsome. He and his girlfriend look well matched when they're together. You're right. Earlier, I also went to watch the basketball game. Even though I didn't understand the game, the crowd's enthusiasm was contagious. It even got me, an old-timer, excited. The tug-of-war competition venue was smaller than the basketball court, and with so many people, it was hard to find a good spot. Chen Yuan, standing at the front of the crowd, peered around until she spotted the people she was looking for. Her eyes lit up, and she waved happily toward Chen Chen and the others. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Come over quickly, I have a spot here. Chen Yuan's spot was quite good. It was right on the side of Chen Village. She could see the village's participating athletes up close. Chen Chen waved to Chen Jiangwen, who had already taken his place. Old Chen, go for it. Chen Jiangwen was already nervous, but upon hearing that annoying voice and seeing who it came from, he immediately retorted. You have no respect. I'm your senior. Chen Chen grinned and said, I advanced in the basketball tournament, you know. Chen Jiangwen snorted and ignored him. As the referee's whistle blew, the game officially began. Chen Yuan and the villagers around her shouted loudly, Chen Village, go! Dad, go! Chenjia Village was facing off against Guijia Village, whose members were all tall and muscular, creating a significant disparity in strength between the two sides. As Chenjia Village seemed to be losing ground, Chen Chen took off his jacket, stuffed it into Lin Mushi's arms, and walked toward the field. Lin Mushi hurriedly asked, Senior, what are you going to do? To cheer on old Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen had already arrived at Guo Village's side of the field, planted his feet firmly, and assumed a tug-of-war stance only in the opposite direction. Go! 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 Go, Guijiazuan! Go, Guijia Village! At first, the cheers from Guijia Village were quite loud. As Chen Chen joined in, the cheers gradually faded away. Chenjia Village, go! Go Chenjia Village! Go, Chenjia Village! The balance of the tug-of-war slowly shifted in Chenjia Village's favor. As the referee's whistle blew, Chenjia Village wins. Chen Chen shook his head and turned toward Lin Mushi. Hiding one's achievements and fame. Chapter 138, Secret Base. Please vote for me this month. Lin Mushi stared wide-eyed, looking utterly stunned as Chen Chen miraculously revived the competition in his own unique way. When he returned, he spoke hesitantly. Senior, can tug-of-war be played like that? It wasn't just her, the audience was also stunned by his actions. Especially the people from Gweji village, who could only think of one thing: how could someone be so brazen? Chen Chen casually took the jacket from her arms, put it on with ease, and said nonchalantly, "It's not a formal competition. As long as we win, that's all that matters." He then took Lin Mushi's hand and said, "Let's go home. After dinner, I'll take you to see our village's own New Year's Eve show." Lin Mushi heard this and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She looked at Chen Chen in confusion and asked, "Our village's own Spring Festival Gala?" Later, when Lin Mushi went there, she realized that this village New Year's Eve show was not the same as the Spring Festival Gala. Although the stage was simple, overall it was lively and quite enjoyable. Chen Chen smiled slightly, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said, "You'll see tonight." Lin Mushi nodded and walked home side by side with Chen Chen. As dinner time approached, Chen Jiangwen returned with a cheerful expression. At that moment, Chen Chen was sitting leisurely at the tea table in the courtyard, sipping tea, while Lin Mushi was in the kitchen helping Lu Xiuying prepare dinner. After spending a few days together, the relationship between the two most important women in Chen Chen's life had grown increasingly closer. When she wasn't with Chen Chen, Lin Mushi mostly stayed by Lu Xiuying's side to learn things. Seeing his father return, Chen Chen curved his lips into a smile and teased, "Old Chen, congratulations! You won the competition, so you don't have to kneel in the ancestral hall this year." A tug-of-war match was simpler than a basketball game. It only requires one pull, and the village that wins is the champion. Therefore, this year's tug-of-war competition was undoubtedly won by Chen Village. "Ha, you're the one with the clever ideas. You even came up with this method." You should have seen the dejected expressions on the other team's faces after they lost. Chen Jiangwen couldn't help but laugh out loud whenever he thought about the scene after the competition. Guo Baofeng thought their village was sure to win this tug-of-war competition, so he signed up too. But, hee. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't noticed that Guo Baofeng was also in the tug-of-war team. No wonder he left without putting up a fight. "Before I came back, I heard that they all went to kneel at the ancestral hall." Chen Jiangwen still remembered the scene from last year when they had to kneel in the ancestral hall. Now, the tables have finally turned. Not long after dinner, the sound of clanging metal echoed from the village playground. The village evening event officially began at 7 o'clock. So, shortly after finishing dinner, Chen Chen took Lin Mushi by the hand and went out. The two walked hand in hand along the pitch-black road. Chen Chen took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The two of them walked along, relying on the dim light from their phone and the streetlights. Occasionally, other people would pass by, and upon seeing Chen Chen, they would tease him, "Little Chen, taking your wife to the show?" They arrived at the playground, which was already packed with people, far more than during a match, and the two of them could barely squeeze in. "Senior, we can't get in. What should we do?" "Then we won't watch." Lin Mushi froze for a moment, then exclaimed, "What?" Then she noticed Chen Chen's mischievous glance and immediately caught on. She pretended to be angry and said, "Fine, senior, you're teasing me again. I'm not talking to you." Chen Chen took her hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to a secret base where we don't have to crowd with anyone." Saying this, Chen Chen led Lin Mushi into a dark alley. The two of them dodged left and right until they reached an old, abandoned house. The house, which had been abandoned for so long, looked a bit dangerous. Precisely because of this, despite its prime location for watching the village evening performance, no one dared to climb up to take a look. Lin Mushi wondered why he had brought her here. Chen Chen pulled out a set of keys from his pocket. Stepping forward. "Senior, how did you get the keys to this house?" "This house belongs to one of my classmates. However, their family has moved to another place and rarely comes back. They asked me to drop by occasionally to check on the place and add some life to it, even if it's just for a little while. A house is a place with a soul. As long as someone lives there, no matter how long, it won't fall into disrepair. But once it's abandoned, it won't take long before it becomes a dilapidated structure." Chen Chen used the key to open the door. After the two of them went inside, they closed the door and locked it from the inside. The house was pitch black. Chen Chen didn't turn on the lights. In the darkness, Lin Mushi's eyes shone brightly. There was excitement, but also fear of the unknown. If Chen Chen hadn't been there, she would have screamed out loud. "Senior, it's so dark, I'm scared." She clung tightly to Chen Chen's side. Feeling the trembling of the young woman beside him, Chen Chen suddenly remembered that the high-speed train had stopped once due to a power outage, and Lin Mushi had a deep fear of the dark. He gently wrapped his arms around her and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I forgot you're afraid of the dark." Lin Mushi hugged Chen Chen tightly, burying her head in his chest and taking a deep breath of his scent. "If you hold me tighter, I'll be less afraid." Chen Chen, hearing this, hugged Lin Mushi even tighter. "How do you feel now?" "A little better, but not enough." Chen Chen tightened his embrace even more, as if trying to embed her into his body. "How about now?" "Still not quite there," Lin Mushi whispered softly. Chen Chen lowered his head, steadying Lin Mushi's forehead, cheeks, and lips. The outside world was bustling with noise, but at that moment, they were completely immersed in their own world. Passers-by, honking cars and motorcycles, none of it seemed to disturb them. In recent days, due to the inconvenience of being at home and Lin Mushi's menstrual period, the two had deliberately restrained their emotions. Now, their emotions seemed to have found an outlet, teetering on the brink of no return. The two moved from the door to the sofa. They had both forgotten why they were there. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Beep. Suddenly, a sharp honking sound came from outside. It turned out the alley outside the door was too crowded. Just then, two cars came from opposite directions, neither willing to yield. And so they came to a standstill. They're so annoying. Lin Mushi buried her face in Chen Chen's chest and muttered. Chen Chen shifted his gaze from Lin Mushi's face to the outside. I actually think they came at just the right time. Just now, it was almost. It was too dangerous. He had every reason to suspect she did it on purpose. So, you don't want to at all? I really want to, but I think I'm better off watching the village performance right now. Yeah, so let us go watch the village performance first. Chapter 139, The Final Round. Please keep reading. Is the village evening better than me? Of course not as good as you. You're the best. Then why aren't you watching me? You're just thinking about the village evening performance? We can also watch the night view. I just noticed that the night view is especially beautiful tonight, with lots of stars. Is the moon out? There's a crescent moon. I think the crescent moon looks best at this time, and you'll probably like it too. Lin Mushi smiled slightly, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Alright, then. Take me to see the stars and the crescent moon. Chen Chen picked Lin Mushi up and nuzzled her little nose with his own. I'll take you to see the stars and the crescent moon. Lin Mushi didn't expect him to pick her up like that, and she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Chen's neck. Her soft little hands rested on Chen Chen's neck, as light as feathers, teasing his heartstrings. The flight of stairs seemed to take an eternity. The two of them reached the rooftop, where the view of the village below was simply the best vantage point. The performance on the stage was clearly visible. Chen Chen set Lin Mushi down and said, how about it? Isn't the view from this spot perfect for watching the performance? Most importantly, no one was disturbing them. Lin Mushi added silently in her heart. However, their focus was not on the stage but on the sky above. The two lay on the roof, gazing up at the star-studded sky. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the 5-3 elimination round took place as scheduled. Xinjia Village secured a decisive victory with a score of 62-10, successfully advancing to the next round. This battle made Xinjia Village famous throughout the surrounding villages. Chen Chen, in particular, was hailed as a legendary figure. After the 5-3 round, Chen Chen and Piao began discussing strategies for the upcoming final match. Before they knew it, the third day of the Lunar New Year had arrived. The moment that would decide the final outcome of the competition had finally arrived. After 2 days of intense competition, Chen Chen's name had already spread throughout the nearby villages. In previous years, Xinjia Village had participated in the basketball tournament, but they had never advanced beyond the 10-5 stage. This year, not only did they make it to the top 5, but they did so with an impressive performance. It was truly a surprise to everyone. On the field, the opposing team's cheerleaders, dressed in short skirts and crop tops, were swaying their hips and moving their bodies seductively to cheer on their players. This left Piao and the others speechless. Huijia Village really went all out this time to win. They even hired such high-quality cheerleaders. Perhaps they were planning to have one each after winning the game. However, this time, they were bound to be disappointed. Even if they brought in celebrities to cheer them on, they'd still lose if they faced Chen Gu. The captains of both teams led their members into position. Wei Jiabao crossed his arms, his nose in the air, looking down on everyone, and taunted. Chen Chen, if you surrender now, I might show mercy and not mock you. Chen Chen curled his lips into a smirk and replied casually, that's something I should be saying to you, cousin. The word cousin sent a chill down Wei Jiabao's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. As a result, his momentum weakened slightly. Piao and the others silently gave Chen Chen a thumbs up in their hearts. Chen good, you're awesome. Chen Chen hadn't watched the match in Guijia Village, so he was temporarily unaware of Wei Jiabao's true strength. However, from what others had said, he was quite skilled at dunking. Just a dunk. He can do that too. Since today was the final, almost all the homebuddies were drawn out of their homes, so the area around the basketball court was packed to the brim. Lin Mushi was holding Chen Chen's jacket and standing in the players' rest area, looking nervously toward the court. Wei Jiabao seemed to sense something. He looked over to the opposing team's rest area and saw Lin Mushi standing there like a maid, holding Chen Chen's jacket and looking pitiful. His eyes flickered. It seems Dad was right, Chen Chen is indeed bullying his older sister. The game officially began. With the referee's whistle, the ball was tossed high into the air. Chen Chen and Wei Jiabao jumped up almost simultaneously, their bodies nearly colliding in mid-air. In the end, thanks to his longer arms, Chen Chen successfully snatched the ball. Wei Jiabao remained composed. After losing the ball, his expression didn't change much. Instead, he immediately chased after Piao, who had caught the ball. Piao dribbled the ball, glancing at Wei Jiabao closing in quickly, his expression flickering. He quickly passed the ball to Chen Pai. However, Chen Pai had just caught the ball and hadn't had time to react before Gui Jiabao snatched it away. His expression changed instantly and he sprinted after him, determined to regain the ball. However, Gui Jiabao was extremely fast. After snatching the ball, he instantly left Chen Pai and a Piao behind. Just as Gui Jiabao was about to pass the ball to his teammate, Chen Chen suddenly darted out from the side, snatched the ball, and made a 3-point jump shot. After the shot, he didn't even glance at Gui Jiabao, turning his back to him, raising his right hand, and giving him a thumbs up before lowering it in a blatantly provocative gesture. Gui Jiabao's expression changed slightly. Between gasps, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Wei Jiatsuan suddenly changed tactics. The players had only one goal, Chen Chen. As long as Chen Chen didn't touch the ball, the game was as good as over. After scoring a 3-pointer at the start, Chen Chen never touched the ball again. Little cutie. You can spot the problem too. Chen Gu, they're deliberately targeting you, a Piao said anxiously. Chen Chen raised the corner of his mouth. That's exactly what I wanted. Are you confident in your shot? He asked. A Piao was so nervous he was trembling all over. Chen Gu, I'm scared. With the village's honor at stake, he dared not take the risk. Then keep me as the focal point. Your only task is to pass the ball to me at all costs. As for the others, block their players for me. Chen Chen spoke firmly, his eyes flashing with determination. A Piao heard this, took a deep breath, nodded, and his eyes flashed with resolve. Chen Gu, I understand. For the village's honor, I'll give it my all. In the subsequent match, both teams engaged in an unprecedented battle of ball winning and defense. A Piao charged forward with relentless ferocity, leaving the opposing goalkeeper spinning in circles. Chen Chen, meanwhile, seemed to become an invisible commander on the field, constantly using his advantages to direct his teammates' movements and seek the best opportunities to pass the ball. Wei Jiabao, seeing this, felt immense pressure. He had originally believed that, with his own skills, he could easily secure this year's championship. But to his surprise, Chen Chen had completely disrupted his rhythm. He let out a furious shout and charged toward Chen Chen, hoping to draw his attention. However, Chen Chen seemed to have anticipated his move, skillfully sidestepping Wei Jiabao's charge with ease. A Piao, seeing this, immediately passed the ball to Chen Chen. Chen Chen caught the ball and took a 3-point jumper. Chen Jiatsuan scored another point, instantly propelling the game into high gear. Chapter 140, his changes are enormous, please keep reading. Senior. Go. Chen Jiatsuan. Go. Senior. Go. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Lin Mushi's clear voice could still be heard. As if hearing her voice, the boys on the field fought even harder. Lin Mushi's gaze followed Chen Chan's agile figure on the court, her heart stirred with emotion. She knew why her senior was so determined to win this year. He was using his own way to seek justice for her. It must be said, his approach was undeniably charming. Lin Mushi was completely captivated by him. Images of last night at the secret base flashed through her mind. When will I finally be able to win him over? Lin Mushi sighed inwardly. As the cold and aloof school beauty, she had received countless confessions from boys since she was a child. When those boys saw her, their eyes were filled with nothing but lust. But when it comes to her senior, she finds herself agonizing over how to make him notice her and develop an interest in her. Chen Chen is so handsome. Aha. Just as her thoughts drifted away, a sudden burst of sharp, high-pitched cheers from nearby caught her attention. Lin Mushi followed the sound and saw a group of teenage girls in their early 20s staring at Chen Chen with adoring expressions, cheering him on. The way they were acting, it seemed like they were about to rush toward Chen Chen at any moment. Seeing this, her expression darkened instantly. How dare someone else try to steal her senior? Absolutely not. Lin Mushi silently vowed to herself that her senior could only belong to her alone. On the field, Chen Chen scored a few more goals, successfully widening the score gap. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Chen merely smiled faintly, turned to his teammates, and clapped hands with them in celebration. Chen Chen's series of moves completely disrupted Gui Jiabao's rhythm. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't turn the tide. Finally, with the referee's whistle, the game came to an end. Final score, 65-58. Shen Village defeated Gua Village by a margin of 7 points, securing the ultimate victory in the match. Chen Chen, holding the basketball, walked steadily toward Gui Jiabao with a smile on his lips. Cousin, you're no match for me. Keep practicing for a few more years. I'll be waiting for you to come and beat me. Gui Jiabao's face darkened, his lips tightly pursed, saying nothing. He eventually dropped the basketball and stormed off the court. As soon as the game ended, Lin Mushi rushed over with a jacket and tissues, running quickly to Chen Chen's side. Senior, look at you, you're all sweaty. Let me wipe your sweat for you. She stood in front of Chen Chen, leaned in close, tiptoed, and carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead. In reality, Lin Mushi wasn't much shorter than Chen Chen. She could reach him easily while standing, but now, by tiptoeing, her chest was pressed directly against his face. Lin Mushi was wearing a loose hoodie. Others might not notice, but Chen Chen could clearly feel the soft, round object intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his lips. This made his already racing heartbeat even more joyful. It felt as though it might burst out of his chest at any moment. Earlier, a few girls had wanted to ask Chen Chen for his WeChat, but when they saw the goddess-like girlfriend by his side. Moreover, the two seemed to have such a good relationship that they immediately abandoned the idea. A girl of his girlfriend's caliber who could possibly compare? Wah, that's so unfair. After the competition, it was time for the exciting award ceremony. The prizes for this competition were extremely generous. The first place winner received a cash prize of 50,000 yuan and a medal for each member of the team. Under the spotlight, the champion team took the stage to receive their awards. Chen Chen, as the team's core member, stood in the most prominent position, his brilliance unmatched. Wei Jiabao, who didn't win the championship, had already stormed off the stage, unwilling to stay and witness others' moments of glory. Among them was Guo Wei, who had previously had a falling out with Chen Chen. This time, when facing Chen Chen, he restrained his sharpness and dared not even meet Chen Chen's gaze. Every time Chen Chen smiled at him, he seemed even more flustered. Coincidentally, the guest presenting the awards this time was Guo Baofeng, one of the investors. When Chen Chen received the heavy award from Guo Baofeng, his smile was as bright as the sun. "Uncle, what a coincidence! This award is being presented by you personally." Thank you. Guo Baofeng felt a lump in his throat, but he couldn't do anything about Chen Chen for now. After the award ceremony ended, Chen Chen immediately went to Lin Mushi and showed her the award he had received. "Cici, I got the award." He then pinned the medal he had won onto her chest. A few people gathered around them, each with genuine joy and excitement on their faces. The atmosphere among the group was warm and lively. Lin Mushi lowered her head slightly, her gaze soft as it rested on the medal pinned to her chest. It felt heavy, carrying an indescribable sense of honor. She curved her lips into a sweet smile, then carefully placed the medal in her palm, examining it with the same care one would give to a priceless treasure. This medal meant more to her than any other award she had ever received. Because she had witnessed her senior earn it through his own hard work. Most importantly, he had bestowed this honor upon her. Lin Mushi felt enveloped in a sweet sensation. She looked up and gave Chen Chen a sweet smile. When Lin Qingyan arrived, she could only see Chen Chen and a girl surrounded by a crowd from a distance. Though she couldn't make out the girl's face, she could see Chen Chen's face glowing with affectionate pride. That scene seemed to sting her a little. She didn't know when it had started, but Chen Chen's transformation had become so profound that it left her astonished. There was no trace of the former awkwardness and reserve on him. Instead, there was a maturity and charm she had never seen before. Lin Qingyan sighed bitterly and shook her head before turning to leave. Just as Chen Chen and the others were immersed in the joy of victory, Chen Tianhe, the village chief of Chen village, approached them with a beaming smile. His voice betrayed his unhidden joy. "This time, you've brought honor to the village. In addition to the predetermined rewards, you've also earned a precious opportunity to have dinner with the mysterious big boss." Chen Chen heard this and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He asked with a teasing tone, "Village chief grandpa, does having dinner with the mysterious big boss mean I can become a boss?" Chen Tianhe gave him a playful scold and said, "You little rascal, we're talking about serious business. Whether dining with the big boss can make you a boss is unknown, but if you catch the big boss SI and are granted an exception to join his company, your salary 1T below." Chen Chen listened to the village chief's words and roughly guessed why Guo Baofeng was so determined to win this year's basketball game. It turned out that he wanted to connect with the mysterious big boss. Chapter 141, My daughter doesn't need outsiders meddling, please keep reading. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked nonchalantly, "Village chief, can I choose not to go?" For him, the prospect of dining with the big boss wasn't particularly appealing. Compared to those intangible social opportunities, something tangible was more practical. After all, he wasn't in the business world and had little interest in it. As for whether he could get a job at the big boss's company. After graduation, Chen Chen already had his own plans. He doesn't plan to work in a company like a slave, he wants to continue writing novels. At the very least, he'd have more flexibility with his time. Chen Chen cleared his throat, realizing he had strayed off topic. He had just received a substantial bonus, which would be perfect for continuing the date he hadn't been able to finish with his younger female classmate. He didn't want to waste his time eating with strangers. Chen Tianhe heard this and his expression grew slightly awkward. He had thought Chen Chen would use this opportunity to ask him for help along the way. But he hadn't expected him to refuse outright. "Son, I understand you might have your own reasons. However, this opportunity is truly rare. It's the first time in years that our village has had the chance to connect with such high-level contacts. It would undoubtedly be an excellent stepping stone for your future development." Moreover, Chen Tian had changed his tone, speaking with a hint of seriousness. "The victory in this competition is the result of your collective efforts. Giving up easily is not only a waste of your personal opportunity, but also a betrayal of the efforts of others." Chen Chen heard the village chief's words and knew he was right. Even if he didn't think about himself, he had to consider the village and Apiao and the others. A few of the others, including Apiao, clearly wanted him to go with them. After some thought, Chen Chen turned to Lin Mushi and said, "Cici, stay home tonight and wait for me to return." "All right." Lin Mushi felt reluctant, but she couldn't really cling to him for everything. She could only nod in agreement. Having to be separated from her senior for a few hours made her unhappy. Chen Chen took out his phone and called Chen Yuan, asking her to take Lin Mushi home first. Chen Yuan was already there, chatting with her best friends about how amazing her older brother was. Upon receiving the call, she waved goodbye to her friends and rushed off to find her brother. After arranging for Lin Mushi, Chen Chen and Apiao followed the village chief to the location where they would have dinner with the mysterious big boss, the Royal Hotel. The grand lobby of the Royal Hotel. Guo Baofeng happened to have a dinner engagement tonight. As soon as he entered the hotel lobby, he encountered someone he never expected to see. Isn't that Lin Haotian? He thought to himself in shock. You see, he had gone to great lengths to get in touch with his former brother-in-law, but to no avail. He never expected to run into him at the Royal Hotel. Gu Baofeng quickly forced a smile, stepped forward, and greeted him warmly. Brother-in-law, it's been ages. Anyone watching would have thought he had reunited with an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Looking at his former brother-in-law, who now exuded a resolute demeanor, Guo Baofeng felt a mix of emotions. He couldn't understand how things had deteriorated so badly between him and Lin Haotian. Seeing Lin Haotian's distant demeanor, Guo Baofeng tried to lighten the mood and said, "Brother-in-law, you're here to pick up Cici, aren't you? This child is getting more and more unruly. She's already so old, yet she still plays such tricks as running away from home, causing her parents so much worry." Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian furrowed his brows slightly. Guo Baofeng thought he had hit the nail on the head and continued. "You don't know, do you? Cici has recently started dating a new boyfriend. I'm sure he is the one who persuaded her to do this. Think about how obedient she used to be. How could she have turned out this way?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Haotian's expression darkened instantly, his tone carrying an air of unwavering authority. "How my daughter behaves is none of your business." The aura of authority emanating from him made Guo Baofeng's heart sink, and his face turned awkward. He whispered in protest. "I'm Cici's uncle. How can I be considered an outsider?" But it was clear that his confidence had waned significantly. Lin Haotian merely snorted in response, saying nothing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Back when he first started dating Xiaoxi's mother, he was just a penniless young man with nothing to his name. The Guo family was extremely displeased with him and firmly opposed their relationship. They believed that Xiaoxi's mother had no future with him. Later, he seized an opportunity and rose to become a new business tycoon, even a leader in his industry. Only then did the Guo family's attitude toward him soften slightly, and they began to show him some favor. Even to the point of flattery. He had believed that this time, the Guo family would completely change their opinion of him and treat him with greater respect. And indeed, the Guo family's attitude toward him did improve significantly. Every time he returned, they went out of their way to flatter and please him. Until later, he accidentally discovered that they were secretly bullying his daughter. At that moment, Lin Haotian lost all hope in the Guo family. The reason he had invested in the programs in Yuecheng every year during the Spring Festival was simply because Xiaoxi's mother had loved basketball, and Lin Haotian hated all these years out of a pure desire to preserve that innocence. "If you truly regarded Xiaoxi as your niece, you wouldn't speak ill of her in front of me. Your understanding of her is likely no better than that of an ordinary friend." After saying that, Lin Haotian didn't look at him again and turned to leave. Around 6 o'clock, Chen Chen and his group, led by the village chief, arrived at the entrance of the Royal Hotel. Apiao and the others surveyed the surroundings of the hotel lobby, looking as though they were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes filled with wonder and amazement. "This place is so luxurious. If someone hadn't invited us, I'd never set foot here in my entire life." Chen Chen turned his head, glanced at Apiao, and nudged him with his elbow, saying with a teasing tone, "Can't you act a little more mature? Don't look like you've never seen the world before, people will laugh at you." Apiao covered his chest and smiled sheepishly. "I've never seen the world before. I'm not like Chenggu, who's been out of the province and seen the big world. I've only ever been to a few cities within the province." Chen Chen shook his head helplessly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chen Tianhe interjected from the side. Enough. Stop joking around. We're here today not just to broaden our horizons, we have more important matters to attend to." Chen Chen and the others nodded, their expressions growing serious. At that moment, a waiter dressed in a luxurious uniform approached them slowly, smiling and moving with grace, as if every step had been carefully choreographed. He stopped in front of them at the perfect moment. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Royal Banquet Hall. May I ask if you are the guests who reserved the dragon soaring over the sea's private room? Chapter 142, Testing the Waters. Please keep reading. Truly a 5-star hotel." Even the waiter's voice was deep and magnetic, making one feel at ease upon hearing it. Chen Tianhe handed over the invitation letter he had prepared in advance. "That is correct. We are representatives sent by Qin Village." The waiter took the invitation, carefully verified it, and then gestured for them to follow. "Please come with me." The group followed the waiter through the lavishly decorated lobby, each step feeling as though they were walking on clouds. Along the corridors, various works of art were displayed, each exuding an air of sophistication that made one pause to admire them. Finally, they arrived at the private room named Dragon Soaring Over the Four Seas. The door opened slowly, revealing a luxurious space dominated by deep blue and gold tones. The walls were adorned with Chinese paintings symbolizing good fortune, while the tables were set with exquisite tea sets and fresh flowers. The air was filled with the subtle fragrance of tea and flowers, creating a serene and refreshing atmosphere. "Chen Ge, this place, it's truly luxurious." A Piao couldn't help but exclaim again. This time, Chen Chen didn't tease him but simply nodded silently. The opulence and refinement of the place were truly breathtaking. Compared to the grand and lavish lobby, it offered a different kind of elegance, a whole new level of indulgence. Village Chief Chen Tianhe composed himself and hurriedly ushered everyone in. "Everyone, please take your seats. The mysterious big boss should be arriving soon. Make sure to behave yourselves and don't disgrace Chen Village." Chen Chen and the others, upon hearing this, quickly took their seats on the chairs covered in soft silk, their faces filled with anticipation and tension. The soft, warm lighting in the private room illuminated everyone's expressions with remarkable clarity. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the private room, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and with a stern expression walking in. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping across the room before nodding slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Lin Haotian." Lin Haotian's voice was deep and powerful, as if it contained boundless strength. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. What a coincidence he also surnamed Lin. Village Chief Chen Tianhe hurriedly stood up and approached him with respect. "Mr. Lin, you finally arrived. I am the village chief of Chenjia Village." He then pointed at Chen Chen and the others and said, "These are the members of the team that won the basketball championship. This is Chen Chen, Chen Apao, Chen Pai." The village chief introduced Chen Chen and the others to the middle-aged man one by one. Whether it was Chen Chen's imagination or not, when the village chief mentioned his name, the middle-aged man seemed to look surprised for a moment. However, he quickly returned to his usual composure. He smiled slightly, extended his hand, and shook hands with Chen Tianhe. "Village Chief Chen, I've heard of your reputation. I've heard that Chenjia Village is a place of outstanding people and natural beauty. Meeting you in person, it truly lives up to its reputation." After shaking hands, Lin Haotian's gaze fell on Chen Chen, especially this young friend Chen Chen. "I heard you performed exceptionally well in the competition. Truly a promising young talent." Chen Chen was taken aback by the sudden praise and quickly responded humbly. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. I've only done my part. The victory belongs to our entire team and the entire Chenjia Village." Upon hearing this, Lin Haotian's eyes flickered with a hint of approval. He nodded slightly and then gestured elegantly to the waiter to begin serving the meal. The waiter understood immediately, retreating swiftly yet politely to the side. Soon, one after another, the meticulously prepared dishes began to be served. The first course is truffle-scented taro with Australian abalone. This dish features tender Australian abalone, rare fresh truffles, and soft, creamy taro as its main ingredients. The second course is red onion snowflake beef, which combines the aromatic red onions, tender snowflake beef, and crisp asparagus to offer a unique culinary experience. The third dish is French-style foie gras with red wine sauce. We have carefully selected premium foie gras, paired with rich red wine and black truffles, to present you with a luxurious culinary journey. With each course served, the waitstaff provides a thoughtful and detailed introduction. Each dish is like a work of art, not only visually stunning but also a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Chen Chen and the others looked at the mouth-watering dishes, unsure of where to begin. With Lin Haotian present, a Piao dared not speak out of turn. Having grown accustomed to simple, plain food, they found it hard to bring themselves to disturb such exquisite dishes. Fortunately, the waitstaff were there to help serve the dishes. Chen Chen and the others only needed to eat. Soon, it was time for the most important part of the meal, the toasting ceremony. Whether it was Chen Chen's imagination or not, he couldn't help but feel that Mr. Lin seemed particularly eager to drink with him. In less than half an hour, he had already downed at least 3 glasses of Western liquor. Chen Chen and his roommates rarely drank when they went out. However, in front of this Mr. Lin, no matter how much he refused, he always found a way to make Chen Chen drink. At this point, his face was flushed red, and his tongue was starting to stumble. "Sorry, I really can't drink anymore. My girlfriend will get angry." This statement seemed to give the other person an opening, and Lin Haotian asked seriously, "Can you tell me about your girlfriend?" When he mentioned his girlfriend, Chen Chen felt as though he had been gently caressed by a spring breeze. His entire demeanor softened, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. "My girlfriend is the most wonderful girl in the world." Chen Chen's tone was filled with deep affection and pride. "How did you two meet?" Chen Chen's tongue seemed to stumble, and he spoke in a halting manner. "We used to attend the same university, but I knew her and she didn't know me. Unbelievably, during the Spring Festival holiday this year, we ended up taking the same high-speed train home and got to know each other." "So, do you love her?" "Of course I do." Chen Chen's tone was firm and passionate. "I'll tell you, I love her so much I'd give my life for her. Why are you asking? Could it be?" Chen Chen suddenly pointed at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion and caution. Lin Haotian couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, thinking to himself, could he have noticed something? Then he heard Chen Chen say, even if you like her, it doesn't matter. Xiao, she can only be mine. Anyone who dares to take her from me, I'll beat them up. What if her father comes to take her? Will you beat him too? Beat? No, I can't beat him. Chen Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head. He is her father, I have to respect him. No, he is trying to take Xiao Xi away, he is a bad guy. By the end, Chen Chen had successfully tangled himself up in his own words. Lin Haotian seemed to be in a good mood. He didn't press Chen Chen further or make him drink anymore. Chapter 143, I want to take care of him, please keep reading. At around 1 a.m., Lin Mushi lay quietly on Chen Chen's bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep at all. Without her senior by her side, it felt like the entire world had lost its color. She tried to force herself to close her eyes and sleep, but as soon as she closed them, Chen Chen's figure filled her mind, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Lin Mushi took out her phone and swiped through the WeChat chat page for a while, her fingertips coming to rest on Chen Chen's chat window. The chat history was frozen 2 hours earlier, when he had sent her a message telling her not to wait for him, to go to sleep early, and that he wouldn't be back that late. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Mushi finally dialed Qin Yao's video call. The call rang for a while before it almost disconnected. Finally, Qin Yao's voice came through, heavy with a stuffy nose and slightly drowsy. What's up? Woken up in the middle of the night by an unexpected call, Qin Yao's mood was inevitably irritable, her tone tinged with impatience. But to others, her voice sounded like a cat's claws gently scratching at the heartstrings, bringing a strange tingling sensation. Yao Yao. Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of inexpressible longing and dependence. Instantly, Qin Yao was fully awakened from her drowsy state. She suddenly opened her eyes, the faint glow of the phone screen reflecting off her slightly disheveled hair. She rubbed her eyes, trying to clear her head. Wow, what's wrong with you? Your voice sounds like you've been drained of all your energy, so lifeless. Lin Mushi sighed softly, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, as if all her worries had condensed into that moment. Maybe. With her senior absent, her vitality had vanished along with him and was as if it had been completely drained. Woken by the noise, Qin Yao groggily reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, and the soft light instantly filled the room. She sat up, leaning against the headboard. Her silk nightgown draped smoothly over her jade-like shoulders, faintly revealing her alluring collarbone, like a captivating painting that was a pleasure to behold. She adjusted her posture to a more seductive one, her voice tinged with laziness and playfulness. Where's your senior? Why isn't he with you? Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of grievance. He went out to dinner tonight and hasn't come back yet. Qin Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone tinged with teasing. Why didn't he bring you along, your little shadow? Aren't you two always inseparable? He won the basketball game, so he's out with his teammates and some boss. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring family along. Lin Mushi explained. Oh, you even call yourselves family members now? Qin Yao's tone was playful, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. Lin Mushi's face flushed slightly, and she shot Qin Yao a resentful glance. Qin Yao was startled by Lin Mushi's resentful gaze and was about to speak. But then she heard the faint sound of a car engine roaring in the distance. The next moment, Lin Mushi suddenly jumped off the bed, her voice filled with excitement. My senior is back. I have to go. Before she could finish speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone, rushed out of bed, and flung open the door. Qin Yao stared at the phone, which had been hung up abruptly, her face filled with astonishment. Anger welled up inside her. Lin Mushi, you're something else. You woke me up and then left me hanging. If you're so bold, don't ever come looking for me again. Saying this, she angrily threw her phone onto the bedside table, completely dejected. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi, wearing slippers, rushed downstairs in a panic. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Qin Jiangwen emerge from the room wearing a jacket. Seeing Lin Mushi in such a state, Qin Jiangwen couldn't help but pause, asking with concern. Cici, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Mushi's face was filled with anxiety. The senior hasn't come back yet. I'm worried about him. The two of them opened the front door and prepared to go out and check the situation. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying also rushed out of the room in a flurry. Clearly, Chen Chen hadn't returned so late, and the entire family was so worried they couldn't sleep. As they spoke, the bright headlights of a car shone into the house, and the car had already pulled up to the entrance of their courtyard. Lin Mushi rushed toward the car without caring about her appearance. At that moment, Qin Jiangwen finally noticed the problem and shouted anxiously. Hey, Cici, you didn't put on a jacket. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mushi had already dashed out, not even bothering to change her slippers. Qin Jiangwen shook his head helplessly and followed him out. A Piao got out of the driver's seat and immediately spotted Lin Mushi rushing out. He greeted her warmly, sis-in-law. Lin Mushi couldn't wait to open the car door. She saw Chen Chen sitting in the back seat with a flushed face, curled up in a ball. The car was filled with an unpleasant smell of alcohol. She looked at Chen Chen with concern and asked softly, how much did he drink? Apao sighed and replied, that big boss really admires Chengu, so he kept urging him to drink more. You know how Chengu can't hold his liquor 3 drinks and he's out. Tonight, he drank way more than 3. Apao trailed off, hesitating to continue, afraid that Lin Mushi would worry even more. Lin Mushi listened, her eyes growing slightly dim, thinking to herself, she didn't know how much alcohol Chen Chen could handle. In fact, there were many things about her senior that she didn't know. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying also saw Chen Chen, who was drunk beyond recognition, and she sighed with concern. This boss is way too much. Even if you like someone, you can't let them drink like this. His dad, come help him up. Chen Jiangwen heard this and hurried over, joining Apiao to help Chen Chen out of the car. Lin Mushi saw this and carefully reached out to support Chen Chen's other arm. Lu Xiaoying turned to Apiao and said, Apiao, thank you for bringing Xiao Chen back. It's so late, Auntie 1T keep you here. By the way, have you been drinking? If you have, let your uncle take you home. Apiao quickly waved her hands to refuse. Auntie, I didn't drink. There's no need to trouble you. Since Chenggu is safe now, I'll head back first. Alright, be careful on your way home. Lu Xiaoying instructed, watching Apiao leave. Lin Mushi and Chen Jiangwen worked together to carefully help the drunk Chen Chen out of the car, then supported him all the way upstairs, stumbling and swaying. Cici, it's getting late. You should go rest first. Chen Chen will be fine with me and your aunt taking care of him. Chen Jiangwen looked at Lin Mushi with concern. Lin Mushi gently stroked Chen Chen's face, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. She whispered, Uncle, I want to take care of him myself. You and Auntie should go rest first. I can handle it. Chapter 144, The Drunk Chen Chen is a bit annoying, please keep reading. Chen Jiangwen tried to persuade her further, but Lu Xiaoying walked in at that moment. She gently tugged at Chen Jiangwen's sleeve, signaling him to stop. Lu Xiaoying glanced at the drunk Chen Chen, confirming he was unharmed, then turned to Lin Mushi with a gentle smile. Cici, your uncle and I will go to bed first. If you really can't handle him, make sure to tell us, okay? Lin Mushi nodded firmly, her tone resolute, alright, uncle and auntie, you can rest assured. Lu Xiaoying took Chen Jiangwen's hand, and the two of them went downstairs together. As they reached the staircase corner, Lu Xiaoying whispered to Chen Jiangwen, don't meddle in their affairs. Chen Jiangwen furrowed his brows slightly and replied, I'm just worried about our son. Lu Xiaoying gave him a playful scold and said, just trust Cici. She'll take good care of Xiaochun. Chen Jiangwen stood with his hands behind his back, thinking for a moment before nodding. Actually, I can tell that Xiaoxi truly cares about our Xiao Chun, Lu Xiaoying said softly as they descended the stairs, her voice filled with relief. Chen Jiangwen nodded in agreement, sighing, yes, Xiaoxi is such a kind and considerate child. Our son is truly lucky to have found her. So, let's not worry too much. The two walked and chatted, unknowingly returning to their own room. It seemed as though all their worries and concerns had been released in that moment. At the same time, upstairs in Chen Chen's room, only Lin Mushi and Chen Chen remained. However, one lay there peacefully, while the other sat quietly, waiting. Lin Mushi gently stroked Chen Chen's cheek, examining him closely, her eyes filled with tenderness. You mustn't drink so much again, do you understand? Chen Chen, who was drunk, couldn't respond. After a while, she slowly got up and went to the bathroom, turned on the water heater, filled a basin with hot water, took Chen Chen's towel, placed it in the basin, and brought it back to the room. Seeing that his shoes were still on, Lin Mushi set down the basin, knelt on the ground, and carefully removed his shoes. After taking off his shoes, Lin Mushi stood up, wrung out the hot towel, and gently wiped Chen Chen's cheeks. After wiping his face, she carefully helped him take off his heavy coat. Chen Chen was only wearing a tank top underneath. After taking off his coat, his muscular and well-built physique was faintly visible, standing out prominently under the dim light. Lin Mushi's gaze involuntarily lingered on his solid chest, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Suddenly, a bold thought quietly emerged in her mind. She wanted to touch him. With that thought, Lin Mushi moved. She gently raised her slender, fair fingers, starting from his cheek, and slowly, tenderly, began to stroke downward. Her fingertips glided over his Adam's apple, which rose and fell slightly with his breath, creating a strange yet delightful sensation. Then, her fingers continued downward, tracing the contours of his defined collarbone, feeling the strength and warmth hidden beneath. Lin Mushi's fingers moved slowly along the curve of his collarbone, eventually coming to rest on his broad shoulders. She gently pinched the firm muscles, as if to confirm the reality of the moment. Earlier, when he had held her, Lin Mushi had already felt his strength and power. Now, touching it directly, it was an entirely different sensation. Chen Chen seemed to sense someone touching his body in his sleep. His eyelids fluttered slightly, but he couldn't manage to open them. Seeing this, Lin Mushi's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then withdrew her hand and gently tucked the blanket around Chen Chen, preparing to fetch a basin of warm water to wash his feet. However, just as she turned around, Chen Chen suddenly let out a faint moan and his body twitched slightly. Lin Mushi immediately stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at him with concern. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly unfocused. Just as Lin Mushi thought he had woken up, Chen Shen reached out his hand, making a pushing motion, and murmured, "I can't drink anymore, Cece will be upset." Lin Mushi gently pinched his cheek, her voice tinged with both playfulness and tenderness, "You still know I'll get upset." Moments later, Chen Shen seemed to be having another nightmare, his hands flailing wildly in the air as he cried out urgently, "Cece, don't leave." Lin Mushi quickly grabbed his hand, which was flailing wildly in the air, and told him gently yet firmly, "Senior, I'm here. I won't leave." Chen Shen seemed to feel Lin Mushi's warmth and reassurance, and his murmurs grew clearer, "I really like her." Lin Mushi's gaze paused for a moment, and a ripple of emotion stirred in a corner of her heart. Who was she? Could this she be the girl Chen Shen had liked for years? Does he speak his true thoughts when drunk? Could what the senior is saying now be his most genuine feelings? The light in Lin Mushi's eyes flickered slightly at that moment, as if a faint shadow was slowly spreading. Though she tried to maintain her composure, the turmoil within her was impossible to hide. Lin Mushi took a deep breath, trying to calm her chaotic emotions. Just then, Chen Shen's firm voice rang out, "I really like Cece. No one can separate us. If anyone dares to come between us, I'll beat them up." As he spoke, he actually swung his arms, as if he were really going to hit someone. However, due to his intoxication, his movements were clumsy, and he could only manage to knock away some cotton. Lin Mushi easily caught his swinging arms, leaned close to his ear, and asked in a voice tinged with urgency and anticipation, "Senior, tell me, who do you like?" At that moment, Lin Mushi was like a child begging for candy, having received it but still unable to believe it was truly meant for him. Chen Shen seemed a bit uncomfortable, furrowing his brows slightly. Seeing this, Lin Mushi grew even more anxious, leaning closer and asking again, "Senior, you just said you really like someone?" "I like Cece," Chen Shen mumbled indistinctly. Those few words were like sweet dew, nourishing Lin Mushi's heart and filling her with an unprecedented sense of sweetness and fulfillment. However, her doubts did not dissipate. Gathering her courage, she continued to ask, "Then don't you like the girl you liked in high school anymore?" Chen Shen heard this and only mumbled, "Who is she?" He seemed to be trying to recall, but after a moment of thought, he couldn't remember the name of the girl he had liked in high school, his brows furrowed so deeply they looked like they could crush a fly. Lin Mushi cupped his face, trying to smooth out his furrowed brows. "Senior, if you can't remember, don't force yourself. All you need to remember is that from now on, you can only love me, and that's enough." Chapter 145, She has no immunity to him, please keep reading. Chen Shen, under her gaze, seemed to feel a warm, comforting force, slowly opening his dazed eyes. His gaze was initially unfocused, but gradually settled on Lin Mushi's gentle, water-like features. Unconsciously, a pure, innocent, childlike smile blossomed on his lips. Am I dreaming? Why do I feel like I saw Cece? In a daze, he felt as though he were drinking. There was someone strange who kept making him drink and asking him questions. Seeing Chen Shen's adorable, clumsy expression, Lin Mushi felt a warm current surge through her heart, finding it both amusing and heartwarming. She gently leaned closer to him and said in an encouraging tone, "Yes, you're dreaming right now. You're dreaming about me. In your dream, you can do anything you want to me. Do whatever you want?" Chen Shen seemed to be pondering the meaning of those words. "Can I kiss you too?" Lin Mushi blushed slightly at his words, lowering her head slightly as her long eyelashes trembled, seeming too shy to look up. "Yes, and you can even be more daring." If she had fox ears on her head at that moment, they would definitely be twitching slightly. What does be even more daring mean? More daring means. Before Lin Mushi could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. By the time she came to her senses, her lips had already been forcefully sealed, and a strong scent of alcohol instantly filled the air. The smell wasn't exactly pleasant, but Chen Shen's passion made it hard for her to resist. The air around them seemed to grow thin. As Chen Shen's lips gently moved across hers, Lin Mushi's heart raced, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. She closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in this unexpected intimate moment, feeling the warmth and deep affection Chen Shen was conveying to her. Chen Shen's hands gently cradled her cheeks, and the sensation of his fingertips sent a shiver down her spine. His embrace grew deeper and more intense, as if he were trying to melt her entirely into his embrace. Lin Mushi's thoughts began to drift away, as if she were in a dreamlike world where everything around her became blurry and distant. Only Chen Shen's presence felt so real, so intense. If only, he thought. Lin Mushi felt that she wouldn't mind proceeding in such a situation. However, just as this delicate atmosphere began to grow more intense, her body suddenly felt an unexpected weight. Immediately afterward, a long, steady breath broke the stillness of the night. Lin Mushi was startled for a moment and saw the culprit had actually fallen asleep. He had teased her. And he fell asleep. So angry. Lin Mushi mustered all her strength, trying to move the sleeping Chen Shen off her. However, the boy's weight was simply too heavy. She pushed him a few times, but couldn't move him. "Senior, has anyone ever told you that you can be really mean sometimes?" Lin Mushi said angrily, her tone tinged with helplessness and reproach. In her anger, she aimed for his shoulder and bit down hard, as if trying to vent all her frustration in that single bite. However, to her surprise, Chen Shen's shoulder was as hard as stone, and her teeth nearly broke on the impact. A muffled groan seemed to come from his head, and Lin Mushi hurriedly let go, then pushed him again with a little more force. This time, she pushed him away effortlessly. Chen Shen's body shifted slightly to the side and collapsed onto the ground. Looking at Chen Shen's face, which appeared slightly weary under the light, Lin Mushi's resentment gradually subsided. She murmured softly, "Never mind. Since you drank so much today, I won't hold it against you." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart, leaving a tingling sensation. After finally helping him clean his feet, it was already around 3 in the morning. After a long night of tending to him, Lin Mushi was exhausted. She yawned widely, put the basin back in the bathroom, and returned to the room. She pulled back the blankets and found a comfortable spot beside Chen Shen to lie down. With the person she cared about by her side, all her fatigue slowly faded away. It was just after 8 in the morning when Chen Shen was woken up by the urge to urinate. As he tried to sit up, he felt a gentle touch on his arm. Turning his head, he saw Lin Mushi's sleeping face. He couldn't help but smile. But the next second, he felt his head throbbing as if it were about to explode. The hangover was unbearable. He tried to recall the details of last night, but he couldn't remember what had happened afterward. As expected, he really shouldn't drink. Chen Shen raised one hand and pressed his temples, feeling a little better. He carefully got out of bed, but as soon as he stood up, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Ugh! He pressed his shoulder, endured the pain, and opened the door, heading to the bathroom. Chen Shen approached the mirror and looked at the crime scene. There was a clear tooth mark, neatly imprinted on his shoulder. Such beautifully shaped teeth, who else could it be but that little woman? His lips were also bright red, as if they had been bitten by someone. The image of the culprit's cunning smile flashed through his mind, and Chen Shen's face was tinged with a gentle yet slightly helpless expression. Chen Shen took care of his needs, brushed his teeth, went to the balcony to collect a set of clothes, took a quick shower, and returned to the room. Lin Mushi was still sound asleep. The dark circles under her eyes told him that last night, this little woman had waited for him for most of the night and taken care of him until dawn, after he had drunk himself into a stupor. Exhausted. Gazing at her peaceful face, Chen Shen felt a warm wave of emotion welling up inside him. He had intended to gently pinch her cheek. But his hand paused mid-air, and he instead gently scraped her cheek with his fingertips. The sensation was like touching a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg, soft and bouncy. After a moment, Chen Shen crawled back into the blankets, lying down beside her, facing her. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he felt a small, restless hand moving across his body. Chen Shen had intended to see what she was up to. However, the small hand stopped at his Adam's apple and remained still. The warmth from her fingertips made him swallow involuntarily. Lin Mushi had only intended to touch his Adam's apple, but his sudden movement made the sensation unusually vivid. This unexpected stimulation caused her entire body to tremble slightly. She hurriedly withdrew her hand just as she was about to leave, but her waist was suddenly gripped tightly by a powerful force. "You caused trouble and now you want to leave?" Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of amusement, mixed with endless temptation. "Help!" She was completely powerless against his Every time she heard it, her heart raced and her body went weak. Chapter 146, this time, I didn't start it, please keep reading. Sure enough, her body instantly lost all strength and collapsed onto Chen Shen's broad chest. Lin Mushi pushed him gently. "Senior, did you brush your teeth?" "I didn't. I don't mind." As he spoke, he sealed her slightly parted lips. "This time, I didn't start it." Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of cunning, yet it couldn't hide the underlying shyness. Chen Shen's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a hint of playful curiosity as he asked, "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Mushi, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "Anyway, you were still asleep at the time. I was just trying to test the waters. I didn't know you'd wake up." Before she could finish speaking, she tried to struggle to her feet. However, Chen Shen gently pressed her waist. "Stay with me for a little longer." His voice carried the unique depth and magnetism of a hangover, like a gentle stream flowing, instantly soothing the restlessness of the heart. Lin Mushi listened, and her heart settled for no apparent reason. She stopped struggling and instead snuggled into his embrace. Chen Shen placed one hand gently on her waist, while the other played with her hair, his fingertips dancing through the strands. Though it was a seemingly mundane action, it seemed as though he was creating something magical with it. Spinning and twisting between his fingers. The faint light scattered over the two of them, casting a pair of shadows on the floor, resembling a couple in perfect harmony, a scene of tranquility and peace. After lying there for half an hour, the sound of Chen Yuan approaching came from the door. The two of them finally got up. Lin Mushi opened the door and stepped out, just as Chen Yuan emerged from the bathroom after finishing her morning routine. "Sis-in-law, good morning." Realizing it was already afternoon, Chen Yuan smiled broadly and said, "Oh, no, it's noon. At lunchtime, Mom said to let you sleep in, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up. She left lunch for you and prepared some hangover tea for your brother. They went to visit relatives, so she asked me to tell you once you woke up." Lin Mushi listened and felt a warm wave of emotion surge through him. He nodded gratefully and said softly, "Thank you." After speaking, Chen Yuan composed herself. Noticing that Chen Yuan seemed a bit down, Lin Mushi asked, Yuan, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Did you run into any difficulties with your homework? Chen Yuan frowned and said with a sad expression, Sister-in-law, in 2 days, I have to go back to school, and then I won't be able to see you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Mushi paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that the year was almost over. Yuan was also going back to school. Lin Mushi sighed once more, feeling that time was passing too quickly. After comforting Chen Yuan, she went into the bathroom to wash up. Chen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room with composure. His gaze inadvertently swept over Chen Yuan, who was pouting her lips in a pitiful manner. He spoke in a flat tone, I'll take you to school on the first day. After speaking, he turned and went downstairs. Behind him, Chen Yuan's eager voice called out. Brother, can you take me to the dormitory? We'll talk about it later. Earlier, she had distributed her brother's ugly photos in class, planning to use this back-to-school opportunity to have her brother make an appearance in front of her classmates. She wanted them to know she had an incredibly handsome older brother, making them envious and jealous. Competition among students can sometimes be very simple. Having a handsome older brother or a handsome boyfriend, or being an academically outstanding student praised by teachers and school administrators as a model of virtue and excellence. Just thinking about her brother appearing at school made Chen Yuan feel exceptionally happy. Even the frustration she felt about the upcoming school year vanished instantly. Chen came downstairs. Opening the front door, he saw the sky was overcast, with dark clouds gathering and occasional light rain drizzling in the wind, bringing a chill to the air. He instinctively pulled his collar tighter and turned back into the house, heading straight for the kitchen. Lunch was in the pot, and the hangover soup was in the thermos. Chen picked it up, unscrewed the lid, and drank a few gulps. Just as he was about to put it down, Lu Xiaoying called. Xiao Chen, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling any better? Did you drink the hangover tea I made for you? On the other end of the phone, Lu Xiaoying's voice was filled with concern. Chen lit the stove while saying, I just drank it. I feel much better now. Don't drink so much in the future, okay? Lu Xiaoying's words carried a hint of reproach, but more so, they were filled with concern. Yes, I know, Chen replied. Did Cici get up yet after taking care of you all night? Mentioning Lin Mushi, Chen's eyes softened involuntarily, and he replied softly, she's already up. You didn't come back last night, and she worried all night. You need to treat her well, understand? Mom, I know. Just heat up the food and eat. If you don't want to eat this, there's more in the fridge. Your dad and I will be back soon. Lu Xiaoying continued to remind him. All right. Later, Ms. Lu gave some more instructions. Chen listened carefully and agreed to everything. Ms. Lu finally hung up the phone. At that moment, Lin Mushi came downstairs from the upper floor. She was wearing a soft knitted sweater, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, her eyes still carrying a hint of sleepy laziness and tenderness. After dinner, the two returned upstairs, and Chen held her in his arms and fell asleep again. The fine rain fell gently outside the window, filling the house with warmth and peace. It wasn't tea until Lu Xiaoying and Chen Jiangwen returned that the two of them got up again. As soon as Lu Xiaoying arrived, she pulled him aside and asked him all sorts of questions. Chen sighed helplessly. Mom, I just had a drink. It's not like I drank poison. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. You call that a little? If it weren't for Apiao bringing you back, you wouldn't even know where you'd be lying tonight. The Chen family didn't drink much, and Chen usually avoided alcohol altogether. So when she saw him come home having drunk so much last night, Lu Xiaoying couldn't help but nag him a bit. As long as you're okay, go to bed early tonight. Hangovers aren't good for your health. I'll make you some soup tomorrow to help you recover. Lu Xiaoying walked into the storage room while muttering, school is about to start. I told you to choose a school closer to home, but you wouldn't listen. You chose one so far away that it takes over 10 hours to commute. Chen followed her in, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and smiled, Mom, if I hadn't gone so far away to study, how could I have brought you such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Lu Xiaoying glared at him and pretended to be angry, saying, you're just good at talking nonsense. But she didn't say anything else. The real reason was that she couldn't bear the thought of her son leaving home for such a long time. At home, she found him rather irritating. But when she couldn't see him, her heart felt empty. Chapter 147, Accidentally Becoming the Village's Big Hero. Thank you for reading. As parents, it seems most of us go through this kind of internal conflict. They love their children deeply, but the words they speak and the actions they take often contradict each other. After dinner, Chen returned to his room. He turned on his computer, opened the writing assistant, and began typing. Lin Mushi followed closely behind, holding a copy of Harry Potter in her hands. She sat beside him, immersed in the magical world, quietly flipping through the pages. The rain outside had stopped. But the north wind was howling, bringing a chill that cut to the bone. Fortunately, the electric heater inside kept the temperature steady at 26 degrees, creating a stark contrast with the cold outside, as if they were two completely different worlds. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were each lost in their own worlds, yet they could still sense each other's presence. The small space was filled with warmth and harmony. After finishing typing, it was already 11 p.m. Chen Chen stretched his arms, feeling the spot on his shoulder where Lin Mushi had bitten him. Last night, Lin Mushi had bitten down hard, leaving a slight tear. Additionally, he hadn't applied any ointment, so by nightfall, it still ached slightly. Lin Mushi noticed Chen Chen's unusual behavior and asked softly, "Senior, what's wrong?" Chen Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this and said deliberately, "My shoulder hurts a bit, like it was bitten by something." Lin Mushi's hand holding the book trembled slightly, and a fleeting expression of guilt and shyness flashed across her face. "Maybe it's because someone did something bad, so they're being punished." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh? Do you know what bad thing I did to deserve this punishment?" Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed scarlet. She hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to focus on the pages of the book in her hands, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "How would I know? Never mind, I need to keep reading." She dared not tell him that it was because she hadn't been satisfied, so. No, that's not it. No, it's clearly like that. At that moment, two little voices were arguing in Lin Mushi's mind. One said yes, the other said no. The two voices intertwined, causing her heart to race, thudding like drums beating in her chest, unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the book, startling Lin Mushi. She looked up and found herself staring into a pair of smiling eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively raised the book in her hands to block the space between them, trying to shield herself from Chen Chen's piercing gaze that seemed to see straight into her soul. However, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly, casually moving the obstacle aside, leaving Lin Mushi once again exposed to his playful gaze. Now, she had nowhere to hide, and two blushes spread across her cheeks. In her panic, Lin Mushi suddenly stood up, her voice trembling slightly. I want to go back to my own room to sleep tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, she tried to run away. But Chen Chen was faster. A strong hand firmly grasped her wrist, and with a gentle pull, Lin Mushi lost her balance and fell securely into his arms. She heard his warm breath against her ear, along with his magnetic, deep, and charming voice. "Did I bully you?" Chen Chen had completed his task for the day and now had plenty of time to play with the little woman in front of him. He wanted to know what he had done last night after getting drunk. That she wanted to go back to sleep. Lin Mushi's cheeks grew even redder. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "No." But in her heart, she was secretly thinking that everything that happened last night felt more like she had teased him. This thought made her feel both shy and sweet, as if she were hiding a secret deep within her heart. Lin Mushi's thoughts were in disarray, and the blurry yet sweet scenes from last night floated through her mind. Every time she thought about how she had taken advantage of him while he was drunk and secretly bullied him, Lin Mushi's cheeks grew even hotter, and she could almost feel her heartbeat resonating with Chen Chen's chest. She dared not look up, burying her head in his chest. Seeing this, Chen Chen knew that something had happened last night that he didn't know about. He asked again, "Really nothing?" Lin Mushi replied, "Really not." Chen Chen's chin rested gently on her shoulder, and his warm breath brushed against her skin, sending a tingling sensation through her body. He whispered, "If there's nothing, then why go back to sleep?" Lin Mushi's heart raced. She hesitated for a moment before stammering, I just want to go back to sleep." Lin Mushi was about to move. But Chen Chen's chin pressed even tighter against her shoulder, his voice filled with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. "Don't go. Stay with me." Lin Mushi's heart skipped a beat, and her body stiffened involuntarily. All along, in this relationship, it had always been her taking the initiative. Chen Chen's sudden initiative left Lin Mushi with no room to refuse. "All right." The next morning, village chief Chen Tianhe brought Chen Chen some good news. "Little Chen, I have some good news for you." Mr. Lin not only agreed to repair the basketball court but also promised to expand the village square and even committed to paving the village roads with asphalt. As Chen Chen listened to the village chief's account, a surge of indescribable emotion and joy welled up in his heart. He never imagined that what seemed like an ordinary basketball game could bring so many changes and benefits to his hometown. Chen Tianhe gripped Chen Chen's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Chen Chen, all of this is thanks to you. You're the village's greatest hero, and all of us villagers owe you a huge debt of gratitude." Chen Chen smiled modestly, a touch of embarrassment on his face. "Village chief, this is what I should do. We should thank Mr. Lin instead." Chen Chen had originally thought that Mr. Lin had made him drink so much and asked him so many questions just to pass the time. Little did he know that Mr. Lin was so concerned about the development of the village and willing to contribute his efforts for its future. Lin Haotian. I wonder if Xiao Shi knows him. Lu Xiaoying, after hearing the village chief's words, sighed with emotion. That big boss is such a kind person, his business must be thriving. After delivering the message, Chen Tianhe left. After the village renovation plan was finalized, there were still many issues that required his assistance. After the village chief left, Chen Chen originally wanted to ask Lin Mushi if she recognized this person, but he was called over by Ms. Lu. This made him put the matter out of his mind for the time being. Today, Ms. Lu had specially prepared a pot of 10-ingredient tonifying soup for Chen Chen to nourish his body. Drink more, it's good for your health. Once you go to school, you won't be able to drink this kind of soup. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoying carefully added a spoonful of soup for Lin Mushi and said gently, "Su, you must have been tired that night. Come, drink more and nourish yourself properly." Lin Mushi felt a bit guilty and muttered a thank you before burying his head in the soup. Chapter 148, the second day. Please keep reading. After lunch, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi returned to the second floor. There wasn't much to do in the afternoon. So he said to Lin Mushi, "Let us go on a date." "Senior, do you mean?" Lin Mushi was thinking to herself that her menstrual period had ended. She could. Looking at the young woman in front of him with her sparkling eyes, for some reason, Chen Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had been targeted by a wild beast. He gently tapped her forehead with a hint of tenderness and said, "Don't overthink it. It's just a simple date." Lin Mushi tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief and curiosity, and asked, "How did you know what I was thinking just now? Or maybe you were thinking the same thing too? If you don't want to go on a date, just stay home and watch me write." Lin Mushi heard this and quickly hugged Chen Chen's arm, gently shaking it with a hint of petulance in her voice. No, I want to go on a date. Senior, let us go on a date, okay?" Chen Chen gently tapped her nose and said, "This time, you're not allowed to act like last time." Lin Mushi gave him a sweet smile. Recalling their last date, it had indeed been less than ideal. "Senior, wait for me a moment." After saying that, Lin Mushi rushed back into her room and closed the door. She immediately video called Xinyao. "You're going on another date? Didn't you just go on one a little while ago?" Xinyao asked in surprise. Lin Mushi explained briefly. "The last one didn't work out, but the senior said he'd give me another chance." "What? It didn't work out last time? How is that possible?" Xinyao was confident in her previous arrangements. "I don't believe it. With me helping you, there's no way you can't handle your senior." Lin Mushi hurriedly said. Yao, don't meddle. Last time, you dressed up like that and ended up being surrounded by onlookers. So this time, the senior said we're just going on a simple date. If I try anything else, he won't come out." Xinyao sounded a bit disappointed at first, but quickly perked up. "So he's a pure, innocent virgin. What are you planning to do this time? A guy who can resist a beauty like you is truly the cream of the crop." Lin Mushi smiled and shook her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the upcoming date. "I plan to just go with the flow and enjoy the time alone with my senior." Xinyao immediately refused. "That's definitely not going to work." "Why?" Lin Mushi asked in confusion. Xinyao looked exasperated. "You have to understand, men are all pigs. Sometimes they say they don't want something, but deep down, they really do. Let me ask you, which man doesn't want his girlfriend to look beautiful? It makes him look good when he takes her out. In any case, just listen to me and you won't go wrong." Lin Mushi listened, her face showing a look of half-understanding. 20 minutes later, Lin Mushi elegantly emerged from the room, wearing a simple white hoodie paired with a pleated skirt and classic black boots. The black stockings made her already straight and slender legs even more alluring, like a goddess stepping out of a manga. Chen Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to her, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. However, his gaze quickly shifted to her black stocking-clad legs, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Change them," he said. Lin Mushi, who had been looking at him with anticipation, froze upon hearing this and asked in confusion, "Why? Don't guys usually like black stockings?" Seeing Lin Mushi standing still, Chen Chen simply took her hand and led her back to her own room. Upon entering the room, Chen Chen opened the wardrobe and began carefully browsing through the clothes inside. Although Lin Mushi had asked Chen Chen to help her pick out clothes a few times before, this was the first time she had seen him personally select something for her. Especially when his long fingers gently brushed past her carefully arranged bras and underwear, Lin Mushi felt an unfamiliar yet intense sensation welling up inside her. She could almost feel the warmth from his fingertips and the indescribable intimacy it conveyed. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. She wanted to wear the clothes he had chosen and let him gently touch her like that. Realizing her thoughts, Lin Mushi's face flushed bright red, like a fiery sunset, hot and shy. Chen Chen was selecting clothes when he suddenly felt his hands grow warm. He turned around in confusion. There she was, her face flushed scarlet. "Why are you so red? Did you catch a cold?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her forehead. "You don't have a fever." Lin Mushi panicked and pulled away his hand, whispering, I'm fine. Let me pick them out myself." As she spoke, she deliberately avoided Chen Chen's gaze, turned around, and rummaged through the wardrobe haphazardly. Finally, she randomly picked out a light beige knitted sweater and a pale blue pair of jeans. Chen Chen saw this and didn't say much. He had also planned to take this outfit. Lin Mushi didn't have many clothes. Fortunately, she had such a good figure that even when dressed casually, her beauty still shone through. "Senior, is this okay now?" Seeing that everything that needed to be covered was covered, Shin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. Saying that, he took Lin Mushi's hand and led her outside. The two of them sat in the car, officially starting their date. Lin Mushi tightly held her phone, occasionally pointing the camera at the two of them, capturing the moments of their first date. The short videos she had previously uploaded to Douyin had garnered her a significant following. Especially during the Spring Festival, she filmed Shin Chen's moments playing basketball and uploaded them as a vlog, which garnered a large number of likes and positive reviews. What her fans wanted to see most were their sweet daily moments together. Every day when she opened Douyin, the comments section was filled with requests for her to update her daily life. Lin Mushi, of course, wouldn't refuse. She plans to take advantage of today to film more daily life videos and create several vlogs to upload later. Her mind was already filled with a series of meticulously planned shooting schedules and editing ideas. Shen Chen drove to a large shopping mall. Senior, how can a date be complete without watching a movie? Lin Mushi batted her eyelashes, her face brimming with anticipation. If you want to watch it, we'll go watch it. Lin Mushi heard this, and a sweet smile curved her lips. She then wrapped her arm around his, and the two walked side by side toward the cinema. After some deliberation, they finally decided to watch the latest blockbuster, Manhwa, The Demon Boy's Sea Adventure. The art direction and special effects were unmatched, the visuals were stunning, the action sequences were incredibly smooth, and the frame rate was extremely high, with non-stop action from start to finish, an absolute visual and auditory feast. Needless to say, the ticket price was well worth it. After the movie ended, the two held hands and walked through the crowd. Senior, what did you think of the movie? Lin Mushi asked curiously. Chapter 149, Couple Outfits. Ao Guang is an interesting character, Chen Chen said after a moment of thought. He doesn't trust his own siblings, yet he entrusted his precious son, who had been nurtured for 1,000 years, to Shin Gongbao to educate. I really can't believe he's a complete villain. Lin Mushi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, prejudices in people's hearts are like mountains that are hard to climb. Look at Ao Bing, who was taught by Shin Gongbao he's honest and kind. How could he be a bad person? Especially when he said, I've come this far alone, with no one to rely on. I've endured hardships, swallowed my grievances, and arrived here covered in scars. What can rumors do to me? It's truly moving. Whoa, Senior, I think Shin Gongbao is truly a wonderful person. Why is this world so unfair to him? As she spoke with emotion, Lin Mushi's eyes began to well up. Her own life had been filled with hardships, so she felt a deep empathy for the character of Shin Gongbao. Chen Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh softly, patting her shoulder comfortingly. Who is good and who is evil? That is not something anyone can decide in a short time. Throughout history, the victors have written the annals of time. Who knows? Perhaps one day, even Qin Hui might be exonerated by someone. Enough of that. Let's go get some milk tea, shall we? Upon hearing about milk tea, Lin Mushi immediately forgot about Shin Gongbao. She sniffed the air excitedly and replied, sure, let's go. Let us go. Chen Chen led Lin Mushi to the Shanghai anti-milk tea shop on the first floor of the food street. He found a spot for her to sit down first, then asked, what kind of milk tea would you like? Lin Mushi thought for a moment and replied, taro paste bubble milk tea. All right. Chen Chen nodded in agreement and immediately stood up to go to the front desk to scan and place the order. After placing the order, Chen Chen quickly returned to Lin Mushi's side and sat down. They looked around and noticed that the milk tea shop was packed with people, bustling with activity. There was a long line at the entrance, with people of all ages waiting to buy milk tea, including many sweet couples. Lin Mushi noticed that some girls were leaving with large and small egg waffles in their arms, their faces radiating happiness, and she couldn't help but feel curious. After a while, their milk tea was ready. Chen Chen stood up to go to the counter to get them. Lin Mushi's attention was once again drawn to the red envelope egg waffles being handed out by the couple next to her. Gotta little tug, the one giving red envelopes is the coolest. Hurry up. More red envelopes for the new year. Eggs, duck eggs, and fried eggs. Giving me a red envelope is a good egg. She found it amusing and kept her eyes fixed on that direction. Suddenly, a flash of yellow appeared before her eyes, and a large egg-shaped character materialized in front of her. Wow, it's an egg. Senior, thank you. She had seen other girls get one earlier and was so envious. But she didn't want to bother the senior to buy one for her. To her surprise, he kindly bought it for her. Lin Mushi was overjoyed. Chen Chen smiled as he handed the egg-shaped toy to her, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. If the other girls have one, my little treasure can't be left out. The senior said she was his little treasure. Those words felt like a gentle spring breeze, filling Lin Mushi's heart with blossoms of happiness. She clung tightly to the large egg-shaped toy, her face glowing with an incredibly bright smile. That smile stood out brightly in the crowd, as if it could illuminate everything around it. The two of them walked while sipping their milk tea. When they reached the entrance of a clothing store, Chen Chen stopped and turned to Lin Mushi, saying, let's go shopping for clothes. I have plenty of clothes at home, we don't need to buy any. Just then, the salesperson at the store entrance noticed the handsome man and beautiful woman approaching and eagerly greeted them with a seductive tone. Oh my, your two of you have such great style and charm. You'd be perfect for our latest couple's outfits. Why don't you give them a try? Couple outfits? Those three words were like a magic spell, instantly lighting up Lin Mushi's eyes. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she unconsciously tugged at Chun Chen's sleeve and said in a playful voice, "Senior, couple outfits." That's right, they were still missing a couple's outfit. She had completely forgotten about such an important matter. Let's buy them. Chen Chen replied affectionately. The salesperson, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and quickly began showcasing the store's latest couple outfits. The salesperson showcased various couples' outfits while detailing the features and design concepts of each one, from simple and elegant everyday styles to festive special editions, offering a wide range of options. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up. She was deeply captivated by a set of couple-s outfits featuring a soft color palette adorned with delicate embroidery. The embroidered patterns were both traditional and modern, seeming to tell tales of ancient yet romantic stories. Senior, what do you think of this one? Lin Mushi pointed to the couple's outfit, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Chen Chen examined it carefully before nodding in approval. It's indeed beautiful and suits you perfectly. With the assistance of the sales staff, the two of them each put on the matching outfits. Lin Mushi, dressed in the female outfit, looked even more graceful and charming, complementing Chen Chen's male attire perfectly. Standing together, they resembled a pair of lovers stepped out of a painting, drawing envious glances from the surrounding customers. It's absolutely perfect, the salesperson exclaimed sincerely. She picked up a mirror and had the two of them look at the effect together. In the mirror, they smiled brightly, their eyes filled with deep affection and reliance for each other, as if the entire world had become more beautiful because of their happiness. Let's take this set, Chen Chen decided firmly. They didn't take it off, they simply paid and left wearing it. All the way home, Lin Mushi couldn't stop smiling. Like flowers blooming in spring, she was bright and charming. She was already beautiful, and wearing the couple's outfit added a touch of sweetness and happiness, drawing the attention of passers-by who kept turning to look at her. However, upon seeing Chen Chen beside her, also wearing a matching couple's outfit, she abandoned her plan to ask for her WeChat. Sure enough, outstanding girls are always taken early. Lin Qingyan was strolling leisurely through the mall with her best friend from high school. Suddenly, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, causing her heart to skip a beat. Isn't that Chen Chen? She whispered in surprise, her face filled with confusion. Strange. How come the girl standing next to him looks a bit like Lin Mushi? Thinking of the new freshman school beauty known for her aloof and cold demeanor, Lin Qingyan shook her head and dismissed the thought. It can't be her. Chapter 150, Catching a Doll. Lin Mushi was like a snow lotus blossoming on the peak of a mountain, cold and aloof, making her hard to approach. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was nothing more than an ordinary student at school. The gap between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. They were absolutely impossible to be together. Though this year, he seemed to have become much more handsome. However, seeing him walking so closely with a girl, both wearing obvious couple outfits, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of unfamiliar emotions and a hint of bittersweetness in her heart. Hey, speaking of which, Yan, did you get your ticket yet? The girl shopping with her asked, linking her arm through hers. Mentioning the tickets, Lin Qingyan's beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily, her face filled with helplessness and anxiety. Not yet. I've been on the waiting list for days. I even bought an acceleration package, but it still didn't work. Only after leaving home did she truly understand how luxurious and fortunate it was to be able to return home at any time. Especially after this trip to Luo Shenju's house, where she had tried twice to secure tickets, her desire to be closer to home had reached an unprecedented height. So after returning home this time, the first thing she did was break up with Luo Xianju. This time when she went to his house, his behavior was truly disappointing to her. The girl heard this and comforted her. Yes, it just happened to be during the spring festival, plus the peak period for the start of the school term, so train tickets were indeed hard to come by. If you really can't get one, you could consider taking the high-speed rail. I checked this morning, and there were still some tickets available for the high-speed rail to Jiangcheng. Lin Qingyan sighed softly and said helplessly. I checked too, but the only high-speed rail tickets left are sleeper berths, and they're too expensive. She was still a student, and her monthly living expenses were so meager. How could she possibly afford nearly 2,000 yuan for a high-speed rail ticket? As a student, Lin Qingyan deeply understood the helplessness and bitterness of having to ask her family for money every month. All she wanted now was to graduate quickly and start earning money. Only then could she achieve true financial independence and escape the embarrassment and helplessness of having to rely on her parents. The image of someone dribbling on the basketball court flashed through her mind, and Lin Qingyan shook her head. They should, probably not, right? Some people, once you miss them, they're gone forever. As the streetlights began to glow, the mall was adorned with colorful lights, making it particularly enchanting. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi held hands and strolled through the mall like most couples. They also visited a jewelry store and bought matching rings. The moment the ring was placed on her finger, Lin Mushi seemed to have obtained something priceless, examining the ring on her hand repeatedly. Her eyes were fixed on the ring, and she couldn't even walk straight. Finally, Chen Chen led her to the third-floor arcade. As soon as they entered the arcade, it felt like they had stepped into another world. The sounds of various music and the sight of all kinds of arcade games filled their eyes, leaving them dazzled. This temporarily made Lin Mushi forget about the ring. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. When she saw the rows of colorful claw machines up ahead, her eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Mushi excitedly tugged at Chen Shen's sleeve and said, "Senior, look. Shall we go play the claw machine?" Chen Shen looked at her, eyes filled with anticipation, and his lips curled into a smile. He replied, "Sure, let's go play the claw machine." After speaking, Chen Shen took Lin Mushi's hand and walked toward the claw machine area. Chen Shen first scanned the QR code on the machine with his WeChat app to purchase some game tokens. He then selected a machine that seemed to have a high success rate. Inside were soft and adorable rabbit dolls, which instantly brought a smile to anyone who saw them. Lin Mushi eagerly inserted the first game token, nervously and excitedly manipulating the joystick, her eyes fixed on the doll inside the machine, as if doing so could increase her chances of success. However, after several attempts, the doll always missed by a hair's breadth and fell back into the machine. She couldn't help but feel discouraged, pouting her lips. Chen Shen, seeing this, smiled gently and patted her on the shoulder, comforting her, "Don't worry, watch me." He took the joystick from Lin Mushi's hands, studied the doll's position and the machine's gripping force with a focused expression, then pressed the button steadily. The claw slowly descended, precisely gripping the doll's body. With a beep, the doll was successfully brought out of the exit. Lin Mushi cheered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Senior, you're so amazing. How did you do that?" Chen Shen smiled proudly and handed her a pink rabbit doll, "Just a little luck and some skill. Here, it's yours." Lin Mushi joyfully accepted the soft, adorable rabbit doll, as if she had received the most precious treasure in the world. She cradled it carefully in her arms, her face radiating the innocent smile of a child. Then, with eager anticipation, she said, "Senior, I want to try again." Chen Shen leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Catching stuffed animals requires some skill. This machine just released a stuffed animal, so it won't be ready for another one right away. Let's try another machine." Lin Mushi didn't understand what Chen Shen meant, but it sounded reasonable. "Alright, let's try another one." Lin Mushi scanned the surrounding claw machines with her eyes and finally settled on a milk dragon claw machine. "That one is so cute, Senior, let's try to grab it." Chen Shen smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with affection. "Alright, let's go try the milk dragon." Saying this, he took Lin Mushi's hand, and the two walked side by side toward the milk dragon claw machine. Chen Shen carefully observed the machine's control panel and the doll's position, then turned to Lin Mushi and said earnestly, "Look, when grabbing the doll, you need to first observe the angle at which the doll is placed and the strength of the machine's claws. Generally, dolls closer to the exit are easier to grab, and when the claw descends, make sure it securely grips the doll's body." Lin Mushi listened attentively, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once Chen Shen finished speaking, she eagerly nodded to indicate she understood, then excitedly inserted a game token. Following Chen Shen's instructions, Lin Mushi carefully adjusted the claw's position and angle before pressing the start button decisively. It must be said that she was a highly capable student. The claw slowly descended, securely gripping the baby dragon doll's body. With the machine's rumbling sound, the doll was slowly pulled toward the exit. Lin Mushi held her breath in anticipation, and when the doll finally dropped out, she cheered excitedly. "Yay! I did it! Senior, look, I got the milk dragon doll." Chapter 151, Buying High-Speed Train Tickets. Again, please keep reading. He took the milk dragon doll from Lin Mushi, gently stroked its head, then handed it back to her, saying, "My little Cece is so talented. You learned how to grab a doll so quickly." Lin Mushi hugged the two adorable dolls, her face radiating with happiness. Having successfully grabbed the dolls in a row, Chen Shen and Lin Mushi were both feeling confident. They then switched to another claw machine and continued playing. As time passed, the number of dolls they had won grew, and the cart was filled with dolls of various shapes and sizes. This scene caught the attention of many passers-by, who stopped in their tracks and peered inside with curious expressions, their faces betraying a mix of envy and curiosity. Some of the more adventurous even joined in the fun. Before long, the once quiet claw machine area became bustling with activity. As more people joined in, Chen Shen's chances of successfully grabbing a doll began to slowly decrease. The newbie protection period had ended. Lin Mushi looked at the nearly overflowing cart and felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. She whispered to Chen Shen, "Senior, we've already caught enough." Chen Shen reluctantly put down the joystick, and the two of them went to the front desk to count their loot. The store owner enthusiastically said, "You two are real pros. You managed to grab so many dolls. Here's some good news, we can trade small dolls for bigger ones here. Want to swap?" Chen Shen turned to look at Lin Mushi, seeking her opinion. The latter's gaze had already been drawn to the large dolls displayed in the showcase behind the counter. She excitedly pointed to one of the oversized pink Lina Bell dolls, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said to Chen Shen, "Senior, look at that one. Can we trade for it? It looks so soft and cute. I love it." Lin Mushi was holding a super-sized pink Lina Bell tightly in her arms. Its soft fur and adorable appearance drew envious glances from those around them. Chen Chen, on the other hand, carried a bag filled with small dolls, his face radiating a satisfied smile. The two of them walked toward the underground garage under everyone's gaze. This date could be called a complete success. After leaving the mall, Chen Chen took Lin Mushi to a specialty store in Guangzhou. Looking at the array of local specialties inside, Lin Mushi curiously asked, "Senior, what are we doing here?" "To bring some snacks for the guys in the dorm," Chen Chen explained with a smile, picking up a package of beautifully wrapped 5-fingered peach chicken claws. Lin Mushi suddenly said, "Senior, actually, I've seen you before at school." Chen Chen froze, turned his head in surprise, and asked, "You've seen me?" He hadn't joined any clubs at school and felt like an invisible person. He couldn't understand how someone like Lin Mushi could have seen him. Lin Mushi recalled that night when she had seen him with Qin Yao, and a smile involuntarily spread across her lips. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Chen instinctively knew that anything that could leave such a deep impression on the school's most beautiful girl couldn't be good news. "Do you remember what you and your roommates did on the first night of winter break?" Lin Mushi blinked and asked playfully. The first night of winter break, Chen Chen tried to recall, then said, "Right, we went out drinking that night. But I don't think I ran into you, did I?" If he had really encountered Lin Mushi that night, he was certain he would have left a lasting impression. Lin Mushi smiled and said, "It was at the intersection on the way back to school after you finished drinking. I saw you from afar, holding one roommate in each hand and dragging another on your back, forcing them all back to school. I was wondering how someone could be so strong. And I was curious, how did you manage to stay sober while everyone else was drunk? Typically, when guys gather to drink, they often don't stop until everyone is drunk." Chen Chen smiled lightly upon hearing this. "Oh, that was back then. I don't drink much, so whenever I go out with them, I just watch them drink and rarely touch my glass myself." "Then why did you drink so much the night before last?" Lin Mushi asked curiously, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Chen Chen recalled the events of the night before and shook his head helplessly. "That was because I ran into that Mr. Lin." Just as he mentioned Mr. Lin, Chen Chen suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Do you know?" Just then, the owner of the specialty shop came out from inside, his face brimming with enthusiasm, and said, "Are you two looking to buy some specialties from Guangzhou? These few items are all excellent. Take a look and see if you like them." Chen Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the shop owner, and he put the question aside for the moment. On the way back, Chen Chen sat in the driver's seat, checking the traffic conditions while asking Lin Mushi beside him, "Cici, what kind of car do you want to take back to Jiangcheng?" Lin Mushi was startled, her eyes welling up with tears. "Senior, are you trying to send me back? Was that the purpose of taking me out on a date?" If she had known, she never would have agreed to go out on a date. Chen Chen sighed and said, "The New Year's holiday is over, and school is about to start. Did you forget?" Lin Mushi snapped out of it and shyly lowered her head. How embarrassing. After all, Yuan had just mentioned it this morning that school was about to start. How could she have forgotten when it was her turn? Chen Chen seemed not to notice her expression, looking straight ahead and said, "Taking a flight would be faster. Let me check if there are any tickets available." "Senior, I'd like to take the high-speed rail back," Lin Mushi said softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. Their connection began on the high-speed rail. Therefore, the high-speed rail held a special place in her heart. She longed to ride the high-speed rail with her senior again, but this time, their roles would no longer be strangers, but a close couple. "All right." Chen Chen noted it down and, upon returning home, began checking the high-speed train schedules back to Jiangcheng. "Xiaoxi, give me your ID card." "Sure." Lin Mushi returned to her room, found her bag, took out an ID card, and came back to Chen Chen's room, handing it to him. "Senior, here you go." Chen Chen took it and glanced at it. Unlike most people's ID photos, Lin Mushi's ID photo was even more attractive than a professional portrait. Chen Chen recalled his own ID photo, which had been taken during the year he was at his darkest and most unconventional. Looking at it now, it was almost unbearable to look at. After entering Lin Mushi's ID number into the app, Chen Chen returned the ID card to her. "Just leave it with me for now. We'll be going back together anyway." Chen Chen thought about it and agreed, placing her ID card alongside his own, as if their hearts were tightly intertwined. Chapter 152, Taking Chen Yuan to School. After putting the ID cards away, Chen Chen continued to check high-speed rail tickets on his phone app. Since the sleeper tickets were slightly more expensive, Chen Chen easily secured the tickets. One ticket was over 1,600 yuan. For two people, it was over 3,000. 3,000 yuan was within Chen Chen's budget. Just as he clicked to purchase, Lin Mushi leaned over and asked, "Senior, how about it? Did you get tickets?" Chen Chen looked up and said mysteriously, "Yes. I bought it. It's the same carriage we bought last time." Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi exclaimed with delight, "What a coincidence." She had been thinking about whether she could pay extra to get this compartment, but her senior told her they had just managed to get it. Chen Chen nodded, also finding it quite a coincidence. Many things seemed to be predestined in some mysterious way. It was destined that he couldn't buy a train ticket before the new year, so he bought a high-speed rail ticket instead, which is how he met Lin Mushi. It was destined that the heavy snowstorm that day caused the high-speed train to be delayed, allowing them to grow closer. In any case, everything seemed to fall into place perfectly. After buying the tickets, someone tagged Chen Chen in the 602 dormitory group chat. Chen Chen clicked in to see it was Lu Zihan. Lu Zihan, did you manage to get a ticket? I've successfully secured mine at Chen Chen. Jiang Tao, unusually, didn't say a word this time. Zhou Yuyang spoke up with his usual style, is that how you made it? I seriously doubt your admission letter from Zhang University is genuine. Chen Chen, I bought a high-speed rail sleeper ticket. Lu Zihan, I'll compete with you rich people. A series of photos were posted one after another. Chen Chen simply ignored them all. He'd deal with these brats later when he got back to school and have a proper chat with them. Once the fourth day of the new year passes, time flies by quickly. People around him gradually left for work. The once bustling village gradually grew quiet. It feels like the new year was just a lively dream. The new year has passed and the dream has faded away. On the sixth day of the new year, it was time for the senior high school students to return to school. Early in the morning, the entire family mobilized. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi helped Chen Yuan load her luggage into the trunk. Lu Xiaoying, however, held Chen Yuan's hand tightly, repeating her instructions over and over. Yuan, the college entrance exam is just around the corner. Once you're back at school, you must study hard. Do you understand? If you need anything, remember to tell your teacher, and they'll send me a message. I'll have your father bring it to you. Senior year is tough, but it'll be worth it in the end. Once the exams are over, Mom will definitely treat you to something special to help you recover. Chen Yuan listened to her mother's nagging and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Mom, there are still several months left before the college entrance exam. I'm not going to stay away forever. Chen Jiangwen followed behind them silently, hands behind his back. It seemed like just yesterday when his daughter had clung to his legs, begging him to play with her. In the blink of an eye, she had grown so much, almost ready for the college entrance exam. Lu Xiaoying's eyes were filled with unhidden worry and anticipation. She gently stroked Chen Yuan's hair, her voice soft and slightly choked. Mom knows. I don't want to let you go. Go now. The luggage was packed and the family stood at the door, reluctant to part. Morning light filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a cool glow on everyone's faces. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, turning her mother's words of encouragement and expectations into endless motivation. She smiled and waved goodbye to them. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Wait for my good news. The three got into the car, with Lin Mushi and Chen Chen sitting in the front. Chen Yuan sat in the middle, leaning forward to speak to Lin Mushi. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to come send me off. Lin Mushi turned around and smiled at her. I didn't have anything else to do, so I thought I'd come take a look at your school. The car engine started slowly, and Chen Yuan rolled down the window to wave goodbye to her parents. Dad and Mom, I'm leaving. Chen Jiangwen and Lu Xiaoying stood outside the car, their eyes filled with reluctance. Xiao Chen, drive carefully on the road. Got it. After saying that, she started the car and drove away from the small road of her hometown. About 40 minutes later, the car came to a stop near Guangdong No. 1 High School. Chen Chen pushed two suitcases behind Chen Yuan and Lin Mushi as they walked toward the school. This was the first time Chen Yuan had let her brother send her off. She felt both nervous and excited, with a touch of unspoken vanity. Look, who's the guy walking with Chen Yuan? Could he be her boyfriend? Someone whispered curiously. He's so handsome. That girl must be eating well to have such a handsome boyfriend, another person said enviously. What are you talking about? Haven T, you notice that Yuan and that guy look a bit alike? He*s her brother. Someone nearby corrected them. Exactly. Don't you dare spread rumors and ruin my cousin's reputation. Aha, Mom, I saw a fairy descending from heaven. Suddenly, a shriek echoed through the air. Really? That girl is so beautiful, even more beautiful than the fairy sister. The fairy sister just looks like a fairy, but that girl is a real fairy. Don't even think about it. That's Chen Yuan's sister-in-law. Someone who knew the truth revealed. Everyone heard this and their hearts finally settled. Is there no justice in this world? Can't the good-looking people just die already? Chen Chen and Lin Mushi escorted Chen Yuan back to her dormitory. They helped her make her bed. Then Chen Chen turned to Chen Yuan and said, study hard. We're getting ready to go back. Chen Yuan was still basking in the joy of being envied by everyone. Upon hearing her brother's words, she froze for a moment, her eyes quickly welling up with tears. She whispered, brother. Chen Chen gently stroked her head and encouraged her, study hard. Once the college entrance exam results are out, I'll give you a chance to ask me for a reward. As usual, Chen Yuan would have been overjoyed to hear such words, but at that moment, her eyes were red, and tears were welling up in them. She turned toward Lin Mushi, hugged her tightly, and said with a voice filled with reluctance, sister-in-law, I really don't want to leave you. Lin Mushi wasn't used to being so close to others, but facing Chen Yuan, this pure and adorable girl, she was willing to make an exception. After all, she was Chen Chen's younger sister, and Yuan Yuan herself was a girl who was naturally endearing. Lin Mushi whispered comfortingly, once you finish your college entrance exams, you're welcome to come to Jiangcheng to visit. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. She looked up at Chen Chen with eager anticipation and asked, really, big brother? Chen Chen nodded slightly and replied softly, yes. Chen Yuan was so happy she almost jumped up, cheering, that's amazing. Chen Chen sighed and shook his head at her. Just then, her roommates also arrived one after another. Chapter 153, A World of Two. Please keep reading. Chen Yuan's roommates were the two girls who had been standing with her during the holiday. One was named Su Yan, taller and slimmer, with a face that was more attractive than the average girl. The other one had a round face and was named Tian. There were 3 others Chen Chen hadn't seen before. There were 6 of them in total. Usually, Chen Yuan, Su Yan, and Tian were closer to each other. They don't get along with the other 3. Su Yan and Tian had already met Chen Chen before. Upon seeing him enter the dormitory, their youthful faces flushed with embarrassment as they greeted him shyly, hello, Chen Yuan's older brother. The other 3 hadn't met Chen Chen before, but seeing a handsome guy appear in the dorm, their faces also turned pink. However, upon seeing him standing next to Chen Yuan, their expressions changed. Had Chen Yuan told him about their past feud? Was he here to back her up? Chen Chen stepped forward with a smile and greeted them. Hello, I'm Yuan's older brother. My little sister Yuan is in the dormitory. Please take good care of her. I brought some snacks for everyone to share. As he spoke, he took out 2 packets of 5-fingered peach chicken claws from his bag and handed them to everyone. The 3 of them froze for a moment before realizing what was happening when they felt a packet of chicken claws in their hands. One of them, a girl with a ponytail named Liu, laughed cheerfully. Yuan is so lucky to have such a good older brother. Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Su Yan and Tian nodded in agreement. Su Yan whispered. Yes, Yuan has always been very considerate of us. We all get along pretty well. 2 more people nodded in agreement, we will get along well with Yuan. Chen Chen heard this and felt slightly relieved. He knew his younger sister had a straightforward personality and might not always know how to navigate social situations smoothly. It was precisely because of this that he had agreed to send her to school. This girl probably wanted to come here on her own for the same reason. He smiled and said, then I'll count on all of you. Yuan can be a bit stubborn at times, so please be patient with her. After speaking, he looked around the dormitory. Though the space was small, it was warm and tidy. Each person's bed was adorned with their own small items, revealing their individual personalities. He couldn't help but sigh, life in the girls' dormitory is really nice. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi stepped out of Chen Yuan's dormitory, holding hands as they strolled along the tree-lined path on campus. If they weren't wearing casual clothes but instead their school uniforms, they would look just like ordinary high school students. Senior, did you also attend this school before? Lin Mushi asked curiously. No, Chen Chen shook his head gently, the admission score for first high school was too high, and I didn't get in. I ended up going to another high school. Lin Mushi looked surprised upon hearing this. I thought you and Yuan went to the same high school. We went to the same middle school, but when it came to high school, we each had to study hard and get into different schools, Chen Chen explained with a smile. The handsome guy and beautiful girl walking through the campus immediately caught everyone's attention. Look, are those seniors? They make such a perfect couple, a passing student whispered. Wow, I always thought handsome guys and beautiful girls only existed in novels and TV shows. I never thought I'd see such a good-looking couple in real life, another student said enviously. I think I saw them on the WeChat official account of Guangzhou City, a student suddenly said. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen them too, another student agreed. Unfortunately, mobile phones were prohibited on the high school campus, otherwise they would have immediately pulled out their phones to compare photos, take pictures, and capture this rare sight of a campus couple. Chen Chen had no idea that they had been mistaken for students from first high school. As a result, when the principal heard about the early romance, he launched a major search for several days but couldn't find the culprits. Furious, he immediately stepped up patrols around the school, leaving the real couples trembling in fear. After leaving the school, Chen Chen took Lin Mushi straight home. After Chen Yuan went to school, Chen Zhangwen and Lu Xiuying also started working. The once bustling home was now empty, with only Chen Chen and Lin Mushi remaining. It was too quiet. So quiet that it felt like they were already experiencing a preview of their future life together. However, humans are social creatures. After being accustomed to the hustle and bustle, the sudden quietness made them feel a bit lonely. When Lin Mushi got bored, she liked to play with Chen Chen. She held her phone and took photos of Chen Chen from every angle. Just as she was getting into it, the camera was suddenly blocked by a large hand. Then came Chen Chen's slightly hoarse voice. Stop messing around. I haven't finished my task for today. Lin Mushi chuckled and said. You write your stuff, I'll take my photos. Are you sure? Lin Mushi felt a tightness around her waist as a strong yet gentle hand gently pulled her closer, and she found herself effortlessly falling into Chen Chen's sturdy embrace. There was no one else at home, so there was no need to hold back. Lin Mushi cupped Chen Chen's face and kissed him directly. Chen Chen froze for a moment before regaining control. The two kissed passionately, completely lost in the moment. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the air was filled with an indescribable mix of intimacy and warmth. At noon, the two of them cooked a simple meal together in the kitchen. In the afternoon, Lin Mushi didn't cause any trouble. Instead, she found a pen and paper in Chen Chen's drawer, sat beside him, and began to doodle. Chen Chen occasionally snapped back to reality, noticing how intently she was drawing, but he didn't disturb her. Each was lost in their own world, and the room was filled with a peaceful and beautiful atmosphere, as if time had slowed down in that moment. This state of affairs continued until Lu Xiaoying and Chen Jiangwen returned home, at which point the two snapped out of their reverie. Chen Chen stretched lazily, and his gaze inadvertently fell on the drawing in front of Lin Mushi. He could vaguely make out the outline of a figure. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lin Mushi, noticing this, quickly hugged the drawing paper tightly to her chest, as if afraid Chen Chen would see something secret. Chen Chen, seeing this, teased her playfully, "What? Are you drawing me? That's why you don't want me to see?" Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly as she denied it. "I'm not. If you're not, then why won't you show me?" Chen Chen pressed further. Lin Mushi shook her head, her face flushed with shyness. "Not yet." Hearing this, Chen Chen didn't press her further, but simply smiled gently, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation for the mysterious drawing. Outside, night had fallen. It was past 7 o'clock. Lu Xiaoying had finished cooking and called them down to eat. Lin Mushi hugged the painting and returned to her room before joining Chen Chen downstairs. Chapter 154. Did you ask my permission before hitting me? Please vote for me. Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly in a very good mood. Seeing her smile so happily, Chen Chen's curiosity was piqued once more. He leaned closer to her and asked in a teasing tone, "What did you draw that's making you laugh so much?" Lin Mushi was clearly in a good mood. She playfully replied, "I won't tell you." "Is it a picture of me?" Chen Chen asked, half joking and half serious. Lin Mushi feigned mystery, batting her eyelashes and said, "Yes, but no." Chen Chen furrowed his brows, looking even more puzzled. "What does that mean?" "You figure it out yourself," Lin Mushi said with a mischievous smile. Chen Chen, seeing this, pretended to be angry and grabbed the back of her collar, saying seriously, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Lin Mushi was tickled by Chen Chen's sudden seriousness and giggled. She wrapped her arms gently around Chen Chen's neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief. After giving him a sweet smile, she suddenly turned around and shouted downstairs, "Auntie, the senior is bullying me." "Chen Chen?" The next moment, Lu Xiaoying appeared before him holding an iron spoon, glaring at him menacingly. This scene was all too familiar to Chen Chen. When he was a child, every time he got into trouble and came home, Ms. Lu would appear before him in this exact manner. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety and instinctively jumped backward. Wow, when did you unlock this feature? Lately, Lin Mushi seemed to be getting better and better at handling him. Now she has even learned to tattle. This was clearly a trick Chen Yuan had taught her. Or maybe, without his knowledge, Chen Yuan had secretly taught her to be mischievous? Meanwhile, Lin Mushi continued to embellish the story. "Auntie, the senior bullied me." In a place where Chen Chen couldn't see, she revealed a cunning smile. Lu Xiaoying, upon hearing this, silently raised the iron spoon in her hand. Chen Chen hurriedly defended himself. Mom, listen to me explain. I really didn't bully her. I was just curious about what she was drawing earlier." Lu Xiaoying spoke calmly, "Since Cici doesn't want to tell you, don't ask anymore." Chen Chen was utterly helpless and couldn't help but protest. "Mom, who are you really?" Lu Xiaoying smiled gently and said softly, "I think you're just itching for a spanking. You don't even recognize who your own mother is." As she spoke, she held a spatula in one hand and grabbed Chen Chen's clothes with the other, then gently tapped him on the back a few times. "Do you recognize me now?" Lin Mushi saw that Chen Chen was really being hit and felt a pang of sympathy. She hurriedly tried to stop her. "Auntie, be gentler." Lu Xiaoying laughed and replied, "This kid is tough. He can take a beating. Let me tell you, if he ever dares to bully you again, just hit him back. You don't need my permission." Chen Chen stood by, laughing and crying, "You don't need my permission to beat me?" Lu Xiaoying feigned seriousness. "Do you want to get beaten again?" However, her words were filled with maternal love and indulgence. "Go serve the food." Chen Chen sighed helplessly and slipped into the kitchen as quickly as he could. Lu Xiaoying turned to Lin Mushi and smiled. "Cici, go get the bowls and chopsticks." "All right." Lin Mushi walked into the kitchen side by side with her. During the meal, Chen Chen said, "We bought high-speed rail tickets for the 12th day of the Lunar New Year." Lu Xiaoying, who was busy putting vegetables into her bowl, paused, and the vegetables slipped off the chopsticks and bounced back into the plate. She paused for a moment, then picked up the piece of green vegetable again, her eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and surprise. "Is school starting so soon? Can't you wait until after the Lantern Festival to leave?" Chen Chen shook his head gently and explained, "We're afraid we won't make it back in time after the Lantern Festival." Lu Xiaoying said quietly. "Then have your father take you to the high-speed rail station." Chen Chen said. "If dad isn't available, we can always call a Didi. Traveling is pretty convenient these days." Chen Jiangwen silently took a bite of rice and said, I'll be free, I'll definitely be free." Although the family's words were filled with warmth and care, the atmosphere felt strangely oppressive and gloomy, as if everyone was harboring an unspoken sense of reluctance. After finishing their meal, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi didn't rush upstairs but instead sat in the courtyard with Chen Jiangwen to drink tea. "This year, I received a lot of red envelopes." Chen Jiangwen's words carried a hint of pride and joy. Every year, the start of work was the happiest time for Chen Jiangwen. Because on this day, he was no longer the one giving out red envelopes, but instead received blessings and red envelopes from all sides. No matter the amount, it all brought him great satisfaction. "How many did you receive? Let me see." Chen Jiangwen immediately looked at Chen Chen with suspicion. "What are you up to? Don't you dare try to take my red envelopes. I just want to take a look. I'll give it back after I'm done." Chen Chen smiled innocently, as if he were genuinely curious. Chen Jiangwen heard this, his lips twitching slightly, muttering to himself. "This sounds so familiar. Isn't this the classic line he used to trick Xiao Chen and Yuan into handing over their red envelopes? I remember when I was a kid, you used to say to me, 'Your red envelope will be kept by dad for now. When you grow up, I'll give it back to you.' What happened then?" Chen Chen deliberately dragged out his words. Chen Jiangwen. He had miscalculated. He should have never mentioned the red envelopes. He slowly stood up, said nothing more, and turned to walk silently back into the house. "Why are you leaving so soon?" Chen Chen watched his back and teased him softly before lowering his head to continue sipping his tea. The weather lately has been unpredictable. The past 2 days had been sunny and warm, like spring had arrived early, but within a few days, the north wind picked up, the temperature dropped sharply, and overnight it felt like winter had returned. Before long, Chen Jiangwen returned, carrying a box in his hands. He placed the box gently on the tea table and slowly opened it. Inside were various red envelopes, large, small, thick, and thin, a dazzling array. Chen Chen saw this and his eyes flickered with surprise, unsure of his father's intentions. "Dad, what's this?" His words carried a hint of confusion. "Some of these are the red envelopes you received during the spring festival when you were a child. Others were specially prepared by your mother and me to encourage your academic progress. And some are blessings and expectations from your relatives and friends for important moments in your life. I didn't open a single one, I saved them all for you." If seeing the pile of red envelopes earlier had left him surprised, then now, Chen Chen was completely overwhelmed. "You really saved them all?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course. I originally planned to give them to you when you graduated from university, but since you mentioned it today, I'll give them to you early. As for Yuan, don't mention it to her yet. I'll give her a surprise when she graduates." Chapter 155, The Eve of Leaving Home. Please keep reading. Chen Chen put down his teacup, curiously leaned closer to the box, and gently ran his fingers over the covers of the red envelopes. Some smooth and delicate, others with a slight texture, each revealing a different texture and story. The newer red envelopes on top were still bright, while the ones at the bottom had already turned yellow. The designs were all from over a decade ago, though outdated, they evoked a peculiar sense of warmth. Chen Chen never imagined that the words his parents had said when he was a child, "You're still too young. We'll save the red envelopes for you. When you grow up, we'll give them back to you," were actually true. His mind was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Dad, please keep these red envelopes for me." He didn't need the money now, so he had no plans to touch them. However, Chen Chen shook his head, his gaze fixed on the red envelopes in the box. "No, I want to keep them here." "Alright, when you ever need the money, just come ask me for it." Chen Jiangwen nodded in understanding, then picked up the box and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and stopped to add, "Oh, what about your red envelopes from this year? Put those in too." Chen Chen said, "Dad, I'm already this old. I'll keep this year's red envelopes for myself. No matter how old you get, in your father's eyes, you'll always be a child." After saying that, Chen Jiangwen carried the box back to his room. "No matter how old you are, in Dad's eyes, you'll always be a child." These words were like warm sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating Chen Chen's heart, and like a gentle breeze, they lingered in his heart, bringing him endless emotion and comfort. As night fell, the temperature dropped steadily. The father and son quickly tidied up the mess and returned inside. Chen Chen went upstairs, where Lin Mushi was painting in her room. Upon seeing him standing at the door watching her, she quickly hid her painting. "If you dare ask me again, I'll tell Auntie loudly that you're bullying me." Chen Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Where did you get that idea? I just wanted to ask you if you wanted to take a shower now or later." Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head. "You go first." After speaking, she quickly buried herself in the world of the drawing paper, like a shy little cat. Chen Chun chuckled softly, turned around, and returned to his own room, taking out a comfortable set of pajamas from the wardrobe. He then walked out and entered the bathroom. Watching Chun Shen's departing figure, Lin Mushi exhaled deeply. She unfolded the drawing paper, which clearly depicted Chun Shen in a half-naked state, muscular arms, a broad chest, 8-pack abs, and a V-shaped torso. After taking a shower, Chen Shen sat leisurely on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. Tonight, the space on the second floor belonged solely to the two of them. Although Yuan was usually at home, she spent most of her time in her room, but the atmosphere felt different. Lin Mushi walked out of her room holding a nightgown and silently entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Chen Shen flipped through the channels aimlessly, pressing every button, but couldn't find anything he wanted to watch. It was truly odd. When he was a child, even when he was competing with his parents, he would still want to watch TV for a little longer. Now that he was older and could watch whatever he wanted, he had lost the motivation to watch. Unable to find anything he wanted to watch, Chen Shen turned off the TV and returned to his room, lying on the bed and pulling out his phone to scroll through videos. About half an hour later, Lin Mushi came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. With the fresh scent of water still lingering on her body, she quietly slipped into Chen Shen's bed. The two lay side by side, browsing the fascinating world on their phone screens, savoring this rare moment of intimacy and tranquility. The next day, Lu Xiaoying got up early to prepare breakfast and went to work with Qin Jiangwen. The third day was the same as usual. On the evening of the 11th day of the first lunar month, the family of four sat around the dinner table eating. Lu Xiaoying suddenly said, "After dinner, you and Xiaoxi should check what needs to be packed and get everything ready in advance so we won't be rushing around tomorrow morning." Chen Shen quickly shoveled a mouthful of rice and replied, "All right, Mom. There is plenty of food at home. Take it all with you." Chen Shen shook his head and said, "That's too much trouble. I don't want to bring too many things." He hated carrying too much when he went out. Usually, he only took as much as his suitcase could hold, and he didn't want to take anything extra. Lu Xiaoying said, "What's the big deal? Your dad will drive you to the station. Just bring your stuff to the car. Once you get there, just take a taxi back to school. How convenient is that?" Shen Jiangwen chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Your mom and I can't finish all this food at home either. Every year, these things end up getting wasted. It's such a shame to throw them away. If you don't want to eat them, Cici can have them." Lin Mushi felt a bit overwhelmed by the kindness. She glanced at Chun Shen, as if seeking his opinion. Chen Shen pondered for a moment before finally deciding, "Let's just have it delivered. That's more convenient." "Will the shipping cost be expensive?" Lu Xiaoying asked worriedly. "No, it won't cost much." Chen Shen answered casually. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day had come to leave. Looking at the house she had lived in for over half a month, Lin Mushi couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. If she could, she truly wished she could stay here forever. But, clearly, that was impossible. After finishing their meal, Chen Shan and Lin Mushi went upstairs to pack their luggage. Lin Mushi returned to her room, took out her suitcase, opened it, and then opened the wardrobe, her gaze falling on the neatly arranged clothes inside. Recalling the day she first arrived with her senior, she had felt uncertain and anxious, and had even hesitated to take out her clothes because she didn't know how long she would stay. Later, she decided to stay, perhaps out of a sense of belonging, and filled the wardrobe to the brim, as if doing so would help her find a sense of belonging there. Now, that sense of belonging was there, but it was also time to leave. Chen Shen, on the other hand, didn't have much to pack. After packing the essentials, his suitcase still had nearly half of its space left. Chen Shen carried his suitcase to Lin Mushi's room. "Cici, I have some space left. If you can't fit everything, you can put it here." Hearing Chen Shen's voice, Lin Mushi snapped back to reality and softly replied, "Okay." When she lowered her head, she suddenly realized that her suitcase was completely empty, not a single item of clothing had been packed inside. By then, Chen Shen had already entered the room. He knelt down and looked at Lin Mushi, saying, "Let me help you pack." Chapter 156, wanting to leave her mark in this home, please keep reading. Lin Mushi looked up at him and said, "All right." The two exchanged a knowing glance before returning their attention to their respective tasks. Chen Shen opened the wardrobe and took out the clothes inside. When he reached for her underwear and bras, Lin Mushi blushed and said hurriedly, "Senior, I'll do them myself." Chen Shen didn't say anything, withdrew his hand, and began folding the clothes, placing them on the bed. He folded them quickly, and soon all the clothes were neatly folded. Lin Mushi stood up, looking at the various undergarments in the wardrobe, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She had an almost obsessive love for underwear, always bringing a large quantity wherever she went, even if most of it went unused. Clothes could be few, but undergarments were absolutely essential. Lin Mushi pondered for a moment before beginning to pack. By the time she had finished packing, Chen Shen had already packed all the clothes into the suitcase. Lin Mushi held the bag containing her undergarments, crouching in front of the suitcase, pondering where to place them. Chen Shen naturally reached out, took the bag from her hands, and stuffed it into the suitcase. There were 3 bags in total. After Chen Shen stuffed 2 of them, there was no more room. This won't fit anymore. Put it in my suitcase. Lin Mushi heard this and felt a ripple of emotion in her heart. Thinking about her undergarments being stored in the same suitcase as her senioress clothes, her cheeks flushed with a blush of shyness. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely audible. All right. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen naturally opened his own suitcase and placed Lin Mushi's last bag of personal clothes inside. He then placed the remaining clothes that didn't fit into the suitcase as well. As for her toiletries, Lin Mushi had her own reasons she didn't want to take all of her things with her. Including the clothes hanging on the balcony, she didn't plan to take them either. She wanted to leave some traces of herself in this home. To assert her claim. After Qin Shen finished packing the clothes, he looked toward the table. There lay a group of snowmen with various expressions, all of them cute and adorable. He picked up one with a crying expression and turned to ask Lin Mushi. Should we take these snowmen with us? Lin Mushi replied without hesitation, yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen carefully placed the snow figurines on the table into a small box. Then, his gaze shifted to the egg-shaped snowman nearby. Compared to the snow figurines, the egg figurine seemed like a giant. He asked. What about the egg? Shuezi is with me. Where should we put Danzai? Lin Mushi held Danzai in her arms, her face showing a look of distress. The egg-shaped creature was indeed quite large, and putting it in the suitcase was clearly impractical. However, leaving it here filled Lin Mushi with a sense of reluctance. Though it wasn't a priceless treasure, it held extraordinary significance to Lin Mushi. It was something she had bought with her senior during their first official date, making it special. She wanted to take it back to Jiangcheng. Seeing her hesitate, Qin Shen comforted her. If it doesn't fit in the suitcase, I'll have my dad take it to the shipping station and send it to school. Lin Mushi finally relented and put down the egg-shaped item. Should we take the clothes on the balcony? No, let us leave them here. Qin Shen hummed in agreement. Seeing he didn't ask any more questions, Lin Mushi secretly sighed in relief. The two of them packed their belongings into two large boxes. One box for Qin Shen, one box for Lin Mushi. Qin Shen's belongings filled about half a box, while the other box and a half were all Lin Mushi's. There were still some items left, which Qin Shen packed into another cardboard box, labeled with the address, and planned to take downstairs tomorrow to send via express delivery with Chen Jiangwen. After everything was packed, the room suddenly felt much emptier. Looking at the slightly desolate space, both of them couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, as if 1,000 words were gathering in their hearts, yet they didn't know where to begin. Senior, when will we come back next time? Lin Mushi asked softly, her voice tinged with anticipation and reluctance. Qin Shen thought for a moment and said, there's a 5-day holiday during the May Day break. We can come back then. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi's gaze flickered slightly, and the sorrow of parting seemed to fade a bit. The next day, Qin Shen and Lin Mushi woke up on time as usual. Since the high-speed train ticket was scheduled to depart at 1:28 p.m., they planned to finish lunch early and head to the station. Chen Jiangwen went to work in the morning, returned at noon to send Qin Shen and the others to the high-speed rail station, and then continued working in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoying had taken the morning off to stay home and cook a good meal for them, as well as pack their belongings. Actually, most of the packing had already been done the night before. However, Lu Xiaoying was always worried she might have forgotten something. So she kept circling around the luggage. Every time she turned around, she would have another item in her hands, which she would stuff into an empty space. Qin Shen and Lin Mushi came downstairs and saw the two large suitcases in the living room, feeling both amused and exasperated. Mom, we're going to school, not fleeing a disaster. This is way too much. Lu Xiaoying hurriedly replied. It's not exaggerated. I've even prepared snacks for your roommates. Remember to share them with everyone when you get to school. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 apples from somewhere and stuffed them into the boxes. Around 11:30 p.m., Qin Jiangwen came home from work. Lunch was almost ready, and the family of 4 finished eating and got ready to leave. Lu Xiaoying didn't start work until 2:30 p.m., so she went out with the car, dropped off Qin Shen and Lin Mushi, and then went to work. As they neared their parting, everyone fell into silence along the way. About 20 minutes later, the car pulled into the underground parking lot of Guangdong City East High-Speed Railway Station. Qin Shen and Lin Mushi got out of the car. Qin Jiangwen opened the trunk, and Qin Shen took out the luggage. Dad, Mom, be careful on your way back. Qin Jiangwen took a suitcase and said, we'll walk you inside. Qin Shen saw this and didn't say much, letting him push him along. The father and son walked ahead, while Lu Xiaoying and Lin Mushi followed behind them. The 4 of them walked forward in silence. Sending a child off on a long journey, there will inevitably be a parting. When they reached the ticket gate, Qin Shen couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Qin Jiangwen also silently set down his luggage, his eyes filled with reluctance. Lu Xiaoying tightly held Lin Mushi's hand, her eyes already slightly reddened. Her voice trembled as she said, Sushi, remember to come back and visit during the next holiday. Auntie will cook you lots of delicious food. Lin Mushi felt a warm wave of emotion surge through her heart. She reached out and hugged Lu Xiaoying tightly, her voice firm. Okay, Auntie, I really love you. I will definitely come back next time. Lu Xiaoying listened to Lin Mushi's words, nodding repeatedly. The tears in her eyes finally couldn't hold back and began to fall. She gently patted Lin Mushi's back, repeating, yes, yes, yes. Auntie will wait for you to come back. I'll definitely wait for you to come back. Chapter 157, Am I that scary? Please keep reading. The two swiped their ID cards, passed through security, and entered the building. They turned around simultaneously and waved goodbye to Chen Jiangwen and Lu Xiaoying outside. Today I also took the high-speed rail to leave home. I really don't want to go. Chen Jiangwen and Lu Xiaoying stood there with reddened eyes, peering inside. When they saw Chen Chen and the others waving at them, they mimicked their gestures and waved goodbye. They kept watching until they could no longer see the two figures, unwilling to tear their gaze away. Finally, because they were blocking others' way, the two reluctantly turned back. Chen Jiangwen wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoying's shoulders. The two exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other, and walked toward the parking lot in silence. Chen Chen carried two suitcases, with Lin Mushi following behind him. The appearance of the handsome man and beautiful woman immediately caught the attention of everyone in the high-speed rail station hall. Look over there. That couple is absolutely stunning. Someone whispered in admiration. Wow, you're right. The girl is absolutely stunning, and the guy is so handsome and sunny. They look so perfect together. Another person agreed, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Qingyan, who had finally managed to snag a high-speed rail C ticket, was now standing in the bustling crowd. Although high-speed rail tickets were still more expensive than regular train tickets, they were much more affordable compared to the exorbitant soft sleeper tickets, and within her budget. She was confident she could endure the 12-hour journey. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly noticed that everyone around her was looking toward the VIP lounge. Curiosity got the better of her, and she followed their gaze. At that moment, a familiar figure caught her eye, causing her heart to skip a beat. Strange, I think I just saw Chen Chen again. Lin Qingyan murmured to herself. Lately, she felt like she was obsessed with him. Chen Chen's figure kept appearing in her mind without warning. Perhaps it was because his recent changes were simply too drastic to ignore. Recalling that day on the basketball court, the boy who had been dashing across the court with such vigor, Lin Qingyan's heart couldn't help but flutter, and her thoughts drifted away. There was no need to into the main compartment of the soft sleeper. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi arrived at the entrance to the soft sleeper, and staff immediately came over to verify their information and help with their luggage. Without having to push the luggage, Chen Chen felt much more relaxed. He naturally took Lin Mushi's hand and walked toward the rest area. In the rest area, some passengers were already waiting quietly for the train to arrive. When they saw Chen Chen and Lin Mushi walking in hand, they all raised their heads simultaneously, their gaze fixated on the handsome man and beautiful woman. Upon recognizing their faces, everyone couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. Lin Mushi felt the intense stares from those around her and instinctively moved closer to Chen Chen. Although she had grown accustomed to being the center of attention and receiving countless admiring glances since childhood, to be honest, she didn't particularly enjoy the feeling of being constantly watched. If she had been alone, she might have chosen to lower her head, quickly enter the lounge, and find a relatively secluded corner to sit quietly, just like she had done during the winter break. However, with Chen Chen by her side, Lin Mushi's mindset seemed to undergo a subtle shift. She no longer felt the urge to avoid those gazes but instead chose to face them bravely, even occasionally exchanging a smile with Chen Chen. When they settled into their seats and saw new passengers coming in, Lin Mushi smiled at Chen Chen and said, "Senior, do you remember when we returned from Jiangcheng? I was sitting in the restroom and saw you walk in. I thought you would sit next to me, but instead you chose the seat farthest from me." Chen Chen smiled helplessly. "Back then, you were acting so aloof and unapproachable. I dared not come near you. I was worried you were thinking, did he intentionally buy the same high-speed train ticket as me? Am I that scary?" "Not scary, just that your aura is so powerful it makes people naturally keep their distance." Chen Chen replied. "You're making things up. At school, there were so many people confessing their feelings to me every day. It wasn't anything like you're making it out to be," Lin Mushi said playfully. Lin Mushi was secretly relieved that she hadn't chosen to take the plane, otherwise, she would have missed out on such a great senior. Wait, that's not right. At the time, the flight was delayed due to snow. That's why she chose to take the high-speed rail. Maybe her mother knew she was coming back to see her, so this beautiful encounter was meant to be. But isn't that because you're not familiar with each other yet? Chen Chen said softly. What about now? Are we familiar enough? Lin Mushi asked with a hint of a smile. We're as familiar as can be. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and she asked, do you think I still give off that aloof vibe now? Chen Chen deliberately leaned closer to Lin Mushi, as if examining her closely to confirm whether she still maintained that aloof demeanor. Well, I think you should still keep a little distance like before, Chen Chen said half-jokingly. Why? Lin Mushi asked curiously. Because if you get too approachable, I'll have my hands full dealing with all the admirers swarming around you, Chen Chen teased. Lin Mushi gently rebutted, her voice soft yet firm, I'll never become like that. About half an hour later, a flight attendant came over to lead them to the plane. Everyone stood up, and Chen Chen and Lin Mushi followed suit. Chen Chen casually grabbed a handful of snacks from the table and stuffed them into his pockets. The way he did it reminded one of a small animal stockpiling food. It was adorable. Lin Mushi couldn't help but giggle, her eyebrows curving into crescent moons. It's delicious. Don't laugh, Chen Chen said, pretending to be serious, still clutching the snacks tightly in his hands. Lin Mushi's smile grew even brighter. She knew they were delicious. She had already tried them before the new year. They were given to her by her senior. Under the guidance of the flight attendant, passengers boarded the plane one after another until only Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were left. Chen Chen stood at the compartment door just like before, lifting his gaze to smile at her. You go first? You go first. Then I'll go in first. Lin Mushi. She blushed and followed Chen Chen into the carriage. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Mushi's gaze involuntarily swept around the surroundings. The familiar layout and seats seemed to instantly transport her back to those happy times. A warm and comforting feeling began to grow in her heart. "Cici, are you going to take off your clothes?" Hearing those words, Lin Mushi startled, her heart racing. Chapter 158, Revisiting High-Speed Rail Memories. Please keep reading. The car is warm, you don't need to wear so many clothes, Chen Chen said as he took off his jacket. He didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi saw this and slightly pursed her lips. She suddenly remembered that last year, on her first high-speed rail ride, her senior had said the same thing to her upon entering the carriage. A blush of shyness spread across her cheeks as she silently nodded, taking off her coat to reveal her graceful figure. They were traveling from the south to the north, so the clothes they were wearing weren't very thick, but they had packed thicker undershirts and jackets in their luggage. Once the high-speed train left the northern region and the temperature dropped, they would change into them, to ensure they wouldn't feel cold due to the temperature difference. She still remembered last year when Chen Chen forgot about the temperature difference between the north and south and didn't bring any thick clothes. Upon arrival, he nearly froze to the point of questioning his existence. In the end, he had to call his roommate, Liu Zihan, who brought him some warm clothes, preventing him from freezing into an ice sculpture. After organizing their luggage, the two sat facing each other in silence. As the high-speed train slowly began to move, it felt as though their hearts were setting off together. Soon, the scenery outside the window rushed by, like the sands of time, swiftly unfolding before their eyes and then fading away. The sight of familiar landscapes swiftly passing by and gradually becoming unfamiliar was truly melancholy. The starlight in Lin Mushi's eyes also faded slowly. Noticing this, Chen Chen took out 2 candies from his pocket and offered them to her. "Peanut candy. Want some?" Lin Mushi paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Sure." As she spoke, she reached out and took the candy from Chen Chen's palm, carefully unwrapped it, and placed a piece in her mouth. The sweet taste instantly blossomed on her tongue, like a gentle force, softly soothing the bitterness in her heart caused by the farewell. Chen Chen also unwrapped a piece and put it in his mouth. The two looked at each other and smiled. The sweet taste grew between them. The sound of a WeChat message came from Chen Chen's phone. He picked it up and saw it was from Liu Zihan. "Liu Zihan, I'm on the train. Have you boarded yet?" At Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled slightly, casually snapped a photo of the scenery rushing by outside the high-speed train window, and sent it back. "I'm on board." "Liu Zihan, did you bring anything to eat?" Chen Chen, "No." "Liu Zihan, what are you coming back for if you didn't bring any food? Hurry back and bring some. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I won't let you into the dorm. Why aren't you responding? You didn't really forget, did you? I still have the video from before the new year where you promised to bring it. If you dare not bring it, I'll really tell on you." Liu Zihan seemed bored, starting to spam the group chat non-stop. Within just a minute, there were already dozens of messages piled up. Various threats and jokes kept coming, making it hard to hold back a laugh. Chen Chen remained calm, typing in the chat window and replying. "It's been shipped." Liu Zihan, "Alright, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. What time will you arrive in Jiangcheng? I'll come to pick you up." Chen Chen, "Get lost." Liu Zihan, "Got it." The WeChat chat returned to calm. In the past few days, Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang haven't posted anything in the group chat. Only Liu Zihan remained as chatty as ever. Chen Chen occasionally saw her messages and replied a few times. Seeing Chen Chen smile gently, Lin Mushi curiously leaned over and asked, "Senior, what are you looking at?" Replying to my roommate. "You seem to get along really well with your roommate." Mentioning the roommates, Chen Chen's eyes softened slightly. "They're all great people. When we get back to school, I'll introduce you to them." Lin Mushi heard this, her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, and she happily agreed, "Sure." She then took out her phone and said, "The journey is long, and we've got nothing else to do. Senior, want to play a game?" This was exactly what Chen Chen had in mind. He replied, "Sure." However, this line of dialogue felt a bit familiar. Chen Chen didn't think much of it and picked up his phone again, opening the game. This time, he didn't use his secondary account, thinking that since he was just playing casually with her, his main account would suffice. Xiaoxi, this is my V10 account. You can share all the skins in my account, and using them will give you attribute bonuses. This year during the Spring Festival, Honor of Kings released several new skins, and Chen bought them all. It must be said that the skins released this year were all very visually appealing. Lan's wished to illuminate the 9 provinces, with her bold and heroic demeanor, exuding dominance. Daji's may light illuminate all beings is gentle and graceful, with an ethereal aura. Kaiwenji's wish to bestow blessings, prosperity, and longevity is lively and adorable, brimming with good fortune. These 6 skins are all to Chen's liking, so he didn't hesitate to buy them all. Lin Mushi skillfully operated her phone while softly saying, "No need, I've already bought them." Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look up in surprise. "When did you buy it?" Lin Mushi playfully blinked her eyes and smiled. "I'm buying them right now." Chen furrowed his brows slightly and tried to dissuade her. Buying now is a bad deal. The discounts aren't nearly as good as they were during the new year. You can use my skins too, it's really not necessary. Lin Mushi, however, shook her head indifferently and said, "I think the skins inside are all pretty cheap, so I bought them all. Some are limited time offers, so I couldn't buy them, which is a bit of a shame." As she spoke, she quickly purchased a few more skins. When she came across heroes she didn't have, she didn't hesitate to purchase them directly with points. Lin Mushi's thoughts were actually quite simple. Since she couldn't catch up to her senior in rank, she would at least strive to keep pace with him in terms of heroes and skins. Chen almost forgot his girlfriend was a total rich girl. The cost of those skins in the game was just a drop in the bucket for her. Lin Mushi was intently studying the items in her backpack when she noticed several roses lying inside. Curious, she asked, "Senior, what are these roses for in the game?" Chen smiled and explained, "These are used to increase intimacy. By the way, Cici, why don't we set up a couple relationship in the game too?" "A couple relationship? In the game?" Lin Mushi was slightly surprised. "It's a type of relationship in the game. There are couple relationships, sister and brother relationships, and several other titles." As he spoke, Chen clicked on the roses in his backpack and sent them to Lin Mushi. After meeting the requirements, he sent her a request to establish an intimacy relationship. "Please accept it." Listening to Chen's explanation, Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She recalled the times she had played games with her senior and encountered other couple players. However, at the time, they weren't in a relationship yet, so they hadn't established one. Later, they started dating but didn't have time to play games anymore. Now that they finally had some free time, she naturally wanted to officially announce their relationship in the game as well. Chapter 159, Targeted. Please keep reading. "Where should we meet?" she asked. Chen sat down beside her and patiently extended his finger, tapping on her phone screen. "Look, there are 2 little character icons. Tap on them, and you'll see an option called Intimate Relationship. Inside that, there's an application list. All you need to do is click Agree, and you're all set." After completing the operation, Chen said, "Now you can give me the roses in your backpack to increase our couple level." "Increase our couple level?" Lin Mushi's eyes lit up. She quickly handed all the roses in her backpack to Chen. However, since she hadn't played much, the number of roses wasn't actually very many. "I've given them all," Lin Mushi said regretfully. Chen said, "There's a chance to get roses in the treasure hunt, but you don't have enough diamonds or points yet. You can try again later when you've accumulated enough." But before he could finish speaking, Chen noticed that Lin Mushi had already started using points to purchase points. He hurriedly tried to stop her. "You don't actually need to spend money on this. You can gradually earn them while playing the game." In the game, Chen had always adhered to the principle of spending when necessary and saving when possible. However, Lin Mushi didn't care about the rules. Knowing that the treasure hunt had a chance to obtain a rose, she went all out, spending points to buy points and frantically entering the lottery as if her life depended on it. She didn't even glance at the other rewards, but as soon as she won a rose, she immediately gave it to Chen. Their couple level kept rising rapidly. However, there was a daily limit on the number of roses that could be given, with a maximum of 50 per type per day. Soon, the limit was reached. With roses piling up in her backpack that she couldn't send, Lin Mushi was deeply troubled. Why is there a limit? She wanted to reach the highest couple level with her senior and make everyone else envious. Chen explained, "If there were no limits, things would get chaotic. From now on, I'll come up every day to give you some roses. Can we start the game now?" Lin Mushi nodded. Chen created a matching room and invited Lin Mushi. The game started quickly. Seeing the heart symbol appear between them, Lin Mushi couldn't help but feel a surge of sweetness in her heart. Like she had eaten honey, so sweet that she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. However, her smile quickly faded. "Senior, I feel like we're being targeted," Lin Mushi said uncertainly. "Be confident. Drop the like." "We are being targeted," Chen said firmly. Lin Mushi looked confused. "Why is that?" Chen gently pointed at his phone screen, gesturing for her to look at the in-game message. Lin Mushi looked closely and saw a series of bold red text from the opposing jungler, Kai. We can lose the team fight, but the couple on the other side must die. She was stunned. Why would he say that? Chen Chen shook his head with a smile. Maybe it's because he's single himself. Does being single mean he has to target couples? That's way too harsh. Lin Mushi felt unjustly treated. Chen Chen continued to explain. In games, this kind of situation is actually pretty common. Some couple players don't come to the game to actually play, they're just there to show off their relationship. When the game encounters such couples, it often becomes one-sided, and over time, players start to avoid them. Sometimes, when they see a couple on the other side, they even intentionally target them. Chapter 160, Returning to Jiangcheng. Thank you for reading. Lin Mushi listened to Chen Chen's explanation, furrowed her brows slightly, and showed a hint of displeasure on her face. But we weren't showing off our affection. We just had a heart symbol on our heads. Chen Chen comforted her. In games, you don't always need to show off your affection. Just seeing the couple symbol makes some people see enemies everywhere, and they target you. Don't worry about them, just focus on your own game. As they spoke, another team battle erupted. The enemy player, Kai, was indeed like a shadow, closely watching Lin Mushi and charging at her whenever he had the chance, attempting to kill her. Lin Mushi did her best to dodge and counterattack, but under Kai's relentless assault, she gradually began to struggle. Just as Lin Mushi was about to give up, Chen Chen's voice came from beside her. Follow me closely after you revive. Lin Mushi looked up and saw Chen Chen intently staring at his phone screen. He was controlling the mad dog Dian Wei. Despite the unfavorable situation where all his teammates had been killed, he remained fearless, activating his ultimate ability with only half his health remaining and charging into the battlefield. Like an awakened beast, he swiftly eliminated all 5 enemy players. Pentakill! The game's thrilling announcement echoed, instantly igniting Lin Mushi's passion. Senior, you're so amazing! Lin Mushi exclaimed sincerely, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After securing the kills, Chen Chen swiftly took down the Wind Blast Dragon King. The rest of the game was a decisive victory. Yes! We won! Lin Mushi shouted excitedly, her face radiating with the joy of victory. Senior, you're amazing! Lin Mushi excitedly threw herself into Chen Chen's arms, and the two of them fell onto the bed together. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing between them. As their eyes met, their gazes were no longer shy or reserved like when they first met. Lin Mushi lay on top of him, their breaths intertwining, the air filled with an indescribable intimacy and warmth. The high-speed train arrived in Jiangcheng at midnight. Recalling the journey home earlier in the year, the scenery outside the window had gradually transformed from a snow-covered white landscape into a vibrant green, as if witnessing the changing of the seasons. Yet now, the scenery before them was completely different, as if time had reversed or foretold the beginning of something new. As they entered the vicinity of Jiangcheng, the two of them put on thicker, warmer clothes. As they exited the high-speed rail station, a biting cold wind swept over them, causing them to instinctively pull their collars tighter. Chen Chen pushed 2 heavy suitcases with both hands, his steps steady and resolute. While Lin Mushi clung tightly to his side, like a fledgling bird seeking shelter, small and fragile, pressing her body close to Chen Chen as if she could draw a bit of warmth from him. It's too late. Why don't you go home tomorrow? According to the original plan, Lin Mushi was supposed to go home after returning to Jiangcheng. However, she hadn't informed her father of her return time, so at this moment, Lin Haotian hadn't sent a driver to pick her up. Chen Chen was unaware of any of this. In his view, it was too late now, so it would be more appropriate to rest nearby for the night and return early tomorrow morning. Chen Chen took Lin Mushi to a decent-looking hotel and booked a room. Carrying their luggage inside after a 12-hour drive, the two were completely exhausted. With a place to stay, they both sighed in relief. Chapter 161, The Legendary Second-Ranked Beauty of Qin Academy. Please keep reading. Chen Chen went to put away the luggage. Ding ding ding. A crisp doorbell rang suddenly in the hotel room, breaking the temporary silence. Lin Mushi's eyes flickered with confusion. Who could it be at this late hour? Thinking of something, Lin Mushi hurried to open the door. Opening the door, she saw a girl standing there wearing a fur coat, high heels, with long, wavy hair, and meticulously applied makeup. Upon seeing Lin Mushi, the woman spoke in a tone completely at odds with her appearance. Surprised? Unexpected? Yao Yao, how did you know we were here? Lin Mushi asked in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Her gaze then naturally fell on the 2 burly bodyguards dressed in black standing beside Xinyao, making her even more puzzled. Before leaving, she had told Xinyao the approximate time she would arrive in Jiangcheng. Since she arrived too late, she hadn't asked her to pick her up. She had also informed Xinyao that she would be going home first. She had planned to contact her after returning home. But to her surprise, she had found her. Xinyao gently waved her hand to signal the bodyguards outside to stay and wait, then she elegantly stepped into the house. Her gaze fell on Lin Mushi's face. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Let me take a look at you. You've gotten so tan. Lin Mushi touched her face. She had indeed been out in the sun every day in Guangzhou. Additionally, with little skin care, it appears significantly darker compared to earlier this year. However, it now has a healthy complexion. Looking at her overall appearance, she seems much more gentle. To put it another way, she now has a certain vibrancy. Before, she was so aloof and cold, like a fairy who didn't touch the mundane world. If we hadn't known each other for so many years, I wouldn't have recognized you just now. Lin Mushi asked again, how did you know we came to this hotel? Xinyao smiled confidently and said, as long as you're back in Zhangcheng, finding out your whereabouts is a piece of cake. Lin Mushi thought about it and realized she was right. She had just thought it was her father. Chen Shen had just finished unpacking his luggage and stepped out of the room, asking with a touch of curiosity. Junior, who could it be at this late hour? Before he could finish, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing in their room, as if she belonged to a different world. For a moment, his mind seemed to freeze. He wasn't unaware that hotels near places like train stations often had women knocking on doors at night. He had encountered such situations before when he first came to Jiangcheng to study. At the time, it was around the same time of night. He heard someone knocking on the door and didn't think much of it, so he opened the door. A woman tried to force her way in, but he reacted quickly enough to stop her from entering. After finding out what had happened, he quickly closed the door and locked it, feeling both relieved and on edge. Strange, when he checked into the room tonight, there were clearly two people. Why would another girl come looking for him? Wait a moment, she seems familiar. When Chen Chen came out, Lin Mushi immediately ran over and hugged his arm. Senior, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Xinyao. Yao Yao, this is Senior Chen Chen. Chen Chen studied Xinyao carefully, unable to help but admire her. This was truly the first time he had seen a girl who perfectly blended cuteness and allure. So this was the legendary second-ranked school beauty. No wonder he felt she looked familiar. She's much more beautiful in person than in photos. But Xiao Shi is still the prettiest. Chen Chen added silently in his mind. Xinyao stood beside him with her arms crossed. The moment she saw Chen Chen, a spark seemed to flicker in her eyes. Clearly, she currently had reservations about Chen Chen. Xinyao, hello, Chen Chen greeted her politely and gently. Hello, Chen Chen, Xinyao replied with a smile. But for some reason, Chen Chen detected a hint of gritted teeth in her smile. He couldn't help but wonder where he had offended this school beauty. If he remembered correctly, this was their first meeting. Since I'm already here, I've decided to stay with you tonight. I'll share a room with Lin Mushi, and you can have your own room, senior. As she spoke, Xinyao glanced at Chen Chen, her gaze carrying a hint of challenge. Senior, you won't mind, will you? Chen Chen confirmed that he had indeed inadvertently offended this younger female classmate, and a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. He maintained his composure and replied, I don't mind. If you don't mind, that is fine. But this room is too small. Come with me. Chen Chen furrowed his brows slightly. It's already very late, and we have to check out early tomorrow morning. There's not much time left before dawn. There's really no need to go through all that trouble. The two had just endured a 12-hour high-speed rail journey and were utterly exhausted. Plus, the room had already been arranged, and changing it would be a hassle. Lin Mushi nodded in agreement beside him, supporting Chen Chen's opinion. Xinyao said arrogantly, even if I only stay for an hour, I won't settle for anything less. After speaking, she linked her arm through Lin Mushi's and walked out the door, instructing the two bodyguards. Go inside and get the luggage. Xinyao led Lin Mushi and Chen Chen to a nearby 7-star hotel named Platinum Joy. Such a hotel is so luxurious that even passing by the entrance feels like a privilege. Those who stay at such hotels are not particularly concerned about price, they value impeccable service and an unparalleled experience above all else. Chen Chen had vaguely guessed that Xinyao's not settling for anything less might involve some standards, but he never imagined she would choose such a high-end hotel. Staying here for one night must be extremely expensive. I wonder if my wallet can handle it. If it's too much, it's so late now, and I don't think there's anyone I can borrow money from. My parents are already asleep. The guy's in the dorm. Lu Zihan isn't an option, he's as poor as a church mouse. As for Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang, a small amount might be manageable, but anything over 3,000 or 5,000 would be tough. Xinyao suddenly turned her head and looked at Chen Chen, asking with a half smile. Senior, are you thinking about whether staying here for one night will be too much for your wallet? Chen Chen. Was he really that obvious? Xinyao didn't seem ready to let it go and pressed further. Do you know how much it costs to stay in a super luxury suite here for one night? Chen Chen honestly shook his head, I don't know. But he knew that an ultra-luxury suite must be even more expensive. Xinyao said casually. A night in an ultra-luxury suite here is only around 10,000 yuan. How about it, senior? Do you have enough money? That is so expensive. A night costs over 10,000 yuan. What does that even mean? Let alone the fact that he is just a college student. Even since I started writing books, I haven't earned that much money. My wallet really can't handle this. If we leave now, is it still possible? Chapter 162, worried he might be scared away. Seeing Xinyao teasing Chen Chen, Lin Mushi quietly approached Chen Chen and whispered comfortingly. Don't worry, this hotel is owned by Yao Yao's family. We don't have to pay to stay here. After saying that, she gave Qin Yao a playful glare. Yao Yao, stop teasing the senior. Qin Yao heard this, gave a soft hum, and raised her chin slightly, looking a bit proud. It's his fault for blocking me on WeChat. Even though he added me back, he doesn't respond to my messages. Chen. So that's where the problem lies. No wonder she has had a bone to pick with him since they first met. He hurriedly explained, I blocked you because I didn't know that person was you. Qin Yao persisted, but when I messaged you later, why didn't you reply? Shen replied helplessly, you just asked if I was there, you didn't say anything else, so I didn't reply. Qin Yao paused, feeling a bit guilty, is that so? Never mind, this lady is magnanimous. I'll forgive you. Thank you so much, Colonel Qin. Before Chen Shen and his group had even reached the hotel entrance, the lobby manager had already led a row of concierge ladies in a respectful line to greet them. Welcome, Miss Qin Yao, Miss Lin Mushi, and this, gentleman. Chen Shen scratched his nose. Are the suites ready? Qin Yao asked. It's already ready. Alright, lead the way. The hotel manager personally escorted Chen Shen and his party to the presidential suite. This luxurious residence featured a master bedroom and a guest bedroom, each with its own private bathroom. Additionally, the property features a leisure and entertainment hall, a spacious living room, an elegant study, a luxurious bathroom, a fully equipped gym, an indoor swimming pool, a stylish bar counter, and a private garden, offering everything one could desire and exuding elegance and luxury. Qin Yao and Lin Mushi are staying in the master bedroom, while Chen Shen is sleeping in the guest bedroom. The luggage has already been placed in advance. The guest bedroom in a 7-star hotel surpasses the top-tier amenities of ordinary hotels in both comfort and luxury, creating a refined and elegant sanctuary. The room is filled with the subtle scent of lavender, and the Italian hand-sewn bedding is covered with soft silk. Soft light filters through the elegant crystal chandeliers, harmonizing with the abstract artworks on the walls to create a modern yet warm ambience. The spacious floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the city's dazzling nightscape, with the twinkling lights of skyscrapers blending seamlessly with the distant stars on the horizon, creating a mesmerizing panorama. The mini-bar offers a variety of imported snacks, premium teas, and fine wines from around the world. 24-hour room service is available. In the bathroom, a marble bathtub is adorned with a selection of premium toiletries, complemented by a smart adjustable shower system. Absolutely luxurious. Chen Shen washed away the fatigue and dust of the day, lying on the luxurious bed, yet he couldn't sleep. I wonder what Xiaoxi is doing right now. Has she fallen asleep yet? Or is she still chatting with her best friend all night long? They say that conversations between best friends are wild and open. I wonder what they're talking about. Meanwhile, in the luxurious bathroom of the master bedroom, the spacious marble bathtub is filled with steam, and the misty fog swirls around, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. In the hazy mist, two slender figures appear and disappear, adding a touch of mystery and beauty. Qin Yao lay lazily on the edge of the bathtub, her gaze drifting toward Lin Mushi beside her. The daughter of the prestigious Xingxi group, yet you're staying in such a place? Don't tell me Uncle Lin cancelled your card. At that moment, Lin Mushi's long hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling onto her shoulders, adding a touch of laziness and softness to her appearance. At that moment, Lin Mushi seemed to be her true self, noble and elegant, a true socialite. Yao, don't tell the senior my identity yet. At school, everyone knew Lin Mushi's family was wealthy, but no one knew exactly how much they were worth. Chen Shen naturally didn't know either. He simply assumed that Lin Mushi was just the typical daughter of a wealthy family. But if he were to find out that she was the daughter of Shang-Shi, he might truly be scared away. The senior's family were down-to-earth, hard-working, and modest people. Deep down, Lin Mushi truly didn't want her background to create any barriers between them, and she certainly didn't want them to drift apart because of it. I understand your concerns, Cici, Qin Yao replied earnestly, her eyes filled with understanding and support. Don't worry. I've already told Uncle about your situation. I just don't know if he took it to heart. However, he didn't force you to come back to Jiangcheng, so I assume he's not as opposed to the two of you being together as he might seem. As for whether you'll end up together, that's up to the two of you. Yao, thank you. Qin Yao smiled at Lin Mushi, her eyes twinkling with mischief, and asked softly, be honest, have you two done that yet? Her curiosity was clearly unbearable. Lin Mushi blushed upon hearing this, her cheeks turning crimson. You asked me to sleep with you just to talk about this, she said, blushing and playfully scolding him. Qin Yao replied seriously, as your best friend, I not only care about your happiness but also your sexual happiness. No, Lin Mushi whispered, her face flushing even redder. Qin Yao looked around nervously, as if searching for clues, then joked half seriously, could it be that your senior isn't up to the task? Lin Mushi grew even more flustered. I don't know. Such an important matter, and you don't even know? Qin Yao feigned surprise. Did you two sleep together and not even kiss? In recent days, Qin Yao had devoured several romance novels, feeling she had accumulated quite a bit of theoretical knowledge in matters of love. At that moment, she felt completely qualified to act as Lin Mushi's love advisor. Lin Mushi. Seeing Lin Mushi grow even more bashful, Qin Yao understood, looking at you like this, I can tell you've definitely kissed. Earlier, when I saw the senior in person, to be honest. Lin Mushi couldn't wait to ask, what was it like? Xin Yao's eyes flickered with envy as she spoke slowly. He's more handsome than I imagined. As for his personality, we've just met, so I don't know much yet. But when I saw him looking worried about not having enough money to pay, he was really cute. If it were anyone else, they'd probably have run away right away. He's sincere and straightforward, with no trace of hypocrisy or affectation. In this fast-paced society, people like him are truly rare. Lin Mushi gave her a playful scold and laughed. You're the one talking? You started teasing him the moment you met him. Chapter 163, it's not like I'd never seen it before, thanks for reading. Xin Yao playfully laughed, it's just a little fun. It won't hurt anyone. Lin Mushi feigned displeasure and hummed, wait until you have a boyfriend, then let me play with him like this too. Aren't you afraid your senior will get jealous? I'll just play with him too. You're so bad. You've been with your senior for a whole month, you've gone bad, haven't you? Wait till I tickle you. Ah, don't tickle there, it's itchy. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the main bedroom door was not fully closed, leaving a small gap. Chen Chen lay on the bed in the guest bedroom, and through the slightly open door, he could clearly hear the crisp, pleasant laughter coming from the master bedroom. He couldn't help but wonder, I wonder what they're talking about, laughing so happily. Realizing what he was thinking, Chen Chen's expression involuntarily changed slightly. He quickly banished those inappropriate thoughts from his mind and tried to refocus his thoughts. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him, closed his eyes, and attempted to fall asleep. However, he couldn't sleep. He simply couldn't sleep. Since he couldn't sleep, he didn't force himself to try. He got up and decided to take a good look around this ultra-luxurious suite to see what it had to offer. He decided to take a few photos as well, so he could show them off to his roommates later and make them jealous. In the master bedroom, Lin Mushi and Xin Yao had just finished bathing and stepped out of the bathtub. Xin Yao's gaze inadvertently swept over Lin Mushi's curvaceous, breathtaking figure, and she couldn't help but praise sincerely. Your figure is so stunning that even I, as a girl, would bleed from my nose. I can't imagine how the senior managed to resist. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed with a blush of shyness. She quickly reached for the bathrobe nearby and wrapped herself in it, covering the alluring curves that had caught everyone's attention. She lowered her head, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, partially covering her face. Xin Yao, seeing this, curved her lips into a playful smile. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm not talking to you. Lin Mushi spoke, then hurriedly left the bathroom as if avoiding something, her steps carrying a hint of panic. From behind, Xin Yao's voice carried a hint of laughter. Where are you going? Lin Mushi replied nervously, I'm going out for some fresh air. Xin Yao heard this, let out a soft sigh, and her eyes sparkled with a knowing glint. She knew it, getting some fresh air was just an excuse. She was really going to find someone, wasn't she? Lin Mushi emerged from the bedroom and took a deep breath. Yao, this girl is getting more and more open-minded. In the spacious living room of the suite, a familiar figure stood quietly at the edge of the balcony, as if merging with the outside world. Soft light bathed him, casting a faint golden glow over him. For no apparent reason, Lin Mushi felt that the figure seemed to emit a sense of loneliness. This feeling made Lin Mushi's heart skip a beat, and she called out, Senior, you're not asleep yet? Chen Chen turned at the sound and, upon seeing Lin Mushi, paused slightly, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Glancing at her, who was only wearing a bathrobe, Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and said, No. You're not asleep either. Lin Mushi slowly approached him, almost instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Shen's waist from behind, drawing herself closer to him. Chen Shen could clearly feel two balls pressing against his back. He turned around, turning the tables and embracing Lin Mushi in his arms. As he inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from her body, Chen Shen's previously restless heart gradually calmed down. Senior, did you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep? Lin Mushi's voice came from his chest, tinged with a hint of shyness and a muffled sound. Chen Shen tightened his arms around her and said, Yes, I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about you. Me too. Lin Mushi struggled slightly, trying to lift her head to look at him. Chen Shen tightened his arms. Don't move, let me hold you tighter. Lin Mushi froze, letting him hold her like that. If I don't come out of the room, you weren't planning to stay here all night watching the night view, were you? Chen Chen replied. The night view here is beautiful. Are you more beautiful than the night view? No. I'll go home tomorrow and come back to find you soon. She understood his inner anxiety. Chen Chen rested his chin on her shoulder and said, I know. Do you know it's late at night and you're still out in the living room instead of sleeping? Chen Chen didn't say anything, instead beginning to gently stroke Lin Mushi's forehead, cheeks, and lips. They were immersed in their own world, as if everything else in the world was irrelevant to them. Just then, an untimely sound suddenly rang out. This abrupt sound disrupted their tender moment. Chen Chen paused, glancing sideways to see Xin Yao wearing the same bathrobe as Lin Mushi, her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the doorframe. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam as she watched them with interest. Go ahead, don't mind me. She showed no sign of being the third wheel. Almost forgot Xin Yao was also staying in the same suite with them. Caught in the act of stealing a kiss, Chen Chan and Lin Mushi let go of each other. Lin Mushi, her cheeks flushed, walked over to Qingyao, took her hand, and led her toward the master bedroom. It's late. Let us go to bed. Qingyao let her lead her into the room. Sitting on the bed, Qingyao curiously asked, by the way, what does it feel like to kiss someone? Earlier, she had seen them so engrossed, looking so enjoying it, it seemed pretty nice. The embarrassment of being caught peeping made Lin Mushi's heart race. Now that Qingyao was asking so directly, she felt as though her entire body was on fire, hot enough to smoke. You could just try it with someone else and see, Lin Mushi whispered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks so red they seemed ready to bleed. Qingyao narrowed her eyes and looked at her. Where am I supposed to find someone to try it with right now? Besides, I don't want to just pick anyone. I need someone who can make my heart race. Just tell me directly. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she deliberately turned her face away. Such things must be experienced firsthand to truly understand their beauty. Just tell me if it's good or not. Lin Mushi nodded gently, alright. The air was filled with the sweet scent of love, and Qingyao suddenly said, forget it, just go. Lin Mushi turned her face back and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Go sleep with your senior. Seeing Lin Mushi standing there motionless, Qingyao grabbed her shoulders and pushed her out the door, slamming it shut with a bang. Lin Mushi rubbed her nose and muttered, but we agreed you'd sleep with me, right? Chapter 164, Senior, listen to my defense, please keep reading. Sure enough, a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. Lin Mushi was about to leave when the door suddenly opened again. Qingyao didn't say a word, pulling Lin Mushi back into the room and closing the door behind her. Immediately afterward, she mysteriously pulled out 2 bags from behind her back and shoved them into Lin Mushi's hands. Lin Mushi looked down and her cheeks turned as red as fire, almost dropping the items she was holding. Yao, why are you giving me this suddenly? Her voice carried a mix of surprise and shyness. Qingyao gave her a knowing look. Couples about to part ways usually can't help themselves. Lin Mushi couldn't help but laugh and cry, you don't even have a boyfriend, why would you have these things prepared? Besides, I'm just going home for a while. I'm not going to see my senior again forever. School starts soon, and I have to go back. She really wanted to know what was going on in Qingyao's head. How could she be more anxious about this than her official girlfriend? Qingyao spoke calmly yet with a hint of depth. Just take the backup. I'm doing this for your own good. You don't want to get into trouble before you graduate, do you? Though I wouldn't mind, of course. Qingyao didn't miss the wolf-like expression on the senior's face when he kissed Lin Mushi earlier. Her instincts told her that tonight was going to be dangerous. So she quickly found these 2 items in the room and immediately reminded her best friend. Oh, and to avoid disturbing you, I'll head home soon. So don't feel any pressure. Just follow your heart. As the novel said, the first time is always very nerve-wracking. And some people might not even succeed. Even if they do, the experience isn't that great. So, thinking about her best friend's sexual happiness, Qingyao decided it was best for her to stay out of the way. Before Lin Mushi could react, Qingyao had already quickly changed into her clothes, smiled, and walked out of the room, leaving Lin Mushi stunned. At that moment, Chen Chen was still sitting in the living room. Seeing this, he was taken aback. Qingyao smiled and said, Senior, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. Chen Chen paused for a moment before saying, Go home? But it's so late now. It's not safe to go back. Why not wait until morning? Upon hearing this, Qingyao smiled slightly. Senior, don't forget, I have 2 tall bodyguards with me, so there's no need to worry about safety. After saying that, she swayed her hips and left the suite. After Qingyao left, the spacious suite was left with only Chen Chen and Lin Mushi. In the master bedroom, Lin Mushi tightly clutched the 2 bags Qingyao had left behind, feeling both nervous and excited. There was also a hint of conflict in her thoughts, were they really going to? Just as he was thinking, Chen Chen's figure appeared in the room. Qingyao has left. Lin Mushi quickly hid the items behind her back, making sure Chen Chen didn't see them. Although they had plenty of intimate moments together. But as a girl, actively preparing such things might seem too forward. Oh, she told me. Lin Mushi tried to make her voice sound natural. Chen Chen noticed something off about Lin Mushi and walked over, asking with concern. Cici, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Really? You must be mistaken. Let me check. Chen Chen reached out to touch Lin Mushi's forehead, but she wasn't feverish. I told you you were mistaken. Really? Let me take another look. Lin Mushi felt the sudden rush of masculine breath and instinctively leaned backward. However, there was nothing behind her, and her body lost its support, about to fall backward. Just as she was about to fall, a strong, muscular hand steadied her back. The breath grew closer, and Chen Chen took the opportunity to lean in, kissing Lin Mushi's lips firmly. The 2 of them fell onto the bed and stabilized themselves. Lin Mushi instantly forgot everything and responded enthusiastically to Chen Chen. Chen Chen's hand slid from her waist to Lin Mushi's hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. Normally, when they were intimate, Chen Chen would wrap his arms around her waist. This was the first time they had intertwined their fingers like this. Then, he elegantly noticed what Lin Mushi was holding in her hand. Chen Chen, ? Lin Mushi. Senior, let me explain, no, let me clarify. Question. When you're being intimate with your boyfriend and he discovers you've been hiding that kind of thing, how do you explain it? Lin Mushi sat across from Chen Chen, with the two bags of items placed on the table between them, resembling a tripartite interrogation. Chen Chen broke the silence first. So, what you're saying is that Qi Niao came over specifically to give you this thing? No, she came mainly to see you. After all, the fact that I have a boyfriend wasn't something she was informed about right away. So, Qi Niao is satisfied with me as your best friend's boyfriend, so she left this for us to be alone together? Getting approval from his girlfriend's best friend made Chen Chen feel quite happy. But there was no need to be so considerate. Lin Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed red. She awkwardly grabbed a pillow from the sofa, half covering her face, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Maybe, perhaps, that's what she meant. Then why 2 bags? Lin Mushi. Why 2 bags? She didn't know either. Yao Yao hadn't said anything. Chen Chen suddenly stood up and Lin Mushi, startled by his sudden movement, looked up at him in shock. Is it coming? The couple's moment in the spotlight. Then she heard him say, it's late. Let us go to sleep. Lin Mushi blinked, seemingly surprised by his words. Chen Chen looked at her and asked. Are you disappointed? A little. I'm not ugly, but I've been trying to win you over for so long and haven't succeeded yet. I'm starting to doubt myself. You don't need to doubt yourself. You've always been very attractive to me. Then why? Do you think I do something so sacred with you in the suite your best friend owns? Then when can we? Realizing what she had said, Lin Mushi buried her head in Chen Chen's chest. Wait until I make some money. I can't afford such a luxurious suite for you, but it won't be too bad. He didn't wanna hear Qi Niao say later, don't forget, the first time you stayed there, I paid for it. Was also my idea. Don't get too involved. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Lin Mushi woke up. When she woke up, Chen Chen was still asleep. As he slept, his breathing was steady and deep. Lying in his arms, she felt at ease. If she could, Lin Mushi wanted to stay with him a little longer. However, the driver was already waiting for her at the hotel entrance, so she couldn't sleep any longer. She lay beside Chen Chen, tracing the contours of his features with her fingers, before reluctantly getting up, washing, and dressing, moving as gently as possible, as if afraid to disturb him. Chapter 165, Lin Mushi returns home. Continuation from before. Thank you for reading. Before leaving the room, she returned to the bedside, knelt down on the ground, and gazed at Chen Chen sleeping soundly on the bed, as if trying to imprint his face into her memory. As if sensing her presence, Chen Chen woke up at just the right moment. Seeing Chen Chen awake, her heart skipped a beat. She had already been reluctant to leave. Now, she felt even more reluctant to leave. Chen Chen embraced Lin Mushi tightly and asked softly. Are we going home now? Lin Mushi snuggled against his chest, her voice as soft as a whisper. It's time to go home. I'll walk you home. As he spoke, Chen Chen got up. Lin Mushi hurriedly held him back. No need. My family will come to pick me up. You should sleep a little longer. Chen Chen said. I'll come back and sleep after I drop you off. Lin Mushi heard this, and a fleeting hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. She gently lowered her head, her long hair covering half of her cheek, her voice growing even softer. Senior, please don't send me. Okay? Why? Lin Mushi's small hands gently traced circles on his chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Because I'm worried that after you send me out, I won't want to leave. Though they had only spent a month together, they felt as though they were already inseparable. Parting at this moment felt like someone was slicing flesh with a knife, causing her heart to ache with each beat. Chen Chen opened his mouth, but all the words seemed to choke in his throat, and in the end, he said nothing. Just then, Lin Mushi suddenly lifted her head, approaching him with an almost reverent expression, and gently pressed her lips against his. Her kiss was gentle and delicate, as if savoring the most precious delicacy in the world. Every subtle touch was filled with cherishment and tenderness, as if she feared that devouring it too quickly would obscure its purity and beauty. Chen Chen was startled at first, but soon moved by Lin Mushi's tenderness, he deepened the kiss, filled with an indescribable passion and depth. Unlike Lin Mushi's brief and tentative kiss, his was passionate and intense, as if he wanted to merge her entirely into his embrace, never to part. In that moment, the two seemed to forget everything else, their hearts beating and breathing in unison, unwilling to part. After an unknown amount of time, when their lips finally parted slowly, the air was filled with lingering tenderness and reluctance. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi locked eyes, their gazes filled with unyielding sparks and deep longing. Their breathing was still slightly hurried, and their cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. See. Chen Chen's voice was hoarse, as if he had just endured a long and intense battle. His eyes were filled with deep affection and reluctance. Let's go back. Lin Mushi smiled gently. Alright, I'll go back first. Chen Chen held her hand and gently wiped it with his fingertips. Alright. As Lin Mushi stepped out of the suite, two men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses approached her respectfully, politely taking the luggage from her hands, and in unison, they spoke in low, firm voices. "Good evening, Miss Lin." Lin Mushi signaled with her eyes for them to keep a low profile. One of the men, a middle-aged man with a steady demeanor, lowered his voice and said, "Miss Lin, the car has been waiting downstairs for some time. Let's go." An hour later, Lin Mushi returned to the grand villa of the Lin family, perched on the slopes of a hill. As the Rolls-Royce slowly drove through the villa gates, the servants who had been waiting by the door quickly straightened their attire and stood at attention, ready to greet her return with the utmost respect. Upon seeing Lin Mushi, everyone bowed deeply and shouted in unison, "Good evening, Miss Lin." Their voices were in perfect unison, filled with respect. Lin Mushi nodded slightly and stepped into the home she had been away from for over a month with a composed demeanor. The first thing she asked upon returning was, "Wang Ma, where is father?" A middle-aged woman dressed in neat maid's attire came over upon hearing her voice, her face adorned with a warm smile, and explained to her, "Miss Lin, the master is currently abroad." Lin Mushi furrowed her brows. Abroad again? Just then, her phone rang. Lin Mushi glanced at it. It was her father calling. She pressed the answer button, and a middle-aged man with a distinguished appearance appeared on the screen. "Are you back?" Lin Haoyan asked. "I'm back," Lin Mushi replied. The middle-aged man who had returned with Lin Mushi let out an almost imperceptible sigh. The conversation between the young miss and the old master made it seem as though they weren't very familiar with each other. Lin Haoyan studied his daughter closely on the screen and smiled. "You've gotten a bit darker, but you've also gained some weight. Your complexion looks good. Why didn't you bring him back with you?" Lin Mushi heard this and paused for a moment, clearly not expecting her father to bring up Chen Chen on his own. She hesitated before saying, "Dad, you." Lin Haoyan smiled. "You've already established a relationship. I just want to meet him. That's not too much to ask, is it?" Lin Mushi bit her lip. "It's not unreasonable. I thought you wouldn't want to see him, so I didn't bring him back with me." She wasn't used to saying so much to her father at once. "I'm currently abroad and will be back in about a month. When I return, bring him along and we'll have dinner together." Lin Mushi said, "All right. If he dares to bully you, remember to come home immediately. Dad will always be your strongest support." Lin Mushi bit her lips tightly, her heart filled with complex emotions, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Lin Haoyan sighed, his tone growing softer. "It was all Dad's fault for not understanding you better. From now on, if you ever want to go back to Guangzhou to see your mother, feel free to go. Don't leave without a word like this time. If something happens to you, what would Dad do?" It wasn't until that moment that Lin Mushi suddenly realized that her father had always loved her deeply. But that deep love had been hidden behind her aloof exterior, causing the father and daughter to grow apart over time. It turned out that the senior had been right after all. Though parents may seem like they have nothing to say to their children, they actually care about us more than anyone else. A warm wave surged through her heart, mingled with a touch of guilt and self-reproach. Lin Mushi nodded gently. "All right. Your Aunt Zhu is still abroad. If you're not ready to see her yet, there's no need to rush. Whenever you're ready to meet her, just let your father know." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Mushi sighed in relief. At that moment, she truly didn't know how to face Aunt Zhu and her sister she had never met before. After Lin Mushi left, Chen Chen couldn't sleep anymore. He lay flat on the extravagantly luxurious bed, but his heart felt hollow and empty. He lay there in a daze, time seeming to stand still. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chen finally snapped out of his daze and muttered to himself, "It's not like we'll never see each other again. Why act like it's the end of the world?" Chapter 166. Everyone else is just fine, only you've changed. Please keep reading. After coming to terms with it, Chen Chen got up to wash and brush his teeth. On his way through the lobby, he stopped by the pool for a swim. It must be said that a 7-star hotel is truly extraordinary. Every detail exudes its unique luxury and elegance. The pool area was especially enchanting, with crystal clear water reflecting the dazzling crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, creating the illusion of being in a magical underwater palace. Swimming here was not just a physical workout but also a spiritual cleansing. After swimming, Chen Chen felt completely refreshed, as if all his worries and stress had been washed away with the water. He wrapped himself in a towel and returned to his room. It was almost time, and the hotel butler brought the food. Without a doubt, all the ingredients were of the highest quality. Some of them were so unfamiliar that Chen Chen had never even heard of them before. The food was both delicious and a pleasure to eat. Is this what life is like for the wealthy? It was simple yet elegant. After finishing lunch, Chen Chen dressed and prepared to return to school. No matter how good this place is, it's not somewhere he should linger. Some things are best enjoyed in moderation. They shouldn't become an addiction. Once desire gets involved, things tend to go sour. His phone buzzed. It was Liu Zihan tagging him in the group chat. "Chen, I just got off the train. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. At Chen Chen." Chen Chen opened the group chat page and quickly typed a few words. "Platinum Joy Hotel. Where are you? Platinum Joy Hotel." Are you passing by the entrance? Wait there, I'll come pick you up right away. Chen Chen. Chen Chen walked out of the hotel with his luggage, and Lu Zihan had just arrived as well. After walking a few steps, he heard someone calling his name. Chen, over here. Lu Zihan was standing next to a green taxi, waving vigorously at Chen Chen. He was taller than Chen Chen, standing at 180 centimeters, with a crew cut, a muscular build, and slightly tanned skin. When he smiled, his teeth were bright white, giving him a down-to-earth appearance. Chen Chen, carrying his luggage, hurried toward him and tapped his shoulder. You actually took a taxi? You're pretty bold, aren't you? Liu Zihan was known in the dormitory as a spendthrift, surviving each month on instant noodles and handouts from his roommates. He was the dorm's unofficial adopted son. Liu Zihan showed teeth. It's almost the new year, right? I've got a little extra money. Chen Chen believed him usually. When Liu Zihan said he had a little extra money, it wasn't a small amount. Which hotel did you stay at last night? Chen Chen replied casually. Platinum Joy. I already told you on WeChat. Liu Zihan smiled and didn't respond, assuming he was joking. People like them, who were barely scraping by, could at best afford a hotel slightly better than a student dorm. Staying at a 7-star hotel? They wouldn't even dare to dream of doing something like that. Has the package arrived yet? Liu Zihan asked instead. I sent it via SF Express. It's currently being delivered. No wonder it's our dad, he's always so efficient. Chen Chen shot him a disdainful glance, placed his luggage in the trunk, and the two got into a taxi, heading toward the university. The Platinum Joy Hotel was not far from Jiangcheng University. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the dormitory building. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang had already arrived. At that moment, they were sitting on their beds playing games. Upon seeing Chen Chen and Liu Zihan arrive, they immediately sat up. You're here. We're here. After finishing a game, Jiang Tao climbed down from the top bunk and circled around Chen Chen several times. Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy under his sudden attention and took a few steps back, asking in confusion. What are you doing? Liu Zihan put his luggage away while saying. Yeah, Jiang Tao, what is going on? Even if your New Year's matchmaking failed, you can't go after your brother like this. Jiang Tao turned and shot Liu Zihan a disdainful glance. Get lost. After saying that, he turned back and stared intently at Chen Chen. Something's off with you, kid. Liu Zihan asked curiously, what's wrong? Chen Chen also wanted to know. Even Zhou Yuyang, who rarely got out of bed, peeked his head out and looked at Jiang Tao in surprise. Jiang Tao looked serious, as if he had discovered some great secret. Don't you think Chen Ergu has a certain husbandly aura about him since he came back? Married man's scent? Liu Zihan sniffed around Chen Chen like a dog. No, how did you notice that? Zhou Yuyang also began to take Chen Chen seriously. There is definitely that vibe. Liu Zihan exclaimed in surprise, wow. So you really did get out of the single life, didn't you? Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. I didn't hide it from you guys, you just didn't believe me. Liu Zihan wouldn't let it go. Zhou Yuyang is so much more handsome than you. How could you possibly be the one to find a partner first? Chen Chen shot Liu Zihan a glance. There's no need to make such a blatant lie. To be fair, Zhou Yuyang was indeed handsome, but overall, his natural build wasn't as good as Chen Chen's. Chen Chen simply didn't bother to groom himself properly. Once he decided to make an effort, he would undoubtedly be the most striking presence in the dormitory. Seeing Chen Chen's radiant appearance now, Liu Zihan was deeply frustrated. We all went home for the new year, and both Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang gained weight, but you look like you've been reborn. It's not fair. Actually, he had noticed it earlier when he went to pick up Chen Chen, but he didn't want to admit it. However, Liu Zihan's mood was like a summer thunderstorm. It came quickly and faded just as fast. He quickly changed the subject, his face brimming with excitement. Never mind that. Let's talk about something else. How much red envelope money did everyone receive this year? I'll go first. I've received over 6,000 red envelopes this year. It's the most I've ever received in my life, haha. Liu Zihan couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking extremely proud. What about you guys? How many red envelopes did you receive? Let's compare. Liu Zihan looked at Jiang Tao with eager anticipation. Jiang Tao remained calm, as if he were talking about something perfectly ordinary. Not much, just over 10,000. Liu Zihan's smile froze instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He turned to Zhou Yuyang, pointed at him, hesitated, then shook his head. You never mind, I'll just ask Chen Erdu instead. After all, Zhou Yuyang, as a local, had a certain standard of living, and the red envelopes he received during the new year would definitely not be small. Chen Chen was different. He was from Yuecheng, where red envelopes were notoriously meager. Receiving a red envelope with 20 yuan was already considered a stroke of luck. With that in mind, Liu Zihan approached Chen Chen with a smile and asked, Ergu, how many red envelopes did you receive this year? I haven't opened them yet. You didn't open them? Liu Zihan exclaimed. Can you believe that? You're at school, and you're not opening your red envelopes? What are you saving them for? I don't care, you have to tell me the number today. Chapter 167, He has a girlfriend, please keep reading. Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, probably just over 1,000. Hearing this number, Lu Zihan felt much better. He patted Chen Shen on the shoulder and said boldly, don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. Chen Shen looked at him and said softly, but my dad gave me all the red envelopes he saved for me this year. Lu Zihan? Jiang Tao? Compared to their astonishment, Zhou Yuyang remained calm. Because, from a young age, all his red envelopes had been saved in his own account, ready to be used at any time. Chen Shen, seeing this, curved the corners of his mouth into a smile and continued, but I didn't take them. I told him to keep saving them for me. Lu Zihan pointed at Chen Shen, stammering for a moment before managing to say, wait, you're a poet, right? You've received red envelopes since you were a kid, at least tens of thousands, right? And you didn't take them? You're really… Woo-woo. Why is there such a huge gap between parents? When he was a child, his parents also said they would save his red envelopes for him, but he never saw a single penny. Zhou Yuyang got up from the bed and said, I'm hungry. Let us all go eat together. Jiang Tao hurriedly laughed along and agreed. Right, let's eat. During the new year, we've been eating rich food every day at home. I really miss the taste of our canteen. Chen Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, he didn't feel much about it. Lu Zihan excitedly raised his hand in agreement. Let's stick to the usual, let's go to the third cafeteria. Jiangcheng University had 3 canteens in total. The first canteen was closest to the male dormitories. However, they usually chose the third cafeteria because it was closer to the girls' dormitories, where there were more girls, and the food tasted better. Jiang Tao gave him a disdainful look. We've been eating at the third canteen for a year now and haven't had any romantic encounters. Are you sure you want to go again this year? Lu Zihan thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth, let us go. Even if I don't have a romantic encounter until graduation, I'll keep going to the third cafeteria. Maybe there are girls watching us from places we can't see, and one day we'll look back and regret not being braver back then and asking for their contact information. His remarks left the other 3 speechless. After giving him a disapproving look, the 3 of them walked out of the dormitory one after another. Lu Zihan, seeing this, hurriedly called out, hey, wait for me. As expected, the reformed Chen Shen attracted quite a few glances from girls along the way. Upon arriving at the third canteen, he almost swept the entire canteen of girls. One of the girls, blushing, walked over, and Lu Zihan immediately sat up straight. He almost mouthed the words, see? I told you so. As long as you persist, girls will come to you. Do you think she'll approach him? As he spoke, he tidied up his appearance, as if he had already envisioned the girl approaching him. Jiang Tao also mouthed silently, it won't be you. Lu Zihan glared at him, can't you wish your brother some luck? Jiang Tao didn't say anything but gestured with his eyes for him to look. Sure enough, the girl approached Chen Shen and shyly said, hey, can we add each other on WeChat? Chen Shen was taken aback, not expecting her to approach him. After all, the face of room 602 had always been Zhou Yuyang, and he was the one who was always approached. He looked up at Zhou Yuyang, but the latter seemed not to notice, continuing to eat his noodles calmly. Chen Shen felt a bit anxious. He had never been in this situation before and had no idea what to do. Should he just refuse her? But how should he say it? If this was handled poorly, being posted on the confession wall would be the least of his problems. What if the girl pulls a Yu syndrome or something? Thinking about it, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Zhou Yuyang finished eating, wiped her mouth slowly, then smiled and helped Chen Shen refuse. Sorry, he already has a girlfriend. He was well versed in handling such matters. Oh, sorry for the disturbance. The girl left with a look of disappointment on her face. Jiang Tao shook his head helplessly and sighed, it's really a case of the starving to death and the flooded drowning. No, Lu Zihan interrupted, a smug expression on his face. You handled that well. Now it's my turn to show off. Watch my zero-style atmosphere spray. It's effortless and full of charm. Saying this, he pulled out a bottle of what seemed like a mysterious spray from somewhere, and sprayed it into the air with force. Instantly, a strange odor filled the air, causing Chen Shen and the others to cough repeatedly and scramble to avoid it. Jiang Tao grabbed him. I know you're eager, but calm down first. Trust me, just go up like this, and it'll be easy to handle. I don't care. Chen Ergu has already found a girlfriend, I want one too. Do you think it's as simple as taking off your clothes? Be careful not to get mistaken for a pervert and sent to the police station. Before he could finish, Liu Zihan had already jumped up from his seat and rushed out in a hurry. Zhou Yuyang remained calm and said, I'll bet 3 minutes he'll be back. Chen Shen tugged at the corner of his mouth, no need for 3 minutes, he's already back. She thinks I'm too dark-skinned. Lu Zihan returned to her seat with a furious expression. Ugh, why do men have to be so fair-skinned? It's not like they're going to be models or something. In a way, being a pretty boy is actually more popular than being a dark-skinned guy. Lu Zihan. As if the heavens weren't already cruel enough, they sent another girl over to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yuyang. Excuse me, can I ask for your WeChat? Zhou Yuyang didn't even glance at the girl and refused outright. Sorry, I already have someone I like. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen, Jiang Tao, and Liu Zihan all looked up simultaneously, their gazes fixated on Zhou Yuyang, exclaiming in unison. You have someone you like? We've been in the same dorm for a year, and now we find out you have someone you like? Hurry up and tell us who it is. Zhou Yuyang calmly picked up his coke, took a sip, and curved his lips into a faint smile before slowly uttering two words, Xiniao. Cough cough. Chen Chen suddenly choked on his own saliva and began coughing violently. Zhou Yuyang raised his eyes slightly, giving Chen Chen a meaningful glance. Lu Zihan chimed in from the side, he likes Xiniao? Is that really worth getting so worked up over? Jiang Tao also looked at Chen Chen with a puzzled expression, wondering why he was so worked up. Hey, you don't also like Xiniao, do you? We have to follow the rules, whoever says it first gets her. It's obvious that Yu Yang said it first, you can't steal her away from him. Lu Zihan, fearing a dispute, hurriedly added. Zhou Yuyang shot Lu Zihan a dismissive glance, as if he were looking at an idiot, and didn't respond. Chen Chen finally managed to stop coughing and explained, I'm not excited, I'm just surprised. Chapter 168, Big Misunderstanding Supplement. Chen Chen never expected that Zhou Yuyang, who had always shown no interest in girls, would like Xiniao. Thinking of that delicate, beautiful, and innocent younger classmate, and then the stern Zhou Yuyang, he couldn't imagine the two of them together. Our school only has 3 school beauties. Xiniao is one, and she's already been claimed by brother Yuyang. That leaves only Lin Mushi and Lin Xinyan as the remaining school beauties. Lu Zihan envisioned the image of the Lin sisters. One was tall, aloof, and breathtakingly beautiful. The other was stunningly beautiful and full of charm. Each had her own unique charm, making it impossible to choose between them. However, he had already met Lin Xinyan on the train, and his initial impression of her had been somewhat tarnished. Plus, she had a boyfriend, so he immediately ruled her out. After some deep consideration, Lu Zihan stroked his chin and said, in that case, I guess I'll have to work hard to pursue the cold and aloof school beauty Lin Mushi. If I can win her over, I'll be able to drive a luxury car and live in a villa for the rest of my life. Jiang Tao rolled his eyes at him, you think you're worthy? I don't deserve her, you do. You're the perfect match, the top of the line. Zhou Yuyang leaned back in his chair, glanced sideways at Chen Chen, and spoke slowly. If I remember correctly, during the spring festival, Chen Ergu posted a photo on his WeChat moments, and Lin Mushi was in it. Lu Zihan slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it! That's right. If I had known, I would have posted something on my WeChat moments too. A friend's wife is off limits, but you guys aren't leaving any room for others, are you? But let us be real, Lin Mushi's personality is as cold as an iceberg. How many men have been defeated by her? Do you really think a single WeChat post could win her over? Jiang Tao questioned. We're not Zhou Yuyang, with mountains of gold and silver at home. We can try all sorts of methods. We're just ordinary people. Let's not even think about it. Such a heavenly beauty is best kept at a distance, with respect and admiration. Zhou Yuyang simply watched Chen Chen with a smug expression and said to Liu Zihan and Jiang Tao. He already has a girlfriend, doesn't he? You two should worry about yourselves. One sentence left Liu Zihan and Jiang Tao speechless. Chen Chen cleared his throat, but swallowed the words, could it be that I've already won her over? Forget it. They'll see for themselves when they meet the real person. After finishing their meal, the group headed to the delivery station to pick up the packages sent by Chen Chen's parents. As expected, it caused a small commotion. Since school hadn't started yet, there weren't many people around, so it wasn't too bad. If school had started, it would have been even more of a sensation. Lu Zihan, however, had a thick skin. Regardless of whether the girls were looking at him, he waved at them enthusiastically, welcoming everyone. Thanks to the two of you, I got to experience what it's like to be the center of attention. Jiang Tao retorted without hesitation. You're shameless. Do you think they're looking at you? They're clearly looking at Chen Ergu and Zhou Dagua. Lu Zihan was about to retort, but when he turned around and saw Chen Chen's sunny, handsome, and slightly mature face, he gradually became mesmerized. What the hell? Get lost. Chen Chen kicked him without mercy. Lu Zihan rubbed his leg and said with a playful smile. I was just joking. Is that really such a big deal? I'm a straight guy through and through. Next time you look at me like that, watch out, I'll break your third leg. Wow, you said you didn't have any feelings for me, but now you want to break my third leg? If you really want to, you can pay me to go to Thailand. Chen Chen grabbed Lu Zihan by the collar and dragged him into the nearby woods. You guys hold them back. Today, I'm going to take care of this. Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang saw this, exchanged a knowing smile, and silently blocked the entrance to the woods, completely ignoring Lu Zihan's cries. Haha! Suddenly, a crisp, light laugh broke the silence. Chen Chen and the others looked up simultaneously to see Xiniao standing leisurely on a stone bench not far away, observing them with the detachment of a bystander. This scene left them speechless. Jiang Tao's gaze flickered between Xiniao and Zhou Yuyang, the latter of whom appeared completely unconcerned, his hands in his pockets, leaning casually against the tree trunk, his face exuding a carefree demeanor, as if he didn't care about anything happening around him. Acting. Jiang Tao muttered under his breath. You can't act like that when chasing girls. Shen Shen was still holding onto Lu Zihan's collar, but upon seeing this, he let go. The next moment, a shrill scream echoed through the air. Lu Zihan crawled out of the nearby bushes, looking disheveled, brushed the grass off her body, and said with a resentful expression, "You couldn't have told me before letting go?" Xinyao stood up gracefully, her gaze sweeping over their distinctive expressions one by one, a smile unable to suppress itself at the corners of her lips. Her gaze finally settled on Chun Chen. The scene overlapped with that night years ago when he had been dragging 3 people along, and she couldn't help but giggle. It's always something exciting when I come back to school. How nice. As a member of the student union's publicity department, Xinyao always returned to school early at the start of each semester to prepare for various events. Today, she had just finished a meeting and decided to take a break by sitting down in this small grove. Little did she know she'd witness such an amusing scene. "Xinyao, what are you doing here?" Chen Chen asked curiously. Xinyao gave him a scrutinizing look, as if trying to detect any subtle changes in him. However, after a thorough observation, she found nothing unusual. She covered her mouth and laughed lightly, saying, "The student council meeting was over, so I came back early. You seniors continue, I'll be on my way. Bye." With that, she swayed her hips and left. Until Qin Yao was out of sight, the 4 of them didn't take their eyes off her. Shen Shen was thinking about the things she had prepared for Lin Mushi last night. The other 3 were simply captivated by her beauty. She's much more beautiful in person than in photos. She looks even better up close than from a distance. Indeed, some people are naturally beautiful no matter how you look at them, they're always beautiful. Lu Zihan looked at Zhou Yuyang and teased. "You said you liked Qin Yao, didn't you? Why aren't you saying anything now that you see her?" This guy always acts like nothing concerns him, so it's rare to see him at a loss for words. Zhou Yuyang glanced at Chun Chen and left as if nothing had happened. Shen Chen muttered in confusion. Did that kid take the wrong medicine? Jiang Tao patted his shoulder and said. He just said he likes Qin Yao, and then Qin Yao starts talking to you. If it were you, what would you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen paused for a moment as if he had realized something. Indeed, in that situation, anyone would feel a bit uneasy. So he hurried to catch up with Zhou Yuyang, patted his shoulder, and laughed. Zhou Daegu, wait for me. You misunderstood. I really don't have anything going on with Qin Yao. Chapter 169, A Day Apart Feels Like 3 Years. Please keep reading. Zhou Yuyang glanced at him briefly, his tone calm and indifferent as he said, I know. Good buddy. Chun Chen patted Zhou Yuyang on the shoulder, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The 4 of them arrived at the delivery station and looked at the 2 large boxes, momentarily speechless. Did our parents move the entire house here? Chen Chen was also surprised. He had clearly seen the boxes before leaving, and they hadn't been this big. How did they expand to twice their size after being shipped? The 4 quickly divided the tasks, with 2 people per group, each responsible for carrying 1 box. After some effort, they finally managed to bring the 2 heavy boxes back to their dormitory. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Unpack! Unpack! After resting, Liu Zihan excitedly shouted, beginning to search the dormitory for tools to open the boxes. Eventually, he pulled out a pair of nail clippers from under the table. At that moment, Chen Shen stopped him. Wait, let us open 1 box first. Don't touch the other one yet. I need to check which box contains my stuff first. Lu Zihan raised one eyebrow slightly, speaking with a teasing tone. Oh, the other box, could it be specially prepared for your girlfriend? Chen Shen smiled and nodded. Yeah, she's gone home. I'll give it to her when she comes back. Upon hearing this, Liu Zihan immediately wrapped his arm around Chun Chen's shoulder and asked with a gossipy expression. Oh my, when are you going to bring our little sister-in-law out so we can all have a meal together? Mentioning Lin Mushi, Chen Chen's eyes softened involuntarily, and he said softly. I'll ask her later. The air was filled with the sweet, sour scent of love, making the other 3 feel a bit queasy. I just finished eating, and now I've been fed a dose of romance without even asking for it. This is enough, Jiang Tao complained. Lu Zihan said angrily. Exactly. This is just the beginning, and you're already getting a sore throat. What will happen when you get married? I'll tell you. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and said, go away. Chen Chen walked over to the 2 boxes and examined the labels carefully. He found the box meant for Lin Mushi and placed it carefully. Then, he picked up the nail clippers, using the sharp edge to skillfully cut open the transparent tape wrapped around his own box. He took out the items one by one and placed them on the table. The other 3 immediately gathered around. Wow, salt-baked chicken and salt-baked chicken feet. What's this round thing? An iron spoon. I don't recognize the character, but this must be shrimp chips, right? It smells so good. And fried rice? It looks a bit like Sasha biscuits. Rice cake, osmanthus cake, chestnuts, dried small fish, dried squid. Looking at the snacks and various foods piled up almost like a small mountain in front of them, the 4 of them couldn't help but stare in amazement. Lu Zihan and the other 3 exchanged glances. Compared to Chen Chen, the things they had brought were like peanuts to a giant. Lu Zihan, our parents are so kind. Zhang Tao, ask them if they need another son? I have a huge appetite. Zhou Yuyang. He silently picked up a bag of chicken wings and sat down to munch on them. Seeing this, the others quickly sat down as well. The three of them sat around the table, each holding a bag of chicken wings, munching away happily. Lu Zihan, while munching, brought up a slightly serious topic. Speaking of which, we're already in our second semester of sophomore year, and graduation isn't far off. What are everyone's plans for the future? The topic seemed to make the atmosphere a bit somber. After all, students only need to focus on their studies, and everything else can be put on hold for now. But now that graduation was approaching, they couldn't afford to think so simply. After all these years of studying, if we can't even support ourselves, that would be too embarrassing. Zhang Tao sighed, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Sigh, I haven't even graduated yet, and I'm already missing campus life. Zhou Yuyang, however, seemed unconcerned, continuing to slowly nibble on a chicken wing. Just get by, eat and drink, and wait to die. Lu Zihan blared at him, local bumpkin, die for me. Zhou Yuyang ignored his expression and continued. After graduation, go out and make your way in the world. If that doesn't work out, just go back home and inherit the family business. Lu Zihan, upon hearing this, angrily put down the chicken wing in his hand, stood up abruptly, and adopted a posture ready for a fight. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Don't hold me back. Today, none of you can stop me. I'm going to fight this local guy. Hey, I told you not to hold me back, and you really didn't. Chen Chen and Zhang Tao, upon hearing this, pretended to pull him back. They were well aware of Lu Zihan's occasional outbursts. Lu Zihan pointed at Zhou Yuyang and said, "You're lucky today. Next time, you won't be so lucky." After speaking, he bit into the chicken wing with a vicious grin, then turned his gaze toward Chen Chen and asked, "Chen Ergu, what about you? What are you planning to do?" "I plan to keep writing novels for a while after graduation. If possible, I'll go full-time and not go out to work like a slave." No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. He quickly glanced at it. It was a message from his editor. He turned to his roommates and said, "You guys keep talking. My editor needs me for something." The three of them smiled and waved him off. Go ahead, handle it quickly." The others in the dorm knew about Chen Chen's novel writing. Sometimes, they would even urge him to update his story. They would urge him in the book, in person, and even reached an agreement with the readers. If he dared to slack off on updates, they wouldn't hesitate to whip him into writing. Chen Chen opened his computer and clicked on QQ to chat with his editor. However, after reading the editor's message, he froze in place, taking a moment to come to his senses. The editor informed him that his novel had the potential to be adapted into a manga. For countless novelists, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Chen Chen was no exception. Upon hearing the good news, Chen Chen couldn't help but think of Lin Mushi. He quickly pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 p.m. I wonder if Cece has been scolded by her father after returning home, Chen Chen mused to himself. I wonder if it's inappropriate to call her at this hour. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen decided not to call and instead opened their WeChat chat window to share the good news with her in text form. After sending the message, he patiently waited for her reply, but as time ticked by, no message came. This left Chen Chen feeling a bit empty inside. Though they had only parted ways that morning, it felt as though he hadn't seen her in ages. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. This saying seemed to come to life in that moment, and Chen Chen deeply felt the bittersweet taste of longing. Chapter 170, Lost. Thank you for reading. Seeing Chen Chen sitting at the computer, staring blankly, Lu Zihan came over and nudged him with her elbow. What's wrong? You're spacing out. Chen Chen looked up and said. My editor said my novel has been well received and they're considering turning it into a manga. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's amazing. Chen Ergu, you're going to be famous. Once the manga comes out, your name will be all over the place. As he spoke, Lu Zihan wrapped his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder, his tone brimming with pride and congratulations. I knew you had potential. Look, now the opportunity has come. You've got to seize it. Who knows, maybe our dorm will produce a famous writer someday. Chen Chen was infected by Lu Zihan's enthusiasm, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily, but he quickly replaced it with a look of concern. Yeah, opportunities are rare, but I'm worried I won't do a good job. After all, writing novels and adapting them into comics are two different things. I don't want to let the editor and readers down. Lu Zihan patted Chen Chen on the back and encouraged him. Hey, why overthink it? You're talented, everyone knows that. As long as you keep that passion and keep working hard, nothing is impossible. All the guys in our dorm have your back. If you need any help, just let us know. Zhang Tao also came over from the side, looking curious, and asked. Is that true? Chen Chen, you're going to publish a comic book? That's great. Now I have one more thing to brag about to others. Zhou Yuyang didn't say anything, but the joy on his face was evident. He was also happy for Chen Chen. The three of them gathered around, chatting animatedly, discussing enthusiastically. The entire dormitory was filled with a positive and uplifting atmosphere. After the discussion ended, it had already grown dark outside. It was time for dinner. One of the perks of not being in school was that there was no need to worry about classes, you could do whatever you wanted. Chen Chen glanced at his phone, which remained silent. Lin Mushi hadn't sent any messages. A faint sense of disappointment crept up his heart, and at the same time, an ominous began to spread slowly within him. Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder if their relationship was about to end once he went home. Just then, Liu Zihan tapped him on the shoulder. "Stop looking at your phone. Let us go out and celebrate tonight. We won tea. Come back until we're drunk." Chen Chen smiled slightly and replied teasingly. "Come on, you're always the first one to get drunk." Liu Zihan heard this and feigned annoyance, raising his eyebrows. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Tonight, I'll show you just how much I can drink." The group bantered and joked as they walked out. They arrived at the barbecue restaurant they frequently visited, ordered their usual dishes, and added a case of beer. Before the barbecue arrived, Liu Zihan started demanding to drink. Chen Chen didn't want to drink, but after being persuaded by his roommates, he eventually took a few sips. He wasn't a heavy drinker. After a few sips, he was already feeling a bit tipsy. "Bro, can you handle it? You can't even drink this much? You were just bragging earlier." Chen Chen laughed and said. "You forgot who had to carry you home during the new year, didn't you?" Liu Zihan retorted. "You have the nerve to say that? You didn't even drink any that time. If I had drunk, would you have been able to return to the dormitory safely? Let us talk about that. Come on, drink." At that moment, a crisp WeChat notification sound suddenly rang out amidst the commotion. Chen Chen instinctively glanced at his phone but found no new messages. Immediately afterward, he noticed Jiang Tao calmly pick up his phone, glance at it briefly, and then curve his lips into a meaningful smile. Liu Zihan, seeing this, grew curious and teased, "Hey, whose message is that? So mysterious?" Jiang Tao shook his head mysteriously. "No one, it's not important." "Come on, your smug expression gives you away," Liu Zihan called him out without mercy. Jiang Tao finally couldn't hold back his laughter and admitted, "Alright, there's a girl who agreed to go on a date with me tomorrow." "Wow, tell me, who is she?" Liu Zihan gathered around, asking with a gossipy expression. Chapter 171, Senior, I miss you. I'll tell you all about it after this date goes well. Come on, let's not worry about that now. Let's keep drinking and enjoy the moment. Saying this, Jiang Tao raised his beer glass boldly, inviting everyone to clink glasses. Just then, Liu Zihan's phone also buzzed with a notification sound. He quickly checked it and burst into a smug smile, announcing loudly, "Hey, it seems I'm not alone either. I also received an invitation from a girl." He then turned his gaze toward Chen Chen and Zhou Yuyan with a teasing expression, "Look at you two, now you're the only ones left." Then, he spoke earnestly to Chen Chen. "Speaking of which, why hasn't your girlfriend made any contact today? You've only been together for a month, it's the honeymoon phase. Why no calls or messages? As someone who has been there, I have to warn you, this isn't a good sign. It's dangerous." Before he could finish, Chen Chen's phone rang. No way, no way. I just mentioned you, and the phone rings. Your partner must have a sixth sense. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This is clearly telepathy. You guys keep drinking. I'll go answer the phone outside. As he spoke, he answered the call and walked out. Behind him, Liu Zihan's teasing voice echoed. Hey, the three of us are about to get out of the single life together. Only Zhou Dogwei is left holding the fort. But dog brother, don't be too patient. Sometimes you have to take the initiative to seize the opportunity. Immediately afterward, a loud scream echoed from behind. Chen Chen no longer cared. From his phone came Lin Mushi's soft voice. Senior, congratulations. Chen Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, thank you. Are you okay at home? On the other end, Lin Mushi's voice came through, my dad isn't home. So you're alone at home now? I guess you could say that. Lin Mushi asked shyly, Senior, do you miss me? Yes. Chen Chen's reply was brief and firm. I miss you too, very much. Lin Mushi's words were filled with genuine emotion, as if they could penetrate the phone line and reach Chen Chen's heart. A brief silence hung in the air, and the two could almost hear each other's breathing in the stillness. The weather in Jiangcheng was much colder than in Guangzhou. The north wind howled, bringing a biting cold that seemed to pierce through clothing and straight to the bone. The feeling of longing without being able to see each other was unbearable. For a fleeting moment, Chen Chen felt an overwhelming urge to immediately set off for her home, just to see her with his own eyes. He spoke softly, almost in a whisper, I miss you more than you miss me. Every time I close my eyes, it's your shadow I see. Senior, do you know? When two people are connected in heart, miracles can happen. No matter how far apart they are, they can appear before each other at the right moment. How is that possible? Senior, try closing your eyes and see if I appear beside you. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment but eventually closed his eyes obediently. He felt the sweet moments he had shared with Lin Mushi by his side. You can open your eyes now. The voice seemed so close, making Chen Chen's heart tremble slightly. He dared not open his eyes, afraid of what he might see disappointment. The next moment, a faint, delicate fragrance unique to Lin Mushi gently wafted into his nostrils. Chen Shen's eyelids trembled violently a few times before he opened his eyes, locking gazes with Lin Mushi. He gaped in astonishment, his phone slipping from his hands and landing on the ground with a soft thud. A miracle. Chapter 172, Who says Valentine's Day is the only day to go on a date? Please keep reading. Chen Shen blinked softly, a disbelieving smile curving his lips. I must be drunk. I actually saw you, standing right in front of me. The illusory Lin Mushi was even more beautiful, radiating an enchanting aura that made it impossible to look away. Who would have thought that drinking could lead to such a wonderful thing? Lin Mushi said nothing, but silently took a step forward, tightly embracing Chun Chen, taking a deep breath. As if she wanted to inhale every last bit of his scent into her heart, that unique fragrance that belonged only to Chun Chen, bringing her an overwhelming sense of peace and fulfillment. The bad mood caused by their brief separation earlier today vanished completely in that moment. The real sensation washed over him like a tidal wave. Chen Shen was now completely certain that this was not a dream, but the real, tangible reality. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in his heart, and his hands unconsciously tightened their grip, holding Lin Mushi tightly, as if he wanted to etch this moment forever into his heart. The north wind was cold, but with each other by his side, he felt no chill. How did you know I was here? Chen Chen asked. Probably because we're on the same wavelength, Lin Mushi replied playfully. Am I really not dreaming? You can hold me tighter, just to see if you're dreaming. Chen Chen tightened his grip, almost pressing her into his body. Do you still think you're dreaming? No. It's so good to be holding you. Chen Chen whispered, feeling a sense of happiness growing within him. After a moment, he suddenly remembered and asked. My roommates are inside. Do you want to go in and see them? Lin Mushi thought for a moment and said, another time. She had come out today mainly to see her senior and wasn't ready to meet his friends yet. However, she was still very happy that Chen Chen had thought of bringing her to meet his friends first. Chen Chen said. Chen Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll give them a call and let them know I'm leaving first. Alright. Chen Chen picked up his phone again. After dropping it from such a height onto the cement ground, the result was predictable. The screen was shattered and no longer functional. Lin Mushi looked at the shattered screen, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes, and said softly. The phone is broken. Don't worry, stay here for a moment. I'll go inside and let them know. Chen Chen gave a reassuring smile and turned to enter the barbecue shop. Since they had a date tomorrow, Jiang Tao and Liu Zihan didn't drink any more alcohol. Zhou Yuyan, however, seemed lost in his own world, sipping drink after drink, savoring the slight buzz and sense of release that alcohol brought. Chen Chen walked over to the table and said to them. I have something to do, I'll have to leave first. Liu Zihan curiously looked up and asked, what's the matter? Chen Chen replied, a date. Liu Zihan was surprised and said, isn't tomorrow Valentine's Day? Why are you going on a date now? Which girl would be so silly to go on a date the day before Valentine's Day? Doesn't she want to receive a Valentine's Day gift? Liu Zihan said half jokingly, half seriously, filled with curiosity about Chun Chen's mysterious girlfriend. Liu Zihan was filled with curiosity about Chun Chen's legendary girlfriend. Jiang Tao's eyes also sparkled with curiosity, clearly also intrigued by Chun Chen's girlfriend. Chen Chen smiled lightly, his lips curving into a handsome smile. Who says you have to wait for Valentine's Day to go on a date? And who says you have to give gifts on a date? Liu Zihan paused for a moment before blurting out a traditional Chinese expression, Shua. I suggest you hurry up and buy a gift before meeting your girlfriend. Otherwise, if she gets angry, you'll be eliminated in no time. I don't want to hear about your breakup tomorrow. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. That's right, gifts are a must. You have to prepare something nice. Chen Shen shook his head with a smile. She's waiting for me outside right now. Upon hearing this, Liu Zihan immediately stood up and said with a reproachful tone. Your girlfriend is here? Why didn't you invite her inside? You're such a boyfriend. It's freezing outside. Chen Chen explained, she said she wasn't ready to meet you yet. We'll find a more appropriate time to meet another day. Liu Zihan waved his hand dismissively, looking as though he understood everything. I get it. Valentine's Day is coming up, so you two probably want to enjoy some quality time together. Go on, don't keep her waiting. Jiang Tao, go ahead. Zhou Yuyan was already lost in thought, the word date echoing repeatedly in his mind, oblivious to everything else. Chen Chen, seeing this, gently took the beer bottle from Zhou Yuyan's hand and said with concern. Keep an eye on him, don't let him drink too much. Liu Zihan waved his hand casually. Got it, bro, I've got it under control. Go on your date. Chen Chen nodded and turned to leave the barbecue shop. Behind him, Liu Zihan muttered, there really are girls who aren't interested in gifts. Speaking of which, Zhang Guzi, what are you planning to buy as a gift tomorrow? Roses, of course. Girls all love flowers, don't they? Chen Chen had just stepped out the door when he saw Lin Mushi being approached by a guy. Lin Mushi furrowed her brows, looking troubled. When she saw Chen Chen coming out, her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly pointed her finger at Chen Chen, who was walking toward them, and said to the boy, "My boyfriend is here." The boy looked in the direction Lin Mushi was pointing and saw Chen Chen walking toward them with a confident and composed expression on his face. A look of surprise flashed across the boy's face, but he quickly nodded politely to Lin Mushi, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just smiled and turned away without further ado. The young man couldn't help but feel a touch of puzzlement. He had never heard that Lin Mushi had a boyfriend before. When had this happened? In school, girls dating wasn't exactly uncommon. But if it was Lin Mushi, the famously aloof school beauty, having a boyfriend would undoubtedly cause quite a stir on campus. Moreover, he carefully recalled the young man from earlier. He was certain he had never seen this person on campus before. In this university town, most of the people who come here to spend money are college students, and their faces are mostly familiar. Yet this guy was completely unfamiliar to him. He really wanted to know what made that guy so special that he could win the heart of the aloof school beauty Lin Mushi. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi held hands tightly, walking down the dimly lit street, enjoying their romantic moments like most couples. Chapter 173, The First Valentine's Day. Please keep reading. The night breeze gently caressed the air, carrying a hint of the coolness of early spring, yet also mingled with the faint fragrance of flowers by the roadside. Their shadows lengthened and shortened under the dim streetlights, weaving a series of warm and cozy scenes. Lin Mushi's long hair danced gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against Chen Chen's cheek, leaving behind a faint, refreshing scent of hair, filling his heart with an indescribable sense of happiness. As they passed by a mobile phone store, Lin Mushi stopped and turned to Chen Chen, saying, "Senior, let's go buy a phone." Before he could say the phone was broken and they couldn't pay, Lin Mushi had already taken his hand and led him inside. Inside the store, a smiling sales clerk approached them enthusiastically. "Welcome. May I assist you? Are you here to select a phone? We've just launched a new couple's phone with a unique design, and there's a special discount today and tomorrow." Upon hearing the words couple's phone, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up with excitement. She said, "Show us the couple's phone, please." They had matching outfits. A couple's phone was a must-have. The sales associate quickly retrieved two elegantly designed couple phones with complementary colors from under the counter and placed them gently in front of them. These two phones not only have unique designs but also come with many thoughtful features specifically designed for couples, such as location sharing and couple-exclusive ringtones. "I'm sure they'll add even more fun to your relationship," the salesperson explained in detail. Lin Mushi picked up the phone, examining every detail carefully, her eyes filled with admiration. She said, "These two are the ones we'll take. Could you please help us with the paperwork?" Chen Chen was about to take out his old, damaged phone, intending to transfer his SIM card first and insist on paying himself, but Lin Mushi gently interrupted him. "Let me pay this time." See. Lin Mushi smiled slightly and said, "I don't think I've bought much for you yet." "How can you say that? During the new year, didn't you buy me clothes?" Chen Chen reminded her. Lin Mushi pouted and said, "That was my own choice to spend money on you. I just wanted to buy something for you. Please?" Seeing Lin Mushi's determined gaze and eager expression, Chen Chen could only sigh and give in, letting her go to handle the payment. After leaving the phone store, Lin Mushi kept glancing down at her new phone, her face radiating a happy and contented smile. The smile was as bright and charming as flowers blooming in spring. The two strolled from the pedestrian street to the square. It was already late at night, but the place was still crowded with people. When the clock struck midnight, Lin Mushi suddenly stopped in her tracks, her face radiating anticipation and shyness. Chen Chen looked at her in confusion. She slowly stepped in front of him, her eyes filled with sincerity and deep affection, and whispered, "Senior, happy Valentine's Day." Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment before realizing it was the 14th. February 14th, wasn't that Valentine's Day? No wonder it's so late and there are still so many people in the square. "Senior, this is our first Valentine's Day together." Chen Chen smiled slightly and said, "Cici, happy Valentine's Day." Lin Mushi's eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with happiness. She gathered her courage, tiptoed slightly, and placed a gentle, sweet kiss on Chen Chen's lips, as if, in that moment, the entire world had come to a standstill. After the kiss, the two exchanged smiles, and the harmony and sweetness between them quietly spread through the night sky. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, like the first blossoms of cherry blossoms, beautiful and shy. "Wait here for me." After taking a few steps, he recalled the scene from earlier in the year when he had told Lin Mushi to wait there for him, only to find her crying. Chen Chen turned back, took her hand, and said, "Let's go together." Lin Mushi nodded, "All right." Then, Chen Chen held Lin Mushi's hand and led her to a stall filled with flowers. The stall owner was a young, lively girl. Upon seeing customers approach, she immediately greeted them with a bright smile. "May I help you with some flowers?" Upon getting a closer look at their faces, she couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. This couple was truly a perfect match. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was beautiful and charming. The young girl couldn't help but admire them in her heart. She had been selling flowers here every Valentine's Day, but she had never encountered such a handsome and elegant couple before. Her enthusiasm grew even more, and she quickly picked up several bouquets of carefully wrapped flowers from the stall and began to introduce them. These are all fresh roses that just arrived today. Red roses symbolize passionate love, pink roses represent the shyness of first love, and these white lilies signify pure and flawless love. Which one do you like? Lin Mushi gazed at the vibrant flowers, her eyes sparkling with joy. The senior is buying flowers for her. Chen Chen looked around and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a bouquet of 99 roses?" The young girl smiled and nodded, then pulled out a beautifully wrapped bouquet from the back of the flower stall and said, "Of course we do. This is a freshly wrapped bouquet of 99 red roses, symbolizing eternal love. It's perfect for Valentine's Day for your girlfriend. Especially for someone as beautiful as your girlfriend." Chen Chen took the bouquet, examining each vibrant red rose carefully. They were tightly intertwined, as if whispering endless emotions. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Lin Mushi, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. "Cici, these are for you." Lin Mushi took the enormous bouquet, the vibrant flowers almost completely enveloping her delicate form, leaving only her smiling eyes and slightly upturned lips visible. "The real person is more beautiful than the flowers. Thank you, senior. I love them." Chen Chen took out his newly purchased phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Their already high head turning rate only increased further. Many people turned to look at this handsome man and beautiful woman. Lin Mushi's face was obscured by flowers, so no one recognized her for the time being. "Senior, where should we go tonight? Where should we go tonight?" This question really stumped Chen Chen. Should I take you home?" Lin Mushi's expression instantly turned a bit disappointed. She shook her head gently, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. "But I don't want to go back. I want to spend Valentine's Day with you." Chen Chen, seeing this, felt a surge of tenderness and reluctance. He smiled gently and said, "Then I'll take you somewhere." Before he could finish speaking, he naturally took Lin Mushi's hand, and the two of them walked out of the bustling square. Lin Mushi followed Chen Chen's footsteps, curious about where he was taking her. Chapter 174, wanting to enter his world. Please keep reading. "Senior, where are you taking me?" Lin Mushi asked curiously. "I rented a place near the school," Chen Chen answered with a smile. "Since you don't want to go home, we can spend the night there tonight." Lin Mushi exclaimed in surprise. "You rented an apartment near the school too?" After she was admitted to Jiangcheng University, her father had also bought her a house nearby. However, since first-year students weren't allowed to live off campus, she had never stayed there. She only remembered the location. About 10 minutes later, Chen Chen brought Lin Mushi to the place where he was renting. Back when he first started writing novels, he sometimes wrote in the dormitory, but the sound of typing would disturb others, so he rented a place outside. Sometimes when he hit a creative block and his thoughts were stuck, he would come here, sit quietly at his desk, and let his mind and words freely collide in the peaceful atmosphere. Now, it came in handy. He just hoped CC wouldn't mind. Lin Mushi followed Chen Chen excitedly as they turned left and right, eventually arriving at an old residential building near the school. Chen Chen skillfully pulled out the keycard, touched it lightly, and the door unlocked with a click. The stairwell was pitch black, as if all the light had been swallowed by something. Chen Chen gave the wall a firm tap, and the motion-activated lights came on. The dim light illuminated the weathered staircase. He turned back and said to Lin Mushi, "It's a bit dark. Stay close to me." Chen Chen remembered that she was afraid of the dark. Lin Mushi, upon hearing this, instinctively moved closer to Chen Chen, her body almost pressed against his. To be honest, the moment she opened the door, the darkness engulfed her, and she was truly frightened. But because Chen Chen was by her side, she hadn't been scared. She didn't know when it started, but wherever he was, no matter how harsh the environment, she didn't feel anything. The apartment he rented was quite high up, on the 5th floor. By the time they had reached halfway up the stairs, Lin Mushi was already out of breath. She had never climbed stairs this high before. Although her family's house was an 8-story villa, every floor had an elevator. She never had to climb stairs. However, seeing Chen Chen so enthusiastic in front of her, she didn't want to dampen his spirits, so she gritted her teeth and continued to follow him. She wanted to step into his world. To understand every little detail of his life. Chen Chen noticed she was struggling more and more. At the turn between the 3rd and 4th floors, he stopped, turned around, and knelt down in front of her, saying, "Come up, I'll carry you." Looking at the broad and sturdy back in front of her, Lin Mushi couldn't help but pause for a moment. The senior hadn't carried her on his back before. A vague emotion welled up in her heart, making her instinctively want to move closer. But glancing at the roses in front of her, she hesitated and said, "Senior, I can walk up." Would he think she was useless, unable to climb even a few flights of stairs? Chen Chen heard this and curved his lips into a gentle smile. "There are only 2 more floors. Don't be shy. Your boyfriend can carry you." Seeing Lin Mushi standing still, Chen Chen turned back and noticed the roses in front of her. He naturally reached out and took them. "Now you can come up safely, right?" Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she carefully leaned against Chen Chen's back. The senior's broad back was wide and comfortable, with no trace of discomfort. Instead, it gave her an unprecedented sense of security. In that moment, she felt as though she could hear her own heartbeat, beating in perfect harmony with Chen Chen's. Chen Shen didn't think much of it at first, assuming that carrying a girlfriend was a perfectly normal thing to do. However, suddenly, an indescribable soft sensation crept up on him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. How could he describe the feeling on his back at that moment? It was like being suspended in a light, ethereal cloud, both illusory and real, bringing an unprecedented tactile sensation that sent ripples of tenderness across his heart. It felt so comfortable. Chen Shen held a rose in one hand, while the other hand was placed behind him, supporting his firm, rounded buttocks. Feeling her buttocks being supported by a warm, large hand, she felt a jolt of electricity, causing Lin Mushi's already blushing face to turn as red as a fiery sunset. Chen Shen seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. After standing up, he even gave her a gentle lift. Lin Mushi was startled by the sudden movement and let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Chen Shen's neck. This time, the softness and closeness against his back made Chen Shen feel as though he were walking on clouds. Chen Shen was the type of man who looked slim in clothes but had a well-defined physique when undressed. His broad, muscular back and steady, powerful strides made Lin Mushi feel completely at ease and warm as she lay on his back, barely feeling any of the bumps in the ground. Soon, Lin Mushi went from initially feeling uncomfortable with such intimate contact to gradually growing dependent on his back. She even secretly hoped that the path leading to the 5th floor could be a little longer. But since it was a path, it had to come to an end. Soon, they arrived at the 5th floor. Chen Shen did not immediately put Lin Mushi down but continued to carry her, walking through a long corridor until they stopped in front of a door. "We're here," he said softly, his voice tinged with an indescribable tenderness. "Ah." Lin Mushi responded softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Then, Chen Shen crouched down slightly and slowly let go of her. Lin Mushi almost slid off his back, but due to the clothing between them, she didn't slide down quickly. During this process, Chen Shen could clearly feel the subtle friction between the softness and his body, which caused an unusual sensation to well up in his heart. They nearly lost their balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He managed to catch Lin Mushi in time, preventing both of them from falling. After regaining their balance, 2 flushes of color appeared on Lin Mushi's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Shen's eyes. She had felt it too. Chen Shen cleared his throat lightly, pulled out the keys from his pocket, and skillfully turned the lock. With a gentle push, the door swung open. What greeted their eyes was a small room, though not very large. It was neatly arranged, roughly 30 square meters in size. Upon entering, a bed came into view, with a simple desk beside it. On the desk sat a desktop computer, adorned with a vibrant pothose plant, adding a touch of greenery and vitality to the small space. One corner of the room had been cleverly converted into a small balcony, with a simple kitchenette installed on it and a compact yet tidy bathroom adjacent to it. Despite its compact size, the space is tidy and warmly decorated by the owner. "It's been over a month since I've stayed here, so there might be some dust. Don't mind it." Chen Shen set down the roses and picked up a feather duster, beginning to clean meticulously, leaving no corner untouched. Chapter 175, Is This Considered Living Together? Thank you for reading. What a small place. Lin Mushi's gaze swept around the room. This was the first time she had ever seen such a small place. However, upon entering, she felt a warm glow. It was clear that despite its small size, the room was equipped with all the necessary amenities, and every detail revealed the owner's thoughtfulness and attention to detail. This must be what they mean when they say, though small, it has everything. From this, it was clear that the senior was truly someone who loved life. Chen Shen felt a bit uneasy and scratched his nose, feeling a bit nervous inside. He was worried that Lin Mushi might have a negative impression of him because of this small and simple rental apartment. After all, every girl hopes her boyfriend can provide her with a spacious and bright home. Just as he was feeling a mix of emotions, Lin Mushi's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "But I think this place is really cozy. It feels like home." Lin Mushi's words were like a gentle spring breeze, carrying an indescribable tenderness that instantly dispelled Chen Shen's anxiety and unease. Chen Shen heard this and felt a warm current surge through his heart. He never expected that Lin Mushi not only didn't find it lacking, but could actually feel love and warmth in this simple space. "Cece, thank you for not disliking me." Lin Mushi smiled, her smile as bright as the sun on a spring day, illuminating the entire room and warming Chen Shen's heart. "Senior, for me, wherever you are is home. No matter how big or small the place is, as long as we're together, it's the most beautiful place." Chen Shen was deeply moved. He never expected Lin Mushi's request to be so simple. Simple enough that all she wanted was to be with him. But how could Chen Shen let her follow him through hardships? Chen Shen silently vowed to himself that he would definitely make a fortune in the future and never let her down. Chen Shen swept the dust clean, picked up the mop, and gave the floor a quick once-over. Soon, the room was filled with a faint, comforting scent of everyday life. In plain terms, it felt lived in. Lin Mushi stood quietly in the center of the room, her eyes following Chen Shen's busy figure, a sense of peace welling up in her heart that she couldn't put into words. Watching Chen Shen skillfully tend to everything, it seemed as though this small space had become more complete and warm simply because he was there. Chen Shen put the mop away, stepped out from the balcony, and said, "The chair is clean now. You can sit down and rest for a moment." Lin Mushi nodded and sat down on the chair. The two of them were in the small room, one sitting and one standing, with an indescribable sense of harmony and understanding filling the air. Suddenly, the quiet space was broken by a rumbling sound. Chen Shen followed the sound and saw that it was coming from Lin Mushi's stomach. A blush of embarrassment spread across Lin Mushi's face. Chen Shen asked, "Didn't you eat dinner tonight?" Lin Mushi lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. No. She was alone at home. Although Wang Ma's cooking was excellent, she just didn't feel like eating. Chen Shen heard this, furrowed his brows slightly, and spoke with a mix of reproach and concern. "Why didn't you eat properly?" He glanced at the time. It was too late to order takeout. So he turned toward the refrigerator, opened it, and saw there was noodles and eggs inside. He asked. He turned to look at Lin Mushi and asked, "Want some noodles?" Lin Mushi nodded immediately. "Sure." Chen Shen took the noodles out of the fridge and also took out 4 eggs. Lin Mushi followed closely behind him. Watching him wash the pot, fry the eggs, add water, and cook the noodles. The series of actions clearly showed that he often cooked noodles here. Now that she was here, he was cooking for himself. In that moment, she deeply felt that sometimes happiness was so simple and pure. Soon, the noodles were ready. Chen Shen turned off the heat, took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, washed them clean, and served 2 bowls of noodles. Each bowl of noodles had 2 fried eggs on top. He placed the bowls on the table and smiled, saying, "Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Mushi looked at the noodles in front of her, the steam rising from the bowl. She took a small bite. The firm texture of the noodles perfectly complemented the tenderness of the fried eggs. Since she hadn't lived there for a while, there were no scallions or other seasonings. However, the simple ingredients in Chen Shen's hands seemed to have been infused with magic, making them exceptionally delicious. She looked up at Chen Shen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "This is delicious. Your cooking skills are truly impressive, senior." After finishing the noodles, Chen Shen voluntarily began to clear the dishes, but was gently pushed away by Lin Mushi. "Senior, you cook the noodles, let me wash the bowls." Chen Shen smiled helplessly. "It's just a few bowls." Lin Mushi rolled up her sleeves, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Exactly, just a few bowls. Do you think I can't wash them?" Chen Shen sighed helplessly and let her go. He stood aside, watching Lin Mushi carefully place the bowls and plates into the sink. However, when Lin Mushi actually stood in front of the sink, she couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. She had never washed dishes before. During the new year, she stayed at Chen Shen's house and helped Lu Xiaoying. But it was just simple tasks like washing vegetables and picking them. Every time it was time to wash the dishes, she was pushed out of the kitchen. "Turn on the hot water first," Chen Shen reminded her from the side. Lin Mushi heard this and gently turned on the faucet. Warm water flowed out instantly, splashing tiny droplets. "That's good, you can turn it off now," Chen Shen continued to guide her, his gaze fixed on Lin Mushi's busy figure, filled with a smile. "Add some dish soap, and the white cloth next to it is the dishcloth." Lin Mushi followed Chen Shen's instructions, performing each step carefully. Though her movements were a bit clumsy, she was exceptionally focused. As the bowl grew cleaner in her hands, Lin Mushi felt an indescribable sense of wonder welling up inside her. She inadvertently lifted her head and caught Chen Shen's gaze in mid-air. Both their eyes sparkled with a subtle glow. Lin Mushi's lips curved into a faint smile as she curiously asked, "Senior, do you think what we're doing now counts as living together?" The question was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across Chen Shen's heart. A faint blush crept across his face, and the tips of his ears turned pink. Lin Mushi stared intently at Chen Shen and blurted out, "Senior, you're so cute." Chen Shen cleared his throat and said, "I'm a guy. How can you describe me as cute?" Lin Mushi placed the last bowl in the cupboard, walked up to Chen Shen, tiptoed slightly, and whispered almost against his face, "But you are so cute right now." Chapter 176, An Embarrassing Encounter in the Middle of the Night. Please keep reading. Chen Shen's face felt as though it were being gently caressed by Lin Mushi's warm breath, causing his heart to race uncontrollably and his breathing to grow. He gazed into Lin Mushi's eyes, which sparkled with life, as if they held the vastness of the stars and the sea, drawing him in irresistibly. Lin Mushi sensed Chen Shen's intense gaze and her cheeks flushed with a blush of shyness. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on the balcony outside the window. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky, as pure and delicate as the most pristine spirits dancing in the heavens. Her eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with the excitement and wonder of a child. She pointed gently toward the window, her voice brimming with excitement. "Senior, look! It's snowing." Chen Shen heard her words and slowly raised his head, following the direction of her finger. Outside the window, snowflakes were swirling, and in just a moment, the entire world was covered in a blanket of snow. "I never expected it to snow today." "Me neither. I haven't seen snow in ages." The two stood side by side on the balcony, quietly gazing at the snowstorm outside. The entire world was utterly silent, as if all the noise and chaos had been covered by the pure white snow, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breathing. Chen Shen actually didn't like snow much. He found it too cold, and every time it snowed, he worried about slipping and falling on his way to school. So whenever it snowed, he stayed home or in his dorm room. Even his meals and takeout were brought to him by his roommates. Lin Mushi leaned against Chen Chen's shoulder and said, "My dad said that once he comes back from abroad next month, he'll have me take you home to have dinner with him." "Sure. Aren't you nervous?" "Not at all." "Not nervous? Then why are your hands shaking?" "Maybe it's just cold." Lin Mushi glanced at his trembling hand resting on her shoulder and didn't call him out on it. "Senior, if you're cold, let us hug each other for warmth." "That's a good idea." As he spoke, he naturally tightened his arms, pulling Lin Mushi tightly into his embrace. It was indeed warmer, and her hands stopped trembling. "Are you still cold?" Lin Mushi asked. "Not anymore." The two of them quietly watched the snow fall. Lin Mushi said, "Senior, if it snows again tomorrow, shall we go build a snowman?" Chen, sure. Lin Mushi asked curiously, "Senior, can you build a snowman?" Chen chuckled and answered honestly, "I've never done it before, but it shouldn't be too hard, right?" Chen was afraid of the cold, so every time it snowed, his roommates suggested going to build a snowman, but he always declined. Lin Mushi looked up at him and said, "It's not hard. I'll teach you." Chen lowered his head slightly, his eyes meeting a pair of sparkling ones, and smiled, "All right." Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from the neighboring room, intertwined with low, labored breathing and soft moans. "Lin Mushi? Chen." Those in the know understood immediately what was happening. Chen never imagined that the first time he brought Lin Mushi to this rental property, they would end up in such an awkward situation. But then again, it was Valentine's Day, so maybe it made sense. "But, the guy next door, couldn't you just go get a room? Don't you know the soundproofing in these rental units is terrible?" Lin Mushi listened carefully for a moment, furrowing her brows in confusion, and asked, "Senior, did you hear any strange noises?" Chen feigned calmness and replied, "No, you must be hearing things. It's getting late, let's enjoy the snowy scenery tomorrow instead." But in his heart, he was muttering to himself, "On the balcony doing that kind of thing. Is it because the snow makes it feel more intense?" To prevent Lin Mushi from dwelling on this awkward topic, Chen led her back to the room and deliberately closed the doors to the balcony and kitchen tightly. He thought that way, they wouldn't be able to hear anything. But it was even clearer. It seemed to echo right beside her ears. This time, even the slow-witted Lin Mushi realized what was happening next door. Her cheeks flushed scarlet, and she was too shy to look up and meet Chen's gaze. Chen felt his throat go dry, swallowed hard, and awkwardly explained, "The soundproofing here isn't very good. I'll definitely rent a new place soon." If every time Lin Mushi came over, she heard this sound, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Mushi nodded slightly. Chen remade the bed, laid out the sheets, added an electric blanket, and then covered it with a soft coral fleece blanket. The bed now looked warm and comfortable. However, the two of them lay there, unable to fall asleep. The sounds from the next room fluctuated in volume, penetrating the thin walls and clearly reaching their ears. Even with the best sleep quality, it was impossible to fall asleep. "Want to listen to some music?" Chen asked. "Sure." Chen immediately got up and took out a pair of white Bluetooth headphones from the drawer. He handed one to Lin Mushi and put the other one on himself. Then he opened his phone and launched Kugo Music. However, as soon as he opened it, the sound of Huang Ling's voice came through, startling Chen, who quickly skipped to the next song. The familiar music began to play, and Chen finally relaxed. What a roller coaster night this has been. Listen to the sound of the moon setting and the crows crying in the west chamber. Waiting in vain at the long pavilion. At the tavern outside the bamboo grove. News of life and death from beyond the border. With the music playing, the sound in my ears was indeed a bit softer. However, with only one earbud, it could still be heard intermittently. Chen began to suspect that perhaps he hadn't heard these strange sounds before because he usually wore headphones. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have brought Lin Mushi back to rent this place. The two lay in the warm blankets, snuggled close together. At that moment, the music flowing from the headphones intertwined with the intermittent sounds from outside, creating an indescribably peculiar atmosphere. It was truly remarkable. The inappropriate sounds from the next room continued for over an hour before finally stopping. The entire world seemed to fall silent in that moment, leaving only the sound of their rapid breathing and heartbeats echoing in their ears. Chen suddenly took off his headphones and spoke. "It seems to have stopped next door. You should go to sleep first. I have something to do. I'll sleep later." Lin Mushi, nestled in Chen's arms, gently shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. "No, I want to sleep with you. Since they've stopped, we can sleep together now. We can handle whatever it is tomorrow." Chen tried to pry Lin Mushi's small hands away, but she held him tightly. If he didn't use force, he couldn't pry her hands open. If he did forcefully, Chen couldn't bear to hurt her. "If you don't want to sleep, we can go back to the balcony to watch the snow." Before Chen could finish speaking, the little girl in his arms suddenly lifted her body and covered his mouth. Chen's breath caught, and he instinctively deepened the kiss. Chapter 177, Actually, I can help you. Thank you for reading. After a long time, when both of their breaths had gradually calmed down, Lin Mushi snuggled against Chen Chen's chest and asked softly, "Senior, is there something in your pocket?" "No. But I feel like something is pressing against me." Chen Chen's cheeks flushed slightly. He suddenly let go of Lin Mushi and said nervously, "I suddenly remembered there is something. I'll go put it away." "What is it exactly?" Lin Mushi pressed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her little hands fidgeted. "It's really nothing. Just go back to sleep. I'll come back once I've put it away." "Can't you just put it here? The room isn't that big, I can see it." "No." At that moment, Lin Mushi suddenly leaned close to Chen Chen's ear, her small lips gently exhaling a fragrant breath, speaking with a touch of playfulness and shyness. "Senior, did you, change your clothes?" With a loud bang, something exploded in Chen Chen's mind. His cheeks flushed scarlet and his entire body felt as though an invisible flame had ignited him, his blood boiling with passion, nearly breaking free from the bonds of reason. "Go to sleep first." Chen Chen stood before the sink, letting the cold water wash over his face. However, even so, that indescribable sensation of heat remained, refusing to fade. He cupped his hands and splashed cold water on his face repeatedly, trying to calm himself down. Lin Mushi watched Chen Chen's retreating figure, almost as if he were fleeing in panic, and a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. She had always believed that the senior was acting so restrained because he couldn't handle it. Until she accidentally. She glanced at her own hands and noticed that it seemed almost impossible to grip them tightly. The thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Mushi's face turned as red as a sunset, instantly flushing crimson. When had she become so vibrant? It must be because of that girl, Qin Yao. That's it. It must be. Lin Mushi muttered to herself, trying to find a reasonable explanation for her change. She heard the sound of water trickling from inside. Lin Mushi approached the bathroom door and asked, "Senior, you're not taking a cold shower, are you?" It seemed like Chen Chen's muffled groan came from inside, followed by Chen Chen saying, "Cici, it's late. You should go to bed first." Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi felt an inexplicable urge welling up inside her. She bit her lip lightly and gathered her courage to say, "Senior, actually, if you need help, I can." Chen Chen had been using the cold water to try to calm the heat inside him. However, Lin Mushi's words were like an invisible flame, reigniting the fire within him. The desire that had nearly subsided began to stir once more. Chen Chen took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heartbeat. His voice came through the door crack, striving to remain calm. "Cici, listen to me, go to sleep first." Lin Mushi's tone carried a hint of unnoticeable disappointment as she softly replied, "Oh." She then slowly left the bathroom and sat down on Chen Chen's bed. Though the small room was cramped, Chen Chen's bed stood out as uniquely special, as if he had chosen it carefully. Lying on it felt more comfortable than anything he had ever experienced. Chen Chen didn't have many requirements for where he lived, but the bed had to be comfortable. Because it directly affected the quality of his sleep. Lin Mushi lay down on the bed, surrounded by Chen Chen's unique scent, which gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, time passed slowly, and before she knew it, more than 10 minutes had gone by, yet Chen Chen still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. 20 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of him. Lin Mushi was starting to get bored waiting. Why is the senior taking so long to come out? Chapter 178, Go to her place. Just as Lin Mushi was about to get up to check on the situation, a faint sound finally came from the bathroom, followed by the sound of the door lock turning gently. The door slowly opened, and Chen Chen's figure appeared at the doorway. His face had returned to normal. He walked over, lay down beside Lin Mushi, and said, "It's late. Let's go to sleep." In the morning, Chen Chen woke up. He turned his head and saw Lin Mushi's smiling face. He recalled last night's events, which had been quite embarrassing. But he couldn't help it, any normal man would have reacted the same way. Lin Mushi snuggled into Chen Chen's arms, smiling like the warm sun of spring, and greeted him with a clear, pleasant voice. "Senior, good morning." Chen Chen responded softly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness, "Good morning." As if reading his mind, Lin Mushi playfully laughed. "Senior, you don't need to worry too much about last night. I'm not a child, I know what happened." Chen Chen heard this and paused for a moment. "You know? We've been spending time together for over a month now. We've hugged and kissed. How could I possibly not notice?" Lin Mushi's words carried a hint of playfulness and shyness. "Chen Chen." Lin Mushi continued to press the issue. "So, why did you choose to endure it rather than let me help you?" Chen Chen said. "Here, it's not appropriate. It wouldn't be fair to you." Lin Mushi stood up and pressed a good morning kiss on his cheek. "Alright, I accept your reason." The two were about to get up when a voice came from the next room again. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi exchanged an awkward smile. "Haha, they seem pretty close." "Yeah. No need to guess, there's no way anyone can stay here tonight. We listened to them for most of the night last night. Judging by the looks of it, unless something unexpected happens, the battle will continue tonight." Chen Chen had already had a few drinks last night, and on top of that, he didn't sleep well all night. He looks like he's been overindulging. If the three people in the dorm saw him like this, they'd definitely jump to conclusions. To be honest, anyone else would think the same. He said, "Let us go out for breakfast and find a place to catch up on sleep." Lin Mushi blinked and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. I have an apartment nearby, we can just go there." Chen Chen was surprised. "You have an apartment near the school?" "Yes, my dad bought it for me after I started college. I've never been there yet, so today is a good chance to check it out." The two quickly washed up, got dressed, and headed out. Just as they stepped out the door, the couple next door also came out. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with a touch of awkwardness. When the guy recognized Lin Mushi, his face lit up with astonishment. His gaze was like intense sunlight, fixated on her. However, in front of others, Lin Mushi quickly switched back to her usual aloof and cold demeanor. It was as if an invisible barrier had been erected around her, making it impossible for anyone to approach her. Chen Chen shot him a cold glance and led Lin Mushi toward the stairwell. The two hadn't heard the sounds coming from Chen Chen's side last night, so they assumed no one else knew what they had done. However, as they passed by the couple next door, Lin Mushi spoke to the girl in a casual tone. "Next time, remember to book a room at the hotel." The moment those words left her mouth, the two of them turned bright red. "So, did they hear everything that happened last night?" The girl, feeling embarrassed, gently punched the guy's chest with her small fists and scolded him playfully. "It's all your fault. I told you we should have gone to the hotel. Now how am I supposed to face anyone?" The guy, however, seemed completely unfazed. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and laughed. "Anyway, they don't know us. What's there to be afraid of? Your boyfriend is so strong, let others envy us." "Strong?" The girl gave him a skeptical glance. The boy. Wah, don't be so hurtful." Chen Chen and Lin Mushi went to a nearby breakfast shop first, then headed to Lin Mushi's house. Her house was in a well-known upscale neighborhood near the school. The prices of houses there start at 5 digits. It was a place ordinary people could only dream of affording in their lifetime. Chen Chen had passed by this area countless times, secretly imagining what it would be like to live there. Little did he know that Lin Mushi's house was right there. There's a saying that rings true. What you strive so hard to reach at the top may just be someone else's starting point. Upon entering the community, Lin Mushi guided Chen Chen to the 5th building using his memory. They then took the elevator and rode all the way up to the 22nd floor. Standing before the door, Lin Mushi once again relied on the numbers in her memory to enter the door lock's password with ease. With a soft beep, the door unlocked and a carved wooden door slowly swung open, revealing the warm and elegant interior. A faint scent of lavender drifted through the air, instantly relaxing the atmosphere. Lin Mushi stepped aside, smiling as she invited Chen Chen inside. "Senior, please come in." Chen Chen stepped over the threshold, looked around, and couldn't help but admire the place. The interior was decorated simply yet elegantly, with each piece of furniture placed just right, reflecting the owner's taste while maintaining a warm, lived-in feel. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the living room and making the entire space feel bright and airy. "Senior, how do you like it here?" "It's fantastic, really amazing." He silently etched every detail of the scene into his mind, as if sketching out a blueprint for his future, before speaking with determination. "One day, I want to buy a house like this too." "You'll definitely make it happen." "Thanks." Lin Mushi yawned. "I'm so tired, let's go to bed." Having not slept well the previous night, Lin Mushi led the slightly tired Chen Chen into the spacious and bright master bedroom. The two lay side by side on the bed, holding each other tightly and kissing deeply. At that moment, the snow outside had stopped. Sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a soft golden glow over them. When they woke up again, it was already afternoon. Chen Chen instinctively stretched his body, yawned, and then noticed that there was something heavy pressing against him. He turned his head slightly, his gaze gently resting on the sleeping face of Lin Mushi beside him. Her breathing was steady and peaceful, her long eyelashes gently resting on her eyelids, casting a faint shadow. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the half-drawn curtains, bathing her in a soft golden glow. Chen Chen was about to reach out to touch her when Lin Mushi suddenly opened her eyes. "Good afternoon, senior." Chen Chen's hand remained suspended in midair as he replied, "Good afternoon," before gently touching her. Chapter 179, After meeting your father, please keep reading. When she felt the warmth from his palm on her cheek, Lin Mushi couldn't help but pause for a moment. "Senior, are you trying to play, buddy?" "Play, buddy? Isn't that something a man would say?" Before she could react, she was tightly embraced by Lin Mushi once again. His voice, hoarse with excitement, grew low and raspy. "Don't move, Cece. At least wait until we met your father first." Lin Mushi heard this, curved her lips into a faint smile, and softly agreed, "All right, I'll do as you say." Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with a mischievous light, as if, in this moment, she had completely taken control. She snuggled closely against Chen Chen's embrace, savoring this rare moment of intimacy and peace. "But, senior," she suddenly lifted her head, her bright eyes fixed on Chen Chen, "you better be prepared, my father isn't someone you can easily handle." Chen Chen heard this and couldn't help but curve his lips into a wry smile. He knew that Lin Mushi's father held a prominent position in Jiangcheng and had a stern personality, setting extremely high standards for his daughter. But even so, he would never back down. Don't worry, Cece. He gripped Lin Mushi's hand tightly and spoke firmly. I'll win over your father with my heart. I believe that as long as I truly love you, he'll see my sincerity. Chen Chen was certain that a father who had raised such a wonderful girl like Cece couldn't possibly be the kind of difficult parent. He was confident he could win his approval. Lin Mushi listened to Chen Chen's words, and a warm wave surged in her heart. She had never seen such a determined and unwavering gaze, nor had she ever felt such deep and sincere emotions. She knew that at that moment, she had already fallen deeply in love with this man. The two exchanged a smile, as if all their worries and reservations had vanished into thin air. Lin Mushi no longer dwelled on whether being together necessarily meant doing that kind of thing. They held each other tightly, as if they were trying to merge their souls into one another's bodies and fly together into the heavens. Lin Mushi lay on the bed, her chest rising and falling rapidly with excitement. Wait. She suddenly realized that she had already, without taking that final step? Chen Chen noticed Lin Mushi's unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Lin Mushi forced herself to stay calm and replied, "No, I'm fine." Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy, wondering if he had been too impulsive. "Did I scare you just now?" Lin Mushi shook her head gently, her face flushing slightly. "No, I'm fine." If the senior found out what had just happened. Lin Mushi immediately dismissed the thought from her mind. She couldn't let the senior find out. After a long while, the two lay quietly in bed, embracing each other, savoring this rare moment of peace and warmth. Chen Chen gently rubbed Lin Mushi's slightly reddened hands, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. "We agreed to wait until after you've met your father." His words carried a hint of reproach, but more so, they were filled with indulgence. Their current states were completely opposite. Chen Chen looked as though he had just taken a tonic. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi looked utterly exhausted, as if she had just survived a fierce battle. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, she nodded and said, "Yes." "Then why did you?" Lin Mushi's cheeks grew even redder. She looked at Chen Chen playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You only said we couldn't go all the way, you didn't say we couldn't do anything else." Chen Chen sighed helplessly and gently tickled her nose. "You're just splitting hairs." Lin Mushi said, "So what?" Chen Chen gently pressed her forehead. "Who did you learn that from?" Lin Mushi stuck out her tongue playfully at him. "No one. I just can't do it myself." "You must have learned it from that little girl, Yuan, right?" That tone was exactly like hers. "No." Chen Chen hummed and didn't dwell on the matter anymore. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already 4:25 p.m. He asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lin Mushi shook her head slightly, looking a bit dazed. "I don't know what's available at home." Seeing this, Chen Chen got up to freshen up, then entered the living room and opened the refrigerator door to take a look. It's very clean. Cleaner than his face. His face was covered in stubble from not shaving all night. Lin Mushi came out of the room, her gaze falling on the empty refrigerator, and a hint of apology flashed across her face. "I didn't expect to come back to stay. Earlier, Auntie asked if I wanted her to prepare some food for the fridge, but I thought since I wasn't staying, there was no need." At that moment, she had already changed into a cute and playful rabbit-eared pajama set. The small ears on the pajamas gently swayed with her words, adding a touch of innocence and liveliness. Her expression carried a hint of aloofness, creating a stark contrast with her outfit, making her both aloof and adorable. She was irresistibly cute. Chen Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, there's nothing much to do anyway. We can go grocery shopping." Upon hearing the suggestion, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up with excitement. "Go grocery shopping? Great idea. I'll go change clothes." "All right." Chen Chen glanced at himself. He hadn't taken a shower in 2 days, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. As a true southerner, he maintained the habit of showering daily, even in cold weather. However, the idea of going to a public bathhouse was almost unbearable for him. After thinking it over, Chen Chen decided to go back to his rental apartment later to grab some clean clothes. He hoped he wouldn't run into that couple again. Lin Mushi quickly changed into her clothes. Chen Chen found this quite commendable, unlike other girls who would take forever to get ready before going out. However, this was also due to her natural beauty. Even if she were wearing a tattered piece of cloth, she would still be the most eye-catching person in the crowd. After getting ready, the two of them held hands and stepped out the door. Outside, the snow had stopped. Only a world covered in silver remained, slowly fading away. Lin Mushi gazed at the melting snow, a hint of regret on her face. The snow is melting. What a pity. I heard this was the last snowfall after the spring festival this year. She had been looking forward to building a snowman with her senior today. Chen Chen gently wrapped his arm around Lin Mushi's shoulder and said, "It's okay that the snow has melted. We can build a snowman together again next winter." Lin Mushi heard this and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She leaned gently against Chen Chen's chest. "Okay, deal. Next winter, we'll build a big snowman and give it my favorite red scarf." Even if the snow melts, we can still eat roasted sweet potatoes, Shin Chen added with a smile. Chapter 180, She resembles Lin Mushi. Thank you for reading. Lin Mushi nodded vigorously. Right, roasted sweet potatoes. Senior, let's go eat now. I know where to buy them. Follow me. Shin Chen held Lin Mushi's hand and walked toward the nearby pedestrian street. The street was bustling with activity, lined with various stalls, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. Look, there it is. The sweet potatoes that old man is roasting are so fragrant and sweet. Shen Shen pointed to a small stall in the distance. There were already quite a few people waiting in line. Shen Shen and Lin Mushi joined the line at the back. The owner of the sweet potato stall was a kind-hearted old man who greeted every customer warmly, his face radiating a simple, genuine smile. After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, it was finally Chen Shen and Lin Mushi's turn. Uncle, 2 roasted sweet potatoes, please, Chen Shen said with a smile. Sure thing. The vendor skillfully pulled 2 steaming hot, golden brown sweet potatoes from the oven, carefully placed them in a paper bag, and handed them over. Here you go, and here are 2 spoons for you to use. Someone nearby noticed this and asked, Sir, what about us? We don't have spoons. The vendor responded humorously, Do I look like a spoon? You're clearly from the south, it's only right to give you a little extra care. Don't treat us differently like that, the man complained, but he was also infected by the boss's humor and couldn't help but smile. You're a southern potato, aren't you? The boss teased again, causing everyone around to laugh, and the atmosphere became light and cheerful. Shen Shen and Lin Mushi ate together. Wow, it's so hot, but it smells so good. Lin Mushi blew on her food but couldn't resist taking a bite, her expression of satisfaction evident. Shen Shen smiled at her and took a bite of his own sweet potato. The soft, sweet, and fragrant flavor exploded in his mouth, warmth spreading from his tongue to his heart. Indeed, this is the taste of winter. Recalling something, Shen Shen said to Lin Mushi. Cece, I'll go back and grab some clean clothes before heading to the supermarket. All right. The two arrived at the residential building where Chen Shen rented a room, and the roasted sweet potatoes were almost finished. They say what you fear will come to pass. As they approached the door, they saw the couple again. They seemed to have just returned from somewhere, with the guy carrying several bags. However, everyone simply nodded silently, without exchanging much small talk, and went their separate ways toward their respective rentals. However, as the guy passed by Lin Mushi, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. This scene was captured by his girlfriend, who immediately flew into a jealous rage, grabbed the guy by the ear, and dragged him into the room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Before the girl could speak up, the guy suddenly seemed to remember something and urgently said, I remember who that girl is. The girl crossed her arms, furrowed her brows, and pressed, Who is she? The guy swallowed hard, feeling a sudden wave of fear, and replied, If I'm not mistaken, she should be Lin Mushi, the famous cold and aloof school beauty from our school. The girl looked at him in disbelief. Are you joking? Lin Mushi would never be with a guy, let alone spend the night with him. That's impossible. The boy spoke firmly, I didn't see wrong. She's definitely Lin Mushi. If you don't believe me, wait until they come out tomorrow, and you'll see for yourself. The girl furrowed her brows and asked unhappily, So you're planning to stay here tonight? The boy shrugged and replied, To save money. Besides, hotels outside aren't necessarily safe. What if there are hidden cameras? We'd be caught on camera. This place is a bit rough, but at least it's safe. Chapter 181, A Little Life for Two. The girl heard this and curled her lips into a mocking smile. Saving money? Are you afraid of being watched, or are you just trying to take advantage of me? Let's put Lin Mushi's matter aside for now. You need to give me a reasonable explanation. Seeing this, the guy hurriedly waved his hands, his eyes filled with sincerity and urgency. It's really not what you think, baby. Don't you know how I feel about you? The girl spoke decisively. Being surrounded by people at a hotel? Oomph, what a joke. Do you think we want to be surrounded here? In any case, if you're still here tonight, we're breaking up. Thinking of the handsome face of the guy next door, the girl refused to stay here tonight no matter what. On the other side, Chen Shan and Lin Mushi returned to their room and heard the loud slam of the door next door, but didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing Chen Shan packing his clothes, Lin Mushi helped him. Seeing Lin Mushi take all the clothes off the rack, Chen Shan sighed helplessly. Cece, if you keep taking them, you'll empty my entire closet. Senior, didn't you say you were going to rent a new room? Why not just move all your stuff over to my place first? Lin Mushi suggested. Actually, Chen Shen didn't have much stuff here, just a computer he used regularly and 2 sets of clothes for daily use, simple and tidy. If there was anything of real value, it was probably the bed he had carefully selected. He had purchased it with his first royalties, and it was quite expensive. It held great significance to him, and parting with it easily was truly difficult. After some consideration, Chen Shen decided not to move out just yet. After all, the rent wasn't high, and he could think of it as a safety net for himself. If anything unexpected happened in the future, he'd at least have a place to fall back on. After packing all his clothes, Lin Mushi looked at the flowers on the table and said, I'll take the flowers. These were the first flowers her senior had ever given her, and Lin Mushi planned to take them home to care for them properly. Chen Chen said. We'll take the computer another day. Let us go. Lin Mushi carefully held the vibrant bouquet of roses and followed closely behind Chen Chen. At the same time, the couple next door seemed to be drawn by the commotion and opened their door to peek out. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Mushi, who was partially hidden by the roses, a look of disappointment flashed across the boy's face. The girl followed the man, her gaze inadvertently falling on the vibrant red roses in Lin Mushi's hands. Her face immediately lit up with envy. Look at him, holding such a big bouquet of roses. And I didn't even get a single one, the girl said to the man with a hint of resentment. The boys heard this and looked a bit wronged and helpless. Baby, I bought you a bunch of things, and I carried them all by myself. His arms were still sore from carrying everything. Yet she saw someone else holding a bouquet of roses and felt envious. That's just how girls are. Ha ha. He didn't get a good look at the girl's face, which was a bit of a shame. But his intuition told him that the girl must be Lin Mushi. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi exited the residential building and headed straight for the supermarket. Their living area was very convenient. There was a pedestrian street, a market, and a supermarket, all of which made their daily lives extremely convenient. At this time of year in the north, it was already dark. The supermarket was brightly lit, with various goods neatly arranged on the shelves, from fresh fruits and vegetables to imported snacks, everything was available. Chen Chen pushed the shopping cart and carefully selected the ingredients needed for tonight's dinner alongside Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi occasionally picks up a packet of snacks and smiles at Chen Chen, asking, "This looks good. Want to try it?" Chen Chen also smiled and replied, "Sure." The two walked and chatted, occasionally engaging in a minor argument over the choice of an item, but the air was filled with warmth and sweetness. After finishing their shopping, they carried heavy shopping bags, returning home with their arms full. The dim streetlights cast a warm glow on them, lengthening their shadows and illuminating scenes of happiness. Upon returning home, Chen Chen placed the shopping bags on the dining table, then shook his slightly sore arms and exhaled deeply. Finally home. Lin Mushi set down the roses and walked over to Chen Chen, using her nimble hands to gently massage his arms. "Senior, you've worked hard." Lin Mushi's massage technique was quite skilled. Each gentle press seemed to carry a magical touch, gradually relaxing Chen Chen's tense muscles. Before long, his arms felt much lighter and the soreness had subsided considerably. "I'll go cook dinner," Chen Chen said. "I'll help too," Lin Mushi followed closely behind. Normally, she didn't enjoy cooking. But if it was with Chen Chen, she felt it was an incredibly happy thing to do. The two entered the kitchen. Chen Chen began busily preparing the ingredients, placing some unused items temporarily in the refrigerator. Lin Mushi washed the vegetables nearby, and the two worked together seamlessly. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, along with their occasional laughter. "Senior, what should we cook today?" Lin Mushi asked Chen Chen while washing the vegetables. Chen Chen thought for a moment and smiled. "How about sweet and sour pork ribs? Let's add some tomato scrambled eggs too. Simple yet delicious." Lin Mushi's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she nodded excitedly. "Great! Great! I love sweet and sour pork ribs. But, Senior, do you know how to make sweet and sour pork ribs?" Lin Mushi asked curiously, unable to help but recall her days in Guangzhou, where the senior seemed to be rather clumsy in the kitchen. Chen Chen heard this and curved his lips into a mysterious smile, pulling out his phone from his pocket and giving it a gentle shake. With a phone in hand, why worry about finding a recipe? Just search online, follow the steps, and you're good to go. His tone was filled with confidence and ease, as if any challenge could be easily overcome. So, the two began to work together, with Chen Chen following the tutorial to cook the dishes, while Lin Mushi helped with seasoning and plating. The kitchen echoed with the clinking of pots and pans, interspersed with their playful banter and laughter. The once empty house was now filled with the warmth of life. An hour later, two dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic were placed before them. The two sat around the dining table, admiring the feast before them. Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with delight as she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these sweet and sour pork ribs look pretty good." Chen Chen smiled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He gently picked up his chopsticks, placed a piece of pork rib in Lin Mushi's bowl, and said softly, "Try it and see how it tastes. This is my first attempt at making it, following an online tutorial." Chapter 182, Peaceful Days. Please keep reading. Lin Mushi took the pork rib, took a gentle bite, and found the crust crispy while the meat inside was tender and juicy. The sweet and sour flavor danced on her tongue. "It's delicious. Senior, your cooking skills are amazing. You did such a great job on your first try. As your girlfriend, I'm so lucky to have such a great cook." Chen Chen, seeing this, also eagerly picked up a piece of pork rib for himself and took a big bite. The taste was indeed excellent. Lin Mushi hadn't been lying to herself. He had originally been worried that Lin Mushi would say something polite because this was the first time he had cooked spare ribs. Their eyes met in the air, and both of them smiled sincerely. "Senior, you worked the hardest. Eat more. You worked hard too. Here, have this piece." After dinner, Chen Chen sat on the sofa and took out his phone to start writing. Lin Mushi took out a sleek laptop from the drawer beside her, placed it gently on the table, and smiled at Chen Chen, saying, "Senior, use this laptop to write. I've even got a special keyboard for you." Every detail of her laptop exuded top-of-the-line quality and luxury, clearly a meticulously selected premium product. The keyboard, in particular, was a rare treasure that Chen Chen had never even dared to dream of owning. It felt amazing to the touch, with each key seeming to whisper of excellence and refinement, exactly the kind of thing he would never have been able to afford. With this setup, he estimated that he'd have to rewrite several months' worth of his novel for free. Possibly even more. Chen Chen said, "Cece, thank you." Lin Mushi extended a slender finger and pressed it against his lips. "Senior, we agreed there's no need for thanks between us." Chen Chen smiled knowingly, sat down, opened the laptop lid, plugged it in, and sat back. He then set up the keyboard and mouse. Lin Mushi's computer desktop background featured a cat with unique white heterochromatic eyes, appearing both mysterious and alluring. The desktop icons were simple and straightforward, with only a few basic software programs and some shortcuts to manga creation tools. Chen Chen had seen her draw comics before, but he didn't know how good she was. He was curious, but she didn't want to show him. But it didn't matter. Chen Chen believed that he would eventually get to see them. Chen Chen first downloaded a writing assistant app, logged into his account, and began typing. During this time, Lin Mushi found a few elegant empty vases, a pair of delicate and sharp scissors, and some decorative flowers, placing them all on the other side of the desk. She then sat down elegantly and began to carefully remove the exquisite packaging from the large bouquet of roses, taking each delicate, vibrant rose out one by one. It was clear that she intended to turn the bouquet into a beautiful floral arrangement. The two sat at opposite ends of the table, each engrossed in their own tasks. Lin Mushi was focused on arranging the flowers, occasionally lifting her head to cast a gentle glance at Chen Chen, who was completely engrossed in the world of his novel. Chen Chen seemed completely immersed in the novel's plot, oblivious to the world around him. He wore a simple yet comfortable white knitted long-sleeve shirt, exuding an effortlessly stylish yet refined aura that naturally drew people to him. The light filtering through the partially drawn curtains cast a warm glow on the two of them, adding a touch of warmth to the quiet moment. Lin Mushi carefully selected each rose, arranging them neatly in the vase. Chen Chen's fingers danced across the keyboard, the tapping sounds intertwining with the occasional honking from outside, creating a harmonious melody. His brows furrowed and relaxed in turn, the focus radiating from within him like a magnetic field, drawing Lin Mushi's gaze. The air was filled with the faint scent of flowers, creating an indescribably warm atmosphere. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, leaving only the two of them in silent, profound companionship and the unspoken yet mutually understood emotions between them. After arranging all the flowers, Lin Mushi gently picked up one of the vases, walked slowly to Chen Chen's computer desk, and placed it there with care. "Senior, look, these are the flowers I just arranged. What do you think? Are they nice?" Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and playfulness, like a little girl waiting for praise. Chen Chen's gaze shifted from the screen to the bouquet before him, and he sincerely praised. "They're beautiful and fragrant. You have such a talent for flower arranging." Lin Mushi, delighted by the praise, broke into a smile as bright as a blooming flower, as excited as a child who had received their favorite candy. She couldn't help but press a kiss on Chen Chen's cheek. "I'll go put the other vases away. Senior, you continue writing." Before Chen Chen could react, she darted back to the other side of the table like a joyful little sprite, scooped up the remaining vases, and walked toward the sofa with light steps. She placed one vase on the coffee table and then turned toward the master bedroom. Chen Chen watched her lively figure with a smile, shook his head, and continued immersing himself in the world of his novel. Lately, thanks to spending time with Lin Mushi, his writing inspiration had been flowing freely, and he was writing smoothly. The number of subscribers kept rising steadily. The reader's recognition was like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead of him. Chen Chen wrote even more diligently. Lin Mushi placed one of the flower arrangements on the bedside table in the master bedroom. The last one was placed on the sink. Looking at this once unfamiliar home, which was gradually becoming familiar and taking on the appearance she loved, Lin Mushi felt an indescribable joy and fulfillment welling up inside her. After finishing everything, she returned to the living room, took some materials for making dried flowers, and planned to turn the remaining roses into dried flowers to preserve them forever. When Chen Chen finished his tasks for the day and looked up, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to Lin Mushi. She was fully immersed in making the dried flowers, every movement revealing her meticulousness and focus. As the last bit of drying agent gently settled into the mold, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Mushi's face. She exhaled softly, as if she had completed an important ritual. "All done." Their eyes met, and Lin Mushi's face beamed with pride. She excitedly said to Chen Chen, "Senior, come and see how my dried flowers turned out." She had made the remaining roses into two types of dried flowers. One type was dried directly using desiccant, preserving the flower's original shape and color, giving them a natural and textured appearance. The other type was made using a unique transparent liquid soaked in a mold, allowing the flowers to maintain their shape while adding a touch of mystery and fantasy. Chen Chen walked up behind Lin Mushi, embraced her, and his gaze fell on the dried flowers in front of her. His eyes lit up, and he sincerely praised. They're beautiful, CC. Your craftsmanship is truly amazing. Lin Mushi smiled even more brightly upon hearing this. Chapter 183, The Life of My Dreams. Thank you for reading. A warm breath brushed against her shoulder, and Lin Mushi's ears turned red. She asked, Senior, have you finished typing? Chen Chen rested his chin on Lin Mushi's shoulder, feeling her warmth and breath, and replied softly. Yes, I'm done. Today was an early finish. After finishing the typing work, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. Let me massage your shoulders. I'm really good at it. Lin Mushi stood up while speaking, exchanging places with Chen Chen. Chen Chen sat comfortably, while Lin Mushi stood behind him, placing her slender, fair fingers gently on his shoulders and beginning a gentle massage. Her fingertips seemed to have a magical touch, and as she gently kneaded his shoulders, Chen Chen felt the tension and fatigue in his neck and shoulders gradually dissipate. Lin Mushi's technique was both gentle and firm, applying just the right amount of pressure to each acupoint, causing him to relax involuntarily. He felt as though he were floating on a cloud, with all his worries and stress fading away. Cici, your technique is truly amazing. I feel so much lighter now. Chen Chen closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace and comfort, and praised her sincerely. Lin Mushi heard this and curved her lips into a sweet smile, her movements growing even gentler. If you like it, I can give you massages more often in the future. When she was little, she used to give her father massages like this, and he always looked so happy. However, as she grew older, her father's time became increasingly scarce. She never gave him another massage after that. All right. The room was filled with the faint scent of flowers and a warm, cozy atmosphere. The two of them looked especially harmonious and beautiful in the soft light. After relaxing, Lin Mushi told Chen Chen to take a shower first. You go first, I'll take my time. Chen Chen didn't insist, took his change of clothes, and entered the bathroom. Standing in the bathroom, which was much more spacious than the small room they rented, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The spacious, well-lit space and elegant decor stood in stark contrast to his usual modest surroundings, giving him a surreal feeling as if he were in a dream. Chen Chen gathered his thoughts, took off his clothes, turned on the shower, and let the warm, gentle water flow over his skin, washing away the fatigue and dust of the day. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and savored the rare comfort and relaxation, unable to help but marvel. Being able to enjoy a hot shower in this spacious, well-lit bathroom during winter, this feeling is truly amazing. Washing away the fatigue of the day, Chen Chen felt completely refreshed. He turned off the shower, gently dried himself with a towel, put on clean clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom, radiating an indescribable freshness and vitality. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Mushi was sitting on a chair reading a book. Hearing Chen Chen's footsteps, she smiled and looked up, her eyes gentle as water. Are you done? Chen Chen nodded slightly, a smile curving his lips. Yes, I'm done. It's your turn. Lin Mushi closed the book in her hands, placed it aside, then stood up gracefully, picked up the clean clothes she had prepared earlier, and walked into the bathroom with light steps. After Lin Mushi entered the bathroom, Chen Chen casually picked up the phone on the bedside table and started scrolling through short videos, but his mind wasn't fully focused on it. The faint sound of running water from the bathroom drifted into his ears, disrupting his train of thought. Chapter 184, Wang Ma arrives. In the bathroom, Lin Mushi had already removed her clothes. Her perfect figure was exposed. On her skin, faint purple marks were visible. Her skin was flawless. Like a fine piece of jade, it was translucent and radiant, and when gently pressed, it would blush with a charming flush. However, this time was different. Even after a full day, the red marks remained clearly visible. This clearly shows how intense last night was. Senior, you were too rough. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, like peach blossoms in the morning light, exuding a hint of shyness and sweetness, as if she were reminiscing about something. Suddenly, Lin Mushi snapped out of her reverie, realizing she had been daydreaming. Don't think about it anymore. She quickly turned on the shower, letting the warm, gentle water envelop her body, as if trying to wash away all the shyness and distracting thoughts. A moment later, the bathroom door opened gently. Lin Mushi emerged wearing a soft nightgown, her hair slightly damp, emanating a faint, delicate fragrance, as if she were a fairy descending from the heavens. Senior, I'm done showering. A faint smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled with tenderness, causing Chen Chen's heart to race involuntarily. You're done showering? Chen Chen noticed her damp hair and said gently, let me help you dry your hair. As he spoke, he gently put down his phone and stood up to look for the hairdryer. Lin Mushi pretended to be calm, nodded, and walked over to sit by the bed. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. The senior said he'd help me dry my hair. The hairdryer should be in the drawer, she whispered. Chen Chen had been struggling to find the hairdryer. Upon hearing her, he opened the drawer and found a white, unfamiliar hairdryer inside. There was no need to guess this hairdryer wasn't something you could buy off the shelf. He plugged it in, turned it on, and stood behind Lin Mushi, carefully blowing her long hair dry. Her hair was of excellent quality, soft and smooth, like touching the finest silk, making it hard to resist touching. As the gentle breeze from the hairdryer blew, Lin Mushi's long hair danced in the air, emitting a faint fragrance of shampoo, causing Chen Chen to take a deep breath involuntarily. He carefully adjusted the airflow and temperature, afraid of hurting her. Lin Mushi closed her eyes, feeling Chen Shen's fingertips gently glide through her hair, bringing a warm breeze. "Your hair is so beautiful," Chen Shen couldn't help but praise, his voice low and magnetic, sending a warm current through Lin Mushi's heart. Lin Mushi slowly opened her eyes, looking at Chen Shen's focused expression in the mirror, and her body instinctively leaned closer to him. "Senior, it's so nice to have you here." After drying her hair, they lay together on the soft bed, holding each other tightly, savoring this peaceful and beautiful moment. As night deepened, moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft silver glow over the room, enveloping the couple in a gentle, ethereal light. Everything that should have been done last night, and everything that shouldn't have been done, had been done. Tonight, Lin Mushi was even bolder and more reckless. Chen Shen was almost driven to the brink of losing control by her teasing, so he could only helplessly pull this mischievous little troublemaker into his arms and say in a slightly authoritative tone, "Don't move a muscle." Lin Mushi stuck out her tongue at him playfully, replying, I won't move. Let me go first." Chen Shen didn't believe her for a second. He held her hands and feet firmly in place and said, "Go to sleep." Lin Mushi, seeing this, could only rein in her mischief and obediently closed her eyes to sleep. The result of going to bed early was waking up early. When Lin Mushi woke up, Chen Shen was still asleep. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting dappled patterns on his face and giving him a soft, gentle expression. It was as if he had an aura of his own, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Lin Mushi gently approached Chen Shen and finally placed a soft, loving kiss on his forehead. After completing the gesture, she looked at him with love in her eyes before carefully getting out of bed. After brushing her teeth, she gently opened the door, intending to go to the kitchen to prepare a delicious breakfast for Chen Shen. However, as soon as she opened the door, the sound of the fingerprint lock opening came from outside. With a soft click, the door slowly opened, and a woman in her 50s, dressed in a maid's uniform, walked in. Lin Mushi calmly withdrew her gaze and greeted her, "Wang Ma, you're here." Wang Ma heard the voice, looked up, and saw Lin Mushi standing there in her pajamas, her face filled with surprise. "Miss Lin, you're here?" The reason the place had remained clean and tidy despite being unoccupied was because Wang Ma came regularly to clean. Today happened to be her regular day for cleaning. She never expected to encounter Lin Mushi. She had assumed the young miss had gone to school. "Yes, I came yesterday," Lin Mushi replied softly. "I'll go shopping for groceries now." "What would you like to eat today?" Wang Ma asked kindly. "Anything is fine," Lin Mushi replied. In front of others, Lin Mushi seemed to have returned to her usual aloof demeanor. "Alright, Miss Lin," Wang Ma replied and turned to leave. Just then, Lin Mushi suddenly called her back. "Wang Ma, please cook an extra portion today. There are some vegetables in the fridge, you can check and buy more if needed." Wang Ma heard this and a look of surprise flashed across her face, but out of professional duty, she didn't ask any further questions and replied respectfully, "Alright, Miss Lin." She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, who could this extra person be? Could it be Miss Qin Yao? The young miss seemed to have only Miss Qin Yao as someone she was close to. Besides her, Wang Ma couldn't think of anyone else. However, no matter who it was, she would find out soon enough. Seeing that she didn't need to cook breakfast, Lin Mushi returned to her room. Chen Shen was still deeply asleep, breathing steadily and peacefully. Lin Mushi did not disturb him but quietly picked up a copy of Harry Potter and sat down beside him. Her movements were exceptionally gentle, as if she feared the slightest sound might disturb Chen Shen's sweet dreams. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the two of them, adding a touch of tenderness to the serene scene. Lin Mushi's gaze wandered through the words on the page, occasionally glancing up at Chen Shen's peaceful sleeping face, her heart filled with an indescribable tenderness. Time slipped away quietly until the first rays of sunlight fully penetrated the curtains, illuminating the entire room. Chen Shen slowly opened his eyes. His first sight was of Lin Mushi, who was intently reading beside him, and the familiar cover of Harry Potter. A warm wave rose from his heart, and he softly called out, "Cece, good morning." Chapter 185, Sharing a Toothbrush. Please keep reading. Lin Mushi gently turned her face, her eyes meeting Chen Shen's dark gaze. He had just awakened from the edge of a dream, his eyes still tinged with a hint of innocence, resembling a child full of curiosity about the world. She smiled and replied, "Good morning, senior. Did you sleep well last night?" "Good," Chen Shen replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi put down her book, leaned forward, and pressed a good morning kiss to his lips. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a warm sensation on her waist. The next moment, her world spun, and she was swept into Chen Shen's arms, the kiss growing passionate and deep. After unlocking, the two kissed each other with great earnestness. They responded to each other, fully immersed in the moment. After the kiss ended, Chen Shen released her. "It's better now." The spot where their lips had touched was still clearly visible. Lin Mushi, with her cheeks flushed red, leaned against Chen Shen's side, resembling a delicate peach blossom, exuding an alluring fragrance that made one irresistibly drawn to approach and pluck it. That teasing, hesitant gaze seemed capable of igniting the most primal desires and impulses within one's heart. Before allowing himself to fully succumb to the embrace of tenderness, Chen Shen restrained himself, withdrew his gaze, and stretched his arms wide, giving a big, lazy yawn. He had initially thought that sleeping in an unfamiliar place for the first time would feel uncomfortable. However, his sleep last night was surprisingly restful. After a night of sweet dreams, he awoke feeling lighter and more refreshed than ever before, as if every cell in his body was dancing with joy. Shen pulled back the blankets, sat up, and said, "What would you like for breakfast?" "I'll make it." His voice, still slightly hoarse and magnetic from just waking up, sounded exceptionally sexy and alluring. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red as she said, "No need to cook today." Shen nodded and said, "Alright, let us go out to eat." Lin Mushi said, "No need. Someone prepared breakfast for us today." Shen heard this and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked curiously, "Oh? Who is it? Could it be Lin Mushi's family?" At the thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Oh no, if he really acted so lazy in front of Lin Mushi's family, especially after sleeping in so late, they would definitely form a bad impression of him. At this thought, Shen grew tense. He quickly got out of bed, busily tidying himself up while rapidly thinking of how to explain everything to them in a proper manner. Seeing this, Lin Mushi explained, "It's the regular cleaning lady. She just happened to come over today to clean and cook dinner for us." She didn't dare tell Shen that she was their family's maid. She was afraid he would be scared. Shen didn't think much of it and casually asked, "Is she the kind of hourly paid part-time worker?" Lin Mushi, you could say that. If you're tired, you can sleep a little longer. I'll wake you up once breakfast is ready." Shen glanced at his phone and saw it was already past 10 o'clock. He shook his head and smiled. "I won't sleep anymore. I went to bed early last night, so I'm feeling pretty alert now. Whether it's the person or that place, they're both wide awake." Shen added in his mind. Lin Mushi understood immediately. Before she could speak, Shen had already gotten out of bed and headed toward the bathroom. Leaving Lin Mushi alone in the room, she felt both sweet and shy. Standing at the sink, Shen casually ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair, furrowing his brows slightly and revealing a look of frustration. "Oh no, I forgot my toothbrush." In the rush last night, he had only remembered to bring his change of clothes and had forgotten his toiletries. Just as he was at a loss, Lin Mushi opened the bathroom door, peeked her head in from outside, and pointed to the toothbrush on the sink, saying, "Senior, you can use mine first." It wasn't that he was being picky. They already kissed so many times. Sharing a toothbrush wasn't a big deal. The main reason was that Lin Mushi's toothbrush was just too cute. It's a soft pink color with a cute, playful fox design printed on it. He looked at the toothbrush on the sink and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. As a grown man, using such a cute toothbrush felt out of place, even a bit ridiculous. But seeing Lin Mushi's eager expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "Well, maybe I'll just give it a try and experience the cute feeling once in a while." Lin Mushi, standing beside him, blinked her lively eyes and asked with a hint of mischief, "Senior, do you think I'm gross?" "No, I don't say that." Shen quickly picked up his toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, turned on the faucet, and began brushing his teeth. The toothbrush seemed to still carry her scent, identical to the taste from their earlier kiss, causing him to lose himself in the moment. That feeling was like being in intimate contact with her once again, completely uninhibited. Even though they had just finished kissing, it felt like they couldn't get enough of each other. After brushing his teeth, Shen casually splashed some water on his face, didn't bother to dry it off, and just walked out. Lin Mushi had thoughtfully prepared the clothes he was going to wear for the day. Seeing Shen emerge from the bathroom, she smiled and said, "Senior, your clothes are all ready for you." Seeing the water on his face, Lin Mushi said, "Your face is all wet. Why didn't you wipe it off?" As she spoke, she pulled 2 tissues from the table, walked over to Shen, and gently wiped the water off his face. Shen lowered his head slightly, letting Lin Mushi's gentle fingers glide across his face, removing every last droplet of water. He could feel the warmth from her fingertips, and he couldn't help but swallow. From Lin Mushi's angle, she could clearly see his Adam's apple moving. She couldn't help but pause for a moment, taking a step back, and pointed to the clothes on the bed, saying, "Senior, you should change your clothes." Shen followed her gaze and saw a simple yet elegant casual outfit neatly laid out on the bed, the color and style perfectly complementing his demeanor. "This doesn't seem to be the clothes I brought last night," Lin Mushi said. "I had someone bring them over." Thinking back to how they had shared a toothbrush earlier, Shen felt an odd sensation. However, he quickly dismissed the feeling. "I'll go change," he said, picking up the clothes and walking into the changing room. Moments later, when he reappeared before Lin Mushi, he looked completely refreshed and even more dashing. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise him sincerely. "Senior, you look absolutely stunning in this outfit. Let's wear this set out today." Chapter 186, Shen's Dream Car. Thank you for reading. Shen smiled and nodded at Lin Mushi. Their hands tightly intertwined as they walked out of the room together. The house had been cleaned. It looked brand new. At that moment, Wang Ma was carefully wiping the table, her movements skilled and meticulous. Upon seeing Lin Mushi and Chen Chen emerge hand in hand, Wang Ma immediately stopped what she was doing, stood up, and greeted them with a warm smile. Lin Mushi introduced Chen Chen to Wang Ma with a gentle smile. "Senior, this is Wang Ma." "Wang Ma, this is my boyfriend, Chen Chen." Wang Ma? That's an unusual title. It sounds familiar, like something popular on a short video platform. Chen Chen politely nodded to Wang Ma and said confidently. "Mrs. Wang, hello. Thank you so much for taking care of Mushi all this time, and thank you for preparing everything for us." Mrs. Wang was a bit overwhelmed by the attention, her eyes sparkling with kindness. "Mr. Chen, you're too kind. It's my great honor to take care of Miss Lin. Seeing the two of you so happy makes me very happy too. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat while it's still hot." Lin Mushi linked her arm through Chen Chen's, and the two of them walked toward the dining table together. The table was set with elegant tableware and steaming breakfast dishes. The aroma of the food filled the air, and there were also some expensive fruits, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, making one's appetite soar. Chen Chen had only ever seen such a breakfast on TV before. He never imagined that one day he would get to eat it himself. Wang Ma's cooking is top-notch. "You must try it, senior." Chen Chen smiled as he sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and took a small pastry, placing it in his mouth. Instantly, the sweet and fragrant flavor spread throughout his mouth, and he couldn't help but praise. "This is delicious. Wang Ma's cooking is truly amazing." Hearing Chen Chen's praise for her cooking, Wang Ma couldn't stop smiling, her eyes sparkling with pride and joy. From the moment she first met this young man, she had felt a strong connection with him, believing him to be someone trustworthy and reliable. The young miss would surely find great happiness with him. Since she had been with Chen Chen, her smile had grown even brighter, and every movement she made exuded a happiness and contentment she had never felt before. Wang Ma saw it all and was overjoyed. She knew that all these wonderful changes were closely connected to Chen Chen's arrival. After breakfast, Wang Ma bid them farewell and went out to buy groceries. In her opinion, the ingredients should be bought from a specialized market to ensure freshness. Since they had arrived a bit late today, some ingredients might not be available, so she planned to go early tomorrow morning to buy them and bring them over to cook a delicious meal for them. Hearing Wang Ma's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "Mrs. Wang is such a kind person." Lin Mushi smiled. "Yes, she is. Let us hurry up and go shopping too. We can come back in time for lunch. Wang Ma's cooking is on par with a 5-star hotel chef." All right. Chen Chen believed this, because it was already evident from breakfast. That was probably the best breakfast Chen Chen had ever had. The two of them held hands and walked outside. Lin Mushi suggested, "Senior, let's drive there." Chen Chen heard this and replied with a hint of confusion. "Drive? We don't have a car." He thought to himself, if we had a car, it would indeed be much more convenient. As he thought this, Chen Chen had already begun to consider buying a new car. With his current savings, he could afford one as long as it wasn't too expensive. "I have a car. Come with me." Lin Mushi led Chen Chen into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement level. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at their destination. The vibrant red car in front of him left Chen Chen speechless with astonishment. He blurted out, "Is that a SU-7? Or the 50th anniversary limited edition model? Where did you get it?" Lin Mushi smiled and replied, "I bought it during the spring festival. I don't know much about cars, but since you seem to like me home appliances so much, I decided to get this one. It seems like you really like it, senior." Chen Chen listened to Lin Mushi's words, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He never expected that his casual admiration for Mi home appliances had been so thoughtfully remembered by Lin Mushi, who had even used it as inspiration to choose this SU-7 car. This gesture was far more precious than any material gift. He gently ran his fingers over the car's body. The vibrant red shone brightly in the sunlight, just like Lin Mushi's love for him, passionate and direct. "CC, thank you." They had agreed not to say thank you to each other, but every single thing Lin Mushi did made him feel like he owed her a heartfelt thank you. Actually, Chen Chen had originally intended to choose another model from the Mi series. But he also liked this one. To be honest, he liked any car from the Mi family. Lin Mushi smiled brightly. She opened the car door and gestured for Chen Chen to get in. "Senior, let us go." Chen Chen nodded happily and got into the driver's seat. The interior was spacious and comfortable, with a design that was both elegant and refined. He couldn't help but look around the car like a curious child, marveling at every detail. Finally, he carefully started the car. As the engine emitted a deep, powerful roar, Chen Chen's heartbeat accelerated, as if in perfect harmony with the car's rhythm. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented driving sensation, a surge of indescribable excitement and fulfillment welling up within him. "This is it. This is amazing." Seeing Chen Chen's childlike smile, Lin Mushi felt happy inside. The vehicle slowly pulled out of the parking lot, resembling a red beast ready to pounce. There was no doubt that the red SU-7, once it appeared on the road, instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Its unique charm was like a magnet, drawing the gaze of passers-by. and its extraordinary aura made it impossible to ignore its presence, as if it were a moving landscape itself. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chin Chen felt the stares from all directions, and a sense of pride welled up inside him. Indeed, owning a good car is the best cosmetic surgery for a guy. Meanwhile, in the WeChat group for room 602, Lu Zihan suddenly sent a photo. In the photo, a striking red SU-7 was elegantly cruising down a wide road, its dazzling red color shimmering in the sunlight, making it stand out prominently. Lu Zihan, wow! Look what I saw! At Chen Chen. Come quick, it's your dream car. Lu Zihan knew Chen Chen loved the SU-7. Every time he saw one on the road, he would excitedly pull him over to look. If he wasn't around, she would do what she was doing now, take a photo and post it in the group chat, tagging him to come take a look. Lu Zihan, look at that streamlined body and that dazzling red color, it's a real eye-catcher on the road. At Chen Chen, when are you planning to get one? Chapter 187, Chen Chen gets posted on the confession wall. Lu Zihan knew Chen Chen couldn't afford it, so he was teasing him on purpose. However, what Lu Zihan didn't know was that at that very moment, Chen Chen was comfortably driving the car he had always dreamed of, enjoying the thrill of speed. If she knew, she wouldn't be laughing anymore. Lu Zihan was sitting in a milk tea shop at the intersection of the pedestrian street. His phone screen was still lit, and the photo of the red SU-7 stood out glaringly. He imagined Chen Chen's reaction upon seeing the photo, and a smug smile involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth. You stayed out all night. It's been 2 days, and you still haven't come back. Everyone else is still single, but you're the only one who's single, right? Let's see if you can still laugh now. Thinking about Chen Chen's helpless yet envious expression, Lu Zihan felt much better. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was driving the SU-7 through the city streets, the scenery outside the window passing by like scenes from a movie. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his face radiating an unmistakable sense of satisfaction and triumph. 40 minutes later, he parked the car in a parking lot. He and Lin Mushi got out of the car. Lu Zihan waited left and right but saw no response from Chen Chen, so she decided to take out her phone and browse the school's confession wall. After all, school was starting tomorrow, and the confession wall was sure to have plenty of new posts. As the know-it-all of the dorm, he had to gather all the gossip news on campus before the start of the school year. As soon as he opened the confession wall, a pinned post immediately caught his eye. The aloof school beauty Lin Mushi spotted with a mysterious man on the pedestrian street. Any post about Lin Mushi always garnered high attention, and this time was no exception. Lu Zihan clicked on the post out of curiosity, eager to find out more. The post included a photo showing Lin Mushi holding a large bouquet of vibrant roses. Though the photo was blurry, her face was indistinguishable. It was clearly just for attention. The comments below were filled with insults. They accused the moderator of resorting to any means for views, spreading rumors without evidence. However, Lu Zihan immediately spotted the issue. The guy next to Lin Mushi isn't Chen Chen. Who else could it be? He was startled and quickly tagged Chen Chen in the group chat. Lu Zihan. Chun Ergu, how did I see you on the confession wall? At Chen Chen. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Just as he was about to call Chen Chen replied. Chen Chen, ? Chen Chen, link. Lu Zihan quickly exited WeChat and re-entered the confession wall, intending to share the post with Chen Chen, but to his surprise, the post had been deleted instantly. What the heck? How did it disappear so fast? He exclaimed. He quickly switched back to WeChat and started typing. Lu Zihan, the post disappeared as soon as I clicked on it. I was just about to send you the link. Hurry up and tell me, was it you? Chen Chen, please. I don't even know what you're talking about. How can I admit it? Lu Zihan, it seems like it. The confession wall said they saw you and Lin Mushi walking on the pedestrian street. Is that true? Lu Zihan asked skeptically. Chen Chen, it's true. Lu Zihan, you admitted it so quickly, I knew it was fake. As long as it wasn't you, I just glanced at the comments section, and it was so lively, I was afraid you'd get trolled. Chen Chen? Lu Zihan, that's Lin Mushi. There are plenty of her die-hard fans at school. You must know that, right? Chen Chen, I really didn't know about that. Chen Chen knew that Lin Mushi had many admirers. But he had no idea about the fanatics. Because he hadn't paid much attention to school matters before. He quickly typed a message on his phone, tell me more. Chapter 188, let's face this together, please keep reading. While waiting for Lu Zihan's reply, he also hurriedly opened his phone and logged into the school's confession wall. He wanted to see what was going on. Logically, given Lin Mushi's fame, there should be plenty of information about her on the school confession wall. However, after searching online for a while, Chen Chen couldn't find any clues. Seeing Chen Chen staring at his phone with a furrowed brow, Lin Mushi asked with concern. Senior, what are you looking at? Chen Chen looked up at her with a helpless smile. My roommate just told me that our photos were posted on the confession wall. Lin Mushi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. How could that happen? Chen Chen explained. I'm not sure either, but the post has already been deleted. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi's expression eased slightly. At that moment, Liu Zihan also sent a reply. Liu Zihan, when Lin Mushi first came to school, she was so beautiful that many boys liked her. Every day, countless boys confessed their feelings to her. Among them, 2 claimed to have Jade syndrome and insisted on getting Lin Mushi to accept their confessions. If she refused, they threatened to harm themselves. Liu Zihan, it caused quite a stir, and eventually the school had to intervene to resolve the matter. As for what happened to those 2, I don't know. However, every time someone gets involved with Lin Mushi, they come out of nowhere, and no one knows what they might do. After hearing what Liu Zihan said, Chen Chen suddenly recalled the incident from earlier this year on the high-speed train. For a girl who had been hurt by an eccentric guy, finding out that the person in the same compartment was a guy must have been terrifying. Her aloofness was just a defense mechanism. Chen Chen embraced Lin Mushi and whispered reassuringly, "I'm here. Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you." When he decided to be with Lin Mushi, Chen Chen already knew that their relationship wouldn't be as simple as that of ordinary couples. Because she was simply too outstanding. Plus, her family background was already quite prestigious, making their relationship even more complicated. Lin Mushi nodded gently in Chen Chen's arms. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace and security. It felt as though the sky were falling, and her senior was holding it up. At the same time, she couldn't help but speculate that it must have been Qin Yao who had secretly had someone handle the post. Over the past year of university, every time she had an issue, Qin Yao was always the first to help her resolve the trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live so comfortably. Just as Lin Mushi was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang suddenly, breaking the tranquility. She took her phone out of her bag, and the screen showed it was Qin Yao calling. As she pressed the answer button, Qin Yao's familiar and lively voice immediately filled her ears. "Hee, I've already taken care of the post for you. However, during your time at school, it's best to keep a low profile." Lin Mushi heard this and couldn't help but curve her lips into a grateful smile, whispering softly, Yao, thank you so much. You always manage to help me out so quickly. I'll be careful. We'll try not to draw too much attention to ourselves." Qin Yao, on the other end, seemed to imagine Lin Mushi's expression, and her laughter grew even more cheerful. "Don't be so formal with me. We're lifelong best friends. But speaking of which, you should be careful too. Those people are unpredictable. If they cause any more trouble, it'll be trouble." Lin Mushi spoke firmly. "Yes, I know. This incident has made me realize that some problems can't be solved by avoiding them. I'll face them head on with my senior and find a better solution." Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "That's my good friend." After hanging up with Qin Yao, Lin Mushi looked up at Chen Chen. "It was Yao. She told us to keep a low profile at school and avoid provoking those people." Lin Mushi was protected by someone, but she was mainly worried about Chen Chen. Thinking of this, her tone couldn't help but carry a hint of apology. "Senior, I'm sorry. Because of me, you can't openly date like other couples. This might be unfair to you." Chen Chen wrapped his arms around her, holding Lin Mushi tightly in his embrace, and said firmly, "What does it matter? As long as we love each other, that's enough. Besides, a secret relationship isn't so bad, is it?" Hearing Chen Chen's reassuring words, Lin Mushi's previously dull eyes sparkled once more, and a sweet smile curved her lips. "Let's go back." Lin Mushi decided to go back and handle the daily videos she had posted on Douyin, especially those that might reveal her identity. Fortunately, in her vlog, there weren't many close-ups of her face, so editing them out wouldn't be too difficult. The date, which had started with so much anticipation, ended abruptly. But it's okay, there's always tomorrow. When the 2 returned home, Wang Ma had already bought the groceries and prepared the ingredients. Upon seeing Lin Mushi and Chen Chen return, she immediately put down what she was doing and greeted them. "Miss Lin, Mr. Chen, you're back? Are you hungry? I'll start cooking right away at LL, be ready soon." Lin Mushi and Chen Chen smiled and nodded, then took each other's hands and went to the table, each doing their own thing, just like yesterday. Chen Chen began typing, while Lin Mushi took out some comic paper and started sketching rough drafts. Tomorrow is the first day of school. Therefore, they would have to return to school in the afternoon. As a result, the time they spent together became especially precious. At 12:30 p.m., Wang Ma served a sumptuous lunch on the table. Looking at the delicious dishes before him, Chen Chen felt that Lin Mushi had been too modest. This wasn't just comparable to a 5-star hotel, it had already surpassed the standards of a 5-star hotel. Chen Chen picked up a piece of translucent Australian beef, and his eyes lit up. The tender and smooth texture danced lightly on his tongue, releasing an unparalleled ocean flavor, with a subtle salty and sweet aftertaste. Savoring each bite, he could feel the abundant juices within the meat fibers. Chen Chen couldn't help but raise a thumb in praise. "Wang Ma, your cooking is truly amazing." Wang Ma stood by with a smile, her kind face radiating satisfaction and pride. She said, "Not at all, Mr. Chen, as long as you like it." After dinner, the 2 of them snuggled up on the sofa, enjoying the peace and warmth. Suddenly, Chen Chen remembered something and said to Lin Mushi, "My mom also sent you something. It's at school. Once I get back to school, I'll bring it to your dorm and give it to you." Lin Mushi heard this and looked surprised, asking in astonishment. Auntie sent me something too? Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What did she send me? Chen Chen smiled and shook his head. I haven't opened it yet. It's probably just some snacks. I'll bring them to your dorm when I get there, and you can share them with your roommates. Chapter 189, All the handsome guys are someone else's. Thanks for reading. Lin Mushi hugged Chen Chen's arm, rested her head on it, and said, Please thank your aunt for me. I'm really touched. Chen Chen stroked her soft little head and nodded, alright. The time off always flies by quickly. Plus, since the two had only been together for a short while, time flew even faster. After dinner at 5 in the afternoon, the two had to return to school. Lin Mushi hugged Chen Chen's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. After school starts, I plan to ask the principal for permission to live off campus. Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of resolve. She truly didn't want to part with Chen Chen. Chen Chen heard this and felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Will the principal agree? If it were possible, he didn't want them to be apart either. Lin Mushi looked at him with a determined expression and said, I'm actually safer off campus than on campus. I believe the principal will understand and agree. Chen Chen nodded slightly after hearing this, feeling a warm wave of emotion surge through him. If Lin Mushi could really stay off campus, they wouldn't have to hide their relationship at school anymore and could openly spend every day and night together. I'm really curious who is the guy who's with Lin Mushi. As Chen Chen returned to the dormitory door, he heard Lu Zihan's curious voice. He pushed the door open and replied, They're just dating. Why are you so concerned? Why don't you mind your own business? By the way, how did your date go? Did it work out? Lu Zihan, upon hearing this, rested her chin on the table, seemingly drained of all energy. She forced a smile and said, What date? She just happened to be alone on Valentine's Day, so I invited her out. But it was just a simple walk. The moment I made any move to show my feelings, she immediately turned away. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Girls are just shy. Shy? Then why wasn't she shy when I bought her a gift? Lu Zihan retorted. A bouquet of flowers, a set of skincare products, and a jacket. It cost me more than half of the red envelopes I received during the new year. Thinking about the heavy price he had paid for this date, Lu Zihan felt heartbroken. His money. Just like that, it all went down the drain. Chen Chen walked over and patted his shoulder in silent consolation. Then he turned to Jiang Tao. What about you, Jiang Tao? How did your date go? Jiang Tao glanced at Chen Chen, silently shifted his body, and sat down next to Lu Zihan. Both of their faces unconsciously betrayed the same expression of distress. This dormitory, one after another, everyone is like this, right? Chen Chen found the box Lu Xiuying had sent to Lin Mushi and said, We'll talk later. I need to go deliver something to her first. Lu Zihan snapped out of her distress upon hearing this and curiously asked, What are you bringing? For whom? Jiang Tao gave Lu Zihan a look as if he were an idiot. Of course it's for his girlfriend. Do you think he's bringing it to you? Lu Zihan, upon hearing this, exaggeratedly shouted at Jiang Tao, Wow. My brother just got dumped and you're rubbing salt in the wound? Are you sure you've ever been in love? Chen Chen glanced at Zhou Yuyang's bed. The guy hadn't come back yet. He must have gone home to stay. He also had an apartment outside the school, and whenever the dormitory ran out of water, the guys would all head over to his place to shower. Chen Chen carried the box downstairs and headed toward the girls' dormitory. Lin Mushi had already returned to the dormitory. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory building, he carefully placed the box with the dormitory aunt and politely asked her to keep it for him. He then quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Yao. Qin Yao, hello? Qin Yao replied almost instantly, her words betraying a mix of surprise and teasing. Wow! You're such a rare guest. Senior actually sent me a message first? The sun must be setting in the west. Chen Chen smiled slightly and replied quickly. I left a box at the dormitory manager's office for Xiao Shi. Could you please help carry it up with your roommates? I'll treat you all to dinner another time as a thank you. Qin Yao, inviting me to dinner is going to be expensive, you know. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head, quickly typing on the keyboard. Then Qin Yao will have to wait a little longer. Once I make some big money, I'll take you out for a meal with Cici. Qin Yao, alright, I was just joking. I'm not picky. Whatever you treat me to, I'll eat. I'll go downstairs now to help move the things. Chen Chen, thanks. Chen Chen put away his phone and walked out. After taking a few steps, suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, filled with surprise and curiosity. Chen Chen? It's really you. What are you doing downstairs at the girls' dormitory? Chen Chen turned around and saw Lin Qingyan staring at him in disbelief. He replied politely, I'm here to help my girlfriend carry her luggage to her dorm. Chen Chen's voice betrayed a noticeable sense of distance, causing Lin Qingyan's expression to subtly shift. Your girlfriend Lin Qingyan stopped mid-sentence, wanting to confirm if Chen Chen's girlfriend was Lin Mushi. But just then, another girl's voice interrupted her. Qingyan, let's go. Lin Qingyan glanced at the classmates approaching them, then quickly looked back at Chen Chen and said, My roommate is here. Let's talk another time when we're free. Without waiting for Chen Chen's response, she hurriedly pulled her classmate away, leaving Chen Chen alone at the spot. Chen Chen turned his gaze away and walked down another path. He faintly heard Lin Qingyan's roommate asking, "Qingyan, who was that guy earlier? Is he a student at our school? He is so handsome." "Yes, he's from our school. He's in the same year as us and in the computer science department. So, you and him don't speculate. He already has a girlfriend." When the words girlfriend were mentioned, Lin Qingyan's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if a part of her had suddenly gone missing. She gently pressed her hand against her chest, trying to dispel that subtle feeling. Of course, all the good-looking guys are someone else's. The girl sighed with a touch of regret, turning to look at Chen Shen's receding figure and muttering to herself. Chen Shen hadn't been gone long when Lin Mushi and Qin Yao came down with the other two girls from the dorm. If Chen Shen had been there at that moment, he would have sighed. Indeed, beautiful women always gather in groups. The roommates of the school flower were all exceptionally beautiful girls. Lin Mushi walked in the middle. Her face was cold and arrogant, as if everything around her was irrelevant, lost in her own world. The dim, flickering light cast a mottled glow on her shoulders, adding an indescribable radiance to her already striking presence. A girl standing next to Qin Yao, with a slightly rounder face, exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, Yao Yao, what on earth is so mysterious? We need everyone in the dorm to come down and get it." Chapter 190, A Gift from Mrs. Chen. Please keep reading. The girl continued. "Did you have someone bring back some exotic treasure from abroad, or maybe a limited edition gift from some super luxury brand? Hurry up and open it so we can take a look and satisfy our curiosity." Qin Yao and Lin Mushi were both daughters of wealthy families. Most of the things they brought back were items they had never seen before. So they naturally assumed this time would be no different. Qin Yao shook her head with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "We'll find out once we get home and open it. But this time, it's not mine, it's Cece's." She couldn't resist giving Lin Mushi a suggestive glance. The latter remained calm, as if she hadn't been mentioned at all. Everyone was already accustomed to her reaction. They all understood that Lin Mushi was the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm-hearted on the inside. A few of them carried the large box back to the dormitory together. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Qin Yao picked up the scissors on the table and handed them to Lin Mushi. Come on, hee, the items are yours, so you should be the one to open them." Lin Mushi took the scissors and carefully cut open the tape on the cardboard box. Inside were rows of exquisitely handmade pastries, each one wrapped like a work of art. Qin Yao, seeing this, teased from the side. "So it's not some exotic overseas delicacy or a limited edition designer item, it's handmade pastries someone specially prepared for our Lin University campus beauty queen." The girls heard this and gathered around, their faces brimming with surprise and emotion. "Wow, who went to so much trouble to prepare this? It's definitely more precious than any luxury brand." Lin Mushi, filled with emotion, reached out and carefully unwrapped a pastry. The sweet aroma instantly filled the room, making her mood even more joyful. "Come on, everyone, try some and see if you like the pastries." Qin Yao enthusiastically invited everyone, and she herself couldn't resist picking one up, taking a small bite, and showing a satisfied expression on her face. Ma'am, it's delicious. It's just as good as those fancy pastries from the stores." Seeing Lin Mushi nod, the other girls quickly took a piece each and began to taste it. "Wow, this is so good. Where did you buy this? We have to go buy some too." Qin Yao said while eating. "I think it's probably not available outside." "Why can't we buy it?" asked the plump girl Su Shelly curiously. Qin Yao explained, "This pastry is clearly custom made. Only special people can enjoy this delicious treat. Am I right?" He. Lin Mushi blushed slightly at Qin Yao's teasing and playfully scolded her. "Eating won't stop you from talking." She knew full well that these exquisite pastries were actually prepared specially for her by Aunt Lu. The emotion in her heart grew even stronger. Su Xiuli and Zhong Juqi noticed the scene, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Wow, this is major news," they thought to themselves. "The aloof school beauty is blushing, how rare." Lin Mushi's shy reaction undoubtedly sent ripples of excitement through the dormitory. Qin Yao, seeing this, curved her lips into a mischievous smile. She decided to add fuel to the fire. "It seems our Lin campus beauty isn't just fond of pastries, she's also deeply grateful to the person who brought them." These words sent the atmosphere in the dormitory into a tizzy. Su Shelly and Zhong Juqi exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. They began whispering to each other, lowering their voices to discuss. "Do you think it's someone who has been secretly crushing on her for ages who prepared such a thoughtful and elegant pastry for Mushi?" Lin Mushi listened to their whispers, her cheeks growing even redder. Seeing that it was time to move on, Qin Yao quickly cut off the topic. "Enough, everyone. Let us not speculate. You'll find out when the time comes." Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious pastries, Su Shuli noticed something hidden at the bottom of the pastry box. She exclaimed excitedly. "Quick, look! There's something else down there. Mushi, take a look." Lin Mushi heard this and quickly bent down to take a closer look. Sure enough, there was a lying quietly beneath the pastries. She carefully moved the pastries aside, picked up the box, and gently opened it. Instantly, several sets of stylish, high-quality garments were revealed before everyone's eyes. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the box, their faces filled with astonishment and curiosity. Lin Mushi gently stroked the garments, feeling the smooth texture under her fingertips, as if a warm stream were flowing into her heart. These garments were not only uniquely designed and meticulously crafted, but every stitch and thread bore the mark of the artisan's careful attention to detail. Clearly, these were not ordinary, mass-produced items found in stores, but rather carefully selected or custom-made pieces. Who could have sent these? Su Xiaoli asked in a voice filled with astonishment and curiosity, unable to believe what she was seeing. These must have been custom-made for Mushi, right? Su Xiaoli muttered to herself, how thoughtful. Xinyao couldn't wait any longer. She giggled and said, hurry up, try them on and see if they fit. Lin Mushi held the clothes in her hands, her heart filled with anticipation and emotion. Under Qinyao's urging, Lin Mushi slowly unfolded one of the outfits. It was a delicate, elegant dress made of soft, smooth fabric that felt like clouds. She gently draped it over her shoulders and looked at herself in the mirror, feeling both nervous and excited beyond words. The size seems like it was made just for you. Su Xiaoli exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Lin Mushi carefully slipped into the dress, adjusting the hem. In the mirror, she was instantly enveloped in a soft and elegant aura, as if she had been completely transformed. Wow, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. Xinyao couldn't stop praising her, her eyes sparkling with envy. The design, the cut, it's like it was made just for you. I'm so jealous, I want to have one made for myself. Joan Jiuqi also gathered around, examining Lin Mushi closely, her eyes filled with admiration. It's truly like a painting made just for you, every detail is perfect. Lin Mushi stood in front of the mirror, turning her body to admire herself from every angle, her heart overflowing with unprecedented joy. She never expected Aunt Lu to go to such trouble to prepare such a thoughtful and surprising gift for her. She wanted to thank Lu Xiaoying in person, only to realize she hadn't added her on WeChat. She couldn't help but feel frustrated. How could I have overlooked something so important? Chapter 191, you can wear it for me in person, thank you for reading. So, Lin Mushi found an excuse to go to the restroom and quietly entered it, quickly sending a video call request to Chen Shen on WeChat. At that moment, Chen Shen had just returned to the dormitory building and was about to go upstairs. Upon seeing Lin Mushi's video invitation, he paused for a moment, decided not to rush upstairs, and instead found a comfortable chair to sit down leisurely before happily accepting the call. As soon as the video connected, Lin Mushi's face, flushed with a faint blush and as delicate as a peach blossom, appeared on the screen. Noticing that Chen Shen wasn't in the dormitory, Lin Mushi asked, Senior, haven't you returned to the dorm yet? Chen Shen smiled and replied, I just got downstairs. When I saw you call, I decided to wait here. What's up? This was the first formal video call between Lin Mushi and Chen Shen, and she couldn't help but feel both nervous and excited. Chen Shen's voice came through the screen, sounding richer and more mature than usual, like a fine-aged wine that had been aged over time, leaving one intoxicated. Lin Mushi took a deep breath, trying to appear more natural, and whispered, I received the gift Aunt Lu gave me. I really like it and wanted to thank her in person, but I was worried you might not have added her on WeChat, so, could you please send me Aunt Lu's WeChat? By the end, a blush of shyness spread across Lin Mushi's face, and she lowered her eyelids slightly in embarrassment. She really hadn't meant to forget to add Aunt Lu on WeChat. Chen Shen noticed this and curved his lips into a gentle smile, soothing her softly. It's just a little thing. Don't worry. If my mom knew how much you liked the gift she gave you, she'd be really happy. I'll send her WeChat to you right now. Hearing Chen Shen's response, Lin Mushi's mood instantly lightened, and she happily nodded and said, Okay, thank you, senior. Chen Shen smiled and said, Well, I'll hang up now. However, just as he was about to hang up, Lin Mushi suddenly called out to him, Wait, senior. Chen Shen patiently replied, Go ahead, I'm listening. In truth, he didn't want to hang up either. Lin Mushi bit her lip, seeming a bit shy. Chen Shen didn't rush her, but simply waited quietly, giving her enough time and space. Finally, Lin Mushi gathered her courage and asked softly, Senior, do you know what else Aunt Lu gave me besides food? Chen Shen, upon hearing this, replied with a hint of surprise, Oh? Besides food, was there anything else? Lin Mushi nodded slightly, her voice tinged with joy, yes. Chen Shen's heart stirred, as if he already had an answer, but he pretended to be curious and asked, Could it be clothes? Lin Mushi looked surprised, How did you know? Chen Shen smiled and explained, My mom used to work in a garment factory and taught herself some design and sewing skills. We actually have a sewing machine at home, and she occasionally makes clothes for herself. So, I was right, wasn't I? Let me see what kind of clothes she made for you. Lin Mushi moved her phone slightly away and adjusted the angle so that the camera could capture her upper body. It was a delicate, elegant dress that fit her perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for her. Chen Shen saw this and couldn't help but gasp in awe, a surge of indescribable admiration welling up in his heart. Lin Mushi had a great figure and he had always known that. He had even measured her with his hands before. But seeing her now left him deeply shaken. Seeing Chen Chen remain silent, Lin Mushi couldn't help but feel a touch of nervousness. She asked softly, "Senior, doesn't this dress look nice?" Chen Chen's voice was slightly hoarse but filled with sincere praise. "It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. This dress was made just for you. When you wear it, you look like you've stepped out of a painting." However, he changed the subject abruptly, his tone tinged with possessiveness, "But promise me, don't wear it out." Lin Mushi heard this and paused for a moment before saying, "If I don't wear it out, wouldn't that be wasting Aunt Lua's kindness? You can wear it for me to see in person. Only for me." Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Chen Chen to make such a request, but a warm feeling surged in her heart. She nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to this slightly self-serving request. She silently made up her mind to go see the principal first thing tomorrow morning to formally request permission to stay out overnight. "I'll go call Aunt Lu now." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen calmed his excited heart and walked toward the dormitory. Zhou Yuyang had already returned. At that moment, the three roommates were engrossed in an intense gaming session. As soon as they saw Chen Chen enter, they enthusiastically invited him to join their gaming team. "Chun Erdog, we're just missing you. Hurry up and log in, I'll pull you in right away." "Coming right up." Chen Chen quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket. "Timmy." As soon as he logged into the game, Chen Chen received a team invitation from Liu Zihan. He clicked accept without hesitation and was immediately added to the team. Before he knew it, it was time to choose heroes. At this critical moment, Chen Chen and Zhou Yuyang's V10 player status undoubtedly became a highlight of the team. However, when Liu Zihan and Zhang Tao saw that Chen Chen had enabled the skin sharing feature, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Wow!" Liu Zihan widened his eyes, his tone filled with astonishment. "You're so generous. You actually bought all the new skins." Zhang Tao couldn't help but remark, his tone betraying his admiration for Chen Chen's extravagance. "I want to play Lan. I'm going to play Sikuozen. I'll play Yao. Everyone step aside. I'm going to pull out my national server Dodgy. Come on, Dodgy will play with you." "Damn it. Liu Zihan, if you dare to play Dodgy, I'll show you tonight what the harshness of society is all about. Please command Dodgy as you wish, master." "Enough. I can't take it anymore, let us kill this damn old man first." First game, an easy victory. The second round, third round, fourth round. Without a doubt, all were won. The power of in-game purchases is so satisfying. I haven't felt this exhilarating victory in ages. Liu Zihan said triumphantly, his face glowing with satisfaction. "It's all thanks to me, Jindai. My gaming skills are top-notch, and I'm generous with my in-game purchases. The system is practically begging me to win. Come on, keep going. We won rest until we take down a dozen or so stars tonight." The preschool blackout session was destined to be an all-nighter. Chapter 192, the cafeteria is packed, please keep reading. Ding ding ding. A crisp alarm clock rang out suddenly in room 602, shattering the morning's tranquility. However, the room remained silent, with everyone sleeping soundly. Ding dong. Ding dong. The ringing seemed to transform into an invisible summons, echoing repeatedly, causing Chen Chen, who was already irritable from waking up early, to cover his ears with his hands and furrow his brows. "Liu Zihan, if you don't turn off your alarm clock right now, I'll throw you and your phone out of room 602. A moment later, Liu Zihan slowly extended a hand from under the blankets, searching around the pillow like a treasure hunter. After some fumbling, he finally located his phone in a corner near the foot of the bed. He struggled to pick up the phone but accidentally pressed it against his lips, a strong, fishy smell wafting up, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brows and nearly gag. After glancing at the time, he closed his eyes once more. "Oh, I have an early class today, no big deal." Zhang Tao struggled to free himself from the embrace of the blankets and asked groggily. "What? Early class today?" In the end, he couldn't manage it and lay back down peacefully. At the same time, Zhou Yuyang hovered between dream and reality, mumbling incoherently. "Let go of the blanket, I have to get up for the 8 a.m. class." "Hey! It's just the 8 a.m. class. Look at you two." Getting so worked up the next moment, Chen Chen jumped out of bed and shouted, "Run!" Immediately, he dashed toward the balcony like a whirlwind, moving swiftly and efficiently, completing his morning routine at an astonishing speed. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Chen skillfully grabbed his jacket, slipped it on, and glanced at his roommates still sound asleep. "Aren't you getting up?" Liu Zihan was startled awake by the commotion, peeking out from under the covers with sleepy eyes, only to see Chen Chen already fully dressed and ready to go. The sleepiness vanished instantly. "What's going on? Chen Erdu, how did you get up so fast? Everyone, get up quickly." Liu Zihan shouted in alarm while scrambling out of bed, frantically changing clothes and washing up. The entire dormitory suddenly bustled with activity. Chen Chen glanced at Liu Zihan's frantic state and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I told you not to change into your pajamas last night, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know better, don't you?" With that, he disappeared from the dormitory door. Soon after, a sharp noise erupted from room 602, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. The commotion quickly spread, and the entire boys' dormitory building seemed to be set ablaze, erupting into chaos. Everyone hurriedly got themselves together, like arrows leaving the bowstring, rushing toward the classroom. By the time the morning class ended, Shin-chan was still in a daze. The four of them walked side by side toward the third canteen. Shin-chan asked, "Did you all understand the lesson just now?" Lu Zihan unconsciously wiped his lips, though there was no saliva there, his eyes still dazed, as if he had just returned from another world, and asked in a confused tone. "What class? What do you understand? Did we just have class?" Upon hearing these words, Shin-chan and the other two people traveling with him turned their heads in unison, gazing at him with an expression that seemed to say, "He's beyond hope." They then shook their heads in unison inside, "He's really beyond help." "Shin-chan, I didn't understand either. Did any of you understand?" He saw Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang. The two shook their heads at the same time. "It's the first day of class. Who would take it seriously? Let's save our energy for the afternoon battle." The group made plans to continue their battle in the valley in the afternoon. The feeling of winning consecutively is so exhilarating. As soon as they entered the third canteen, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, with every seat taken, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, instantly dispelling the last remnants of sleepiness from Lu Zihan. He instinctively headed toward the usual food counter where he usually got his meal, but the scene before him left him speechless. He exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness! What's going on in the third canteen? Is today the last day it's open?" Jiang Tao was equally bewildered, looking around in disbelief and saying, "I've been eating here for a whole year, and I've never seen so many guys gathered here. Look at those girls, they're almost being pushed out of the way." Zhou Yuyang kept his hands in his pockets, looking calm and unfazed by the scene. Shen suggested, "Why don't we go somewhere else and eat at the second canteen?" Lu Zihan, however, was full of enthusiasm. He grabbed Chen and Zhou Yuyang and pushed his way into the crowd with determination. "We're already here, why leave? Let's join the fun and see what's going on." Jiang Tao saw this and could only shake his head helplessly before following behind. Once they had pushed their way into the bustling crowd, the four of them felt as though they were in the midst of a chaotic sea of people. They struggled to move forward, each step feeling like a test of human endurance. "Goodness, there are so many people. My shoes almost got crushed off." Lu Zihan's gaze darted through the crowd, trying to find out why the third canteen was so unusually crowded today. Just then, he heard a boyish confused whisper. "Isn't it supposed to be the cold and aloof school beauty Lin Mushi having lunch at the third canteen today? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Not far away, another boy joined the discussion, his face filled with confusion. "I haven't seen her either. Maybe the rumor was false?" A third boy overheard the conversation and interjected with a tone of absolute certainty. "That's unlikely. I saw someone post a photo of her back in the group chat. Based on my meticulous observations of her over the past year, that's definitely her without a doubt. Could she have gotten lost in this sea of people? Wow, you're so creepy, observing someone for a whole year. Didn't you guys notice?" I didn't, don't make things up." Shen and the other three hadn't slept well the previous night from playing games, so they were catching up on sleep in class and had no idea about this. Now that they heard everyone talking about it, they finally understood it was because Lin Mushi had come to the third canteen to eat, so all the boys in school had rushed over here to eat. Lu Zihan raised his eyebrows smugly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said confidently, "See? I told you that as long as we keep going to the third canteen, good luck will come our way. Today we even got to eat in the same canteen as the aloof school beauty Lin Mushi." Jiang Tao rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's just that you might be eating in the same cafeteria as her. It's not like you're eating with her. What's so great about that? If you're so confident, why don't you leave? I've already waited in line this far. You want me to leave? No way. You just want to see the aloof school beauty, don't you? We 1T laugh at you, right, Chen? Chapter 193, The Cold and Aloof School Beauty is Eating in the Cafeteria. Thanks for reading. Shen, who was suddenly called out by Liu Zihan, didn't even acknowledge him. He thought to himself, so that's why Xiaoxi asked me where I was going for lunch before class. This made Shen feel a warm wave surge through his heart, filled with emotion. He looked around, trying to find Lin Mushi's seat. Lu Zihan teased. Did you see that? Even Chen can't resist a beauty, so what's there to be shy about? We should stay and watch the school flower. Chen, Jiang Tao, Zhou Yuyang. Just then, Lu Zihan noticed that the people at the table next to them seemed to be almost finished eating. He tapped Chen on the shoulder and said, Chen, there's a spot about to open up over there. You're good looking, go grab it. Chen didn't move. Securing a seat is something Zhou Yuyang should do. With his cold expression, I guarantee no one will dare to it from him. You're right, little Yang. Whether we can sit down and eat in peace today depends on you. Zhou Yuyang shot a sideways glance at Liu Zihan, who quickly waved his hands and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, sir, master, please be generous and help us secure a spot. Whatever you want to eat, I'll get it for you right away. Zhou Yuyang finally nodded in satisfaction, giving him a "that's more like it" look before turning and walking toward the table that was about to be vacated. The table had been occupied by several girls, who lit up with excitement upon seeing Zhou Yuyang approach. One of the girls couldn't contain her excitement and whispered to her friends. It's Zhou Yuyang. He's the most popular guy in our school's computer science department. I never thought we'd run into him here. Her voice was soft, but her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly thrilled by Zhou Yuyang's appearance. Zhou Yuyang, however, remained composed, as cold and unyielding as a block of ice, ignoring the girls' whispers and maintaining his characteristic aloof demeanor. One of the braver girls, with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, asked softly, "Hello, may I ask if you plan to sit here?" Zhou Yuyang nodded slightly in affirmation. The girl hurriedly responded, her voice tinged with urgency and joy. Please sit down, please sit down. We'll finish eating soon." Zhou Yuyang then sat down elegantly. The girls were thrilled inside, each of them secretly planning how to muster the courage to approach him and ask for his contact information. By the time they finished eating, Chen Chen and the others had also brought their meals over. Another girl turned her gaze toward Chen Chen, her eyes immediately sparkling with surprise. Who is that guy? He is so handsome, and he doesn't seem aloof at all. Yeah, he's super handsome. Is he from our school? I don't think I've seen him before. I don't recognize him either. At that moment, Liu Zihan placed 2 plates piled high with food on the table, her face adorned with a warm smile, and politely asked, "Excuse me, ladies, I hope I'm not interrupting. May I ask, have you all finished eating yet?" One of the girls paused for a moment before snapping back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Oh, yes, we've already finished eating." Liu Zihan then politely asked, "Could you please give us your seats?" "Sure, of course." The girls seemed a bit reluctant but agreed readily. "Thank you so much," Liu Zihan said with a smile. "Can we exchange contact information? We can have lunch together next time." The girls ignored him, stood up, and began to leave with their plates. At that moment, one of them gathered her courage, walked up to Chen Chen, and asked with a slight blush on her cheeks, Classmate, hello, can I add your contact information?" Chen Chen politely and skillfully declined. "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend." The girl, however, seemed prepared and insisted. "It's okay if you have a girlfriend. I promise I won't bother you. Once he breaks up, my chance will come, right?" the girl thought to herself. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Wait, this isn't how the script was supposed to go. According to common sense, shouldn't she have said, "Sorry for bothering you," and then run off with a look of reluctance on her face? What's this? Chen Chen turned his gaze toward Zhou Yuyang. This guy was skilled, he must have a solution. However, Zhou Yuyang seemed completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere around him, focusing intently on his phone. Occasionally, he glanced up to exchange a knowing smile with Jiang Tao, completely ignoring what was happening in front of him. Chen Chen grew impatient and silently mouthed the word "Qingyao" to Zhou Yuyang. Zhou Yuyang seemed to pause for a moment, then leaned back lazily, curling the corners of his mouth into a playful smile, and spoke slowly. "My buddy here is a wife-controlled guy. He has to keep his phone on at all times in case his girlfriend checks up on him. If his girlfriend discovers any inappropriate contact, not only will he be in trouble, but you might get dragged into it too. So, I advise you to give up on this idea and stop trying to add his contact information." The girl's face paled slightly, clearly not expecting such an outcome. She looked at Chen Chen with a hint of reluctance. But in the end, she didn't insist further. With a mix of reluctance and resignation, she slowly walked away. Such a handsome guy already has a girlfriend, and he is so devoted to her that he is willing to remain chaste for her sake. It's both envy-inducing and a bit heartbreaking. Seeing the girl, Liu Zihan quickly said, "Hey, don't leave. If he won't add you, you can add me. I don't mind." But it was already too late. Chen Chen and the others lowered their heads and continued eating, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Just then, a clear voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, may we join you?" The girl was addressing Chen Chen. Chen Chen politely replied, "Sorry, we're not used to sitting with others." Liu Zihan, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "What are you doing? Let the girls sit down if they want to. It won't hurt to share a seat." Before he could finish, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. It turned out that Chen Chen and the others had all looked up at the same time, their eyes fixed intently on him. Liu Zihan felt uneasy and quickly explained to the girls, "My friends are a bit shy and not used to eating with strangers. I'm really sorry." The girls smiled and said, "It's okay, we'll find another spot." After saying that, they shot Chen Chen a reluctant glance before turning and leaving. Liu Zihan watched the girls' departing figures and exclaimed in frustration, "Have you forgotten why we came to the third canteen to eat in the first place? Finally, some girls took the initiative to approach us, and you just pushed them away. If you keep this up, we might as well stop coming here to eat. It's pointless." Chapter 194, This double standard is unbeatable. Please keep reading. After speaking, Lu Zihan couldn't resist giving Qin Chen a withering glare, clearly displeased with his lack of romantic sensibility. Qin Chen merely smiled faintly, continuing to eat in silence, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang also looked unconcerned, continuing to eat. To be honest, after not eating in the cafeteria for so long, the food actually tasted pretty good. Hey, you three, can't you show some team spirit? Lu Zihan tapped the table impatiently. Especially you, Jiang Tao. Shen Erdu has a girlfriend, Zhou Daegu has someone he likes. What about you? Why are you butting in? Don't you want a girlfriend? Don't bother me while I'm eating. Jiang Tao said, shoveling his food into his mouth even more forcefully. What girlfriend? Is playing games not fun anymore, or is lying in the dorm uncomfortable? Why go out and spend money to make yourself miserable? And you didn't even get to touch her hand. And now you're being rejected. This Valentine's Day, Jiang Tao has seen through it all. Lu Zihan was so angry by Jiang Tao's reaction that he paused for a moment. You ungrateful son, you're going to drive me to my grave. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice, like the sound of heaven, gently drifted into their ears. Excuse me, may I join your table? The voice was sweet and melodious, like a mountain stream flowing gently, bringing a sense of peace and joy. However, Lu Zihan was seething with anger and didn't even bother to lift his head, waving his hand dismissively and interrupting. It's inconvenient. Go find another place. Before he could finish, Qin Chen spoke with the warmth of spring. It's fine, please sit down. Thank you. Shen Ergu, what do you mean? I just asked you to sit down and you refused, but now I'm not asking anymore, and you agree so readily? You're so hypocritical, you're unbelievable. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zihan's gaze locked onto the girl standing between the three of them. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak for a moment. That girl wasn't the aloof and arrogant school beauty Lin Mushi? She actually came over with her roommate to join them for dinner. The sun is setting in the west? Wait. Lu Zihan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing what he had just said. He silently slapped himself in the face and cursed himself for being so talkative. Chen Dai had his reasons for rejecting other girls. Ordinary girls can't compare to the school beauty. Su Xiaoli, standing beside Lin Mushi, smiled at Lu Zihan. You're a senior, right? May we join your table? The one who spoke up was this girl. Her voice was so pleasant, and now she noticed how cute she was. Her round, full face didn't look plump at all. Instead, it exuded a gentle and dignified beauty that elders particularly admired, making one want to look at her again and again. Lu Zihan glanced at the aloof and reserved Lin Mushi, his cheeks flushing instantly as he fumbled for a response. Of course, you're very welcome. I'll just tidy up quickly. As he spoke, he quickly moved his lunchbox to Chen Chen's side, making room for the three beautiful girls. Ladies, please sit down. Su Xiaoli and Zhong Jechi sat elegantly on either side of Lin Mushi, while Lin Mushi chose to sit directly across from Chen Chen. Lin Mushi's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere in the cafeteria. When she actually took the initiative to ask someone to share a table, it caused a huge stir. Everyone turned to look at her in shock, as if they had seen the sunrise in the west. Hey, why isn't Lin, the school beauty, coming to join our table? Our table is much bigger than theirs. If Lin, the school beauty, could join our table, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. A boy said enviously. You're just trying to get a free meal. If you want Lin Xiaohua to join your table, you'd have to be half as handsome as the guy sitting across from her. Another boy teased. That's not true. Lin Xiaohua just wants to stay at my house, it's not impossible. Another guy chimed in. You're thinking too highly of yourself. You're almost making me blush, someone nearby teased. Sigh, that guy is so lucky to be able to sit across from Lin Xiaohua and eat together. Everyone turned to Chen Chen with envious glances. To be able to share a table with Lin, the school beauty, and even sit across from her while eating. Such good fortune, why couldn't it have fallen on them instead? Just as everyone was chatting excitedly, Lin Mushi seemed oblivious to the commotion around her. After sitting down, she began to eat elegantly. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled patterns on the polished floor. Lin Mushi sat there quietly, like a captivating painting. Her long, black hair was casually yet elegantly tied into a low ponytail, with a few strands gently falling across her forehead, adding a touch of softness and vitality to her appearance. Her face was cold and delicate, like a frost flower blooming in winter, exuding a faint chill and elegance. Her clear, water-like eyes revealed a hint of unmistakable purity and aloofness, inspiring awe in those who looked upon her, yet also drawing them closer, eager to uncover the secrets hidden deep within her heart. She's too beautiful. How can someone be this beautiful? Since Lin Mushi and the others sat down, Lu Zihan hadn't spoken a word. And he completely changed his usual habit of wolfing down his food, instead chewing slowly and carefully, behaving with proper manners. He listened to the murmurs around him, his vanity feeling more satisfied than ever before. Jiang Tao also broke his usual habit, sitting up straight with a focused expression, staring intently at his bowl and chopsticks, afraid that the slightest movement might draw unnecessary attention. In contrast, Chen Chan and Zhou Yuyang seemed much more relaxed. Zhou Yuyang maintained his usual lazy posture, though he occasionally glanced at Chun Chen with a hint of subtle meaning in his eyes. Chen Chen, however, remained completely at ease, as if the person sitting across from him was not the school's most popular and aloof beauty, but just an ordinary friend. However, only he knew that beneath that calm exterior lay a heart racing with emotion. He had been thinking about how to find an opportunity to approach Xiao Shi and invite her to sit over, but he never expected her to come to him first. Surprise and emotion intertwined, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. "You were here all along." At that moment, another crisp voice rang out. Xinyao carried her lunchbox and walked straight to Zhou Yuyang's opposite seat, sitting down without hesitation. "I've been looking for you guys for ages." Seeing Xinyao sitting across from him, Zhou Yuyang unconsciously sat up straight, clenching his chopsticks tightly, causing the piece of meat he had picked up to fall to the ground due to the force. However, before he could relax, he heard Xinyao's voice, tinged with disdain. "The food in this cafeteria is so terrible. How can you even eat it?" Chapter 195, The Trouble of Being Too Popular. Thank you for reading. Xinyao had always been a picky eater. After taking just one bite, she stopped eating, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly, as if she had tasted something unbearably unpleasant. Lu Zihan, however, looked innocent and said, "It's not that bad." Zhang Tao rolled his eyes disapprovingly from the side. "Of course it's not bad, you've never tasted real food before, so you think the cafeteria food is delicious. Someone like Lin Muxi and Xinyao, who are pampered and spoiled, usually eat only the finest delicacies. How could they possibly appreciate this?" However, speaking of which, Lin Muxi didn't say a word. She sat there quietly, eating her meal elegantly, as if everything around her didn't concern her at all. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the cafeteria was filled with a subtle atmosphere. "Never mind, I'm not hungry. You all eat slowly." With that, Xinyao picked up her plate and left. It was all over in just a minute. But though she had left, she had taken someone's heart with her. Everyone had been thrilled to see the two school beauties appear in the cafeteria at the same time. But their excitement didn't last even a minute before Xinyao left. After all, compared to Lin, who was like a flower on a high mountain, cold, elegant, and inspiring awe. Seeing the approachable Qin was the true object of desire for most people. But just now, something seemed off. Su Xiaoli said apologetically. Seniors, don't take it to heart. Yao Yao just isn't used to the taste of the cafeteria food. She didn't mean any harm." Chen Chen and Lin Muxi remained silent. They knew full well that Xinyao couldn't stand the cafeteria food. However, Chen Chen was curious about how Lin Muxi managed to get used to it. He glanced up at Lin Muxi, only to discover that she was also staring at him. Their eyes met in the air. Lin Muxi, noticing this, playfully winked at Chen Chen, looking exceptionally cute. Chen Chen's lips curved into a slight smile, then he lowered his head and continued eating. Lin Muxi saw Chen Chen's reaction and quickly picked up a mouthful of food and put it into her mouth. Their actions were perfectly in sync, and they didn't need many words to understand each other. Lu Zihan, who was sitting nearby, noticed the subtle interaction between the two and couldn't help but mutter to himself. "It seems that our aloof Lin campus beauty isn't as cold as the rumors suggest." The way she exchanges glances with Chen Erdu is more ambiguous than 1,000 words. However, Chen Ergu already has a girlfriend, there's no way he'd get involved with the aloof school beauty. Just then, the cafeteria door swung open, letting in a cool breeze that brought a refreshing breeze. A few more guys walked in together, immediately spotting Lin Muxi sitting in the corner, and started whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration and desire. "Isn't that Lin Muxi? What is she doing eating here? Really? So the rumor that you can spot a goddess at the third cafeteria is true. This meal was worth it. Look, who is sitting next to her? Could that be her boyfriend?" Though the whispers weren't loud, they were clear enough for everyone at the table to hear. Lin Muxi's brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Fortunately, despite the excitement around her, no one actually approached to disturb her, which made Lin Muxi secretly sigh in relief. After finishing their meal, Lin Muxi and Chen Chen exchanged a nod, then left with their roommates. As she left, the commotion in the cafeteria gradually died down. Since the school beauty wasn't around, everyone else naturally lost interest in staying there. Lu Zihan watched Lin Muxi and the others walk away, unable to help but praise. "She's truly beautiful. She's even more captivating in person than in photos, and up close, she's breathtakingly beautiful." Zhang Tao shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Look at you, drooling like a lovesick fool. She's the aloof school beauty, she wouldn't give us ordinary guys the time of day." Lu Zihan snapped back to reality, wiped his non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, and laughed. "Dreams are still worth having. Who knows, maybe one day I'll end up with the girl of my dreams." Chen Chen silently cleared the tableware, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lu Zihan changed the subject and teased Chen Chen playfully, "Hey, you already have a girlfriend. Don't you dare try to steal the school beauty from me." Zhou Yuyang, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but glance at Lu Zihan and dropped a concise and direct evaluation, "Idiot." He then picked up his plate, stood up, and left the table. Chen Chen finished cleaning up and followed Zhou Yuyang out. Zhang Tao saw this and stood up, following them. For a moment, the table was left with only Lu Zihan, who stood there looking dazed as he watched the departing figures, muttering to himself. Hey, did I say something wrong? Wait for me. After leaving the cafeteria, Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked Zhang Tao and Zhou Yuyang. I'm going to the library. Are you coming? At that moment, Lu Zihan caught up from behind and overheard Chen Chen's words. He immediately interjected. Who goes to the library on the first day of class? We agreed to go back to the dorm and keep gaming in the afternoon, right? Zhang Tao rolled his eyes and retorted, gaming all day? All you ever think about is gaming. Can't you fill your brain with something else? Lu Zihan chuckled and replied, of course I do. I'm thinking about other things, like girls. Can you introduce me to one? Zhang Tao, just go gaming. Lu Zihan, come with me. Go by yourself. I have things to do. We'll talk when I get back. Zhang Tao said, then turned and left without looking back. Lu Zihan turned his gaze to Zhou Yuyang. Zhou Big Dog, what about you? Are you going to play? I've got things to do too. Zhou Yuyang also refused without hesitation. Watching one after another leave, Lu Zihan could only turn his gaze toward Chen Chen and finally said, forget it, I'll just drive myself. We agreed to go together, you bunch of liars. Remember that. Muttering to himself, Lu Zihan walked toward the dormitory, looking a bit dejected. You can eat anything in my dorm room. Chen Chen called out to his back. Thanks, Chen Dai. Lu Zihan walked away cheerfully. Chen Chen shook his head and turned toward the library. Hello, classmate, may I exchange WeChat with you? A girl politely asked Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head, replying, sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Thank you for your kindness. On the way from the cafeteria to the library, such scenes played out at least 5 times. Chen Chen felt for the first time that being too popular could also be a real hassle. Chapter 196, Secretly Dating in the Library. Please keep reading. Chen Chen was about to leave when his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message. It was a WeChat message from Lin Mushi. Cute CC, senior, you're pretty popular, aren't you? Chen Chen looked around but didn't see anyone familiar. He lowered his head again and replied, what can I do? It's all because your boyfriend is so handsome. Cute CC, so, if I don't keep a close eye on my boyfriend, he'll get stolen by someone else? Chen Chen, that's not it. You better hide your boyfriend properly. Otherwise, once he's taken, you'll be the one crying. Cute CC, would you really let me cry? Chen Chen, of course not. Cute CC, hee hee. Chen Chen continued walking toward the library while sending a WeChat message to Lin Mushi. As soon as he entered the library, he spotted that striking figure. Lin Mushi was sitting by the window, holding her favorite book, Harry Potter. The phone screen was glowing, and the slender, fair phone was moving across it. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns on her face, enveloping her in an ethereal glow. She looked like an elf, sitting there quietly. Around her, it seemed as though an invisible barrier had naturally formed, separating the outside world's noise and chaos from her, with no one daring to disturb this tranquility. Chen Chen gazed at the scene before him, and an ancient poem involuntarily came to mind. There is a beauty in the north, standing alone, detached from the world. No matter where or when, Lin Mushi always managed to touch people with her unique charm, leaving them with different feelings and impressions. Chen Chen walked over, took a book from a nearby shelf, and sat down. Lin Mushi held her copy of Harry Potter, her gaze casually glancing over him, her movements so light they made no sound. Chen Chen noticed the subtle movement, raised one eyebrow slightly, and responded with a silent nod. Lin Mushi, seeing this, curved the corners of her mouth into a faint smile before gently placing the book back on the table. Soon after, Chen Chen's phone vibrated. He picked it up to check. Cute CC, senior, does this count as a secret date in the library? Chen Chen chuckled and replied, that's right. Isn't it thrilling? Cute CC, yeah, it is. If you sat a little closer, it would be even better. Just then, a girl pretended to be nonchalant and sat down next to Chen Chen. Lin Mushi's gaze flickered slightly, and she was about to send him a message. But after a moment's thought, she put her phone down. She wanted to see what he would do in front of her, his official girlfriend. Chen Chen noticed someone sitting next to him. Without a second thought, he picked up his things and moved over. The girl who had wanted to strike up a conversation with him swallowed her words. Are all handsome guys so aloof? She hadn't even said a word, and he just left. Does she really come off as so unlikable? The girl felt a bit wronged. After all, she wasn't that bad looking. She looked up and caught Lin Mushi's icy gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. She couldn't help but lower her head, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Soon, she snapped out of it and wondered. What is going on? Why do I feel guilty when I look at her? I didn't steal her boyfriend. The girl pushed aside that strange feeling. Then she left. On Chen Chen's side, he had just sat down, but hadn't even warmed the seat yet. Another girl approached. Before she could speak, Chen Chen moved his seat again. The girl? Soon, a few more girls arrived. Chen Chen kept shifting his seat until he ended up across from Lin Mushi. With Lin Mushi, the school beauty with her icy demeanor, sitting there, coupled with her undeniably powerful aura. Finally, the world fell silent. After all, under the glow of this school beauty, who would dare to court trouble, knowing full well the risks, and approach Chen Chen to ask for his contact information? Cute CC, senior, you're so popular. Chen Chen, it's okay, it's okay. Now that you're here, no one else dares to come. Lin Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly, of course. Don't you know who I am? Chen Chen, do you have class this afternoon? Cute CC, 1 class. Chen Chen, then I'll wait for you after class. Cute CC, do you have any classes this afternoon? Chen Chen, no, I don't. Cute CC, alright. Cute picture.jpg. A very ordinary conversation, but the two of them enjoy it endlessly. Perhaps that's what it feels like to be in love. It was time for class in the afternoon. Lin Mushi went to class. Chen Chen returned to the dormitory. As soon as Lu Zihan saw him return, he immediately called out. Chun Erdu, come play with us, we're waiting for you. At that moment, Lu Zihan and Jiang Tao were sitting comfortably on the desk, surrounded by scattered snack wrappers and drink bottles, creating a mess. Chen Chen saw this and couldn't help but frown. You're eating my stuff and making such a mess in the dorm? Lu Zihan chuckled nonchalantly. Oh, we can clean up after we finish the game. Come on, let's start the game. Clean up first before starting. We're in the middle of an intense game. Snacks confiscated. Alright, I'll clean up right away. Lu Zihan immediately put down his phone and sprang into action, meticulously cleaning up the trash in the dormitory. Although the cleaning wasn't entirely thorough, it at least restored some order to the dorm, making it no longer as unbearable as when they first entered. Hey, you're not a girl. Why are you being so picky about the dorm? Our dorm is in the guys' dormitory, we're already a breath of fresh air here. Chen Chen was already comfortably seated on the chair, logged into the game interface, and replied without looking up. If you think other dorms are better, you can apply to transfer. I 1T stop you. Lu Zihan heard this and quickly waved his hands, looking terrified, and said, No. I couldn't possibly leave. Room 602 is the best. Long live room 602. Are you kidding me? Compared to other dorms, room 602 is like paradise. Not only could you have the entire dormitory to yourself most of the time, but the environment was clean and tidy, with no unpleasant odors. The roommates are all hygienic and well-mannered guys. Asking him to switch dorms? That's impossible. He is going to die in room 602 before graduation. Time flies when you're gaming. It's past 4 o'clock. Chen Chen calculated that Lin Mushi should be finishing class around now, so he put away his phone and logged off. Lu Zihan held his phone tightly, fully focused on the team-up page on the screen, just about to start, when he saw Chen Chen suddenly log off. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. You were playing so well, where are you going? Chen Chen simply replied, I won't be coming back tonight. Lu Zihan was so shocked that he fell off his chair and blurted out, What the hell? Chen Chen glanced at him, picked up his backpack, and said as he tidied it up, Remember to lock the dorm room door. Chapter 197, Senior, you're so mean, thanks for reading. Lock it now. You won't be able to come back even if you want to. Lu Zihan said as he clicked the dorm room door lock shut with a couple of clicks. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Mushi hurried out of the school gate. From a distance, she spotted Chun Chen leaning against the bus stop sign near the school, arms crossed over his chest, patiently waiting for her. The golden sunset bathed him in a warm glow, casting a golden halo around him. He looked like a deity descended from the heavens, leaving Lin Mushi unable to look away. It wasn't until Chen Chen noticed someone watching him and lifted his head that their eyes met, and she finally snapped back to reality. She shyly looked away. But the next second, she saw another girl about to approach Chen Chen to ask for his WeChat. At that moment, Xinyao's warning to stay low-key around Chen Chen at school was long forgotten. She couldn't help but quicken her pace, almost running toward Chen Chen, shouting, Senior. She didn't want anyone else to covet her senior. Even if she knew he wouldn't add their contact information, she didn't want to. Slow down, don't trip. The early spring in Jiangcheng was still cold, and some areas that had been sprinkled with water had frozen over. Running too fast could cause one to slip. Chen Chen saw this and quickly walked toward her in big strides, catching her steadily before she could get close to him. Lin Mushi's nose was red, and her eyes were bright, like two dazzling stars, reflecting Chen Chen's figure inside them, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only him. The girl, seeing this, could only reluctantly take a step back. Sure enough, the girlfriend of a handsome guy is also a beauty. And they were so affectionate. She decided it was best not to go over and make a fool of herself. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi embraced each other for a moment in the setting sun before holding hands and walking slowly toward the upscale West City Mansion residential area. What should have been a 10-minute walk took half an hour as they stopped and started along the way. Upon arriving, Lin Mushi sighed lightly, still reluctant to leave. How did we get here so quickly? She wanted to walk hand in hand with her senior for a little longer. She wanted to make up for all the time they hadn't held hands at school. Plus, earlier on the way, many people had seen them and looked at them with envious eyes. Lin Mushi felt that such glances were much better than the greedy look she usually received because of her appearance. Chen Chen ruffled her hair and said, "It's too cold. We should go back. By the end of this month, I'll take you hiking." As soon as Chen Chen mentioned going hiking, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up with excitement. She asked eagerly, "If we go hiking, can we camp on the mountain? I've never camped on a mountain before." Lin Mushi had always dreamed of camping since she was a child. However, she had never had the chance to fulfill it. Chen Chen looked at her excited expression and the corners of his mouth curled upward. He nodded gently and said, "Of course we can. Plus, on the 28th of this month, there's a rare astronomical phenomenon, the 7 stars in a row. At that time, we won't just enjoy the fun of camping, but we'll also watch the sunrise together and feel that sense of grandeur at the summit as if we're looking down on all the mountains below. Wow, a 7-star alignment. That's amazing." Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. She couldn't wait to start planning. "I'll start preparing right away: tents, sleeping bags, food and water, a first aid kit, and a telescope for stargazing. Nothing can be forgotten. I want this trip to be an unforgettable experience for us." Lin Mushi spoke while pulling out a notebook from her bag, carefully listing everything on the checklist, making sure every detail was included. "Oh, and don't forget insect repellent and a flashlight," Chen Chen added. He knew all too well the potential challenges of outdoor camping and wanted to ensure everything was covered. Right, I almost forgot those. I'm a mosquito magnet." Lin Mushi hurriedly added the 2 items to the list. The two continued discussing as they walked, quickly reaching the front door of their home. Opening the door, they were greeted by the usual tidy and clean surroundings, with the enticing aroma of dinner wafting through the air. Wang Ma had already left. She comes over every day to clean the house. She also buys some groceries to bring over. After cleaning and preparing dinner, she would leave at the usual time. To ensure they aren't disturbed during their private time in the evening, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi finished their dinner, cleaned the table together, and then went back to their respective tasks. One sits at the computer typing, while the other takes out her paintbrushes and paper to sketch. Once the sketches were finished, she could officially begin the comic creation process. However, besides comics, Lin Mushi had another idea: to turn Chen Chen's novel into an anime. However, this was much more challenging than creating a comic, so it was currently still just an idea. After finishing the sketches, Lin Mushi looked up at Chen Chen, who was still engrossed in writing. Her eyes darted around, and a mischievous idea suddenly popped into her mind, causing the corners of her mouth to curl into a smile. She quietly stood up and tiptoed behind Chen Chen. Then, she covered his eyes with both hands, her voice tinged with playfulness and laughter. "Guess who I am?" At that moment, Chen Chen had actually finished typing and was about to shut down the computer. Suddenly, everything went dark, and he heard Lin Mushi's familiar yet slightly mischievous voice. He curved his lips, reached out to grasp her slender wrist, and pulled gently. As the chair shifted slightly, he gave a firm tug, causing Lin Mushi to gasp as she fell into his broad embrace. She blushed and playfully punched Chen Chen's chest with her small fists. "Senior, you're so mean, you didn't play by the rules." Chen Chen asked in his deep, magnetic voice. "What do you mean by playing by the rules?" Lin Mushi, upon hearing this, began to seriously ponder the question. Her brows furrowed slightly, giving her an exceptionally focused expression. However, Chen Chen didn't give her much time to think. He pulled his arms upward, drawing Lin Mushi's upper body closer to himself. The next moment, her lips were sealed. This time, Chen Chen's kiss was steady, deep, and passionate, filled with urgency and deep affection, as if he wanted to melt all the longing and desire accumulated throughout the day into the tightly intertwined pure teeth. Lin Mushi was startled for a moment before quickly turning passive into active. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with the same steadiness. Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with intense heat. He deepened the kiss, as if he wanted to take Lin Mushi into his own body. The next day, the two slept until past 10 o'clock before waking up. Chen Chen stretched his limbs leisurely. "Good thing we don't have to get up early today." Lin Mushi hid in his arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 198, suspected of being followed. This time, it wasn't Tini who started it. "You did it yourself." As he spoke, he pulled the blanket up a bit and buried his head in it. This time it was indeed me." Saying this, he pulled Lin Mushi out from under the blanket to prevent her from suffocating herself. Lin Mushi's cheeks, after being covered by the blanket, looked even more delicate and tender, like petals drenched in morning dew, radiating a healthy and alluring blush. Her skin was smooth and lustrous, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish her. He wanted to kiss her again. Thinking this, Chen Chen actually did kiss her. He gently pressed his lips against hers. The feeling was so wonderful. Every touch felt like the first time, every intimate moment was intoxicating. It felt like he could never get enough. In the afternoon, Lin Mushi had made plans with Qinyao to go shopping, so she called Chen Chen to tell him to go home first. Chen Chen said, "I'll head back to the dorm to hang out with the guys for a bit. Let me know when you're done shopping, and we'll go back together." "All right." After hanging up, Lin Mushi linked her arm through Qinyao's and gave it a gentle tug. "Come on, good Yao Yao, don't be upset. I'm already here with you, and I even called the senior to tell him to go home first. Before this, even if you had killed Qinyao, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that one day, the icy school beauty Lin Mushi would be swinging her arm and acting spoiled toward her. The power of love is truly amazing. You two are really living together already? Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she nodded slightly, responding shyly, yes. Did you eat? Lin Mushi nodded, then shook her head. Qinyao grew impatient. Did you eat or didn't you? Lin Mushi's cheeks grew even redder, and she said awkwardly, we ate, but we didn't eat. Qinyao seemed to understand. So you haven't gone all the way yet, right? You two sure know how to hold back. Are you sure the senior's body is okay? Lin Mushi's cheeks turned even redder. Lin Mushi's face was as red as a ripe apple, and she answered firmly, I'm sure. If the senior's body has issues, then what about other men? Lin Mushi silently complained to herself. Cough cough. Lin Mushi quickly cleared her throat twice in her mind, unable to think about it anymore. By the time they finished shopping, it was completely dark. Lin Mushi carried 2 heavy shopping bags, returning home with a full load. She smiled and waved goodbye to Qinyao. Yao, go home. No need to send me. The senior is waiting for me at the intersection ahead. Qinyao was still a bit concerned. Are you sure? Really? Look, isn't that your senior? Qinyao followed the direction Lin Mushi was pointing and saw Chen Chen's figure standing under a streetlight at the entrance of the upscale West City Huafu residential complex, casting a long shadow in the dim light. Shouldn't we let him come over? Lin Mushi said, no need. It's just a short distance. I can walk there myself. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. Qinyao sighed and said, alright then, I'll head back first. Lin Mushi smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to Qinyao before turning toward Chen Chen. After taking a few steps, Lin Mushi felt an unfamiliar chill creeping up her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like someone is following me? Lin Mushi decisively quickened her pace, almost running toward Chen Chen's direction. Chen Chen stood quietly in the night, heard the sound, and looked up to see Lin Mushi running toward him. In that moment, a warm wave surged through his heart. He instinctively spread his arms, caught her, and held her tightly against him. Feeling the warmth and sense of security emanating from Chen Chen, all of Lin Mushi's fear and anxiety vanished instantly. Before he could speak, Lin Mushi's voice was filled with tension and anxiety. Senior, I feel like someone has been following me. At those words, Chen Chen's expression grew serious. He slowly released his embrace, scanning the surroundings warily, trying to detect any unusual signs, but everything seemed normal, with no signs of anything out of the ordinary. However, just as he was about to look away, sure enough, in the darkness, a figure darted away at lightning speed, disappearing from the scene in an instant. He quickly took Lin Mushi's soft hand and led her firmly into the residential complex. From now on, no matter what happens, you must call me and come with me. Don't ever come back alone like you did today. Lin Mushi hesitated, but... No buts, Chen Chen interrupted her, his tone firm and unwavering. This matter, you must listen to me. Originally, he had chosen to keep a low profile to better protect her safety and avoid unnecessary trouble. But the result had put her in an even more dangerous situation. It would be better to go public. This way, he could protect her openly. Lin Mushi leaned against Chen Chen's sturdy shoulder, her voice soft yet firm. Alright, I'll listen to you, senior. An underground relationship might be thrilling, but it was too inconvenient. She wanted to stand by her senior's side openly and honestly. To be accepted by everyone and blessed by all. Chen Chen took the heavy shopping bags from Lin Mushi's hands. You bought so many things? Lin Mushi smiled slightly at his words, forgetting her earlier fear, her face glowing with anticipation. These are all things we need to prepare for camping. After I mentioned to Yao that we're going camping on the 28th, she got so excited she insisted on joining us. Lin Mushi looked up at Chen Chen and asked cautiously, Senior, do you think it's okay for Yao to join us? Her expression made it clear that if Chen Chen said no, she wouldn't argue. Chen Chen thought for a moment and suggested. How about this? I'll invite my roommates, and you can bring your female roommates too. We can all go together, it'll be more fun and lively. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, why didn't I think of that? A delighted smile spread across her face. More people means more fun. It'll definitely be more interesting. I'll go tell Yao and the others right now. I'm sure they'll be happy to join too. As she spoke, Lin Mushi took out her phone from her bag and first told Qinyao about Chen Chen's suggestion. After she agreed, Lin Mushi sent the message to the group chat. Upon hearing about the camping trip on the 28th, the 302 girls' dormitory group chat erupted with excitement. Su Xiaoli, camping sounds great. I'm in. Zhong Jiachi, I have no objections either. Qinyao, since everyone is okay with it, I suggest we create a separate group chat for the camping trip so we can communicate any issues. Qinyao's suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Chapter 199, Senior, you're so kind, please keep reading. Lin Mushi immediately relayed Qinyao's suggestion to Chen Chen. Senior, Yao said we can create a camping group and add your roommates from the dorm. Chen Shen pondered for a moment and found the idea quite good. That's true. Having everyone in one group will save a lot of hassle with passing messages. Plus, if anything comes up, we can just discuss it in the group. It's very convenient. Alright, I'll go tell my guys right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shen quickly sent the message to the 602 dormitory group chat. Not long after, Jiang Tao was the first to respond, no problem. Zhou Yuyang followed suit, alright, no objections. Lu Zihan, however, is there any girls going camping? If there aren't any girls, I'm not going. It was worth noting that in the past, whenever there was a similar activity, regardless of whether there were girls participating or not, Liu Zihan would always actively sign up. Chen Shen saw this and quickly typed out a reply, there are 4. Upon seeing the words girls and 4 of them, Liu Zihan's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement seeming to spill out of the screen. He hurriedly replied, Chen Dai, you're truly my dear friend. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a shout, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow and replied, remember that. Lu Zihan immediately sent a string of bowing and scraping emojis. He didn't forget to add, of course I'll remember. You can count on me. After exiting the group chat, Chen Shen created a camping group and added Lin Mushi, Qin Yao, and a few of his roommates all at once. Lin Mushi saw the group invitation and hesitated before saying, Senior, I don't think it matters if I don't join this group, right? Anyway, if there's anything about the camping trip, you can just decide. She wasn't very fond of socializing with others. She thought it was a hassle. Seeing that Chen Shen didn't respond immediately, Lin Mushi grew a bit anxious and hurriedly explained, Senior, I really don't mean anything by it. Chen Shen smiled and interrupted her, saying, if you don't want to join, you don't have to. Don't worry too much about it. Hearing this, Lin Mushi's eyes lit up with joy, and she wrapped her arm around Chen Shen's arm affectionately, her voice sweet and playful, Senior, you're so kind. Lin Mushi's other 2 roommates weren't friends with Chen Shen, so she directly sent the QR code to the dormitory group chat, letting them add him themselves. Lu Zihan had just joined the camping group and noticed there were only a few guys in the group. He couldn't contain himself and immediately sent a message in the group. Where are the girls? I don't see any of them. Jiang Tao couldn't stand his impatient manner, so he jumped off the bed, walked quickly to Lu Zihan's side, aimed at his butt, and kicked him hard, scolding him angrily. Can't you act like a man? You're acting like you haven't seen a woman in 800 years. The moment you join the group, all you can think about is asking about girls. Don't you care about embarrassing our dorm? Lu Zihan stumbled backward, clutching his butt, his face filled with grievance. He silently withdrew the message he had sent in the camping group. Then he muttered under his breath. Chen Erda said there were 4 girls here. I came in full of anticipation, only to find all of us guys. This is no better than staying in the 602 dorm chat group and chatting idly. Jiang Tao heard him still trying to wriggle out of it, and his anger boiled over. He kicked him again and shouted angrily. Good thing the girls haven't joined the group yet. If they saw you acting like this, they'd probably have already been scared off. Either behave yourself and stay put, or get out of the group immediately. If there's anything, we'll notify you ourselves. At this, Zhou Yuyang, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Jiang Tao's words. Lu Zihan, seeing this, deflated like a punctured balloon, hung his head, and said weakly, I'll just keep my mouth shut. Xinyao seemed to be busy with something else. Chen Shan pulled her into the camping group, but she didn't click to accept. The other 2 girls, however, successfully joined the group. After entering, they briefly introduced themselves. Seeming a bit shy, they didn't say much after their introductions, and the group chat grew quiet for a moment. Chen Shan went back to typing. Without someone familiar to lead the conversation, the day became even more awkward. Lu Zihan was pacing back and forth in frustration. What should we do? Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao glanced up at him, I don't know what to do either. Just chill out. He then silently lowered his head and logged into the game. Me too. The 2 of them happily started playing together. Xinyao agreed to join the group in the middle of the night. After joining, everyone was already asleep. She didn't say much about it and just went to sleep. The next day, Chen Shan and Lin Mushi slowly opened their sleepy eyes to the sound of the alarm clock. Chen Shan went to the bathroom first to wash up. Lin Mushi was thinking about what to wear to school that day. When Chen Shan came out, she walked over and asked nervously, Senior, should we wear matching outfits today? She was a bit nervous, worried that Chen Shan wouldn't agree. Sure. Seeing that Chen Shan agreed, Lin Mushi immediately picked up her clothes, gave Chen Shan a quick kiss on the cheek, and then went into the bathroom. Yay! Finally, she could wear matching outfits with her senior and appear in front of everyone openly. This couple's outfit was bought in Guangzhou. Fortunately, they had bought a thicker one, which was perfect for the early spring weather in Jiangchang. After changing, the 2 of them headed out to school. As they walked along the campus path, Lin Mushi's feminine attire was graceful and charming, complementing Chen Shan's simple yet stylish men's outfit, creating a harmonious and well-matched pair. They walked side by side, like a moving painting, as if they had stepped out of a picture, naturally drawing the attention of their classmates and eliciting envious whispers. Wow, their clothes are so beautiful, a girl couldn't help but whisper in admiration. My gosh, that girl looks just like Lin Mushi, another student exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. You're joking, right? There's no way that's Lin Mushi, someone nearby immediately objected. She's the famous cold and aloof campus beauty of Zhengcheng University. So many guys have mustered the courage to confess their feelings to her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. She's the hardest girl to win over in our school's history. There's no way she'd be seen with a guy like that. However, reality proved them wrong. Lin Mushi not only appeared in a photo with a guy but was also wearing a couple's outfit. This was even more surprising than seeing Ultraman fighting monsters on the street. She really has a boyfriend? A guy stammered, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 200, wearing couple outfits to school. Thanks for reading. I think the guy walking with Lin Mushi is super handsome, right? Lin Mushi is so outstanding and dazzling, yet this guy walking beside her doesn't pale in comparison at all, and they even look so well matched. Remember back when school first started? Lin Mushi, with her stunning looks and graceful demeanor, was unanimously voted the school beauty queen. At the time, some curious netizens created a best match chart for Lin Mushi on the school's confession wall, trying to find someone among the many boys who could be a suitable match for her. After much research, they found that no guy could stand out under her dazzling glow. But now, there's actually a guy who's broken through the ranks. How could this not make everyone curious? Hey, does anyone know who the guy dating Lin Mushi is? A girl wearing glasses asked around with a curious expression. I think I know, another girl with a ponytail chimed in, looking mysterious. I saw him yesterday at the third cafeteria and the library. There were so many girls trying to get his contact information, but he turned them all down. Turns out his girlfriend is our school beauty Lin Mushi. No wonder those girls were turned away. With such a beautiful girlfriend, which girl could possibly catch his eye? A girl dressed in casual attire rolled her eyes and said with a touch of envy. The surrounding crowd chatted animatedly, their voices rising and falling in a chorus of whispers. As the whispers spread, the news spread like wildfire throughout the school. Many students who weren't originally there rushed over upon hearing the shocking news, eager to catch a glimpse of this rare scene. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were not oblivious to the reactions of those around them, but they simply exchanged a smile, held hands tighter, and continued walking toward the classroom building at their own pace. They savored the time spent together, oblivious to the stares and whispers of those around them. However, there was one person in the crowd whose expression was particularly grim. It was Zhao Yu, who had confessed his feelings to Lin Mushi multiple times only to be rejected. Watching Lin Mushi and Chen Chen's intimate gestures, his eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. He clenched his teeth tightly, his hands unconsciously balling into fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He couldn't understand why, despite his superior qualifications, Lin Mushi was so indifferent toward him yet so affectionate with this stranger who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What's so special about this guy? Zhao Yu pondered silently, determined to investigate Chen Chen thoroughly and find out what gave him the right to win Lin Mushi's heart. Chen Chen first escorted Lin Mushi to her classroom. Don't forget to come find me after class, or I'll come find you. Lin Mushi blinked her bright eyes and smiled in response. I should be done class first today, so I'll wait for you at your classroom door. Chen Chen nodded slightly and said softly, all right. He then turned around and walked toward his own classroom. As soon as Chen Chen entered the classroom, Liu Zihan darted over like a nimble monkey, grabbing his arm tightly, her face brimming with curiosity and a touch of urgency as she asked. Hey, Chen Erdu, you better tell me the truth. I heard you were holding hands with Lin the school flower as you walked into the school from outside. As he spoke, he widened his eyes and adopted a serious expression. You wouldn't be seeing two people at the same time, would you? I'm telling you, this kind of thing is absolutely out of the question. We may occasionally be unreliable or irresponsible, but we have our principles. Such morally corrupt behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Immediately after, Liu Zihan crossed his arms across his chest, adopting a righteous expression, and emphasized again. Anyway, between Lin Xiaohua and your girlfriend, you have to make a choice. Zhang Tao gently patted Liu Zihan's head and said thoughtfully. Is there any possibility that our Lin Xiaohua is actually his girlfriend? This is impossible. Liu Zihan instinctively denied it, but mid-sentence, he suddenly froze, then seemed to remember something and widened his eyes. Oh my god. So that means the post you shared on your social media during the new year was actually true. Liu Zihan's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He turned abruptly to look at Chen Chen, trying to find an answer in his expression. Chen Chen wore a mix of helplessness and a smile on his face. He nodded slightly. Yes, Zhang Tao guessed correctly. All along, the girlfriend I'd been telling you about is indeed Lin Mushi. What? But the other day in the cafeteria, you two were acting like you didn't even know each other. Liu Zihan was completely confused, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Zhang Tao was almost driven to tears by Liu Zihan's slowness and said impatiently. Which eye did you see them pretending not to know each other with? The flirtatious glances between them were practically overflowing, and you're the only one who didn't notice. Liu Zihan recalled the situation from yesterday, and it was indeed as Zhang Tao had described. However, at the time, he had assumed that Chen Shen had a girlfriend, so he had dismissed the idea without giving it a second thought. Lu Zihan perked up instantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He rushed over to Chen Shen and said eagerly, "Hey, you, spill the beans. How did you manage to win over our school's aloof and unapproachable beauty? Come on, share your secrets." Chen Shen smiled slightly and asked in return, "Do you remember when we were on winter break? You asked me if the person sharing my bunk bed was a guy or a girl." Lu Zihan scratched his head, recalled the incident, and hurriedly said, "I know, I remember. You said it was a girl." Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, You're not going to tell me that person was Lin Mushi, are you?" Chen Shen nodded. "Congratulations, you've learned how to interrupt. That's right, it was her. We met back then. After going through some things, we decided to be together." Lu Zihan stood frozen in place, his face looking like he'd been struck by lightning. After a long while, he finally managed to blurt out, "No way. That's actually possible." He was so frustrated inside. He had also met the school beauty before, but why didn't he have such good luck? Back then, he had been bragging in front of Chen Shen, only to be fed a mouthful of dog food that same night. Life was truly unpredictable. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humans are not interconnected, Lu Zihan muttered under his breath. Chapter 201, The School Beauty's Roommate is Just Different. Please keep reading. At that moment, Jiang Tao seemed to think of something and asked curiously, "You mentioned earlier that the 4 girls going camping this time are from Lin Mushi's storm, right?" Chen Shen nodded again, confirming, "That's right." Lu Zihan heard this and was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Zihan asked again, "So that means Qingyao will be going too?" Chen Shen glanced at Zhou Yuyang and replied, "She is already in the group chat. Didn't you see?" Upon hearing this, the latter hurriedly reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and quickly opened the group chat to check. Sure enough, there was an additional female member in the group, with the WeChat nickname YY. He almost instantly guessed that it was derived from the first initials of Yao Yao. The moment he saw the nickname, Zhou Yuyang's hands trembled slightly involuntarily. However, he quickly composed himself, forcing himself to calm down, and regained his usual expression on the surface. Should he click to add her as a friend? Would she reject him if he added her directly? Zhou Yuyang wasn't sure. After much hesitation, Zhou Yuyang ultimately decided not to take the risk. He pretended nothing had happened, gently putting down his phone, but deep down, that lingering ripple of emotion refused to subside. Chen Shen posted a photo in the camping group and wrote, "Everyone, this is the camping checklist that Xiao Shi and I discussed last night. Feel free to take a look and suggest any additions. After class, Xiao Shi and I will go shopping." After Chen Shen sent the message, the girls in room 302 saw it. Su Xiaoli looked up at Qin Yao and asked, "Yao Yao, is this Chen Shen Sr. the boyfriend of Mushi?" "Qin Yao, that's right." Su Xiaoli continued, "Have you met him?" Qin Yao thought for a moment and said, "I've seen him, but we haven't interacted much, so we're not very familiar." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoli couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. "Oh, I was hoping to ask you about him. What's he like?" She was genuinely curious and really wanted to know what it was about Chen Shen that had caught Lin Mushi's attention. Was it because he was good looking? Or does he have some other unique qualities? Just then, Zhong Juqi suddenly blurted out, "One T being together draw that person's attention?" Qin Yao furrowed her brows slightly and said seriously, "I was also worried about that. But last night, when Cici was going home, it seemed like someone was following her. Since that's the case, why not just make their relationship public? Having more people pay attention to them might even provide some protection." Su Xiaoli was startled upon hearing this and hurriedly asked, "No way. Is Mushi okay?" "She's fine. It was just a short distance, and the senior was waiting for her up ahead." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoli and Zhong Juqi both sighed in relief. Su Xiaoli gently patted her chest and said with a relieved expression, "As long as she's okay, I was so worried. Speaking of which, I really hope this camping trip goes smoothly. Please don't let anything go wrong, or it'll ruin the mood." Zhong Juqi, full of confidence, waved her hand reassuringly and comforted Su Xiaoli. "Oh, don't worry. There are so many of us going on this camping trip. There's strength in numbers, so everything will be fine. Just relax and enjoy yourself." As they were chatting animatedly, the camping group chat started buzzing again with messages. "Zhou Yuyang, I'll handle the tents. I suggest 2 people per tent. There are 8 of us in total, so 4 tents should be enough. Lu Zihan, it's better to buy larger tents. Otherwise, it'll be too cramped and uncomfortable. Jiang Tao, Zhou Xiao is handling it. What are you worried about? Su Xiaoli, then we girls will handle the food. Lu Zihan, no need. The guys will handle the food. The ladies just need to show up. Su Xiaoli, that's not acceptable. This is a group activity, so we can't just eat and not help out. Besides, there will be so many things to carry, and we don't want the seniors to have to carry everything. We want to contribute too." Zhong Juqi, Su Xiaoli is right. We can't just eat and drink for free. Let's ask the seniors to let us go buy the food. Looking at the messages the girls were posting in the group chat, Liu Zihan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. For the first time, a thought crossed his mind. Girls aren't all just out to take advantage of boys. There are still reasonable and considerate girls in this world. The roommate of the school flower is different. Look at how she speaks, it's so heartwarming. For such thoughtfulness, I'd gladly do the heavy lifting. Zhang Tao laughed and patted Liu Zihan on the shoulder, teasing, "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are you interested in the school flower's roommate?" Liu Zihan's face flushed slightly as she pretended to be annoyed and pushed Zhang Tao's hand away. "Go away, stop stirring things up. I'm just stating the facts, these girls are indeed great." Zhou Yuyan suggested in the group chat, "Why don't we all go together at a convenient time?" Liu Zihan's eyes lit up. She turned to look at Zhou Yuyan with a delighted expression, her face full of admiration. She then quickly responded in the group chat, "I think that's a good idea." At that moment, Xin Yao also spoke up in the group. "It's the 28th in 2 days. If everyone has no objections, why don't we go buy it tonight?" Su Xiaoli, no objections. Zhong Jiaqi, no objections. Since the girls had no objections, the boys naturally had none either. Liu Zihan, full of enthusiasm, gently nudged Zhou Yuyan with his shoulder, wearing a mischievous smile, and teased, "Zhou big dog, that is clever. You managed to get all the girls out without making a sound. You're something else." Zhou Yuyan raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, saying nothing, giving no indication of his thoughts. On Lin Mushi's side, as soon as class ended, she hurried toward Chen Chen's classroom. She was a first-year student and already quite famous on campus. As she walked toward the second-year students, everyone looked at her with a strange expression. Lin Mushi was already used to this. She kept her eyes straight ahead, thinking only of seeing Chen Chen as soon as possible. Soon, she arrived at the door of Chen Chen's classroom. Through the classroom window, she immediately spotted Chen Chen sitting in the back row. He was intently listening to the teacher's lecture. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his handsome profile. That focused expression made Lin Mushi's heart skip a beat. Chapter 202, Coming to the classroom to find him. Thank you for reading. After the teacher left the classroom, Liu Zihan asked Chen Chen and the others, "Are we still going to the third canteen for lunch today?" Zhou Yuyan glanced down at his clothes and frowned slightly before saying, "I'm not wearing appropriate attire today, so I'll pass." Liu Zihan looked at Zhou Yuyan up and down, a little puzzled, and said, "I think you look pretty good today. There's nothing wrong with your outfit." Zhang Tao also looked at his own outfit and chimed in, "I also feel like something's off with my outfit today. I'm not going either." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly caught up with Zhou Yuyan's footsteps. Liu Zihan stood there dumbfounded, looking puzzled, muttering under her breath, "Hey, you guys! Don't you usually dress like this? Why isn't it appropriate today?" By the time he snapped out of it and looked up again, there was no trace of Zhang Tao or Zhou Yuyang in sight. Liu Zihan turned to Chen Chen and asked, "Chun Erdu, are you going to the third canteen for lunch?" "No. Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend for lunch?" "I should, but we're not planning to eat at the third canteen today." "What's up? Want to join us?" Chen Chen looked up at Liu Zihan and asked with a smile. At that moment, the students around them noticed Lin Mushi waiting outside the classroom, and the room erupted in commotion. "Isn't that Lin Mushi? She actually came to find Chen Chen. What's their relationship? When did Chen Chen meet the cold and aloof school beauty?" Whispers and speculation filled the air. Liu Zihan naturally heard it too. He hurriedly waved his hands, looking disgusted. "I don't want to be the third wheel." After asking a few more people and finding that none of them planned to go to the third cafeteria, Liu Zihan thought for a moment and also gave up on the idea of going there. He quickened his pace and followed in the direction Zhou Yuyang and Zhang Tao had gone, soon blending into their group. Everyone was heading out, but Lin Mushi went against the flow. The once bustling classroom suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone's gaze was drawn to this unusual action, and they all turned their heads in the direction of the sound, curiously examining the girl who was walking against the flow into the classroom. Chen Chen also looked up and saw Lin Mushi at the door. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes before he closed his book, stood up, and walked toward the door. "You're here?" Chen Chen walked up to Lin Mushi and asked softly, his lips curving into a smile. After speaking, he naturally reached out his hand and gently took Lin Mushi's hand. His palm was broad and warm, giving Lin Mushi a sense of security. She nodded slightly, her face flushing with shyness, allowing Chen Chen to lead her to his seat. This was the first time Lin Mushi had ever been to Chen Chen's classroom. Most university classrooms were identical, with spacious layouts and neatly arranged desks and chairs. But at that moment, in Lin Mushi's eyes, this classroom held a special meaning. This was the classroom where her senior was teaching. And she had come here to find him. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Chen Chen asked while packing his things. Lin Mushi was staring intently at Chen Chen's hands as he packed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing his question, she seemed to be suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushing slightly as she softly replied. I'd like to try the Italian pasta place you mentioned last time. You said it tastes authentic, and I've been wanting to try it for a while. Chen Chen smiled gently, his eyes filled with affection, and said, Sure, let us go eat Italian pasta. I heard their meat sauce pasta and cream mushroom pasta are both great. Which one do you want to try? Lin Mushi tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, Let us go with the meat sauce pasta. I like that. What about you, senior? What will you have? I like black pepper beef, and we can order a platter of appetizers and 2 drinks. How about that? Chen Chen finished speaking, had already packed everything, and took Lin Mushi's hand. Lin Mushi nodded happily, sure. The two of them walked out of the classroom hand in hand, chatting and laughing, heading toward the Italian restaurant outside the school. The afternoon sun gently bathed them in its warm glow, creating a beautiful scene. They strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus, occasionally passing by classmates who cast envious or curious glances their way. But they were oblivious, completely immersed in their own little world. A gentle breeze blew by, rustling the leaves, as if singing in harmony with their sweetness. Lin Mushi felt the warmth of Chen Chen's hand and her heart was filled with happiness. As they walked, she suddenly stopped, tilted her head slightly, and looked at Chen Chen with sparkling eyes, saying, Senior, I truly hope that every day from now on can be like this, spending time with you and enjoying the things we love. Chen Chen looked at her tenderly, gently brushing away the strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind, and said earnestly, As long as you want, I'll be with you every day. Lin Mushi heard this, her face lighting up with a bright smile. She tiptoed and gently kissed Chen Chen on the cheek. Senior, having you is truly wonderful. Soon, they arrived at the Italian restaurant outside the school. As soon as they entered, the warm decor and the aroma of food wafting through the air greeted them. The waiter enthusiastically led them to a window-side table. After sitting down, Chen Chen handed the menu to Lin Mushi and said, Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to try. Lin Mushi took the menu, flipped through it casually, and said, No need. Let's just order what we talked about earlier. Chen Chen nodded and placed their order with the server. While waiting, they shared amusing stories from school and watched the people walking by on the street through the window. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. The elegant presentation and tempting colors immediately caught Lin Mushi's eye. This looks amazing. She picked up her fork and eagerly took a bite of the meat sauce noodles. The rich aroma of the meat sauce filled her mouth, and the noodles were perfectly al dente. Is it good? Chen Chen asked. Delicious. It's truly authentic. Chen Chen watched her enjoy her meal with a loving smile. As long as you like it. The two of them enjoyed the delicious food, occasionally exchanging smiles, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Chen Chen thoughtfully wiped the sauce from Lin Mushi's lips and said, Are you full? Would you like some dessert? Lin Mushi rubbed her stomach and shook her head, I'm full. Eating more will make me gain weight. You'd still be cute even if you gained weight. Chen Chen smiled and called the waiter to settle the bill. As they stepped out of the noodle shop, they held hands and strolled leisurely toward the school. At that moment, the time was peaceful and beautiful, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. Chapter 203, Waiting for her in her classroom after class. Please keep reading. The afternoon classes were relatively simple, with only one session. This time, Chen Chen finished class before Lin Mushi. The four of them sat in the classroom without leaving immediately. As time passed, other students gradually packed their things and left the classroom in small groups. The once bustling classroom gradually grew quiet. Finally, the large classroom was left with only Chen Chen and the three others. Chen Chen intended to wait for Lin Mushi to finish class. Zhou Yuyang and the other four didn't know what was going on either. Even after class had ended, they were still sitting upright, looking like proper elementary school students. Chen Chen turned his head slightly and glanced at Zhou Yuyan, Liu Zihan, and Zhang Tao in turn, then asked, I'm planning to go to Cici's classroom to wait for her to finish class. Do any of you want to come along? We can wait for them to finish class and then go out to buy something together. Zhou Yuyan, upon hearing this, unconsciously straightened his back. I'll go back to the dorm to change clothes first. Zhang Tao chimed in, I'll go too. Liu Zihan, upon hearing this, hurriedly chimed in. If everyone is changing clothes, I'll go too. In fact, before class started, the three of them had already changed their clothes once. They had been pretty confident in themselves. But when they stood next to Chen Chen, they realized they were just supporting actors. That's when they decided to go back to the dormitory to change clothes again. Chen Chen noticed this and instinctively touched his chin, a look of confusion on his face. Everyone is dressed quite formally and appropriately today. Why do you need to change? As he spoke, he looked down at his own outfit. Ever since he started living with Lin Mushi, she had been carefully selecting his outfits for him every morning. All Chen Chen had to do was put on the outfits she had prepared for him. It must be said that girls truly have a unique sense of style when it came to fashion. The clothes Lin Mushi chose for him were not only stylish and attractive but also comfortable to wear. The clothes Chen Chen had bought for himself before, Lin Mushi had looked at and told him not to wear them anymore. The reason was simple: since he now has a girlfriend, he should dress according to her aesthetic standards. Plus, Chen doesn't have high standards when it comes to clothing, so since Lin Mushi likes them, he is more than happy to comply and just wear them as instructed. However, what troubles him is that ever since he started wearing the clothes Lin Mushi prepared for him, every time he walks alone on the street, girls actively approach him to ask for his contact information. Just on the way to find Lin Mushi now, he had already turned down at least 5 girls who asked to add him as a friend. As the number of refusals increased, Chen had become quite adept at handling the situation. He couldn't help but think to himself, "I finally understand how Zhou Yuyan could reject others without blushing or batting an eyelid." As he thought this, he arrived at Lin Mushi's classroom. He glanced at the time on his phone. There were about 10 minutes left before class ended. So, he walked leisurely to the corridor outside the classroom, leaned back slightly against the railing, unlocked his phone screen, and started scrolling aimlessly. "Who is that guy outside? He is so handsome." Inside the classroom, a girl whispered in a low voice, her voice filled with admiration. "Really? When did our school get such a handsome guy? I've never heard of him before." Another girl, upon seeing Chen, couldn't help but whisper in agreement. The class was an economics law course taught by a female professor in her early 50s. In the field of economics, she was a highly respected authority, renowned throughout the industry. Every class was almost always packed, with students paying close attention. After all, this directly impacted their future career paths, so no one dared to take it lightly. However, today, for some reason, the students' minds were unusually restless. The female professor gently pushed her glasses down with her index finger, her gaze sweeping over the group of female students below who were staring at her with adoring expressions. She said half-jokingly, "Why don't you go outside and take a closer look? You probably can't see clearly from inside the classroom." Upon hearing this, the students who had been looking out the window quickly turned their attention back inside. They all straightened their posture, feeling a bit embarrassed, and dared not look outside openly anymore. Lin Mushi had been listening intently to the lecture, but upon hearing the teacher's words, she instinctively turned her head toward the classroom door. In an instant, her gaze was drawn to Chen. He was leaning lazily against the railing of the corridor outside, his head slightly lowered, his fingers idly swiping across his phone screen, looking relaxed and at ease. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches of the old locust tree by the corridor, casting dappled patterns on his body, dancing gracefully. This only served to highlight his tall, straight posture and his extraordinary demeanor. Lin Mushi's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable feeling of attraction welled up in her chest. Just then, a bold girl, blushing and shy, hurried over to Chen, trying to strike up a conversation. Chen didn't even bother to look up, continuing to scroll through his phone screen, clearly not interested in interacting with anyone. Seeing this, a faint smile blossomed in Lin Mushi's beautiful eyes, as gentle and enchanting as flowers blooming in spring. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen, especially after seeing the girl get rejected. It felt like a gentle hand was lightly tickling her heart, causing a pleasant tingling sensation. She had only one thought in her mind. That was to hurry up and get out of class, then rush over to Chen and hug him tightly. To declare to everyone that he was hers. No one else dared to lay a finger on him. It felt like an eternity. Finally, the bell rang. As the female professor left the classroom, the students began to pack up their books, and the classroom suddenly became lively. Lin Mushi could no longer contain his excitement. He suddenly stood up, hurriedly made his way toward the classroom door, and rushed out like a whirlwind. Chen heard the bell ringing in the classroom, put away his phone, stood up straight, and scanned the crowd for Lin Mushi's figure. Soon, he spotted the familiar tall figure, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. Lin Mushi ran out of the classroom and sprinted toward Chen without hesitation. Chen instinctively spread his arms to embrace her. Lin Mushi collided directly into his embrace. She buried her face in Chen chest, taking a deep breath of his familiar scent. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Chen held her tightly and shook his head. "Not long, just a moment." The two stood tightly embraced in the corridor. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden patches of light upon them. It was during recess, and curious glances kept coming their way. Among the crowd, a girl couldn't help but whisper in awe. "It's Lin Mushi's boyfriend. Oh my gosh, they look so perfect together, they're truly meant for each other." Hearing the whispered exclamation, Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she dared to snuggle deeper into Chen's embrace. Chapter 204, Overflowing Possessiveness. Thank you for reading. She wanted everyone to know that the senior was her boyfriend, and no one should ask him for his contact information anymore. She would get jealous. The two were lost in their own world. Just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Hey, everyone's almost gone. You two are still hugging each other. Now no one's watching you." Others might not know Lin Mushi, but Qinyao certainly did. This overwhelming possessiveness was completely different from the aloof school beauty she had known before. Lin Mushi was snapped out of her thoughts by the voice and blushed slightly as she gently wriggled out of Chen's arms. And turned to look. There stood Qinyao and her two friends, who had just strolled out of the classroom, staring at the two of them with smiles on their faces. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned anger, scolding playfully. Yao Yao, you're so mean. Xinyao walked over with a smile, wrapped her arm around Lin Mushi's arm, and said playfully. I wasn't teasing you. I saw how sweet you two were in the classroom. Xinyao then turned to Chen Shen. But speaking of which, Chen Shen, you better treat our little Shi well. If you dare to bully her, I'll be the first to come after you. Su Xiaoli and Zhong Jiachi also teased with a smile, what about us? We won't let you off either. Chen Shen smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with affection for Lin Mushi. Of course not. I can't even wait to spoil her. How could I bully her? Lin Mushi listened to their conversation, feeling sweet inside, but she didn't let them off the hook. Yao Yao, stop worrying about my business. Quick, tell me, have you met anyone who caught your eye lately? Xinyao pouted in feigned distress. It's not that easy to find someone like that. We're not as lucky as you, who found such a perfect boyfriend like Chen Shen right away. I think we should just focus on our studies for now. Love is something that comes naturally. Su Xiaoli and Zhong Jiachi nodded in agreement. Exactly, we'll just go with the flow. When it comes to love, it's better to be alone than to settle for less. Chen Shen felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Qinyao's words. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced down at it before looking up and saying to the group of young, beautiful girls. My roommates are already waiting for us at the school gate. It's getting late, let's hurry over there. Thus, a peculiar yet eye-catching scene unfolded on campus. A handsome young man walked leisurely in the middle, closely followed by the two most beautiful girls in school, Lin Mushi and Xinyao, with their two equally beautiful roommates trailing behind. The group walked confidently down the main path of the campus. Such a striking combination instantly drew the attention of countless people. Passing students all widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had witnessed some rare and extraordinary sight. Did I see that wrong? Or is the sun rising in the west? How did I see our school's two most beautiful girls walking together with a guy? They seem pretty close. You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. Thus, this highly sensational scene spread like wildfire across the campus. The news spread rapidly, quickly making its way onto the school's confession wall and appearing on various social media platforms, sparking intense discussions and among students. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. How did he end up having such a close relationship with our school's two most beautiful girls? A girl wearing glasses pushed her glasses up, her face filled with curiosity and confusion. I want to know too. Look at how those two school beauties keep glancing at him with smiles. The atmosphere is so unusual. Maybe he's some hidden genius who's been keeping a low profile all this time, but now he's finally shown up and blown us all away. Another girl with a ponytail chimed in, her eyes sparkling with gossip. As for what kind of money power a guy could have to attract the attention of the two school beauties, it was completely impossible. Because, in this school, there is currently no student whose financial status can match that of the two school beauties. Everyone was curious about Chen Shen's identity. The power of netizens is formidable. As soon as a post asking about Chen Shen's identity was posted, someone immediately shared his basic information in the comments. Everyone then realized that Chen Shen's identity was actually quite ordinary, just an average student with no notable background. The only notable aspect of his identity is that he is currently the boyfriend of Lin Mushi. This explains why he is dating two school beauties. However, everyone was still baffled by how he had met and fallen in love with Lin Mushi, and the story behind their relationship became even more mysterious, sparking even more curiosity among the crowd. All of this remains unknown to the parties involved. The group continued to stroll leisurely. Lin Mushi occasionally playfully tugged at Chen Shen's sleeve, while Qinyao smiled brightly beside them. Their roommates chatted softly, their laughter filling the air. Chen Shen and the four girls were just approaching the school gate when they spotted Zhou Yuyang and the other two standing straight in a line, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As soon as their figures came into view, Zhou Yuyang and the others reacted instinctively, quickly making their moves. They hurriedly raised their hands and began tidying their clothes, striving to present themselves in the neatest and most proper manner to greet the approaching group. Chen Shen and the four girls continued walking toward the school gate with light steps. As they got closer, Chen Shen smiled and spoke first. Have you been waiting long? Zhou Yuyang blushed slightly and hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No, not long. We just arrived a moment ago. As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Qinyao beside Chen Shen, his expression betraying his admiration. Although they had been chatting enthusiastically in the group chat earlier, this was the first time the two dormitories had met in person. This meeting had a hint of a social gathering, and perhaps because of that, everyone felt a bit awkward and hesitant to speak first. Silence spread through the crowd, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward and tense. Everyone smiled faintly, occasionally exchanging glances, but none knew where to begin. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. At that moment, Chen Shen broke the silence and suggested, Let's go eat first, then go explore. What do you think? Lu Zihan responded quickly, I'm in. I'm already a bit hungry. Zhang Tao also chimed in, shrugging his shoulders, I'm fine with whatever you guys decide. Zhou Yuyang pushed his glasses up and said confidently, I know a restaurant nearby with great food. Let's give it a try. The girls also agreed without objection. With that, the group set off in a large group toward the school gates. Chapter 205, It's like a gathering of people, please keep reading. On the way, it was quiet at first, with everyone walking silently, their footsteps making a soft sound as they touched the ground. It was the beginning of the school year, and Qinyao seemed very busy. She kept her head down, busy replying to messages on her phone. Chen Chen discreetly moved closer to Lin Mushi, raising the corners of his mouth in a half-joking manner and said, "Look at all of us. Doesn't this remind you of a gathering of people?" Lin Mushi nodded slightly, a faint, slightly helpless smile appearing on her face, and replied softly, "I didn't expect that after meeting up, Xiaoli and the others would be so shy. They're not like this in the dorm. Earlier, when they were walking together, they weren't like this either. They were chatting and laughing. Who would have thought that meeting the seniors' roommates would turn out like this?" At that moment, Lin Mushi and Chen Chen were walking side by side behind the others. Lin Mushi's lively eyes kept darting back and forth among the people ahead, her gaze carrying a hint of curiosity, as if she were trying to figure something out. Chen Chen noticed this but didn't say much. Some things are better left for them to discover on their own. Though the atmosphere among the 8 of them was somewhat awkward, to outsiders, they formed an exceptionally unique group. The 2 school beauties walked side by side, accompanied by Zhou Yuyang, the computer science department's heartthrob, and the newly crowned school heartthrob, Chen Chen. Such an outstanding group walking down the street was like a dazzling sight, instantly capturing everyone's attention and causing quite a stir once again. Passers-by couldn't help but cast curious and envious glances their way. "Wow, look! It's our school's 2 most beautiful girls. They're so beautiful." A female student with a backpack on her back, her eyes sparkling, pulled her friend's arm and said, "Those 2 guys next to them are so handsome too. One is Zhou Yuyang, but who's the other one?" her friend asked in awe. The girl with the backpack replied, "I know. The other one is Chen Chen, also from the computer science department. He's the school heartthrob who just recently gained popularity at our school." 2 school beauties, a department heartthrob, and the school heartthrob? My goodness, are they dating? This combination is so envy-inducing. A young man in casual attire couldn't help but speculate, his eyes filled with envy. The 8 of them were already accustomed to the stares and whispers around them. Lin Mushi occasionally whispered to Qinyao, occasionally letting out a bell-like laugh. Zhou Yuyang kept his hands in his pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though he appeared calm, his heart was racing wildly, as if it might leap out of his chest at any moment. Chen Chen, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant, paying no heed to the discussions around him. The others in the group were each lost in their own thoughts. Some enjoyed the attention, unconsciously straightening their posture. Others felt slightly uneasy, their eyes darting around to avoid the stares of those around them. Soon, they arrived at the place Zhou Yuyang had recommended. It was a uniquely decorated store. The warm yellow lighting and the artworks hanging on the walls gave it a cozy and comfortable atmosphere. However, Su Xiaoli recognized it immediately. She widened her eyes in surprise and said, "This is a private dining restaurant." Zhou Yuyang straightened his posture slightly, his face adorned with a confident smile, and hurriedly introduced, "That's right. The flavors here are truly exceptional, with authentic yet creative dishes. You'll definitely love it once you try it." As he spoke, his gaze seemed to casually glance toward Qinyao, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. However, Qinyao was fully engrossed in handling student council matters, her fingers swiping and tapping on her phone screen, her brows slightly furrowed, completely oblivious to Zhou Yuyang's gaze. Su Xiaoli asked curiously, "But I heard that this private dining place requires reservations. Why don't we need one today?" Zhou Yuyang scratched his nose. In truth, the method to achieve their goal without a reservation was quite simple. It all boiled down to paying extra. However, he didn't plan to reveal the truth. After all, men need to put on a show at certain times. Especially in. He said casually. "Maybe it's just good luck." Su Xiaoli exclaimed, "Wow, that's really good luck." After their conversation, the previously awkward atmosphere quickly turned lively again, with everyone chatting and laughing, filling the air with joy. At that moment, Qinyao finally finished her work, put her phone aside, looked up, and glanced around with a slightly apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. The student council had an urgent matter, and I've been busy until now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyang quickly waved his hand and replied in a light-hearted tone, "No problem, no problem. You have student council matters to attend to, that's perfectly normal. We're not in a hurry anyway." Then he added, "By the way, their sweet and sour pork ribs are delicious, tangy and sweet, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The steamed perch is also exceptionally fresh, and the broth is so flavorful you'll want to pour several bowls of rice into it." Su Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and she raised the corners of her mouth in a teasing tone. "Senior, you seem so familiar with this place. Do you often bring girls here?" Zhou Yuyang blushed slightly at her words, his expression slightly flustered, and he hurriedly shook his head to deny it. "Don't say that. I just happened to discover this hidden gem and thought it would be a great place for everyone to try." As he spoke, he felt a bit nervous, explaining while secretly observing Qinyao's expression. However, Qinyao didn't seem to be paying attention to him. Instead, she was smiling broadly and chatting with Chen Chen. Zhou Yuyan felt both relieved and a little disappointed. Lu Zihan smiled and said, I can vouch for that. Yu Yang is pretty picky when it comes to food, so if he thinks something is good, it's definitely good. Su Xiaoli excitedly chimed in. That's just like our Yao Yao. She's also very particular about food. If it doesn't suit her taste, she won't even touch it. These words made Zhou Yuyan's ears turn red. Soon, one after another, dishes that were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious were served onto the table. The elegant presentation and enticing aromas instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Chen Chen picked up his chopsticks and smiled, saying, let us not be polite, let us dig in. Everyone began to eat, and soon the table was filled with the clinking of utensils and soft murmurs of praise. Lin Mushi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth, her face lit up with satisfaction. This is so delicious. Rain Yang really recommended the right place. Xin Yao also tasted the steamed perch and couldn't stop praising it. Indeed, the fish is tender and the seasoning is just right. Chapter 206, A Socially Aware Shopping Experience. Thank you for reading. Hearing Xin Yao's praise, Zhou Yuyang felt as though he had suddenly been infused with a magical energy. The corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily, and his cheeks flushed with a faint blush. His posture straightened slightly, and his entire demeanor became more vibrant and energetic, as if all the fatigue and stiffness he had felt earlier had vanished without a trace. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food while chatting happily, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. After everyone had eaten their fill, Su Xiaoli gently put down her utensils and broke the silence at the table, speaking up first. Senior, how much did this meal cost in total? Let's split the bill evenly so everyone can feel at ease. Before arriving, the group had already agreed that all expenses for this gathering would be split evenly. Zhong Jiachi, sitting beside her, nodded quickly and added. Exactly. Let's split the bill. It's fair and more relaxed. Zhou Yuyan waved his hand, wearing a carefree smile, and hurriedly said. No need, no need. It didn't cost much at all. It's just a meal. Don't be so formal. Lu Zihan chimed in with a teasing tone. Oh, come on, there are a bunch of us guys here. If we're splitting the bill, we'll do it among ourselves. We can't let the ladies pay. The younger sisters shouldn't be so polite. Jiang Tao agreed, exactly. The younger sisters don't need to be so polite. Su Xiaoli furrowed her brows slightly and said firmly. That's not right, senior. Even brothers keep accounts clear. When we go out to eat together, splitting the bill is the most reasonable thing to do. If you were to treat us this time, we'd feel guilty. Xinyao lifted her head, paused what she was doing with student council affairs, and smiled, saying. That's right, senior. Going Dutch is a good idea. It won't burden anyone. Please don't refuse. Zhou Yuyan, hearing Xinyao speak up as well, sighed helplessly and said. All right. Since you're all so insistent, I want to be polite. This meal comes to 800 yuan. He intentionally underestimated the amount. He didn't want to put any pressure on the girls. However, those in the know understood that the bill would definitely be more than that. At that moment, Lin Mushi subtly turned her head and leaned closer to Chen Chen's ear, whispering. Senior, I feel like Senior Yu Yang seems to have a thing for Yao Yao. Her tone carried a hint of gossip and curiosity. Before Chen Chen could respond, Jin Yao, with her sharp eyes, noticed the two of them and walked over with a smile, feigning annoyance. Hey, you two, enough already. Everyone's here. Why are you whispering to each other? If you have something to say, just say it out loud so everyone can hear. Lin Mushi was caught off guard by Qin Yao's sudden approach, blushing slightly as he hurriedly explained. Nothing. Just chatting about some trivial matters. Chen Chen also nodded quickly. That's right, we were just talking about some trivial matters. Qin Yao would be the last person to believe them. However, it made her a bit uncomfortable that she had a little secret with someone else. This made Qin Yao feel a little uneasy. Especially since this someone else was her boyfriend. On the other side, Zhong Jiachi pulled out her phone, fiddling with it as she spoke. Senior, I'll transfer it to you right away. It comes out to over 100 each, which is a great deal. Others quickly pulled out their phones to transfer money, and soon, the sounds of phone notifications echoed throughout the private room. After finishing their meal, it was time to start shopping. The group set off in a lively and bustling crowd toward the nearest Meiduo supermarket. Upon arriving at the supermarket, everyone pulled out their pre-prepared shopping lists, then scattered in different directions, each busy following the items listed on their lists to begin their shopping. Su Xiaoli navigated the household goods section, carefully scanning the shelves. Her list included items like tissues and disposable paper cups. Zhong Jiachi made her way to the snack section, where the colorful packaging and tempting snacks got her excited. On the other side, Zhou Yuyang, Liu Zihan, and Jiang Tao, the three boys, were responsible for purchasing beverages. Xinyao followed Chen Chan and Lin Mushi to the barbecue section. Since it was a camping trip, grilling was a must. The three of them moved between the shelves, carefully selecting the right barbecue grills. As for the ingredients, Lin Mushi had already discussed this with Wang Ma, who would prepare everything in advance. Meanwhile, the other teammates in the supermarket were also busy shopping in their respective areas. The group was so engrossed in the shopping atmosphere that they didn't notice the time passing until the supermarket was about to close. Reluctantly, they made their way toward the checkout area. Su slowly placed the items she had selected on the checkout counter while saying, "Senior classmates, the expenses for this shopping trip will be split evenly among everyone, just like the group meal." This time, Jo Youyang didn't object. After all, since the junior was so insistent on splitting the bill, if he refused again, it would seem overly sensitive. After paying the bill, the items were distributed as follows. The delicious snacks were taken back to the girls' dormitory by Qin Yao and the other girls. As for the drinks, considering they taste better chilled, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi took them back to their homes to store in the refrigerator. The remaining supplies were carried back to the boys' dormitory by Zhou Yuyan, Liu Zihan, and Jiang Tao. After seeing the girls back to the girls' dormitory, Zhou Yuyan, Liu Zihan, and Jiang Tao turned and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Along the way, Liu Zihan remarked with a sigh, "These younger female students are way too polite. Just this one outing cost less than half of what I spent on Valentine's Day last year." Originally, he had planned to spend all his New Year's red envelope money. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement. That's true. Dealing with people who are socially aware really saves a lot of hassle, and it's much more pleasant to get along with them. Liu Zihan continued. Chen Ergu is really smart. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known that when shopping with girls, it's not necessarily the guys who have to pay. You don't have to make the guys carry everything either, the girls can help out too. Zhou Yuyan didn't respond. For him, he really didn't want someone to be so polite to him. After all, the expenses for this outing were charged to Chen Chen's account. It's only natural for a boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend. The 28th arrived as scheduled. Online, the hype surrounding the astronomical phenomenon of the 7 stars in a row had reached a fever pitch. Major media platforms were competing to report on it, while science popularization bloggers were busy creating various easy-to-understand explanatory videos. Netizens were also enthusiastically discussing it on social media, sharing their anticipation for this rare celestial phenomenon. That morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Wang Ma got up early to buy ingredients, then hurried over with bags in hand. She spent the entire day meticulously preparing all the ingredients needed for the evening's camping trip, determined to ensure that Chen Chen and the others had the best possible camping experience and created lasting memories. Chapter 207, he bought it because he liked it. Please keep reading. That afternoon, as soon as class ended, the students from dormitories 602 and 302 headed toward the school gate. Chen Chen and Lin Mushi returned home and were immediately captivated by the abundance of ingredients in the kitchen. Seeing the table filled with washed, chopped, and neatly arranged vegetables, the meat that had been carefully marinated and was emitting an enticing aroma, and the various seasonings already mixed together, Chen Chen was completely speechless. "Wang Ma, you're amazing. You prepared all this food in just one day. And everything looks so delicious. You must have worked so hard." Wang Ma smiled and waved her hand, her eyes filled with affection. "It's no trouble at all. You young people are going out to have fun, so you must eat well and drink well. These are all your favorite dishes. I hope you have a wonderful time." Chen Chen walked up and patted Wang Ma on the shoulder. "Aunt Wang, don't worry. We'll definitely have a great time. You've worked hard today. Go home and rest." "All right." After packing all the ingredients into meal boxes, the three of them worked together to carry everything down to the basement. Everything was ready, and Chen Chen drove the SU-7 to the school gate where everyone had agreed to meet. Just a few minutes later, Zhou Yuyan also arrived on time in his own car. He was driving a black SUV, which looked very imposing. There were 8 people in total for this trip, and the 2 cars had just enough seats for everyone. As Liu Zihan stepped out of the school, his gaze was immediately drawn to the red SU-7 driven by Chen Chen, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He hurried forward eagerly, his excitement making him feel as though he were floating on air. Before he even reached the car, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! It's a red SU-7, and it's even a limited edition model. This is the car of my dreams." As he spoke, he practically pressed his entire body against the car, his eyes filled with admiration and love. Liu Zihan gently ran his fingers over the car's body, the smooth texture sending shivers down his spine. He murmured to himself, "The quality, the design, it's absolutely perfect." Chen Chen teased, "You're planning to eat the car, aren't you?" Liu Zihan walked around the car enviously, admiring it from every angle and praising it non-stop. The lines, the color driving this on the road would definitely turn heads. "Chen Ergu, you must feel so accomplished driving this around." Chen Chen remained composed, shrugging his shoulders slightly and said, "This isn't my car, it's Xiaoxi's." "Oh, it's your junior's car." Liu Zihan's face lit up with realization, then he raised his thumb in admiration, "Your junior has such great taste." Lin Mushi blushed slightly, raised her eyes, and looked at Chen Chen with a gentle smile, saying softly, "Actually, I bought it because Chen Chen mentioned before that he really liked this model." Liu Zihan heard this and immediately smiled meaningfully, I get it. Chen Chen cleared his throat and said, "All right, enough about cars. Let's figure out how to arrange the seats." Lin Mushi and Chen Chen sitting in the same car was already a foregone conclusion. If Su Xiaoli and Zhong Juchi wanted to sit with Lin Mushi, that wouldn't be a problem either. But the key was how to get Qin to ride in Zhou Yuyang's car. Lu Zihan suddenly lit up, flashing a mischievous smile, and hurriedly said, "Hey, I've never ridden in an SU7 before. Chen Erge, I'll take your car." As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly opened the car door and quickly climbed into Chen Chen's SU7. Jiang Tao saw Lu Zihan's actions and immediately reacted, rushing to squeeze into the car while shouting, "I've never ridden in an SU7 either. I'll go with you." Once inside, he said to Qin Yao and the others, "Junior, look at us two big guys. We take up a lot of space. Why don't you two go ride in Yu Yang's car instead?" Chen Chen shook his head helplessly at Qin Yao and the others and said, "Since everything's already arranged, let's get going first. Yu Yang, I'll send you the shared location later." Without waiting for the three beauties to react, he sat back in the driver's seat and started the car engine. With a faint rumble, the car slowly pulled away, heading toward their destination, Fengsha Mountain. Zhou Yuyan watched Chen Chen's car grow smaller in the distance. She walked to the back seat, smiled elegantly, and made a gesture inviting them to get in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She said softly, "Ladies, please get in the car." At that moment, Qinya pulled out a set of car keys from her bag, waved them, and said, "I have my own car. Which one of you two are you going to ride with?" Su Xiaoli and Zhong Juchi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. Su Xiaoli said, "But Yao Yao, you just got your driver's license a short while ago. Are you sure you can drive safely? Why don't we just ride with Senior Zhou Yuyang instead?" Zhong Juchi quickly reached out her hand, playfully linking it with Qin Yao's arm, and said in a teasing tone, "Oh, there's already a car and a driver here. Why not use it?" As she spoke, Su Xiaoli also wrapped her arm around Qin Yao's other arm, gently shaking it and chiming in, "Exactly, don't hesitate. Come on, let's go." With that, the two of them, one on each side, half pushing, half pulling, helped Qin Yao into the car. Qin Yao feigned anger and said in a bad mood, "Are you too afraid of dying? Who isn't afraid of dying?" Zhong Jiachi immediately retorted, "Don't you remember when you first got your driver's license? You insisted on taking us out for a drive, and the whole trip was a disaster. We almost didn't make it back. Thinking about it now still gives me the chills." Qin Yao blushed slightly and hurriedly defended herself. "That was when I first got my license. I wasn't familiar with the car or the road conditions yet. But don't underestimate me. After all this practice, my driving skills are just as good as an old pro now. Come on, give me a break." Su Xiaoli rolled her eyes. "I saw a new scratch on your car this morning. I don't want that new scratch to end up on me someday. I want to live a few more years. Humph, do you think everyone has the honor of having this lady as their driver? If you don't appreciate it now, you'll be begging me to drive you later, and I won't even bother." Qin Yao crossed her arms and acted all proud. "Good Yao Yao, we were wrong." The two hurriedly spoke in unison to flatter her. Qin Yao gave a light snort, turned her head away, but couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. In contrast to the lively banter between the beautiful women on Zhou Yuyang's side, the atmosphere on Chen Chen's side was much quieter. Lin Mushi tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Chen Chen, and spoke softly. "So, Senior, the thing I asked you about earlier, is it true?" Chen Chen glanced at Lin Mushi briefly while focusing on driving, but didn't respond directly, his expression difficult to read. Chapter 208, feeling like I've been duped. Thanks for reading. What? What are you two whispering about? Let us listen too. Lu Zihan curiously leaned in. Lin Mushi, noticing this, turned her head and asked Lu Zihan and Jiang Tao. "You two seniors, I ask you, does Senior Yu Yan like Yao Yao?" The stunningly beautiful face suddenly came into view, causing Lu Zihan's heart to skip a beat. But he quickly sat back down, calmed his heartbeat, propped his chin up with his hand, and adopted a serious expression, analyzing to himself. He's been so obvious about it. If you still can't tell, Zhou Yuyan must be so upset he's about to cry. "Junior, don't pay attention to him," Jiang Tao smiled helplessly. "This guy never speaks seriously, he just gets confused every now and then." Lu Zihan playfully punched Jiang Tao on the arm, in front of the junior. "Give me some face. There's no one else here. What face do you need to save?" Lu Zihan thought about it and realized he had a point. He leaned forward again and chatted with Lin Mushi. "Junior, what do you think? Does my brother have a chance?" Lin Mushi replied seriously, "Yao Yao's situation is complicated, it's hard to say." "What? No way." Lin Mushi continued. "But dating is still okay. But only dating." Lin Mushi added silently in her heart. Chen Chen and the others silently lit a candle for Zhou Yuyang. About 40 minutes later, at 5:30 p.m., the car slowly approached Fengsha Mountain. The distant mountain ranges, bathed in sunlight, appeared particularly majestic, as if quietly awaiting their arrival. "Wow, what a beautiful mountain!" Lin Mushi exclaimed in delight. Chen Chen turned his head slightly and said, "It is indeed beautiful, but climbing mountains is no easy feat. Everyone should prepare themselves properly, don't end up complaining about being tired halfway up." Then he added to Lin Mushi, "If you get tired, just tell me." Your boyfriend has plenty of strength. Lin Mushi blushed and gave him a playful glare. I wouldn't dare. Lu Zihan said confidently. I've been working out lately, so I'm in great shape. It's Jiang Tao who might end up lagging behind. Chen Shan drove the car to the parking lot of Fengsha Mountain. After parking, everyone got out of the car. A fresh mountain breeze swept over them, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation, instantly refreshing their spirits. Lin Mushi took a deep breath and sighed. The air here is so fresh. It feels like all my worries have been blown away. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuyang's car also arrived. Xin Yao and the others got out of the car one after another. Su Xiaoli, like Lin Mushi, took a deep breath and exclaimed with delight, wow, the mountains here are so beautiful, and the air is so fresh. Chen Shan took the items out of the trunk. Let's get going while we still have time. We might just make it in time for sunset. Upon hearing about the sunset, the 7 of them immediately and orderly put their backpacks on their backs. The girls carried 1 each, while the boys carried 2 each. As they walked along the winding mountain path, the surrounding scenery was like a painting. Lush green trees stood tall, birds sang joyfully on the branches, and occasionally, some unknown wildflowers bloomed in the grass. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their true destination. It was one of the peaks of the Fengsha mountain range. It wasn't as majestic as the distant peaks. But for these amateur hikers, the height was just right. The scenery before their eyes left everyone in awe. The undulating mountain ranges stretched as far as the eye could see, with the setting sun casting a golden glow on the peaks. In the distance, the sea of clouds swirled in the gentle breeze, creating a dreamlike scene that felt like being in a fairyland. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Zihan excitedly pulled out her phone and started taking photos non-stop. I need to take more pictures to post on my social media. Jiang Tao walked to the edge of the viewing platform, looking down at the breathtaking scenery below, and remarked, nature is truly a masterpiece. Every time I see such a sight, I feel how insignificant humans are. Lin Mushi stood quietly beside him, closing her eyes to feel the breeze caress her face, savoring this moment of tranquility. Chen Shan, standing nearby, reminded everyone carefully. While enjoying the scenery, please stay safe and don't get too close to the edge. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once the photos were mostly taken, the 4 boys began setting up the tents. There were 4 tents in total, with 2 people working together to set up each one. The girls brought out the food and drinks and arranged them neatly. Wang Ma not only prepared raw food but also cooked dishes. After some time of climbing, everyone was hungry. Lin Mushi took a sushi roll first, walked over to Chen Shen, and put it in his mouth, saying, Senior, try some. Chen Shen opened his mouth and bit into the sushi, saying, Wang Ma's cooking is amazing, it's so fragrant. At that moment, Lu Zihan, standing nearby, deliberately dragged out her voice with a teasing tone and shouted, Hey, 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 there are still a few single people over here. Everyone should take care of animals, you know. Everyone burst into laughter at Lu Zihan's words. Lin Mushi's face flushed slightly. Su Xiaoli and Zhong Juchi each held a box of exquisite sushi, walking lightly toward Lu Zihan, Jiang Tao, and the others. Su Xiaoli, with a sweet smile on her face, spoke first. Senior students, after climbing the mountain for so long, you must be exhausted. Come and try the sushi. Zhong Juchi chimed in from the side, gently shaking the sushi in her hands. That's right, seniors. Have something to tide you over. Lu Zihan's face lit up with a satisfied expression as he remarked. There really are more good people in this world. Thank you so much, juniors. Once the boys had set up the tent, they began to prepare the barbecue grill. Everyone worked together, each doing their part, and soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the mountain. The faint smoke swirled through the forest, adding a touch of warmth to the quiet mountainside. While the others were busy with the barbecue, Zhou Yuyang carefully took out a small telescope from his backpack. The telescope was elegantly designed, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the dim light, clearly no ordinary item. Wow, this telescope looks so high-tech. It must be really expensive. Su Xiaoli said curiously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xinya glanced at it and said, it's not just expensive, it's actually quite pricey. It's not something ordinary people can afford. Su Xiaoli, who had been curiously reaching out to touch the telescope, quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been burned upon hearing Xinyao's words. She couldn't afford to break it. Night had completely fallen. A group of people gathered around the barbecue grill, enjoying the freshly cooked food while chatting about various topics. Lu Zihan leaned back in his chair, looked up at the sky, and suddenly asked in confusion. Why can't I see the 7 stars in a row? Did we get tricked? Chapter 209, Fate is a wonderful thing, please keep reading. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up at the vast night sky. Su Xiaoli spoke first. There are some. Look, there's one here, and another one over there, but they're all scattered about. They're not lined up in a row. It looks like 3, but maybe not. Could it be because it's not time yet? Liu Zihan asked. Jiang Tao replied. I think I read online that it starts at 9 p.m. It's already 8:50 p.m. now. Maybe we should wait a little longer. Hey, do you think it'll be like in the TV shows, where 7 planets align in a straight line and teleport us all to another dimension? Zhong Jueqi speculated half-jokingly. Don't say that. We're in such a high and open place right now, it's actually possible. Su Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly, hey, if we really do time travel, what would you all want to do? This topic immediately piqued the interest of Lu Zihan, Jiang Tao, and Zhong Jueqi. After all, among those present, only they were ordinary people. Chen Shen, though also an ordinary person, actually came from a village in the outskirts of Guangzhou City. He didn't have much money, but a comfortable life was definitely within reach. Plus, he could write novels and had a decent monthly income. Now that he had a stunning girlfriend by his side, as long as he was normal, he probably wouldn't want to time travel, right? Zhong Jueqi said with a touch of pessimism. We'd have to see when we time travel to first. If we end up in some remote, desolate area from ancient times, with no villages in sight and no shops nearby, not even birds would poop there, we'd probably starve to death. Be optimistic. What if you could time travel back a few years? Lu Zihan joked half seriously, don't go to Wuching in 2018, right? Jiang Tao said seriously, if we really could go back, I think we should write down all the profitable business opportunities from the past few years. Su Xiaoli took out her phone and said, then I better hurry up and check the winning lottery numbers from the past few years. Jiang Tao said, if we could go back to 2009, don't forget to buy Bitcoin. Back then, $1 could buy over 1,000 Bitcoin. That would have been a huge fortune. But don't forget to sell it all by 2017, or else the dream would be over. And don't forget to buy a house and wait for demolition. Then you can just be a laid-back landlord. Everyone chipped in, talking excitedly, as if time travel had already become a reality, and their visions of wealth were right before their eyes. Su Xiaoli's gaze drifted slowly toward Lin Muxi and Qingyao. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she spoke with a hint of teasing. But then again, someone like Yao Yao and Muxi, who come from such privileged backgrounds, probably wouldn't want to time travel, would they? After all, with your current circumstances, even if you did nothing, your families would still have plenty of money when the time comes. Chen Shen heard this and instinctively turned his gaze toward Lin Muxi, catching a fleeting glimpse of sadness in her eyes. He knew what she was thinking. If time travel were possible, she would definitely want to go back to her childhood, find a way to leave Jiangcheng with her mother, and return to Guangzhou. With her, perhaps her mother Wen Ti have chosen the path with no return. He reached out silently, gently taking Lin Muxi's hand, and ran his fingertips softly over the back of her hand, offering her comfort without a word. Lin Muxi knew what he was thinking. The senior was always like this. Even if she didn't say a word, just a glance or a subtle gesture was enough for him to accurately guess what she was thinking. Lin Muxi leaned against his shoulder and asked curiously, Senior, what about you? If time travel were real, when would you most want to go back to? Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, adopting a thoughtful expression, and spoke slowly. I think I'd probably go back to when I was a kid. When I was 6, I was being mischievous and playing with a skateboard when I accidentally knocked a girl into a ditch by the roadside. Later, my mom told me that the girl was severely scolded by her family for it, and almost kicked out of her home. Ever since then, it's been like a stone weighing on my heart. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to apologize to her, but by the time I was ready to go, I found out she had already moved away. Chen Shen was in the middle of his story when he noticed Lin Muxi staring at him with an extremely peculiar expression. What's wrong? Chen Shen asked, looking puzzled. Lin Muxi tilted her head slightly and asked in a cool tone. The place you mentioned, was there a long slope there, with a large rice field right next to it? And it was winter at the time, with all the rice already harvested and the fields completely bare. Yes. Chen Shen perked up immediately, his eyes sparkling, and nodded eagerly. How did you know? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to snap out of a trance, his expression freezing. He looked at Lin Muxi with a mix of shock and confusion, cautiously testing the waters. Could that girl back then have been you? Lin Muxi crossed her arms across her chest, puffing out her cheeks in a playful pout, and huffed. What do you think? Do you know how much you hurt me that day? Chen Shen paused for a moment, then a gentle smile spread across his face as he whispered. It seems I don't even need to go back in time. I can finally say those 3 words I've been holding back to that girl right now. Lin Muxi turned her head away in a huff and murmured softly. I'm not accepting it. Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud, leaning in close to her ear and teasing her. You don't even know what 3 words I'm going to say, and you're already refusing? Lu Zihan was engrossed in conversation when he suddenly noticed the unusual atmosphere between Chen Shen and Lin Muxi. He quickly leaned over and asked curiously. What is going on? What happened? Su Xiaoli, who was closest to Chen Shen and Lin Muxi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, said mysteriously. Did you know that Chen Shen and Muxi have known each other since they were kids? And from the way they're talking, their first meeting wasn't exactly pleasant. No way. Really? There is such a juicy story? Liu Zihan was so surprised that her eyes widened. As she spoke, she excitedly rubbed her hands together, hurriedly pulled over a chair to sit down, and urged. Hurry up and tell us. What happened? Xinyao was also drawn in and joined the conversation with interest. Yeah, Xiaoli, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what happened between them when they were kids. Su Shili cleared her throat dramatically, building up the suspense before launching into her Vivid account. I'm listening. Apparently, Chen Chen, the senior, was being mischievous when he was a kid. He was riding a skateboard and accidentally knocked Mu Shi into a ditch by the roadside. I heard that Mu Shi got scolded by her family when she got home. Chapter 210, an embarrassing little accident. Thanks for reading. Wow, really? Lu Zihan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He looked at the cold and beautiful Lin Mu Shi in front of him, unable to connect her current image with the little girl who had fallen into the ditch and turned into a muddy mess. At that moment, Zhou Yuyang, who had been silent all along, also became interested and teased with a smile. So, it seems like the connection between the two of you is truly magical. Lin Mu Shi heard everyone chatting and discussing, her face flushing slightly as she said shyly. It's been so long since then. I was indeed quite upset at the time, but thinking about it now, it's really not a big deal. The senior didn't do it on purpose. Chen Chen looked at Lin Mu Shi with a gentle expression and continued. That's right. If it weren't for this chance encounter today, I wouldn't have known that the person I've been searching for all along was right beside me. Xinyao rested her chin on her hands, looking envious as she said. That's so romantic. You had a connection as children, and after all these years, you've reunited. It's just like a novel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyang's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Xinyao, lingering briefly on her face. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with a faint blush of anticipation. Under the warm yellow glow of the lights, she looked as beautiful as a painting. Zhou Yuyang's heart seemed to be gently stirred, and she quickly averted her gaze, nervously picking up the water cup beside her and taking a sip to hide her inner turmoil. Exactly, Su Xiaoli agreed. Maybe this is fate's way of bringing you together, making you meet as children and reunite as adults. Everyone already knew how Chen Chen and Lin Mu Shi had met. As they chatted further, the whole thing seemed even more magical. Lu Zihan gave Chen Chen a mischievous smile. Chen Erdu, you'd better make it up to Mu Shi, you poor thing. You really put her through a lot back then. Chen Chen smiled and nodded, of course. I've been meaning to apologize for all these years, and I'll make it up to her slowly. Lin Mu Shi playfully scolded, stop teasing me. Everyone chatted and laughed, their voices echoing through the mountains. After this little incident, everyone felt that, in the end, there was no such thing as a cold and aloof school beauty. She was just like everyone else, with ordinary human emotions, a plain, kind, and approachable girl. As they chatted, they realized it was already past 9 o'clock. There was no such thing as 7 stars in a row at most, there were 3. Chen Chen looked up at the sky and reminded everyone. It's getting late. The temperature drops quickly in the mountains at night and it's getting colder. Everyone should head back to their tents. Yu Yang brought tents with skylights this time, so you can still see the stars from inside. As soon as he said this, the girls gasped in admiration. Wow, Senior Yu Yang is so generous. You really thought of everything. However, when it came time to divide the tents, an awkward situation arose. There were 8 people in their group, 4 men and 4 women. Chen Chen and Lin Mu Shi, as a couple, naturally wanted to stay in the same tent. This presented a problem. After the 2 of them took one tent, the remaining 6 people would inevitably have to share tents with members of the opposite sex. The atmosphere on the spot suddenly became a bit awkward, with everyone looking at each other, unsure of what to do. The 3 girls' faces flushed slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and shyness. The boys were also at a loss, scratching their heads, unsure of how to break the ice. Especially Zhou Yuyang, who had organized the camping trip, his face turned pale out of fear of being misunderstood. After a moment, Xinyao walked over to Lin Mu Shi, took her arm, and said, I'll stay with Shi. The rest of you can figure it out yourselves. Lin Mu Shi pouted slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. But I want to stay with the senior. We've never gone camping together before. Xinyao pretended to be angry, gave her a playful scolding glance, and teased. You ungrateful little thing. All you care about is your senior, don't you? Zhou Yuyang saw this and hurried forward, looking sincere as he said. This was indeed my mistake, I didn't think it through properly. Here's what we'll do, I'll share a tent with Zihan and Zhang Tao, and one of the 3 beautiful ladies will have to sleep alone in another tent. I'm truly sorry. After saying that, he prepared to crawl into the tent shared by Liu Zihan and Zhang Tao. Liu Zihan quickly laughed it off, her face lit up with a relaxed smile, 3 of us sleeping together is fine too. It'll be warm. Zhang Tao also hurriedly agreed, glancing up at the sky as he spoke. That's right, the later it gets, the colder it will be. Everyone should hurry back to their tents. At that moment, Lin Mu Shi gently tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Chen nodded slightly, then cleared his throat and said, Why don't we do this, let's connect all the tents together so everyone can stay inside. We'll hang a curtain in the middle to separate the men and women. That way, we won't have to worry about safety, and we can avoid any unnecessary awkwardness. What do you all think? Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. The problem that had been so perplexing moments ago seemed to have found a perfect solution in that instant. Everyone immediately sprang into action, working together to connect the 4 tents and pull up the partitions. Considering that Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were a couple, their tent was placed slightly off to the side, ensuring they wouldn't be isolated from the group while still maintaining their privacy. After everything was arranged, everyone exchanged goodnights and crawled into their tents. The mountain valley fell silent once more, with only the gentle breeze rustling through the air. Occasionally, faint laughter could be heard from inside the tents, as if recounting this amusing and unique little incident. After resolving the tent allocation issue, Zhou Yuyang, Liu Zihan, and Zhang Tao lay in their tent. Zhou Yuyang turned over, facing the other two, and asked, "You two don't think I did this on purpose, do you?" Liu Zihan gently patted Zhou Yuyang's arm and reassured him. "We've been good friends for over a year now. We know you better than that. Don't overthink it." Zhang Tao chimed in from the side. Exactly. We're brothers, why would we say such things? Everyone knows you don't have any ulterior motives." Liu Zihan and Zhang Tao both knew that Zhou Yuyang was mainly worried that Qinyao would overthink it. Meanwhile, the three girls were also discussing the matter. Su Shelley lay comfortably between Qinyao and Zhong Jiechi, turning her face slightly and speaking softly. "I feel like Senior Zhou really didn't mean to cause this situation. Did you guys see?" When he realized there might be a couple trying to stay together, his face turned pale instantly. Chapter 211, His Silly Girl. Please keep reading. A senior who wears his heart on his sleeve couldn't possibly have any bad intentions, could he? Anyway, Su Shili thought Senior Yu Yang was a rare good person. Zhong Jiechi nodded slightly and hurriedly agreed. "I saw it too. After all, this was our first time going camping together as boys and girls, so it's understandable that some things weren't thought through. Why don't we wait until tomorrow morning when everyone wakes up, and then we'll go talk to Senior Yu Yang together and tell him not to overthink it." "Yao, what do you think?" The two girls turned their gaze toward Qinyao. The latter yawned lazily and said, "You guys decide. I'm way too tired to stay awake. I'm going to sleep first." After saying that, she turned around and faced away from the two of them. Su Shelley and Zhong Jiechi couldn't see her expression and had no idea what she was thinking. The two exchanged glances, feeling that tonight's Qinyao seemed quite different from usual. But they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Time passed slowly in silence. After a while, drowsiness gradually overtook them, and they each lay down, using the biting cold wind of the mountains as a pillow, and slowly drifted off to sleep. It must be said that the wind on the mountain was far more fierce than the wind at school. It felt like sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting through the air. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and brought a heater. Though it was cold outside, it was warm and cozy inside. At that very moment, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi were tightly embraced inside the tent, as if they wanted to merge into each other's very being. Outside the tent, the cold wind raged like a roaring beast, howling wildly. The sound was sharp and piercing, relentlessly pounding against their eardrums. The surroundings were deathly quiet, with no one in sight. In this vast expanse of sky and earth, it seemed as though the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them and the tent trembling slightly in the cold wind. In this situation, the two of them felt an odd sense of being in the midst of the apocalypse. Chen Chen tightened his arms slightly, pulling the person in his embrace closer to himself. His voice was low and gentle as he whispered in Lin Mushi's ear, "Are you afraid?" Lin Mushi obediently placed her small hands on Chen Chen's chest, pressing her cheeks tightly against his warm chest. Hearing Chen Chen's voice, which sounded as beautiful as heavenly music, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile and said in a soft voice, "With you by my side, I'm not afraid at all." Chen Chen's hand gently caressed Lin Mushi's hair, his fingers slowly weaving through it. He then wrapped a few strands of hair around his fingertips, circling them once, then again. The strands of hair seemed like mischievous little spirits, breaking free like wild horses after a moment. He seemed to find it amusing and gently picked up the strands again, continuing his earlier action. Watching the strands break free time and again, only to return to his hands, there seemed to be endless amusement in this back and forth. After repeating this several times, Chen Chen's movements suddenly stopped. A complex expression flashed across his face, and he spoke softly, his voice as gentle as a sigh in the wind. "Xiaoxi, I'm sorry." Lin Mushi lifted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Chen, feigning a playful scold. "Is that all you have to say?" Chen Chen said, "I love you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi's body stiffened slightly, and a look of obvious surprise flashed across her face, as if she hadn't expected him to say those words at that moment. After being together for so long, aside from the beginning when she had taken the initiative to say, "Senior, let's be together." Later, the number of times they exchanged sweet nothings was so few they could be counted on one hand. Words like "I love you" were even rarer. In an instant, Lin Mushi felt as though something had caught in her throat, leaving her with a sour, swollen sensation. Chen Chen quickly noticed her unusual behavior and hurriedly lowered his head to look at her. He saw that Lin Mushi's eyes were already slightly red, as if veiled by a layer of crystal-clear mist. His heart tightened instantly, filled with worry and tension, and he hurriedly asked, "Cici, what's wrong?" Lin Mushi forced herself to blink, trying to hold back the tears threatening to spill over. However, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly, revealing a hint of uncontrollable joy as she whispered softly, "I'm fine, I'm just so happy." Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes brimming with affection. He reached out and gently patted her head as if soothing a docile little kitten. Silly girl, just a simple I love you makes you so happy? How easily satisfied you are. Lin Mushi asked, would you say those 3 words to someone else? Of course not, Chen Chen replied firmly, his eyes unwavering. So, I'm happy. Because I love you too, very much. As he spoke, Lin Mushi wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her body slightly forward, and offered herself to him. The rest of her words were drowned out by the deep kiss. Chen Chen knew that he would remember this night for the rest of his life. Because on this special night, there was a pure and adorable girl who, simply because he had said I love you, was moved to tears. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Su Xiaoli and Zhong Jiechi approached Zhou Yuyang and asked, Senior, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Yuyang raised his eyes, his eyelids clearly swollen from lack of sleep. Upon hearing their questions, he paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and replied. I slept well. How about you, Junior? Did you sleep well? Su Xiaoli smiled brightly, her tone light and cheerful. I slept like a baby. The tent you prepared was amazing. I haven't slept that comfortably in ages. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyang's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope, his expression filled with anticipation. Really? Of course it's true. Yao Yao also slept really well. She fell asleep early last night and just woke up. You know how picky she is about her sleeping environment. The fact that she slept so long proves just how great the tent you set up is. Hearing Su Xiaoli's words, Zhou Yuyang's heart, which had been filled with anxiety all night, finally settled down. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the direction of Qinyao's tent, but unfortunately, the tent curtains were tightly drawn, and he couldn't see anything. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Xiaoli's clear voice rang out again. Do you want some toasted bread? We were planning to have it for breakfast. Zhou Yuyang quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly replied, Sure, thanks. No need to be so formal. After speaking, the 2 girls first took out some bread from their backpacks and then walked over to the barbecue grill. They skillfully lit the grill, and soon, blue flames danced joyfully. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of freshly grilled bread. Chapter 212, this one's going to be tough, thanks for reading. The aroma was like an invisible hand, instantly drawing Lu Zihan over. He sniffed the air, his face betraying his craving. It smells so good. Is that the smell of baked bread? Can I have some, you 2 seniors? Su Xiaoli glanced at him with a playful smile and pointed to the bread sitting nearby. This is specially prepared for Senior Rain Yang. If you want some, Senior Zihan, you can bake it yourself. The bread is right here. Lu Zihan pouted and feigned a look of grievance. You're so biased. You only think about Senior Rain Yang. Though he said this, he quickly picked up a slice of bread and placed it on the grill. Soon, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi also came out, dressed neatly. Seeing everyone grilling bread, Lin Mushi asked, Senior, do you want some grilled bread? Chen Chen shook his head slightly and said, The bread is too hot. I'll just eat it as is. Recalling the barbecue he had eaten last night, Chen Chen felt a bit of phlegm in his throat. There was nothing he could do about it. As a southerner, issues like heat, inflammation, and dampness seemed to be part of his nature. Unlike others, who could eat those kinds of foods without any issues, he dared not be too careless. Lin Mushi saw his expression and didn't press the matter, saying softly, I'll go see what else Wang Ma has prepared. She clearly remembered that Wang Ma had packed everything they needed before they left, so there might be something more to Chen Chen's liking. Lin Mushi turned toward the backpack where the food was stored, knelt down, and began searching through it. After a moment, her eyes lit up as she pulled out a plastic container from the depths of the backpack, filled with some tempting-looking fruits. Chen Chen, there is some fruit here. This should be refreshing to eat. Lin Mushi stood up, holding the airtight container, and walked toward Chen Chen. She took an apple out and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded slightly, took the apple, and took a bite. The sweet juice spread instantly in his mouth, making his throat feel much more comfortable. At that moment, Liu Zihan teased. Hey, Mushi is so thoughtful, taking such good care of Chen Erdu. But you two, even though you're so close, you still call each other senior all the time. Doesn't that seem a bit too formal? Zhong Jiechi chimed in from the side. Exactly, you really should change the way you address each other. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended to be annoyed as she glared at Lu Zihan. Zihan Senior, stop teasing us. We've gotten used to calling you that. It's not something we can change overnight. Chen Chen, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he replied. Lu Sango has a point, but changing names is something that needs to be done gradually. We need to give CC some time to adjust. Lu Zihan persisted, continuing. Take it slow? In my opinion, let us just change it today. Chen Ergu, what do you think? How should Mushi call you? Should she call you a Chun or Chen Gu? As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with teasing amusement as he watched Chen Chen with interest. Zhong Jiechi joined in the fun, cupping her face in her hands and giggling. I think a Chen is pretty good, it's affectionate and easy to say. Su Xiaoli joined in, why not just use her name? It's simple and natural. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Mushi with a gentle and inquiring expression. "CC, what do you think?" He naturally wanted Lin Mushi to change her name. However, what he had in mind was another name. Lin Mushi seemed to have guessed the name Chen Chen wanted, lowered her head, and unconsciously tugged at the hem of her shirt, whispering, I think we should just keep things as they are for now. We can talk about it later." Although she was actually a bit excited about the new name, for some reason, she felt a bit shy saying it in front of everyone. Lu Zihan, noticing this, sighed dramatically and feigned a disappointed expression. "Oh well, it looks like we won't be hearing a new name today. But that's okay, we have plenty of time. I'll just wait for the day you finally change it." Everyone burst into laughter, and the joyful sounds echoed across the campground, adding a lighthearted and pleasant atmosphere to the beautiful morning. Amidst the continuous laughter, Qinyao slowly emerged from the tent. Su Xiaoli spotted Qinyao with a sharp eye, her face lit up with a sweet smile, and she asked enthusiastically, "Yao Yao, what do you want for breakfast, an apple or some toast?" An apple. She wasn't used to eating something heavy for breakfast. Su Xiaoli, upon hearing this, picked up an apple and handed it to her. After breakfast, the 8 of them didn't rush to head down the mountain but instead strolled around the campsite, enjoying the fresh, crisp air of the morning. In this pleasant atmosphere, everyone also watched the sunrise together. Watching the sun slowly rise above the horizon, casting its warm and gentle light across the land and enveloping the entire earth in a golden glow, it was like a dream, an absolutely amazing feeling. Faced with such a breathtaking view, everyone was thrilled and suggested taking a group photo. The idea was met with immediate enthusiasm. Chen Chen arranged the positions, and the 8 of them stood closely together, their faces beaming with joy. Finally, with the click of the camera shutter, a joyful and warm group photo was captured. Isn't it amazing? I didn't expect Chen Chen's photography skills to be so good. Make sure to print out the photos when we get back. I want to put them in my dorm room. The day after returning from the camping trip was Sunday. That entire day, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi spent comfortably at home, enjoying the warm, cozy atmosphere. The house was quiet and peaceful, with sunlight streaming through the windows and gently illuminating the floor. Chen Chen sat at the desk, typing away on the keyboard with focus. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi stood at the drawing board, holding a pencil, carefully sketching the rough draft of a comic. After all this time, Lin Mushi's manga draft was finally complete. She had also sent it to her editor, who was very satisfied after reviewing it. Of course, the editor couldn't afford to be dissatisfied. Because Lin Mushi was both the creator and the investor. She was both the client and the contractor, so the editor had little room to offer feedback. Days passed slowly but steadily, ordinary yet filled with warmth. On the surface, Chen Chen went about his daily routine as usual, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, deep down, there was one thing weighing heavily on his mind. That was the fact that by the end of the month, he would have to meet Lin Mushi's father. To prepare for this meeting, Chen Chen had been asking Wang Ma for information about Lin Mushi's father. From the information he has gathered, this meeting is likely to be a significant challenge, and successfully navigating it will not be an easy task. Chapter 213, I can cooperate unconditionally, please keep reading. However, Chen Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. After all, no matter what difficulties he faces, he is determined to be with Cici for the rest of his life. After making up his mind, Chen Chen once again threw himself wholeheartedly into his writing. That day, Chen Chen focused on writing as usual and completed his daily task first. Lifting his head, his gaze naturally fell upon Lin Mushi, who was not far away. She was still intently painting. Lin Mushi's serious expression while painting was vastly different from her usual demeanor. In her daily life, when faced with others, she was like a flower on a high mountain, naturally exuding an aloof and unapproachable aura that kept people at a distance. However, in his presence, she seemed to transform into a carefree young girl, freely revealing her lively and playful side. At this moment, while retaining the lively and adorable qualities of a young girl, she also exudes a unique professional demeanor due to her focus on her artwork. Her focused expression and skilled movements all convey her confidence and charm in her professional field. Such a woman is undeniably captivating. Chen Chen felt himself being drawn in by an invisible force, unable to look away. A sudden impulse moved him, and Chen Chen stood up, slowly walking toward her. At that moment, Lin Mushi was completely immersed in the world of her sketch, oblivious to everything around her. The brush in her hand moved swiftly across the paper, unaware that Chen Chen had quietly approached from behind. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the sketchpad, where the rough outline of a young man was sketched out. At first glance, he felt the outline looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. As Lin Mushi continued to move her brush, the details gradually came to life, until she had meticulously rendered the boy's face. Chen Chen finally realized. The person on the drawing board was none other than himself. As if sensing a gaze upon her, Lin Mushi instinctively looked up. She had expected to see someone across from her, but found the space empty. She paused for a moment, then turned to see Chen Chen standing quietly behind her. In an instant, a flush of red spread across her cheeks. She felt as though she had been caught doing something wrong, and instinctively reached out to cover the easel, scolding playfully. "Senior, why are you peeking at me while I'm drawing?" Chen Chen chuckled lightly. I was looking openly and honestly. It's just that you were too engrossed and didn't notice. But you can't just look like that. Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of playfulness, and her slightly pouting lips made her even more adorable. Chen Shen leaned in closer, his warm breath gently brushing against her neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Chen Shen asked softly. So, that's why you didn't let me look at your drawing earlier? Lin Mushi. If you wanted to draw me, you could have just told me. There's no need to hide it like this. Lin Mushi couldn't argue, but she was still defiant. Who said that? I was drawing openly and honestly, wasn't I? Alright, you drew it openly and honestly. Chen Shen nodded affectionately, his eyes brimming with laughter. Then, may I see what you've drawn in your sketchbook? Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and slowly lowered her hand that was covering the sketchbook, whispering. Go ahead, but it's not that good. Don't laugh at me. Chen Shen leaned lazily against the edge of the table, his long fingers gently flipping through Lin Mushi's sketches. The first page unfolded, revealing a scene of a school bus stop outside the school. He stood there quietly, with a suitcase placed beside him. Chen Shen's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkled with a teasing glint as he looked at Lin Mushi and said. So you've been secretly watching me all this time, huh? Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly retorted. I didn't. I was just trying to capture all the little moments we've shared since we met with my paintbrush. Chen Shan raised an eyebrow and pressed further. Weren't you the one who first saw me at night? That doesn't count, Lin Mushi replied without hesitation. Why not? Chen Shen persisted, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Mushi tilted her chin slightly, her tone firm. It just doesn't count. Chen Shen sighed helplessly and continued flipping through the sketches. The second illustration depicted him standing at the entrance of the high-speed rail VIP lounge. Lin Mushi's unique painting technique was extremely clever, and the angle she chose was extremely tricky, making the painting look lifelike, as if one had instantly returned to that moment and was experiencing the scene firsthand. As the sketches continued to turn, just as Chen Shen was engrossed in the artwork, Lin Mushi suddenly reached out, quickly snatched the sketchbook back, and said with a slightly panicked expression. You can't look anymore. Recalling the corner he had accidentally glimpsed earlier, Chen Shen asked deliberately. You showed me everything up front so freely. Why can't I see the rest? Lin Mushi's face grew even redder, like a ripe apple. She bit her lip and stubbornly said. Just don't look anymore. Chen Shen, seeing this, couldn't help but find it amusing. He deliberately dragged out his voice and teased. Let me guess what you drew behind his. Before Chen Shen could finish his sentence, Lin Mushi let out a soft ah, and threw herself at him, covering his mouth with both hands and urgently said. Don't say it out loud. This left Chen Shen completely covered, with only his bright, smiling eyes visible. When Lin Mushi's lips touched Chen Shen's, her heart skipped a beat, racing wildly like a frightened deer. She loosened her grip nervously, avoiding his gaze, and whispered. You mustn't say another word. Chen Shen looked at Lin Mushi's shy and flustered adorable expression and couldn't help but chuckle, his bright eyes blinking as they sparkled with teasing and tenderness. He spoke slowly. Actually, if you want to draw me, no matter the scene, I'll gladly cooperate with you. As he spoke, he deliberately leaned closer to Lin Mushi, his warm breath gently brushing against her ear, his voice low and tinged with teasing, speaking in a suggestive tone. Including the way I look without clothes. Boom! Those words exploded in Lin Mushi's mind like a bombshell. In an instant, she felt as though she couldn't hear anything else. The world fell silent, with only the sound of her own racing heartbeat echoing in her ears. The blood in her entire body felt as though it had been set ablaze, boiling wildly and spreading the scorching heat throughout her body. Sure enough, he had seen her. Whoa whoa. She didn't want to see anyone anymore. Chapter 214, The Young Miss has changed a lot. Thank you for reading. Mr. Chen, eat. Wang Ma carried a steaming plate of food out of the kitchen. Just as she was about to invite the two inside to eat, her gaze inadvertently fell on the table, where she saw the two people sitting together. The words on her lips were swallowed back into her throat. Her face flushed red, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she realized she had interrupted the two. Daring not to look again, Wang Ma quickly turned around and hurried back to the kitchen. After closing the door, Wang Ma shook her head gently and muttered under her breath. These young people nowadays are getting more and more open-minded. However, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, the corners of her mouth curled upward involuntarily, and she murmured softly. But after all this time, the young miss looks much more like a proper young lady now. Wang Ma took a moment to compose herself in the kitchen, gently placing the dishes on the stove, then couldn't help but smile again. The young miss used to be so cold. She didn't look like a young woman in her early 20s at all. Now, seeing how close she is to Mr. Chen, it seems she's really serious about it. Wang Ma isn't an old-fashioned person. She doesn't believe that falling in love necessarily means getting married. On the contrary, she believed that if two people weren't compatible, it was better for both of them to part ways sooner rather than later. Seeing how the young miss and Mr. Chen are now, she hopes they can make it work. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi heard the commotion and quickly separated. Lin Mushia's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she glared at Chen Chen in embarrassment and anger. Chen Chen, however, shrugged innocently, his eyes brimming with laughter. After regaining her composure, Lin Mushi cleared her throat and called out calmly, "Wang Ma, we're hungry." Wang Ma responded with a nod and emerged from the kitchen carrying the meal. This time, she deliberately avoided looking at the two of them, placing the dishes on the table one by one, and smiled as she said, "I made your favorite dishes today. Eat while it's hot." Chen Chen politely smiled and replied, "Thank you, Wang Ma." Lin Mushi, however, kept her head down and murmured, "Thank you." During the meal, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Mushi kept glancing at Chen Chen, still feeling embarrassed about being caught by Wang Ma earlier. Chen Chen, however, remained composed, occasionally serving her some food and saying gently, "Eat more." Wang Ma watched from the side, secretly thinking that the two of them seemed quite well suited. She mused to herself that if the young miss could end up with Mr. Chen, it would truly be a happy ending for everyone. So, while clearing the dishes, Wang Ma quietly observed their interactions, growing more and more satisfied with what she saw. After dinner, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi returned to the living room. Lin Mushi was curled up in a corner of the sofa, still dwelling on the awkwardness of earlier. Chen Chen leaned in and teased her softly. "What's the matter? Still feeling shy?" Lin Mushi turned her head away and huffed, "It's all your fault." Lin Mushi felt that intimacy was something between two people. Being seen by others was so embarrassing. And this person was Wang Ma, who had watched her grow up since she was a child. Chen Chen saw Lin Mushi's pouting expression and an indulgent smile appeared on his face. "It's my fault, it's my fault. How about I let you take a bite?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Flashes of their time together flashed through her mind, and upon reflection, she realized she had never actually bitten him before. With that thought, she tilted her chin slightly, her expression a mix of pride and shyness. She reached out and took Chen Chen's wrist, bringing it to her lips, then opened her mouth and bit down. However, she eventually softened her heart and couldn't bring herself to bite hard. The pressure on Chen Chen's wrist was as gentle as a feather, carrying the unique tenderness and shyness of a young girl. Chen Chen felt the gentle touch on his wrist, and the smile on his lips grew wider. He quietly looked at Lin Mushi, his eyes filled with deep affection. After a moment, Lin Mushi slowly released her grip, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her head in embarrassment. She muttered with a hint of regret, "Why did I really bite?" Chen Chen lifted Lin Mushi's chin, bringing her gaze back to his, and whispered softly, "Are you still upset? If you're not, I've got more stock here, do with it as you please." Lin Mushi couldn't help but giggle, and the little bit of frustration that had been lingering in her heart vanished instantly. Wang Ma finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen. Seeing the two of them playfully wrestling in the living room, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. She quietly took out her phone, waited for the right moment, and snapped a photo, capturing that precious moment. She then opened the WeChat chat window with Lin Haotian, sent the photo, and added a message. "Sir, take a look. The young miss has really changed a lot. Look at how happy and content she is now. I'm truly overjoyed for her from the bottom of my heart. It's been so long since I've seen the young miss this happy and carefree." Soon after, Lin Haotian replied. As the phone screen lit up, Wang Ma hurriedly picked it up to check. The screen clearly displayed, "Seeing Cici so happy, the weight on my heart has finally been lifted. Wang Ma, thank you for being there to take care of her during this time." Wang Ma smiled and quickly tapped on the screen. "Sir, you're too kind. It's all part of my duty." The young miss has always been pure-hearted, but she hadn't met someone who could make her open up like this before. Now that Mr. Chen gets along so well with her, I'm happy to see it too. Lin Haotian replied quickly. "I've also looked into Chen Chen. He is a decent young man with good character. It's clear he is sincere about Mushi." After reading the reply, Wang Ma couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly, a hint of doubt arising in her heart. Has the master already investigated Mr. Chen? When did that happen? How come she didn't know anything about it? Judging by Mr. Chen's expression, he seems unaware as well. Could it have been done privately? Thinking about it that way, it makes sense. After all, she's his own daughter. It's not unusual to discreetly investigate the character of the man she's dating beforehand. In the living room, the two finished playing around and curled up on the sofa to watch TV. After some time, Wang Ma swiftly finished cleaning the living room. She gently put down her cleaning tools, brushed off the non-existent dust from her clothes, and wore a gentle smile on her face. She quietly glanced at the two of them, who were still snuggled up on the sofa, engrossed in the TV, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She then walked up to them, bent down slightly, and spoke softly. "Miss Wang, Mr. Chen, I finished my work here, so I'll be heading back now." Lin Mushi turned her head at the sound and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Mrs. Wang. Please be careful on your way home." Once Wang Ma left, the house was left with only Chen Chen and Lin Mushi. Chapter 215. First, you need a girlfriend, please keep reading. The living room fell silent once more, with only the faint sound of the television and occasional bursts of laughter coming from inside. The TV was airing a popular variety show. There was nothing to be done. There's no way to watch TV dramas these days. We can only find some entertainment in variety shows. At first, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi watched the TV quietly together. But gradually, someone seemed to be unsatisfied with just watching TV. She turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Chen Chen, and a hint of a different expression flickered in her eyes. Chen Chen was completely engrossed in the TV show and didn't notice the change in Lin Mushi's expression. Seeing this, she curved her lips slightly, revealing a barely perceptible mischievous smile. Then, a soft, delicate hand reached out, gently rubbing the screen like petting a puppy. Chen Chen felt a tickling sensation on his head. He tilted his head slightly and skillfully wriggled free from the magic claw, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation as he whispered, "Don't move around. Watch the TV properly." However, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the person not only didn't settle down but seemed to be deliberately provoking him. The slender fingers slowly slid down Chen Chen's head, moving with extreme gentleness, like feathers brushing against his skin, before gently touching his cheek. Chen Chen felt the gentle touch and instinctively reached out, firmly grasping the restless little hand, clutching it tightly in his palm. Their fingers naturally intertwined, and he raised his eyebrows slightly, asking with a hint of a smile, "Don't want to watch TV anymore, do you? There's nothing good on TV these days." Lin Mushi replied confidently. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked in return, "But you were watching it just now, weren't you?" Lin Mushi tilted her head, her eyes full of mischief, and pouted, "That was earlier. Now I just want to play with you." As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, reaching out with her other hand to tug at Chen Chen's sleeve, shaking it gently, as if pouting. Chen Chen looked at the spoiled expression before him, his heart filled with tenderness, and the smile on his lips grew wider. He freed one hand, gently tickled her nose, and asked, "Then tell me, what do you want to do instead of watching TV?" "Of course, we should play kisses." As soon as Lin Mushi finished speaking, she threw herself at him. Chen Chen was completely caught off guard and was knocked backward by Lin Mushi's sudden lunge, but he instinctively reached out with his other hand to steady her. He took the opportunity to hold Lin Mushi tightly in his arms, feeling her warm breath tickling his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. "You're such a tease." Chen Chen teased with a smile, but there was no trace of blame in his eyes. Lin Mushi lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Chen Chen, her expression filled with anticipation. Her pink lips pouted slightly, as if silently urging him on. Chen Chen's heart melted completely at her expression. He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Mushi's forehead. Lin Mushi wasn't satisfied with that. She wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck and shook him gently, whining, "Not enough." The next moment, Chen Chen had already extended his strong arms, gently wrapping them around her, lifting Lin Mushi into his arms. Lin Mushi's body suddenly lost its balance, causing her to involuntarily gasp, "Ah!" Chen Chen looked at the panicked Lin Mushi in his arms, his lips curving into a smile as he carried her slowly toward their room. Lin Mushi instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, her heart pounding like a drum, and her cheeks flushed with a hint of red from the sudden gesture. She feigned anger and pouted, "Why did you suddenly hug me? You scared me." Back in the room, Chen Chen gently placed Lin Mushi on the bed and sat down beside her. One hand gently caressed her cheek, his thumb tracing the warm skin, as he smiled and said, "Who told you to be so naughty just now? This is just a little punishment." Lin Mushi blinked her big, watery eyes, tilted her head, and said innocently, "I wasn't being naughty, I was just telling the truth." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Chen Chen, her breath fragrant. "Besides, I just wanted to play kisses. There's no one else here now." Chen Chen's heart was stirred by her charming appearance, and he slowly leaned toward her, his voice low and magnetic. "Since you want it so badly, I'll grant your wish." With that, his lips gently touched Lin Mushi's forehead, then slowly slid down to her nose, her cheek, and finally rested on her slightly pouting lips, covering them tenderly. The bedside lamp cast a soft glow, casting the silhouettes of the two tightly embraced figures onto the floor. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the intertwined beats of their hearts and the sweet scent of their breath lingering in the air. The next day, after class, Chen Chen sent a message to Lin Mushi. "Are you done with class?" Soon after, Lin Mushi replied, "Senior, you go home first today. I need to go get my hair done with Shelly and the others." Chen Chen replied, "How long will you be gone?" Lin Mushi, "Do you want to come? But girls take longer to get their hair done, and after that, I plan to go shopping with them. You should go home first." Seeing that she said that, Chen Chen didn't insist. He quickly typed a message on his phone. "Alright, I'll stay in the dorm with Zihan playing games. Let me know when you're done, and I'll come pick you up. Love you, senior." Looking at the message in the chat window, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile softly. He put away his phone and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Lately, he'd been staying outside with Lin Mushi and hadn't returned to the dormitory. Today was the perfect opportunity to go back. In room 602. As Lu Zihan looked up, he saw Chen Chen, who shouldn't have been in the dormitory, and for a moment, he thought he was seeing things. The next second, he widened his eyes in surprise and teased, "Hey, Chen Erdu, why aren't you sticking with your campus beauty girlfriend today?" Chen Chen shrugged his shoulders, smiled helplessly, and said she went to get her hair done with her roommates. Lu Zihan perked up, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Why didn't you go with her? That's not like you." Chen Chen spread his hands, looking indifferent. She said getting her hair done takes too long and she didn't want me to get bored, so she told me to go home first. Wow. Lu Zihan's eyes widened instantly, then he said enviously. How did you manage to make your girlfriend so understanding? Teach me, will you? Well, first Chen Chen curved the corners of his mouth slightly, deliberately dragging out his words. Just as Lu Zihan was about to lose patience, he finally spoke slowly, his face full of smiles. You need to have a girlfriend first. After a long while, a curse could be heard from the dormitory. Chapter 216, Don't come looking for me again, thanks for reading. The next moment, a loud wolf echoed as Lu Zihan charged straight at Chen Chen. He landed heavily on top of him, roughly grabbing and kneading Chen Chen's body, viciously trampling him. Just as the chaos reached its peak, Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang happened to walk in. As soon as they stepped into the dormitory, they immediately saw the extremely intimate scene of a man on top of another man. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang stood there dumbfounded, their mouths slightly open, unable to speak. Lu Zihan, who had finally snapped out of it, jumped up from Chen Chen's body like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face a mess of panic as he shouted. Wait! Let me explain, I'll explain. Jiang Tao paused for a moment, then raised his hand to cover one eye, his lips curling into a playful smile as he said. Go ahead, don't mind us. Saying this, he and Zhou Yuyang acted as if nothing had happened and were about to step into the dormitory. But just then, a piercing scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air. Ah! Shun Ergu, you're trying to kill me. The sound was so piercing it seemed like it could tear the dormitory ceiling apart. It turned out that Chen Chen had taken advantage of Lu Zihan's moment of panic as he stood up to grab his leg and squeeze it hard, causing Lu Zihan to let out that agonizing scream. Liu Zihan hopped around, rubbing his leg, his face filled with anger and resentment. Shen Ergu, you've gone too far. You're taking advantage of the situation to get revenge. Next time you come at me, it won't be as simple as twisting your thigh. As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze coldly swept over the lower part of Lu Zihan's body. Lu Zihan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively clamped his legs together. Chen Chen walked over to Zhou Yuyang, sat down slowly, picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip, and then spoke slowly. I asked Xiao Shi. She said that Qinyao's situation is quite special. If you really want to act impulsively, at best, you might end up dating her. But if you want a happy ending, it's probably not going to be easy. Lu Zihan looked utterly disbelieving, his eyes wide as he exclaimed. No way. It's the 21st century, are they still doing arranged marriages? Chen Chen sighed helplessly and shook his head slightly. No matter what era we're in, there are always some unwritten rules in this world. These things aren't something we can just change with a snap of our fingers. Lu Zihan patted Zhou Yuyang on the shoulder. Brother, maybe we should just change our target. With your looks, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people lining up to favor you. Zhou Yuyang kicked him. Get lost. I'm not a stud horse. Lu Zihan jumped back a step with a smile, saying with a flattering expression. It's just a joke. Don't be so stingy. Come on, let us go out for dinner. Chen Chen waved his hand and said. I'm not going. You guys go ahead. Lu Zihan rolled her eyes, I wasn't asking you. She then turned to Zhou Yuyang and Jiang Tao, are you two going? Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? We're hungry too. Jiang Tao replied with a smile. Let us go. Lu Zihan gave the order and the three of them immediately linked arms, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the dormitory door. Chen Chen didn't think much of it. Without saying a word, he took out his laptop, opened the writing assistant, and started typing. As Lu Zihan, Zhou Yuyang, and Jiang Tao passed by the library, Lu Zihan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. He narrowed his eyes in confusion and asked, Do you guys think that person up ahead looks familiar? Jiang Tao followed Lu Zihan's gaze and looked in the same direction, shrugging indifferently. Familiar? That's just Lin Mushi, isn't it? Liu Zihan scratched his head and frowned, saying, I just feel like she looks a bit out of place walking with those guys. Zhou Yuyang also looked over and nodded, you're right. Just then, Lin Mushi noticed them and greeted them, hello, seniors. Lu Zihan smiled and replied, hello, junior. What are you doing here? Lin Mushi replied, I'm waiting here for Yao Yao and the others. Lu Zihan nodded and said, oh, we were just about to go eat. We won't bother you then. We'll go ahead. Lin Mushi seemed to hesitate, then called out to them. Hey, seniors. Lu Zihan turned around, as if he had guessed what she was going to say, and smiled, saying, You're asking about Chen Chen, aren't you? He's in the dorm, waiting for you. Lin Mushi's face lit up with a hint of joy, and she hurriedly said, I see. Thank you, senior. Lu Zihan waved his hand dismissively, no problem. After saying that, Lu Zihan and the others waved goodbye to Lin Mushi and turned to walk toward the school exit. Once Lu Zihan and the others had left, the boy who had been standing silently beside Lin Mushi finally spoke up, Mushi. Lin Mushi instantly wiped the smile off her face, her expression turning cold, what do you want? The boy raised the corners of his mouth slightly, feigning casualness, can't I just talk to you if there's nothing wrong? Lin Mushi turned to look at him, her expression as though she were staring at a puzzling little cutie, her eyes brimming with impatience. If it's just small talk, I don't have the time. If you have something to say, just say it and leave. The boy's relaxed smile froze slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, taking a step forward toward Lin Mushi. Mushi, we've known each other for so long. Why have you always been so cold to me? Lin Mushi furrowed her brows, took a step back to create some distance, her eyes filled with caution. Don't act like we're close. We have nothing to do with each other. Don't come looking for me again. The boy's eyes flashed with annoyance, but he forced himself to remain calm. Mushi, our families have been neighbors for years. We even played together when we were kids. However, Lin Mushi didn't even spare him a glance and turned to leave. It wasn't until she spotted Qinyao and the others in her line of sight that her previously tense, icy expression gradually softened, and a hint of warmth crept into her eyes. Qinyao hurried forward, linking her arm through Lin Mushi's. Hee, let's go. The four of them gathered together, their arms linked in a close embrace, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the school gates. Along the way, Su Shelley suddenly spoke up excitedly. Did you guys see it? The scene of the two of us from our dorm going out to play on Friday was actually filmed and posted online, and it's still pretty popular right now. Qinyao rolled her eyes, unconcerned. Those people must have nothing better to do. Is that really worth taking a photo of? It's so random. Chapter 217, Childhood Friends Can't Compete with Fate. Please keep reading. Su Shaoli looked suspicious, leaned closer to Qinyao, and whispered. Yao, why didn't you rush to have the online post taken down this time? In the past, whenever there were posts involving Lin Mushi, Qinyao would act swiftly and decisively, arranging for them to be removed immediately. Qinyao furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze drifting to the distance, and spoke slowly. Let us handle it in a couple of days. Besides, we can't keep backing down just because of a couple of mentally unstable people, can we? If we keep doing this, how are we supposed to live our lives? We still have 3 whole years left until graduation. You're right, Su Shaoli nodded and continued. Besides, this online incident has been hyped up for days now. So far, it doesn't seem to have affected Xiaoxi much. Maybe that person has already come to their senses and won't keep harassing her anymore. Qinyao listened to Su Shaoli's words and found them somewhat reasonable, but she still felt a lingering sense of unease. After a moment of thought, Qinyao said seriously. That may be true, but we still need to be cautious. Who knows what that person might be planning behind the scenes? If something does happen, it'll be too late to regret it then. After speaking, Qinyao turned to look at Lin Mushi and said. Xiaoxi, just to be safe, you should have your bodyguard follow you from now on. Lin Mushi nodded in understanding. Her father had hired bodyguards for her safety, but since she was staying elsewhere, she didn't need them on a daily basis. Lin Mushi wasn't the type to make a fuss, so she immediately took out her phone and found the bodyguard's contact information. She quickly typed out a message and sent it, informing the other party of her needs. After sending the message, Lin Mushi walked toward the mall near the school with a few girls, chatting and laughing. Lu Zihan and the others finished their meal and returned to room 602. Are you planning to stay in the dorm all semester? Lu Zihan found it odd that Zhou Yuyang had been spending so much time in the dorm lately. Usually, he'd only be seen around noon at most. Zhou Yuyang shot him a disdainful glance and snapped, is that a problem? Of course it's fine. Having one more person will make it much easier for us to team up for online games. Lu Zihan replied with a smile. As soon as they stepped into the dormitory, Lu Zihan noticed Chen Chen was still inside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hey, Chen Erdu, what are you still doing in the dorm? Chen Chen was intently staring at the computer screen. Upon hearing the voices, he slowly lifted his head. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be in the dorm? Lu Zihan shook her head while walking over to sit across from Chen Chen, speaking in a mysterious tone. Guess who we saw when we went out just now? Who did you see? Chen Chen asked casually. Lu Zihan teased him, pausing for effect before saying. We saw your girlfriend. Chen Chen gave an unconcerned expression and said casually. We're all from the same school. Isn't it normal to run into each other? Lu Zihan persisted, continuing. Then guess who else we saw besides her? Chen Chen grew impatient. Spit it out already. Don't keep us in suspense. We saw her standing with a guy, and you know what? That guy was clearly into her. Lu Zihan blurted out everything in one breath. Chen Chen retorted, you were the one who was always going on and on about liking her. If you keep interrupting, I won't say anything. Lu Zihan feigned anger. Then don't say anything. Aren't you curious? I'm with her, not asking her to marry me. She'll only be able to talk to me, a guy, in the future. Chen Chen glanced at Lu Zihan disdainfully, his hands still typing furiously on the keyboard, continuing. Who was it just now saying that we're in this day and age and still clinging to those outdated notions that being together means you can't have any contact with the opposite sex? Hey, you can't talk like that. Lu Zihan grew increasingly anxious, raising his voice and gesturing as he spoke. The guy standing with Lin Mushi is also a rich second-generation heir. Plus, I heard their families are neighbors. At this point, he emphasized that's the classic childhood sweethearts scenario. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's hands, which had been rapidly typing on the keyboard, came to a halt. Lu Zihan, seeing this, thought he had finally taken the matter seriously. But then he saw Chen slowly lift his head, his expression calm, and say, "Haven't you heard the saying? Childhood sweethearts can't compete with fate." Before Lu Zihan could open his mouth to object, Chen continued. "Besides, who's the real childhood friend here? That's not even certain yet." Lu Zihan suddenly remembered that on the camping trip, this guy had indeed mentioned that he and Lin Mushi had known each other since they were children. And at the time, Chen had even accidentally bullied Lin Mushi. In that case, who was the real childhood friend was indeed uncertain. "Anyway, I'm just giving you a heads up. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, there are plenty of people who have their eyes on her. You'd better pay more attention to her and stay by her side. Don't let someone else snatch her away from you," Lu Zihan said earnestly. "She's mine, no one can take her away. If she can be taken away, then I wouldn't bother holding on to her anyway." Chen replied casually, then lowered his head and continued typing on the computer. With the conversation having gone this far, Lu Zihan felt there was no point in continuing. After all, Chen did have a point. "Forget it, let's play. Are you guys coming?" Lu Zihan turned to look at the others and shouted loudly. "You guys go ahead and play. I'm still typing." Chen replied without looking up. Lu Zihan was already used to this, rolled her eyes, and turned to hassle Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang, preparing to drag them into a team for an online game. Jiang Tao stretched lazily, sitting up halfway on the bed. "Alright, let us play a few rounds, but I'm warning you in advance, don't play too late. We have class tomorrow." Zhou Yuyang also joined in. "Come on, let us go. I'm itching to play. I'm going to dominate today." Saying that, he quickly opened his phone and logged into the game. Lu Zihan rubbed his hands excitedly. With this lineup today, we're definitely going to wipe the floor with the other team." The three quickly formed a team and entered the game interface. The dormitory was soon filled with intense game sounds and their shouts. Chen continued typing intently, oblivious to the commotion around him. "Jiang Tao, what's going on? Your backup was way too slow. We got wiped out. My network's just a bit laggy. It's not my fault. Shut up. Hurry up and revive. We can still win this round." Chapter 218. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will happen. Thanks for reading. In room 602, the gaming session was in full swing. On the other side, Lin Mushi and a few girls had been waiting for over 8 hours. Finally finished their new hairstyles. "Wow, Mushi, your new hairstyle is so beautiful." Su Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with envy as she praised her. Lin Mushi gently flipped her hair in front of the mirror. The new hairstyle skillfully accentuated her facial features, with smooth strands naturally falling along her shoulders and the ends curling inward slightly, adding a touch of playfulness and sweetness. This was her first time trying this sweet style. For a moment, she felt a bit uneasy. Zhong Jiaqi also came over, examining it closely and nodding repeatedly. "It suits you perfectly. You're absolutely stunning. When we go out later, you'll definitely turn heads." Su Xiaoli disagreed. Mushi has always turned heads every time she goes out. Zhong Jiaqi quickly corrected herself. "I meant to say, this time she'll definitely make your senior Chen look like a fool." Mentioning Chen, Lin Mushi's previously expressionless face suddenly softened with a gentle expression. Zhong Jiaqi saw this and seized the opportunity to egg her on. "If you don't believe me, send a photo to your senior right now. I guarantee he'll be completely smitten." At the same time, in room 602, Liu Zihan was excitedly shouting. "Quick, Chen over here. Help me out. I can't handle this anymore." Chen stared intently at the screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on his phone, responding calmly. "Don't panic, I'm on my way. Watch your positions and don't let them flank you." Jiang Tao also shouted. "The jungler on the other side is gone. Be careful, they might be ambushing us." Just as the game reached its most intense moment, Chen phone suddenly vibrated. A message popped up on the screen. It was from Lin Mushi. She attached a photo of her new hairstyle and wrote, "Senior, look, I got a new haircut. Do you like it?" Chen paused for a moment, briefly shifting his gaze from the battlefield to the pop-up window. The moment he saw the photo, the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. The Lin Mushi in the photo was a completely different person from the aloof and elegant image she had previously projected with her long black straight hair. She had switched to a brand new sweet hairstyle, looking like a flower blooming in spring, fresh and enchanting. "Hey! Chen, what are you doing? Don't zone out." Lu Zihan called out anxiously. Chen snapped back to reality and said, "Nothing, you guys continue. I'll just reply to a message." After saying that, he quickly typed in the chat box, "This hairstyle suits you well, it looks great." A moment later, the phone screen lit up again, and Lin Mushi replied, "Really? I was worried this style might not suit me, since it's my first time trying it." Chen smiled slightly and quickly typed, "Of course it's true. You look like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Chen what is going on with you? We're about to lose this game. The sound of Lu Zihan's complaints echoed in his ears. Chen Chen sighed helplessly and replied to Lin Mushi. I'm playing a game. I'll pick you up as soon as I'm done. After sending the message, he refocused his attention on the game. Due to Chen Chen's brief distraction, the opposing team had caught up economically. However, thanks to his strong skills, he quickly regained his composure. With his excellent skills and precise tactical planning, he led his teammates to gradually turn the tide. In a series of intense team fights, he firmly maintained control of the game. In the end, Chen Chen successfully led his team to victory in the game. Digging the nest. How did we manage to win this? The pro is absolutely amazing, simply divine. Lu Zihan was so excited that his face turned bright red as he shouted at the top of his lungs. After the game ended, Chen Chen left the team room. Almost the moment he left, Lu Zihan urgently asked, Master, why did you suddenly leave? Without you leading us, how are we supposed to win the rest of the game? Let us play again next time. I need to pick up my girlfriend. Chen Chen said as he swiftly picked up his casual jacket from the back of the chair. After putting on his jacket, he walked toward the dormitory door. Half an hour passed. Lin Mushi didn't see Chen Chen's figure. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's been so long, why hasn't the senior come yet? Su Xiaoli, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but tease her. Oh, come on, relax. Your senior is such a grown man, what could possibly go wrong? Don't worry yourself sick over nothing. Sometimes, when you expect nothing to go wrong, that's exactly when it does. Lin Mushi waited anxiously for another 20 minutes, every second feeling like an eternity. As time ticked by, Chen Chen still hadn't shown up. She couldn't contain her anxiety any longer and hurried out. Outside the campus, the streets were bustling with people, the noise deafening. Two girls stood by the roadside, engrossed in a lively discussion. Did you hear? A Su-7 just got into an accident, one of the girls said vividly. Cars can get into accidents anytime. What's the big deal? Besides, everyone online always says that me cars are top-notch in quality. I bet the driver just went outside to film the accident again. The other girl replied nonchalantly. No, this one was really bad. The car was hit so hard it ended up in the median strip, and the entire vehicle is flipped on its side. The people inside are in critical condition. The first girl's voice betrayed a mix of surprise and concern. Wow! What kind of grudge could that be? Did someone intentionally ram into it? The second girl widened her eyes in disbelief. I heard from people at the scene that it was indeed intentional. And apparently, the driver responsible is a student from Jiangcheng University nearby. The first girl whispered mysteriously. Lin Mushi happened to walk by and overheard their conversation. Her heart tightened suddenly, and a sense of foreboding washed over her, growing more intense by the second. She hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to step forward and ask in a trembling voice. Excuse me, what color was the Su-7 you were talking about earlier? The two girls, who had been engrossed in their discussion, were startled by Lin Mushi's sudden question. They froze for a moment, then turned their gaze toward her. A look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. The two girls exchanged glances, and the one who spoke first gave Lin Mushi a once-over before saying, Red. Why? Do you know the owner? Lin Mushi's face turned pale instantly. Chen Chen was driving a red Su-7. She could only hear a buzzing sound in her ears, and the surrounding noise seemed to fade away gradually. Her mind was filled with terrifying thoughts of what might have happened to Chen Chen in the car accident. Chapter 219, Thankfully, you're alright. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and asked the two girls, Where did the accident happen? Do you know? It was at the turn just ahead, not far from here. The other girl pointed ahead. Lin Mushi thanked them and rushed toward the direction without hesitation. Soon, she arrived at the accident scene. There were already many people gathered around, and the police and ambulances had already arrived. A red Su-7 was overturned in the median strip, its body severely deformed, with glass shards scattered everywhere. Lin Mushi felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, followed by a loud ringing in her ears. Her body swayed, and she nearly fainted. She couldn't believe that such a terrifying scene, which she had only ever seen in novels and TV dramas, was actually happening right before her eyes. Lin Mushi felt as though an invisible hand was gripping her heart, causing her to gasp for breath. She could no longer control herself, desperately pushing her way through the crowd, her voice filled with terror and despair as she shouted, Chen Chen! Chen Chen! Where are you? Student, it's dangerous inside. You can't go in. A police officer reached out to stop her. She looks like Lin Mushi. Someone in the crowd whispered. Upon hearing the whisper, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Lin Mushi, and a faint commotion arose in the crowd. Some people gaped in surprise, others looked worried, and some began to whisper among themselves. Lin Mushi paid no attention to the stares or whispers. Her eyes were fixed on the mangled car and Chen Chen, who might be in danger. She struggled to pry the police officer's hands away, her voice trembling with tears as she pleaded. Please, let me in. My boyfriend is inside. He must be inside. On the other side. Chen Chen struggled to push through the crowd while shouting, Cici. Cici, I'm here. His voice trembled slightly with anxiety, betraying his deep concern. Lin Mushi heard the familiar voice and turned her head sharply, immediately spotting Chen Chen pushing through the crowd toward her. Her eyes widened instantly, tears welling up in her eyes, and her lips trembled slightly. Chen Chen, you're okay, that's so good, really so good. Chen Chen rushed over to Lin Mushi, embraced her, and looked at her with concern. I'm fine. What's going on? What happened? Lin Mushi's lips trembled even more violently, and tears streamed down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. She choked out a few words with great difficulty. I thought you were. Before she could finish, the terrifying thoughts from earlier overwhelmed her, and she finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably in Chen Chen's arms. Thank goodness you're okay, Wah. Her sobs were filled with fear, resentment, and endless worry, tearing at her heart. Lin Mushi was crying so hard her face was bright red, tears streaming down her cheeks. She didn't look her best, but no one present seemed to notice. Whispers from the surrounding students echoed around them. You can tell that Lin, the school beauty, really loves her boyfriend. Their feelings are so deep. A girl crossed her arms across her chest, nodded slightly, and looked on with a mix of admiration and envy. Exactly. That's love. If they don't end up together, I'll never believe in love again. Another girl frowned, speaking with a serious expression. I absolutely refuse to let them break up. I'm putting it out there now, those two are locked together for life. No one will ever separate them. A straightforward girl clenched her fists, her face filled with determination. Exactly. Others chimed in, their voices mingling in a chorus of opinions that filled the air. Chapter 220, sticking by him every step of the way, please keep reading. But Chen Chen didn't hear a single word of the surrounding chatter. At that moment, his mind and eyes were entirely focused on Lin Mushi in his arms. Chen Chen lowered his head slightly and asked softly. You thought the person who was hit was me, didn't you? Nothing else could have caused her, who was usually so composed, to lose her composure like that. Recalling her panicked expression from earlier, Chen Chen felt a mix of emotions swirling inside him, joy and sorrow intertwined. The joy came from the fact that through her reaction, he had truly realized that her feelings for him were far deeper and more intense than he had ever imagined. The bitterness came from the thought that if he had really been in an accident, Chen Chen dared not imagine what she might have done. Lin Mushi buried her face deeply in Chen Chen's chest, her body still trembling slightly. She nodded gently, her voice trembling with tears, murmuring, You're okay. That's such a relief. Chen Chen, filled with tenderness, reached out his hand and gently, slowly patted her back, as if comforting a frightened child, whispering softly, I'm here. I'm fine. Don't be afraid. I'm here. While comforting Lin Mushi, Chen Chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. Recalling the car accident that had just occurred, even though they were now out of danger, a wave of fear still washed over him. It was so close. Thankfully, he had gotten out of the car in time. Otherwise, given how badly the car had been wrecked, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Who could possibly harbor such deep hatred toward him, driving recklessly toward the car he was in, seemingly determined to kill him at all costs? Not long after, the driver responsible for the accident was successfully apprehended at the scene. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that he was also a student at Jiangcheng University. He was Lin Mushi's suitor, the same guy who claimed to have Jade syndrome. It turned out that ever since he found out about Lin Mushi and Chen Chen's relationship, his heart had been filled with jealousy and resentment, leading him to meticulously plan this horrific incident. At this point, the police's work was nearly complete. Chen Chen needed to go through the formalities, and the rest would be handled by the police and insurance. Just then, Xin Yao and the others heard the news and rushed over. Xin Yao ran all the way to Lin Mushi, her face betraying her concern. She stared intently at Lin Mushi and spoke urgently. Are you okay? After carefully confirming that Lin Mushi was unharmed and in good health, Xin Yao's heart finally settled. She then turned her attention to Chen Chen, her face equally concerned, and asked, Senior, are you okay? Chen Chen nodded slightly and replied softly, I'm fine. Could you please help take care of Cici? I'll go make a statement. Senior, what are you saying? Cici is my best friend. I'll take care of her even if you don't ask me to. Chen Chen nodded gratefully. However, Lin Mushi didn't want to leave Chen Chen. She held onto his hand tightly. Senior, I want to go with you. Chen Chen smiled. You're not calling me by my name anymore? Earlier, Lin Mushi had been so anxious that she had shouted his full name at the top of her lungs in the crowd. Chen Chen had initially thought he had heard wrong, because Lin Mushi had never called him by his full name before. It wasn't until he heard the whispers of the students around him that he realized it was indeed Lin Mushi. Lin Mushi bit her lip, her eyes gleaming with stubbornness. Anyway, I just don't trust you. What if someone else tries to harm you? From today onward, I'll stay by your side at all times, not leaving you for a single step. I must ensure your safety. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh softly at her words. Setting aside whether those with ulterior motives would really come back to cause trouble, even now, with so many police officers still busy at the scene, who would dare to harm him in front of the police? But seeing Lin Mushi's determined expression, Chen Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. He knew he couldn't refuse her, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, then you'll stay with me, but you mustn't wander off. Stay by my side at all times. Lin Mushi wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. After finishing the statement, the police officer let Chen Chen go. On the way home, Lin Mushi clung tightly to Chen Chen's arm, unwilling to let go for even a moment. After overhearing Chen Chen's conversation with the police, Lin Mushi finally understood why Chen Chen hadn't been in the car. It turned out that Chen Chen hadn't eaten dinner and was so hungry that his stomach was growling. He had decided to go buy something to eat nearby and bring it home. Little did he know that shortly after getting out of the car, he received news that his car had been hit. Just thinking about it made Lin Mushi feel a chill run down her spine. She couldn't even imagine what would have happened if Chen Chen had still been in the car. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her hands unconsciously clenched Chen Chen's shirt collar, as if letting go would send him back into danger. Chen Chen knew that this incident had left her with a deep psychological trauma, which was why she wanted to stay by his side at all costs. But it's okay, we're home now. We're safe. Lin Mushi not only didn't relax her grip on Chen Chen's arm but tightened it even more, speaking with a serious and stubborn expression. No, I have to keep an eye on you at all times. That's the only way I'll feel at ease. Chen Chen sighed helplessly and teased her. Are you going to follow me into the shower too? Hearing this, Lin Mushi's face flushed red, and she lowered her head slightly, her voice barely audible. Well, maybe. Chen Chen looked at her adorable expression and couldn't help but gently lift his hand, patting her head affectionately as he said softly. Be a good girl, go take a nice hot shower, then sleep soundly. When you wake up, everything will be fine. After Chen Chen's persistent urging and persuasion, Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment before finally letting go of Chen Chen's hand and slowly walked into the bathroom to take a shower. To be honest, today was probably the earliest she had ever taken a hot shower in her entire life. Usually, it would take at least an hour, but today, because of all the events that had unfolded, she just wanted to finish as quickly as possible so she could continue staying by Chen Chen's side. On the other side, Chen Chen was preparing to cook noodles. Before the noodles were done, he heard the bathroom door open, and Lin Mushi had already finished showering and come out. She hadn't washed her hair today, but the shower had been so rushed that her hair was still damp from the water. The temperature in the house was steadily maintained at 26 degrees. At that moment, Lin Mushi was wearing a pink silk nightgown. The material of the robe was soft and smooth, glowing gently under the light, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Water trickled down her smooth hair, her flawless cheeks, and her collarbone, eventually disappearing into the darkness. This scene was undeniably thrilling. Chapter 221, Are you covering your geo or scratching me? Thank you for reading. Chen Chen was standing at the kitchen stove, still holding a spatula in his hand. He had been focused on cooking noodles, but when he glanced up, he saw this scene and froze in place. His gaze seemed frozen, unable to tear away from Lin Mushi. His Adam's apple moved up and down uncontrollably. Finally, Chen Chen's gaze landed on Lin Mushi's delicate, pink feet. He snapped out of his trance, quickly put down the spatula, and hurried toward Lin Mushi, his voice tinged with urgency and concern. Why didn't you put on shoes before coming out? The floor is cold. As he spoke, Chen Chen had already reached Lin Mushi's side. He bent down slightly and gently picked her up, cradling her in his arms. Lin Mushi let out a soft gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck. Chen Chen carried her to the sofa in the living room and carefully placed her on it. Your feet are cold. Let me warm them up for you. As he spoke, he reached out his hands and gently held her feet. At first, everything was normal. Chen Chen's movements were gentle and focused, trying to warm her slightly chilled feet with the warmth of his palms. However, before long, as someone's hands began to wander, their actions grew increasingly bold, and the original act of warming her feet gradually took on a different meaning. Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed red, her eyes filled with playful reproach as she exposed him without mercy. Senior, are you really covering my feet, or are you just teasing me? Chen Chen feigned innocence, responding seriously. Nonsense, I wasn't scratching you. I was carefully covering your feet. Lin Mushi shifted her body slightly and said in a soft voice. But I feel so ticklish. Chen Chen hurriedly replied, then I'll go easier. Lighter makes it even more ticklish. Lin Mushi's voice carried a hint of pouting. Chen Chen blinked his eyes, grinning mischievously, then I'll focus on it. No. Lin Mushi quickly pulled her foot back, her voice filled with resistance and playfulness. The two continued their back and forth banter for nearly half an hour. Lin Mushi's heart, which had been tightly bound by fear of the previous incident. But now, amidst their warm conversation, that fear gradually faded away, and her tense heart slowly relaxed. Chen Chen massaged Lin Mushi's delicate feet as he said. Strange, I keep feeling like there is something I haven't finished yet. Lin Mushi tilted her head, looking curiously and asked, what is it? I don't remember. Don't move your feet, it might get cold. Lin Mushi gently wiggled her toes and pouted. But senior, my feet aren't cold anymore. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Chen acted quickly, grabbing the restless, escaping feet and said seriously. No, they're cold. Before they knew it, another half hour had passed. Chen Shen had been lost in his time with Lin Mushi, but suddenly, it was as if something had struck him on the head. He snapped his fingers and finally remembered what he had forgotten. This noodle, is it still edible? Lin Mushi and Chen Shen stood side by side in the cozy kitchen, staring at the mess in the pot. Lin Mushi couldn't help but ask the ultimate question. Should I cook it again? Do you want to eat? I'll eat a little. Should I add an egg? Lin Mushi's eyes lit up slightly, her voice tinged with anticipation. I want a fried egg. All right. Chen Shen replied, then instructed, go get 3 eggs. Lin Mushi tilted her head slightly, looking puzzled. Why 3? Because I want to. Oh, okay. Lin Mushi suddenly understood, obediently nodded, and turned toward the refrigerator. A moment later, she returned with 3 eggs in her hands. Chen Shen reluctantly dumped the crumbled dough into the trash can. Actually, the dough wasn't inedible. It was just that Chen Shen didn't like it. He wasn't the type to deprive himself. Since he didn't like it, it was better to throw it away. There's no need to force yourself to eat something bitter. Chen Shen washed the pot again and put it back on the stove. He lit the stove, boiled the water dry, added oil, and put the eggs in. This series of actions was performed by Chen Shen with such fluidity and ease, as if he had repeated them countless times. Lin Mushi stood quietly beside him, her eyes fixed on every one of Chen Shen's movements, her expression filled with admiration and focus. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of fried eggs. Lin Mushi couldn't help but inhale deeply, her face glowing with delight. Just then, Chen Shen's voice rang out beside her. By the way, there's some greens in the fridge. Could you wash a few and bring them over? Sure. Lin Mushi replied cheerfully, turning toward the refrigerator. She opened the refrigerator door and began counting carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just these 6 Shanghai greens. She thought to herself, 1 stock would be enough for her, but her senior had a big appetite, so 5 would be just right. After spending so much time together, Lin Mushi had noticed one of Chen Shen's eating habits. He really liked eating greens. Except for breakfast, which is more casual, vegetables are always present on the table for lunch and dinner. Even if breakfast is noodles, he must have vegetables to go with it, and he always adds a generous portion. While Lin Mushi was washing the vegetables, Chen Shen had already brought the pot of water to a boil. He placed the handmade noodles prepared by Wang Ma into the pot and added the vegetables washed by Lin Mushi. He adds a pinch of salt, waits for the water to boil again, and cooks for another minute or 2 before serving. This time, Lin Mushi didn't wait for Chen Shen to speak. She quickly prepared 2 bowls. She placed the bowls next to the stove and said crisply, Senior, the bowls. Chen Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and praised her, You're so observant. After speaking, he picked up his chopsticks, skillfully scooped the noodles from the pot, and divided them into the 2 bowls. It was clear that the portion in Lin Mushi's bowl was smaller. After serving the noodles, Chen Shen carefully placed the fried eggs on top, the golden brown eggs complementing the chewy noodles beautifully. Finally, he picked up the soup spoon and slowly poured the delicious broth from the pot over the noodles. As the broth poured down, a tempting aroma filled the air, and Chen Shen's signature egg noodles were finally complete. The 2 of them each took their bowls of noodles to the dining table and began to eat. The noodles you cooked smell so good. If you don't have enough, I can give you some more. I'll eat it, but then you won't have enough. I'll cook some more if there's not enough. Lin Mushi shook her head and made just a little gesture with her fingers, smiling and saying, If I eat just a little more, it'll be enough. Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh at her expression, shook his head with a smile, then used his chopsticks to pick up some noodles from his bowl and place them into Lin Mushi's bowl. That's enough, I can't eat that much. Chen Shen listened, used his chopsticks to break the noodles in the middle, then sat back down and continued eating. Chapter 222, Just one glance, please keep reading. After finishing the noodles, Lin Mushi voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Chen Shen leaned against the kitchen door, watching her with interest as she fumbled around the sink. You need to use dish soap when washing dishes, otherwise, they won't get clean. Turn off the faucet first before adding dish soap, or the dishes won't get clean, and the dish soap will just get washed away. Rinse for longer, or the dish soap won't come off. Under Chen Shen's step-by-step guidance, Lin Mushi finally completed the daunting task of washing the dishes. After neatly placing the washed dishes and utensils in their designated spots, Lin Mushi exhaled deeply, feeling a great sense of relief, and said, Phew, finally done. Chen Shen praised her generously. My little Mushi is so great. You finished washing the dishes so quickly. Although she knew he wasn't being sincere. Lin Mushi's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. She took a step closer to Chen Shen, batted her eyelashes, and asked, So, since I've finished washing the dishes, is there a reward? Chen Shen looked at her mischievous expression and laughed. What kind of reward do you want? He skillfully turned the question back to her. Lin Mushi leaned in closer, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and pressed. Any reward is okay? Chen Shen looked at her, who was just inches away, her clear, bright eyes sparkling with a lively glow. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, nodding with a hint of a smile, and said, Yes, any reward is fine, as long as I can do it. Lin Mushi tilted her head, seeming to ponder deeply. A moment later, she placed her hands behind her back obediently, her slender figure swaying gently. Then I want to see that. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked, which one? Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting around, seeming a bit shy, as she stammered. It's your. Chen Chen froze for a moment, his lips twitching slightly, unable to respond. Lin Mushi took a deep breath, gathering her courage, tiptoed up, and whispered softly into Chen Chen's ear. Senior, just take a look. It won't hurt, will it? Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment, then a faint blush spread across his face. He hadn't expected her to make such a request. He cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment. I told you, I can only do it if I can. This is impossible. Seeing his expression, Lin Mushi found it utterly amusing and didn't want to let him off the hook so easily. She walked over to Chen Chen with light steps, like a playful little deer, stood in front of him, tilted her head up, and stared at him with her big, watery eyes, her expression filled with playful teasing and anticipation. It's just a glance of love. How could you not be able to do that? Are you going back on your word, senior? Chen Chen was even more flustered by her close gaze, his breathing growing slightly, and he instinctively took a small step back, but there was a wall behind him, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. His ears turned red, and his lips trembled slightly. In any case, it's not possible. Lin Mushi wouldn't give up, extending a finger to gently poke Chen Chen's chest. Just agree to it, please? Chen Chen looked at the charming and adorable girl in front of him, feeling torn inside. Finally, he sighed helplessly. There's no convincing you. Alright, you can just take a quick look. Lin Mushi's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, filled with the joy of victory. Just one glance. The next morning, Chen Chen and Lin Mushi had breakfast and prepared to leave. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Four tall bodyguards stood outside the door. They were dressed in crisp uniforms, every fold neatly ironed, exuding a professional and serious aura. Upon seeing Chen Chen and Lin Mushi emerge from the door, the bodyguards reacted in perfect unison. They all bowed slightly in unison. The leader raised his head, kept his gaze forward, and spoke in a steady, authoritative voice. Mr. Chen, Miss Lin, good morning. From today onward, the four of us will be responsible for your safety. Does this feel like a typical domineering CEO novel scene? Chen Chen looked stunned, his eyes darting between the bodyguards. He instinctively turned to Lin Mushi, as if asking her what was going on. Lin Mushi explained. Senior, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. After what happened yesterday, I've been really scared, worried that something similar might happen again. After much consideration, I called the bodyguards my father had hired for me earlier and asked them to protect us so we can feel safer. Mainly to protect you. Lin Mushi added silently in her mind. Chen Chen furrowed his brows slightly, feeling rather helpless. He wasn't used to the feeling of being watched all the time. Isn't that a bit excessive? We're just going to school, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Lin Mushi wouldn't let it go, tugging at Chen Chen's arm and pouting. Oh, I don't care. At least if we have them with us, we'll have someone to look out for us if something like last night happens again. It'll be like experiencing what it's like to have bodyguards. Chen Chen had no resistance to Lin Mushi's pouting. He had no choice but to give in and let her have her way. The group headed toward the elevator, with four well-trained bodyguards following behind at a proper distance. The elevator doors opened, and everyone stepped inside one by one. The cramped elevator was so quiet that only faint breathing could be heard. The bodyguards stood straight, not daring to look away. Chen Chen, however, felt uneasy all over. He quietly nudged Lin Mushi with his elbow and murmured. This feels weird. Maybe we should just send them back. Lin Mushi gave him a playful glare and whispered. Come on, you might get used to it in a minute. The elevator reached the first floor, and the doors slowly opened. Stepping out of the elevator lobby, the sunlight outside was even more blinding. A black luxury sedan was already waiting at the entrance of the residential complex, its body reflecting the sunlight and shimmering brightly. As Chen Chen and Lin Mushi stepped out of the community gate, another bodyguard hurried forward to open the car door for them. Lin Mushi pulled Chen Chen into the car, and the bodyguards quickly took their seats in the front and rear vehicles. The convoy slowly drove away from the residential complex. Sitting in the car, Chen Chen looked out the window at the passing scenery, silently wondering how he could convince Lin Mushi to abandon the idea of needing bodyguards. The car soon arrived at the school. The bodyguards got out in advance and quickly spread out around the area, forming an invisible security perimeter. As Chen Chen and Lin Mushi entered the school gates, they immediately drew the attention of many students, as the scene was indeed quite eye-catching. Lin Mushi, however, didn't seem to notice anything and calmly entered the school, holding Chen Chen's hand. After safely escorting Lin Mushi to her classroom, Chen Chen turned and headed toward his own classroom. Chapter 223, You Lucky Bastard, Thanks for Reading. As Chen Chen reached the corridor of the second-year building, he was blocked by Lu Zihan and his two friends. Chen Erdu, I heard you made quite a scene when you came to school today, with bodyguards clearing the way for you. Before he could finish, Zhang Tao and Zhou Yuyang each grabbed one of Lu Zihan's arms, dragging him aside, then quickly approached Chen Chen. Zhang Tao looked at Chen Chen with concern and asked urgently, "Are you okay?" He was referring to last night's car accident. The incident had already spread throughout the campus network. The perpetrator had already been apprehended, and the school had expelled him immediately. Additionally, his actions had involved intentional harm to another person, and now he faced legal consequences. Chen Chen shook his head slightly and said calmly, "It's okay. I'm glad I got off the car early." Thinking of this, Zhang Tao and the others found it amazing. He reached out and gently tapped Chen Chen's arm, saying, "You're one lucky guy. You'd better be more careful in the future." Zhou Yuyang added, "This could be considered a blessing in disguise. That guy was chasing Lin Mushi like a madman, completely irrational, and he really put her through the ringer. Now that this has happened, you two can be together without worrying about such things anymore." Chen Chen nodded in agreement, then glanced at his phone and hurriedly reminded them, "Class is about to start. If we don't hurry up and get to the classroom, the teacher will be here soon." The three of them heard this and immediately sprinted toward the classroom like rabbits being chased. Just as they burst into the classroom, before they could catch their breath, they saw their mentor stroll in with his characteristic slow, deliberate stride. The incident of a limited edition red SU-7 being deliberately rammed and destroyed caused quite a stir online. Related videos and discussions quickly spread across major social media platforms, attracting widespread attention and heated discussions, with the buzz continuing to grow. The impact of the incident spread rapidly, even catching the attention of Mi Home headquarters. Upon learning that the car belonged to Lin Mushi, they immediately offered to send her the latest model of the Mi Home SU-7 Ultra. The news spread like wildfire online, sparking a new wave of attention. Mi Home's swift and thoughtful gesture undoubtedly struck a chord with netizens, earning widespread praise across the internet. People flooded social media with likes and comments, praising Mi Home's move as a true example of a major brand's professionalism. Many potential buyers who had been undecided between different brands were swayed by Mi Home's gesture and placed orders immediately. As a result, orders for Mi Home's cars surged dramatically. Netizens joked, "This time, the military commander will probably have to stay in the workshop tightening screws." Some resourceful netizens, following clues, managed to track down Lin Mushi's Douyin account. Although the faces of the people in the videos had been blurred. However, sharp-eyed netizens still recognized her. The news spread rapidly online, and a large number of netizens flooded into Lin Mushi's Douyin account. The vlogs she posted during the Spring Festival with Chen Chen were also all dug up by netizens. "Oh my gosh. They're so cute together, it's almost too much to handle." A netizen excitedly flooded the comments section, her words brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Another netizen followed suit. "No wonder she looked like the sky had fallen on her the day of the accident. If it were me, I'd probably act even more dramatic than her. Luckily the guy got out of the car early, what a relief. Even the heavens favor this perfect couple. I'll call them the chosen couple. This is just too good to handle." As more and more netizens joined the discussion, the topic's popularity continued to rise, and related keywords quickly topped the trending charts on major platforms. The view count for each vlog was growing at an astonishing rate, with likes, comments, and shares exploding exponentially. Some observant netizens even went to the trouble of editing together the sweet moments between Lin Mushi and Chen Chen from their vlogs, creating highlight reels that they posted across various social media platforms. These compilation videos act like sweet bombs, sparking a new wave of heated discussions and attracting even more netizens who were previously uninterested in the matter to join the conversation. Amidst the lively discussions, there were also some rational analyses. One netizen commented, "From these vlogs, it's clear that their feelings are genuine and deep, with every detail revealing their love for each other. I think everyone should just let them live their lives in peace." However, most netizens, immersed in the joy of sugarcoating, couldn't hear such words. They continued to share their new discoveries enthusiastically under various related topics. One netizen spotted a milk tea shop they had visited in the background of one of the vlogs. They rushed to check in and leave comments, hoping to experience the same sweet atmosphere as their idols. Others analyzed the brands of the clothes the two wore in the video to speculate on their preferred fashion styles, sparking various fashion discussions. Lin Mushi's social media following skyrocketed like a rocket. Faced with this sudden surge of online attention, Lin Mushi was at a loss. She never expected this incident to generate such a huge response. As she read the flood of comments in the comments section, she felt touched and surprised, but also a hint of worry. After all, the online world is unpredictable, and she feared that their relationship might be tainted by excessive public attention, and she was even more concerned about causing unnecessary trouble for Chen Chen. On the other hand, Chen Chen, upon learning of the online commotion, he watched the sweet clips of himself and Lin Mushi, along with the well-wishing comments from netizens, and couldn't help but smile. "See? I told you this was a blessing in disguise." He was trying to comfort her. Lin Mushi, however, wasn't as relaxed as he was. She furrowed her brows slightly and said seriously, "But this was still too dangerous. What if you hadn't gotten out of the car at that moment? As she spoke, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes once more. Chen gently waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of reassurance. But everything is fine now, aren't they? We can't let one bad experience ruin everything, can we? Chen's words hit the mark, leaving Lin Mushi momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Chen seized the opportunity to press further. So, I think we should just get rid of those bodyguards. Having so many people following us around is just too flashy. Over the past few days, aside from attending classes at school, wherever she went, those bodyguards were always by her side, making Chen acutely aware of the numerous inconveniences that came with being the center of everyone's attention. Chapter 224, Only She Can See. Please keep reading. Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment before softly saying, well, let's keep one. For bodyguards were indeed a bit too flashy. It's normal for the senior to feel uncomfortable. Actually, she wasn't very used to it either. However, since doing this ensured the senior's safety, she chose to act as if she didn't care. One bodyguard is just right. Chen said seriously. Not even one. Really? Lin Mushi heard this, paused for a moment, then fixed her bright eyes on Chen for a while before nodding slightly and replying, alright. Chen exclaimed, eh? He agreed so readily this time? This doesn't seem like Lin Mushi's personality. After all, he had mentioned this matter countless times over the past few days, but she had never budged. However, since he wouldn't have to be protected anymore, Chen decided to let her do as she pleased. Lin Mushi had withdrawn the bodyguards. But it's just a change from overt protection to covert protection. Only those who have experienced loss truly understand the pain that cuts deep into the soul. She didn't want to feel that sense of losing the entire world again. So, she could only tell her senior a little white lie. Even if her senior found out, he probably wouldn't say anything. Lin Mushi thought to herself. Days passed slowly and steadily. She no longer had to care about others' opinions, nor did she have to deal with all those messy people and matters. Chen and Lin Mushi openly started dating at school. She also picked up her phone again to film their daily vlogs. As if determined to capture every moment of the recent days she had missed, she didn't want to miss a single precious instant. The only thing missing was a video of Chen taking a shower. At that moment, Chen was standing at the bathroom door, looking helpless. These past few days, Lin Mushi had been like a clingy little tail, always following him around. Chen turned to Lin Mushi, who was following him, and pretended to be serious as he shouted. Stand at attention. Turn around. Don't peek. Lin Mushi held her phone high, her face lit up with a flattering smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and she said in a sweet voice. Just take a quick photo, please? Are you trying to show your boyfriend's body to others? Lin Mushi giggled, tilting her head slightly, her tone full of playfulness. Anyway, they can only look, not touch. Only I can touch you. What's the big deal? I care. Just once, just this one time. Lin Mushi persisted, tugging at Chen sleeve and shaking it gently. Chen couldn't resist her any longer and turned Lin Mushi around with his hands, speaking with unwavering determination, not even once. As everyone knows, the odds are either 0 or infinite. If he sets this precedent, who knows what unreasonable demands she'll make next time. Chen had come to understand his girlfriend's unpredictable nature all too well. Lin Mushi tried to negotiate further just as she was about to speak. But Chen extended a hand, gently yet firmly, pressing her head down and turning her around once more, then pushing her toward the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Lin Mushi outside. Lin Mushi stood at the bathroom door, reaching out to gently touch her nose, which was slightly itchy from the breeze caused by the closing door. Then, she tilted her head slightly and spoke to the comments section on her phone screen. Friends, I tried my best, but he just wouldn't agree to take the photo. If someone had been standing beside her at that moment, they would have noticed the faint smile of triumph that had crept onto her lips. She didn't want to show her senior's body to anyone else. Touching was something only she could do, and looking was naturally her exclusive privilege. Before long, the comments section buzzed with activity as netizens responded. Good moral standards, huh? This body is only for you to see. Next time, remember to take a sneaky photo. Don't be so brazen about it. Men are mostly all talk and no action. This little girl eats so well. I'm jealous but not hateful. Keep being happy. Happiness 99. 99 plus 1. 99 plus 10,086. Lin Mushi scrolled through the comments one by one, reading the well-wishing words. A warm smile gradually spread across her face. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, bright and captivating. This is what love should be like, isn't it? Chen had completely gone viral. Whether it was at school or online. However, while he was the one in the spotlight, it was his roommates who were acting arrogantly. Every day when he walks around campus, many girls come up to talk to him. Though their words were all about how the two of them ended up together. But the feeling of being the center of attention was something Lu Zihan found quite enjoyable. Chen is from our dorm. I know him well, we're good friends. What? You want his autograph? No problem, I've got it covered. Jiang Tao and Zhou Yuyang silently shook their heads behind him and said in unison, "Just wait until Chun Erdu deals with him, then you'll see." Just as they spoke, he arrived. Chen Chen had just dropped Lin Mushi off at the classroom and was about to head back to the dormitory. He had no classes this morning. He could spend the entire morning in the dorm writing. Once he finished writing, he could just lie down. Of course, since he had started spending time with Lin Mushi, he had already begun planning to start another novel. The royalties from just one book weren't quite enough. Currently, most of the expenses for accommodation and food are covered by Lin Mushi. However, Chen Chen feels deeply guilty about this and doesn't want to stay in this situation indefinitely. So, he always tries to find other ways to make up for what Lin Mushi has done for him. For example, he occasionally buys flowers that Lin Mushi likes or carefully selects clothes she admires, as a way to express his feelings. At the same time, Chen Chen is fully aware that this situation cannot continue indefinitely. He knew that if all his savings combined couldn't even afford the price of his girlfriend's handbag, or even just a fraction of it, then this relationship would be very difficult to maintain. As Chen Chen approached step by step, Lu Zihan quickly dismissed the girls gathered around him. After all, Chen Chen already had the school beauty Lin Mushi, so the other girls naturally had nothing to do with him. Lu Zihan smiled at Chen Chen. Chen Chen gave him a sideways glance, instinctively feeling that this guy must be up to something behind his back. Lu Zihan, feeling guilty, shouted, "Chun Ergu, why are you looking at me like that?" Before he could finish, Jiang Tao chimed in from the side, teasing him. "Lu Zihan, you dare to be so bold with our dog brother? Don't you want to live anymore?" Lu Zihan quickly put on a frightened expression and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Dog brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again."